Stop pretending, wake up. Lin Shen, stop kicking. Yun Shu seems to have really fainted. Don't trust this useless person, Xiaoran. She doesn't deserve your trust. A deep, cold male voice and a fragile female voice intertwined, their pain echoing intermittently in Shun Yun Shu's mind.
Pain.
In a foggy, painful state, a strong desire pushed Shun Yun Shu to open her eyes. The pain in her side became clearer in her mind. She realized someone was kicking her hard, foot after foot. What's happening? Wasn't she just tired and taking a quick nap at the office? No, wait. Shun Yun Shu's fingers trembled, and she fully woke up. She had died suddenly, on her 5th night of overtime. The man was still kicking her forcefully. Shun Yun Shu couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her hands to block the leg that was about to hit her head. Huh. Fu Lin Shen raised an eyebrow, looking down at the curled-up Shun Yun Shu with a look full of sarcasm and disgust. Stop pretending? Then apologize to Xiaoran and get out of here to distract the zombies you brought. Shun Yun Shu was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. She barely managed to sit up against the wall, her throat dry and parched. But her mind was still very clear about her current situation. She had traveled into a book. Xiaoran. Her name sounded familiar. It was the saintly female protagonist from an old, cheesy apocalyptic novel she had finished reading the night before. From what she could tell, she had even directly traveled into the body of a villainous female character who died early and was known for her cruelty, the same one the male lead had discovered her true nature and was about to eliminate. Shun Yun Shu closed her eyes, frowning as she leaned against the wall. Somehow, she wanted to laugh. No more overtime pay, and now she had traveled into this terrible book. What are you laughing at? Shun Yun Shu's smile froze. Oh no, she had actually laughed unintentionally. Fu Lin Shen's brow furrowed slightly, noticing some change in the person in front of him, but probably just trying to get his attention. Thinking of this, Fu Lin Shen's disgust grew stronger. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Shun Yun Shu's neck. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? The feeling of suffocation instantly enveloped Shun Yun Shu. She instinctively tried to block with her hands, but in the next second, her hands were also grabbed. Yun Shu, Yi Xiaoran anxiously called out in a sweet voice, don't be stubborn. Just apologize to Lin Shen. Although you pushed me, I know it wasn't on purpose. I can forgive you, and I don't need an apology. But we are trapped here by zombies, and it's really because of you. Just listen to Lin Shen's advice. Go out and distract the zombies. When we get back to the base, we will send someone to rescue you. We will never abandon you. I swear. I swear on my second uncle. Shun Yun Shu gasped weakly, using her last bit of strength to break free, then immediately started coughing uncontrollably. Yi Xiaoran took a step back, looking a bit surprised. Yun Shu. Shun Yun Shu rolled her eyes sharply. Save her? Save her bones? Although she has done many bad things, this time she is truly innocent. Yun Shu calmed down and once again emphasized seriously. I won't apologize to you or your second uncle. First, I didn't bring the zombies here. It was your scream that attracted them. Yi Xiaoran frowned, instinctively wanting to argue. That's because you pushed. Second, no one pushed you. You fell because you lost your footing. Third, Shun Yun Shu looked at Yi Xiaoran, whose face was turning a bit pale, and suddenly smiled slowly. Fu Lin Shen's brow twitched, almost immediately realizing something was wrong. He quickly moved forward, taking only 3 steps to reach Shun Yun Shu. But Shun Yun Shu had already stood up by the window. Fu Lin Shen immediately understood her intention, reaching out to grab her. However, Shun Yun Shu unexpectedly didn't jump out as he thought but turned back at the last moment and sharply lifted her knee. No man can escape the pain of the soul, not even Long Outyen. Shun Yun Shu finally burst into laughter, leaning half her body out of the window, completing her third point. Third, see you never again. The wind howled past her ears. Shun Yun Shu had to admit, pretending to be tough felt pretty good. But right now, things seemed a bit out of control. As the ground approached rapidly, about to hit her head and bleed, Shun Yun Shu couldn't help but close her eyes and shout, System, save me. Your host is about to die. Bang. Dust flew everywhere. Everything fell silent.
Lin.
Lin Shen. She seems to be dead. Lin Xiaoran shivered and curled up in Fu Linshen's arms. Fu Linshen looked at the swirling dust, fists clenched tightly until they trembled. Let's go. Host, stop pretending. They've already left. Shen Yunshu slowly opened her eyes. Really gone? Yes, yes. Her eyes lit up. She slowly stood up, rubbing her hands eagerly. System. Where is my supermarket? She looked around, and apart from endless desolation with no buildings in sight, her mind's system suddenly activated. Congratulations, the host has completed Task 1. The female supporting character has spoken. Rewards have been issued. Please claim them immediately. As soon as the words finished, an axe appeared out of thin air beside Shinyun Shu. She hesitantly grasped it, then heard the system's voice again. Additionally, the progress of the Apocalypse supermarket construction has officially begun. Current progress, 0%. Holding the axe, Shen Yunshu suddenly felt confused. What does this mean? Where is my supermarket? Apart from the howling wind, no one responded. She looked at the simple axe in her hand and the vast yellow sand. A wave of sadness suddenly rose. She cursed inwardly. She had been tricked. It seemed she was given just an axe at the start, and everything else depended on chopping her way forward. Warm reminder. The zombie shield will disappear in 10 minutes. Please, host, quickly find shelter, establish the supermarket foundation, and strive to survive. Shen Yunshu was stunned. In the next second, she grabbed the axe and ran towards the base without hesitation. Damn it, you damn system. You'll get your comeuppance. As she shouted this, she ate a mouthful of sand, quickly spat it out, then immediately closed her mouth and ran ahead. Although this story is a mainstream disaster end-of-the-world novel featuring zombies, it also includes various extreme weather conditions, such as sandstorms, huge hail, and extremely low or high temperatures. On the day her original body went offline, a sandstorm was happening. If she hadn't immediately been bound to the supermarket system upon crossing over, mistakenly thinking she had a cheat to go on a hacking spree, she wouldn't have dared to take such risks and confront the main characters. She would have waited for the sandstorm to pass, and then found a way to stay away from the protagonists. Who would have thought she'd be betrayed by the system? Shen Yunshu wiped her eyes and estimated she was close to the abandoned residential area near the base. She remembered clearly that the story mentioned, as one of China's largest bases, it had shrunk its shelter area due to resource and energy issues. This abandoned land was her best choice at the moment. The supermarket base couldn't be built out of thin air, so the best plan was to find an existing one. After running for about 8 minutes, Shen Yunshu finally saw the shadow of a building ahead. At that moment, she almost wanted to cry with joy. Thanks to her original body, surviving several years in the apocalypse with strong physical fitness, otherwise, with her previous weak body, running for 3 minutes would have been impossible. She sped towards the nearest building, which, by chance, looked like it used to be a shop. A rolling shutter was pulled down, revealing only a broken window with shattered glass. Shen Yunshu skillfully climbed through the window. Inside was dark and foul-smelling. Before she could catch her breath, the sound of the zombies' final 5 seconds before shutdown echoed in her mind. Shen Yunshu sneered silently and sat down casually on the ground, waving her hand. Hurry up and close it. Anyway, she had already found a hiding spot. Shen Yunshu sat on the ground, feeling defeated. Honestly, she had never seen a zombie before. Not being nervous would be fake, but now she was inside a building, so she shouldn't be afraid. Or so she thought. Suddenly, a face covered in rotten flesh and blood appeared right in front of her. Shen Yunshu's adrenaline surged, and she screamed silently in her throat. Before her brain could react, she instinctively swung her axe. A coin sound effect played, and the zombie she hit instantly turned into a pile of purple coins. Shen Yunshu recognized it immediately. This was the universal currency of this world. Purple coins. Monster killing. The phrase popped into her mind. Suddenly, her dull, ordinary axe shimmered with a golden glow. This wasn't just an ordinary axe. It was her path to wealth. Shen Yunshu leaned against the wall and slowly stood up. The adrenaline rush still made her legs feel weak. But the dozen or so slow-moving zombies approaching her inside the building suddenly didn't seem so scary. Instead, they turned into shimmering piles of purple coins in her eyes. Her eyes lit up with unprecedented excitement. In that moment, she felt more eager than even the long-dead zombies. The swirling yellow dust gradually settled, revealing the true look of the post-apocalyptic world, desolate and barren. Sun Yunshu no longer cared about being proper. She collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from fighting off more than 10 zombies, feeling like her soul had left her body. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing Task 2. Find a supermarket base. Reward, automatic renovation and cleaning. With the mechanical voice, the dirty, dilapidated shop suddenly looked like it had been washed with water, clean and tidy. The exposed cement walls were plastered and painted white. Broken windows were replaced with glass. The rusty, old rolling shutter was suddenly brand new, and a glass automatic door appeared out of nowhere behind the shutter. The incandescent lamp lit up the empty shop, casting bright light onto Sun Yunshu's eyes. She was dazzled by the scene before her and couldn't help but murmur, "So you can also be a person-dog system. Congratulations to the host for completing Main Mission 2 and successfully unlocking the hidden task, turning corpses into gold axes. Currently, the corpse-to-gold axe level is beginner. At the same time, congratulations to the host for earning the achievement, Small Test of Skill, slaying 10 zombies with an axe. The achievement reward has been issued. Please claim it soon. Turning corpses into gold axes? And it's just beginner level? Does that mean it can be upgraded later?" Sun Yunshu looked at the axe in front of her, her eyes shining, her blood slightly racing. After a moment, she opened the virtual panel that appeared and quickly clicked on the top right corner to open her wallet. 10, 100, 1,000, 2,500 purple coins. This is the amount of money she could exchange by killing 25 beginner zombies and collecting their crystal cores. In the apocalypse, it might not even buy a basic weapon, but for Sun Yunshu, who just arrived with nothing, it was a huge sum. However, this was only the beginning. Sun Yunshu's palm grew slightly warm as her eyes quickly scanned the items on the virtual panel. Wallet, supermarket level, currently level 1. Achievements, tasks, shop, backpack. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to open the shop first, but when she tried to click, she found that section was grayed out. What's going on? Sun Yunshu frowned and was about to ask the system, but a sudden loud noise interrupted her. She paused, reacting quickly. System. Turn off the lights. With a sharp click, everything around her went dark, leaving only the faint yellow light coming through the window. Sun Yunshu slowly clenched the corpse-to-gold axe, moving toward the light bit by bit. Based on the sound, it was not far from her, possibly at the door. But apart from that loud noise, there was no other sound. Sun Yunshu guessed wildly in her mind, her heart pounding like a drum in the darkness. Her fair, illuminated face looked tough and calm. She was gradually approaching the door, slowly pulling up the rolling shutter. The noise was sharp and piercing, sounding especially loud in the silent end-of-the-world scene. But she had no time to think too much, because she saw the source of the loud noise, a very thin, blood-covered boy lying at her door. The shutter was only slightly open, and he was awake. The dusk cast a faint golden edge around him. He turned his head with a blank expression and stared at Sun Yunshu. His face was full of frightening scratches, but beneath the scars, his delicate features and wary, fierce eyes were hard to hide. Sun Yunshu was stunned. Although his breath was weak, as if he might disappear at any moment, his eyes gave the feeling that he could suddenly lash out and attack. He looked like her little clown monster, or the kitten she found. Almost immediately, Sun Yunshu felt her nose sting. During this sudden death, her only worry was her little clown monster.
Save
me. His very weak voice suddenly brought Sun Yunshu back to her senses. Her hand trembled, and she quickly pulled down the roller shutter to close it. Yu-chun. His barely raised hand drooped completely. He let out a faint laugh from his nose, as if mocking himself. He looked at the huge, round setting sun, his consciousness growing more blurry, imagining the last rays of sunlight burning him to death. But in his half-conscious state, a sharp noise sounded again. He felt a force pulling him away from the flames. The next moment, a cool stream of water poured into his throat, and he completely lost consciousness. Sun Yunshu used all her strength to pull the person into the house. Before she could catch her breath, she poured the only remaining water from the original owner into the boy's mouth. Only when she saw the boy's breathing stabilize a little did she sit down heavily on the ground. The fortune teller was right. She was too kind. She only picked up a cat, and now she had picked up a person. The system, which had said nothing all along, suddenly spoke. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Recruit a supermarket employee. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Additionally, main task 3, reach a sales revenue of 5,000. It has been activated. The system shop has been unlocked. Please set prices based on cost and bear the profits and losses yourself. Hidden task? A supermarket employee? Sun Yunshu looked in shock at the person lying on the ground, unsure if he was still alive. System, you're more capitalist than capitalists. Without even a contract, forcing someone to become a supermarket employee. If anyone is ruthless, it's this dog system. But this also counts as accidentally completing a hidden task. Sun Yunshu couldn't wait to open the beginner's gift pack. In an instant, a bright light appeared. Sun Yunshu was forced to close her eyes. When she opened them again, a clean but empty shop suddenly appeared, with 5 light blue shelves and a dark gray counter near the door. On the counter were a computer and a cash register. Below the shelves were 4 large cardboard boxes labeled with words like water and food. A simple prototype of a supermarket appeared before her eyes. Sun Yunshu was stunned. She looked at the boy lying nearby and realized she had found a lucky star. However, the lucky star looked seriously injured at the moment. Giving him some water couldn't heal his wounds, and leaving him here might mean he would die. Sun Yunshu thought for a moment and decided to ask the system for help directly. You're the one who hired him, so save him. This time the system didn't pretend to be dead and immediately jumped out. 1,000 points. Ugh. Sun Yunshu almost cursed, but she held back. In the short time they've known each other, she already knew how unreliable this system was. But she only had 2,500 assets, and spending nearly a third of it was definitely hurting her. Should she save him or not? Save him? The system seemed surprised that she decided so quickly. It paused for a moment, then a faint warm light began to glow around the boy. Sun Yunshu watched the light and gradually relaxed. If she was going to send help, even in a world where lives were cheap, this one was worth saving. It was like an advance on her salary. The boy's bleeding stopped. Sun Yunshu took apart a cardboard box, placed the boy on it, and bought a blanket from the mall to cover him. Looking at the pale, weak face of the boy, Sun Yunshu lightly said, "You must wake up. You still owe me money." After saying that, she turned to think about the supermarket's mall, not noticing the boy's fingers twitch slightly. Since completing the hidden task, the mall had been unlocked. She clicked to enter. Currently, only common foods and daily necessities were available, but even so, the variety was extensive, almost everything found in a large supermarket. However, Sun Yunshu's large supermarket referred to the one in her current world, which was a rare and hard-to-find resource in the apocalypse. Her eyes lit up as she continued scrolling down. More categories appeared at the bottom, including both modern items and those not found in her world. Rare materials sought after by post-apocalyptic mutants, energy sources, and even strange black technologies. The turning corpse into gold axe she held was among these items. Of course, the one shown in the mall had limited uses, unlike her infinite-use axe. Unfortunately, these items hadn't been unlocked yet, and it seemed she needed a higher level. Sun Yunshu slowly calmed her mind. It was clear she still needed to take things step by step. She opened the remaining 3 large boxes from the beginner's gift pack. Besides the water in the first box, the others contained bread, compressed biscuits, and nutritional liquid. Although these basic items are available in the base, they are extremely expensive, especially pure water and bread. Since the end of the world, water sources have been polluted, and ordinary people in the base cannot usually drink bottled pure water. But she has a whole box of it. Although her location is somewhat remote, it is still near the base, and many mutants often pass by or stay here. Considering this, earning 5,000 in sales is very easy, and it could even go higher. If it weren't so late at night, she would love to open her shop right now. Having experienced so much since crossing over, Shin Yun-shu is already very tired. She quickly prepared a sleeping bag and fell asleep dreaming happily. That night, she dreamed of sitting among piles of purple coins, freely throwing money around. In front and behind her, there were mountains of purple coins stretching for miles. She waved her hand confidently, saying, "This is all my kingdom." Suddenly, the purple coin mountains beneath her started to shake, as if about to collapse. Shin Yun-shu panicked, losing her balance. Everything in front of her began to blur and fade. She watched helplessly as the purple coin mountains moved away from her. In her panic, she shouted, "Help! Protect me! That money!" Shin Yun-shu suddenly woke up with a start, covered in sweat. It was still before dawn. She was about to wipe her forehead when she heard a rustling sound. She immediately grabbed the axe beside her sleeping bag, her skin prickling with goosebumps. "Who's there?" "System. Turn on the lights." With a loud shout and a sudden burst of light, Shin Yun-shu quickly identified the culprit. He was squatting under a shelf, stuffing bread into his mouth, but his eyes were sharp like a wolf's, staring at Shin Yun-shu. In this strange atmosphere, one sat while the other crouched, silently staring at each other. First, repay debts. It's the right thing to do. Second, you have no money, so you can only sell yourself. Shin Yun-shu sat on a pile of packaging bags, quickly calculating with a pen and paper, then drafted a contract. "Sign here." The young man silently watched Shin Yun-shu finish everything, then placed the paper with the big words, "Sell yourself contract," in front of him. "How about it? Can't write or no name? If you can't, you can just press your fingerprint." Outside, a sudden heavy rain started, pounding on the windows with a frightening sound, like the oppressive feeling Shin Yun-shu felt at the moment. Even in such a situation, the young man remained calm, just lifting his head and looking at her without any emotion. Shin Yun-shu was stunned for a moment, because his eyes didn't look like those of a living person, but more like someone on the verge of death, completely without vitality. "You know, huh?" Shin Yun-shu couldn't believe her ears at first, until she saw the young man's mouth slightly open and he uttered that word again, which made her furious. "No, huh?" Shin Yun-shu forced a smile through her anger. "Do you think I really gave you a choice?" Suddenly, a loud thunderclap sounded outside. Shin Yun-shu's hand trembled, but at that moment, she noticed a sense of alertness on the young man's face, which was otherwise calm. He quickly glanced toward the door, then swiftly ran behind the shelves before Shin Yun-shu could react. "What's going on? Is he scared?" Before she could think further, there was a loud crash as the rolling shutter door was hit. In the next second, the door was suddenly pulled open, and rain mixed with strong wind blew into the supermarket. Oh no, she forgot to lock the door. Shin Yun-shu watched helplessly as a completely soaked young man entered first, then hurriedly called out to the back. "Here's a place to shelter from the rain. Come in quickly, boss." Following his call, a man stepped inside from outside. He was soaked, looking disheveled, carrying a heavily injured woman who was unconscious on his back.
Wow.
Shin Yun-shu was startled. Just as she was about to say something about who let her say her thoughts out loud, she saw the young man with the baby face looking at her with surprise.
Who
are you, huh? You broke into someone's home and still ask who I am?" Shin Yun-shu's sarcasm and hospitality instincts kicked in at the same time. She forced a stiff smile. "Welcome to Yunwan's supermarket. We have everything to eat and drink. May I ask what you need?" Oh no, she had turned into a part-time cashier at a university restaurant. Her smile froze even more, but the baby-faced man clearly didn't realize it. He directly looked past Shin Yun-shu and saw the items on the shelf behind her, his eyes brightening. "Boss, we have nutritional liquids here. Quickly put Ayao down and save Ayao." The man called the boss's eyes also lit up, but he was more rational. He stopped the young man with the baby face from grabbing the nutritional liquid directly. Xiaoyan, don't move first. Then he looked at Shen Yunshu and asked, if I heard correctly just now, is this your supermarket? Sun Yunshu looked at the determined man in front of her and nodded. Yes. The man's face immediately became more serious and observant. He had never seen a supermarket outside the base, and not to mention the extremely harsh environment and lack of resources outside, even basic safety couldn't be guaranteed. He clearly remembered that there had never been such a supermarket here before, especially one that looked so well decorated. The girl in front of him was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the price was probably beyond what they could afford. The girl with the baby face seemed to realize this too. She hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, so, how much for the nutrient solution? She looked at her team leader while asking, both sharing the same serious expression. Sun Yunshu smiled faintly and spoke slowly. 40. Song Yan's heart jumped to his throat. 40 what? Purple coins. Suddenly, the girl with the baby face lost her balance and bumped into a shelf. She quickly recovered and excitedly looked at her boss. Boss, a Yao is saved. Sun Yunshu stood nearby, pleased with their reaction. The nutrient solution at 40 purple coins per bottle was a rare price in the base. Even though nutrient solutions were the most common items in the post-apocalyptic world, and their prices were regulated by the government, the cheapest nutrient solution in the base still cost at least 50 per small bottle. But here it was only 40. The system shop's cost price for a bottle was 20 purple coins, and she was selling it at 40, making a profit of 20. It wasn't much, but Sun Yunshu was after the hype. The team leader was obviously surprised by the price, but he quickly calmed down. Are you sure it's 40 purple coins per bottle? Sun Yunshu looked at him, a constant gentle smile on her face. No deception. How many bottles do you have in total? 50 bottles. I'll take them all. Sun Yunshu's eyes lit up. She quickly took the card the man handed over. All right, what's your surname, boss? My surname is Zhou. Just call me Zhou Sun. Okay, Big Brother Zhou. Sun Yunshu swiped the card at the machine and 2,000 purple coins immediately appeared in the cash register. Sun Yunshu couldn't hide her smile anymore. She directly pushed a large box of nutrient solutions to Zhou Sun. They're all inside. You can count them. Zhou Sun didn't count. He opened the box, first drank a bottle himself, waited 2 seconds to make sure nothing was wrong, then took the nutrient solution and headed toward the girl, who was severely injured and unconscious. Sun Yunshu watched from behind, without stepping forward. Only after the dust settled on their side did Zhou Sun turn back again. This time, his face showed relief and gratitude. He tore off the shoulder badge from his sleeve, which had the words, Lion King, printed on it. I am the captain of the second team of the Lion King mercenary group. Thanks to you, my team members were saved. If you need help in the future, just take this badge to the Lion King mercenary group and find me. I will do whatever I can to help. Sun Yunshu didn't hesitate and took the badge directly. She had noticed it as soon as they entered because in the original story, the Lion King mercenary group was the top mercenary group in the entire base. But soon, they would be pushed down to second place by the protagonist's mercenary group. No need to thank me, Captain Zhou. As for helping, there's nothing much. Just promote this little supermarket more. That was her real goal. From the moment she saw the words, Lion King on their badges, she knew she was facing more than just these 4 people. If she could lower the prices, everyone in the Lion King mercenary group would be shocked. Even if she didn't make this request today, within a day, the highest leader of Lion King would find out. From then on, her goods would sell easily. Once one group knew, others would find out soon enough. The entire base would know. Her mountain of purple coins wouldn't be far away. Just as Sun Yunshu was about to drift into a sweet dream again, Zhou Sun interrupted her. That's for sure. Even if I don't promote it, Boss Shen's place will definitely become busy sooner or later. But then, she should pay more attention to safety. That hit Sun Yunshu's sore spot. She thought about expanding her supermarket and hiring more bodyguards. While she was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her. Wow, boss, come look. Is this water and bread? Song Yan almost doubted his own eyes. He had been so focused on the nutrient solution that he hadn't noticed the things beside it. Zhou Sun followed the voice and was equally shocked. After 10 years in the apocalypse, seeing these things felt like a lifetime ago. Song Yan immediately turned to Shen Yunshu and asked, "Boss Shen, how much are these?" "Bread is 80 each, water is 100 per bottle, and compressed biscuits are 30 each." These prices were incredibly fair, more than fair, in fact. The rarity of water and bread far exceeded these prices, but Shen Yunshu's main point was integrity. Sure enough, Song Yan's eyes lit up. After quickly exchanging glances with the captain, he said, "We'll take all of these." "All right then." Shen Yunshu immediately handed over the box and other items to them. The cashier quickly received 11,500 yuan. Both sides were happy with the deal. Before leaving, Song Yan excitedly shook Shen Yunshu's hand. "Boss Shen, I'm Song Yan. I've given you my contact info and my boss's. If there's any good stuff in the future, remember to let us know. If you need help, just call us anytime. Of course, of course." Shen Yunshu smiled so brightly that her eyes disappeared. She watched them leave slowly before finally relaxing her smile. Very few mercenaries come out at midnight to do missions. When the danger is doubled, only rare and very valuable items can attract them. According to the original story's timeline, if Shen Yunshu is right, the items they are fighting over are probably one of the key opportunities for the male lead's power change. The Lion King helped the male lead in this fight, but it also started the tragic love plot of the story. The old female supporting character was taken out, and a new, more evil female villain appeared, who was much stronger than her. The male lead grew stronger but lost the female lead because of the new villain's schemes. At this point, the female lead just met the future villain before he turned evil. It's a typical redemption story. Love turns to hatred and loyalties break. The villain quickly becomes more evil, turning into the strongest and most obsessive antagonist in the story. Shen Yunshu remembers how the story describes the villain. He no longer cares about life. Everyone except the female lead is just a damned ant in his eyes. He hates this world because it pushed him into despair step by step. Later, the villain's power becomes terrifying. Only the male and female leads working together can finally defeat him and save the world. But before that, his subordinates had already caused countless deaths. Shen Yunshu shivered, knowing it's very important to stay away from the main characters, and even more crucial to stay away from the villain. Once she made up her mind, Shen Yunshu pushed aside her thoughts and eagerly clicked on the sales section she had been dreaming of. This time, she sold a beginner gift pack which had no cost price. That means she earned a net profit of 12,500 yuan today. Shen Yunshu almost jumped up happily. She completed Task 3 perfectly, even earning more than twice the goal. Task 3 completed. Reward: a custom supermarket sign. The host can name it freely. Additionally, the host's balance has reached the conditions for upgrading the supermarket. Would you like to upgrade? Shen Yunshu looked at the options on the panel and decisively chose yes. With a flash, 5,000 purple coins were deducted from her balance. The money she had just earned disappeared in an instant. Before she could feel upset, she saw a sign-in icon light up on the virtual panel. Congratulations, the host has reached level 2 in the supermarket. Unlock the 7-day sign-in feature, for beginners only. 7-day sign-in? Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. Isn't this her favorite part of playing games? Without hesitation, she clicked to enter. Currently, she could only sign in for the first day. She couldn't see what the reward was, but that didn't matter. Free stuff is the best. Suddenly, a faint light flashed, and a silly yellow mascot costume appeared before her eyes. Shen Yunshu clenched her fists. Can someone tell her what this thing is good for? Most importantly, along with the mascot costume, a short description appeared below. A plain yellow duck mascot costume. But if you think it's useless, then you are the most useless of all. Shen Yunshu felt like she was being mocked. She examined the costume back and forth for a while, even imagining that it looked soft but was actually an invincible armor. An odd idea. In the end, she realized it was just an ordinary mascot costume. Feeling deceived, Shen Yunshu threw the costume aside. Outside, it was already daylight. She needed to stock up quickly. Water and bread were obvious choices. She ordered 50 of each, and 5,250 purple coins were deducted from her account, leaving her with 2,250. She hesitated for a moment but finally decided not to buy compressed biscuits. They didn't earn much, and were even cheaper than nutrient solution. In the apocalypse, things like water and bread weren't as rare as they seemed. Most importantly, she discovered different flavors of nutrient liquids. In the post-apocalyptic world, nutrient liquids mainly serve to quickly restore energy. Naturally, they weren't known for their taste. They weren't delicious, just very unpleasant. But in her shop, there were strawberry, mango, milk, and chocolate flavors. She immediately mixed herself a bottle of chocolate-flavored nutrient liquid to try the novelty. The smooth liquid slid down her throat, carrying a strong chocolate aroma. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up instantly. She already imagined the scene of this product being snapped up quickly.
Buy.
Must buy. Buy in large quantities. She bought 25 bottles of each flavor, totaling 100 bottles of nutrient liquid. Plus the one she just drank, she spent 2,020 purple coins in total. The account suddenly only had 225 purple coins left, as if returning to zero, and she was very poor. Shen Yunshu felt a bit upset, but thinking she could earn a lot once she sold something made her feel better. She opened all the windows. Today was a good day, sunny, bright, with no sand or dust, and only a few scattered zombies wandering around. She guessed that the supermarket must have some kind of self-protection system. No zombies came within 3 meters, so she confidently took out the custom sign she earned from completing her task. The custom sign was a light beige, cloud-shaped, with a ring of faint blue glowing crystals around it. The middle was empty, probably waiting for her to fill in the supermarket's name. Shen Yunshu was very happy with how the sign looked. Her name contained the character for cloud, and she was Yunshu, so her supermarket would be called Yunwan, meaning clouds rolling and drifting. Perfect. She exchanged a ladder in the mall, then carried the sign up and placed it on the ladder. Luckily, she was strong, and the sign was light, so she easily brought it up. While thinking about where to hang it, Shen Yunshu instinctively looked down and into the supermarket. Not looking wouldn't be a problem, but once she looked, she was startled. In the middle of the supermarket stood the young man she rescued yesterday, motionless, staring at her with a dull, lifeless gaze. She almost forgot there was still someone inside. Shen Yunshu was still shaken. This strange figure was quite scary. She simply waved and called out, "Clown, come here. Help me see if the spot is okay for hanging the sign." "Clown? Call me?" Yu Chen's brow moved slightly, as if he remembered something, and a shadow crossed his face. His palm twitched, and after a long moment, just before Shen Yunshu was about to lose patience and get angry, he silently nodded. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Here is fine." Shen Yunshu couldn't hear what he was saying, only saw him nod. She immediately decided to hang the sign there. When she later saw the position of the sign and how it didn't match the middle, she was speechless.
No, you.
Yu Chen looked at her silently. Shen Yunshu sighed, "Forget it." This person looked quite pitiful, probably had been through a lot, and was disfigured with a not-so-bright mind. "Here's what we'll do. You wear it and stand outside the supermarket," she said, putting a yellow duck plush headgear onto the clown. The young man immediately looked heavy and a bit silly, giving off a cute, clumsy vibe. Shen Yunshu stifled a laugh. "When people come, you go and attract their attention. Do you understand?" Before Yu Chen could react, everything suddenly went dark. The sudden darkness left him helpless, trembling as painful memories flooded his mind uncontrollably. His whole body shivered, and his arms tensed. Let him go out. A tiny flame slowly gathered in his palm, but before it could fully form, the darkness suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sweet taste at the corner of his mouth. It was fragrant and sweet, but not greasy. It was a flavor he had never tasted before. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Shen Yunshu looked at his innocent expression and smiled. "Is it sweet?" "Strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid. Tasty, Yu Chen's hand almost couldn't resist raising to pinch her delicate neck, but at that moment, he suddenly stopped. He looked up into her expectant eyes. He calmly lowered his gaze and shook his head. Not tasty. Shen Yunshu's smile froze instantly, her eyes full of disbelief. In the end, she shook her head. It seems your brain isn't the only thing wrong. Your taste buds might be off too. Before he could say anything more, she simply shoved the remaining nutritional liquid into his hands. Even if it's not tasty, you have to eat it. This is your meal for today. Put on the mascot suit and go stand guard. Yu Chen looked at his yellow palms in silence for a moment. Shen Yunshu secretly kept watch. Unexpectedly, he obediently put on the yellow duck costume and clumsily walked out. The back of the costume bore the names of 4 huge supermarkets, giving a naturally humorous feeling. Shen Yunshu felt a bit of pity in her heart for this silly kid. Beep! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, Evil Capitalist, reward, 2,000 purple coins. Shen Yunshu. Damn you! Before she could finish cursing, another long electronic mechanical voice sounded. Beep! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Mission of the Little Yellow Duck, successfully unlocking the supermarket's reputation points. Warm reminder, reputation points can increase the supermarket's prestige and attract more customers. The higher the reputation, the more naturally appealing the supermarket is to shoppers. It is said that supermarkets with top-tier reputation are irresistible to everyone, top shops that everyone dreams of stepping into. Shen Yunshu. Maybe it's just her illusion, but she feels like the system has become a bit more cheesy. But reputation points do sound quite interesting. Shen Yunshu opened the system panel. The newly appeared reputation points showed only 40, still mainly from the recently hung sign and the accidental pile of mascot costumes outside. It probably doesn't do much to attract customers, but it's better than nothing. Shen Yunshu pondered for a while about ways to increase her reputation points. There were mainly 2 methods. One was improving the store's decor, like the signs and interior design, making it more attractive and fancy to boost reputation. The other was more upscale, involving fame and good deeds, such as charity work, which could also raise reputation points. Shen Yunshu decided to temporarily ignore the second method. She immediately exchanged some points for a pretty but inexpensive wind chime and hung it by the door. When the automatic door opened, a pleasant chime sounded. Her reputation points increased by 5. Her eyes lit up. She was about to try something else when the wind chime suddenly rang again, catching her off guard. She instinctively looked toward the door. She saw an old man and a slightly younger middle-aged man entering one after the other, followed by a woman. The old man was wearing ragged clothes, with a water bottle hanging from his waist. As he entered, he was immediately attracted to the wind chime and looked at it with interest. His appearance and manner resembled that of a homeless person. The other 2 looked close and seemed like a couple. The man was about 30 or 40, with a stern, cautious look in his eyes, dressed in typical attire for someone on a special mission. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, well-dressed and carefully groomed. She was leaning affectionately against a man, speaking softly, with a look of disdain for the store. Shen Yunshu frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Despite that, out of professional courtesy, she stepped forward and greeted them. Welcome. Do you need any help? The woman in the couple saw her first, sneering slightly and sizing her up. Then she carried herself with a haughty attitude and said slowly, just looking around, "Don't follow us." She then turned to the man and changed her tone. "Come on, honey. Let's go in and look. This store looks run down. There probably isn't anything good." Shen Yunshu clenched her fists. Was this some high-end boutique? She had to follow behind, nodding and bowing. She rolled her eyes inwardly, but kept her temper. She looked at the old man, who clearly wasn't with the couple, and they were both looking at her now. For some reason, Shen Yunshu felt a strange sense of familiarity. Before she could recall the original story in detail, the old man suddenly spoke. "Did you open the shop?" Almost everyone who entered would ask this question. Shen Yunshu responded politely with a nod. The old man thought for a moment and asked, "Are you willing to sell this wind chime?" Shen Yunshu opened her eyes wide, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She was sure that this wind chime had no special features. For people in the end-of-the-world scenario, this item was practically useless, even likely to attract zombies. Yet, the old man immediately asked if she would sell it. What does this mean? It shows that the old man is wealthy. People really can't judge a book by its cover. Shan Yunshu was amazed inwardly, but kept a calm exterior. Of course I will sell it. How much? Shan Yunshu thought for a moment. 70 purple coins. This item was only somewhat rare in the end times, so naturally it wouldn't fetch a high price. The old man's eyes suddenly sparkled. Quick, quick, bring it down. Seeing the old man suddenly look like a child, Shan Yunshu almost wanted to laugh. Just as she was about to step forward to take it down, a loud exclamation came from behind. Husband, look. Strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid. Shan Yunshu turned around, and the old man followed her gaze. They saw a woman excitedly waving a pink tube of nutritional liquid at a man. But in the next second, the pink tube was suddenly knocked out by a burst of supernatural energy. A crisp sound rang out as it shattered on the ground. Along with the broken bottle of nutritional liquid, Shan Yunshu's heart also shattered. What are you doing? She instinctively shouted. She saw clearly that it was the woman's husband who had struck the bottle down. The woman screamed in fright and quickly curled into the man's arms. The man half-hugged her, looking at Shan Yunshu with a sinister gaze. What are you doing? Of course, I smashed your fake. Something that isn't even in the base suddenly appearing here and selling so cheaply. What else could it be but a fake? And you almost hurt my wife. What do you plan to compensate? Shan Yunshu was stunned. Was this person here to scam her? The woman responded quickly and immediately buried her face in the man's shoulder, crying as if she was very wronged. Seeing Shan Yunshu silent, the man's eyes flickered and became more aggressive. Selling fake nutritional liquid violates the base rules. If I report you to the base, whether your small shop can continue or not will be a problem, but I am generous and willing to give you another chance. I won't report you, but the man's eyes suddenly turned a bit lecherous. How you do it depends on you, huh? Shan Yunshu sneered inwardly. They were clearly trying to set her up. Such clumsy tactics made it obvious they were sure she would fall for it. The main reason is probably that the different flavors of nutritional drinks are too shocking and unusual. It can be said that this man is almost certain that her nutritional drink is fake. Even if not, in such a large store with only her as an ordinary person without any special abilities, he probably wouldn't dare to resist at all. But Shan Yunshu refuses to go along with his wishes. She quickly and calmly thinks through her options, then on the surface, she seamlessly puts on a look of panic. She nervously looks at the man and asks, What? What should I do? The man feels a tightness in his stomach from being looked at, and his mind races. His eyes become more lecherous. Are you really stupid or pretending to be? Let me have some fun, and maybe I'll consider letting you go. Shan Yunshu instinctively looks at the woman still snuggling in his arms. The woman shows no surprise at what her husband says, and instead looks at Shan Yunshu with disgust. People like this probably are the kind of men whose outside lovers don't think their husbands are wrong, and it's the women who seduce their husbands. Shan Yunshu feels a wave of disgust. It really seems like they are a perfect match. She loses patience and stops pretending to be weak. Her timid demeanor instantly disappears, replaced by sharpness. She sarcastically looks at the man and says, You? A man who can't afford it and calls it fake? Trash like you only deserve to be with trash. You. Go spend your money on treatment for your stuttering and venereal disease. Our store doesn't accept poor fools who can't pay. Now pay for the nutritional drinks you broke, and then get lost. Shan Yunshu narrows her eyes, fully unleashing her attack. She easily exposes this man's weakness, fragile and easy to break. It looks like he's about to lose his composure. His face darkens like a pot bottom. He grits his teeth and says, If you refuse the toast, you'll have to accept the penalty. In that moment, Shan Yunshu clenches her system's storage box and prepares to take out her golden pointing axe. Just as she's about to draw it, a loud, earth-shaking sound suddenly shatters the tense atmosphere. Shan Yunshu pauses, realizing that the old man behind her has long since disappeared. Somehow, he slipped behind the couple and started pouring various flavors of nutritional drinks into his mouth. One bottle after another, he loudly exclaims, "Delicious! Damn, it's really good." Watching the empty bottles of nutritional drinks, Shin Yunshu's mood begins to collapse. Ugh, how can there be people who just drink without paying? Where do these strange people come from? Seeing bottles of nutritional liquid quickly disappear before her eyes, Shin Yunshu felt like she had a big hole in her heart, and her purple coins were flowing out rapidly. Just as she couldn't hold back and was about to speak, the old man finished the last bottle of chocolate nutritional liquid with a hearty smile and said casually, "Don't worry, girl.
I'll pay."
I'm not the kind of poor old man who can't afford to buy things and then falsely claim they're fake." Shin Yunshu was surprised for a moment, then saw the man's dark face, and suddenly felt a bit pleased. This old man was kind and worth dealing with. "What do you mean?" the man said, his arm tense with veins bulging, as if ready to confront the old man. But the old man just smiled nonchalantly, patting the man's shoulder slowly twice. "Young people, while you're young, walk the right path. Don't go astray." Shin Yunshu remained cautious, tightly gripping her axe, afraid that the man might suddenly turn aggressive toward the old man. He had spoken up for her, so she couldn't just ignore it. Unexpectedly, the man's hand clenched tightly, trembling with anger, but he never swung a punch. The woman behind him also held onto his clothes tightly, as if afraid he might act impulsively. This old man was quite something. Shin Yunshu raised her eyebrows, feeling more familiar with him. Just as her mind was tangled and couldn't find a clear thread, the old man waved a bottle of empty nutritional liquid back and forth in front of her eyes. "Girl, how much for this bottle?" Shin Yunshu snapped back to reality and answered instinctively, 60 purple coins per bottle. Because of its special flavor, she slightly increased the price, thinking that the grandfather who drank the nutritional liquid as a beverage wouldn't mind a small increase. Sure enough, the old man jumped up again. "So cheap. Give me 10 bottles of chocolate flavor and 5 bottles each of the other flavors." "So many?" Shin Yunshu was a bit surprised, examining the only cloth bag the old man carried, wondering if it could hold all of them. The old man seemed to have the same thought and looked at his cloth bag in contemplation. Finally, he stomped his foot, reluctantly giving up some.
"Fine.
No more strawberry flavor. Just chocolate. Total of 15 bottles of chocolate." Shin Yunshu. Okay. She bypassed the couple and went directly to the shelves to pick the items. The old man had just finished 3 bottles of chocolate flavor, 2 of mango flavor, and 1 of milk flavor. Adding what he just ordered, the total was 1860 purple coins. Shin Yunshu decided to give him a small discount. She packed the items carefully and handed them to the old man. "Total is 1,800 purple coins. Here you go." The old man happily took the item and casually stuffed the packaged nutritional fluid into his waist bag. "All right. Thank you, girl. No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you." Shin Yunshu sincerely expressed her gratitude to the old man. Meanwhile, the person they ignored couldn't take it anymore. Pan Tong stared fixedly at the two figures. His supernatural power was uncontrollably leaking out. If the woman behind him hadn't been holding his arm and softly calling him husband, he would have lost control and punched them. He, a member of the Black Eagle mercenary group, felt so frustrated to be here. The old man's strength was truly deep and unpredictable. Just that shallow touch on his shoulder earlier was enough to shock him. He guessed the old man was at least a level 5 supernatural being, while he himself was only level 3. Pan Tong's sharp eyes flicked toward the woman who was smiling happily. That ungrateful, rude girl dared to speak to the old man like that after climbing up. The supermarket probably got her in some shady way. Damn girl, I'll make you regret it later. Pan Tong's eyes turned as if he had thought of something. He slowly revealed a very sinister smile and stepped forward. I also want a bottle of nutritional fluid. Shin Yunshu turned her confused gaze to the man who was smiling so disgustingly. Covering her nose, she instinctively took a step back. Please pay for the damage on the ground first. The man's smile froze. The old man immediately pounded on the table and burst out laughing. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Shen Yunshu's eyes. She hadn't forgotten that there were also a couple of troublemakers over there. Now, suddenly stepping forward, she wondered what kind of scheme they were planning. Although the man's smile was stiff, he remained calm, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. 60 purple coins? Just doing basic tasks daily earned him more than that. After all, she was a woman, and she dared to set the price so high. He threw out a card. It was a special card for citizens of the base to store purple coins, similar to a modern bank card. Ordinary people didn't have enough funds to use this card. Being able to use it meant the person was at least somewhat wealthy. Gently tapping the card with his fair fingers, a dark glint flashed in Shen Yunshu's eyes. She looked up at the man. Sorry, damaging store property requires 10 times compensation. You're extorting me, you wicked girl. Before the man could react, the woman behind him exploded in anger. Her bright lips moved wildly, occasionally spitting out saliva. Shen Yunshu frowned and instinctively took another step back. If you can't pay, there's no need to get so worked up. I might consider giving you a discount. Who can't pay? Even if I throw money to a beggar on the street, I won't give it to you, you worthless person. Seeing this woman about to lose her temper again, Pan Tong's eyebrows furrowed so tightly they seemed capable of killing a mosquito. His veins bulged on his arm as he directly slapped the woman. Be quiet. The woman was slapped to the ground instantly, her mouth opening in shock. Shen Yunshu was also stunned. What a family drama scene. Pan Tong's face was dark as he slammed the card back onto Shen Yunshu's hand with a loud sound. Use it, swipe it. The remaining nutrient solution over there, also swipe it all. She put the card away. Shen Yunshu nonchalantly played with the card, her hair falling lazily over her face, giving off a relaxed vibe. Sorry, I don't sell. Ignoring the blank, dazed expression on the man's face, Shen Yunshu quickly swiped the card and received 600 purple coins. The old man was already laughing happily beside them, like a spectator watching a show, clapping and saying, Good, she's not selling good. But in the next second, the old man's smile suddenly disappeared. A thick vine shot up instantly onto his thin arm. Be careful, girl. At the moment Shen Yunshu turned her head to swipe her card, a sharp, dangerous intuition pierced her mind like a needle, sending chills down her spine and causing her hair to stand on end. Before she could think, Shen Yunshu loudly shouted inwardly, System. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. An icy spear, emanating coldness, shot straight toward the back of Shen Yunshu's neck. The old man's vine was suspended in the air. There was no time left. Pan Tong withdrew his trembling hand, finally showing a triumphant smile. His sinister eyes took on a strange color. No one would have guessed that, on the surface, he was a water element ability user, but in reality, he possessed a quarter of a mutated ice element ability. Under his hard as iron ice spear, no one could survive. His ultimate move, usable only once a day, was now used up. Serves you right, you worthless woman. In his mind, he had already pictured the scene of the woman's head exploding like a watermelon, but the imagined scene did not happen. Instead, an even more incredible scene suddenly erupted before his eyes. A huge, yellow duck head with a protruding beak appeared just 3 centimeters in front of him, as if teleporting. The comical duck suddenly stretched out its neck, and an unknown, immense force collided with the ice spear. The space seemed to distort at that moment. The ice spear was stopped alive less than a meter from Shen Yunshu. Ripple-like waves radiated outward from the spear's center. In the next second, the ice spear shattered into powder. Pan Tong's eyes widened, bloodshot veins like snakes quickly crawling over the whites of his eyes. Impossible, impossible. With a muffled sound, Pan Tong, overwhelmed, took a step back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But before he could recover, the duck suddenly lunged straight at his face and tightly grabbed his neck. The soft, plush feel and the suffocating grip made Pan Tong's eyes bulge. It was as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, and his mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. Everything happened too fast for anyone to react until the woman pounced and clung tightly to the man's arm, screaming, Husband. Let go of my husband. Please, let go. The woman had clearly lost her reason. Shin Yunshu was also stunned, her eyes wide with shock at the conflicting scene before her. At this moment, the usually adorable duck had lost all its cuteness. Shin Yunshu could even imagine the dark, scarred face beneath the duck. The 45 points of reputation she had carefully built up were now quickly dropping by half. Shin Yunshu realized that reputation points change in real time, influenced by everyone's opinions. Without thinking much, she instinctively grabbed the hand of the clown-like creature that was reaching out to her. Let go. The clumsy ducks had turned to look at her. Then, without hesitation, it released its grip. Pan Tong fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently. The woman beside him, tears streaming down her face, comforted him. At that moment, Shin Yunshu felt very clear. He wasn't listening to her. In his eyes, life and death seemed meaningless. But still, she had saved him. Thank you. The little yellow duck remained still, as if it hadn't heard her at all. After expressing her thanks, Shin Yunshu didn't think much further. At the same moment, a mechanical system voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations, the host has achieved the Life on the Line achievement and received a reward of 5,000 purple coins. Shin Yunshu blinked, surprised that she had somehow benefited from the situation. But she suspected that the person she saved wasn't an ordinary person, and even faster than the system, despite being injured. She turned her head to look at him, wanting to observe something, but instead, her eyes met a pair of black, bean-like eyes. Forget it. Life and death are fate. Wealth and honor are in the heavens. She only had one dream, to be a salted fish. Knowing too much wouldn't do her any good anyway. The old man who witnessed everything seemed to be pondering, but soon his brow relaxed, as if he wasn't eager to find a clear answer. He watched the chaos unfold, picked up his worn bag and muttered, "Interesting. Old man me has something to write again." Then he gracefully waved at Shin Yunshu, saying, "I'm leaving first. Girl, see you if fate allows." Before Shin Yunshu could say goodbye, the old man hurriedly dashed out as if someone was chasing him from behind. Yuchen still stood in place, wearing his clown costume, not moving. Pan Tong, however, was completely overwhelmed. He retreated in fear, but still tried to act tough. Do you know who I am? I am from the Black Eagle mercenary group. You hit me today, and your broken shop won't open anymore. Not only that, but you won't be able to step into the entire base in the future. This ugly man just wouldn't stop. Shin Yunshu's mind was filled with thoughts of the incredible fighting power shown by the clowns and weirdos, so she had no time to pay attention to him. She was about to command the system to kick him out when suddenly, a crisp ringing sound came. Someone entered the supermarket. I didn't know when Hwyong Base became exclusive to the Black Eagle mercenary group, someone said. Maybe it's just a dream, another voice replied.
Huh?
Someone I know. Shin Yunshu turned her head and saw it was the people from the Lion King mercenary group last night. Song Yen, wearing a hat and with a bright smile, greeted Shin Yunshu. Boss Shin. Zhou Sun stood nearby, smiled slightly, nodded at Shin Yunshu, and simply said hello, Boss Shin. Shin Yunshu responded with a small smile. It seems like something's wrong here, Song Yen said curiously, looking inside until he saw the person trying to retreat and hide their face from everyone. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Isn't that Pan Tong from the Black Eagle mercenary group? How did he end up like this after being beaten? A flicker of annoyance and shame crossed Pan Tong's face, but he didn't dare speak again. Song Yen sneered inwardly. From what they had just heard, he already knew what had happened. The Black Eagle mercenary group was known for its hooligan behavior, and now they had turned their attention to Boss Shin. Stupid fool. Seizing the moment, Song Yen immediately started flattering Shin Yunshu. Boss Shin, do you need us to help you handle this? Zhou Sun rarely stopped Song Yan's impulsive behavior, but looked at Shin Yunshu with the same inquiry. Shin Yunshu shook her head. No need. This kind of trash. She was too lazy to waste words on him again. In her mind, she called out to the system. The next moment, the man and woman were directly teleported outside the supermarket. But that wasn't the end. After being teleported outside, an invisible force pushed them 3 meters away, causing both of them to fall flat on the ground. Song Yan's mouth was wide open, and Jo Sun's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Clearly, they both thought it was Shen Yunshu's special ability. Only a very rare space-type power could do something like this. Shen Yunshu also felt a slight surprise. This was the supermarket's automatic defense system given by the system. It could only be used 3 times in total. To activate this feature later, she would need a lot of purple coins. Today, she decided to test this function. She didn't expect the results to be much better than she imagined. She had to turn it on. She couldn't let such trash keep entering her supermarket, and her strength was limited. After thinking for a while, Shen Yunshu withdrew her thoughts and looked at the 2 members of the Lion King mercenary group. They came so hurriedly, so she guessed they had an important matter. Jo Sun understood her meaning perfectly. He smiled faintly, a glint in his eyes. Indeed, we have an important matter to discuss with you, Boss Shen. Of course, no problem. Shen Yunshu leaned on the counter, already smiling happily inside. She roughly guessed what the Lion King mercenary group wanted to discuss with her, but she didn't expect it to be even better than she imagined. The leader of the Lion King mercenary group was indeed shocked by her various material prices. After confirming the supplies were fine, he immediately sent Jo Sun to negotiate further. The leader of Lion King was a brave person. He immediately decided to take all the goods from Shen Yunshu and planned to switch to continuous supply from her supermarket. A large mercenary group usually has at least 100 members, and Lion King has 378 people. Making this deal with her meant she would have a huge monthly income. This was only based on a few items in her supermarket. Currently, their main trade was for nutritional liquids, water, and bread, with nutritional liquids being the main product. When they heard there were other flavors of nutritional liquids, Jo Sun hesitated slightly. Shen Yunshu decisively opened a bottle of each flavor for them to try. Song Yan drank it and immediately felt elated. He then hugged the team leader's leg, insisting he be included in the supply list. Jo Sun also acted quickly, each taking 50 bottles. As the supply list was nearly finalized and the sun was already setting in the west, Shen Yunshu solemnly signed the trading contract. Jo Sun, holding the contract, smiled with relief. Then, let's have a successful cooperation, Boss Shen. Looking forward to working together. That day, Jo Sun took away 400 bottles of nutritional liquid, including 200 bottles of different flavors, 200 bottles of water, and 100 loaves of bread. Shen Yunshu hurried to the system mall to restock to meet the supply needs. Before leaving, Song Yan rolled down the car window and shouted to Shen Yunshu, "Boss Shen, remember to tell us when new stock arrives. The supply list can be updated anytime. We're leaving now, goodbye, goodbye." Shen Yunshu happily saw her benefactor off, then cheerfully counted her money back at the supermarket. This cooperation not only earned her money, but also unexpectedly helped her complete a hidden task, establishing a long-term partnership. The system rewarded her with 5,000 purple coins. She opened the transparent system panel, and the top right corner showed a sales total of 52,695. Shen Yunshu counted it several times to be sure. Such a quick fortune. After deducting the cost price, her pure profit reached 26,695. Adding the achievements and tasks completed just now, she earned a total of 36,695 purple coins today. Her first thought was that the supermarket could now be upgraded. She could stock more goods. Currently, the supermarket was only level 2. Upgrading cost her 5,000 purple coins initially, and each subsequent upgrade required an additional 5,000, meaning reaching level 3 would cost 10,000 purple coins. Without hesitation, Shen Yunshu upgraded immediately. As she spent 10,000 purple coins happily, a faint white light illuminated inside the supermarket. On the wall near the door, a row of narrow, legless wooden tables appeared, similar to dining tables in convenience stores. This addition was like a treasure in an almost empty supermarket. Additionally, the middle of that wall gradually became transparent, forming a square-shaped glass panel. The view through the glass could be adjusted freely by Shen Yunshu, either single-sided or double-sided. When set to single-sided, outsiders couldn't see inside, but she could easily see outside from inside. The appearance of this glass made the entire supermarket more open and upscale. Her reputation value also increased, returning to a higher level. Not only that, it increased by 30 points, reaching 75. Sun Yinshu was very satisfied, but she knew these were just external improvements. She carefully checked the system panel for changes. There was nothing new on the panel, but a red that appeared on the system mall. She couldn't wait to open it. Inside, besides basic food supplies, she unlocked a new area, the medical zone. The medical zone contains various common first aid medicines. Each medicine is labeled with the illnesses it treats, which is very friendly for someone like Sun Yinshu, who has no medical knowledge. Normally, someone without a medical license like her shouldn't sell medicine, but in the end of the world, no one cares. And in this bleak world, medicine is the most scarce resource. In this poor place, even a small infection can be deadly. Sun Yinshu felt a bit excited. During her recent talk with the Lion King, they revealed that besides basic food, their biggest need was medical supplies. Maybe tomorrow she could negotiate with them again and add new items to the supply list. She decided to visit the base tomorrow. She had been here for a while, but never entered the base. According to the original owner's memories, the base was quite a busy place. There were various mercenary groups and many vendors and traders. The main goal was to discuss cooperation with the Lion King mercenary group. But Sun Yinshu had her own reasons. She wanted to explore the current market. After making her plans for tomorrow, it was almost dark. The first day of opening her shop was quite intense. Sun Yinshu closed the door and started stocking up. The food remained the same: nutrient liquids, water, and bread. She bought 50 bottles of regular flavor nutrient liquid, 25 bottles of each special flavor, 80 bottles of water, and 80 loaves of bread. All this cost only 12,000, and Sun Yinshu wanted to save more money for medical supplies. She thought for a moment. For now, she would skip internal medicines and focus on external ones. With a calm face, she quickly clicked on the system panel. Gauze, 20 packs, each with 2 rolls. Alcohol, 20 bottles. Iodine solution, 20 bottles. Medical kits, 10 boxes, each containing 1 pack of gauze, 20 cotton swabs, 1 bottle of alcohol, 2 tourniquets, and 1 pack of triangular bandages. All this cost her a total of 30,280. Sun Yinshu stopped just in time, leaving some money for tomorrow's base visit. The items she bought could now barely fill 2 shelves. She looked at her work with satisfaction. Though a bit tired, she was very pleased. She took a sip of water, relaxed, and looked at the empty counter. Suddenly, she remembered she might have forgotten something. In the dim room, Yu Chen was still sitting in the corner, wearing a loose, playful costume, leaning against the wall. His eyes were closed, eyebrows slightly furrowed, and his hand, resting nearby, trembled gently. His strength has been greatly weakened, so now he can barely handle these small minions. Huayong base. Yu Chen's lips move slightly, and his words come out as a breathy sound. A heavy sense of anger begins to appear between his brows. Damn it, all of them deserve it. Hatred grows in the darkness. In Yu Chen's mind, many fragments appear: pain, suffering worse than death. Bang! Clown. Sun Yinshu pushes open the door behind a small room in the supermarket. Yu Chen suddenly pulls himself out of painful memories. The anger in his eyes and brows hasn't fully gone, and he frowns as he looks at the woman standing at the door. Sun Yinshu senses that the clown might be in a bad mood. She lets out a soft sound, thinks for a moment, then quickly relaxes her brow and suddenly understands. Is it appearance anxiety? Yu Chen's expression instantly turns confused and stunned. The next day, Sun Yinshu wakes up very early. Strange enough, before crossing over, she definitely couldn't wake up before 11 or 12, but after crossing over, she hasn't slept in late once. Every morning at 6 or 7, she wakes up naturally, without even needing an alarm. Most importantly, she feels like she's already had enough sleep. Shun Yunshu stretches comfortably and glances into the storage room. Clown is sitting against the wall, with his eyes closed. It's hard to tell if he's asleep or not. If she remembers correctly, he was in this position last night. Could he have been sleeping like that all night without moving? A strange feeling arises in Shun Yunshu's mind. After yesterday's event, Clown no longer seems like a simple-minded child to her. If it weren't for the fact that it's not yet time for any important characters to appear, she even suspects she might have picked up someone very important. But Shin Yunshu suddenly recalls last night. She kindly went to check on the lonely child's mental state, only to be met with silence. Thinking of this, her hand itches again. No matter how important the character is, she's still her employee now. In the world, where does the boss go to coax employees? And where does an employee wake up later than the boss? Shun Yunshu takes a deep breath, slightly raises her finger, points at Yu-chun with closed eyes, and silently opens her mouth. You won't get your salary. After saying that, she carefully, gently closes the door and goes to open the supermarket. Today's weather is cloudy, with thick dark clouds covering the sky, making the sun invisible. But luckily it's not raining or windy, so it's a good day for going out. Shun Yunshu carefully washed her hands and then sincerely bowed to the air, muttering, "A new day, good luck, a car." The system panel emitted a gentle glow. Shun Yunshu solemnly clicked the check-in button. A flash of white light appeared, and faintly, Shun Yunshu seemed to see the outline of a car forming. Her eyes widened uncontrollably. No way, no way. Is her long-time unlucky streak finally ending? When the white light faded, a cool blue tricycle quietly appeared in front of Shun Yunshu. Not my handsome off-road vehicle? Shun Yunshu felt a bit overwhelmed. This thing can't block wind or rain. It's slow, and its only advantage might be its large capacity for carrying things. But in the end-of-the-world scenario, that advantage isn't very useful unless someone has a lot of money and is willing to risk their life to display supplies openly. She forced herself to resist the urge to curse the system. Well, having a car is better than having none. She quickly modified the vehicle at the lowest cost, adding a rain cover on the driver's seat. Since she had no money to cover the back, she just threw a large rain tarp over it. During the modifications, Shun Yunshu had a burst of inspiration. She exchanged some supermarket posters and large banners with promotional slogans from the system mall and pasted them on the sides and back of the vehicle. She transformed an ordinary tricycle into an advertising vehicle. Shun Yunshu was very pleased with her work, even feeling a bit less annoyed by the tricycle. So, when the clown-like figure came out of the storage room and looked at her with suspicion, Shun Yunshu was puzzled. Get in the car. Today, we're going to the base. Yu Chen's eyes flickered with a subtle hint of dislike, but he still got into the vehicle without showing it. Shun Yunshu felt relieved. Instead of closing the supermarket immediately, she activated the unmanned supermarket mode in the system, which cost her 3,000 purple coins for the day. It hurt her to spend so much, but she couldn't save the money. The unmanned supermarket system included automatic checkout, automatic greeting, and even automatic eviction of troublemakers. Anyone trying to damage the supermarket or refusing to pay would be driven out by the system's automatic defenses. Additionally, she could monitor everything inside the supermarket with 360-degree surveillance at all times. Overall, she felt very secure. Shun Yunshu felt relieved and rode off on the tricycle. Although she only had a C license, riding a tricycle was not very difficult. With a little practice, she could manage to ride it on the road, stumbling along. The tricycle was slow, but luckily, her base was not far away. However, Shun Yunshu soon realized she had been too optimistic. As soon as she left the supermarket within 10 meters, she was hit by a sticky, foul smell of blood. Various severed limbs appeared on the roadside, and even under the vehicle. Every time she ran over something, her heart skipped a beat. This was the first time in many days of the apocalypse that she truly felt how harsh the world had become. What was even more surprising was that no one had told her how loud the engine of the tricycle would be. When it started, the whole ground seemed to shake with it. The noise was so loud that she could barely hear herself speak, and the zombies within 10 miles were attracted by the sound. "Clown, take this axe and chop the zombies," Shin Yunshu shouted loudly, tossing her golden-pointed axe behind her. Yuchun caught the axe and turned around, saying, "My name is Yuchun. What? Are you feeling a bit tired? Weren't you only eating a piece of bread this morning? How come you're tired?" Yuchun was silent. He raised the axe and transformed into a cold warrior, fiercely chopping several zombies trying to climb up. The golden-pointed axe only produces purple coins when used by its owner. To others, it looks like an ordinary axe, but it still secretly collects purple coins, slipping quietly into Shun Yunshu's wallet. She heard the sound of purple coins dropping continuously in her mind. The more she drove, the more excited she became. She pushed the accelerator to the floor, and just before crashing into a pile of zombies ahead, she suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply, causing the tricycle to drift. Yuchun almost lost his balance and was nearly thrown off. "Hold on tight," Shin Yunshu shouted, turning the wheel again. Yuchun grabbed the handlebar, a rare look of excitement appearing in his eyes. With a loud bang, flames burst from his hand holding the axe, engulfing the entire axe. He swung his hand, and a crescent-shaped flame shot out, illuminating a semicircle around the tricycle. Countless zombies were instantly surrounded by the fire. At the same time, the blade of the axe, after being washed by the flames, flashed with a red light. The axe became transparent and sharp, as if washed with water. A beep sounded in Shun Yunshu's mind. "Congratulations, host, on unlocking the fire attribute of the corpse-to-gold axe, with an attack power increase of 10. Each time you use it, a flame bonus will be added." Hearing this voice, Shun Yunshu finally recovered from the shock of her recent powerful strike. She accidentally unlocked the attribute of the corpse-to-gold axe. No wonder she considered it her lucky charm. "Well done!" Shun Yunshu couldn't help but shout. The base gate was now very close. Shun Yunshu straightened her back and focused ahead, ready for the final sprint. But the person behind suddenly moved closer. Amid the deafening roar, his hoarse voice reached Shin Yunshu's ears clearly. "So, can I get my salary back now? So, can I get my salary back now?" Shin Yunshu immediately sat upright, feeling a strange sense of guilt. She wondered, "Did you hear that?" Before she finished speaking, a warning shout suddenly exploded near her ear. Shun Yunshu snapped back to her senses and realized there was another barrier in front of the base gate. This barrier was black and blended almost completely with the black gate behind it. Her accelerator was already at the lowest setting, leaving her with almost no way to avoid it. Even though Yuchun reached out to turn the steering wheel, it didn't stop the tricycle from crashing loudly into the barrier. The protective bar made of special black material was knocked off and nearly hit the base soldier standing behind, who had been waving a flag for a long time. "Stop. Don't move. What's going on? How dare you hit the barrier? Is that a tricycle?" Shin Yunshu was dazed from the impact, almost hitting her head on the front of the vehicle, which could have been fatal. Fortunately, the clown-like figure behind her grabbed her clothes just in time. She was now a bit short of breath. "Let go." Yuchun withdrew his hand, and Shun Yunshu finally caught her breath. Her vision blurred with black and white, but she could vaguely see that they were surrounded by soldiers in uniform, all holding guns and watching them carefully. Shun Yunshu was somewhat relieved that she had done a simple disguise before leaving, using an old cloth to cover half her face, so she wouldn't feel too embarrassed now. She raised her hands to show she was unarmed and was about to explain something when the leader suddenly stepped forward and shouted loudly at them. "Take off the cloth from your face, hands up, don't move." Shun Yunshu opened her mouth to say something but was interrupted again. "Don't speak either, stand still, you are so—" Shin Yunshu couldn't help but curse. The leader suddenly rushed forward and tried to tear off their masks. Shin Yunshu hurriedly stepped back and saw a strong, pale hand quickly grab the one trying to reveal their disguise, then forcefully pull it away. The leader's face turned bright red in an instant. Shin Yunshu watched helplessly as he held his breath but finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. The people around looked shocked and instinctively reached for their guns, but they hesitated, afraid of accidentally harming their leader. Sun Yun-soo even saw someone start making a phone call, though she didn't know who they were calling, but it was definitely not good for them. Near the base gate, there was a small side entrance where people and vehicles used to come and go, but now everything had stopped. All eyes on the scene, Sun Yun-soo faintly heard voices discussing. Yunwon's supermarket. You can't buy happiness or be fooled, but can you buy happiness for yourself? Once, there was a nutritional drink costing 40 purple coins per bottle in front of me. I didn't cherish it, and only after losing it did I regret it deeply. Really? There really was a nutritional drink costing 40 purple coins a bottle? Where? Where? Let me see. Sun Yun-soo. Although the advertising had worked, this was not the scene she wanted. Seeing the situation getting a bit out of control, Sun Yun-soo quickly grabbed Yu Chen's hand. Don't be so impulsive, slow down, slow down. They might be trying to set us up. The leader. I'm turning purple, can't you see? But no one paid attention to him now. When Sun Yun-soo touched Yu Chen's hand, she was startled. She thought the clown-like figure would be angry, but his wrist was icy cold, and she noticed slight trembling. This was not just anger. It seemed to carry nervousness or even fear. Sun Yun-soo looked back at him, but he was wearing a mask when he came out, so she couldn't see anything now. She frowned slightly, applying a bit more force, but the clown-like figure didn't move at all, as if caught in some whirlpool, unable to escape. He kept howling like a pig being slaughtered, but the clown-like figure didn't loosen up. In fact, he used more strength. Sun Yun-soo was at a loss and decided not to persuade him anymore. She crossed her arms and stood to the side. Fine, keep pulling. If you break it, you pay. Oh, if you go in, no one will help you. Yu Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly loosened his grip and threw the leader backward, taking a few steps back. Sun Yun-soo clearly heard his slightly hurried breathing. She quietly took 2 steps forward, blocking him behind her. She was about to say a few words to explain, but at the very moment the leader was pushed aside, he immediately drew his gun and aimed it at her. His face was grim, as if it could drip water. Trespassing the base and attempting to harm the base soldiers, according to the law. Neutralize. Almost at the same time, Sun Yun-soo heard the sound of countless triggers being pulled from all directions. Her heart tightened. Wait a moment. Hold on. 2 voices spoke simultaneously. Sun Yun-soo looked up in surprise, just in time to see a dark figure rushing toward her at high speed. He ran while shouting, Captain Liu, wait. Don't hurt anyone. The man called Captain Liu paused upon hearing the voice, raised his hand to signal others to stop. Sun Yun-soo's heart finally eased a little. She saw the newcomer, Song Yen from the Lion King team. He was sweating heavily, dressed in a black combat suit. As he approached, Sun Yun-soo could smell a strong scent of blood. He patted the shoulder of the leader, said something she couldn't hear, and the leader's eyes flickered with suspicion. Finally, he looked reluctantly at Sun Yun-soo, then waved his hand and led his team away. The crisis was quietly resolved. Sun Yun-soo rubbed her wrist, understanding the reason behind it. The mercenary group was the second strongest force in the base after the base army. Some large mercenary groups were even stronger than certain fringe base armies. When the base was in danger, besides the base army, it was these mercenary groups that responded. The government had to be cautious around them, not to mention the guards of the base army. They probably found a suitable excuse to cover for them. But, how did you recognize me? Sun Yun-soo asked Song Yen sincerely. Huh? Is it really that hard to recognize? Song Yen looked confused. Even if his whole face was covered, a person's aura is hard to hide, especially since Sun Yun-soo only covered half her face. Moreover, the boss's aura is very unique, carrying a sense of despair not belonging to the end of the world, yet always filled with hope and sunshine. Her eyes always seemed to be smiling. Of course, Song Yen found it awkward to say these words out loud. Seeing Song Yan's puzzled expression, Sun Yun-soo realized her disguise was pointless. She felt a bit annoyed but was also grateful to Song Yen. Without him, they wouldn't know how long they would have to wait here. Sun Yun-soo looked outside and saw their black off-road vehicle. Did you just return from a mission? The bloodstain on Song Yen was very strong, which made Sun Yun-soo feel confused. She was about to ask what had happened. Song Yen suddenly patted his head and said, "Oh no, I almost forgot. The team leader is injured and still in the car." He turned to run but then seemed to remember something and hurriedly turned back, anxiously asking Shin Yun-shu, "Boss Shin, do you have time now? Can you come with us to the Lion King?" By accident, Shin Yun-shu followed the Lion King into the base and realized how big Hwyong base really was. Even after 10 minutes of driving, she still couldn't see the end, and she felt very oppressed and crowded. The houses by the roadside were old-style apartment buildings, tightly packed together with no gaps. Outside each building, many clothes and colorful strips of fabric were hung, especially blue strips with a shining 7-pointed star at the end. Almost every household hung such a strip, like flags fluttering in the air. Counting them, each building housed at least hundreds of families, crisscrossing like an ant nest, densely packed. Below each building, there were many shops selling all kinds of things, even some offering services. "This is the outermost and most chaotic area of the base," a quiet voice explained nearby. Shin Yun-shu withdrew her gaze and nodded in the dark, whispering, "I see." So, as soon as her tricycle entered, it was like dropping a bomb into still water, causing many numb people to stare at them. Being surrounded by such hopeless, numb eyes was even more terrifying than being among zombies. Shin Yun-shu vaguely remembered that they moved onto this vehicle to enter the base quietly. Song Yen looked at her, and they exchanged glances under the rain cover, both silent. "Boss Shin, next time you want a vehicle, just tell us." But what exactly is going on? What happened? Shin Yun-shu never expected things to turn out like this before she entered. The driver of the tricycle had changed, and Song Yen and his team leader, Jo Sun, had moved from the original off-road vehicle to the back of the tricycle. She and the strange companions also squeezed into the back. The difference was, Jo Sun was lying down, while the three of them were crouching. A large rain covered them all in darkness. Song Yen was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "We were ambushed." Shin Yun-shu raised an eyebrow, finally recalling this part of the story. "There is competition among mercenary groups, especially among large ones. This affects the resources and status they can gain in the base. The Lion King mercenary group has been the most successful and largest since the base was established, but it was soon overtaken by the mercenary group founded by the male protagonist. It is said that before being pushed aside, the Lion King group suffered a major blow. Shin Yun-shu suspects this might be the turning point. The Winter Mercenary Group was only formed 3 months ago, but they already started trying to swallow smaller groups. Their leader is ruthless and decisive, using any means to seize resources and grow their strength. This allowed them to grow quickly, but they are definitely not on par with us." At this point, Song Yen looked a bit angry and unfair. But their leader is lucky. He not only gained the trust of the high-ups in the base, but also stole our longtime medical supplier. That old man was hard to deal with, and it took us months to win him over. Shin Yun-shu chuckled inwardly. After all, the male protagonist is the luckiest person in the world, with all the fate on his side. Wherever he goes, he encounters adventures. A single encounter or a few words can replace months or even years of others' efforts. "So, you guys were ambushed by winter this time?" Song Yan's expression darkened. "Our group and theirs had a conflict over rare resources once before." Shin Yun-shu remembered that stormy night when they barged into her supermarket. That might have been the first time they clashed. Later, there were more conflicts over internal base resources. "I dislike that kid, but the captain doesn't like fighting with others, especially in this end-of-the-world situation where humans should unite. So we kept run, but this time, Song Yen couldn't hold back and punched the carriage wall. We had accepted the mission first, but this kid somehow got wind of it. Just before we finished, he suddenly appeared with people, not only taking away the strange beast we fought hard to defeat, but also seriously injuring the captain. If the captain hadn't reacted quickly, we might have lost him entirely. Or worse." Even as he spoke, Song Yan's voice faltered, and his eyes reddened. It was hard to tell whether he was angry, scared, or both. Shin Yun-shu sat silently beside him. After a long pause, she finally spoke softly. "This isn't your fault. You are just unlucky, chosen to be the sacrificial pawn on the hero's path to success." Therefore, you are destined to fail at everything, make all the wrong choices, and become stepping stones for the hero. From the hero's point of view, he is simply dealing with someone who constantly opposes him, removing a small obstacle on his way to success. In the story, this is even considered a satisfying point. If she had not changed her fate, perhaps their situations would be the same now. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted Shen Yunshu's thoughts. Song Yan stuck his head out and shouted at the driver ahead, "Lao Ma, what's going on?" The man called Lao Ma looked serious. Before he could answer, he spat hard on the ground, quickly turned the steering wheel, and drove into a small alley. The huge inertia threw Song Yan back again, and he heard voices outside saying, "Don't come out, Xiao Song. Take care of Captain Zhou." Without time to react, Song Yan climbed to the back of the carriage and looked out through a gap. He saw motorcycles following behind, with people holding guns or hooks, throwing them at their vehicle. Are these Winter's people? Shen Yunshu grabbed a wild-looking person who seemed eager to attack and asked beside Song Yan. No, Shen Yunshu almost heard Song Yan grinding his teeth. It's Black Eagle. They want to betray us. Ouch. Shen Yunshu felt a toothache, as if she had been caught up in a mercenary group's conflict for no reason. Fortunately, the three-wheeled vehicle system provided by the system was quite powerful. With the driver's familiarity with the base, it could barely hold on, but given the current situation, being caught was only a matter of time. Song Yan, anxious, climbed beside their captain, stabilized Zhou Sun's body, and turned to look at Shen Yunshu. "Boss Shen, I messed up this time. I dragged you into this, but their target is us, not you. If danger comes, just run. Don't worry about us." Shen Yunshu crouched in a dark corner, not reacting much to these words, only staring at Zhou Sun's blood slowly spilling out due to the bumps. Song Yan tried to block the bleeding with his hand, tore off his clothes to cover the wound, but couldn't stop the bleeding. He was so anxious he almost cried. The pursuers behind were closing in, forcing the driver to turn left and right to avoid attacks. They couldn't reach the Lion King headquarters and were even getting farther away. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Sun would die on this road, dying on the path of opposing the hero. This was his fate. Or perhaps it is the fate of everyone who steps into the opposite side of the protagonist. Shen Yunshu suddenly felt like laughing. Yuchen looked back at her in the dark. Shen Yunshu looked up and met his gaze. Strangely, Yuchen avoided her first. He felt anger and an intense heat he couldn't face directly. Song Yan, Shen Yunshu heard her own voice say, "I have medicine." Request failed 30 minutes after the clown and the freak disappeared. Shen Yunshu thought she would scold him thoroughly once she found him. 60 minutes after their disappearance, Shen Yunshu hoped he would hide well and not be found by her. 120 minutes later, after she had to ask the Lion King's people for help to find him, Shen Yunshu hoped he was still alive. As long as he was alive, she would break his legs. 500 minutes after they searched every corner of the base without success, Shen Yunshu panicked. Did he run away or get lost? Based on the clown and the freak's abilities, the first possibility seemed more likely. "It's over." Shen Yunshu looked at the dark sky and said blankly. Song Yan felt a bit sympathetic and comforted her. "Boss Shen, don't worry too much. He's so strong, he probably isn't in danger." "I know he's not in danger," Shen Yunshu replied as if her soul had left her body, with no energy at all. "Huh," Song Yan was confused. "Then what are you worried about?" Shen Yunshu turned to look at Song Yan and said word by word, "He still owes me a lot of money." Huh. At the 420-minute mark after the clown and the freak disappeared, Shen Yunshu couldn't hold on anymore. Even the Lion King's people were about to give up. "All right, you all go back first. It's almost dawn. He's an adult, he probably isn't far away. Maybe he's already waiting for me at the supermarket entrance." Then, Song Yan hesitated. "What about you, Boss Shen? I'll go back to the supermarket first." Shen Yunshu was too exhausted to say more. She could barely drive the car and had to pretend to keep going a little longer. Then she used the system to send herself and the car back to the supermarket entrance. The words she told the Lion King earlier were clearly an excuse not to bother them anymore, but Shen Yunshu never expected that she would actually see that thin, curled-up body at the supermarket entrance. I... Sheng Yinsuo paused, feeling a mix of relief and anger, all flooding her heart at once, almost suffocating her. Clown, her anger burst out in a loud shout. Yu Chun was startled awake by her words, still holding something in his arms, and looked dazedly at the person walking through the morning fog. His whole presence seemed ready to burst into flames, ready to swallow him whole. Where did you go? Speak. Are you leaving because you don't want to stay, or because you're trying to escape your debts? Yu Chun couldn't say a word now. He was even a bit confused by what was happening in front of him. All he could vaguely sense was that the person was looking for him. This idea felt strange and unfamiliar to him, and he couldn't be sure. Seeing his silent expression, Sheng Yinsuo felt like a punch hitting cotton, her frustration almost choking her. Fine, no words then. She looked at the object in his arms, a delicate butterfly knife. Where did you steal that? It's not stolen. It's mine, he replied. All right, now he's talking. Sheng Yinsuo looked at him, feeling caught between frustration and relief, then suddenly let go. Forget it. She didn't care anymore. She turned away expressionlessly, pushed the door open, and just as she stepped inside, the person behind finally spoke. Did you come to find me? His voice was very pleasant, the first time Sheng Yinsuo heard him speak and was sure of it. His clear, boyish voice carried a husky tone, like someone who had hurt their throat before but still couldn't hide that pure, jade-like quality. But even if it sounded beautiful, Sheng Yinsuo didn't want to listen now. She pretended not to hear and kept walking inside, until a cold hand grabbed her equally cold wrist. Why? Sheng Yinsuo stopped, feeling amused. When she turned around, her face carried a hint of sarcasm. Don't you remember the contract you signed? Yu Chun froze and said nothing. That night, Sheng Yinsuo fell asleep with her pillow, not even bothering to wash her face. When she woke up, it was already noon the next day. As sunlight streamed into the room, her first thought was pain in her body. It's over. She had been closed all morning and missed a lot of customers. But when she pushed the door open, she was stunned. The supermarket was clean and tidy, bright and clear, with the "Open" sign on the door turned to the right side. Through the large glass, Sheng Yinsuo immediately saw the yellow duck sitting outside. It was exactly the same as the position she had arranged that day. All right, her attitude was quite good. Sheng Yinsuo yawned slowly, and most of her anger immediately faded. After a good sleep, her mood had already calmed down, and she was not a person prone to anger. However, last night's incident involved a core principle, which made her very angry. But Sheng Yinsuo didn't plan to forgive him so easily. She simply tied her hair up and sat behind the cash register. She hadn't had time to count the day's sales when she went out last night, but judging by the goods in the supermarket, sales were better than she expected. She quickly restocked the shelves and then opened the system panel. Besides the sales figure, what surprised her more was the change in reputation points. During her outing, her reputation jumped from 75 directly to 200. Her small supermarket, which was previously unknown, became somewhat recognized. Adding the day's sales to the existing funds, minus the money spent on restocking, her current total was exactly 50,000. The system immediately popped up a prompt asking if she wanted to upgrade the supermarket. Sheng Yinsuo didn't hesitate and chose yes. The sales amount decreased by 20,000, and as the system panel's level changed from 3 to 4 in the top left corner, the supermarket also underwent changes. Originally, the layout was a shop at the front, with a small warehouse behind it and a toilet beside the warehouse. Usually, Sheng Yinsuo and the clown-like characters slept in the warehouse, each with a sleeping bag. It wasn't very comfortable, but they managed. This time, the upgrade expanded the warehouse by 10 square meters, and the small, narrow toilet was upgraded into a high-end private bathroom. Sheng Yinsuo's eyes lit up. The small warehouse had previously been too tiny to even fit a bed, only enough for a sleeping bag, so she had to make do. Now, she could sleep comfortably. If she cleaned inside, she could also store more goods, so she wouldn't have to worry about being noticed. Additionally, the system panel now had a new decoration feature. Shun Yunshu clicked it, and suddenly everything spun around her, as if she had been pulled into another space. When she finally stabilized and opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely white space. The supermarket she was in had transformed into a 3D model floating in front of her. Whenever she thought about it, the supermarket could be enlarged or shrunk. With a simple wave of her hand, she could push down a wall, replace it with glass, or even change the overall style instantly. She could also easily rearrange the store's interior layout. To Shun Yunshu, it was just like some city-building game she played, addictive and fun. However, any change required purple coins, and the amount needed varied depending on how big the change was. Shun Yunshu reluctantly exited the interface, her desire to earn money growing stronger in her heart. Request failed to keep him here. Shun Yunshu had some important questions to ask. Actually, she had wanted to ask these yesterday on the tricycle, but hadn't found the right moment. Now, as she watched them eat, she asked, "Do you have a big conflict with Black Eagle?" Song Yen shook his head without looking up. Still eating instant noodles and speaking unclearly, there are always small disagreements among mercenary groups. Plus, Black Eagle has never been very honest. But if you ask if there's a big conflict, no, there isn't. Shun Yunshu nodded thoughtfully. Then why was Black Eagle so eager to come and kick us when Captain Zhou was seriously injured? Even if there were big conflicts normally, such disputes rarely became public. And they didn't have any conflicts now. Song Yen paused, and the others also fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly felt a bit heavy, because of the upcoming mercenary group competition in 2 days. The mercenary group competition? Shun Yunshu was stunned. The plot from the original story suddenly flashed through her mind. She remembered that the competition was a strategy by the base to curb the dominance of a single mercenary group. But this was also the event most valued by the mercenary groups, including the newly formed Winter Mercenary Group. Shun Yunshu clearly remembered that Winter had made a name for itself in the base during this very competition. She hadn't expected it to come so soon. So, Black Eagle's rush to betray us is because of Winter? Ha, Song Yen scoffed. These people are scared to death of Winter. Winter's momentum is too strong lately. We've been champions for years, and they're afraid we'll compete with Winter for the top spot. They can't even get second place. So they just follow Winter's lead and secretly attack us, at least hoping to keep a second place finish. This time they didn't succeed. We will see how they continue to act as Winter's dogs. Shun Yunshu frowned tightly. She remembered that although Black Eagle used cruel methods, they did succeed. In the original story, Captain Zhou died in a big battle, which greatly damaged the morale of the Lion King. Even after Commander Chu boosted morale, they couldn't beat the male lead, who was almost invincible. Plus, Black Eagle followed behind Winter, secretly causing trouble and taking advantage of opportunities. The Lion King lost that championship and the runner-up position. Most importantly, they lost the trust of some powerful backers and their rich resources. The mercenary group's main job is to serve others. Each group has a few trusted big bosses who always give them tasks, and most of the group's money comes from this. But when Winter and Black Eagle divided the Lion King, the group fell into decline and disappeared from sight. This time, Shun Yunshu changed some key parts, saved Zhou Sun, and supplied their medical resources. Maybe she still couldn't beat the male lead who was almost invincible, but at least she wouldn't lose so badly again. Shun Yunshu looked serious and added a few words, warning them to be careful of Black Eagle. Song Yen nodded repeatedly, but he also felt a bit strange. "Boss Shun, why are you asking about this?" Shun Yunshu paused for 2 seconds. She originally just wanted to gather some information from them and see how far the story had gone. But the recent mercenary competition gave her some inspiration. In the original story, the mercenary competition was almost the most anticipated event in the base. Everyone looked forward to it eagerly, waiting to watch the excitement. And the crowd was huge. "Do you think I should set up a stall inside the competition area?" Shun Yunshu tentatively suggested this. When her eyes sparkled with excitement, everyone in the Lion King was first frightened, except Zhou Yao, whose eyes lit up immediately. Song Yen hesitated, trying to find a more polite way to say it. There are some food stalls inside, but very few people buy from them. One reason is that they're expensive, and another is that those foods can be made by themselves, and they taste almost the same. What do people usually eat while watching the competition? Shin Yunshu asked without feeling discouraged and continued to inquire. Dried meat or some nuts? Song Yan answered before she finished speaking. Dried meat? What kind of dried meat? Zhou Yao reached into her pocket and pulled out a dark, hard object. Sister Shin, do you want to try? Shin Yunshu took the snack, looked around, and reluctantly found a spot to bite gently. Just this one bite almost knocked out her teeth. Is this dried meat? It's clearly stone. Shin Yunshu couldn't hold back and almost cursed. Zhou Yao looked confused as she took it back and bit off a small piece with some effort. It's okay. These meats are made from exotic beast meat, so they're a bit hard and tough to chew, but this is already good food. We only carry such dried provisions when we go on missions. Usually, we don't eat them often. With this stuff, you're still not willing to eat? Shan Yunshu recalled the taste just now. Besides being hard, there was no aroma typical of dried meat, just like chewing on a branch. Do you all eat? The members of the Lion King team looked at her blankly, not understanding what was wrong. Shan Yunshu suddenly felt a bit of pity. She secretly took out a bag of beef jerky and placed it in front of them. Here, try this. She tore open the beef jerky package, and a strong, spicy aroma immediately captured everyone's attention. This is real dried meat. Come on, try some. Shan Yunshu forced each of them to try a piece. The previously stunned expressions on their faces suddenly looked like they were about to soar. Shin Yunshu was a little worried they might get caught by security. How is it? Shin Yunshu wanted their feedback. Song Yan took 5 minutes to recover before speaking absent-mindedly. Boss Shen, if you took this to sell, the entire base would go crazy. Shin Yunshu smiled slightly, aiming for this effect. So, do you have the contact info for the person responsible for the market area? To set up a stall, you definitely need the responsible person's approval. Song Yan was still a bit dazed and said dreamily, we can help you contact the person in charge, but he hesitated as if remembering something. However, if it's you, Boss Shen, it should be fine. What does that mean? Shin Yunshu didn't understand right away. Just as she was about to ask, she saw Song Yan rummaging through his backpack and pulling out a newspaper. Boss Shen, your supermarket is famous in our base. In this post-apocalyptic world of entertainment, the way people get news has shifted to newspapers. Shin Yunshu nervously took the newspaper and saw the bold, large headline on the front page. Is this the top of the post-apocalyptic supermarket scene? About me spending only 40 purple coins to get a bottle of nutritional liquid. Shin Yunshu. It has a very clickbaity feel. She took a deep breath and kept reading, not expecting the main article to be even more shocking. My curated list of treasure supermarkets. Yunwan Supermarket, XX Supermarket, XX Supermarket. If you want to experience top-notch service, the best prices, you must visit Yunwan Supermarket. Just one supermarket will make your previous money useless and make you regret not discovering this treasure sooner. Are you like me, struggling to afford a bottle of nutritional liquid costing 100?
Now.
The secret to saving money is right here. Hurry up and note this down. Grab the chance now. Who wrote this? Shin Yunshu felt a bit dizzy. There's an author's name. Song Yan excitedly pointed to the small 2 characters below the headline, by Liao. That's a pretty good name. It sounds like someone who's ready to settle everything. Shin Yunshu sat down weakly, unsure whether to feel happy or embarrassed. Zhou Yao came over holding the newspaper. It's because of this that everyone in the base is talking, but many also think it's fake, just a trick to get us to buy the newspaper. After all, no one really buys newspapers anymore, maybe just to use when there's no paper. Song Yan happily added from the side, only we know it's real, and the reality is much better than what's printed in the paper. Shin Yunshu regained her focus and remembered the main issue. So, what does this have to do with me wanting to set up a stall at the competition venue? Of course it's related. Shin Boss's supermarket is now in the newspaper. Forget whether people believe it's true or not, but as long as there's debate, it creates excitement and attention. Honestly, after so many years of the mercenary group competition, It's always the same few fighting for the last champion. The excitement is decreasing. This year, a dark horse named Ling Dong appeared, bringing some new interest. But who wouldn't want more excitement? More viewers at the venue means more money for the organizers. Shun boss setting up a stall. Isn't that exactly what they want to see? Song Yen understood the unspoken rules here perfectly. He analyzed everything clearly and even got more excited as he spoke. All right, Boss Shen, we will contact the organizers for you. You should prepare the items you want to sell. In 2 days, get ready to set up your stall, Song Yen confidently assured her. Shan Yunshu no longer hesitated, but to make sure everything went smoothly, she carefully wrote down her ideas in a letter and included a small bag of beef jerky for Song Yen to give to the organizers. Okay, don't worry, we'll handle everything, Song Yen said as she sat in the car and said goodbye to Shin Yunshu. Zhou Yao, sitting in the front passenger seat, looked eagerly at Shin Yunshu. Goodbye, Sister Shin.
Goodbye.
Behind them, a line of trucks also stuck their heads out, calling, Goodbye, Boss Shin. Shan Yunshu waved to each of them, feeling happy after earning a lot of money and successfully closing a deal. On the way back to the shop, she hummed a little tune. It was already getting dark, and the moon hanging in the east barely lit up the empty world. Using the faint moonlight, Shen Yunshu returned to her shop. Just as she was about to close up and rest, she suddenly saw tiny lights approaching quickly from a distance. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively wanted to close the door. But suddenly, an old hand reached out from the darkness outside and grabbed her wrist. At that moment, Shen Yunshu almost felt her heart jump out of her chest. The owner of the hand slowly stepped out of the darkness, holding a dirty little child in the other hand. The old hand released her, and the old woman squinted her eyes as she looked inside the store. Is this a supermarket that sells nutrient drinks for $40 a bottle? Shen Yunshu was stunned. After a couple of seconds, she quickly replied, Yes, Grandma. The old woman's face immediately lit up with a smile. She trembled as she took out 40 purple coins. I want one. Just as she finished speaking, another person suddenly appeared from the darkness, a middle-aged man. I want 10 bottles. Shen Yunshu looked at him with suspicion and confusion. Where did he come from? She hadn't had time to think before the lights grew brighter, shining on her. One by one, large lamps illuminated her. They all got out of their cars, looking serious, surrounding Shen Yunshu. What was happening? Shen Yunshu's breathing slowed down with nervousness. She didn't notice when the strange figures appeared or that one of them was standing next to her. The man in front, with a fierce face, looked intimidating. He put down the knife he was carrying on his shoulder. Shen Yunshu's muscles tensed up. I want 50 bottles of nutrient drinks, the kind that costs 40 coins each. Shen Yunshu doubted whether she had heard correctly, but soon her confusion was drowned out by the noise of thousands of voices. Give me 5 bottles. I want 20 bottles. Hey, don't push me. I also want 20 bottles, boss. Give me 100 bottles. Countless voices clamored around Shen Yunshu, but all were customers buying nutritional liquids, with no troublemakers. Shen Yunshu was stunned. She finally realized the power of that newspaper. Yunwon Supermarket, you are truly popular now. After sending all the customers away and finishing everything, it was almost 2 a.m. Shen Yunshu lay on her new bed, feeling sore and tired, but she still opened the system panel to check her reputation points. Sure enough, her reputation had increased from 200 to 800. Below was a small note. This is a Schrodinger's supermarket. It's both popular and not popular at the same time. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but smile a little. After reaching 800 reputation points, she also achieved a small milestone, reaching 500 reputation points. She successfully earned a reward of 3,000 purple coins. After collecting her reward, she was so sleepy she wanted to turn over and sleep immediately. Suddenly, a pop-up message appeared on the screen. Limited time task. Increase reputation to 3,000 within 3 days. Task reward. A camper van. Shen Yunshu's sleep was instantly gone. Her eyes only saw the words, camper van. Yes, accepted immediately. Working late into the night, and getting excited about the task until 4 a.m. meant she woke up late again. Fortunately, she had a dedicated employee who helped open the store early. When Shen Yunshu went out, she just saw the clown returning from outside, sweating profusely and holding a doll's head. A rare feeling of guilt arose in her heart. Actually, you don't need to wear this every day. Yuchen turned around and said, "It's okay. I like it." Such a kind child. Her eyes welled up with tears. Shen Yunshu's second personality went a little crazy. After having lunch with the clown, she started restocking supplies. The chaotic scene of last night's rush purchase earned her 11,000 purple coins. Adding this to her original amount, she now had a total of 100,900 purple coins. Without hesitation, she immediately began restocking. 30 boxes of nutritional liquids, 10 boxes of water, 5 boxes of bread, 10 boxes of gauze, 10 boxes of alcohol, 10 boxes of iodine solution, and 10 medical kits. In addition, she started buying some hot food. 5 boxes of instant noodles and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pots. These items may not sell easily, but Shen Yunshu believes that as the supermarket grows larger and more crowded, someone will always have money to try something new. Also, she didn't buy many of these items, so even if they don't sell, she won't lose much money. As the stock increased, Shen Yunshu no longer arranged the goods by hand. Instead, she used a one-click restocking feature, which cost only 1,000 purple coins each time. In the past, Shen Yunshu would never have used this feature and would think only people with too much money would do so. But now she thinks people are afraid of missing out, and the rich are afraid of losing. After finishing these tasks, Shen Yunshu still had 24,240 purple coins in her pocket. The goods instantly filled all 6 shelves, and some excess items she couldn't fit were stored in the warehouse. After restocking, Shen Yunshu opened the supermarket renovation feature. She first repaired the storefront. The old sign wasn't ugly, but it didn't look grand enough for her current supermarket. She decided to paint the entire front of the store below the sign white, then change the sign area to light blue and place the words, Yunwan Supermarket, on the blue background. Not satisfied yet, Shen Yunshu added a glowing effect to the words, emitting a beige light from the bottom of the blue background, and placed a cloud logo before the words. A simple yet eye-catching storefront was completed. Shen Yunshu was very happy with her work, but after finishing, she only had 20,000 purple coins left, and she needed to save some for buying beef jerky. Her plan to buy more shelves, install wooden shelves on 2 walls, and buy more freezers and display cases had to be put on hold for now. After she exited the renovation mode, only an hour had passed. When the supermarket is under renovation, time moves twice as slow outside. To Yuchen, it looked like she just got up, restocked for a while, and then went back to sleep for an hour. The supermarket wouldn't change immediately. At least a day was needed. After finishing everything, Shen Yunshu still remembered the limited time task she received last night. She quickly checked her reputation points on the system panel and saw if her new sign could earn her more points. Fortunately, she gained 100 points, reaching a total of 900. With this, reaching a reputation of 3,000 within 3 days didn't seem impossible. When Shen Yunshu left, the supermarket was still crowded with people, even more than yesterday. Luckily, she had expected this situation early on. There are so many people. Clearly, she and the clowns can't handle it. So, before renovations began, she activated an unmanned management mode for the supermarket. It cost about 1,500 purple coins for an afternoon. Spending 1,500 purple coins to gain a free afternoon was worth it, and the unmanned supermarket ran more smoothly under system management. It might even be more efficient than her working hard all afternoon. Shen Yunshu was pleased with her foresight. She yawned, went back to her room, and prepared to get some real rest. Just as her head touched the pillow, the communicator left by the Lion King started beeping loudly. Inside the base, citizens had their own communication methods. They had special communicators, and the former owner naturally had one. But Shen Yunshu, wanting to erase her presence, had completely abandoned her communicator and become a true survivor in the wasteland. This communicator was a gift from Song Yen last night. It was linked to an identity that wasn't hers, but it could be used. It was mainly for discussing stall arrangements. So, hearing the sound, Shun Yunshu sat up quickly. Hello. Hello, Shun boss, it's me, Song Yen, Shun Yunshu responded nervously, but from his tone, there seemed to be some hope. We contacted the venue manager. He wants to talk to you personally. Song Yan's voice came from the other end, sounding excited, unlike Shun Yunshu. Okay, when? Before she could finish asking, a cold, serious voice suddenly interrupted. Hello, Shun boss. I am Qin Yutong, the person in charge of the arena for the mercenary team competition. Hello. Shun Yunshu was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted, sitting up straight. The other side didn't waste words and went straight to the point. We've reviewed Shun boss's plan and checked her products. After discussion, we think it's feasible and we can offer you a free stall. Shun Yunshu's eyes widened slightly, almost unable to believe it. But her instincts told her it wasn't that simple. Sure enough, in the next second, the person suddenly added a condition. All profits Shun boss makes within the venue must be split 50-50 with us. 50-50? Yes. Shun Yunshu suddenly grew quiet, secretly sneering inside. 50-50? These people are too greedy. She deliberately paused for a moment before slowly speaking. I'll only give a 20% profit share and the stall must be rented to me permanently. Shun boss, you know that I know. Skin Yunshu interrupted him directly, saying, I know your place is big and crowded, but isn't that only once a year during the mercenary group competition? Regarding my product, Mr. Qin, you've tasted it yourself. You should know what kind of reaction it would trigger if sold the base. To put it bluntly, you're not my only choice. Sung Yunshu stopped there but immediately offered a sweet deal. But I believe you will be my best choice. There was a long silence on the other end, lasting about half a minute before they slowly spoke. 30%. Skin Yunshu smiled without saying a word. Her attitude said everything. The atmosphere became quiet again, as if a tense energy filled the airwaves. After a long pause, they finally agreed. 20%, we accept that condition. But for permanent leasing, we still need to see how Laban performs that day. Sun Yunshu smiled calmly. Then let's work happily together. Happy cooperation. One day later, Sun Yunshu shipped nearly 50,000 purple coins worth of goods and set off immediately. Beef jerky was expensive even before the apocalypse, and its rarity during the end times made the price rise even more. Sun Yunshu paid 250 purple coins per bag, with only 500 grams in each bag. She planned to sell it at 500 purple coins per bag, but that price was too high for just people wanting to watch the competition, and she might not sell any at all. So she divided each large bag into 10 small portions, each about 50 grams, roughly 4 or 5 slices, just enough to make people want more, and priced each at only 50 purple coins. Following this plan, Sun Yunshu bought 200 bags of beef jerky, totaling 2,000 portions. She packed her tricycle full and finally stopped. This purchase nearly emptied her savings, and if she couldn't sell it all, she would face bankruptcy. But Sun Yunshu was not afraid. She and her clown companion set out early in the morning with the goods. This time, she didn't bother to disguise herself. She openly showed her face. The mercenary group competition was sure to involve the male lead, but she no longer cared much about that. Since changing Zhou Sun's originally doomed ending, she had already entered the story of the original novel and stood against the male lead. Whether she hid or concealed herself now, she would eventually be discovered. Better to face it openly and catch the male lead off guard. Moreover, as the supermarket grew larger, she gradually realized that the Huayong base would also become her main business hub in the future. For someone who expects the whole world to give way just to pursue a romantic relationship, giving up such a big market is impossible. Shun Yunshu was driving in the early morning light, analyzing the pros and cons. Zombies around them stared fiercely, but dared not come closer. They prepared for battle, aiming to reach the base as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, when they emerged, zombies approached but did not fully get close. It was as if an invisible barrier kept them out, causing them to roar angrily from outside. Both of them were stunned by this scene, especially Shin Yunshu. She kept testing and checking, finally realizing that the zombies weren't afraid to come near them but were afraid of a black stone hanging in front of her car. The clown-like creatures looked at the black stone carefully, serious in expression. Shin Yunshu felt strangely guilty driving the car. The black stone was something she got on her 6th day of signing in. After the water heater, she had signed in twice, once for a breakfast machine. Just when she thought this quirky sign-in system was becoming more practical, the second item was something abstract. A plain-looking black stone that seemed ordinary. She held the stone and pondered it for a long time, but couldn't find anything special about it. She didn't expect it to be waiting for her here, but she couldn't tell the clown-like creatures about it. Shin Yunshu had even prepared to casually say she found it if they asked where it came from. However, he looked at it for a while, then silently put it back, as if he wasn't curious about how it appeared or why it had such extraordinary powers. It was like he wasn't curious about where Shin Yunshu's items came from, whether it was the sudden change of the supermarket sign, the appearance of a tricycle, the daily interior renovations, or the sudden expansion of the bedroom area. This was good, Shin Yunshu thought. Maybe he wasn't truly curious, just unwilling to cross boundaries, choosing instead to believe in her wholeheartedly. Feeling trusted felt very good. Shin Yunshu turned into the wind and unconsciously sped up. When they reached the base gate, she hadn't even spoken yet, but they let her in directly. It was probably arranged by the person in charge on that side. But it was much smoother than she expected, especially considering their first disagreement wasn't minor. Shin Yunshu drove slowly inside, glancing at the soldiers standing on both sides. Most of them looked familiar, but the most familiar one had become a stranger. You. Shin Yunshu slightly widened her eyes as she looked at the new leader, instinctively asking, "Where is Captain Lu from before?" The woman in front of her looked down at her and finally answered professionally, "Captain Lu sacrificed himself." Sacrificed. Shin Yunshu found it hard to believe her ears. When did he sacrifice himself? How did it happen? A series of questions made the person in front frown. "Who are you? Why are you asking these questions?" Shin Yunshu paused, gradually calming down. Under the scrutinizing gaze, her expression suddenly changed. Frowning slightly, with a sad look in her eyes, she said, "Our parents died during the zombie wave. We grew up alone, relying on each other. Captain Lu saw that we had it hard and often helped us at the base, but I didn't expect. Her throat choked with emotion, and she swore this was her best acting moment. However, the leader and the clown-like figure stood expressionless, watching her perform. "Leader, your brother doesn't seem very sad." Shin Yunshu. "Oh, he's been mute since he was a child and doesn't hear well when others speak." Yo-chin. The leader was quiet for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Shin Yunshu felt she had offended one person and was about to offend another, the leader slowly spoke. She didn't hide it intentionally. "Captain Lu died 3 days ago. We don't know exactly how. 3 days ago?" Shin Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. The timing was just right. She drove absent-mindedly away from the base gate. The leader's words about sacrifice and death suggested that sacrifice was just a public explanation. But Shin Yunshu had a stronger intuition. Perhaps Captain Lu's death was not accidental. She inexplicably remembered the angry, more than fearful look in the clown-like figure's eyes that day. The clown-like figure was not simple. She had realized this long ago, but she had been deliberately ignoring it. She believed she should trust him as much as he trusted her. But at this moment, Shin Yunshu suppressed her inner unease and calmly asked, "What were you doing the day you went missing? Do you know how Captain Lu died?" Yo-chin's hand trembled uncontrollably. "I know." The speed of the tricycle suddenly increased. Shin Yunshu didn't look back, as if waiting for something. Yo-chin tightened his grip. He tried to assault a girl. When she resisted, she accidentally stabbed him to death. He only pushed him onto the knife from behind. Shin Yunshu remained silent for a moment. Yo-chin kept watching her back, and the wound on his face suddenly felt a slight, strange pain. He wanted to grab it and tear it all open, making it bleed endlessly. Shen Yunshu finally spoke softly and calmly amid the bumpy ride. Did you kick him a few more times? Yuchen suddenly looked up, stunned. When Shen Yunshu arrived at the venue, there were already quite a few people outside. They looked different, dressed differently, and gathered in small groups, talking about something. Shen Yunshu thought it might be helpful to learn about the audience's preferences beforehand. As she drove past them slowly, she listened in on a few conversations. I heard they brought that supermarket owner who sells nutrient drinks for 40 purple coins per bottle. Is that true? No, it's definitely not true. A tall man, holding a large sword, loudly said, "A few months ago, someone said there was a place selling it for 20 purple coins per bottle. But then they changed their story, saying only the first 10 customers each day could buy it at that price. So, at least 10 bottles are sold every day. That's nonsense." The tall man spat on the ground angrily. I stayed there all night watching him open the store. I was the first to go in, but he told me they were sold out again. Everyone around started to murmur, and Shen Yunshu felt a bit amused. She didn't expect the vendors inside the base to play such tricks, but this also made people trust these vendors less. On another side, a smaller woman spoke up. But I heard some people say they went there and it's true. Do you believe that? Vendors nowadays will do anything to sell their stuff. Think about it, there's a supermarket outside the base that's so cheap, and it's run by a woman. How does she make money? The tall man quickly agreed with the lecherous man's words. Haha, I think selling nutrient drinks is fake, but selling meat for real. Today, I want to see how this woman plans to sell herself publicly. If it's fake, I'll smash her stall right then and there. Shen Yunshu's face darkened. She looked deeply at the tall man, then turned the steering wheel and entered through the back door of the venue. Today, I want to see how you're going to smash my stall. At this moment, about 3 hours before the official start of the competition, the person in charge was already waiting at the back door. Hello, Boss Shen. Shen Yunshu looked at the well-dressed man with gold-rimmed glasses and smiled slightly. Hello, Mr. Qin. Qin Yutong nodded slightly and began instructing people to unload goods from Shen Yunshu's tricycle. Usually, spectators start arriving about an hour before the event begins. We have a designated area inside for Boss Shen, which is also when they tend to buy things most frequently, but even during this busy time, few people actually buy anything. Qin Yutong didn't mention this directly. He simply continued to introduce calmly. The competition has 3 rounds in total, so Boss Shen will have 2 more rest periods for sales, each lasting an hour. Adding up to about 3 hours, Shen Yunshu calculated silently, then nodded. That's enough. A glint flashed in Qin Yutong's eyes. This person was more composed, and even more confident than he had expected. He shared this information hoping to create a sense of urgency, but instead, she only responded with a calm, confident enough, as if she was fully assured of herself. Honestly, her products were impressive, but this time, both the organizers and others cared more about her controversial reputation. So, once she decided to come, the news was quickly spread to attract more people. But Qin Yutong adjusted his glasses, thinking these people might be mistaken. Shen Yunshu followed Qin Yutong to look at the stall. It wasn't very big, but not small either, placed right on the main path to the entrance. After the event started, it was also positioned near the middle of the audience, making it very convenient for sales. However, Shen Yunshu felt it still wasn't enough. Her stall was too low-key. She immediately began to improve it. First, she took some large boards to write prices, sticking price tags on all sides, including the top of the stall. Her main point was clear pricing, ensuring no deception. Then she asked Qin Yutong to find her a loudspeaker. She recorded a few phrases inside and set it aside. Finally, she arranged the items for sale one by one. She displayed packages of beef jerky, but they looked unappetizing and lacked aroma. She tore open a few packages, placed them on a plate, and piled them into a small mountain. Then she handed a fan to the clown, telling him to keep fanning the beef jerky. Yu Chen followed her instructions. A strange fragrance slowly spread through the venue, distracting the staff from their setup as they all looked over. Qin Yutong had never tried this beef jerky before. Standing nearby, he found it hard to stay reserved, He ignored his composure and let the scent drift into his nose, eyes fixed on the jerky, unable to look away. Until a small packet of beef jerky was held up before his eyes, he slowly snapped out of his trance, realizing he had been rude, and took a small step back. Shen Yunshu stifled a laugh. "Stop hiding, give it a try." She almost rolled her eyes, but she kept quiet about her feelings. She was afraid to speak, worried that the person in front of her, with a face as thin as paper, might find a way to disappear instantly. Even so, Qin Yutong's earlobe quietly turned red. He couldn't refuse the beef jerky in front of him, so he quickly accepted it, thanked her, and looked for an excuse to leave. Shen Yunshu watched his back, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Qin Yutong is the only character in the original story who has no special powers but still makes it to the end. He is clever and has a remarkable talent for business, playing a key role in helping the main character's mercenary group grow stronger. He is an irreplaceable backup for the Winter Mercenary Group. Unfortunately, this time, she plans to poach him. Shen Yunshu came to the base, not just to set up a stall this time. More importantly, she wanted to establish her influence within the base. Since her last visit, she realized she needed to keep constant track of the base's intelligence and business situation, rather than relying solely on the Lion King. So, an idea came to her. She wanted to open a branch in the base. On the surface, it would sell goods, but in reality, it would gather intelligence. And the owner of the branch could only be Qin Yutong. In the original story, before the protagonist discovered him, Qin Yutong was a typical office worker, misunderstood by his superiors. Though he had many ideas, he couldn't put them into action. He could only endure his frustrations, working at the bottom. But if someone recognized him, and he recognized them, giving him a little time and space, he could really shine. While thinking about this, Shen Yunshu was setting up her stall. She checked the time, about half an hour before the audience started to arrive. She tidied her clothes, feeling inexplicably nervous. She had a habit. Whenever she got nervous, she wanted to run to the bathroom. So, she handed her stall over to the clown and decided to go to the bathroom first. After washing her face in the bathroom, she took a deep breath in front of the mirror, just about to head back. A familiar yet distant voice stopped her. Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu froze. That deep, magnetic voice. Who else could it be but the hero Long Outyen? She frowned. People really shouldn't go to the bathroom without a reason. It's easy to step in something unpleasant. Shen Yunshu, you're alive. Fu Lin's deep eyes looked coldly at Shen Yunshu, as if holding a grudge. Actually, I am already dead. Now I am just a spirit. My biggest wish in life was to use the bathroom one more time. I have now fulfilled that wish, so I am leaving first. Shen Yunshu didn't want to waste more time arguing nonsense. She bypassed him and tried to leave directly, but Long Outyen took a step forward and blocked her at the bathroom door. He looked down at her from above and said slowly, "Are you lying to me?" His words made it seem like lying to him was a huge deal. Shen Yunshu sneered inwardly, but didn't bother pretending. She slowly looked up and said, "Isn't it what you all think? That I am definitely going to die?" Fu Linshen's face was as serious as water, and his eyes showed contempt and impatience. Shen Yunshu, I warn you, don't think you can get my attention just by doing this. No matter why you are here, I advise you not to waste my time on trivial matters. Shen Yunshu glanced at him, finding him amusing. She said calmly, "That's also what I want to tell you." After speaking, her face darkened. Being stuck like a sticky patch was uncomfortable. She turned away from Fu Linshen and headed outside. Fu Linshen suddenly grabbed her wrist, forcing Shen Yunshu to stop. "Also, don't hurt Xiao Ran," he said. "Huh." Shen Yunshu almost burst out laughing. She turned around and said, "Do I even need to hurt her? You two are doing just fine together. One wants to hit, the other is willing to take it." Shen Yunshu still remembered that in the original story, the mercenary team competition was a key turning point in the relationship between the main characters. During winter, a female member was rescued by Fu Linshen himself. Her skill level was so high she easily outperformed Yi Xiaoran by a wide margin. Because of this female member, Fu Linxin had hurt Yi Xiaorand many times. The mercenary team competition became a trigger, making the female lead consider leaving the team. This gave the female lead a chance to meet the displaced villain and save him. Fu Linxin's expression flickered with mood swings as he watched Xin Yunshu pull her hand away and walk away. A flash of understanding and arrogance appeared in his eyes. He knew about the recent events involving her and Xiaoran, which showed she was still trying to pay attention to him. Pretending not to care, Fu Linxin had seen many such childish tricks before. Xin Yunshu was still the same foolish and simple woman. But compared to before, she was a bit smarter now, and her face looked more energetic than before. After he finished his work today, giving her some sweet rewards might not be a bad idea. Fu Linxin slowly withdrew his gaze and walked into the arena. Today, he wanted to see whether the supermarket boss behind the Lion King was truly at the end of his strength or still holding on. But even if it was real, it wouldn't belong to them for long. After leaving the restroom, Shen Yunshu felt extremely sick. She hurried to another restroom and washed her hands for at least 5 minutes before returning. When she got back to her stall, only 3 minutes remained before the audience began to check tickets and enter. Yuchen looked at her and seemed to notice something. Did something happen? Shen Yunshu shook her hands a couple of times. Nothing, I stepped on something. Yuchen. Qin Yutong, standing nearby. Outside, the crowd was already bustling at the ticket check, and the smell from a nearby stall drifted over naturally. Huh? What's that smell? It smells so good. Wait, let me smell. It really smells amazing. I see it. It looks like that stall. The crowd started pushing forward, vaguely seeing the stall. Is that the supermarket owner? Isn't she selling nutritional drinks? Why does that smell so good? Wait, that's not nutritional drink. It seems like dried meat. Dried meat? The crowd erupted in excitement. Why does dried meat smell so good? No way, it's definitely not dried meat. Did she add some flavoring? As soon as this was said, everyone around nodded in agreement. That must be it. Exactly. Xin Yunshu listened carefully but remained calm. In the last minute, she turned on the loudspeaker. A clear yet powerful female voice instantly filled the entire ticket check area. Take a walk, take a look. Fresh beef jerky, no purchase necessary to look. Take a look, take a walk. No purchase needed, just have a look. Hesitating and wandering, today's visit is wasted if you don't buy. Zhang Sen buys a horse, Zhang Sen rides it. Li Si doesn't buy and gets anxious. 50 purple coins is too much to spend. When will you become a business person? If you can't lead a family or make decisions, you can only be a nanny for a company. As the loudspeaker announced, the crowd fell silent. Yuchen quietly found a spot and crouched down. Qin Yutong's face turned red as he tried to stay calm. Boss Xin Yunshu was still immersed in her lively singing and shouted with enthusiasm. How about it? This was the essence she had practiced and listened to for over 20 years. Qin Yutong was speechless. It's pretty good. When the loudspeaker started looping the second time, the ticket check opened and a group of people rushed in, gathering around Xin Yunshu's stall. Initially, they thought the smell wasn't from dried meat, but was just a flavoring agent created to mimic the aroma. However, once they got close enough, almost no one could hold back, and a stronger, more tempting aroma filled the air. Also, 50 purple coins isn't too expensive. Those who come to watch the competition probably can afford it. So, immediately, someone couldn't resist and bought a pack. Shen Yunshu handed it to him, watching him tear open the package and start eating right away. Everyone around also stared at him. The man stood in the middle of the crowd, eager to eat the beef jerky, slowly chewing, with changing expressions on his face. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he relaxed, sometimes he seemed to soar into the clouds, and sometimes he looked like he wanted to sink into the ground. The onlookers were confused, and one person couldn't hold back and shouted, "Hey, say something." The man finished a piece, stared blankly, and everyone eagerly watched his mouth move. Suddenly, he started trembling. Someone nearby quickly became suspicious. Is he poisoned? No. The man finally spoke, tears suddenly flowing. It's so delicious, just like my mom used to make. Xin Yunshu felt embarrassed. Was it really necessary?
But soon, reality proved it was.
The crowd surged forward, almost knocking over the stall. Shen Yunshu quickly caught it. The front people started shouting, "I want 2 packs, 5 packs, 10 packs, 20 packs. All right, we have enough." Shen Yunshu, Yu Qin, and Qin Yutong also started packing for the crowd, hands reaching out in front of them. Shen Yunshu kept giving without looking up, hearing the coins clattering into her wallet. Until a familiar voice interrupted, "Boss, 2 packs." Shen Yunshu paused, looked up. "Oh, isn't that the big man who almost tore down her stall?" The people around suddenly realized what was happening. "Oh, right, why should he stop just because he says so? Buy if you want, go away if you don't. Don't block the way, move aside." The tall man was so angry his face turned red, but he refused to move. "Stop interfering. I want to buy, but she's deliberately refusing me." Shen Yunshu stood nearby, relaxed. "Guess what? Why do you think I won't sell to you with so many people around?" The tall man took a few steps back, seeming to realize something and feeling a bit guilty, but he still insisted, "I don't know. All I know is, as a vendor, I don't refuse to sell to customers." He even tried to act tough and shouted, "Where's the person in charge here? What kind of business are you running? I want a refund." Qin Yutong wiped his hands calmly and was about to step forward, but Shen Yunshu held him back. "I clearly remember you were the one outside saying you would destroy my stall, right? Saying I was selling not just nutritious drinks, but something worse, right?" Yu Qin looked at the tall man. The man was startled. "I do you have proof?" Shen Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Just as she was about to say something, a thin, weak hand silently reached out from the crowd. I heard it," said the small woman who had been speaking up for her outside. The tall man's eyebrows furrowed. He immediately turned to look for her.
Who said that?"
"Come out here." The small woman quickly pulled her hand back in fear. Shen Yunshu's expression hardened. She waved a shiny axe in front of the tall man's eyes.
"What?"
"Threatening people in front of me." Then she looked at everyone and said, "Who heard what he said? Step forward and testify, and I'll give you a free bag of beef jerky." As soon as she said that, the hesitant people who had heard but were afraid to speak up raised their hands. One after another, they pointed at the tall man, humiliating him in front of everyone. Others, eager to watch the drama and annoyed that they were wasting time, started pointing and whispering, refusing to admit what he did and still acting tough. "Stop wasting time and get out of here. Get out." The last phrase was shouted in unison. The tall man stood in the middle, looking furious. He trembled all over, suddenly stepped forward, and reached out both hands, trying to tear down the stall. Yu Chen, Shen Yunshu, and Qin Yutong quickly held him back, preventing him from knocking over anything. Seeing his attempt fail, he raised his knife again, trying to attack. Yu Chen shot a fire at him, knocking the knife away and hitting him, sending him flying 3 meters back. A crowd parted suddenly to let him through, watching as he was knocked back. Qin Yutong looked serious and immediately called 3 security guards to hold the person back and escort him out. After this incident, the event was about to start. Shen Yunshu handed some beef jerky to the witnesses, giving extra packs to the woman who first stepped forward. After distributing the jerky, she looked around at the many people who hadn't bought any and sighed, announcing, "The competition will start soon. Please watch the match first. There will be a break later when you can buy more." The remaining people immediately sighed in disappointment. To them, the beef jerky was more tempting than the competition. But there was nothing they could do. Qin Yutong was already dispersing the crowd, and everyone had to reluctantly return to their seats. Once the crowd had dispersed, Shen Yunshu finally took a breath. She estimated she had sold about half of the beef jerky. When no one was paying attention, she secretly bought 800 more packs from the system shop. After finishing this, Shen Yunshu looked toward the center of the arena. Her view was very good, allowing her to see the entire area. The arena resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, with yellow sand on the ground and passageways on both sides. Shen Yunshu guessed that during the 3rd round, mutated beasts would emerge from inside. She felt a bit excited. She was more eager than anyone to see this mercenary group competition. She wanted to see if she could change the original story's fixed path and witness winter fall from the throne herself. All the spectators gradually took their seats, and the arena became lively. Near Shin Yunshu, a betting station opened. Everyone was betting fiercely on which mercenary group would win this year. Each year, popular groups had a chance, and this year a new group called Winter had joined the competition. Many people were excited about this dark horse and placed bets. The odds were almost as low as for the Lion King, and quite a few bet on the Black Eagle, hoping its high odds would lead to a surprise victory. Shin Yunshu confidently bet 10,000 purple coins on the Lion King. The odds for the Lion King were 1 to 2, meaning if they won, Shin Yunshu would earn 20,000 purple coins. People around her were surprised by her big bet, but Shin Yunshu calmly returned to her stall. Just as she reached her stall, cheers suddenly erupted. The mercenary groups had entered the arena. Each group had at least dozens of members, sometimes hundreds, but in the competition, each group could only send up to 10 people. Shin Yunshu immediately spotted the Lion King. They were holding a large flag, red in color, with a fierce lion's head on it. The flag was carried by Zhou Sun, who was followed by Song Yan and a few people Shin Yunshu didn't recognize. Surprisingly, Zhou Yao was also there. She carried a bow nearly as long as her body, her small face tense, eyes scanning the audience, as if searching for something. When she saw Shin Yunshu, her face instantly broke into a smile. She couldn't help but wave her hand. Shin Yunshu responded with a smile, and soon everyone started waving. Shin Yunshu tried to hold back her laughter, but felt a sharp, piercing gaze coming from the other side. She frowned and turned her head. "Oh, it's Ling Dong." Shin Yunshu looked relaxed, though she couldn't see the expressions of the main characters clearly. She guessed they weren't feeling very comfortable right now. After all, the people who had once looked down on her and thought she was dead were now sitting here, perfectly fine. Thinking of this, Shin Yunshu's eyes turned cold. She slightly lifted her chin and smiled confidently at them. Meanwhile, Fu Linshin suddenly moved forward aggressively. Behind him, Yi Shaoran held him tightly. "Linshin, don't be impulsive. The match is about to start," she warned. "She's mocking us. She's definitely mocking us." Fu Linshin clenched his fists, his anger almost tangible in his eyes. That woman, that useless person, what right does she have to act so arrogantly? She can't be a supermarket boss. She must have someone backing her. His veins bulged on his arm as he gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at the Lion King on the other side. Did he get involved with the Lion King? Suddenly, he forced a calm smile. "Then let the Lion King be eliminated in the first round. Dear audience, the competition is about to begin. Please allow me to introduce the rules," the host announced confidently, speaking without any tools, yet everyone could hear him clearly. It must have been some special ability. The host waited for the cheers to die down before explaining the rules in detail. The mercenary team competition has 3 rounds in total. The first round is one-on-one duels. 2 teams drawing the same token will each send out 1 person to fight. The winner advances. The loser is eliminated. But remember, players who participate in the first round cannot join the second round. Now, I declare the first round of the mercenary team competition officially open. As the host finished speaking, the scene erupted in excitement. Suddenly, drums started beating from somewhere, loud and rhythmic, stirring everyone's blood and emotions. Let's welcome the first round contestants, Pantong from Black Eagle and Zhang Qi from Snow Wing. Black Eagle's Pantong? Shin Yunshu's face lit up at the mention of that name. Wasn't he the man who came to the supermarket last time with his lover, causing trouble and getting kicked out? Unexpectedly, he had already become one of the top fighters of Black Eagle. Shin Yunshu looked up and saw 2 people, one dressed in black and the other in white, standing on opposite sides. Until a sharp whistle sounded, and both rushed toward the center at the same time. Pantong is a water-type ability user, armed with a soft whip. He struck first, swinging his whip, and a powerful surge of water suddenly shot toward Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi is a earth type, squatting on the ground, and a thick wall of earth appeared out of nowhere, blocking the water whip. However, the wall was cracked open. Supporters of Black Eagle immediately cheered loudly. Shin Yunshu frowned, feeling something was off. She kept watching. But usually, the outcome is decided in the first move. Pan Tong pressed his advantage, striking with whip after whip. Zhang Qi was overwhelmed and couldn't fight back, only defending constantly. A hush fell over the arena. Zhang Qi clenched his teeth, searching for an opportunity amid the gaps. Suddenly, he paused, as if his ability was running out. Just then, Zhang Qi's eyes lit up. Dozens of earth spikes rose from the ground, shooting toward Pan Tong. But what he didn't know was that Pan Tong was waiting for this moment. He looked up and sneered. An icy spike appeared behind Zhang Qi's head out of nowhere. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and they stood up. Shen Yunshu's breath caught. The aura was familiar, exactly the terrifying strike that had stopped her in the supermarket that day. But today's attack seemed even stronger. You lost, she heard the calm voice of the clown monster. Sure enough, that ice spike exploded behind Zhang Qi's head. That was the referee's protection. Otherwise, the spike could have pierced a skull. The arena fell silent. It was almost a one-sided slaughter. But soon, a cheer erupted again, louder and more joyful, with everyone shouting for Black Eagle and then for Pan Tong. Shen Yunshu watched Zhang Qi walk off the stage in defeat, feeling something was wrong. Pan Tong was powerful, but he shouldn't be this strong. Among the cheering crowd, faint voices could be heard. Is this still Pan Tong? How did he become so strong? Did he level up? That can't be, not so fast. Yuchen watched Pan Tong's proud expression for a long time, lost in thought. The second match started quickly, between two mercenary groups she wasn't very familiar with. They fought for half an hour before a winner was decided. Shen Yunshu knew this was the normal pace. The third and fourth rounds featured the Lion King and Winter respectively. They were not in the same group, but that was expected. Qin Yutong whispered nearby, "We make slight adjustments to the draws to avoid having them face each other in the first round." Shen Yunsu nodded in understanding, knowing it was better to save the excitement for later. This approach caused the third and fourth groups to finish their matches almost instantly. The Lion King sent out Song Yan, whose special ability was wind power. His opponent was a woman wielding dual blades, with a large red birthmark on her face that looked like a burning flame. She fought fiercely and quickly, but due to the skill gap, she still lost. In the fourth group, Winter did not send the main male or female characters, but a person Shen Yunsu had never seen before. She guessed this was Fu Linshen's best friend, Sui. A typical hero's brother character, willing to go through fire and water for Fu Linshen, and at critical moments, might even sacrifice himself to awaken the hero, earning tears from the audience. But all of this would end when the hero's brother also fell in love with the heroine. Shen Yunsu almost wanted to laugh. This person was not particularly special, except for his rare ability, psychic power, taken from the villain. This was also the main reason the villain later became their enemy. Looking at the time, the villain probably didn't even know where he was wandering now. The match was straightforward, but the most interesting part was the use of the psychic ability. Shen Yunsu watched him stand still, while the opponent held his head in despair and automatically conceded. It was truly amazing. Shen Yunsu withdrew her gaze. Right after the first round, it was time for a break. Shen Yunsu already felt many sharp eyes watching her. She prepared herself, but noticed a strange clown-like figure staring intently at Su Yi on stage. "What's wrong? Are you also controlled?" Yu Chen's hands trembled slightly, eyes closed, trying to suppress his overwhelming emotions. "I'm fine," he said. But he didn't look fine at all. Shen Yunsu wanted to ask more, but the crowd had already arrived. After the first round of limited time trading, everyone seemed even more crazy. Those who had bought in the first round came back to buy more, and in large quantities. Shen Yunsu quickly packaged items for those who hadn't bought yet, but even with her fast speed, the area was still crowded and bustling. Song Yan eagerly watched the crowd and said, "Boss Shen's beef jerky is so delicious. During the break, we can't go say hello." Zhou Yao nodded in agreement. Zhou Sun patted Zhou Yao's head and said, "Let's wait until the match is over." Okay. Zhou Yao was about to speak, but Song Yan interrupted. "Boss, You must persuade Captain Chu to buy some beef jerky this time. You don't know how good it tastes. Song Yin closed his eyes, as if reminiscing. Zhou Sun chuckled and was about to give him a light tap on the head when someone called out to him, Captain Zhou. Zhou Sun was surprised and turned around. It was someone from the Hui mercenary group. She approached with a serious face, seeming a bit shy and hesitant before speaking. Captain Zhou, do you know Boss Shin? Zhou Sun looked a bit dazed but nodded instinctively. Her eyes lit up instantly. Could you please introduce us to Boss Shin? Zhou Sun's expression grew serious, realizing that their mercenary group's cooperation with Boss Shin might have been discovered. The woman was still looking at him, and Zhou Sun noticed many others subtly glancing his way. Song Yin also sensed something and looked increasingly serious and a little sad. Oh no, Boss Shin's supermarket has been found out. It's no longer just a favorite spot for their mercenary group. When Shen Yinshu was so busy she felt dizzy and almost couldn't hold on, the second round finally began. She sat down, took a big sip of water, and listened as the host announced the rules for the second round. In the second round, 4 teams will advance. From these 4, 2 teams will be chosen through the competition to compete in the final match. Excited cheers came from the crowd. Every year, we reform the rules for the second round. This year, we bring a brand new change. Please look. Shen Yunshu followed the host's gesture and saw 2 staff members pulling a trailer into the arena, carrying several large green spheres. Before she could figure out what those green spheres were, the audience started chattering and getting noisy. Are those mutated plant seeds? Wow, the organizers are really going all out this year. How are they going to play with those mutated plant seeds? Shen Yunshu listened but still didn't understand what they planned to do with the seeds in the arena. Soon, the people inside the arena gave her the answer. The 4 round balls were placed at the 4 corners of the field. Several water-based and earth-based abilities users released their powers on these balls. Within a minute, all 4 balls suddenly started shaking violently, with one shaking especially intensely. Bang! A loud explosion occurred as the green ball burst under the pressure. Thick vines burst out from inside, twisting wildly without restraint. They were covered in slimy, disgusting mucus, and it was unclear if it was toxic. The spectators below were stunned, including Shen Yunshu. However, she was more interested in what could be done with these mutated plants. If the mucus was removed from the plants and they were intertwined, they could make great outdoor shelters for supermarkets, providing shade and rain protection. Shen Yunshu rarely showed interest in these mutated plants. If these were mutated plants, she wondered if the world had similar plants to the carnivorous ones. If so, they could also be used for supermarket defenses. When zombies come, it would be like playing a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. The more Shen Yunshu thought about it, the more distant her ideas became, until the host's words pulled her back to reality. Among these vines, only 2 have white fruits. The 2 teams that can first retrieve these fruits and hold on to them until the end of the match will advance to the 3rd round. But, a friendly reminder, vines are toxic, so handle with care. Now, I officially declare the match begins. With the host's command, the 4 teams on the field started moving. The second round was a 2-person team battle, with each team sending 2 members to compete simultaneously. On the Lion King team, the members were Zhou Sun and Zhou Yao, siblings. One was a close-range fighter, the other a long-range attacker, working well together. However, these vines were tougher than expected. Zhou Yao shot an arrow precisely at a vine, but only managed to pierce a thin layer of skin. This only angered the vines more, and they flew toward them. Zhou Sun skillfully dodged the vines with a flip, realizing there were no white fruits on them. He immediately shifted his focus, not wasting time fighting. Shen Yunshu watched carefully and gradually understood their strategy. Zhou Yao was responsible for attracting the vines, while Zhou Sun checked for the white fruits. It was a smart plan, since the goal of this round was simply to get the white fruits. Before finding the fruits, fighting other teams would be a waste of energy. Other teams probably thought the same. But Shen Yunshu noticed something was off. The people sent from the winter team happened to be the main male and female characters. They were originally in the northern part of the arena, while the Lion King was in the south. The vines near them hadn't been cut much, but were gradually moving closer to the Lion King. The spectators seemed to realize something, and all held their breath together. Just as Zhou Sun jumped again to search among the many vines for the white fruit, a sword wrapped in lightning suddenly cut through the vines in front of him with great force, heading straight for his face. Zhou Sun was caught off guard, but in a life-or-death situation, his reaction improved to the maximum. At the critical moment, he slightly tilted his head back to dodge the sharp sword, which was powerful enough to cut through iron. However, he was still grazed, leaving a trail of blood beads. "Brother," Zhou Yao shouted sharply, quickly drawing a bow and arrow, which was covered in thick ice. The arrow shot fiercely toward Fu Linsun with unstoppable momentum. Fu Linsun shifted his body to avoid the arrow. Although the shot missed, it gave Zhou Sun a chance to breathe. He quickly stepped back, gaining speed to put distance between himself and the opponent. In just a minute, they had a fierce and impressive confrontation. The audience's eyes hadn't even fully reacted before they saw the terrifying strength of Captain Winter. Indeed, he was a dark horse, truly a dark horse. The crowd below erupted in cheers, starting to cheer loudly. "Go! Winter, go! Fight! Fight!" The spectators disliked the boring cautiousness at the front, preferring each team to fight for the fruit. They wanted intense battles, so they could feel excited. Shin Yunshu stood up seriously. No one knew that during the fierce fight, Fu Linsun had glanced at her. He was getting back at her. "Damn it, this fool." Shin Yunshu clenched her teeth, holding back her anger, and continued watching. At this moment, the situation inside the arena became tense. Winter ignited the spark for fighting, focusing only on the Lion King and pressing closer step by step. Zhou Sun didn't seem eager to fight, managing to defend while still trying to find the fruit. Meanwhile, the Black Eagle noticed the situation was bad and started fighting alongside Winter against the Lion King. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth, narrowly avoiding another attack. He supported himself on the ground with his arm, blood dripping steadily. Zhou Yao also appeared anxious, shooting arrows quickly to help cover her brother. Shin Yunshu's gaze shifted slightly as she saw the only team not involved in the fight was scavenging. They had already found the white fruit and were trying to get closer. Stupid fools, Shin Yunshu cursed inwardly. Did they really think they could get a bargain? Once the Lion King was out of the way, could Winter and Black Eagle let a single white fruit go to them? His best option now is to team up with the Lion King to fight against Winter and Black Eagle. Maybe he can even win something. As the Lion King's decline becomes more obvious, the audience starts to lose confidence. Why is the Lion King so weak?
Come on.
Fight! Wow, I didn't expect the Lion King to not even get second place this year. Damn it, I bet so much money. Now I'm losing. Listening to the ignorant crowd's complaints, Shen Yunshu feels angry. She keeps her eyes fixed on Fu Linsun, trying to find a weakness. He can't be more than 5 meters away from that woman. Shin Yunshu pauses, then turns to Yu Chen. "What did you say?" Yu Chen calmly observes the situation on the field and repeats confidently, "If he goes more than 5 meters away from that woman, his movements slow down noticeably, and it looks like he's hiding some pain." Shin Yunshu suddenly has a bright idea. She remembers that in the original story, although the male lead's special ability is very strong, it has a fatal flaw. When he uses his power heavily, his head starts to hurt. At that moment, if the female lead appears nearby, he can calm down. This was a forced plot device by the author to create a special bond between the main characters, and the solution is a cliché combination. That's why Fu Linsun brought the healing female lead to participate in this double-team match. But now, this becomes the only way to break through for the Lion King. Shin Yunshu's eyes light up. She picks up a megaphone from her booth, turns the volume to maximum, and shouts loudly into the arena. "First, eliminate the healer." Shin Yunshu's shout shocks everyone. While no one reacts immediately, Zhou Yao quickly understands Shin Yunshu's meaning. She calms herself, knocks her last arrow, and looks at Fu Linsun rushing toward her and Yi Xiaoran, who is frozen in fear. This final arrow is aimed at the saintly figure. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound nearly shatters everyone's eardrums. The arrow, flying at high speed, emits a faint cold aura, piercing the air. Just as Fu Linchenblock's hurt the last second, the arrow shatters inch by inch before her eyes. Yi Xiaoran eliminated. The huge reversal leaves everyone stunned, staring with wide eyes. Shen Yunshu is the first to cheer loudly. Well done. The others finally react, and their enthusiastic cheers almost shake the roof. With each twist and turn, they haven't seen such an exciting match in many years. As for Shen Yunshu's outside help, no one cared about it because they were all shouting nonstop. However, their shouts were not as loud or as sharp as Shen Yunshu's. The loud voice directly declared Yi Xiaoran's defeat. She had tears in her eyes and was led off the field. After shooting her arrow, Zhou Yao couldn't hold on anymore. She knelt on the ground, looking pale. Her supernatural power was almost exhausted. Fu Lin looked sharply at Shen Yunshu, his eyes bloodshot, as if he was about to lose control. Shen Yunshu, his voice was full of emotion, like crying blood. But he had no time to hesitate. Seeing two white fruits appear, he decisively abandoned the Lion King and headed straight for the white fruit. Black Eagle saw this and no longer followed, instead choosing to compete for the weakest team's white fruit. Zhou Sun managed to breathe a little, but both his and Zhou Yao's powers were drained. At this moment, rushing in again probably wouldn't work, and only 2 minutes remained in the game. Zhou Sun tried to stand up and fight, but he had no strength left to deal with winter. He could only target the weakest team. That team was currently holding their fruit while being chased by Black Eagle. This team had been mostly inactive during the game, but they were the most energetic in terms of power and stamina so far. Even when chased, they were calm. The faster one turned back and mocked. Is that all? Black Eagle's strength is just this. No wonder you only win by sneaky tricks and playing dirty, but it seems you haven't actually won before, right? The second place for 1,000 years. Shen Yunshu almost burst out laughing listening to this. She didn't expect this team to be full of jokers. But even if Black Eagle was good at sneaky tricks, their strength was clear. There was only 1 minute left, and Black Eagle was about to catch up. They clenched their jaws and stopped talking, focusing entirely on running. Zhou Sun was waiting for the right moment. Shen Yunshu felt a bit anxious. 3 teams competing for one fruit meant only a 1/3 chance of winning. Plus, Zhou Sun and Zhou Yao were exhausted, so their chances were less than 20%. In the last half-minute, Zhou Sun made his move. He tried to block the middle team, but that team was only good at escaping. Under pressure from 2 teams, he found a tricky new direction to keep running. 20 seconds left. Black Eagle eliminated one of their members and was close to the person holding the fruit. 10 seconds remaining. A burst of fire blocked all his escape routes, trapping Zhou Sun outside. 5 seconds left. The person holding the fruit suddenly stopped in the center of the fire circle and no longer tried to escape. The people from Black Eagle quickly approached him. He tilted his head and smiled brightly at the approaching Black Eagle. Sorry about this. He suddenly threw the white fruit in his arms toward the direction where Zhou Sun was. Everyone was caught off guard by this move, including Zhou Sun himself. He hurriedly caught the flying fruit, just as the boy inside the fire circle loudly shouted to the audience. Boss Shen, remember us? We are the Xuanfeng mercenary group, with only 1 second remaining. The competition is over. Congratulations to the Winter Mercenary Group and the Lion King Mercenary Group for reaching the finals. The huge cheers drowned out Shen Yunshu's confusion, but she quickly recovered and, regardless of whether they could see her or not, nodded and smiled in that direction. Got it. It's hard to forget such a moment. After the second round of the competition, more guests arrived, but this time fewer than before. Shen Yunshu estimated she could finish in about 40 minutes, leaving some time to watch The Lion King. However, after only 10 minutes of selling, Qin Yutong quietly came over and whispered something to her. Shen Yunshu frowned. What about my stall? Don't worry. The staff has already helped you sell for 2 rounds. It's fine if you step away for a bit. Shen Yunshu hesitated, then thought about the organizer Qin Yutong mentioned, and finally relaxed. All right, I'll go with you. She turned to remind the clown and others briefly before following Qin Yutong. Yu Chen watched her walk away, then unconsciously glanced toward the winter side, tapping the table twice. With a creak, the door of the box was opened. Shun Yunshu only realized there was a second level after being led upstairs. Almost all of it was private boxes. As she entered, a strong smell of smoke hit her face. Shun Yunshu subtly frowned. No matter the era, some people just can't give up their love for smoking. Even without cigarettes, they find substitutes. Boss Shun, please take a seat. A deep voice spoke first from the other side. It was a middle-aged man with a sincere tone. Shin Yunshu looked up. He was sitting at the main seat, likely the most important person here. She nodded calmly and walked over. May I ask, why has the organizer called me up? Hey, don't be in such a hurry. The man sitting in the lower right corner slowly poured a cup of tea for Shin Yunshu. Thanks to Boss Shin today, our competition has been so lively. Shin Yunshu looked at the withered tea leaves floating on the hot water. The quality was naturally not as good as before the apocalypse, but it was still rare in this world. The people below hesitated over bottles of nutritional fluid costing 100 each, while those above relaxed and enjoyed their hot tea leisurely. Shun Yunshu didn't really want to drink this tea. She just looked up at the man in the main seat. The middle-aged man saw she didn't accept his kindness, and his eyes darkened slightly. It's nothing much. Just a small change to the contract you signed with us. We don't need that 20% profit. Shen Yunshu's eyelid twitched. What do you mean? The middle-aged man took a puff of his cigarette and smiled slightly. Smart of you, Boss Shen. We don't need that 20% profit, and we can offer a higher price. All we need is for Boss Shen to tell us where the beef jerky comes from. Where does the beef jerky come from? Yes. Shun Yunshu slowly looked at these hypocritical people, sneering inwardly. No need to take 20% of the profit? And they can offer a higher price? It sounds nice, but they are just shocked by the profit she brought today and want to break the contract, removing her as the middleman. Unfortunately, there is no middleman. Shin Yunshu calmly shook her head. No. Everyone laughed. No source, no supplier. Could it be that you, a young girl, made it yourself? They couldn't believe Shin Yunshu was the supplier herself. Almost everyone thought she had a more powerful person or organization behind her. And that organization must have secret channels to produce such beef jerky. But no matter what kind of organization it was, they could all afford a higher price. Now, they just needed to pry this mysterious group out of Shun Yunshu's mouth. Yet Shun Yunshu still shook her head, even looking at these people with a playful expression. If you called me here just to talk about these things, I might as well leave now. Suddenly, a light sound of a teacup hitting the table. Boss Shin, do you think you can just leave now? Shin Yunshu stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at the group without moving. They looked at her with ill intent. Boss Shin, your recent fame is quite big, but do you know what kind of consequences this might bring? Outside the venue, some people were already watching Shin Boss closely. Inside, there were quite a few, and our security guards had already caught several. These were just some impatient troublemakers. The real ones were hidden in the shadows. Shin Yunshu knew this well. To be modest, she was just doing her business. To be bold, she was disrupting the market. But none of this really concerned her. She looked at the smug crowd and threw out a condition. If Shin Boss cooperates with us, we will naturally provide enough support to ensure your safety. But if Shin Boss refuses, we might not be able to intervene if anything happens inside. It was like giving a treat and then hitting with a stick. The old man knew how to speak, but he chose the wrong target. Shun Yunshu had already reached her patience limit after listening to their endless nonsense. She stood up directly and slammed her teacup onto the ground. You old folks, you can't even handle what's happening inside your own place. You're really useless. Listen carefully. I'm just renting your venue to sell my stuff. If you breach the contract, pay 10 times the penalty. And Shin Yunshu swept her gaze over everyone in the box. Smoke less. Your lungs and liver are already blackened, yet you still smoke. If zombies bit you, you just spit them out with a disgusted sound. You smell terrible. This chain of attacks left them speechless. They only started to get angry when Shin Yunshu began to walk out. A flame blocked her way, and the intense heat made her step back a few paces. I advise you to understand the situation clearly, Shin boss. Don't risk your life just to show off. Qin Yutong did the right thing by insisting on working with you, but if you keep this up, we might have to abandon Qin Yutong too. They started threatening her, clearly watching her reactions and sensing her desire for Qin Yutong. But if they were willing to give up Qin Yutong, she wouldn't mind at all. She slowly turned around, the flames flickering across half her face, revealing her unhidden ambition. Qin Yutong did the smartest thing by cooperating with me, but the stupidest thing he did was working under you stubborn old folks. You all have 2 eggs hanging under your eyebrows. You only blink but don't see. Shin Yunshu's words were heavy. Under the system's protection, she stepped over the flames and walked away confidently. Pushing open the door to the private room, a frightened figure quickly withdrew their hand. Shin Yunshu glanced over and saw Qin Yutong. He looked down, with slightly reddened ears, as if apologizing for eavesdropping. Shin Yunshu couldn't tell what he was thinking, but she knew that if she didn't return to the venue soon, she would miss the 3rd round of the competition. She looked left, then right, both hallways looked exactly the same. Unable to do anything else, she had to focus her gaze back on Qin Yutong. Sorry, I can't find my way back. When Shin Yunshu returned to the 1st floor of the venue, the booth was empty, and the beef jerky was sold out.
But
someone was missing? She asked the staff member who had been helping her at the booth. Did you see the person who was sitting here with a mask just now? The staff frowned and thought for a moment. Oh, I remember. He left about 5 minutes before you came back. The staff pointed in a direction. He told me to tell you he was going to the restroom and would be back soon. Back soon? So it's been 5 minutes, and he's still not back. The staff scratched his head. Maybe the restroom is a bit far, and he's been looking for it. Shin Yunshu frowned as she looked toward that direction. Her instincts told her something was off, and just hearing, going to the restroom, made her feel uneasy. But the staff couldn't provide more information. Shin Yunshu quietly thanked her and returned to her original post. Still feeling uneasy, she was about to stand up and look for him when Qin Yutong stopped her. Let me help you find him. You're not familiar with this place, and the 3rd round is about to start. Shin Yunshu hesitated for a moment, then sat down again. Qin Yutong's words made sense. She didn't know this place well, and wandering around blindly would be pointless. Besides, the clown was an adult and quite capable. Thinking this, Shin Yunshu nodded. All right, thank you. Keep in touch if you find out anything, okay? After Qin Yutong left, the 3rd round of the competition just happened to begin. This round was a team battle with 5 members. Those who participated in the 1st and 2nd rounds could also join this one. On the Lion King side, Song Yin was back on stage. Zhou Sun and Zhou Yao, exhausted from the previous rounds, did not participate again. Instead, 3 unfamiliar people and Leader Chu took their places. On the winter side, the main male and female characters still participated, along with the male lead's brother and a beautiful, unfamiliar woman. The female lead and this woman are caught between Fu Lin-shin and another woman. Their styles are clearly very different. One is pure and innocent, the other is glamorous and seductive. Shin Yunshu, standing far away, can feel the tense confrontation between the two. She slightly smiles, thinking this must be another villainous female character who is so wicked she could beat the female lead easily. This will be interesting to watch. The competition begins. For gates rise along the side of the arena, behind which are mutated fierce beasts. The rules are similar to the previous round, but instead of vines, there are strange beasts. Each beast has a blue and white cloth tied to different parts of its body. The teams need to find the only cloth marked with a 7-pointed star. When the cage doors open, the first to emerge are 2 lions and a tiger. These mutated lions and tigers are no longer the animals Shin Yunshu remembers. They are 2 to 3 times larger, with stronger bones, agile bodies, and incredible speed and biting power. They roar fiercely, creating a powerful aura that seems to shake the entire arena. However, both teams remain calm and attack immediately. Shin Yunshu, watching with curiosity, pays more attention to the team with Lin Dong. The innocent-looking girl is still as pure as ever, closely following Fu Lin-shin, occasionally emitting a warm, healing glow. She looks like a clueless couple playing a game, only caring about sticking together, ignoring the safety of their teammates. Compared to her, the female villain in red looks much more refreshing. Her ability is fire-based. Shun Yinshu realized early on that even if two people have the same ability type, their attacks can be very different. For example, the clown-like villain's fire is pure and clean, while the old, ugly one's fire seems dirty and murky. This woman's fire is dazzling, extremely beautiful. Every attack she releases forms a faint fire lotus, wildly dancing in the air, while she gracefully steps out from within, like a blooming lotus. Her extraordinary elegance is captivating, which explains why Fu Lin-shin, that scoundrel, wants both of them. The fierce beasts, as a prelude, are quickly dealt with by both teams. The cloth marked with the 7-pointed star is unlikely to appear so early. Soon after, several more mutated beasts emerge, but among the ugly, fierce creatures, there are also a few cute, harmless-looking white rabbits. Shun Yinshu immediately sensed something when she saw the white rabbit and quickly focused her gaze on Yi Xiaoran. Sure enough, such a small, cute animal instantly ignited Yi Xiaoran's compassionate side. She even bravely stepped in front of the little white rabbit to block the aggressive female character. Shun Yinshu burst into laughter, and everyone present was stunned. They had never seen such an action before. But the skilled female character was indeed talented. She managed to stop the attack, though at the cost of a backlash. The beautiful female character took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fu Lin-shin immediately rushed toward her, holding her in his arms. Meanwhile, the innocent little white flower character was left holding the rabbit, staring blankly, tears welling in her eyes. Well, this is just a melodramatic scene. However, the Lion King wasn't in the mood to enjoy this show. They quickly seized the opportunity and launched a direct attack on Yi Xiaoran. They still remembered Shun Yinshu's shocking cry, "Kill the nanny first," but Fu Lin-shin was clever this time. Although he was still holding someone, he stepped in front of Yi Xiaoran, and they worked together to fend off the Lion King's attack. Yi Xiaoran stood there dazed. Shun Yinshu felt that at this moment, it was exactly like the vivid inner monologue in the original story. It turns out I am the outsider. The result of this melodramatic scene on the battlefield was that while Yi Xiaoran managed to survive, the other two were knocked down by the Lion King. The current situation was 5 pairs versus 3. The fierce beasts had already fought twice, but still hadn't found the cloth strip they needed. The scene fell into brief silence. Everyone looked toward the black hole, which had yet to produce any strange beasts. That black hole was bottomless, seemingly hiding something terrifying. Roar! A sudden roar made everyone tremble. Some weaker individuals even coughed up blood from the shock. Shun Yinshu couldn't help but step back. Compared to this soul-shaking roar, the fierce beasts from earlier seemed insignificant. But it was just a roar. Everyone's expressions changed as they stepped back 2 paces.
Bang! Bang!
The enormous creature began to move forward step by step. Shun Yinshu looked at her feet in horror. The ground, which had felt like it was shaking before, was indeed trembling now. With each approaching step, everyone clenched their jaws and stared at the exit with intense focus. A huge shadow appeared before the actual object itself. Just this shadow cast darkness over all the contestants in the arena. What a terrifying scale. Some people in the arena suddenly realized something was wrong and started to run outside. Shun Yinshu stared at the nearly 3-meter-tall giant brown bear emerging. It seemed to sense something too and suddenly began to run wildly outward. The bear's eyes were red. Shun Yinshu, gasping for breath, knew this because the bear immediately looked at her when it appeared, and she happened to meet its gaze. A surge of violent rage rushed toward her. Instinct made Shun Yinshu run as fast as she could. Sure enough, the bear was clear about its goal and charged straight at Shun Yinshu. Everyone could see that the bear had a blue and white cloth tied around its teeth, and on the cloth was the 7-pointed star they had been waiting for. Fu Lin's expression darkened, and he chased after it. Song Yen saw the bear heading directly for Shun Yinshu and hurried to catch up. "Boss Shin, Get out of the way. A loud crash sounded as the cement near Shin Yunshu was smashed open, creating a big hole. She was so frightened she staggered and quickly rolled to the side. The arena was already in chaos. The wild beast had broken loose and ran into the audience seats. None of the security guards could stop it, and everyone was desperately pushing toward the small exit. Shin Yunshu clenched her teeth and changed direction while running at top speed. The bear slapped the ground where she had just been, creating a deep pit. Something was wrong, way too wrong. Why was the bear only chasing her? Panting heavily, Shin Yunshu used her remaining mental strength to think. Was it the old folks? No, they wouldn't do that so quickly, and they wouldn't risk damaging their reputation like this.
Who could it be?
Shin Yunshu suddenly slipped and slid closer to the Lion King rushing toward her. Sweat dripped onto the ground as the huge shadow completely covered her. Shin Yunshu saw the terrified eyes of many people. Her ears buzzed, but she still sensed a completely different gaze. At the last moment, she looked up and saw Pan Tong standing on the second floor, happily watching her. He saw Shin Yunshu's panicked expression and open his mouth as if to speak. Shin Yunshu understood. He was saying, "You scoundrel, go die. You scoundrel, go die." Along with Pan Tong's silent curse, the brown bear suddenly became even more aggressive for some reason. Shin Yunshu had no time to think about how Pan Tong managed this. She could only run with all her might. The lungs rapidly emptied of air, causing Shin Yunshu to experience a ringing in her ears. She couldn't hear clearly what the Lion King ahead was shouting, but the extreme fear on their faces told her something was wrong. She quickly stopped and rolled on the spot, but the huge shadow still covered her. At a critical moment, she swung her golden-pointed axe fiercely. The fire element was activated, creating a streak of flame. The giant brown bear's paw retracted quickly, and it roared furiously in anger. Captain Zhu seized the opportunity to gather water arrows and aimed directly at the bear's eyes. The bear stepped back, narrowly avoiding the water arrows. Angered, it began to swing wildly. Before Shin Yunshu could stand up, she was suddenly hit and thrown away. Her body crashed hard into the wall, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her vision started to blur. In her blurry sight, the Lion King was fighting hard to resist the charging bear, but their strength was too small. Shin Yunshu watched Captain Zhu being struck hard by the bear's fist and bleed heavily. Song Yan shouted, wanting to rush over, but he was already badly injured. Zhou Sun and Zhou Yao, exhausted of their powers, picked up weapons and drained their last strength. Shin Yunshu clenched her fists tightly, watching Winter coldly. Even at the last moment, they still thought about the blue-white cloth strip on the bear's teeth and secretly harmed the Lion King. Damn it. Shin Yunshu spat blood on the ground and staggered to her feet. Coldly watching? Secretly harming? System, give me some strength. 1,000 in 1 minute. Okay. As soon as the words finished, a surge of power slowly flowed into Shin Yunshu's body, spreading through her limbs. She moved her fingers, feeling lighter than ever before. Song Yan, step back. A sharp shout accompanied the flying golden-pointed axe. Song Yan moved aside just in time to avoid it. Turning back in horror, he saw that Shin Boss, who had been thrown away, was standing up again and rushing in another direction at great speed. Her eyes were firm, her hair fluttered in the wind, and her delicate jawline was tight. The direction she looked was exactly Winter. Fu Lin Shin watched Shin Yunshu rushing toward him and almost immediately understood her plan. Shin Yunshu's brow twitched silently, as if asking, "Why are you calling your dad?" Fuck. Fu Lin Shin's eyes flashed with anger. He turned around and shouted, "Run, run? Can she escape?" Shin Yunshu raised her eyebrows, her speed almost matching the wind. Fu Lin Shin is not a coward. Seeing the distance closing, he decisively chose to counterattack. But his target was not the bear, but Shin Yunshu. A huge lightning ball struck directly at Shin Yunshu's face. She gracefully leaped away, dodging the lightning ball, and surprisingly landed on top of the bear's head. The brown bear opened its mouth wide, trying to bite Shin Yunshu with its teeth, but she seized the opportunity, grabbing a blue and white cloth between its teeth. The referee 10 meters away was stunned. How should this be judged? However, Shin Yunshu kept moving, firmly holding the bear's ear. No matter how the bear struggled, she wouldn't let go. Instead, she forcefully pulled the bear's ear, making it turn in a certain direction. The bear struggled and tilted its body toward that direction. While everyone was confused about what Shin Yunshu was trying to do, she suddenly released her grip. Using the bear's struggle, she was flung into the air. Boss Shin, there was no sound in Shin Yunshu's ears except the wind. She flew precisely in one direction and happily saw Pan Tong, who was stunned. She softly smiled, her voice carried by the wind. Say one more time, who is the trash? Pan Tong stepped back 2 steps, gritting his teeth. You think coming up here changes anything? I can still kill you. With that, ice spikes appeared, all aimed at Shin Yunshu. Shin Yunshu grinned. Can you kill me? I am seriously overpowered. Just as she was about to activate her system's defenses, a blazing hot air suddenly swept over. The attack released by Pan Tong began to melt, turning into droplets of water. His face changed drastically. How is that possible? But Shin Yunshu looked up as if she had a premonition, gazing into the darkness behind Pan Tong. A long leg stepped forward first, followed by a slim but upright figure. Shin Yunshu took a deep breath and softly called out, Clown. Yuchen looked up at her and nodded slightly. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Pan Tong tried to run. But Shin Yunshu saw through his plan. A sharp dagger was drawn, one given to her by Zhou Yao. First blood with the dagger, you're lucky. Puck. The sound of the sword piercing flesh. Shin Yunshu's hand trembled slightly, but at the last moment, she fully stabbed through. After this, she understood that in the end-of-world scenario, eliminating the root was the only way to survive. Pan Tong's eyes widened as he backed away step by step, finally collapsing into a pool of blood. Shin Yunshu was exhausted and finally knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. Her trembling hand almost couldn't hold the dagger. She had killed someone. She had indeed killed someone. Yuchen slowly approached her, crouching down gently and looking directly at her. He deserves to die. Shin Yunshu closed her eyes and took a moment to breathe, then tightly gripped her dagger again. All right, let's go. Shin Yunshu stood up and instinctively looked at Pan Tong's body. But in the deep red blood pool, she noticed a pink stone. She frowned and slowly moved closer, picking up the stone from the blood. It was a pink crystal. As she examined it, a chime sounded in her mind. Hidden task triggered. Find out the purpose and origin of the pink crystal. Shin Yunshu was surprised, recalling how Pan Tong suddenly became stronger and the raging brown bear, her expression turning serious. This was a plot point not covered in the original story. She wiped the pink crystal and put it in her pocket. The competition ended here, with no further incidents. Shin Yunshu held a blue and white cloth strip, ready to move on. But a loud pounding sound stopped them. Shin Yunshu and Yuchen paused, watching a group of people rush toward them. It was the group of old men followed by a bunch of security guards. Shin Yunshu looked at them coldly. The brown bear had disappeared when it lost control, but now it was back. Perfect timing. The lead old man put on a good act, looking surprised at Pan Tong lying on the ground, then confidently turning to Shin Yunshu. How dare you kill someone in our territory? Catch her. How dare you kill someone in our territory? Catch her. Shin Yunshu grabbed Yuchen and turned to run. The old man behind them shouted even louder. Maybe this riot is also related to them. Catch them, as he shouted. A group of security guards immediately chased after Shin Yunshu and Yuchen. Shin Yunshu didn't want to get entangled with them anymore. She grabbed the clownish clothes, searching for an escape route. But Yuchen didn't run away. Instead, he grabbed Shin Yunshu and said, Don't move, hold on to me. What? Before she finished, Yuchen pulled her onto the stairs to the second floor. She looked down and saw the brown bear and scattered bodies, her pupils dilating instantly. What are you trying to do? Yuchen didn't answer her. Instead, he forcefully hugged Shin Yunshu into his arms. Oh my! Shin Yunshu bumped into Yuchen's hard chest and felt a strange, absurd sensation. It was like being embraced by a son she raised since childhood, filling her heart with a mix of pride, and deep emotion.
Son.
Not clown monster. Yu-chin. Shun Yin-shu instinctively closed her mouth, feeling awkward. The next second, she almost shouted out loud because the clown monster carried her and jumped from the second floor. The security guards chasing after them tried to catch them but only grabbed a piece of clothing. Yu-chun, flying in the air, was completely calm. One hand tightly held Shin Yunshu's waist, while the other hand went into his mouth, blowing a loud whistle. A sharp bird call came from afar. Shin Yunshu saw an eagle swooping up from below, its body about a meter long, wings spread wide, with a majestic presence that seemed to block the sky. It quickly flew toward Yu-chun and precisely caught his hand. The falling motion stopped, and the two suddenly soared upward. Shun Yunshu looked at the eagle in surprise, then at the clown monster. "You're pretty handsome, kid." Yu-chin pursed his lips, silent, but his ears turned red strangely. "Where are we going?" Shun Yunshu looked at the people below, her grip on the blue and white cloth loosening slightly as she flew precisely into the crowd of lion warriors. She waved her hand and said, "Home. Okay. How long can this eagle fly?" "Not for long, Shun Yunshu." Then, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the limited time reputation task with 3,000 points. Reward: 1 RV. Shin Yunshu's eyes lit up. System: can I exchange it immediately? Yes. Good. Shun Yunshu looked at Yu-chun. Hold on tight. Yu-chin tightened his grip. Okay. System: exchange. Bang. As Shun Yunshu finished speaking, a white RV suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Everyone below was stunned. Song-yin looked at the huge white object in the sky, confused. "What is that?" Zhou Yao, standing beside him, looked with bright eyes. "I don't know, but it's not surprising if something as crazy as this happens to Sister Shin." "So impressive." Song-yin looked at Zhou Yao speechlessly. "You're already a huge fan of Boss Shin. Does your brother know?" Shun Yunshu had no idea she now had a fan below. Honestly, she was more frightened than anyone else. She thought the RV would appear under their feet, but it appeared in the sky. And she and the clown monster suddenly appeared inside the RV with a loud pop. Dog system. If it crashes, who gets the blame? The system naturally didn't answer her. Shin Yunshu could only hold onto the steering wheel during the fall, trying to control where it would land. But it was completely useless. At the moment the RV fell, Shin Yunshu's mind went numb. But surprisingly, the RV was not damaged at all and could still start. This isn't an RV, it's more like an armored vehicle. Seeing people chasing from behind, Shin Yunshu quickly sat in the driver's seat. She didn't care which pedal was the accelerator or brake. She stomped on both and managed to start the vehicle. Ignoring all obstacles, she drove forward recklessly, but when passing someone, she suddenly hit the brakes hard. Qin Yutong stood awkwardly amidst the wreckage. He knew that after this race, his position would definitely be lost. They would not only fire him but also criticize and shame him intensely. In their eyes, all his ideas seemed foolish, useless, and impossible to succeed. Qin Yutong's body trembled slightly. The feeling of not being accepted almost crushed his confidence into dust, making it hard to rebuild. But now, looking at the huge object stopping in front of him, someone who insulted others for not recognizing talent and was blind and deaf, he reached out his hand. "Shall we go together? I need you." Qin Yutong no longer hesitated and extended his hand. "My confidence is in ruins, but you have built a new tower on top of it." Shun Yunshu drove back to the supermarket without obstacle. This stall had many ups and downs, full of twists and turns. Her biggest gain was strategist Qin Yutong, and her biggest loss was her beloved tricycle. When Shun Yunshu realized she had left the tricycle at the base, she was heartbroken. They got a good deal. But when she heard the news from the Lion King side that they had won the championship, she was happy again. Because in the end, they managed to get the final ribbon, and the championship was awarded to them. Beating the protagonist is a heroic deed that can go down in history. Shin Yunshu was so happy that she celebrated all night, and then started calculating her earnings from the stall. She sold a total of 3,000 packs of beef jerky, earning 75,000 purple coins. Because she had a falling out with the venue, she felt justified in breaking the contract. She no longer had to pay the rental fee or 20% of the profits. All of it went into her pocket. The Lion King side knew she had placed a bet and even helped her withdraw the money, totaling 20,000 purple coins, which also went into her pocket. Adding the profits from the supermarket that day, her current total balance was about 100,000 purple coins. Sun Yinshu decided to invest 20,000 of these in opening a new branch. As for the remaining money, of course, it would be used to upgrade the supermarket. The supermarket was now level 4, and she spent 65,000 to upgrade it 2 levels to level 6. The inside of the supermarket was naturally refreshed, and the wooden shelves she desired finally appeared. Outside, the storefront extended into a red and white canopy, with a few tables and chairs underneath. However, what she cared about most was the change in the system panel. She looked at the 2 new features, a lottery and an upgrade pool. Lottery? Sun Yinshu thought for a moment. This thing was probably a reward after she nearly ran out of check-ins. As someone who had never won a prize since childhood, Sun Yinshu decided not to try this feature lightly. What interested her more was the upgrade pool. She clicked on it. What caught her eye was a glowing whirlpool and several blank circles beside it. There was also an explanation. Any item can be upgraded. Different materials produce different effects. Please be cautious and aim for the perfect solution. Sun Yinshu thought this sounds quite advanced. She scanned the supermarket and finally focused on a set of small yellow duck costume dolls. Without hesitation, she threw it into the upgrade pool. As for the materials, zombie blood, zombie teeth, zombie arms, all were tossed in. She stood aside, eagerly pressing the upgrade button. The whirlpool started spinning. The small yellow duck was swallowed and slowly transformed into a small zombie duck, black and yellow, with one eyeball missing, sharp teeth, and a body leaking blood. Sun Yinshu. Just then, Yuchin came out of the warehouse, habitually looking for the small yellow duck costume, until he saw the thing in front of her. He pondered for a long time before slowly speaking, "Where is my little yellow duck?" Sun Yinshu decided to stop playing with the upgrade pool recklessly. She carefully reviewed the introduction again and unexpectedly found an upgrade catalog. She clicked to check and discovered that items upgraded from the pool had levels. They would first be assigned a level based on what was thrown in, with a total of 8 levels: F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The small yellow duck was at level D, and the items thrown in could only be considered level F, so the upgraded item was naturally still level D. With higher level materials, higher quality items could be refined. Sun Yinshu quickly flipped through, wanting to see what qualified as high-level materials, but she found she couldn't scroll further. A line of text appeared on the system panel. The upgrade pool level is limited. To view higher levels, you need to upgrade to a higher level. Sun Yinshu finally realized that the upgrade pool has levels, and hers is only at level 1. She felt a bit disappointed and returned home, thinking she might find a way to upgrade her gold-making axe. But at least now she had a plan. Sun Yinshu gathered her strength and decided not to think about the upgrade pool for now. Instead, she started restocking the supermarket. The store's capacity had increased, just enough to hold all the goods she brought back last time. Soon, the supermarket was full and looked very colorful and tempting, making people want to browse. However, Sun Yinshu kept feeling something was off. She pulled out the clown and the strange character to look at the store, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong. So, she decided to bring out the strategist she had taken from before. Since being brought back, the strategist had been a bit down and Sun Yinshu wasn't sure why. She guessed he might be a sentimental person and comforted him. But Qin Yutong just shook his head lightly and said, "It's not because of that. I just haven't received my salary this month." At that moment, Sun Yinshu understood him and felt very empathetic. She promised that as long as she had a bite to eat, he would have a bowl of soup. Working with her was definitely the right choice. Qin Yutong gradually recovered. Now, he was brought out to look at the supermarket in front of him. Facing Shen Yunshu's question, he thought for a moment. Boss Shen's supermarket definitely has the most complete supplies and the lowest prices among all post-apocalyptic supermarkets, but there is indeed a problem. What is it? Shen Yunshu quickly asked. Qin Yutong pondered for a moment and then pointed out sharply, "It's flashy, but not practical." As soon as these words came out, Shen Yunshu felt enlightened. This was a problem she had overlooked. She kept upgrading her restaurant, bringing in more goods and getting more tools, but forgot. She was in a dangerous world where everyone was on edge. People who couldn't even get enough food wouldn't pursue so-called luxury. So, the best-selling item in her store was always nutritional liquid, especially the plain flavor. As for other products, they only made up a small part of the daily profits. Then what should I do? Shen Yunshu seemed to be asking Qin Yutong, but was also asking herself. She looked at the goods in the supermarket and listened as Qin Yutong slowly spoke. Actually, Boss Shen understands this, doesn't she? During the Mercenary Guild competition, selling expensive beef jerky in small packages created the illusion that everyone could afford it. Once people tasted the benefits, naturally some would start buying and selling in large quantities. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up and she nodded. You're right. Since everyone thinks these items are too expensive and not practical, she decided to transform them into affordable, useful, and convenient products for everyone. Shen Yunshu chose to create a supermarket with a post-apocalyptic theme. That very night, she began a major redesign of the store layout. Thanks to the fact that moving items around in the supermarket didn't cost anything, she could freely rearrange everything according to her ideas. First step, dividing the store into sections. She split the supermarket into 3 areas: medical, food, and practical items. Shen Yunshu played a small trick here. She didn't put snacks in a separate zone, but mixed them with nutritional liquids in the practical section, placing them where customers could see as soon as they entered. Although her store wasn't very competitive, riding the trend was still beneficial. Second step, turning useless items into practical ones. This mainly applied to the food area, also called the rest zone. She knew most people went out on missions and had to camp outside, sometimes for days or even weeks. So, having a rest and refresh station was very necessary. Shen Yunshu believed that these items hadn't sold before because they were too low-key but looked intimidating. Items that seem expensive and aren't necessarily useful are what customers want. So, she disassembled and reassembled these items into packages. The packages varied in price but shared a common trait. They were cheap and tempting. She cleverly wrapped all the packages in plastic wrap, leaving the food exposed outside, which was a deadly temptation for hungry, impoverished people in the post-apocalyptic world. The food area was mainly located on the right inside the supermarket, next to the transparent glass wall, including the outdoor seating area. She placed the packages facing the glass so that anyone passing outside would be irresistibly drawn to them. This greatly increased the sales of hot food. Additionally, she brought out the breakfast machine she had won last time, but hadn't used yet. She placed the breakfast machine on the counter, filling it with various breakfast foods, buns, eggs, steamed bread, and dumplings. Shen Yunshu chose the tastiest quick breakfast options. Once placed inside the machine, the aroma began to spread, making people's mouths water. It was positioned right on the main path at the entrance, and she didn't believe anyone could resist it. But there was still a key problem she hadn't solved. Most people choose to buy nutritional drinks instead of hot meals because they're more cost-effective. A bottle of nutritional liquid can last half a day, but food may not. To solve this problem, Shen Yunshu decided to raise the price of the nutritional drinks slightly. She increased the price of the regular flavor to 80 per bottle, which is still much cheaper than in the base. The cheapest meal plan costs only 80, so comparing the two makes the food seem more affordable. Her final step was to give a special offer. The supermarket underwent a big change, and Shen Yunshu decided to run a promotion. Spend 500 to get 50 free, spend 1,000 to get 100 free. First-time customers get a 10% discount on everything except nutritional drinks and medical supplies. Additionally, she offers free marinated eggs with instant noodles and free soy milk with breakfast. The new product packages are even more attractive. Buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 2, get bottled water free. Early the next morning, Shun Yunshu announced the promotion. She used the same advertising method she learned at the base. The base's central area has a busy task hall, the loudest and most lively place. It can post and accept various tasks and also run ads for a fee. Shun Yunshu, feeling reluctant but determined, spent 10,000 to promote her event. With her reputation, she believed the promotion would be successful. However, Shun Yunshu had no idea how much her information was causing a stir in the base. Did you hear? The supermarket owner blew up the mercenary team competition area. Blew up? Really? She's just a supermarket owner, isn't she? I don't know. People who watched the competition said she can fly, beat mutated bears, and even create things out of thin air. One person shook his head, looking skeptical. That sounds too unbelievable. But it's true that opening a supermarket outside the base isn't common. Another nodded in agreement. I heard her dried meat was really delicious and fragrant. Many people who tried it went specifically to her supermarket to buy more. How good can it be? The environment now means there's no good meat. Mutant beast meat is stinky and tough. If you think it's tasty, then it's definitely not real meat. The two turned to look at the person who suddenly spoke up, their faces full of shock. Who are you? None of your business. Zhang Yu tightened the saber on his back, dressed in tattered linen clothes, looking careless, with a blade of grass in his mouth and a small braid tied on his head, hinting he was a girl. Anyway, you guys are definitely wrong. The two exchanged glances and didn't argue much. We haven't tried it, but so many people are talking about it, so it can't all be lies. That only means you've all been fooled. The two looked at each other and said nothing more. The girl seemed stubborn, as if she had a grudge against Yunwan's supermarket. One of them pointed directly at the advertisement on the panel. Coincidentally, there's a promotion happening now. Why don't you go see for yourself? Zhang Yu slightly raised his chin. Not interested. With that, he strolled away, leaving the two standing there, confused. As soon as Zhang Yu left the task hall, he stormed home angrily. Home? It was actually a broken shack, with walls made of piled-up scraps. He pushed open the ragged wooden door, which clattered loudly against the wall, sounding unstable. Zhang Yu, the door is about to break. Door? What door? Is this even a door? He rushed into the narrow room and sat heavily across from the old man. Old man, I saw that Yunwan's supermarket you mentioned. The old man's eyes lit up. How is it now? How is it? They're advertising in the task hall with money. Better than you, a half-disabled old man. The old man raised his hand. You believe that even a half-disabled person can give you a beating? Your master, I have sharp eyes. Don't be jealous of me, disciple. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes dramatically. Sharp eyes? So now they're thriving, and you, an old man, are paralyzed in bed and can't go anywhere? The old man's face suddenly looked serious. Zhang Yu, I've told you many times, this has nothing to do with her. Also, if you keep casually saying I'm paralyzed, I'll beat you to death. Beat me to death? I'll say it even if I do. Zhang Yu suddenly stood up, eyes red with stubbornness. She's ungrateful, a white-eyed wolf. You're so famous in the base. She must know. You helped promote her supermarket before it even opened, and you fought against the Black Eagle people for her. Now that Black Eagle is retaliating, where is she? Where is she? Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly, anger surging in his chest. His master used to be so glorious. He traveled the world with just a pen and a bag, and now it's come to this. I don't care what she is really like. I don't believe her supermarket is that good. I want to make her give up. The old man looked at her deeply, wanting to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed. Shun Yunshu guessed the business would be good, but she didn't expect it to be this successful. The supermarket was so crowded that the seats outside were completely full. At first, people just came to join the fun and see what was happening, but they all fell into Shun Yunshu's carefully planned trap. While inside, you could hear many surprised exclamations. Wow, what is this? Baozi. Is this the kind of baozi I remember? Before anyone could answer, someone eagerly shoved one into their mouth. How is it? The person with a full mouth of baozi, tears in their eyes, nodded repeatedly. Delicious. The filling is so soft. I don't know how she made it, but even if it was made of meat, I would still eat it. Shen Yunshu felt a bit embarrassed listening to this. Young people have risky ideas. The food area outside developed just as Shen Yunshu had expected. Most of the visitors were busy people on urgent missions. They ate silently, stuffing soft rice, meat, and vegetables into their mouths. Suddenly, a big man started to wipe tears. Shen Yunshu was startled, thinking something was wrong, and hurried to ask. But the man just looked at her with tearful eyes. While sniffling, he chewed his food and said, "I just miss my mom." Shen Yunshu. In that case, I really can't help. She didn't expect that when this big man cried, the people nearby would also start feeling emotional. They had been living a life of barely getting by, eating tasteless food for too long. They were no longer just living, they were surviving. So, suddenly eating hot rice, all their feelings of nostalgia and sadness flooded back. The rice in their mouths lost its flavor, and everyone ate quietly, silently remembering their once beautiful shared home. When Zhang Yu arrived, she saw exactly this scene. She looked expressionless, found an empty seat, and sat down, placing her machete on the table. "Boss, list all your signature dishes." Everyone around was silent, ignoring her. Zhang Yu frowned, about to say something, but then she stood up and realized everyone was busy eating their own food, ignoring her. Meanwhile, the shop owner was busy checking out customers. Zhang Yu looked at the owner for a while, then finally took her knife and went into the supermarket to take all the main items they promoted. A table was filled with food, and Zhang Yu had to admit that these items looked fine on the surface. But the more attractive something is, the more likely it is to taste bad. That is Zhang Yu's experience. She picks up her chopsticks and opens the cheapest meal set. Rice? Egg? Zhang Yu sneers inwardly, making it look quite convincing. Until she slowly pokes open the egg and eats both the egg and rice together, she is stunned. Zhang Yu stares at the lunchbox for a moment, then suddenly pushes it aside and picks up a steamed bun. She takes a bite of the bun, then throws it aside, followed by a steamed bread, dumplings, and noodles. Zhang Yu eats faster and gets more excited until she reaches the last item. She pauses, staring blankly at the final piece. How is this possible? It's actually real. She takes a deep breath, clenches her teeth, and suddenly stands up, slamming her palm heavily on the table. "Boss, there's something wrong with your food. Boss, there's something wrong with your food." After Zhang Yu says this, the whole room falls silent. Everyone looks at her. Her hands tighten, but she still stubbornly looks at the boss. Shen Yunshu is surprised, wipes her hands, and walks out. "What's the problem?" she asks. Zhang Yu purses her lips. "There are problems everywhere. First, where do these rice and meats come from? As everyone knows, in the end of the world, there's almost nowhere to grow rice, and real rice is very rare and expensive. So where do these fake rice come from? And these fake meats too. I want to ask everyone here, have you ever seen an unmutated animal? Or tasted such soft, chewy meat?" Everyone falls silent because they really haven't seen any. I know what you're thinking, things are cheap but too tasty, so it doesn't matter. But think about it, if the source is unclear, what if it affects our health? If it affects us, so what? "I don't expect to live long anyway," a man says lazily, taking a sip of water and continuing to eat. Another person chimes in, "Yeah, it's the end of the world. Who cares if it's harmful? We're just trying to survive. Might as well enjoy some good food." The others listen and agree, nodding. Shen Yunshu doesn't need to do anything. With just a few words, she pushes Zhang Yu back. Zhang Yu stands among the crowd, looking at the supermarket owner with doubt. For a moment, she feels extremely embarrassed. But why? Why is she the one feeling embarrassed? It should be the woman. She has caused her master to be seriously injured and bedridden, almost paralyzed, yet she remains here passionately unaware of how to thank those who once helped her. These grains and meats are real, but so what? Who will repay her master? Who will repay the master who once tried to walk across the entire wasteland on 2 feet? Zhang Yu couldn't help but tremble all over. Suddenly, She grabbed a machete and fiercely swung it forward, then struck to the left, then to the right. People around, seeing this, became alert and all held their weapons ready. Sun Yunshu was also startled and took a step back. She initially thought this person was just here to cause trouble, but now it didn't seem that way. She was neither confident nor hateful enough, even unprepared, and instead looked extremely wronged. A strange feeling flashed through Sun Yunshu's mind, but as the situation gradually became uncontrollable, she was about to step forward to take control. Suddenly, the girl shouted at her, "You ungrateful thing." Ungrateful? Sun Yunshu paused her hand that was about to rise and looked directly at her. "Who are you talking about?" Zhang looked furious. "I'm talking about you." Seeing the girl so full of righteous anger, Sun Yunshu felt confused. She had never seen this girl before. What does ungratefulness have to do with her? But she sensed something was not simple. Sun Yunshu thought for a moment. Maybe she could talk to the girl and suggest waiting until the guests left? But judging by the girl's appearance, she clearly couldn't stay calm. After a brief thought, Sun Yunshu decided to send the security, clown monster. Yao Chun was already prepared. In fact, he had wanted to draw his weapon the moment the girl swung her knife, but he restrained himself under Sun Yunshu's gaze. At that moment, Sun Yunshu gave a look, and he immediately subdued the person. Their tacit understanding had long been refined to such perfection. Seeing Yao Chun approach, the girl fought hard with her machete. Honestly, Sun Yunshu could tell the girl was quite skilled, but in front of Clown Monster, she was still not enough. After the girl was brought inside and calmed down, Sun Yunshu comforted the customers, but she made sure to emphasize one thing. Our food and supplies are absolutely safe, 100%. There's no problem at all. If anyone has issues, I am willing to compensate 10 times or even 100 times. Sun Yunshu's boldness shocked everyone present. To be honest, after hearing the girl say those words, everyone started to have doubts. But just as those who stepped forward said, they no longer cared, so long as it wasn't something that could instantly poison someone. But as soon as Sun Yunshu said this, everyone stared at their empty bowls and packaging bags. Is it still possible to find the problem with the food now? By the time most customers had left, it was almost evening. The weather had become hotter recently, and the fiery clouds in the sky were very striking. However, Sun Yunshu had no interest in admiring the view or even resting. She headed straight to the warehouse, where the girl was. When she opened the warehouse door, she saw the girl tied up and curled up in the corner. As soon as she saw Sun Yunshu, she started crying and calling out. If her mouth hadn't been blocked with cloth, she might have been shouting dirty words. Even so, Sun Yunshu pulled the cloth out of her mouth. Surprisingly, the girl didn't curse, but looked at Sun Yunshu with wary eyes, like a small animal ready to attack at any moment. "You just called me ungrateful. Why did you say that? Are you not?" Zhang Yu spat out the cloth remnants harshly. "My master once helped promote you and even dealt with troublemakers for you. Now he's been attacked, and where are you? Your master?" Sun Yunshu blinked, momentarily lost in a long memory, but she quickly reacted. "That old man. You're not allowed to call him that." But Sun Yunshu didn't have time to listen to the girl anymore, because she finally remembered who that old man was. The familiarity from when she was in the shop suddenly became clear. The first strange creature of the apocalypse, Old Wei. In the original story, he was very mysterious but also very short-lived. Sun Yunshu was impressed by him because he was shabby but freely wandering in the world, which was very attractive. He always carried a notebook and a pen, recording everything he saw, especially his favorite foods. As he wrote, he gained fame. Many people followed his writings to find treasures or to try the foods he mentioned. Many merchants then contacted him, hoping he could help promote their products. But Old Wei always followed his own preferences and never did false advertising. Because of this, he made many enemies and was soon revenge killed in the original story. So, that article was written by him, Sun Yunshu whispered to herself. But soon, she felt nervous again because from the girl's words, she could tell Old Wei's situation was probably not good right now. She quickly asked, What is Old Wei doing now? When she heard this, the girl's eyes welled with tears. She wanted to stubbornly say she didn't need your concern, but instead, she blurted out, You should go see him. That night, Shen Yunshu asked Zhang Yu many questions. She didn't expect that after that incident, there would be so many follow-ups. After discovering her good relationship with the Lion King, the Black Eagle group stopped openly causing trouble, but they held grudges and secretly plotted against Old Wei. Even Old Wei, who was experienced and strong, couldn't avoid it. He was hit several times, breaking some bones and suffering serious internal injuries. In this world where medical technology was underdeveloped, recovery depended on the abilities and physical constitution of the ability users themselves. But Old Wei was already quite old, and his body was deteriorating rapidly. It had been 10 days or half a month, but he hadn't fully recovered. Shen Yunshu looked serious when she listened and realized that Zhang Yu was just a young girl impulsively acting. She didn't blame her and instead sincerely apologized. Sorry, I didn't know about what happened later. Zhang Yu pursed her lips and said stiffly, Now that you know, you should go see him more. He's been talking about you all day long. Shen Yunshu chuckled, Got it. But it's so late now, why not stay here and sleep before leaving? Zhang Yu raised her bound hands. Sleep here? Shen Yunshu paused for a moment, then remembered she had been talking and forgot to untie her. But she loosened the bindings while casually glancing at her. You could have untied yourself long ago, right? Zhang Yu hesitated, then quickly reacted. She wrung the half-unraveled rope and impatiently stood up, heading outside. Remember to visit him tomorrow. Wait a moment, Shen Yunshu called out as she watched the girl's back walk away without turning. Take this with you. She placed 2 boxes of the most expensive meals into Zhang Yu's hands. Take them back to your master. Zhang Yu looked at the items. 2 boxes? Yes, and 1 is for you. Zhang Yu curled her fingers, but said nothing further, and simply left. Shen Yunshu watched her figure, thinking that the girl was kind-hearted but impulsive, stubborn, and prickly, just like someone else in the shop. She then looked toward the clown-like figure outside, playing with fire with his fingertips. Honestly, the incident where the mercenary group suddenly disappeared and then reappeared with a sculpture during the last competition hadn't been fully explained yet. But judging by his appearance, he probably wouldn't bother explaining to her. Shen Yunshu clenched her teeth, and at that moment, Yuchen suddenly looked over, causing the flames at his fingertips to diminish slightly. Where did you go during the last mercenary team competition? To the bathroom. Haha. Shen Yunshu looked at the slightly awkward clown-like figure. You're pretty constipated, huh? You even pulled out the sculpture. The next day, Shen Yunshu set up an unmanned operation mode at the supermarket and went straight to the base with Qin Yutong and Yuchun. She brought Qin Yutong because, based on her previous idea for the branch store, Shen Yunshu knew Qin Yutong was more familiar with the base. So, she decided to delegate the leasing of the branch store to Qin Yutong entirely. As for what exactly the branch would sell, Shen Yunshu hadn't thought it through completely. The only certainty was that she couldn't make the branch look like the main supermarket, or even be the same at all. She didn't want others to realize it was owned by the same person because the main purpose of the shop was to gather intelligence. Moreover, the merchants inside the base probably already hated her deeply. If they opened outside the base, they had some concerns. If they opened inside, Shen Yunshu was afraid she wouldn't be able to control these local troublemakers. So, upon entering the base, they split up. Qin Yutong went to check the shop, while she and the clown-like figure went to see Old Wei. They searched for a long time before finding where Old Wei lived. When Shen Yunshu saw his very simple and shabby residence, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She remembered that in the original story, Old Wei wasn't very wealthy, but he certainly wasn't destitute either. This showed how much that ambush had affected him. Even if she wasn't directly responsible, indirectly, she was. Shen Yunshu took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little nervous. Suddenly, a loud voice came from inside. Why aren't you coming in yet? I can smell the aroma of chicken legs. Startled, Shen Yunshu flinched and instinctively glanced at the chicken leg she was holding. Then, the door suddenly slammed open with a bang. Zhang Yu crossed his arms and looked at them. Come in. Shun Yunshu and Yu Chen entered. The space inside was very cramped. They didn't even have a place to sit. Only standing. Old Wei didn't bother with politeness and directly reached out, his eyes almost fixed on the chicken leg. Quick, quick, quick. Give it to me. Shin Yunshu hurriedly handed it to him, along with a bunch of food and medicine she had brought. The reason Old Wei was slow to recover was largely due to the lack of medical supplies. So this time, she brought a large amount of medicine for injuries and health supplements. She didn't know if they would work, but it was better than nothing. However, Old Wei was not interested in any of this and just held a hot chicken leg to eat. Shun Yunshu saw that Old Wei still looked lively and felt a little relieved. She thought about saying something but was quickly seen through by Old Wei. All right, enough of this sentimental talk. I know how you feel, and it's not your fault that I'm like this today. But this kid, go apologize. Old Wei sharply slapped Zhang Yu and pushed him forward. Zhang Yu still looked fearless and stubborn, but in front of Old Wei, she was surprisingly obedient, bowing deeply and loudly, saying sorry. It was quite a contrast. Shun Yunshu took a step back, accepted her apology, and also saw Old Wei sincerely apologize. Old Wei waved his hand, signaling to stop talking about it, and instead, he started talking about the recent situation at the supermarket. I heard your supermarket has been getting busier lately, Shin Yunshu modestly replied. Yes, it's okay. Just okay? Old Wei's beard bristled. Don't be humble, girl. I've heard about all the incidents involving you recently, but you've been too showy lately. You should be more low-key. The merchants in the base aren't fools either. It's a complicated place. Shin Yunshu nodded, knowing this but finding it hard to stay low-key. Old Wei immediately saw what Shin Yunshu was thinking and smiled. You're a clever girl. As he laughed, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression turned serious. Don't worry too much about other things, but you must watch out for Black Eagle. I've been feeling something's off lately. They used to be just a bunch of thugs, but now they seem a bit more dangerous. Otherwise, how could I have been ambushed by them? They had suddenly become stronger. Shun Yunshu immediately thought of Pan Tong and the pink crystal on him, but before she could speak, Zhang Yu coldly interrupted. Underestimating the enemy is still underestimating. Stop making excuses. Oh, I'll really hit you now, Zhang Yu. Old Wei reached out to hit Zhang Yu, but she easily dodged. She stood to the side, a faint smile on her face. However, I will help you avenge this. Old Wei was anxious and pointed at her. I warn you, don't go provoking Black Eagle easily. You might not come out alive. That's none of your business. Zhang Yu's face was emotionless as she tightened her grip on her sword on her back. You. Old Wei was so angry, he couldn't speak. Just then, Shin Yunshu also said calmly, it's time to settle the score. Old grudges and new resentments, it's time to understand them. After leaving Old Wei's house, Shin Yunshu didn't expect them to come knocking so quickly. A few people with black cloth masks blocked Shin Yunshu's path. The one standing at the front spoke first before Yu Chen could act. Boss Shun, our leader invites you to sit with us. Shun Yunshu glanced at the Black Eagle insignia on their clothes, then calmly replied, all right. She was worried about how to get inside your organization. They both got into their car. Shun Yunshu watched the busy street scenes quickly passing by, a faint, almost unnoticed, smirk on her lips. The Black Eagle group probably isn't doing well right now. Their fate, once tied to the Lion King, has fallen into their own hands. They didn't keep the runner-up position and lost members. If she guessed correctly, their situation now is worse than the original story of the Lion King. Even though the Lion King was down and out, he was honest and upright, rarely fighting with other mercenary groups. But Black Eagle is different. They are a group despised by everyone, known for making enemies and being arrogant. Their downfall now is likely to be complete. No wonder they thought of her. Shin Yunshu subtly clenched her communicator hidden in her pocket. The car sped along. Black Eagle's mercenary group was based near the center of the base, but as they entered the gate, Shin Yunshu saw only scattered, lazy people and a deserted training ground. This was very different from the Lion King's training grounds, which were always busy. It seemed worse than she expected. She had a rough idea now. The car stopped in front of an office building. The people on board got out, and someone came out to lead them inside. Everyone carried a weapon at their waist, leaving no space for them to walk freely. They walked all the way to the office door. Before entering, a strong smell of smoke seeped out from the crack in the door. It was similar to the smell she had smelled at the conference from those old men. A mercenary group's leader actually smoked that stuff? The training ground outside was empty, but the leader was hiding in the office, puffing clouds of smoke. No wonder they called it Black Eagle. Sun Yunshu frowned and pushed the door open. Yu Chen followed closely behind. Finally here, Boss Shen. Please have a seat. A soft, sinister voice whispered into Sun Yunshu's ear, like a venomous snake crawling inside. Sun Yunshu shivered, feeling a cold chill. She looked up at the man in the smoke. He looked hollow, as if his body had been drained of life. A face as pale as a ghost, with 5 bloodless fingers loosely holding a cigarette, bones clearly visible but fierce like a ghostly hand that could take lives at any moment. This person gave Sun Yunshu a very uncomfortable feeling. She didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly, "What do you want from me?" Bai Chong slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, sat up slightly but remained relaxed, and spoke with a disturbing smile. "What else? Most people who come to me are here for those kinds of things." Sun Yunshu looked up, secretly sneering. She knew they came for a deal. She didn't believe they hadn't found out she killed Pan Tong, but even so, they still wanted to work with her. The only explanation was that they were in deep trouble. "Most people who come to me are here for those reasons, but someone like you is the only one. Damn it, they've been here for a long time without even sitting down, and now they're playing riddles with her." Her impatience grew stronger, but the person in front suddenly smiled. He waved lightly, and immediately 2 people brought in chairs. Sun Yunshu's heart moved slightly, but she kept a calm face and sat down. The person above finally stopped playing riddles. He held a cigarette, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. "I know Shen Boss is on good terms with the Lion King, but I believe businessmen never mind too much about money. Name your price, Shen Boss." Sun Yunshu slightly raised her head and asked inwardly, "Do you still have money? I see your mercenary group is about to break up, and you lost a runner position. Your sponsors must have left quite a bit, right? Don't try to trick me." Jiang Chang's hand trembled, and ash fell softly. His throat tightened. "There's no need for Shen Boss to worry about that." "Why shouldn't I worry? Our supermarket has always believed in not working with poor folks. Poor folks cause trouble and are likely to run away. What if they take my goods and don't pay me? And I see your current situation isn't very good, especially since you look. Honestly, I have a product here that can improve men's kidney issues. Would you be interested?" "Shen Boss." Jiang Chang suddenly interrupted her. His temples throbbed, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. He barely kept his composure, but the trembling in his voice couldn't hide his anger. "Do you think you still have the right to choose whether to cooperate or not?" His voice suddenly turned cold. "Once you're on our territory, you think you can leave unscathed? Of course, we'll cooperate." Sun Yunshu directly interrupted his threat. Jiang Chang was stunned, and his remaining threatening words were suddenly swallowed back. His face turned even paler than pig liver. "Then you, but I have a condition," Sun Yunshu said casually, playing with the dagger in her hand. Her eyes looked straight at Jiang Chang, shining with an unstoppable light. "Give me the Black Eagle, and from now on, they won't have to worry about food or clothing, including you." Sun Yunshu slightly lifted her chin and pointed at Jiang Chang, as if offering him a great favor. Jiang Chang froze in place, unable to believe his ears at first. When he finally reacted, he sneered angrily, his thin fingers clenched into a fist. "It seems I overestimated you, Boss Shen." "Not exactly overestimating." Sun Yunshu relaxed her expression. Her companions immediately rushed forward. At the same time, the hidden doors around them opened all at once, and a dozen people swarmed out, surrounding them tightly. However, these shadows were not as fast as Yu Chen. His and Sun Yunshu's teamwork had reached its peak without him realizing. Before Jiang Chang could react, a sharp, white butterfly knife pressed against his fragile neck. A faint line of blood appeared. Jiang Chong broke out in cold sweat instantly, his hair standing on end, an overwhelming strength, an unstoppable power.
Impossible.
Someone so powerful could be counted on one hand. How could she have such a person around her? Shen Yunshu couldn't understand his inner shock. After all, this person looked as fragile as a skeleton. Clowns and strange figures could easily take her down within her expectations. The people who appeared were also within her expectations. In the original story, the Black Eagle Mercenary Group also had another name, the Shadow Mercenary Group. The core strength of the entire group was these elusive shadow warriors. Shen Yunshu wanted to recruit the Black Eagle precisely because of these shadows. Because these people were perfect for gathering all kinds of intelligence inside the base. So even now, she was surrounded with sharp blades aimed at her. She remained calm. Instead, she looked at them with a loving gaze. These were her future employees. The situation froze in this strange deadlock. Yuchen glanced in Shen Yunshu's direction. Seeing those people getting closer to her, he secretly increased his effort. Jiang Chong was in so much pain, he almost shouted. He clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat dripping heavily onto the ground. Stop, everyone stop, the shadows halted. But the situation remained stuck, and there was no way to change it. Jiang Chong clenched his teeth and had to compromise. Boss Shen, since you don't want to cooperate, there's no need to force it. Let's part ways peacefully. What do you think? Part ways peacefully? Shen Yunshu slowly chewed on these words, seeming to find them amusing. She smiled gently and looked at Jiang Chong. I don't think that's possible. I still really want to work with Captain Jiang. Jiang Chong didn't expect this woman to be so unreasonable. He took a deep breath and gradually smiled himself. His words were cold and sharp. Fine, then we might as well both end up dead. Let's see whether my people or yours will be the ones to fall. Just a friendly reminder. Once I give the order to the shadows, they won't care about my life. They will fight to the death to complete my mission. Blood seeped from Jiang Chang's teeth, making him look like a madman with rotten teeth. No matter how strong his followers were, they couldn't handle so many enemies at once. And that woman clearly looked helpless. Anyone who got close could kill her. The more Jiang Chong thought about it, the more excited he became. He even forgot the pain in his neck. He gritted his teeth and rasped out, "Shadow, listen to my command." All the shadows clenched their knives tightly. But in the next moment, they all froze because Shen Yunshu suddenly took out a communicator from nowhere. She raised the communicator high, and from the other side, a loud, tearful voice called out 2 words, "Mom." Time seemed to freeze with those words. Then, one after another, voices of mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter sounded, some young and some old, like a charm that froze all the shadows in place. Jiang Chang's hands started trembling violently. He looked at the communicator in disbelief.
How could this be?
How could this be? Unwilling, he closed his eyes and desperately shouted again, "Shadow, listen to my command. Kill this woman. Kill her." Uft. The butterfly knife spun once in Yu Chuan's hand. He looked expressionless as he struck Jiang Chang's throat with a handle, making him unable to speak anymore. Shen Yunshu held the communicator and looked around, satisfied with their reaction. Jiang Chong, this pervert, was using ancient assassin tactics. But he thought himself clever. Unlike in TV dramas, he didn't find orphan children with no ties, but instead captured those who had happy families, with wives, husbands, and even parents alive. They tried to break up their family and control their loved ones to threaten them into loyalty. He thought this would strengthen their relationship, but it unexpectedly became Shen Yunshu's breakthrough. He had hidden those people well, but Shen Yunshu, who knew the original story, secretly had Zhang Yu give the addresses to the Lion King before getting on the car. Zhang Yu was reliable, and the Lion King was even more so. In a short time, they were all rescued. Shen Yunshu held their lives in her hands, and everyone unknowingly put down their weapons, eager to get closer and hear the voices of their loved ones. Is that really my daughter's voice?" A hoarse voice slowly spoke, and they hadn't spoken to each other in a long time. Now, organizing words felt strange to them. Shun Yunshu cleared her throat and said, "Your family members are safe for now, but if you want to see them, you must listen to me." A group of shadowy figures looked around but responded without hesitation, shouting yes. Shun Yunshu smiled and quickly stepped in front of Jiang Geng, just like a boss, intending to lift his chin with her hand. The clown-like figure saw through her plan and used the handle of a knife to force him to look up first. Shun Yunshu clicked her tongue, but didn't mind much. She calmly looked at Jiang Geng, who was about to faint, and asked, "Are you cooperating or not?" Jiang Geng closed his eyes tightly, unwilling to answer. "Fine, you don't answer, it doesn't matter. Whether I have you or not, the shadow figures are mine." Jiang Geng suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot, and said, "No, it can't be." "Can't be what?" Shun Yunshu sneered. "Look at what you're in charge of." Jiang Geng, nearly a third of the mercenary group has left. Some of the lower ranks can't even get a meal. And you? You're smoking in the office and raising shadow figures. I think the people below are already unhappy with you. Otherwise, how come no one has noticed anything strange inside all this time? Don't they all wish you were dead? Shun Yunshu's words almost made Jiang Geng explode, but he kept a stiff face, holding back his anger, unwilling to say a word. "It's okay if you don't say anything," Shun Yunshu said angrily. She grabbed his collar, trying to walk away, but before she could go far, something cold hit her hand. She paused, feeling that this sensation was familiar. But before she could think further, the person under her hand suddenly started struggling wildly. She almost lost her grip in her surprise. Yu Chen quickly held down Jiang Geng, who was struggling. Shun Yunshu turned around and saw the object that hit her hand. A pink crystal. Isn't this the same pink crystal found on Pan Tong? Shun Yunshu's mind went blank. She immediately crouched down and grabbed the pink crystal. It was threaded through a black string and hung around Jiang Geng's neck. Pan Tong belonged to the Black Eagle mercenary group. Usually, members of Black Eagle should know the origin of this pink crystal, especially the person in front of her. Shun Yunshu became serious. She grabbed Jiang Geng's collar tightly and asked, "Where did this come from? Where did you get this?" Jiang Geng tilted his head back, trying to break free from Shun Yunshu's grip and take back his crystal, but it was no use. He gave up struggling but stayed silent. Shun Yunshu, holding the crystal, suddenly pulled it off his neck with force and asked directly, "Is Pan Tong's sudden strength increase related to this thing?" Ever since Shun Yunshu tore the crystal off, Jiang Geng seemed to go completely crazy. He yelled at Shun Yunshu without caring about his image, like a mad dog, unable to ask any questions. Shun Yunshu looked at him and felt that this state was somewhat familiar, like some addicts she had seen on TV before. Her heart sank. She quickly put the crystal into her pocket. Outside, sounds of fighting and noise gradually grew louder. Shun Yunshu guessed that the Lion King's people had arrived. She exerted force and, with the clown, took Jiang Geng outside. The dark shadows followed closely behind. Bang! Shun Yunshu kicked open the rooftop door and pushed Jiang Geng to the edge of the roof. The building was only 4 stories high. Jiang Geng, confused, looked down at the distant ground, where a dense crowd was gathered. He suddenly became a bit more alert. But at this moment, he had no strength left to resist. Shun Yunshu took out a loudspeaker from the system warehouse, the same one she used to promote beef jerky last time, and shouted to the people below, "Everyone down there, listen up. Your team leader has something to say." The fighting sounds below quieted a bit, mainly because the Lion King's people were winning and had subdued most of the Black Eagle members. "Come on, let's talk about our cooperation today. I might spare your life." Shun Yunshu pressed Jiang Geng's neck, causing him to hang almost halfway in the air, trembling and unstable. Jiang Geng's head was flushed. Although he was somewhat sober, he still found it hard to think. His mind was full of the crystal that had been taken from him. "Give it back to me." TSK, Shun Yunshu exerted more pressure, causing Jiang Chang's body to lean further out. The threat of death was very close now, and Jiang Chang finally realized what he should say. "I cough cough. I voluntarily resign as the leader of the Black Eagle mercenary group. From now on, the management rights of the Black Eagle mercenary group belong to Cough Shin Boss. As soon as Jiang Chong finished speaking, he couldn't help but start coughing violently. The cold wind on the rooftop blew against his head, making it hard for him to breathe. Ken, is that enough? The stuff still belongs to me. This guy, willing to give up the position of leader of the Black Eagle mercenary group just to get back the pink crystal. The more he did this, the less Shin Yunshu would give him. She looked at the stunned crowd below, picked up the megaphone, and smiled slightly. Everyone, listen carefully. From now on, I will be the leader of the Black Eagle mercenary group. Are you joking? Someone finally reacted from below. No, I was just taking a nap. How did the leadership change happen? Shun boss? The Shun boss from Yunwan's supermarket? The one who's been popular lately? But popularity doesn't matter. Why would a supermarket boss be the leader of a mercenary group? And she's a woman. Does she even understand what she's doing? Yeah. And Jiang is obviously being forced. The Lion King's people are here, making her the leader. Won't we end up being stepped on by the Lion King in the future? If we're going to change leaders, it should be us inside the group. What does this girl have to do with it? Brothers, let's go up together and take her down. The voices of opposition grew louder. Shun Yunshu narrowed her eyes, glancing over those who were especially passionate and trying to stir everyone up. Her lips parted slightly, calm and unhurried. Well, becoming the leader isn't really a big deal. Maybe I'll just get to eat well every day with unlimited nutrient fluid and get purple coins as a reward after each mission. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Fuck, can Commander Chu temporarily step down so Shin Boss can be our leader? Let us experience this kind of heavenly life too. Song Yen, with tears in his eyes, was nudged by Zhou Sun with a playful tap on the head.
Well,
that might not be impossible. Yeah, the leader position doesn't seem to do much anyway. Jiang was in charge before, but he didn't do anything, even lost the competitions, and his health is getting worse. Maybe we should let her try. Song Yen almost fainted listening to this. He was really worried about Shin Boss in this unreliable mercenary group. Seeing the wind change direction below, the few who initially stirred trouble grew impatient. They wanted to stand up and criticize the weaklings loudly, but Shun Yunshu stopped them. All right, if you're unhappy or want to leave, you can go now. I give you half an hour. After that, no one else can leave. The group immediately lost their courage and weakly protested. Why should we leave? If anyone should go, it should be you. Shin Yunshu ignored them and turned to pull Jianggung back, throwing him on the ground. Jianggung fainted and was unconscious. Shin Yunshu's hand hurt from grabbing him, so she simply sat down on the ground to rest. Just as her butt touched the ground, she saw Zhang Yu rushing over from the rooftop door, holding her small dagger, looking ready to fight her enemies. Shin Yunshu didn't want to stop her from fighting, but Jianggung was still useful. She needed to wait until he woke up to ask about Finjing. So, just as Zhang Yu raised her dagger to strike, Shin Yunshu stopped her reluctantly. Wait, I still have a question for him. After I ask, you can attack. Zhang Yu looked at her very seriously. No, I want to kill him now. Shin Yunshu was speechless. Besides, what's the point? He's just a useless fool in the Black Eagle team. The only thing he succeeded in is secretly plotting against my master. If you want to ask someone, it should be their deputy captain, Shi Gaoming. Shun Yunshu was surprised. Deputy captain? Yes, Zhang Yu explained as she gestured the right angle to cut. I've already investigated the Black Eagle team thoroughly. The real person in charge isn't Jianggung, but Shi Gaoming behind him, a guy who prefers to stay out of sight and rule from behind the scenes. Shun Yunshu hesitated. All right, I get it. You can go ahead. Oh, by the way, where is he? Zhang Yu excitedly raised her small dagger. I don't know. Maybe he took the opportunity to run away during the chaos. He hasn't done anything bad, actually. It's him who made the Black Eagle team bigger. I have no grudge against him, so I didn't bother with him. Shen Yunshu frowned. Jianggung still couldn't be killed. She needed to find out about the deputy captain's whereabouts. She raised her hand to stop her, but suddenly a calm voice came from behind. He didn't run. Shen Yunshu turned around nervously and saw a man as pale as Jianggung, even thinner. The only difference was that he stood tall and straight like a pine or bamboo. He slowly crouched down, looking at Jiang Chang on the ground. His fingers, like green onion segments, pointed to the area just to the right of the center of the Adam's apple on Jiang Chang's neck. Cut here, near the main artery, to ensure a quick kill and see the blood spray in the most dramatic way. Shen Yunshu was originally wary of Shi Gaoming suddenly acting to save Jiang Chang, but she never expected this guy to be such a pervert. Zhang Yu believed him without hesitation and followed his instructions, cutting with a single stroke. Thanks to the perfect angle and force, the blood spray was at its best, reaching up to 2 meters high, allowing everyone below to witness this bloody scene, with the spray reaching as far as 10 meters. Zhang Yu and Shi Gaoming were splashed with blood. They stood firm, not dodging or avoiding it. Zhang Yu even grinned widely, showing his teeth happily. Shen Yunshu and Yu Qin managed to escape in time, avoiding any blood splatter. Shi Gaoming took out 2 handkerchiefs, gave one to Zhang Yu, and used the other to wipe the blood off his face. Then, he approached Shen Yunshu. Maintaining about a meter of respectful distance, he extended a clean hand, bowing slightly with humility. Captain Shen, hello. Shen Yunshu was still a bit stunned, reacting after a couple of seconds before shaking his hand back. Hello. Shi Gaoming nodded at Yu Qin before turning to Shen Yunshu. Since the Black Eagle mercenary group has changed leadership, the related matters should be transferred or updated. Let's not discuss that for now. Shen Yunshu waved her hand. She took out a pink crystal. Where did you get this? Shi Gaoming looked at the pink crystal for a moment, expressionless. After thinking for a while, he replied, former Captain Jiang liked to visit black markets. Once, he brought back this kind of pink stone. He never told me who bought it or what it was for. He was not interested in such things and didn't pay further attention. The only person he shared it with was Pan Tong, but that person has already been killed by you. Shi Gaoming recounted the facts calmly, as if he was talking about killing a chicken or a duck, making Shen Yunshu feel a bit guilty and awkward. She quickly organized her thoughts. After Jiang Chang got the stone, did he change in any way? Yes. What? Shen Yunshu's eyes widened in anticipation. He went from being very stupid to just plain stupid. All right, thank you, Shen Yunshu said with difficulty. One last question. Do you know where that black market is? I don't know. There are many black markets in the base, and Jiang Qiantuan often visits them. But his 2 favorite ones are the largest black markets in the south and west of the base. Okay, thank you. Finally, I got some useful clues. Shen Yunshu sighed softly. No need to thank me. Just handle the relevant matters that need to be transferred in time. Oh, that? Leave it to you. Shen Yunshu quickly interrupted. Since you are the only deputy leader of Black Eagle, it must be because Jiang Qiantuan trusts your abilities and appointed you. If that's the case, I also believe in your skills. Just show your talents boldly. If there's something important, show it to me first. If you're short on money, just tell me. Shen Yunshu took over most of the responsibilities of the Black Eagle mercenary group mainly because of He Ying. As for other trivial matters, her own supermarket was already too busy. She simply didn't have time to manage such a large mercenary group. Shi Gaoming seemed to be a reliable person, and Shen Yunshu trusted him completely with the mercenary group. He, as if used to it, accepted without resistance. Since the deputy leader had accepted, and the main leader was dead, those who couldn't accept the reality at first eventually did. The few who shouted the loudest never even stepped out of the mercenary group's door. This battle was a perfect victory. When Shen Yunshu handed all the trivial matters to Shi Gaoming and slipped away, a digital sound briefly echoed in her mind. Congratulations, the host has completed the hidden task, become a mercenary group leader. Reward, 3 free blind box experience cards. Additional tip, the progress of the hidden task, investigating the function and source of pink crystal, has reached 20%. Please continue your efforts. 3 free blind box experience cards? That was truly a pleasant surprise. At the time, given her status as an African chieftain, she held back from opening it, since each draw cost 1,000 purple coins. The prize pool preview mostly contained common items, with some rare decorations for the supermarket, items to increase reputation, and even different doll skins. Besides, the blind box lottery had 2 modes, normal and advanced. The normal mode cost 1,000 purple coins per draw, or 10 draws for 10,000 purple coins. The advanced mode introduced something Shen Yunshu had never seen before: market value. One draw cost 10 market value, or 10 draws for 100 market value. The prize pool in this mode was very different from the normal one. The most common prizes were ordinary mineral resources, while the rarest included some scarce mineral resources and beast bones. These items can all be used to upgrade weapons. Shen Yunshu even suspects that these items are high-level materials listed in the upgrade guide. Besides these materials, there are also some rewards related to the supermarket itself, like winning a 1 square meter area or a complete set of themed skins for the supermarket. Basically, Shen Yunshu can't stop drooling over these rewards. However, she doesn't know how to increase the market value yet. She asked the system, which told her to stay calm. It will happen eventually. Her response was a middle finger gesture. This time, she received 3 experience cards, 2 for normal mode and 1 for advanced mode. She couldn't resist and drew all of them at once. She was so anxious it was like a monkey trying to catch the moon, an empty attempt. In the end, the 2 normal mode cards gave her a box of nutritional liquid and 1,000 purple coins. She placed her last hope on the advanced experience card. As the lottery wheel spun, the arrow gradually pointed to a dark, dull-looking stone. Shen Yunshu's face fell, but when she saw that the stone's material was rated B, she became happy again. It wasn't just dark, it was understated luxury. The stone's name is Black Rock. She carefully stored it in the system warehouse, planning to thank the Lion King properly. Just a few steps away, her communicators started beeping. Shen Yunshu took it out and saw it was Qin Yutong on the other end. She quickly answered. "Hello, what's wrong? Is there an emergency?" Qin Yutong sounded calm. "Nothing serious. I just found a shop that looks quite suitable, but there's one thing. You might need to come see it yourself." Shen Yunshu thought for a moment and decided to change her plans. She would thank the Lion King another time. When Shen Yunshu arrived, Qin Yutong was still arguing with the shop owner. The owner was a thin, middle-aged man with 2 small mustaches above his lips, moving as he talked, spitting saliva constantly. Shen Yunshu glanced at him and couldn't bear to watch. Qin Yutong looked calm, contrasting sharply with the fiery-mouthed man. It was clear Qin Yutong was having a tough time. Shen Yunshu stepped forward and overheard their conversation. The middle-aged man's voice was sharp. 45,000 purple coins, no less. Qin Yutong spoke calmly. 30,000. That was Shen Yunshu's budget, but she didn't expect Qin Yutong to insist so stubbornly, even cutting 15,000 purple coins. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The small, thin man across the street immediately exploded. 30,000? My shop is in the best gold zone, less than 3 kilometers from the base center. Ask around, is there anyone selling for 45,000? Qin Yutong remained calm and repeated the same 2 words. 30,000. You're such a... The middle-aged man looked like he was about to get angry, but Qin Yutong slowly spoke again, his eyes calmly sweeping over the 2-story building. First, this isn't in the gold zone. Although it's not far from the base center, your building is on the most remote street, near the poorest and most chaotic area. The environment is bad and noisy. Also, Qin Yutong paused, you're forcing a bundle sale of a bunch of broken weapons and junk at an inflated price. No one would want these even if you gave them away. Broken weapons? Are you saying my weapons are junk? Bundle sale? Shen Yunshu finally looked at the shop. It used to be a place that sold cold weapons, but it looked like no one had visited for a long time. The sign on the top floor was dull and covered in spider webs. Inside, the weapons displayed outside were all dusty, some even chipped and peeling. Yuchen picked up one of the knives behind her and cut it, then put it back in less than a second. He casually said, "Trash." Indeed, as Qin Yutong said, these items probably wouldn't be wanted even if given away, and now they wanted to sell them in a bundle. Shen Yunshu looked inside again. The shop was quite spacious, with a bedroom upstairs for rest or living, which was pretty good. Perhaps the only bad point Qin Yutong mentioned was that the shop owner insisted on bundling these weapons with everything else for sale. Shen Yunshu thought for a moment. Seeing the shop owner about to jump and hit Qin Yutong's knee, she quickly stepped out to stop the fight. The shop owner looked at Shen Yunshu approaching, looked her up and down, suddenly smiled flatteringly, and completely abandoned Qin Yutong. "Boss, coming to see the shop?" "I tell you, our shop." He thought she was a new customer again. Shen Yunshu didn't deny it, but instead looked interested, listening to him boast. Seeing her interest, the shop owner got even more excited, completely ignoring Qin Yutong and pushing him aside. Qin Yutong glanced at Shen Yunshu, but said nothing. After hearing all this nonsense, Shen Yunshu nodded thoughtfully. "It sounds pretty good, but I just heard you say these weapons must be sold as a bundle." The merchant became excited and quickly leaned close to Shen Yunshu's ear. "Listen, don't be fooled by these weapons. They look ordinary, but they're just waiting for someone who can truly see their potential. I believe you can make these old weapons shine again, and they're not expensive either, just this much," he said, holding up 450,000. Shen Yunshu didn't frown but seemed to think. That price still seems a bit. Before she could finish, Qin Yutong, standing nearby, coldly interrupted. "These weapons are made from the cheapest materials and have no real use. They're only worth about 30,000. Hearing this, the merchant suddenly got anxious. He quickly tried to persuade her, pushing Qin Yutong aside. "If you can't afford it, just get out of here and stop talking nonsense." Qin Yutong stood still, not moving at all. Shen Yunshu cleared her throat softly, barely holding back a smile. "It's not as cheap as he says." "All right, boss, you make a sincere offer and I'll consider it," she said. The merchant glared at Qin Yutong with annoyance, then reluctantly named a number. 45,000. No less. Shen Yunshu let out a soft sigh. "That's still not enough sincerity. I'll take it for 35,000 purple coins. If not, I'll have to look elsewhere. If 30,000 doesn't work, I'll leave too," Qin Yutong said casually. Hearing this, the merchant looked a bit anxious. Seeing both of them about to walk away, he felt his shop might really be lost if he couldn't sell these items. Finally, he clenched his teeth. Fine, 35,000. "Come on, let's sign the contract," Shen Yunshu said, as if afraid she might change her mind. The merchant hurriedly drafted a contract and handed her a pen. She happily signed her name, and Qin Yutong watched silently from the side. The merchant looked at Qin Yutong with displeasure. "Why are you still here? The house is sold, you're not involved anymore. Get out." Qin Yutong didn't move, only watching as Shen Yunshu finished signing. Then he slowly spoke. "My boss is here." "Why should I leave?" "What boss?" The merchant instinctively wanted to dismiss him, but suddenly stopped. His eyes darted between them in disbelief. You guys." Shen Yunshu nervously tapped her nails, feeling a bit guilty. The merchant suddenly burst into tears and ran out crying. Shen Yunshu thought, there's no need to react so dramatically. 45,000 yuan for a 2-story small building is not a bad deal. Although it is a bit old, it can be fixed up easily. Anyway, she doesn't lack manpower right now. What is this shop planning to do? Qin Yutong gently brushes dust off the table. Shen Yunshu's eyes light up with a smile. Just a weapons shop, which is fine. Yu Qin picks up an axe that breaks easily and after hearing this, slowly puts it back together. Qin Yutong feels a bit confused. Selling these? Shen Yunshu nods slightly. Yes, selling these, but not just these. Since she saw these broken metals when she entered, she had an idea. First, a rundown, unnoticed weapons shop is a good cover for gathering intelligence. Second, Shen Yunshu thought of the upgrade pool on the system panel. Since these items are useless, she might as well use them for experiments. Maybe after a spin in the upgrade pool, she could turn into a weapon worth selling. She discussed her first idea with Qin Yutong in detail. Qin Yutong agreed with her. They decided to keep the shop's appearance simple or even shabby, just improving the interior facilities a little. But we have a very important problem, Qin Yutong finally said. He realized the key point. If we really want to run an intelligence agency, we need capable people, strong or even highly skilled. This hit Shen Yunshu's point. She snapped her fingers crisply in the air. Countless shadows instantly appeared silently around her. Even Qin Yutong, usually calm, widened his eyes slightly.
How?
How did they come? Shen Yunshu smiled slightly. Qian bought a black eagle, nothing special. Qin Yutong. These shadows had been following Shen Yunshu. It wasn't just because she bought the black eagle, it was because of what she was holding. The shadows looked at her, not quite submissive, but more like they were watching her warily. If Shen Yunshu also used this to threaten them, it would be no different from Jiang Chong himself. But Shen Yunshu wouldn't do that. She wanted to create a healthy, natural, and green company. She dismissed Qin Yutong and kept only the strange figures. She flicked the communicator in her hand twice, looked around, and slowly spoke. Currently, I can guarantee your family's safety 100%. Rest assured, I won't threaten you with your loved ones anymore. The surroundings were very quiet, as if every small sound, like a drop of water hitting the ground, could be heard clearly. Because of this, Shen Yunshu could distinctly hear the rustling of their clothes. It was a trembling sound. But Shen Yunshu made a turn. Everyone can leave the Black Eagle, but I hope you all stay here. Just do some intelligence-gathering work, no need to risk your lives. I promise you'll be well paid. The first step to building a healthy, green company, formalizing the staff. I will sign contracts with each of you. From today on, you are no longer shadows hiding in the dark, unseen. You are legitimate employees. Shen Yunshu's clear voice rang out confidently. The eyes hidden beneath black robes flickered with confusion. This was a path they had never dared to imagine. Since being chosen by Jiang Chong, they had lost their personal freedom. They thought their lives would be like this forever.
But now...
After Shen Yunshu finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, and then some awkwardness, because no one responded. All right, those who don't want to stay can choose to leave on their own, taking their families elsewhere to start anew. If necessary, Shen Yunshu could recruit more people, even if it was more difficult. As long as the pay was good enough, she wouldn't worry about not finding workers. Unexpectedly, no one left. One person even lifted their black robe and stepped forward. I am willing to stay here. Others followed, lifting their black robes and throwing them on the ground, as if they were trying to say goodbye to their past darkness.
But...
We have a request. Can we see our families first? Shen Yunshu smiled slightly. Of course. The rest of the process went smoothly. Shen Yunshu signed contracts with each person. To make the intelligence center more official, she named it Yuyun. The management of Yuyun was mainly handed over to Qin Yutong. The clown, Baiguai, was also entrusted with an important task, training the Yuyun employees. Once everything was settled, Shen Yunshu completed another covert mission, opening a branch. She received a reward of 10 points of market value. By the time she collected her reward, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, news of the Black Eagle's change of ownership spread widely. Shen Yunshu kept a low profile in the Lion King, refusing to go out. But she couldn't escape teasing inside the Lion King. Song Yan and Zhou Yao took turns bothering her, each one exaggerating wild rumors about the base. The owner of Yunwan Supermarket has achieved new success, taking over Black Eagle Base in just 1 day. It is said that the scene was so bloody that the blood reached 3 feet high. The entire Black Eagle was soaked in blood. And this mysterious boss Shen, yes, we only know her last name is Shen, stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, like a demon from hell, single-handedly slaughtering the entire Black Eagle family. Zhou Yao passionately recited this story, laughing so hard she nearly fell over. Shen Yunshu could only respond with a helpless look. Song Yan was still nearby, asking, Boss Shen, when did you become so powerful? We didn't know? Shen Yunshu, get lost. She had been staying at the Lion King for the past 2 days, mainly to handle Yuyun's affairs and to thank the Lion King for helping her conquer Black Eagle. Her way of thanking him was naturally through better deals and bigger discounts on cooperation. But what she didn't expect was that on the evening she was about to return to the supermarket, Zhang Yu came to find her. The sun was just hanging diagonally in the sky. She was walking briskly in the sunset, carrying a machete on her back. The setting sun cast her long shadow. Zhang Yu approached, talking lazily with a blade of grass in her mouth. Somehow she had found it in this barren wasteland of the end times. Are you going back? Zhang Yu's mouth moved as she spoke, the grass bouncing with her words. Yeah, going back to take over the family business. Shen Yunshu said seriously. Zhang Yu looked at her, then suddenly burst out laughing, and Shen Yunshu couldn't help but smile slightly. After laughing enough, the two grew quiet. Zhang Yu looked at the sky and then at her toes, hesitating to say something. Seeing her embarrassment, Shen Yunshu spoke first. Is Elder Wei feeling better lately? Zhang Yu, still chewing her grass, mumbled. Don't worry about him. The medicine you brought is very effective. When he heard you wiped out Black Eagle, he was so happy he ate 3 bowls of rice. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but smile. That's good. If you ever run out of food, you can come to me anytime.
Oh.
The air fell silent again. Zhang Yu unconsciously tiptoed, clenched her teeth, and finally spoke.
I'm really sorry.
I was angry because I was useless, and I took it out on you. I'm glad you understand. Zhang Yu lowered her head even more. You can ask me to do anything. Shen Yunshu looked at the clouds in the sky and thought for a moment. Actually, there's a job that might suit you.
What?
Zhang Yu immediately looked up eagerly, her face full of anticipation. Recently, Black Eagle has just undergone a change of leadership. Shi Gaoming might be too busy alone. You should go help him. How can I help? Zhang Yu looked confused. She had never learned any management skills before. Shen Yunshu looked at her small sword. Use this to control them. If anyone is stubborn, just stab them. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Okay, that's simple. Leave it to me. She tightened her grip on her small sword, said goodbye to Shen Yunshu, and strode confidently toward the sunset. Because their only vehicle, the RV, was too flashy, Shen Yunshu didn't drive it back to the base. This time, they were sent back by the Lion King. Zhou Sun drove ahead, while Song Yan and Zhou Yao squeezed on either side of Shen Yunshu in the back, even pushing Yu Qin to the front. Shen Yunshu was now afraid whenever she saw these two people talking. She wanted to close her eyes and pretend to sleep, but Song Yan started talking loudly like a trumpet. However, this time, he wasn't talking about Shen Yunshu, but about the matter of winter. Shen Yunshu became interested and sat up straight. Since the last mercenary team competition, she hadn't heard much about winter. According to the story, by this point, the male and female lead should already be having problems caused by the female supporting character, and the female lead was planning to run away from home. But maybe because of her change, or because Song Yan exaggerated everything, things became very dramatic. Winter didn't win this time. You don't know how angry Fu Linshan was, and this man isn't responsible either. I heard that on the day they returned after losing the match, he was furious and blamed the whole team, especially the healing girl who was always with him. Guess what he did? Song Yan's habit of teasing was almost automatic. Shen Yunshu and Zhou Yao could only go along with it. What happened? He slapped that girl. Shen Yunshu was shocked. It had already gone this far. She remembered that in the original story, even if the male lead was angry, he would just tell the female lead to leave. Now, he was actually slapping people. How do you know that? Song Yan looked mysterious and enjoyed having this gossip all to himself. It's not hard to find out. According to the rules of the mercenary team competition, the next day, all teams had to go to the venue again. The girl showed up with a swollen face and a bright slap mark on her cheek. Some people I know from Winter said that their captain slapped her in front of everyone. After that, he immediately went to care for another girl, making Yi something very embarrassed. Shen Yunshu felt amazed just listening. In the competition, she hadn't had enough of dramatic scenes, and now she was back to acting more. She always thought this storyline was too extreme. If it's already like this, could the heroine still love the hero? Sure enough, Song Yan's next words were, "From what I followed, that Yi something ran left during their mission trip, just quietly walked away from Winter. So early?" Shen Yunshu was stunned. In her memory, it shouldn't have been so soon. She remembered the heroine in Renren until she couldn't bear it anymore, then secretly left the Winter mercenary group, not during a mission. Now that the timeline has changed, could she still meet the villain by chance? If she doesn't, wouldn't the villain drift away aimlessly, with no one to control him, causing chaos everywhere? Shen Yunshu felt uneasy and couldn't help praying that the heroine, This saintly character would take responsibility for this dangerous villain and help reform him so he wouldn't harm others again. While Sun Yunshu was praying, Zhou Yao, on the other side, looked completely absorbed and quickly asked, And then? Of course, the classic plot unfolds. Song Yan cleared his throat. The domineering CEO regrets everything and starts searching all over for his lost love. As expected from Song Yan, who's top in storytelling skills, he summarized the essence of the whole novel in one sentence. Sun Yunshu couldn't help but applaud him. Song Yan, without modesty, enjoyed this honor and suddenly turned his gaze to Sun Yunshu. Boss Shen, don't rush to applaud.
There's more about you in this story. Me?
Sun Yunshu paused as expected, not clapping anymore, but a look of shock appeared on her face. Wasn't she the villainess who logged off early? Even if she met them later, she should be part of the revenge storyline, not involved in their soap opera romance. Song Yan looked at Sun Yunshu with a deep, inscrutable expression. Boss Shen, you've been hiding quite well. I didn't expect you, and Fu Linshan once had a story. Everyone immediately looked at Sun Yunshu, especially the clownish expression in the co-pilot seat. Sun Yunshu's face turned worse than eating a fly. I heard about that. Song Yan was surprised. Really? Sun Yunshu held back the urge to curse. But Song Yan's expression was uncontrollable. I just heard them say that the people from Winter have been looking for you, especially Fu Linshan. Is there a possibility? Sun Yunshu clenched her teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. He actually wants to seek revenge on me, but that's not right. I clearly remember they said Boss Shen used to be. Shut up. Sun Yunshu painfully supported her forehead. It wasn't her who was blind before, but now she was the one publicly humiliated. Weakly, she raised her hand to end the topic and strongly criticized the immoral gossipers behind Song Yan. When Sun Yunshu returned to the supermarket, it was already evening. Although she should have been exhausted, her mind was unusually clear. The images of the shocked faces of the 4 people in the car kept echoing in her mind. Whenever this happened, she just wanted to find a crack to hide in. Unfortunately, she couldn't. Sun Yunshu sighed softly and decided to step outside for some air. The weather was gradually warming, with the daytime air becoming stuffier and the UV rays stronger. Only at night was it a little cooler. She moved a stool outside. There were no stars in the sky, so she began counting zombies. As she counted, she noticed the clown-like figure also appeared. He sat on the other side, playing with flickering flames on his fingertips as usual. Sun Yunshu once naively thought he was just playing until she noticed the flames on his fingers becoming more refined and controlled. She realized he was practicing his supernatural abilities, and his progress was visible to the eye. Watching this, Sun Yunshu gradually found the dancing flames more interesting than the zombies. She focused on the flickering fire, only to find herself unable to look away after a while and shifting her gaze to the clown-like figure's side profile. Under the faint moonlight, his features were not very clear, and even the scars gradually disappeared, leaving only a silhouette of his face. Looking at this side profile, Sun Yunshu had to admit that the sharp jawline, the sculpted nose, the perfect lips, and the long eyelashes described in the novel were all real. They were even more stunning than she imagined, less mature and sharp, but with a slight youthful slenderness, giving him a fresh look. This wasn't the clown-like figure at all. Sun Yunshu was lost in thought, not noticing that the flames on Yu Chen's fingertips had gone out, and his side profile had turned into a full face. Until the wind blew his hair slightly, and she finally snapped back to reality. Why aren't you sleeping? Can't sleep? Yu Chen's voice drifted softly with the wind. I didn't finish the story today. Sun Yunshu. She never expected that the clown-like figure would start teasing her too. There is no story. Don't listen to Song Yan's nonsense. Sun Yunshu wanted to brush it off casually, but unexpectedly, the clown-like person was quite curious and spoke again. The story can't be told completely. Listeners might feel disappointed. Sun Yunshu. For just wanting to hear some gossip, she ended up saying such philosophical words. Still, it's rare for the clown-like person to speak so much. Sun Yunshu let out a soft sigh. Once upon a time, There was a person whose destiny was to meet someone and then keep chasing after that person, never giving up no matter what their attitude was, and even liking them more and more. When he was down on his luck, she was the first to help and comfort him. When he was in danger, she was the first to rush to his side. Everything centered around him, and she held the biggest hostility toward any woman who got close to him. This character doesn't follow logic, but her destiny was like that. She was a pawn, a stepping stone, a contrast to kindness. Until one day, her drained body was infused with a soul. The body once possessed by a ghost finally woke up and was reborn. After Shen Yunshu finished, she yawned widely, feeling unexpectedly relieved. It wasn't her fault. Suddenly feeling sleepy, Shen Yunshu stood up and stretched. All right, go to sleep now. Business as usual tomorrow. With that, she dragged herself back to her room. Lu Yuchen watched the darkness outside, lost in thought. The next morning, Shen Yunshu was awakened by a gentle, fragrant smell. When she opened her eyes, she saw a long peach branch beside her pillow. She groggily reached out and looked at it, noticing two tiny characters carved at the end. Exorcise. Shen Yunshu. It seemed like someone wanted to help her ward off evil. A small incident successfully chased away Shen Yunshu's sleepiness. She simply got up, found a vase, and placed the peach branch inside. It was only 6 in the morning. She didn't rush to open the store, but first checked the supermarket stock. She had been away for about 3 days, and the stock was running dangerously low. While she was gone, the automated system could restock, but only with items stored in the warehouse. Now, the warehouse was almost empty. In 3 days, her net profit had naturally exceeded 100,000. Shen Yunshu marveled at their spending power and also realized what kind of broad market she was facing. The supermarket space is no longer enough. Many new goods cannot be stored, and there are too few tables and chairs outside. Many people want to rest, but there are no seats left later in the day. Originally, the supermarket covered only 60 square meters. With various rewards and upgrades, it gradually expanded to 90 square meters. But that still wasn't enough. Without much hesitation, Shen Yunshu chose to upgrade the supermarket. Spending 40,000 purple coins, the supermarket was successfully upgraded to level 7. The total area increased to 100 square meters. All the walls and floors were upgraded, and even the glass was replaced with thick, bulletproof glass. Shen Yunshu also bought a few more chairs and tables to place outside the supermarket. At the same time, the system issued a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the supermarket to level 7. The system mall level has been successfully unlocked. Shen Yunshu quickly entered the system mall. Currently, the mall mainly features basic food, daily necessities, and medical supplies. Although there are many varieties, they are all very basic items. But after upgrading to level 2, many dull items lit up, especially the mid-level weapons area and mid-level energy area. The basic weapons area mostly contains simple cold weapons that are not very durable. In the apocalypse, they might not even cut through zombie flesh, let alone penetrate skulls, so Shen Yunshu rarely bothered to look at them. However, the mid-level weapons area finally had some interesting items: knives, guns, swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, and more. Almost all types of Chinese cold weapons are available here. The craftsmanship is clever, the styles are exquisite, and their functions are diverse, far beyond the capabilities of post-apocalyptic heavy industry. Although most people in this world have supernatural abilities, owning a weapon is almost standard. They're skilled at combining weapons with their powers to create new moves. Due to resource shortages in the apocalypse, they prefer to use tough monster bones to make weapons. Pure steel weapons like these are almost extinct. Shen Yunshu looked at these cold weapons. The cheapest one costs at least 10,000 purple coins. But just by looking at their appearance, you can tell they are incredibly sharp and imposing. Almost immediately, she remembered the branch she had taken over in the base. Supermarkets are not suitable for selling such cold weapons, and she already attracts enough attention. If she were to sell such shocking weapons openly, even the military department of the base might come to investigate. So, The best way is to sell through branches secretly, and the products must be sold through discreet channels. The high prices mean these items can only be sold as luxury goods. She decided to sell one sort a day, or even every few days. The key was to find the right audience. There are few wealthy people in the base, and such rare items are hard to come by, so they would definitely find it hard to refuse. Sun Yunshu immediately thought of a whole business plan. If it worked, the money she earned from this could exceed her expectations. Her heart beat faster and faster, but she gradually calmed down, realizing she needed to think carefully about this plan. Besides that, she also unlocked some advanced weapons, like guns, cannons, and ammunition. Sun Yunshu wasn't very interested in these, but she started to look at energy zones. When the mall was at level 1, she could only access nutrient liquids and different flavored nutrient drinks. Now, she could access more advanced and tastier energy supplements. In fact, the base had many quick ways to restore energy and stamina, not just nutrient liquids. But because nutrient liquids were cheap and convenient, they became the main choice in the market. However, she was now seeing foods like fruits and dried meats that could also restore energy. These foods naturally contained a lot of energy. An apple was equivalent to a bottle of nutrient liquid, and a piece of dried meat was like 2 bottles. They gave the same energy boost as nutrient liquids but came from everyday foods. Sun Yunshu vaguely remembered that the base had always wanted to research this idea but never succeeded. They even struggled to develop different flavors of nutrient liquids, let alone these foods. By combining these ideas cleverly, she solved the limitations of her supermarket. Her foods were no longer just ordinary foods, but each bite contained endless energy. This was an unexpected surprise. Sun Yunshu carefully compared the prices and found they weren't expensive. In fact, they were quite cheap for a post-apocalyptic world. She immediately bought a box of apples, a box of peaches, a box of watermelons, and a box of blueberries. Thanks to the system's mall not having seasonal fruit restrictions, she could buy her favorite fruits from different seasons all at once. To make the fruits more eye-catching, she used the mall's decoration feature to build a few wooden shelves outside, right next to the rest area. She also designed a small sign hanging below the main entrance, called Yunwan Fruit Shop. Colorful fruits, red, green, and blue, were displayed beautifully outside. After finishing this, she realized she only had less than 50,000 purple coins left in her pocket. With the remaining 50,000 purple coins, she decided to spend some on restocking. She generously bought an automatic drink dispenser, a microwave, a freezer, and an ice cream cabinet. These were basic items she had wanted to add for a long time, but hadn't managed to do so until now. After completing everything, she felt very happy. However, when she saw that she had less than 5,000 purple coins left, she felt a sudden pang of regret. She earned money, spent it, earned more, and spent again. No matter how much she made, she could never save enough. There was a deep sense of helplessness in the story of a gentle male character doing everything for the female lead, but never speaking about it, only to watch her happily accept the male lead's affection. But this feeling only lasted for less than 2 seconds. Sun Yunshu decided to give up and spent her last 5,000 coins on an air conditioner. Although it was only May, the world was already unbearably hot in the apocalypse. The daily high temperature could reach 35 degrees Celsius, with the relentless sun scorching the earth. The air was so hot it seemed to twist. It was sticky, stuffy, and even staying still made her sweat. The perceived temperature felt as high as 38 degrees Celsius. As someone born in the north, Sun Yunshu had never experienced this before. Northern summers are hot but dry, so clothes don't cling to the skin like this. She couldn't stand it, so she didn't hesitate to spend her last savings on an air conditioner. Standing under the cold air, her mind became clear enough to think further. The increasingly hot weather reminded her of the long, extremely hot summer described in the original story. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, the climate had always been extreme, but the heat during that period was said to be the most severe in history. One summer lasted nearly 6 months, with temperatures rising constantly, reaching as high as 80 degrees Celsius. People couldn't stay under the sun without risking severe burns, The lowest temperature was around 45 degrees Celsius. Superpowered individuals couldn't go out on missions, and ordinary people couldn't work or earn enough to survive. During that time, humanity faced great hardship, water shortages, droughts, many dying from the heat or starvation. It was also during this period that the female lead earned her reputation as a true saint. She began using her healing abilities to save lives, and even the villains helped her rescue people. The villains started using their powers to find water sources, eventually discovering a well that continuously supplied clean, sweet, cold water. The villain is somewhat clever, initially not planning to reveal the well to everyone, only wanting to tell the heroine. However, the heroine unexpectedly told the hero, and without hesitation, she shared the secret with everyone. This led to a long struggle over the well. The villain secretly helped the heroine push back many groups, but he was badly injured and nearly died. The heroine remained unaware of all this. She continued to give away water for free, enjoying the praise and admiration from many people. Eventually, the extreme weather passed, and she became a true saint in the base. Even the hero nearby seemed to benefit from her actions. Apart from lying weakly in a corner, the villain who discovered the well had nothing else. Sun Yunshu watched this part and didn't feel sorry for the villain. She thought he was just a foolish and stubborn love-struck person. Now, she has come to this world. Facing the upcoming 6 months of extreme heat, she wasn't very afraid because she had plenty of supplies. However, this was a big blow to her usual customers. So Sun Yunshu bought a freezer and an ice cream fridge. She planned to sell at the cheapest prices. She couldn't be a savior, nor did she want to be one. She just wanted to help her regular customers a little. Once she restocked her goods and spent her money, the customers started to come one after another. As the weather grew hotter, some mercenary groups began their missions earlier. When they saw the large amount of fruit at Yunwan's supermarket, their expressions were quite interesting. Wow, am I seeing things? Is that fruit? Looks like it, someone nearby answered calmly, though their eyes were practically glued to the fruit. Don't just look at the fruit. Look at this. There's even a drink machine. Wow, how do I buy? Just insert purple coins? Why is it so cheap? Buy me 3 bottles, quick, quick. Sun Yunshu didn't need to go out. The customers naturally bought the items themselves. For now, no one asked about the prices of the fruit. Sun Yunshu wasn't in a rush. The prices weren't too high, and they didn't know that the fruit contained energy, so they wouldn't buy easily. She didn't plan to display the prices openly. Even if she did, no one would believe it. It was better to wait until someone bought and discovered the key benefits quickly. She cut herself half a watermelon, eating it in the supermarket while enjoying the air conditioning, watching the customers come and go. When Song Minghui arrived, she saw exactly the scene. She was holding a sun umbrella, sweating heavily from the heat, feeling annoyed as she looked at the rundown supermarket outside the base. Her deadbeat dad insisted she go check out the supermarket. Even though he has many people working for him, he kept making excuses, saying she looked harmless and suitable for undercover customer surveys. Angrily, Song Minghui got up early, dressed carefully, put on makeup, curled her hair, and wore her best, most expensive clothes to look tough and intimidating. She wanted her dad to see what harmless really means. But as soon as she got out of the car and took a few steps, her makeup melted in the heat and her heavy hair draped over her. She wished she could shave her head right then. Seeing the shopkeeper sitting so relaxed in the supermarket made her even angrier. She wanted to see if this broken supermarket was really as mysterious as they said. There were quite a few people, mostly mercenaries on missions. Song Minghui took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, thinking about what good things could be sold where so many people gathered. But when she saw the colorful piles of fruit, she froze in place. How is that possible? Her dad's scientists had said that the soil in this environment couldn't grow sweet, tasty fruit. So how did these come about? She stepped closer in shock, reached out to touch and even smell the fruit, which carried a scent that seemed to linger in her mind. She was stunned. She wasn't unfamiliar with fruit. Those scientists had been trying to grow fruit that could survive in this bad environment, but all the fruit they produced was sour and inedible. Still, she thought that was pretty good. Looking back now, she wondered what kind of life she had been living. Trembling, she put down the bright red apple and tried to calm herself as she headed into the supermarket. She was confused. How could the shopkeeper stay so relaxed and sweat-free in such hot weather? The wind chime above the door jingled as Shin Yunshu turned around with a watermelon in her arms. She saw a girl dressed finely, holding a small umbrella, standing still at the entrance with wide eyes. Shin Yunshu was surprised and wanted to get up to see what was happening. Suddenly, the girl moved slightly, sat down on the ground, and looked blankly at Shin Yunshu. "Boss, are you still hiring?" she asked. Shin Yunshu. She helped the girl sit on a chair and waited for a while. Only then did she start to calm down, but her eyes kept fixed on the half-eaten watermelon Shin Yunshu had left. After thinking for a couple of seconds, Shin Yunshu handed the watermelon to her. Without hesitation, Song Minghwai took it, tears in her eyes, and thanked Shin Yunshu. "Thank you, you're so kind." Shin Yunshu. The girl looked fair-skinned and well-dressed, suggesting she probably comes from a good family. Yet, she had been here for a while, without showing her purpose. Shan Yunshu decided to take the lead. "May I ask if you need anything?" Song Minghwai was chewing a piece of watermelon, looking a bit dazed. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but after eating that piece of watermelon, all her fatigue seemed to disappear, replaced by renewed energy. Hearing Shan Yunshu's words, her mind slowly started to think. What was her original goal again? Oh, right. Her eyes lit up. "Boss, how much are these fruits?" Her father had asked her to investigate what was going on in this supermarket and to help decide what to serve at an upcoming exchange with another base. These fruits seemed perfect. They could definitely impress the visitors from the other base and make them respect their own base more. "Which ones do you want?" "All of them." Shin Yunshu's heart moved slightly, deepening her suspicion that perhaps a wealthy young lady had come out to shop. Seeing a big order coming in, Shin Yunshu straightened up. Since there were no seasonal fruit restrictions, the prices for all fruits were roughly the same. Apples and peaches are 200 purple coins each, watermelons are 400 purple coins each, and blueberries are 300 purple coins for a small basket. Song Minghwai tried to hide the word cheap behind her back, coughing twice and pretending to be annoyed at the prices. "Can you give me a discount, boss?" Shin Yunshu, already expecting this, said plainly, "If you buy a lot, I can give you a discount." She was surprised, so bargaining was that simple. Quickly, she waved her hand, worried Shin Yunshu might change her mind. "Then give me 5 boxes of apples, 5 boxes of peaches, 3 boxes of watermelons, and 10 baskets of blueberries." After saying that, she looked a bit nervous and asked Shin Yunshu, "Is that too much?" Shin Yunshu. "More than enough, young lady. You've cleared out all her stock in one go." But since new products just arrived and sold so well, Shin Yunshu happily went to the warehouse to pretend to restock, secretly buying more from the system shop. Worried about neglecting the young lady, she even brought out the clown to entertain her properly. Yo-Chin was brought over with a mask, standing silently beside Song Minghwai. When she turned her head, she was startled. "Shin Yunshu, forget it. Here, look at what else is in the supermarket that you might need. You can take it first and I will go to get the rest later." Okay, Song Minghwai also seemed very interested in the supermarket. She stayed in place and started browsing. Chips? Yes. Spicy strips? Grab them. Milk? Take 10 boxes. Such cheap nutritional liquid? Take 20 boxes. When Shin Yunshu came out, the young lady was already holding a lot of things. She couldn't carry all of them, so she piled the remaining items on the checkout counter.
Wow.
Even Shin Yunshu, who has seen big scenes, couldn't help but be surprised. Honestly, her main income comes from the mercenary group, and she has never seen a single person with such strong purchasing power. "Why are you just standing there?" "Boss, come over and check out." Song Minghwai was holding a bunch of full bags. Shin Yunshu quickly snapped out of her daze and went over. It took about half an hour to settle the bill for everything, and they piled up a small mountain outside. Total is 108,000. I'll round it down to 100,000 for you, all right? Song Minghua happily paid, completely forgetting her original purpose of just investigating this supermarket. Both sides were happy with the deal. Shan Yunshu thought since she couldn't carry all this back, she asked, "Do you need help delivering it?" Song Minghua instinctively wanted to refuse but then changed her mind. "Okay, just deliver it to the entrance of the base." So Shin Yunshu took out the RV she hadn't driven since she left the battlefield last time. After loading all the goods with the clown and the odd characters, she turned to look at Song Minghua. "Let's go." Song Minghua looked at the impressive, large RV, her eyes wide with amazement. "Old. Boss, how much do you sell this car for?" Inside an office at the base's central management building, Song Hongsheng was signing documents at his desk without raising his head. "This is what you brought back after going out. Not a useful piece of information, and I spent 100,000. Song Minghua stood in front of the office, feeling a bit guilty. "Isn't it? Because I couldn't resist. Also, Dad, I told you. Weren't you worried a few days ago about how to entertain other base visitors?" When he mentioned this, Song Minghua became excited and leaned over the desk. "Look, this fruit must be good." Song Hongsheng looked at the apple suddenly appearing on the desk, and his hand paused as he signed. "Where did this come from?" "I bought it. From that supermarket." "Dad, you don't know how many things they have in that supermarket that aren't available in our base, and they're not expensive at all." Song Hongsheng's expression grew even more serious. He carefully examined the apple in front of him, sniffed it close to his nose, and finally took a very cautious bite. "How is it? How is it? Is it very sweet?" Song Minghua leaned in front of her father, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Song Hongsheng's face had become blank. He looked at the apple in disbelief. How can this apple have such strong energy? After Shen Yunshu delivered the goods to the base for the customer, she also stopped by the Lion King to bring them some of the new fruits to try. Song Yan and Zhou Yao each held a large apple, so moved they almost couldn't speak. "Boss Shen, we're willing to work hard for you all our lives." Shen Yunshu. "Song Yan is fine, but little La Yao, forget it." "Song Yan, why not?" Zhou Sun stood nearby, laughing silently, but when he looked at Shen Yunshu, there was a faint worry between his brows. Shen Yunshu felt uneasy and simply pulled him aside for a private talk. Zhou Sun didn't expect Shen Yunshu to be so perceptive. However, Shen Yunshu just smiled lightly. "Could it be that you're too obvious?" Zhou Sun coughed twice, pretending to be casual. "Actually, it's nothing serious. I was just thinking that Boss Shen has become more famous at the base recently, and I'm afraid some forces are already watching you in secret. You should be careful and feel free to ask us for help if anything happens." Shen Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly. "What did you find out?" Zhou Sun was not someone who guessed without basis. Since he said that, he must have discovered something. His expression gradually turned serious. "At least, what we've noticed clearly are a few well-known merchants. They must be up to something behind the scenes, but we haven't found out the details yet." Shen Yunshu nodded thoughtfully. "Got it, I'll be careful." She had long expected that merchants in the base would act, and it's only now that they're starting to move, considering they can tolerate it this long. Shen Yunshu didn't ask which big merchants they were. It wouldn't be good to trouble Lion King over this, so she decided to leave it to Qin Yutong's team to investigate. It was a good opportunity to test their abilities since the base was just being established. After finishing her chat with Zhou Sun, Commander Chu pulled her into his office to discuss new cooperation. Commander Chu was the first to realize that this fruit was extraordinary. His surprise was written all over his face, completely unhidden. "Boss Shen, everything you bring is beyond my expectations." "It's okay. There are even more surprising things ahead." Shen Yunshu replied confidently, without modesty. The two looked at each other and smiled. Chu Yunshu immediately bought 100,000 pieces of fruit. After they agreed to pick up the items at the supermarket tomorrow, Shen Yunshu was about to leave for the supermarket when Captain Chu stopped her. "Boss Shen, do you remember the Xuanfeng mercenary group?" "Xuanfeng mercenary group?" Shen Yunshu was momentarily stunned, feeling the name was very familiar until she recalled the second round of the mercenary tournament. A spirited young man waved at her, making her remember them. Shen Yunshu remembered. Yes, I remember. Captain Chu's eyes lit up. He left a seat and opened the office door, revealing a man with a buzz cut and a serious face standing outside. Captain Chu, stop the formalities, come in quickly. Chu pulled the man over and introduced him to Shen Yunshu. This is the leader of the Xuanfeng mercenary group. Jian Qinan stepped forward 2 steps, looking serious. Hello, Boss Shen. My name is Jian Qinan. You can call me Qinan. Shen Yunshu was a bit surprised. She looked at Captain Chu, thinking he was trying to do business with her. But she didn't know that many people had come to see the Lion King recently, all aiming for her. Chu Yu, sensing her gaze, felt a bit guilty. She had refused many people these days, but she couldn't refuse Xuanfeng, especially since they had done her a big favor in the mercenary tournament. Please sit down and chat. I'll go out and get some water for you. Chu found an excuse and left, leaving Shen Yunshu and Jian Qinan alone in the office. Jian Qinan looked at Chu Yu's back, her face showing a hint of nervousness. Her fingers habitually tapped the sofa lightly. Boss Shen, sorry for contacting you this way. We just want to seek cooperation. Shen Yunshu looked at her, whose appearance and voice didn't match at all, and smiled slightly. Why are you nervous? Jian Qinan paused. A rush of heat surged from her feet to her head. Shen Yunshu watched her ears turn red suddenly, finding it amusing. If anyone should be nervous, it's probably me. I promised to remember you, but then I forgot to contact you. That's okay. Jian Qinan hurriedly waved her hand. Her heroic features lost their coldness and showed obvious nervousness. Shen Yunshu almost laughed. She could tell Jian Qinan was clearly socially anxious. She didn't tease her further. Anyway, tell me what you need. I will give you the same price as I do for the Lion King. Jian Qinan was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting things to go so smoothly. Then I just prepare the contract, and you can come to the supermarket to pick up the goods. Jian Qinan finally reacted and quickly took out a contract. It's already drafted in advance. Boss Shen, please take a look and see if there are any issues. So quick? Shen Yunshu took the contract and carefully read through it. Finding no problems, she signed her name directly. Jian Qinan received the signed contract, but her expression remained blank. She didn't expect it to go so smoothly. She had thought that businessmen would at least haggle or try to squeeze more benefits from consumers. She even prepared several versions of the contract just in case, but unexpectedly, everything was so simple and within their budget. Then, I look forward to a happy cooperation, Leader Jian. Jian Qinan quickly stood up and shook hands with Shen Yunshu. After the deal, Shen Yunshu didn't rush Jian Qinan to leave. She had more important things to ask about. After what happened last time, did winter cause you any trouble? Jian Qinan frowned and shook her head. No, but those people do seem to look at us unfavorably now, though they haven't taken any obvious action. Shen Yunshu nodded. That's good. Still, you should be careful of them. Their leader is even more sneaky than a needle. Jian Qinan. Have there been any issues inside their group recently? Shen Yunshu always felt that causing trouble wasn't really their style. Jian Qinan thought for a moment. Actually, I've heard some rumors. Their only healer has left the team. Shen Yunshu nodded. She already knew this. And also, it seems their second-in-command was seriously injured during the last mercenary team competition and took a long time to recover. The second-in-command, Shen Yunshu quickly recalled and gradually focused on a figure. Su-yi. Jian Qinan also remembered and finally connected the dots. Yes, that's Su-yi. Rumor has it he's the good brother who fought alongside their leader, and he's also the second-in-command. He was injured? How could he get hurt? Shen Yunshu felt a mix of surprise and suspicion. She clearly remembered that he was still on the field during the last round of the competition, but her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly realized that after the fierce bear attack in the second half, she had no memory of him. How did he get injured? Shen Yunshu hurriedly asked. I'm not sure. Maybe he was accidentally hurt during that riot. No, that's not right, Shen Yunshu instinctively denied. She was sure he had indeed disappeared at that time. Since he was no longer inside, where did he get hurt? She clearly remembered that this part was never in the original story. Could it be another butterfly effect? Shen Yunshu carefully recalled who else was not inside at that moment, until a very familiar figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Her fingers trembled slightly, and, at this moment, the clown was also missing. On the way back, Shen Yunshu kept thinking about this matter. Yu Chen sat in the passenger seat. The whole car was very quiet because Shen Yunshu was silent, even oppressive. Yu Chen sensed something was wrong. He looked at Shen Yunshu but said nothing. After 2 seconds, he looked again. Shen Yunshu.
You.
What were you doing during the mercenary team competition when you disappeared? Going. Don't say going to the bathroom. Yu Chen blinked expressionlessly, bored, and took a walk. Humph. Shen Yunshu sneered coldly. Then where did that sculpture come from? Stolen.
She was honest this time.
Shen Yunshu impatiently stepped on the accelerator harder. Although she always knew that the clown's identity was not simple, both his strength and the injuries on his face kept telling her so. But she had been selectively ignoring it. Now that it involved the main characters, she had to pay attention. I heard someone was seriously injured in the winter. Do you know about that?
Yu Chen stopped speaking.
Shen Yunshu clenched her fists and directly asked, "Is it the person standing next to Fu Lin, named Sui? Did you hurt him?"
Yes.
Shen Yunshu was stunned. She had already prepared for the clown to deny it, but unexpectedly, he admitted directly. "Why did you hurt him?" Yu Chen looked straight ahead, with hidden hatred in his eyes. "Because I don't like him." Shen Yunshu doubted her ears a little. "What did he do?" "He appeared." Shen Yunshu. "He didn't do anything, but because you don't like him, you secretly went out just to beat him up?" Yu Chen slowly turned his head, and a mask covered all his expressions, making him look strange in the dark. "Is that not okay?" "Of course it's not okay." Shen Yunshu's heart was roaring. It seemed her corporate culture was not well established, and now she had an employee with an antisocial personality. "You." Shen Yunshu was unsure what to say at first, but finally, her thoughts kept circling in her mind, and she asked, "Is it time for your salary to be paid, Yu Chen?" Shen Yunshu. "It's deducted. When you realize your mistake someday, I will pay you again." Ditto. "Oh, by the way, I think I don't find me unpleasant, right?" When Shen Yunshu returned to the supermarket, it was already dark outside, but the store was still brightly lit, tirelessly serving customers. She approached and noticed many people still inside, most sitting in the corners. Shen Yunshu guessed it was because she turned on the air conditioning. Those sitting near the air conditioning quickly stood up and pretended to choose products, looking a bit uncomfortable. Shen Yunshu didn't expose them. After all, it was too hot not to use the air conditioning. Living without it was impossible. But the store was still small, and just a few scattered people sitting made it feel crowded. If she had more money, she would expand the store or even open a new shop next door to sell something. As long as there was air conditioning, business wouldn't be bad. Her first thought was the milk tea shop. Milk tea shops are like summer lifesavers. Buy a cup and enjoy the air conditioning all afternoon. Just as she was thinking this, a beeping sound rang in her mind. Detected that the host's supermarket has reached saturation, with complete products and steady daily traffic. Main task 4 is now unlocked. Unlock the second floor of the supermarket. Unlock conditions: 50,000 purple coins, beast cow bones, a rare material called Bing Pe, and a reputation score of 10,000. Please continue to work hard in managing. Shen Yunshu. She carefully read the long list of unlock conditions again. Besides money and reputation points, which were easier to achieve, she had never even heard of the others. Her reputation score had already reached about 6,000, but it was getting harder to increase as she went further. As for Bing Pe or beast cow bones, she could only roughly guess they were 2 types of materials, but obtaining them wouldn't be simple. Shen Yunshu clenched her fists. She tried to call the system out to explain, but once the system issued the task, it disappeared into invisibility. Helplessly, she had no choice but to give the material list to Qin Yutong and ask him to help find out where to buy these items. Although she currently had nothing, she still had a little money left. Today, I went out and earned nearly 200,000 purple coins. Including the previous big spender's earnings and the day's sales, The total is almost 350,000 purple coins. This amount exceeded her expectations and finally gave her some spare money to start studying her upgrade pool. Since taking over that old weapon shop, Qin Yutong wanted to sell the junk weapons to a scrap collector, but Shen Yunshu stopped him and stored everything in the supermarket's warehouse. These weapons seem useless, but maybe they can be turned into something valuable through the upgrade pool. She first put in 3 sturdy-looking weapons, all rated as F level. It costs 1,000 coins to upgrade once, but the result was still F level, with only a slight change in appearance and a tiny increase in hardness. Shen Yunshu. Could it be that Qin Yutong was right and I bought a bunch of trash? She was not willing to give up and decided to try adding different materials this time. The only good material she had was a piece of black rock she got from a previous experience card draw. The black rock is B level, and she didn't want to use it on such junk weapons. Luckily, she was rewarded with a chance to draw a high-level mystery box, so she immediately chose to draw again. Ding! Congratulations on drawing a supermarket skin one. Please claim it immediately. Shen Yunshu. She almost forgot she wasn't a lucky person. Shen Yunshu wiped the sweat from her forehead. So close, she almost went out of character. But giving her a supermarket skin? Why would she need a special skin for the supermarket during the spring festival? She briefly used the supermarket skin for 10 seconds and quickly canceled it, just because of the festive songs and the red lantern decorations everywhere. Damn it. Since she couldn't get good materials, she decided to give up on the junk weapons for now and took out the dagger Zhou Yao gave her. The dagger is C level, and she wondered if putting it together with the black rock could upgrade it to B level. She combined the 2 items, and after a minute, a black-handled, sharp-edged dagger slowly appeared. As the black rock dissolved, the dagger seemed to be coated in a subtle, dark glow, with thin black lines spreading across the blade, which flashed with a cold light. It changed from ostentatious to low-key but more dangerous. Shen Yunshu was captivated by its shine and reached out to grab it without hesitation. Indeed, it became a B-level weapon with increased hardness and sharpness, and it also enhanced the characteristics of the black rock, being unobtrusive. It is often overlooked, but the more unnoticed it is, the more deadly it can be. That's why it was named Hidden. Shen Yunshu looked at the word, hidden, appearing on the handle of the knife and silently sheathed it. Unexpectedly, with the birth of this B-level weapon, the upgrade pool itself began to emit light. Detected upgrade condition. The synthesis of a B-level weapon is complete, and the upgrade pool has successfully advanced to level 2. It upgraded? Shen Yunshu was surprised it happened so quickly. She quickly opened the upgrade guide and found she could now start viewing the materials for the beginner level. However, the level 2 upgrade guide only shows materials of B level and below. Shen Yunshu didn't see Ice Soul here, indicating that Ice Soul is at least A level. But a happy surprise was that she saw a beast's horn, likely not too difficult to obtain. Additionally, she unlocked a new feature for the upgrade pool, recycling. She clicked on this feature and an introduction appeared below. Any item can be recycled, whether living or dead. Based on its value, it can be exchanged for an item of equal or lesser value, with a chance of producing items worth more than the original. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what she needed for her pile of scrap metal. Since that pile was useless, it was better to recycle it rather than just discard it. She threw all her weapons into the recycling furnace, at least 100, and according to the system, she finally received a large amount of iron. Holding this pile of iron, Shen Yunshu tried to comfort herself, thinking it was still a collection of F-level materials. Maybe combining them with other levels could still be useful. She stored the iron in her warehouse and looked at the recycling feature with new ideas. This was definitely an incredible function. If she only used it to recycle random items daily, it would be a waste. If she could sell this feature as a product. Shen Yunshu was startled by her own idea, but the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. During her days running the supermarket, she often encountered people trading crystals, hunted prey, or beast bones for goods. She couldn't accurately assess the value or authenticity of these items, so she always refused, losing some customers in the process. Some customers sometimes hesitate to exchange their purple coins or are unhappy with the amount they receive, so they keep holding onto their items, hoping to trade them for something of similar value. If she could turn off this recycling feature, she could spend a little money to swap out the unused items she's held onto for a chance to get something better. Essentially, this is like gambling, but for gamblers, it's an irresistible opportunity because the chances of losing are very low. The biggest hidden benefit is that it motivates consumers to spend more, similar to the excitement of winning a mystery box. Shen Yinshu couldn't sit still after thinking about this and immediately started contacting Qin Yutong. During their conversation, she kept the most important details secret, only saying she found a way to do this. After listening carefully, Qin Yutong's first reaction was silence. He stayed quiet for a long time before slowly speaking. Though I don't know where Shin Boss found such a channel, if it's really reliable, it will cause a big stir in the base. The money we could make from this would be much more than we imagine, but it's too risky. I understand, but fortune favors the brave. I will do my best to ensure your safety. If you think it's too dangerous, I can handle it myself. Shin Yinshu's idea is to set up this feature in a branch store, with Qin Yutong as the manager on the surface. Once it starts, the most dangerous person will be Qin Yutong himself. I'm not afraid of danger, Qin Yutong replied calmly. But it's still very difficult to actually do this. It sounds too unbelievable to most people, so they probably won't believe it. That's why I need you, Qin Yutong. It's your time to shine. Shen Yinshu is very confident and persuasive when it comes to motivating others. There was a pause on Qin Yutong's side before he slowly responded, That simple told Shen Yinshu that he had accepted, and he might even start working on a plan immediately. Business runs in Qin Yutong's blood, and his excitement wouldn't be less than Shen Yinshu's, even a little. Oh, by the way, Shen Yinshu was about to hang up when she heard Qin Yutong's voice. I found some clues about the thing you asked me to investigate recently.
What is it?
Qin Yutong has asked her to look into many things lately, so Shen Yinshu wasn't sure which one he meant. We recently found the pink crystal stones you asked us to look for in the 2 black markets you mentioned. Shen Yinshu sat up straight and asked, and then they replied, when we tried to investigate further, we realized those people were fake. They didn't actually have the crystals. Instead, they wanted to buy them, or if they couldn't steal them. She asked why they needed these crystals, but they couldn't explain. We forced the truth out of them. Initially, the crystals were bought from a black market in the western base, from a man named Luo Sheng. However, no one had seen Luo Sheng's face. They only knew he wore a black robe and a mask resembling a bull-headed ghost. Luo Sheng? Shen Yinshu silently noted the name. She asked, Did you find out what exactly this thing is? Qin Yutong's voice slowly responded, It's a material, one that can be absorbed by the human body. From what they said, they've seen someone absorb a large amount of this material and die suddenly, but they also said that the person died with a smile on their face. When Luo Sheng bought or sold this item, he told them it could make you extremely happy, forget pain, and become stronger and more powerful. Shen Yinshu felt a chill run through her body and paused for a long moment before slowly regaining her voice. Continue to follow up on this. I have another matter to ask you. No need to ask. I am an employee. Qin Yutong's calm voice made Shen Yinshu gradually calm down. No, at least you're a shareholder. Even through the communicator, Shen Yinshu felt a bit speechless. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips, but she couldn't quite laugh. I need you to help me find people who are recently in need of weapons. I have cold weapons for sale or custom orders. Luxury items naturally go to the wealthy. Qin Mentang has been working in the base for a long time and should still have some connections. This matter can only be entrusted to him. Okay, got it. After ending the call, Shen Yinshu didn't feel relaxed. She spent the night having nightmares. The next morning, she woke up still groggy. Looking outside, the sun was even brighter. She didn't feel like going out, so she turned the supermarket's air conditioning to the lowest setting. The clown had gone out again. He had been running around these days. No matter how hot it was, he wasn't bothered, though he left a note every day. Shen Yinshu couldn't be bothered to care. After all, the child was grown up and hard to control. Her only rule was that he could hit people but not kill them. The weather is getting hotter. Although fewer people are going out to work, more are coming to her supermarket. Every day, the best-selling items have shifted from nutritional drinks to all kinds of cold things: ice water, cold drinks, and ice cream. Sun Yinshu decided to put the nutritional drinks in the freezer to chill, and she also cut up fruit, wrapped it in plastic, and froze it. Recently, fruit sales have increased a lot because more people are discovering the hidden benefits of fruit. The news spread quickly, and many people came to buy, going from disbelief to eager consumption in just a moment. Sun Yinshu also noticed some staff members from the government inside the base quietly buying fruit. They wore casual clothes and tried to blend in, but their demeanor and aura made it clear they were different. She didn't expose them, thinking it was only a matter of time before the government noticed. Maybe they wanted to study these fruits. She felt no guilt about it and was fine with however they chose to investigate. By noon, the supermarket became very crowded with people seeking relief from the heat. Sun Yinshu couldn't handle it anymore and turned on the unattended mode. Just as she was about to go to her room to eat watermelon and enjoy the air conditioning, a small corner of the supermarket suddenly became noisy. Many people gathered around, forming a small circle. Sun Yinshu's heart jumped. She quickly went over. "Excuse me, what's going on?" The crowd made way, and as Sun Yinshu approached, she heard someone say someone might have heat stroke. She looked down and saw an old man leaning against the wall, his face flushed, sweating heavily and making wheezing sounds, as if he couldn't breathe. She hurriedly pushed aside the people around him. Everyone moved back. "He can't breathe." Then she crouched down, placed her hand on the old man's forehead, and recoiled at the hot temperature. He was definitely suffering from heat stroke. Sun Yinshu had seen people with heat stroke before, and this was exactly the same. She felt a bit panicked and quickly asked someone to get cold water. She also secretly took a bottle of herbal medicine from the system shop. First, she loosened the old man's clothes a bit, then slowly fed him cold water to help lower his body temperature gradually. Once his breathing became a little more even, she handed him the herbal medicine. The old man didn't resist. He drank whatever she gave him. The people around gradually quieted down, watching the elderly person get better, and they finally relaxed. Sun Yinshu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was just heat stroke. If someone had died in her supermarket, it would have been a disaster. She told the elderly person to stay here and rest for a while, then stood up and looked at the curious onlookers. "It's nothing serious now. Everyone can leave." A few people left, but most stayed where they were. One person looked at the herbal medicine water in Sun Yinshu's hand with some confusion. "Boss, what is this?" Sun Yinshu glanced at what she was holding. "Herbal medicine water. Herbal medicine water?" Everyone was stunned for a second. It really was herbal medicine water. They hadn't seen this in a long time. Honestly, with the increasing heat, they had almost no good way to prevent heat stroke. Everyone's water supplies for missions were just enough for themselves, sometimes not even enough. So, when a teammate got heat stroke, they could only help move them to a shady spot. If only they had a bottle of herbal medicine water. Someone immediately responded. "Boss, how much for this?" Sun Yinshu paused, quickly setting a price in her mind based on the cost. 150 purple coins per bottle. Everyone's eyes lit up. That wasn't expensive. "Boss, give me 5 bottles. 10 bottles. 20 bottles." Sun Yinshu felt a bit embarrassed standing among the crowd, feeling like she had seen the scene before. She asked everyone to stay calm and secretly went to the warehouse to fetch more supplies. Outside, the crowd eagerly watched Sun Yinshu, unaware that the heat-stroke elderly man suddenly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He quietly took the remaining herbal medicine water and slipped away. Yi Xiaoran had been away from the base for 5 days. From initial anger and frustration to hope that Fu Linshan would come find her, then to disappointment, regret, and finally despair. In the apocalypse, she had almost no ability to survive on her own, so during these 5 days, she hid inside an abandoned building, afraid to go outside. Her food was almost gone, and her water had run out 2 days ago. In these 2 days, she had to scavenge for water desperately, not letting a single drop go. But the sun was scorching, and she couldn't find any water. She was weak and lying on the dirty ground, barely alive. Her white dress was already filthy. It was only now that she realized maybe she shouldn't have worn a dress when trying to escape. But she also couldn't understand why she was wearing this pure, white dress. She looked at her thin, pale arms and suddenly felt an urge to tear them apart and drink blood. But no, she shouldn't be the one drinking blood, and she shouldn't be so helpless either. She always felt that someone was waiting for her to save them. She had given her blood to him when he was about to die of thirst, so he could survive. From then on, he would love her with all his heart.
So,
Who was the person she needed to save? Yi Sharon's vision was starting to blur. She vaguely watched the only light coming through the broken building. Gradually, the light was blocked, and a shadow appeared. Her eyes immediately filled with hope. She knew he would come. She slowly reached out her delicate, almost boneless hand and looked up with a pitiful expression. But what she saw was a pair of extremely cold eyes. Yi Shaoran seemed frozen in place. She stared blankly at the man squatting down. "Are you here to love me?" Yu Chen's eyes flashed with confusion, then quickly turned cold. He ruthlessly reached out and grabbed her neck. "I have some questions for you. If you don't answer honestly, I will kill you." His cold voice almost pierced Yi Shaoran's heart. Her bright eyes shimmered with tears.
no.
This isn't right. None of this is right. That night, Shin Yunshu waited a long time before confirming that the clown was not coming home. She silently added another note to the record of the clown's whereabouts before going to sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by the sound of her communicator. Groggily, she answered it. On the other end was Qin Yutong's voice. "Did you give an old man some mysterious medicine yesterday?" His tone was always very calm, steady and unchanging. Now, although still calm, his faster speech indicated the situation was serious. Shen Yunshu suddenly became alert but didn't quite understand. Mysterious medicine. She thought carefully and barely remembered something related. "Are you talking about Huaxiang Zenki water?" Yes, I did give an old man some. He got heatstroke as soon as he entered the shop, so I gave him a bottle of Huaxiang Zenki water. Now that I think about it, he didn't even pay, and he didn't say thank you before leaving." Hearing this, Shin Yunshu felt a bit emotional. But Qin Yutong was silent for a long time on the other end, so quiet that Shin Yunshu felt a little anxious. Only then did he speak slowly. "That old man died last night." What? Shin Yunshu took 10 seconds to react, her mind completely blank. How did he die? It's not entirely clear yet, but there's a story going around the base. According to his only friend, he only went to Yunwan's supermarket yesterday. When he returned, he was foaming at the mouth, convulsing all over, and he died. Before he died, he was still holding the bottle of herbal medicine you gave her. Shin Yunshu froze. Until Qin Yutong confirmed, "Boss Shin, you've been framed." Shin Yunshu's mind quickly replayed yesterday's events and noticed some inconsistencies. But now it was too late.
She frowned.
"But they have no real evidence. Can they really assume that the problem was with the things I sold just because one person claims so without proof? Moreover, he wasn't the only one who drank it yesterday. I sold to many others, and that's where the problem lies," Qin Yutong said seriously. "After the old man died, a group of people appeared at the base claiming they bought the same product from your store. They also said they experienced various discomforts." "Impossible," Shen Yunshu instinctively objected. "I can guarantee my products are absolutely fine. I know, I believe you, but the real issue is that someone is deliberately trying to frame you. They set up this trap and there will definitely be follow-up actions. In other words, this might just be a small appetizer." Qin Yutong warned Shen Yunshu, "It's best you stay inside the supermarket now. Don't go out and don't come to the base. Even if the enemy is in the shadows, we are in the light. We should just hold our ground. But it might be too late," he added. Shen Yunshu interrupted Qin Yutong, looking at the crowd gathering outside the supermarket, all holding wooden sticks and banners. Yunwan's supermarket, selling questionable medicines, endangering lives. She looked at them with a mixture of mockery and disdain. Did the old man know he had so many people caring about him while he was alive? The communicator crackled with Qin Yutong's anxious voice. What's going on? Nothing much. Just some petty troublemakers. Shen Yunshu replied calmly now. It was obvious to her who was behind this. She steadied her mind and quickly asked Qin Yutong, did you find out anything from the investigation I asked for earlier? She was referring to the matter Zhou Sun warned her about, being cautious of certain vendors. She had entrusted Yu Yun to look into it. We've identified a few obvious suspects, but we haven't had time to check the details yet. They acted first, he replied. Do we know the exact cause of the old man's death? Qin Yutong paused for 2 seconds and said, there probably aren't any now. Their cunning lies in the fact that the old man died in a very chaotic, poor area. It's common for people to die there, and few report it. The authorities rarely send anyone to investigate. Also, your supermarket is outside the base, so it's not under their control. They are short on manpower and resources, so they naturally won't bother. And the old man's body, we checked immediately after the incident, but by then, it was gone. Shen Yunshu frowned. These people are really ruthless. She glanced at the crowd outside, who were pretending to be intimidating. Most of them looked unfamiliar and probably never shopped at the supermarket. The real customers were scared off by the scene, hesitating to come in, and even those who wanted to enter were stopped by the crowd, who looked frightened and muttered something. Shen Yunshu couldn't hear clearly, but she guessed it was similar to the rumors circulating in the base, maybe even exaggerated. If they keep causing trouble outside all day, she won't be able to do any business, and it could also affect some people who lack judgment. No matter what, it's very bad for the supermarket. Qin Yutong seemed to realize something and asked, do you need someone to help you there? No need. Shen Yunshu replied firmly. You guys keep investigating along this route. If you're short on people, bring in the Black Eagle team. Since they caused such a big fuss, they must have some flaws. And I suspect they don't just want me to close the store. A sharp glint appeared in Shen Yunshu's eyes. Their current actions were mainly spreading rumors, but they had no solid evidence. It didn't seem like they wanted her supermarket to shut down immediately or to sentence her to death. It felt more like a show of force. Shen Yunshu wasn't sure what their real goal was. But it shouldn't be far off. She looked at the crowd gathered under the blazing sun, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Since they liked to waste time, she'd play along. She calmly brought out a folding chair, set the air conditioner to the lowest temperature, and took a box of fruit from the fridge, placing it beside her. Leisurely, she lay back in the chair, which could sway, and sat facing them. She shook the chair gently while popping blueberries into her mouth. The crowd, seeing her so relaxed, grew angrier, raising their voices even louder. Sweat dripped down their foreheads, and they looked angry and excited, making Shen Yunshu feel like she was a Japanese soldier about to be executed. But soon, they started to lose their voice. Their angry shouts grew quieter, becoming hoarse and dry. Many of them closed their mouths, just wiping away the sweat on their heads. But it was useless. No matter how much they wiped, the sweat kept flowing like rain, soaking their clothes completely. Li Mu was the first to give up. He frowned deeply, unable to keep his eyes open in the bright sun. His mouth was dry from shouting, but the woman inside reacted differently from those who had been bribed. He stared at the fruit plate and swallowed hard, feeling his dry throat. Why was she so calm? She couldn't even do her business now. Why wasn't she sweating at all? Why did she look so comfortable? Li Mu's sense of balance was already broken, and he even regretted taking this job. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the woman finally moved. Li Mu instantly became alert. The person had said that once the woman started to chase people away or break down, their task would be done. He looked at her with hope, watching her slowly walk to the door. She hadn't given up the rocking chair, and even dragged it over. Then, she sat down again. Li Mu felt something inside him shatter. The sun was moving steadily overhead, and the hottest part of the day was coming. Just as despair was rising in his heart, he heard the woman speak softly. How much do you get paid for this job? Is it by the hour or by the day? But it's so hot today, the pay should be pretty good, right? These words suddenly woke Li Mu like a bucket of cold water. Yes, he couldn't give up for money. 500 purple coins was what he usually earned after working 3 days. But if he kept going through this afternoon, he could get the 500 purple coins today. Thinking of his wife and daughter at home, he felt more motivated. The others seemed to have the same idea. No one answered Shen Yunshu's question. Instead, they suddenly became more energetic. Shen Yunshu looked at these people who had suddenly become so excited, with some doubt. But she quickly understood. Her guess was right. The pay must be quite good. Those scoundrels were even willing to spend a lot. Just as she was about to lie back down, she suddenly heard a low voice say, 500 purple coins. Li Muxin was startled and quickly looked to see who had spoken. His gaze fixed on a thin man with a pale face, trembling and barely able to stand. He seemed to be out of his senses, so when the woman asked him a question, he answered vaguely. The people around them reacted quickly, covering the man's mouth. Even so, they felt some panic inside. The bosses had told them not to say anything extra beyond what was asked. Who knew this unconscious man would answer the woman's question? What if the bosses deducted their wages? Everyone felt heavy-hearted and didn't notice the confusion flashing across the woman's face. How much? 500. Their hearts sank again. They realized she had heard. If the bosses found out, their wages would definitely be cut. They had worked hard to get this job. But then, the woman slightly parted her lips and slowly said 3 words. So little. These words felt like a deep question, leaving everyone stunned and unsure what to do. Li Muxin tremblingly asked, little? Shen Yunshu quickly focused on him, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. 500 isn't much. You stand here under the nearly 40-degree sun all afternoon, shouting nonstop, and that's all you get? 500 is just a tiny part of what those people earn in a minute, but they still hired all of you? The group was stunned, and Li Muxin was also confused. This is exploitation, pure exploitation. Having worked as a corporate worker for 21 years, Shen Yunshu was very angry. She thought those people would spend a little more money, but they deducted so much. Even a little bit of money slipping through their fingers is more than 500. Just a meal or a small purchase costs several times that. Yet they treat human labor as so cheap. Not even slaves are this cheap.
But.
The group wanted to argue, but Shen Yunshu cut them off. What but? In our shop, someone who does nothing all day and just eats and sleeps gets at least 5,000 a month. And you work so hard for only 500? 5,000? Everyone was stunned. Their savings probably didn't add up to 5,000. Shen Yunshu looked around at them. Now you see how greedy those people who bought you are. But now, you still have a chance to get back at them.
What?
Everyone was now stunned, and instinctively followed Shen Yunshu's lead. Shen Yunshu smiled faintly and said, tell us who sent you to do this, and each of you will get 2,000. Shen Yunshu smiled lightly and repeated, tell us who sent you to do this, and each of you will get 2,000. First come, first served. As soon as Shen Yunshu spoke, it was like dropping a bomb into a still pond. The group fell silent for a second, then quickly became agitated. Really? Is she lying to us? Everyone don't believe her yet. If it's false, we might lose even the 500. That was the concern. Shen Yunshu ruthlessly told them a fact. Is there a chance that if you reveal your fake, the 500 is already gone? It was as if a thunderbolt struck them. The people suddenly realized the truth, and those who responded quickly started pushing forward. The slower ones, realizing the other's purpose, also began to squeeze toward Shen Yunshu. The scene became very chaotic. Someone even shouted loudly, I know who it is. I can draw it out for you. Shen Yunshu spotted that person and was about to pull him out. Suddenly, he was pushed back by something, flying 5 meters away. The people behind him were also caught in the push, flying out 5 meters as well. A passage opened in the middle of the crowd. The chaotic crowd instantly quieted down. Everyone stood still, afraid to move, and looked toward the person who had suddenly appeared behind them. He was dressed in a fine suit, clearly made of good material, wearing leather shoes. He had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was styled with mousse, parted roughly in a 3/7 split. Shen Yunshu watched from afar and let out a sneer. This man was trying hard to appear impressive, but his build and demeanor were far from the elite image he wanted to project. Instead, he looked more like a door-to-door salesman. The crowd was frightened by his sudden appearance. Shen Yunshu faintly heard them whisper, This is the person who contacted us back then." The man's face darkened. He shot a stern look at the whispering person, who quickly shut up and dared not speak again. He slowly approached Shen Yunshu step by step, looking at her lying still in the rocking chair, a faint dark light flashing in his eyes. "Nice to meet you, Boss Shen." Shen Yunshu, uninterested in their small talk, simply said, "Spit it out quickly." "Jiang Pengdui, Wen, Bao Qingzhao. I hope you understand the current situation, Boss Shen. I am giving you a chance." "Really?" Shen Yunshu finally lifts her eyes to look at him. "Then I don't need your chance. Just get out." Shen Yunshu casually points at the door with her chin, as if shooing away a dog or a cat. Jiang Peng's fist clenches tightly beside him. This woman, with her good looks, should stay beneath a man and be happy, not come out to show her face and try to steal their business. He carefully surveys her again. She's useless, with no special abilities. The strong man they mentioned, always with her and wearing a mask, isn't here now. His eyes turn fierce. He reaches out to grab Shen Yunshu's neck. "Boss Shen, I advise you."
Ah!
Before he can choke her, he lets out a scream of pain himself. Suddenly, Shen Yunshu strikes him with her knee, hitting his lower body firmly. His face turns pale instantly, and he instinctively covers himself. But Shen Yunshu doesn't give him a chance. She takes advantage of his weakness. She's angry and deadly. She grabs his wrist, then sharply elbows him in the chin. Jiang Peng's flesh trembles, dazed from the blow. His body softens and he falls backward with a loud crash, hitting the ground hard. Shen Yunshu feels her teeth ache from the effort, but she keeps going. She knows she can't give these people a moment of breath. If she does, her powers might retaliate. She quietly controls her hidden abilities. Like a swift, sharp predator, she quickly grabs the fat man's neck and slams him back down. Jiang Peng's head buzzes. When he opens his eyes, he sees a cold, shining knife pointed at his eye, with the woman behind it. Shen Yunshu holds the dagger, her eyes cold and sharp. "Fat pig, I advise you to see clearly whose territory this is." Sweat breaks out on Jiang Peng's forehead. He no longer dares to move. He can't believe that a woman with a thin neck, who could break him with one hand, is so agile and strong. "Boss Shen, I was rude before. But this time, I really have something important to discuss with you. I think you don't want our supermarket to suffer from such misunderstandings. I have a perfect solution. Let's sit down and talk properly." He is indecisive and timid. Shen Yunshu offers a kind smile and says, "No." Jiang Peng's face changes. "Boss Shen." Shen Yunshu's knife tip moves closer, only 2 or 3 centimeters from his pupils. "Let me remind you, my hands are not very steady. If you move again, and I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me." Jiang Peng trembles with fear and no longer dares to speak. "From now on, I say one thing, you answer one thing. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Besides wanting to shut down my shop, do you have any other purpose?" Jiang Peng, trembling, answers shakily, We want to force the person behind you to come out." "The person behind? That so-called behind-the-scenes figure again?" Shen Yunshu feels a bit angry and anxious because this baseless behind-the-scenes person has caused her trouble many times. She now wishes there really was such a person. She would be the first to expose him. "Your method is to say there's something wrong with my products." "Yes. We want you to choose between closing your shop and revealing the person behind you, but any normal person wouldn't choose to close their shop, so they are sure she will pick the other option. However, is there really a chance she will choose? It's very possible she might expose them and then abandon them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But Shen Yunshu feels it's not that simple. She tightly grips the fat pig's neck. "Where is the old man's body?" I don't know." Shen Yunshu narrows her eyes and tightens her grip. "Say it or not." Jiang Peng struggles to breathe, his face turning red, But finally he says, I really don't know. I was just doing their work. I don't have access to those highly secret things. Cough cough. As expected, he's just an intermediary. Shen Yunshu's expression darkens. These people are extremely cautious, like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. The information the fat pig knows must also be incomplete. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Jiang Peng, holding his neck and closing his eyes, says, Really? I don't know anything else. I've told you everything I know. I was just sent by them to negotiate with you. As for anything else, I truly don't know. The fat pig's expression doesn't seem to be lying. Shen Yunshu loosens her grip slightly. The fat man immediately starts to breathe rapidly and coughs. Have you ever seen those people who give you assignments? Jiang Peng took a long time to recover. Since things had developed to this point, it was no longer realistic to hide. He simply nodded honestly. I've only seen them once, and they were all sitting behind a partition. I only know there were 3 people. 3 people? Do they have any noticeable features? Do you know what kind of business they are involved in? Jiang Peng shook his head. I can't see them, I can only hear their voices. I remember one person's voice was very hoarse, like their throat was injured. As for what they do, I don't know. Shen Yunshu silently noted this feature. Seeing that he was still cooperative, she patted his shoulder. All right. Jiang Peng's eyes lit up. Can I go now? Shen Yunshu looked at him with a hint of mockery in her eyes. You wish. She tied him up to prevent him from using his powers to cause trouble. With a swift palm strike, she made him faint. She planned to send him to Qinyutang. Although she had already asked once, there was no guarantee he was telling the truth. To be sure, she needed to take him back for another interrogation. She looked outside. The crowd outside the supermarket had already run away after causing a fuss. They probably thought the person now unconscious was the one they contacted. Knowing that 500 was gone and 2,000 was even less likely, they could only slip away in disappointment. Shen Yunshu watched the hesitant customers outside, afraid to come in, and then looked at the person lying on the ground. An idea formed in her mind. Rumors have always been the hardest to clear up. A simple word from a rumormonger can make the victim run until they are exhausted. The saddest part is that even if the rumor is proven false in the end, many people still won't believe the truth. The falsehood leaves a mark, and whenever people think of it, they recall the rumor. Over time, the fake can become perceived as real. Since Shen Yunshu's supermarket has faced various controversies since its founding, but none as large or impactful as this time, perhaps because lives are involved, everyone has become more cautious. If Shen Yunshu only clarifies unilaterally, it won't have much effect. It's better to seize this opportunity to truly uncover those behind the scenes. Although she managed to chase away the troublemakers today and even caught one, she didn't believe they would give up easily. They see her and her team as pawns. Losing a few pieces, they would just find new ones. So, tomorrow, the day after, or for a long time, there will still be troublemakers coming. Since that's the case, she might as well go along with their wishes and close the store. Shen Yunshu moved the chubby person onto the RV and left the supermarket without hesitation, heading to the base. News about Yunwan's supermarket closing spread quickly throughout the entire base within a day. Initially, those who were doubtful believed that the products at Yunwan's supermarket must have had issues. Otherwise, why would they close so secretly? Some thought the owner was just temporarily avoiding trouble and would reopen after some time. But clearly more people believed the first opinion. Even if someone proved they had bought and eaten from Yunwan's supermarket without any problems, it wouldn't matter. Because then many others would come out to say they had also eaten and experienced issues. Those who had no problems would be labeled as lucky or having eaten less. Public opinion in the base was turning very unfavorably against Yunwan's supermarket, but the owner was calmly enjoying her day. She had moved from the supermarket to a branch, using this time to spend some money on renovating the branch into a low-key, luxurious weapon shop. Qinyutang was very shocked when he learned she decided to close the store, but now he had accepted this reality. He didn't understand Shen Yunshu's thoughts, as she hadn't spoken about it in the past 2 days. Everyone from Shihuang knew about the store closing, and all went to the branch. Even Zhang Yu came to join the fun. For people crowded into an office, questioning Shen Yunshu, who was spinning around in her new office chair. Song Yan asked, "Boss Shen, why are you closing the store? Are you really afraid of them? Just tell us, and we sure Huang can go and deal with them directly." Shen Yunshu replied, "Deal with what?"
With your mouth.
Zhang Yu said, "Are you giving up? What about Black Eagle? If you really can't handle it, let me take over as boss." Shen Yunshu said, "I think it's more reliable to let Song Yan be the boss than to give it to you." Song Yan asked, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yao said, "Sister Shen, if you really don't want to open anymore, it's okay. Why not come to our Shi Huang? I can give you half of my bed." Shen Yunshu replied, "It's still little, Ah Yao." Zhou Sun said, "If you need any help, just tell us." Shen Yunshu looked down and smiled helplessly. "Got it, but I really don't have any urgent matters now. My decision to close the store is based on my own considerations. Don't worry, this supermarket won't be closed for long. It will reopen soon." After 4 people left, it was replaced by Qin Yutong. Qin Yutong sat opposite Shen Yunshu and calmly asked, "Have you thought about how to proceed next?" "Almost," Shen Yunshu said, turning in his chair. "Aren't they trying to get me to reveal the person behind me?" Qin Yutong looked up, his glasses reflecting a light. "So, I will give them one person." "How?" Shen Yunshu smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he suddenly changed the subject. "Have you thought of any good ideas for the recycling plan I mentioned before?" Qin Yutong didn't seem to mind the sudden change of topic. He pushed up his glasses and said, "Not too much. I thought about it simply." What Qin Yutong considered simple was actually a detailed plan nearly 10 pages long. He had thought of many possibilities and created different solutions for each. Shen Yunshu felt a bit ashamed in comparison. "My idea is that this approach can work. Once it's done, the benefits will be beyond our imagination. But it's different from traditional products, so our marketing method can't follow the usual pattern." Shen Yunshu nodded, agreeing with him. "I've thought of many plans, but the most useful one is." He looked at Shen Yunshu and saw the same understanding in her eyes. Both of them said at the same time, "Practicality is better than tricks." Qin Yutong's eyes flashed with a smile. Only by showing them the naked profit can they believe it and be willing to spend their small money to earn big money. Shen Yunshu closed the few pages of the plan, feeling relaxed. "Since Yunwan Supermarket is temporarily closed, let's take this chance to develop some branches." The next day, Yuyun Weapon Shop officially opened. Of course, a small, remote shop opening wouldn't cause much excitement in the base. Until a shocking announcement was released. "Are you still worried about your unused items? Are some things gathering dust at home? Reluctant to throw them away, but no one appreciates their value. Now you have a chance to perfectly handle these items. Our shop has launched a new recycling mode, accepting any items and exchanging them for goods of equal value. There's a 20% chance to get something worth more than the original value. With the grand opening, the first visitors will have a free trial. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and act now." After Wu Fei finished reciting the advertisement words to himself, everyone was stunned. When they turned to look at the person behind him, their reactions were quite similar. "If I understand correctly," one said, "it means they can help us exchange unused items." "That's what the ad seems to say, but I think it's probably just a new store trying to attract customers with a fake story," another replied. "Of course it's fake. A weapon shop helping us exchange for anything of equal value? Not to mention, just equal value. It's impossible," someone else added. Wu Fei looked at this man. The man's eyes were full of disdain, but what he was about to say seemed to make some sense. So everyone around started listening carefully. "What do you mean?" Wu Fei asked. The man appeared to enjoy the attention and pretended to be deep. After a moment, he said, "If you give it some scrap metal, it might just find something to give back that's worth the same. But if a fool really believed this and took valuable or rare materials from home to trade in, not to mention whether they'd get their items back, do you think a small weapon shop really has items of equal value to give back?" Wu Fei's mind was struck like by a heavy hammer. He suddenly became more alert and felt scared for having almost fallen for it. Forget it. Although trading might be difficult, he decided to keep the item at home and not take any risks. After hearing him, the others also found it reasonable, but some disagreed. But their advertisement is so obvious and bold, even offering a free trial. It doesn't seem fake. Maybe it's just not as mysterious as they claim, someone said. Yeah, if it were fake, would they still keep this business running? Would they just close after one try? Hey, you're right. The man suddenly looked at Wu Fei. What if they just want to make a quick buck and then leave? I advise you all not to fall for it. If they take your items and give you a pile of junk, you'll have nothing to cry about, Wu Fei warned. Everyone thought about it and agreed it made sense. Even those who had opposed earlier started to waver, until a strong man, carrying a mutated deer on his shoulder, threw it hard onto the ground. He was a hunter, relying on hunting for a living. But today, he was unlucky. He only caught one mutated deer. The deer's body had almost no useful parts besides meat. The hide and bones couldn't be sold, and few people wanted the meat, meaning he had basically wasted the whole day. At this moment, he looked at the advertisement and said in a deep voice, "Since there's a free chance, I'll give it a try. If they're lying, I'll smash their shop." Everyone turned to look and quickly followed the big man, ready to join the crowd and see what this so-called recycling was all about. Wu Fei pinched the items in his pocket and also went along. When Shen Yunshu woke up, the shop outside was already bustling. Many people gathered at the door, but no one entered. Qin Yutong was inside the shop, calmly working despite the curious gazes around him. As Shen Yunshu put on her mask and went downstairs, Qin Yutong looked at her and said, "So far, no one has come in to try the recycling." Shen Yunshu yawned slowly and said, "No rush." Qin Yutong nodded. He wasn't in a hurry, but his long hands kept fiddling with the abacus on the cash register. Shen Yunshu wanted to go wash up, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but stop. She checked again and finally hesitated, asking, "Are you nervous?" Qin Yutong paused, a strange blush rising to his ears. Silence spoke louder than words. Shen Yunshu was surprised and suddenly remembered that he often blushed at the mercenary guild meeting. How could she forget that this man, who seemed cold on the outside, was actually quite emotional inside? Feeling Shen Yunshu's strange gaze, Qin Yutong's ears turned even redder. He helplessly supported his forehead. Even though he could hide his expressions perfectly, his uncontrollable physical reactions often betrayed him. "It's okay, you don't need to worry about me." After all, this was his first time truly taking the lead, personally opening the shop and doing his first business. It was strange if he wasn't nervous. Shen Yunshu held back her laughter, choosing not to expose Qin Yutong at this moment. Instead, she glanced outside at the gathering crowd and said, "Don't worry, they're more anxious than us." Just then, someone stepped over the threshold. Both of them paused and looked toward the door. A man threw a still bloody deer onto the ground and silently surveyed the two of them. "Is it true that everything you say can be exchanged?" Outside, the crowd saw someone enter and instantly became excited, pushing toward the door. Qin Yutong calmly adjusted his glasses and said, "Of course it's true. What do you want to exchange?" The man pointed at the mutated deer on the ground. The onlookers also looked at the carcass of the mutated deer and couldn't help but start whispering. "This thing isn't worth much, the meat isn't tasty, and there's nothing valuable on it. What could it be exchanged for? The boss could just casually take some scrap metal to deal with him." Yeah, this doesn't show the boss's skill at all." The man glared fiercely behind him, muttering quietly, then shut up. Shen Yunshu didn't bother to argue with the others. Instead, she directed someone to drag the deer to the back. But when they tried to drag it, the man grabbed the deer and wouldn't let them. He looked up at Shen Yunshu. "Are you sure the first time is free?" "Of course," she nodded. "There are so many people watching outside. Do you think I would change my mind in front of so many?" The man's grip loosened, then suddenly tightened again. He looked at the group trying to drag the deer. "Where are you planning to take the deer?" Seeing him hesitate, Shen Yunshu crouched down to look at him, pointing behind the shop. There was a screen set up specifically for recycling, to keep things mysterious while reassuring them. This screen was visible from outside so people could see one thing go in and another come out. Watching this would excite onlookers and thrill gamblers alike. The man looked over, frowning deeply, then finally released his hold. The staff successfully dragged the deer to the back, and Shen Yunshu followed. She opened the recycling option on her system panel, feeling unexpectedly nervous for some reason. The system judged the value based on objective standards, but what would come out was still uncertain, both to outsiders and to Shen Yunshu herself. She took a deep breath and threw the deer in. For a moment, she couldn't tell if she was gambling or if the others outside were gambling. The whirlpool of recycling spun slowly, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the deer was completely swallowed by the vortex, the outlet on the other side also began to drop items. Shen Yunshu looked and froze in surprise. It was purple coins, one after another. The purple coins kept falling, forming a small pile in no time, at least 1,000 coins. From her understanding, even if she sold the entire deer, it wouldn't fetch more than 1,000 purple coins. So, this was something worth more than its value? Shen Yunshu was stunned herself. Her streak of bad luck had somehow turned lucky this time. People outside, watching the excitement, saw no movement inside and went from hopeful to gloating. I knew it. All these marketing tricks are fake. A dead deer still can't be exchanged for half a day. The boss probably wouldn't be able to come up with something worth as much as the deer, right? Think differently. Maybe the boss is struggling to find some broken item to trade for the deer, and he won't lose money in the process.
Haha.
The crowd burst into laughter. The man inside the shop looked grim, his fist clenched tightly at his side. He looked up at the screen partition, as if he was about to tear it apart if no one came out. Qin Yutong watched everyone's reactions, but said nothing. He kept fiddling with the abacus, his eyes instinctively drifting toward the screen. Finally, a faint sound came from behind the screen. Everyone immediately fell silent and stared intently at the screen. 2 staff members moved to each side of the screen, gently lifting it and pushing it to the right. Gradually, the scene behind was revealed. Everyone held their breath at the same time, and the man inside the shop started to sweat on his forehead. As the screen was slowly pulled away, the scene behind was fully exposed. Shen Yunshu stood beside a small pile of purple coins, watching everyone. It felt like time had stopped. Everyone began to doubt their eyes, rubbing them repeatedly until they were sure the pile was really money.
Wow.
A small, surprised exclamation sparked the crowd. They pushed forward desperately, trying to see if the money was real. I saw it. It's real. How much is it? How much? Over 1,000. No way. Over 1,000 for a dead deer. Even wild boars don't sell for that much now. Is this real? Is the boss making a profit? Or is he cheating? But soon, the man's reaction proved they were wrong. He reacted more strongly than anyone else, nearly staggering to the ground. As a hunter for so long, he had never earned over 1,000 from a single prey, unless he hunted a very fierce beast whose fur and teeth could fetch such a high price. But those were rare, maybe only a few times a year, and each time it was dangerous, involving a few people hunting together. For the first time, he felt like he had struck it rich unexpectedly. Shen Yunshu watched the expressionless man, a faint smile under her mask. Take it all. It's yours. The man stared blankly, then suddenly snapped into action, rushing toward the money. He grabbed the pile and stuffed it into his bag, completely losing his composure. At this moment, no one would laugh at him anymore. Everyone looked at him with envy. The screen was moved back, and Shen Yunshu stood in front of it, calmly announcing, "Congratulations to the first customer for hitting a 20% chance and winning something worth more than the item itself. 1,500 purple coins." There was silence, a long silence. Until someone finally reacted, raising their hand high. "Boss, I want to go next." Suddenly, the crowd was like a drop of boiling water thrown into hot oil, boiling over quickly. "Next is me. I want to try too." The sudden burst of excitement was expected by Shen Yunshu and Qin Yutong. They remained calm, maintaining order, making sure everyone lined up properly one by one. Since the first attempt was free, almost everyone started lining up, holding either valuable or cheap items. Some onlookers, seeing this, began to go home and bring back and use things from their houses. It seemed that after the first try, luck ran out, and most people didn't get items worth more than what they exchanged. But most were still satisfied with items of similar value. Except for a few who were unhappy with what they received, Shen Yunshu would suggest they try again. However, when someone heard they needed 1,500 purple coins for another try, they immediately refused and asked Shen Yunshu to return their previous item. Shen Yunshu gave a tired smile and pointed to the sign on the wall. Each person has only one free chance. No exchanges or refunds. Please consider carefully. The person looked at it annoyed and stepped aside, trying to persuade the next person in line. The first person must have cheated. Look, besides him, no one else has gotten a higher value item. I advise you all not to exchange anything. It's free, but the items you get aren't good. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was focused on their own turn. Honestly, did they not know they might not get a good item? But there was still a 20% chance to get something better. This kind of luck was like buying a lottery ticket, and the chance was even higher than that. Who could refuse? Hearing this, the others only waved impatiently. Get lost, don't block my line. Seeing he couldn't persuade them, he was frustrated and stood by the side of the line, watching them exchange items, eager to see what good things they might get. As expected, the next moment, a woman clearly changed the item to something she didn't want. He stood nearby, watching her worried face, almost wanting to clap and laugh.
See.
I told you. You didn't listen to me. However, the woman didn't look as distressed as he imagined. She only briefly frowned and looked at him with curiosity. Then she confidently handed the item back to Shen Yunshu. Help me exchange it again, please. Shen Yunshu took the item and said, All right. The man's face immediately stiffened. He stepped forward to try to stop the woman. Another exchange costs 1,000 purple coins, and this might not give you something better. It's all a scam. I advise you not to do it. The woman looked at him strangely. Who are you? The man hesitated. And I have money. Do you have the right to tell me what to do? The man's words got stuck in his throat. He stepped back, pretending to be indifferent, and smiled. Fine, go ahead. But you'll regret it. The woman still found him strange and didn't bother with him. She was more interested in what she might get next. Unfortunately, on the second try, she didn't get what she liked. The man watched her expression. Seeing she still wasn't happy, he felt proud of himself. I told you. If you can't get it, you just can't. It's all a scam. Shen Yunshu handed the item back to the woman and looked at him. The man had no self-awareness. He thought he understood the nature of the merchants and became smug, talking proudly to the people behind him. The people behind didn't want to pay attention to him, but seeing the situation, they wondered if what he said was true. Everyone hesitated, especially those holding valuable items. But the woman ignored him completely, not even glancing at him, and quickly handed the item back to Shen Yunshu. One more time, Shen Yunshu took the item and went back to the back. When she threw the item into the recycling pool, she felt a rare hope that the system might be more helpful. Maybe the system really heard her inner call because when the third item appeared, it almost blinded her. It was an A-grade blue mineral ore, while the woman initially gave her only a C-grade ordinary mineral. Its value was at least 10 times higher, and 3 single draws created a miracle. Shen Yunshu excitedly held up the blue mineral. It looked clear and shiny, and she was even afraid of breaking it. When she carried the blue mineral out, the woman's eyes lit up from the reflection. She eagerly took the mineral and kept thanking Shen Yunshu. But Shen Yunshu just smiled and said, No need to thank me. It's your good luck. Shen Yunshu knew her own luck well. The man nearby looked stiff and surprised.
How?
How is it possible? A C-grade material turning into A-grade. The woman rolled her eyes at him and, under many admiring looks, took the blue mineral and left. Could it be that the more times you exchange, the higher the chance of getting better items? Spending 3,000 purple coins to upgrade a C-grade material to A-grade is a great deal. How? How is this possible? The proud man who had earlier looked confident was gone. Now, he looked at the ordinary short sword he had received. Was it really just bad luck? Did he really need to exchange more times as they said? A flash of defiance crossed his face. He pushed to the front of Shen Yunshu and said, I want to try too. Exchange again for me. Shen Yunshu glanced at the person behind him. Please wait in line. The person behind pushed him aside. Get out of the way. Queue properly. Don't cut in line, the man staggered back. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw the muscular man pushing him, and suddenly he felt scared. Looking at the long line behind, he could only retreat and go back to wait in line. Inspired by the woman, the people behind started not just accepting one free exchange. If they weren't satisfied, they kept trying again. Some even wanted to gamble. Once they got something they liked, they kept exchanging until they got something more valuable. Only then would they stop. Shen Yunshu and Qin Yutong exchanged glances. This situation was exactly what they had hoped for. They thought it would take at least until the next day to reach this point, but thanks to a wealthy woman, they achieved it early. Qin Yutong quickly collected the money, and Shen Yunshu moved back and forth through the long line until the sun was setting, and they finally saw the end. The man who had gone back to wait in line finally saw Shen Yunshu again. He took out his short sword and said, "Exchange." The man in front of her clearly seemed a bit stubborn. Shen Yunshu wanted to remind him that with such a mindset, it was hard to get good results, and he might end up losing more. But seeing the fleeting anger in his eyes, she decided to stay silent. As expected, the man changed his mind 10 times, spent 15,000, but didn't find anything he was satisfied with. Actually, he had already found some better options along the way, but he was never satisfied and believed he could find the best. So, he decisively continued to look further down. In the end, it was all for nothing. The man, devastated, paid his last amount and instinctively wanted to ask to exchange again, but he realized he had already spent all his money. His eyes turned red instantly as he stared fiercely at Shen Yunshu, hands reaching out to grab her neck. Before he could touch her, an employee suddenly stepped in to stop him. 2 employees each held him from either side and lifted him up, then threw him out. He fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud, but no one paid him any attention. Shen Yunshu, tired of looking at him, decided to close the shop as it grew darker and most customers had left. Just as she was about to lock up, a strange noise suddenly came from the door. Thinking someone had bumped into it, she quickly went to check. But before she could step outside, the culprit of the noise had already rushed out on his own. Wow! Shen Yunshu paused, almost bumping into the person who suddenly appeared. Wu Fei was clutching something tightly in his hand, nearly scaring himself to death. His first reaction was to apologize. Sorry, I didn't see the door." Looking at the young man who kept bowing his head in apology, Shen Yunshu's mood eased a little. "Where did you come from?" Wu Fei felt a bit embarrassed. He had been hiding behind this door all day, watching people line up to exchange their items. He hesitated the whole time, and just when he was about to give up because the shop was closing, he suddenly jumped out in a hurry. He bit his lip, as if finally making a decision. "I want to exchange something with you." Shen Yunshu checked the time. "All right, then this will be your last one." Wu Fei felt a bit happy, but also nervous. He touched the angular object in his pocket, then finally made up his mind and took it out. Shen Yunshu took the wrapped item, which was tightly covered in black cloth. She felt its shape and thought it was some kind of mineral. She slowly unwrapped it. As she did, she began to smell a familiar, nerve-wracking scent. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. Her hands moved faster as she unwrapped the cloth, revealing a small pink edge. "Is that rose quartz?" She couldn't believe it and continued to unwrap until she saw a complete piece of pink crystal in front of her. She suddenly looked up at the young man in front of her. "Where did you get this?" Wu Fei was startled by his boss's sudden change in expression. He didn't understand what had happened. Shen Yunshu stepped forward, frowned, and asked again, "Where did you get this thing?" Wu Fei was forced to step back and hesitated before finally saying, "I found it. Found it." Shen Yunshu clearly didn't believe this explanation. Her eyes sharpened. "Where did you find it? How did you find it?" Seeing his boss's reaction, Wu Fei was clearly frightened. He didn't understand why his boss reacted so strongly to this item. Now he even started to regret selling it. I found it in the black market." "Which black market?" "Qijian black market. It was the same as the black market Qin Yutong mentioned. Shen Yunshu's curiosity grew. The person's face didn't seem to be lying. Could it really be that he found it? How did you find it? Wu Fei looked troubled. He didn't want to say much, but under his boss's intense gaze, he reluctantly told what happened at the time. He truly found the item in the black market. He was usually very timid and rarely went to places like that. But at that time, encouraged by a friend, he went to the black market. He got separated from his friend there. He couldn't find his way back. While wandering around, he accidentally entered a quiet alley. In the alley, he saw a deal happening. What kind of deal? Shen Yunshu interrupted. Just this, Wu Fei pointed to the pink crystal. Because he witnessed that deal, he knew how valuable this item was. But after secretly taking the crystal out, he found that people outside didn't recognize it. No one thought it was worth much. He couldn't exchange it for money or other things. Only people offered very low prices to buy it. He was unwilling and kept hiding the item at home, waiting for someone who knew its value to appear. It wasn't until Shen Yunshu's recent advertisement that he decided to take a chance. Shen Yunshu listened carefully and focused on the key points. Did you see the person who traded with you? Wu Fei shook his head. The seller wore a mask with a cow design and I only saw his back, but Wu Fei suddenly seemed to remember something. But what? I think I saw a tattoo behind that person's ear. The scene at the time was too dark and he was extremely scared. He only faintly sensed he saw it but wasn't sure. Shen Yunshu quickly asked, what kind of tattoo? Wu Fei carefully recalled. It seems to be a 7-pointed star. Shen Yunshu wanted to ask more, but Wu Fei just shook his head, indicating he truly didn't know. From the young man's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying, so Shen Yunshu couldn't get any more information and had to give up. In the end, Shen Yunshu decided not to throw the rose quartz into the recycling furnace, but instead gave the young man enough money to buy it. Wu Fei left holding a large sum of money, feeling like he was in a dream. After watching him leave the shop, Shen Yunshu snapped her fingers lightly in the air. Immediately, someone flew out from nowhere. Follow him and see where he's going. Look for anything unusual. Yes, this is what I know so far. Shen Yunshu placed the recently bought rose quartz on the table and looked up at Qin Yutong. Qin Yutong examined the rose quartz carefully and concluded, what he said is probably true. The Jianqi black market is the one we found where they conduct trades. Does that mean the person called Luo Sheng is still trading these rose crystals? That possibility can't be ruled out. Shen Yunshu pressed her hands on the table. So, I have to go to this black market? Qin Yutong analyzed calmly. Considering the current situation Shen boss is facing, I think going to the black market now could be dangerous. Even if your shop is temporarily closed, they definitely won't give up easily. I understand. Shen Yunshu sat back in the wheeled office chair, pushing her legs slightly, and the chair started to turn. But I guess they don't have time to look for me now. Qin Yutong frowned. Why? Shen Yunshu looked at Qin Yutong with a hint of cleverness in her eyes. Do you remember what I told you before? Their real goal has always been the person behind me, but I don't have anyone behind me. Qin Yutong lowered his eyes to think for a moment and quickly understood. You meant to create someone for them, so everything we're doing now is to. Bingo! Shen Yunshu snapped her fingers in front of Qin Yutong. What kind of person would fit their idea of a mysterious big shot? Of course, someone with unlimited wealth and power. At this moment, Yu Yunwu weaponry suddenly appeared and caused a sensation at the base. Tell me, if it weren't for a very powerful figure who can meet the needs of so many different people at different stages, could they do this? So their current goal has shifted to Yu Yun because they believe the person behind you is likely Yu Yun's boss. Qin Yutong understood immediately and quickly analyzed Shen Yunshu's purpose. So what we need to do now is confirm their suspicions. Shen Yunshu crossed her arms and said, proving this is actually simple. They can easily find out that I have had dealings with this shop, but there's still a small gap. A small gap in the strength of a big boss. What should we do? Today is just a teaser, Shen Yunshu said calmly. Don't forget what our shop really sells. Weapons. Qin Yutong suddenly had an idea and looked at Shen Yunshu. You asked me to find customers before. Was that for this? Not exactly. Shen Yunshu modestly coughed. I'm not that forward-thinking. It just happened to be a coincidence. Qin Yutong smiled subtly. Actually, I did find someone, but I was busy and didn't get a chance to tell you. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. Who? The daughter of the head of the diplomatic department at the base, Song Minghui. The diplomatic department? There's a diplomatic department in the base? That's so high level. It's called a diplomatic department, but it mainly manages negotiations and cooperation with other bases. Shen Yunshu nodded, understanding. What kind of weapon does his daughter want? This is where the problem lies. Qin Yutong took out a piece of paper and handed it to Shen Yunshu. It was a task order with various requirements. She's very picky. This task order has been posted in the base's main mission hall for nearly a month. Rumor has it that over 10 weaponsmiths have taken their crafted weapons to meet her, but none have satisfied her so far. Shen Yunshu looked at the task order. Requirements: S-grade weapon, beautiful, delicate, easy to carry, not too ugly, not too heavy, practical. The first requirement for the weapon was surprisingly beauty. No wonder those weaponsmiths couldn't do well. Below were more detailed requirements, even specifying what elements the weapon must contain. Since the young lady's special ability is water-based, she also demanded that the weapon have a beautiful splash pattern, like water, clear and soft, yet capable of destroying everything. Not like a custom-made weapon, more like a custom-made dress. With such picky demands, the reward amount was naturally very high. But for Shen Yunshu, this was not a difficult task. After all, she had a cheat upgrade pool, although gathering some materials might be a bit tricky. The basic material for making weapons is iron. Adding higher-level materials is just a bonus. However, randomly stacking high-level materials is not good either. In short, making cold weapons is a skilled craft. This led to the emergence of a special profession in the post-apocalyptic world, an armorer. Shen Yunshu folded the task list and put it into her pocket. Tomorrow, she needed to visit the black market to get some materials, and she couldn't miss the clues about pink crystal. Qin Yutong seemed to notice her thoughts. I'll go with you. I've been to the black market and know it well. Shen Yunshu thought for 2 seconds and agreed. She had never been to the black market, and the original owner's memory didn't include it. She definitely needed someone familiar with the place. What about you, Yun? Qin Yutong asked Shen Yunshu.
Close the shop.
Closing for a day won't hurt. The reputation is already built, and closing for a day is a good chance to try hunger marketing tactics. Shen Yunshu calmly analyzed, and Qin Yutong nodded in agreement. But he quickly looked at Shen Yunshu again. Do you know how much we earned today? How much? 10,000. How much? Shen Yunshu almost jumped up. Even her supermarket couldn't make 10,000 in an afternoon. Qin Yutong calmly repeated, 10,000. The two looked at each other and fell into a long silence. In each other's eyes, they saw the same thing. Is it still possible to regret now? In the end, they compromised and came up with a plan. The black market usually appears at night, so they would open the shop for one day and go to the black market at night. Both of them loved money, so they quickly reached an agreement on this. The next day, the foot traffic was even busier than the first day. The shop was crowded inside, and outside there was a long line. Shen Yunshu thought about her 10,000 and happily kept working. They worked until sunset, then finally had time to rest and drink water. At that moment, Shen Yunshu realized she had achieved an achievement. Environmental Master. Recycle 100 items. In your eyes, there are only trash, no waste. Reward. A set of cleaning worker clothes. Shen Yunshu. Thank you very much. That evening, she and Qin Yutong changed into 2 simple but clearly expensive outfits. Each wore a mask, and they set off in a car. The black market in Jianqi is in the west part of the base, far from the city center. It took them half an hour to drive there. But when they arrived, they saw an empty street and felt confused. Where was the black market? A small, thin man nearby saw their puzzled looks and quickly approached. Are you going to Jianqi? Shen Yunshu looked at him cautiously and took a step back. The thin man got nervous. Oh, I mean no harm. Just a little. Just a little. He rubbed his fingers together and said, 3,000 each, and I can take you to the entrance of Jianqi. Since it's your first time here, I'll give you a discount, 2 of you for 5,000. How about that? 5,000 to show the way. Shen Yunshu immediately took 2 more steps back. Are you trying to cheat us? The thin man's face changed. The price can be negotiated, but I tell you, the entrance to Jianqi is hard to find. Without me, you might spend the whole night looking and still not find it. Shen Yunshu didn't believe him and started looking around. Qin Yutong also clearly didn't trust him, and they both observed the surroundings. The thin man, seeing their stubbornness, got angry. Keep looking, keep looking. I don't think you'll find anything. Found it. The thin man was surprised. Huts, he immediately looked in the direction Shen Yunshu pointed and saw an old, dilapidated building. His eyes widened. Sure enough, they had found it. Really, it's this one? Shen Yunshu wanted to see that reaction on his face, so he quickly pulled Qin Yutong toward the building. The thin man took a moment to realize he had just been tricked. Watching the two walk away, he was furious and shouted loudly, "Damn you guys!" Shen Yunshu entered the old building and couldn't help but laugh. Qin Yutong, standing nearby, also couldn't hold back and started laughing. After laughing, Shen Yunshu looked at him and saw Qin Yutong's face turning slightly red. What's wrong? Nothing much. I just think you look good when you smile. You should smile more. Qin Yutong's eyes widened in surprise. After saying that, Shen Yunshu continued walking forward, not noticing how much his words affected Qin Yutong. Qin Yutong stood there for at least 5 seconds before finally catching up. The old building was abandoned. No one lived inside, but occasionally a homeless person could be seen. Shen Yunshu followed her instincts, turning left and right, until she finally stopped in front of a door. Qin Yutong stepped forward and gently pushed open the creaking door. Outside was a dark night sky like ink, and Shen Yunshu cautiously stepped out, discovering that this was the bottom floor of a building. They moved forward until a metal staircase appeared before them. They descended the staircase, not knowing how long they had walked or how many turns they took, until finally a faint light appeared and the noise of a busy market grew louder. Shen Yunshu slowed her steps as they finished the last few stairs, and suddenly, a large black market appeared before them. Even Shen Yunshu, who had seen a lot, was shocked by this scene. On both sides of the market were short, old buildings with hanging clothes of various colors, showing signs of being inhabited. This must be a poor area during the day, Qin Yutong said. Although he had never been to Jianqi, he had visited other black markets and recognized what this place was originally like. Shen Yunshu nodded. She could see it too. Below was a crowded, noisy marketplace. Unlike the markets she saw in the base during the day, the items sold here were beyond her imagination. At the entrance, a few stalls sold very strange things. There were guts soaked in jars, but she couldn't tell if they were animal or human. There were zombie heads still moving under special devices, not fully dead. There were fresh animal skins still bleeding. Shen Yunshu fought back her nausea and moved forward. Many people in the black market wore masks, or had their faces painted to hide their features, so it wasn't strange that she and Qin Yutong also wore masks. She didn't want to stay here too long and headed straight to the place she learned about from the young man. He had gotten lost inside and vaguely remembered the direction he had gone, but he didn't know the exact location, only a rough idea. Shen Yunshu walked in that direction. After about 50 meters, the area became more lively, and the items sold gradually became more normal. Most of the items were illegal materials, minerals, or weapons that the base had forbidden trading. As she continued walking, she saw mostly unfamiliar things. Finally, she stopped in front of a small, deserted stall in the corner. This was a stall selling materials. The reason it was ignored was probably because these materials were too common, so common that they could be bought outside the black market. But Shen Yunshu was not interested in these materials. Instead, she was focused on a hidden, sharp sword lying beyond the many materials. The Zijian, thrusting sword, originated in Italy and was popular among European nobility. Its blade is short and only 2 to 3 centimeters wide. It is very light but has a thick, solid, and flexible cross-section, making it hard to break. Unlike ordinary swords, This thrusting sword does not have a cutting edge. It mainly attacks by stabbing, so its tip is extremely sharp. The blade resembles a triangular military spear, with ridges forming a blood groove. A single stab can create a deep wound that is difficult to stop bleeding or sew up. Overall, both in appearance and practicality, it meets the requirements of the daughter of the foreign minister. Although this thrusting sword looks ordinary now, when combined with high-quality materials and placed into an upgrade pool, it can become a unique sword that combines beauty and strength. The more Shen Yunshu thought about it, the more satisfied she became. She immediately crouched down, picked up the sword, and asked the stall owner, "How much is this?" The owner sat behind the stall, wrapped in a large rough hemp robe, making it hard to see his face. Only a few strands of snow-white hair peeked out. He seemed to ignore Shen Yunshu's voice, remaining completely still. Shen Yunshu frowned, thinking he hadn't heard her, and asked again. To her surprise, the stall owner remained motionless, as if in meditation. Qin Yutong noticed something was wrong, and was about to step closer to see what was wrong with the owner, but before he could, the owner suddenly moved, finally reacting. He didn't speak but raised a very pale hand. If Shen Yunshu hadn't seen the clear veins on the back of his hand, she might have doubted he was alive. The slender, bony hand slowly made a number with his fingers. 5. 5? Shen Yunshu frowned. 50? The owner didn't respond, and Qin Yutong couldn't help but glance at Shen Yunshu. She kept her expression calm, but caught the subtle pause of that hand. She felt a bit amused, "So you're pretending?" Unexpectedly, the hand made no further movements, no waving or shaking his head as she had imagined. "Really 50? Shen Yunshu hesitated, unsure. "If you don't make any other move, I'll really give 50. "Once you change your mind, it's too late," the owner said quietly, still motionless. He simply withdrew his hand and nodded slightly under his wide robe, and a clear, mountain spring-like voice slowly flowed out. "Take it." Shen Yunshu was surprised and felt a bit embarrassed, but she thought she could miss out just because of her pride. She paid quickly, sheathed her sword, and tied it around her waist. "Thanks, boss." After thanking the shopkeeper, she was about to leave when suddenly, there was a loud commotion nearby. Shen Yunshu turned around and saw everyone around rushing in the same direction. Some people said, "There's a fight over there. Come on, let's go see what's happening." A fight? Humans are always curious about gossip, so Shen Yunshu quickly stood up and looked that way. The fight was nearby, not far at all. Not seeing it would be really strange. She and Qin Yutong pushed through the crowd to get closer, as they often watched others' excitement, but never joined in. In the crowd, Shen Yunshu felt a little cramped. She realized how hard it must be for others to watch her excitement all the time. She tiptoed, trying to see the fight clearly in the middle of the crowd. It was indeed a fight, and not just between two people but a group. Shen Yunshu roughly counted. 3 people were fighting. But the scene was strange. It wasn't just a group fight. One person was holding another while fighting a third person. The person being held was being swung around, which was not easy. Shen Yunshu thought the fight looked quite interesting, so she moved closer. Now she could see clearly that the person being held was a long-haired woman. She wasn't wearing a mask and looked quite pretty, though Shen Yunshu felt she had seen her before. The other 2 were men, wearing masks so their faces were hidden. But Shen Yunshu kept looking and started to feel they looked familiar too. Suddenly, a burst of intense fire erupted from the person holding the woman, and Shen Yunshu was jolted awake. Wow! What the heck? The person in the middle seemed to be
Yeshaoran?
And the one opposite him.
Fulinshin?
Shen Yunshu was shocked 3 times in a row, her jaw dropping. She never imagined that the people she knew would be fighting, and it was happening in the black market. This was an incredible scene. The clown-like figure daring to hold the heroine hostage and threaten the hero. What a brave person. The excitement overwhelmed Shen Yunshu, and her mind went blank. It wasn't until Qin Yutong next to her nudged her with his elbow that she snapped out of it. Her first thought was to run away. But as Fu Linshin's attack grew stronger and showed no regard for the heroine's safety, the clown monster, feeling restricted by the woman, couldn't hold back, and took a step forward. She didn't know why they appeared here, or how Yi Shaoran ended up in the clown monster's hands. But she knew that if this continued, the clown monster would definitely lose. Her face was serious, and suddenly she made a bold decision, pushing forward. Qin Yutong saw this and hurriedly tried to stop her, but Shen Yunshu shook his hand off and told him to stay still. She continued to push toward the center. Soon, her figure was swallowed by the crowd. Qin Yutong watched her go in and no longer hesitated. He took off his glasses, put them in his pocket, and followed without hesitation. As Shen Yunshu nearly reached the front of the crowd watching the fight, the battle had already become intense. Fu Linshen, with a serious face, kept launching attacks, while the clown monster dodged with Yi Shaoran, sometimes using her as a shield when he couldn't escape. At this moment, Fu Linshen's expression changed briefly as he quickly withdrew his attack, which moved the heroine to tears. Getting closer, Shen Yunshu could see the details of the fight more clearly. Although the clown monster was restricted because of the heroine, he wasn't completely losing. Throughout, Yi Shaoran was tied up, and the clown monster was holding her ropes. So, was this scene actually a hostage threat? But what does the clown monster want to threaten the hero with? Shen Yunshu couldn't figure it out, but she still raised her hands without hesitation and shouted at the clown monster, "Clown monster, throw the person over here." This was Yu Chen's second time hearing this. The first was when he was sleeping outside the supermarket at Guanming, overhearing it. The second was now. But this time, he wouldn't be affected. Yu Chen was flipping the woman in his hands, filled with hatred, wishing he could strangle her himself. She had tricked him into coming here, telling him only Fu Linshen knew her mother's whereabouts, and only she could make Fu Linshen speak. But Fu Linshen didn't care about her at all. Now she was just useless trash. Yu Chen panted heavily, knowing Fu Linshen was powerful. If he kept carrying this burden, it wouldn't do him any good. A hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Maybe he should just kill her directly. She was so useless. He gradually began to conjure flames in his hand. Yi Shaoran seemed to sense something and started to struggle wildly, crying out towards Fu Linshen's position. But Fu Linshen didn't look at her. He kept attacking Yu Chen without stopping. A flash of deep despair crossed Yi Shaoran's eyes. She felt the intense heat and closed her eyes tightly. Yet, in the next moment, the imagined pain did not come as expected. Instead, a familiar voice sounded. "Clown, look. Throw it. Throw it here." Shen Yunshu was about to panic. She didn't know if her voice was too quiet or if the clown was deaf. She kept shouting, but everyone around looked over at her. Why couldn't the clown hear her? She shouted louder, thinking Fu Linshen might hear soon. Just as Shen Yunshu was about to give up and let everyone hear her high-pitched voice, the clown finally looked over. At that moment, Shen Yunshu almost burst into tears with joy. At the same time, Yu Chen doubted his eyes. He looked at the figure waving at him in disbelief. He blinked several times to be sure it wasn't a hallucination. An overwhelming sense of surprise almost drowned him in an instant, as if time had slowed down. Until long after, he faintly heard a sound reaching his ears. "Throw it over? Be careful?" Yu Chen's pupils shrank rapidly. The scene slowed down in his mind, but then quickly sped up again. His actions were faster than his thoughts. He quickly threw the person in his hand away. The next second, he suddenly raised his hands, and a huge curtain of fire rose in front of him. But it was too late. A lightning-fast flash of lightning arrived before the fire curtain. His body tensed with a strong numbness. Yu Chen's pupils dilated. He knew it was over. Fu Linshen was rapidly approaching him, but Yu Chen looked in the direction of Shen Yunshu at the last second. She caught the woman, her face full of fear as she looked at him. "Let's go," a weak voice, barely audible. The next moment, Fu Linshen grabbed him. A powerful current spread quickly through his arm to his whole body, and Yu Chen froze. Fu Linshen held him, then looked toward the direction where he had just thrown the person. In that single glance, he was stunned. Shen Yunshu? How could she be here? No one was more desperate than Shen Yunshu at this moment. If there was anyone more desperate, it might be Qin Yutong, who had been pushed into the crowd and lost her way. Although Shen Yunshu received Yi Xiaoran, she didn't expect the clown to be so distracted that Fu Linshan caught him. Now Fu Linshan also realized something was wrong. While deciding whether to run or pretend to be dead, Shen Yunshu chose to go crazy. Since Fu Linshan caught the clown, and he caught Yi Xiaoran, she decided to exchange one life for another. Fu Linshan, your person is in my hands. Quickly release the clown. Shen Yunshu tightly grips Yi Xiaoran's neck, making her roll her eyes. Shen Yunshu thinks this will make him worry. But things don't go as Shen Yunshu expects. Fu Linshan doesn't pay attention to Yi Xiaoran at all. Instead, he frowns and looks at the person in his hand, feeling uncomfortable inside. The clown? Why does she call you that? Yao Chen stiffens, enduring the pain of the electric current running through his body, unable to answer. Fu Linshan doesn't seem to want him to answer either. He turns to Shen Yunshu and asks, who is he to you? Why does it matter who he is to me? Isn't it enough that your loved one is in my hands? Shen Yunshu is surprised that Fu Linshan still has time to care about this. She rolls her eyes and grits her teeth, saying, you don't need to know who he is to me. But if you don't let him go now, don't blame me for being ruthless and harsh. Fu Linshan clearly isn't threatened by this. He looks at Shen Yunshu with displeasure. You actually oppose me for him. What kind of words are those? Shen Yunshu almost felt sick and wanted to turn over. She finds it harder to communicate normally with men than to believe her father is a virgin. Seeing that the clown has closed his eyes and the situation isn't looking good, Shen Yunshu's last patience runs out. She pulls out a newly bought dagger and presses it against Yi Xiaoran's throat. Yi Xiaoran is so frightened that she stops choking, staring with wide eyes at the dagger. Last chance, Fu Linshan. I'm tired of talking. You let him go, I let him go. One life for one life. If you refuse, don't blame me for stabbing through Yi Xiaoran's throat. Yi Xiaoran trembles with fear, tears streaming down her face as she looks at Fu Linshan. Linshan, save me. Fu Linshan looks deeply at Shen Yunshu. Yunshu, you're different from before. After saying that, he suddenly pushes Yao Chen forward, releasing his grip. Yao Chen falls straight ahead, unrestrained. Shen Yunshu's eyes widen. Without hesitation, she releases Yi Xiaoran and rushes toward Yao Chen. She uses all her strength to reach him before the clown falls. Shen Yunshu let out a muffled sound and caught the clown guave in her arms. A fresh scent instantly filled the air around her. Fu Linshan's face changed upon seeing this. Even Yi Xiaoran seemed to ignore everything. He quickly summoned a bolt of lightning, aiming to bind both of them. But before he could attack, he was suddenly interrupted. His knee buckled, almost causing him to kneel. A small stone fell to the ground with a barely audible sound. Who? Fu Linshan suddenly turned around, but in front of him, there was only a group of people happily watching the scene. He looked over the crowd but couldn't find the target. When he looked back again, the two people had already disappeared. Qin Yutong was carrying Yu Chen on his back, with Shen Yunshu beside him. The three of them hurriedly ran away. As they passed the place where they had bought the tsujen, they didn't notice a pair of eyes slowly lifting from beneath a coarse hemp robe, watching them. A flash of light crossed the blue pupils, and casually, the hand pinched a tiny piece of gravel. Interesting. Increase the dosage of the anesthetic. Give me the scalpel. His willpower is too strong. Increase the current. Beep, beep, beep. The cold instrument repeatedly emitted a monotonous mechanical sound, like an endless straight line that never changed. Yu Chen's eyelids twitched. Fine blood vessels spread across his lightly closed eyelids, subtly visible as his pupils moved slightly. He smelled a very familiar scent, heard a very familiar sound, and felt a very familiar
pain.
Yu Chen's body suddenly stiffened and instinctively struggled, but the restraints tightly bound his wrists, ankles, and neck, leaving him unable to move. It was as if his strength had been drained, turning him into a limp, soft corpse. He could only try his best to lift his eyelids, watching helplessly as people did whatever they wanted to him. He felt something taken from his body. He wanted to resist, to shout in anger, but everything was ultimately suppressed deep inside him. The figure in front of him gradually dissolved into an illusion, and his body grew lighter, as if thrown into water and floating. Weak and helpless, he felt like he was drowning. Someone save him? Who will save him? Wait a moment. Qin Yutong's running footsteps suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Shen Yunshu also stopped, anxiously watching him. Did something happen? He seems to be waking up. Qin Yutong paused for a few seconds to confirm that the person behind him was indeed moving. He's waking up? Shen Yunshu quickly looked at the clown guy. The clown-like figure frowned deeply. His hands, which were normally resting weakly on Qin Yutong's shoulders, suddenly clenched tightly around Qin Yutong's clothes, as if he had woken up. But he clearly hadn't woken up. Was he having a nightmare? The only possibility Shen Yunshu could think of was that. She took a deep breath to steady her rapid breathing and looked back in the direction they had fled from. They had run blindly and chaotically through many alleys. Now they could no longer see the group of people. Shen Yunshu let out a breath of relief and told Qin Yutong to put the person down and rest for a while. Qin Yutong's neat shirt and hair were all disheveled. He tried to control his breathing so he wouldn't seem too anxious. Slowly, he lowered the person from his back and let him sit against the wall. Shen Yunshu supported Yu Chun and looked at his trembling body. After hesitating for a second, she decisively shook his shoulders to wake him. Wake up, little clown, wake up. Heavy water pressed down on Yu Chun, making him drift along with the flow, giving up struggling and letting his body sink. But just then, the water around him suddenly began to churn and swirl. He was forced to toss and turn as well. At this moment, a blurry voice came from somewhere. Wake up, little clown, wake up. If you wake up, I'll give you your salary. You've been absent without leave for several days and disappeared without reason. I won't deduct your pay. Wake up quickly. Qin Yutong stood nearby, worry flashing in his eyes. Will he really wake up like this? Still not waking up? If my boss didn't mind my absence and still wanted to save me and even paid me normally, I could jump up and do 2 backflips right now. Qin Yutong. But unexpectedly, his eyelids really moved, followed by his fingers. Shen Yunshu's heart moved slightly, and she shook him more vigorously. Amidst the earthquake-like shaking, Yu Chun finally slowly woke up. You're awake. Shen Yunshu immediately leaned in. Are you feeling unwell? Yu Chun shook his head and took a moment before speaking. Dizzy. With Yu Chun awake, Qin Yutong felt relieved. The 3 of them gathered their strength and slowly moved along the crowd in the black market. Shen Yunshu asked, Where is this? Qin Yutong looked around with a serious expression. Not sure, but one thing was certain. They were now very far from the exit and they were lost. Shen Yunshu led the way at the front, but the more they walked, the more wrong things seemed. She kept feeling that the number of people around them was decreasing and the air seemed to grow colder. She wanted to turn around and ask the 2 people behind her if they had the same feeling, but suddenly, a huge cage appeared in front of her eyes. Shen Yunshu was so frightened that she stepped back, and Yu Chun quickly caught her. What is this thing? Shen Yunshu's expression changed as she looked at the strange, almost human-like mass inside the cage. It crouched motionless in the center of the cage, looking like a living creature, but not quite alive. It had no limbs, only a twisted, curled body. On what looked like a head, there were dark holes and no facial features. Everything had been removed except for a mouth that opened and closed. It seemed to sense Shen Yunshu and the others' presence. The mouth suddenly opened wide and let out a harsh, hoarse sound.
Bang!
Shen Yunshu quickly stepped back and bumped into something, but it didn't react. A wave of intense nausea suddenly flooded her, and she couldn't hold back. She grabbed the wall behind her and vomited. It was a person, someone who had been turned into a distorted, human-shaped object. Qin Yutong and Yu Chen's faces also looked grim, but they had been living through the apocalypse for many years and didn't react as strongly as Shen Yunshu. Still, they felt just as sick and shocked inside. Qin Yutong took a deep breath, looked away, and focused on the maze of alleyways ahead. Cages were placed in a disorderly pattern, each one holding a person. They had accidentally come to the heart of the black market, the area for human trafficking. Shen Yunshu, After leaning against the wall and calming her face, dared not look in that direction again. Instead, she watched this shocking scene before her. People were kept as commodities in cages, being sold. They all looked dirty and emaciated, so these were cheap goods. As they moved further inside, more people appeared, and the place grew lively. Vendors loudly promoted their goods. There was a strong, naked man standing by the road. The vendor put a metal collar around his neck, pulled it slightly, and he would kneel down and beg. Sun Yunshu couldn't help but stare, but before she could see more, a strange clown-like figure stepped forward and blocked her view.
She didn't insist.
She turned her head to the other side, where a boy with cat ears and seductive eyes, wearing only enough cloth to cover his key parts, looked at her. Seeing Sun Yunshu look over, he even threw her a flirtatious wink. But Sun Yunshu, still overwhelmed by the initial shock and feeling sick inside, felt no attraction at all. Instead, that wink made her feel even more like vomiting. "Beautiful boy, let's leave this place quickly," Qin Yutong said with a frown, feeling uncomfortable all over. Since he entered, he could sense countless naked, desire-filled eyes staring at him. Yuchen nodded in agreement. Sun Yunshu also felt uneasy about this place. Just as she was about to turn around and agree, her gaze suddenly caught on a very pale, thin person who looked like a skeleton. He was sitting inside a cage, and from Sun Yunshu's angle, she could only see his back. But that single glance made her stop in her tracks. There was a small tattoo behind his ear, the same 7-pointed star the young man had mentioned last time. Sun Yunshu stared at the 7-pointed star in disbelief, repeatedly checking to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Seeing her stop, Qin Yutong also looked in the same direction and was surprised. "That is a 7-pointed star," Sun Yunshu whispered softly, her steps unconsciously moving closer to the person. But just as she lifted her foot, before she could get near, Yuchen quickly grabbed her arm. "Wait." Yuchen understood what they were looking at. "Take a closer look." Sun Yunshu hesitated, instinctively looking around. She then realized that all around her were cages filled with the same pale people as the first. Each one looked exhausted, with thin cheeks and hollow eyes. More importantly, every single one of them had that same tattoo behind their ears. Sun Yunshu froze, her skin crawling at that moment. What was going on? Why did everyone here have this tattoo? Could it be that the young man had lied to her, that this tattoo had nothing to do with the pink crystal? How is that possible? Qin Yutong also seemed to notice. Sun Yunshu frowned and quickly approached these people, carefully examining the tattoos behind their ears. They were exactly the same. Why was this happening? She instinctively looked around more carefully, and suddenly her eyes stopped at a spot. "What is that?" Sun Yunshu crouched down and looked under one of the cages. There was a tiny piece of gravel, and upon closer inspection, she saw a faint pink color within it. But this pink was different from the pink crystal. It was very murky, even grayish. If Sun Yunshu hadn't looked carefully, she might not have noticed it at all, as it almost blended in with the ordinary gravel on the ground. Sun Yunshu stared at the broken piece of stone for a while. It was too far away for her to reach. After thinking for a couple of seconds, she decided to give up trying to grab it and thought of a better way to test. The next moment, she suddenly took out a pink crystal in front of the group. Instantly, the previously expressionless, statue-like people came to life. Their eyes locked onto Sun Yunshu, or more precisely, onto the pink crystal in her hand. They staggered to their feet, crashing into the cage, and reached out wildly with their thin arms, trying to grab her. They also started making frightening howling sounds, looking just like zombies outside the base. Sun Yunshu instinctively took a few steps back, supported by Yu Chen and Qin Yutong behind her. She stared at these people's completely crazy faces and felt an absurd, inexplicable sense of humor. She calmed down and wanted to step forward to see if she could get any information from their mouths. But before she could move, a few people suddenly ran out from behind the cage. When they saw the pink crystal in Sun Yunshu's hand, their faces changed. "What are you doing? Stop." Oh no, she had revealed the owner of these goods. Sun Yunshu quickly judged the situation. They were many and strong, so they could probably control these people. Just as she hesitated, Yuchen decisively said, "Run." The strongest among them all shouted to run, and the three of them quickly sprinted away. The people behind immediately started chasing. The three ran blindly, confused about their direction, crashing around wildly and desperately darting into crowded areas. Unexpectedly, while running, they accidentally returned to the place where the clown-like figures and Fu Linshan had fought earlier. Fortunately, Fu Linshan was no longer there, and Qin Yutong recognized the way back. He quickened his pace and reached the front, saying, "Follow me."
Okay.
The three hurriedly ran, with the pursuers close behind. Yu Chun ran while releasing his powers to slow down their pursuers. In one sudden turn, the three finally escaped from the crowd. But Shun Yunshu didn't dare to stop for a moment, tightly following Qin Yutong. Only after returning along the same path and leaving the black market did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. As they stepped out of the building, Shin Yunshu looked up at the sky and realized it was already starting to get light. They had been inside all night. That night, they ran at least 2 miles, exhausting their entire lifetime of running in one evening. However, as she looked at the faintly brightening sky, Shin Yunshu still felt lost and more confused than before she entered. She had naively thought she was close to uncovering the truth about pink crystal, but now it seemed she hadn't even touched the door to the truth. Things had become even more mysterious and complicated. Shun Yunshu opened the system panel to check her progress on the hidden mission to investigate pink crystal. Last time, she had only completed 30%, and this time, only 5% more. It would probably be very difficult to make further progress. She sighed and closed the panel. Soon, she pulled herself out of her emotions and said, "Let's go back to the branch first and settle the accounts." "What accounts?" Qin Yutong looked a bit confused. Before, he had already carefully calculated the shop's accounts. Shun Yunshu suddenly smiled kindly at the clown. "What accounts are you talking about?" Yuchen paused and silently looked into the distance. Meanwhile, inside a private room, 3 people sat around a table, each on their own side. "Boss Zheng, are you sure this is real?" The man called Boss Zheng picked up a cup of tea and took a slow sip. "Absolutely sure. I personally sent someone to test it." The 3 of them fell silent, all showing thoughtful expressions. Boss Zheng looked at them, put down his tea, and spoke first. "I think the boss of Yiyan Weapon Shop is probably the person we've been looking for." A slightly chubby man squinted suspiciously. "We can't be 100% sure. It's true we can't be completely certain, but it's close enough. Ask yourself, if it's not him, could the base find someone else like him?"
But,
seeing the chubby man hesitating, Boss Zheng chuckled softly. "Whether it's him or not, we'll find out if we try. Tell me, how do you explain this incident this time?" Shun Yunshu sat proudly with her legs crossed in the office chair, looking at the clown across from her. Yuchen stood still without moving. "It's a long story. Then make it short. Even shorter is still long." Shun Yunshu looked at the clown strangely, surprised that he had learned to argue with her. Yuchen then looked to the side, avoiding her gaze, his tense jawline twitching slightly, revealing his guilt. Shun Yunshu clicked her tongue softly and shifted her thinking. "You know, our Yunwan supermarket is a very caring company. As the boss, I naturally care about each employee's life and help them solve their difficulties. But all of this depends on employees opening their hearts. Don't you agree?" Shun Yunshu leaned close to the clown and forced a kind smile. Yuchen remained calm and took a step back. "I can handle it myself. Can you handle being kidnapped by Fu Linsen? That was an accident." "An accident," Shin Yunshu smiled. "Do you know that because of this accident, you almost died at their hands? If I hadn't arrived just in time." Shin Yunshu suddenly sighed again. "You know, clown, I always thought our relationship was quite close." Yuchen suddenly looked up at Shin Yunshu. Her reaction surprised her. "You." She watched as the clown's eternally unchanged face suddenly flushed with a strange red. "Are you feeling hot? Or do you have a fever?" Shun Yunshu reached out to touch his forehead, but was quickly grabbed by Yuchen's wrist. His slender wrist was still caught in her hand. He lowered his head, a hint of frustration in his eyes.
I.
I have something very important and someone very important missing. I'm looking for them. Why did he suddenly open up? A flicker of doubt crossed Shin Yunshu's eyes, but she was quickly drawn in by his words. This important thing and person. Are they related to them? Yuchen hesitated and nodded. I'm still investigating. Shin Yunshu gasped in shock, her eyes changing. No way, your storyline is actually linked to the main group? You're not just a simple character. And this storyline sounds strangely familiar. Shin Yunshu hesitated, suddenly recalling details she had never paid attention to before, especially their first meeting. She began to think hard about each key character from the original story. Was there anyone who appeared like this? But no matter how she thought, she couldn't find anyone matching exactly. Either the timing was wrong or the method was off. Could it be that her arrival changed her own story, causing a series of butterfly effects? So, who exactly is this clown? After pondering, she suddenly remembered a crucial point. How did Yi Shaoran end up in your hands? How did you meet her? Logically, Yi Shaoran should be with the villains at this point. How could she be in the clown's hands? Yuchen also no longer hid his feelings. I saw her in a dilapidated building. Was there anyone else nearby at that time? Yuchen shook his head. No, no one?
How could that be?
Where did the villain go? Shin Yunshu was not willing to give up and asked, Have you met anyone with the surname Yu since then? Shin Yunshu vaguely remembered the villain's name. Yu Chen's expression paused, and he looked at Shin Yunshu in silence. Seeing his reaction, Shin Yunshu thought he had encountered someone and immediately widened her eyes. If you meet someone with the surname Yu, you must stay far away from him. Yu Chen. What is his full name? Shin Yunshu frowned and thought for a moment. It seems to be Yu Chen or something like that. Yu Chen suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke with difficulty. Why? This Shin Yunshu found hard to explain. She only frowned seriously and warned him to stay far away because he was an extremely dangerous person. Now the heroine was intercepted by a strange character, and the villain could only become more dangerous. Shin Yunshu watched Yu Chen's silent expression and felt a bit anxious. Did you hear that, Yu Chen? Oh, after a series of conversations, Shin Yunshu still couldn't extract much useful information from the strange character. Instead, she made a startling discovery. The strange character might be a very important figure. She even had a bold guess in her mind, but seeing the strange character's quiet and honest demeanor, she immediately dismissed it. The destroyer of worlds could never be like that. When he first met the heroine, he was already a wolf full of hatred. After being betrayed by her, he became even more uncontrollable. Moreover, in the original story, the villain was described as stunningly beautiful, with a charming and wild aura, completely different from the scarred clown character now. After analyzing all this in her mind, Shin Yunshu quietly relaxed her heart. Although she didn't know how important the clown character was in the original story, as long as he wasn't a villain, it was fine. One person completely let go of her worries during the conversation, while the other walked out of the office looking lost and distracted. Shin Yunshu didn't notice the clown's emotional change. Instead, she took advantage of the time before dawn to take out a small dagger she bought from the black market. The dagger was pretty, but not very eye-catching. Shin Yunshu tried it and found the blade wasn't very sharp. She rummaged through her system warehouse and found that besides the iron she had exchanged last time, she only had a pink crystal left. Pink crystal hasn't figured it out yet and doesn't dare to throw it in easily. But because of this, she realizes she is very poor in materials. This time, when she went to the black market, she was only focused on escaping and didn't buy anything. The system shop does have rare materials for sale, but she is not high enough level yet and hasn't unlocked them. Unable to do anything, Shin Yunshu puts away her Tsujan, stabbing sword, and casually looks through the upgrade guide. She now needs materials that can make her Tsujan harder and sharper, preferably ones that lean towards water elements. While flipping through, she notes down 2 materials with a pen, planning to ask Qin Yutong to buy them later. Just then, as if on cue, Qin Yutong arrives. Shin Yunshu quickly tears off the paper and hands it to him. He glances at the paper and takes note of it. But he has more important things to say. He looks up at Shun Yunshu and says, "The materials you asked us to find last time, we recently discovered one of them." The materials you asked us to find last time, we recently discovered one of them. Shun Yunshu takes a couple of seconds to realize it's a material from the second level of the upgrade supermarket. She immediately asks which one. Bing Pe I Sol. Bing Pe is probably the hardest material to find among that long list of conditions. She didn't expect it to be the first one they found. Seeing Shun Yunshu's surprised expression, Qin Yutong continues, "In 2 days, there will be an auction. Based on our intelligence, Bing Pe should appear at this auction."
But
Qin Yutong pauses for 2 seconds before continuing. The price might not be cheap. Bing Pe is an S-grade material, rare and hard to find. It's said to be the main highlight of the auction, and we're not the only ones interested in it. When money is involved, Shun Yunshu's expression becomes serious. "How much do you think it will cost?" Based on previous auction prices for main items and the market value of S-grade materials, it won't be less than 300,000. Plus, there could be unexpected situations at the auction. Hearing 300,000, Shun Yunshu's heart starts pounding. What kind of unexpected situations? Malicious bidding or a situation where someone must buy it. That could push the price well beyond its value, far exceeding 300,000. Shun Yunshu walks over to her office chair and waves her hand dismissively. "All right, let's end the meeting." Although she's been earning money these days and her savings have nearly reached 500,000, after hearing Qin Yutong's words, she feels that putting all 50,000 in might not be enough. This wealthy person's game was not something she could easily join. However, Shun Yunshu, hoping she might get lucky, decided to go in and take a look. Qin Yutong took out 2 tickets and handed them to her. Shun Yunshu was a bit surprised and asked, "Where did you get these?" "Made some connections," Qin Yutong replied calmly. "It's good that they're from you." After working all night, Shun Yunshu planned to sleep all day, but after hearing about the auction, she couldn't fall asleep. She had to handle today's business, no matter what. She looked at Qin Yutong, initially wanting him to rest for a while. But when their eyes met, they suddenly felt a shared understanding, a look that belonged to people who value money above all else. Shun Yunshu couldn't help but smile. Of course, people who make money wouldn't complain about being tired. Today's business was still very busy. Shun Yunshu found walking in and out too troublesome, so she changed her approach. Instead of using a screen, she set up 2 windows. Behind each window sat a staff member, one for receiving items, the other for giving them out. Shun Yunshu sat in the middle, tossing items into the recycling furnace and then passing them to the window on the other side. The 3 of them were separated by a wall, with only a passage for passing items. While working, Shun Yunshu suddenly felt like a factory line worker. It had definitely sped up efficiency a lot, but after a while, she still felt tired. She also realized a problem. She wouldn't stay at the branch forever. After dealing with the supermarket rumors and catching the troublemakers behind the scenes, the supermarket would reopen. What would happen to the branch then? Just when Shun Yunshu was out of ideas, there was suddenly a commotion outside. She paused, lifted the small window, and looked out. She saw a slightly chubby man with an honest smile standing at the receiving window. The reason for the sudden excitement was what he was holding. 1, 2, 3 items. Shun Yunshu counted. He had brought 5 things at once, all likely materials, and they looked to be of very good quality. From the voices outside, it seemed even better than Shun Yunshu had imagined. The chubby man looked a bit embarrassed as he held his pile of items and said to the staff behind the window, "Sorry, I have so many things. Can I just give them directly to the boss from before?" The staff looked puzzled but patiently explained, "That's okay. You have 5 items, and I can help you pass each one to her." "No," the chubby man looked a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "You see, these items are quite valuable. I just feel a bit uneasy." He smiled shyly, seeming worried that the staff might misunderstand him, and quickly added, "Of course, I trust you. It's just that with so many things, I need to hand them over myself to feel at ease. Maybe you could ask for help." Seeing his pleading look, the staff found it hard to refuse, especially since he was polite. The people behind him also thought his request wasn't unreasonable. After all, the items he held were worth a lot, and they occasionally looked over, whispering quietly. What's this guy thinking? Such good stuff, and he's taking it for recycling? Why not sell it or auction it off? How else could he think? Maybe he's trying to take a chance. But for him to pull out 5 such valuable items, his family must be pretty well off. Most of these are grade A or S materials. Where did this guy come from? Shin Yunshu overheard all these comments but kept her eyes on the chubby man, a glint flashing in her eyes. The big fish she was after had finally taken the bait. The staff came to ask her opinion, and she agreed without hesitation. She even asked them to take him to the back alone. She needed some time with all these things. The staff relayed her words exactly to the chubby man. Wang Tian held his items, glancing down with a subtle look of curiosity, then quickly straightened his face, returning to his honest appearance. Thank you so much. He followed the staff to the back, and as he entered, he saw a person dressed in a black robe sitting on a stone bench. On the stone table in front of her, 2 cups of tea sat evenly. Wang Tian felt a sudden shock, sensing a dangerous tension. The person turned to look at him. Her large black hat covered most of her face, leaving only her eyes fully exposed, staring straight at him as if she saw through everything. Sit. He heard a hoarse yet clear voice, gender indistinguishable. Wang Tian forced himself to stay calm and sat across from her, maintaining a harmless expression. Hello, hello. But Shen Yunshu simply glanced at him coldly and quickly cut through his act. Put the stuff down. No more pretending. As expected, she saw through him. His pupils trembled slightly, and his friendly face instantly turned cautious. Shen Yunshu lifted her teacup, took a sip, then gently placed it back on the table.
Speak.
You've been looking for me for so long. What is the matter? Wang Tian and his group had a simple idea. As the true supplier behind the scenes, they should be very resourceful and have unlimited power over money and influence. Coincidentally, Yu Yun Weapon Shop was doing a business similar to a pawn shop. So they decided to use expensive and rare items to test whether the shop could exchange for items of equal or greater value. If it worked, then they would be almost certain about the person. Even if not, knowing someone like this was still worth it. But Wang Tian never expected that she would directly guess their plan, even discovering they had been looking for her all along. In an instant, Wang Tian broke out in cold sweat. He instinctively thought about the things they had done secretly, which might all be seen by this person. Who exactly is this person? Shen Yunshu looked at the frightened expression of the chubby man and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She tapped the table lightly to compose herself. So? You've been looking for me for so long. Now you have nothing to say. If there's nothing else then, no nothing. The chubby man hurriedly sat down trembling. May I ask your honorable name? Shen Yunshu deliberately paused before slowly speaking. Yun. Boss Yun, hello. Wang Tian discreetly wiped his sweat and looked at the relaxed person in front of him. He made a firm decision and directly stated his purpose. Boss Yun, we actually don't have much to say. Mainly, since we are all businessmen, we naturally want to discuss business matters. Shen Yunshu glanced at him and said, You guys are quite bold, trying to force me out. Wang Tian's heart trembled. He swallowed hard and was momentarily speechless. Humph. Shen Yunshu sneered coldly. Such despicable methods. Is this how you seek cooperation? No, it's not. Wang Tian almost wanted to kneel. Because as soon as Boss Yun finished speaking, a strong killing intent suddenly surged in the backyard. He slid down from his chair.
Saw thee.
We only wanted to meet you, absolutely no other intentions. We will also clarify the rumors in the base immediately.
Please, just give us a chance to see you.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the sound of rustling leaves could be heard. Shen Yunshu gently set down her teacup, as if lost in thought. Wang Tian's heart nearly jumped into his throat. The people he brought were outside, and he initially thought this was just a simple test. Business is like a battlefield. Shen Yunshu's voice was light as the wind, yet impossible to ignore. Your methods are indeed clever. Wang Tian was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. I'm not opposed to ambitious people like you, but you've made a mistake this time.
She still has some connection with me.
Wang Tian was very clever and quickly understood the hints in her words. He hurriedly responded, "Our mistake, our mistake. We will clarify the rumors at the base immediately and sincerely apologize to Boss Shen. We hope Boss Shen can forgive us. If not, we are willing to accept punishment. But we truly want to cooperate with you." Wang Tian's attitude was almost submissive, but Shen Yunshu knew this was their usual tactic, saying what people want to hear, pretending to be sincere, but not necessarily genuine. However, Shen Yunshu was not in a hurry. She pretended to be lazy and slightly raised her head. This time, she was less skilled, but not everyone can catch my eye. Seeing hope, Wang Tian quickly began to prove his strength. "I have the most comprehensive channels for buying and selling materials, with at least a dozen shops under my control, almost covering the entire base. If you give me a little information, I can sell everything out and the prices." Wang Tian smiled flatteringly. Shen Yunshu only glanced at him. "But I currently have no plans to sell materials." "No plans?" That means she's not interested in him or willing to cooperate. Wang Tian kept his outward smile, but inside, he was cursing him thoroughly. "No materials, then weapons are fine too. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us, we can create maximum profit for you no matter what." "You guys." Shen Yunshu slightly frowned, seeming a bit displeased. Seeing this, Wang Tian quickly added, "There are two others. One is responsible for selling medical supplies, and the other for nutritional liquids and some food. Of course, their intentions are the same as mine, to create the greatest benefit for Boss Yun." Shen Yunshu looked at him calmly. All his flattery was just empty talk, carefully avoiding the real details. It seemed he was still wary of her. But catching a big fish requires patience. Shen Yunshu no longer tried to coax him. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking calmly. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is busy, all for gain. If what you say is true, then I have no reason to refuse." A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Tian's eyes. At this moment, Shen Yunshu looked at him and said, "Let's discuss this in detail at the auction in 2 days. "Show your sincerity then." "The auction?" Wang Tian recalled that there was only one auction in 2 days. This news was known only to a few insiders, and getting an invitation was almost impossible. They only managed to get 3 invitations. Wang Tian became more confident about the person's identity in front of him. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, I won't keep these materials for now." Shen Yunshu stood up as if to leave. Only then did Wang Tian remember his purpose for coming, but he already had a pretty good idea of his answer. Looking at the pile of materials, he hurriedly stood up and said, "These are just small materials, not worth mentioning. Consider it my sincere apology. I won't take them." Shen Yunshu glanced back at the materials, her expression calm, as if they were just small items in her eyes. After a moment, she turned away casually, leaving a light remark before leaving. "As you wish." Just as Wang Tian stepped out of the shop, she arrived at the pile of materials. She tore off her black cloak and eagerly embraced her treasured materials. 2 B grade, 2 A grade, 1 S grade. She was clearly wealthy, but spending so much at once must have made her heart bleed when she left. Shen Yunshu happily hugged the materials, almost laughing out loud. She was worried about not having enough materials to upgrade her weapon, but now they had come to her willingly. She looked outside. The people had already been dispersed by Qin Yutong. She immediately started working on upgrading her weapon. Last time, she wanted to upgrade her spear but was discouraged by a lack of materials. Now, with so many materials in hand, she felt overwhelmed by choices. For a moment, she didn't know which material to use. The weapon needed to be both beautiful and practical. Shen Yunshu opened the upgrade guide and found 2 suitable B-grade materials. One of them matched her weapon's requirements well. Without hesitation, she threw it along with the weapon into the upgrade pool. The material contained some water element energy. When the weapon was upgraded, its attributes changed, and it also leveled up to B-grade. But that was still not enough, as the young lady's minimum requirement was an S-grade weapon. Shen Yunshu looked at the newly formed spear. Due to the water element material, The spear had faint rippling patterns, but it still wasn't very attractive or eye-catching. She wondered whether she should just put in the S-grade material directly, but this material was mainly dull and solid, which was the opposite of the lightweight and agile qualities the weapon required. It was very likely that putting it in would be a waste. Just as Shen Yunshu hesitated, she suddenly noticed a material in the corner of the warehouse that she had ignored, the pink crystal. Although she still didn't understand what the pink crystal was or what level of material it was, she thought, why not give it a try? To be safe, Shen Yunshu took out a small piece and threw it into the upgrade pool along with the weapon. She stared at the swirling vortex, her palms slightly sweaty. Her best hope was that the weapon wouldn't change because of her bold attempt and might even improve. But to her surprise, the result exceeded her best expectations. The spear shot out suddenly from the rapidly spinning vortex, a sharp breaking sound exploding in Shen Yunshu's ears, flying straight toward the wall behind her. She didn't even have time to react. The spear whistled past her ear and deeply embedded itself into the wall. Dust fell from the wall, but the spear's momentum didn't weaken. It trembled for 10 seconds before finally stopping. This incredible breaking sound attracted Qin Yutong and Yu Chen, who came out to see what happened. They looked at Shen Yunshu, who was standing stunned in the middle, and their brows furrowed. What happened? Only then did Shen Yunshu come back to her senses. She blinked slowly, and suddenly a mechanical electronic voice sounded in her mind. Ding! Detected that the host synthesized an S-grade weapon, meeting the upgrade pool criteria, now upgraded to level 3. New features: Upgrade Catalog A, S-grade area, Unlock F, C, B, A, S-grade weapon synthesis formulas, Unlock Recycling Station function. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Master Blacksmith achievement. Such a masterful technique must be very impressive. Reward: 10 points of market value. Congratulations to the host for the hidden task. Investigating the source and function of the pink crystal has reached 32%. The series of systems sounds lasted for a full minute before fading away. Shen Yunshu only remembered the first sentence, S-grade weapon. Unexpectedly, she had synthesized an S-grade weapon, and it startled everyone when it appeared. A small pink crystal possessed such great power. She slowly turned around and walked toward the weapon. The spear had completely changed from its original appearance and aura. It now emitted a luminous, translucent glow, clearly extraordinary to the naked eye. She held the sword hilt tightly and pulled it out forcefully. The sword was pulled from the wall with a clear metallic clang. The weapon was neither too light nor too heavy, but it felt very solid. Shen Yunshu held it and stabbed it fiercely into the air. At that moment, an invisible flow of water seemed to rise around the sword, creating ripples centered on the blade. It was gentle, yet strong, flowing with the current, with power as great as mountains. Shen Yunshu's eyes brightened. This was definitely a rare, excellent weapon, perhaps even one of a kind. Even someone without special abilities could feel the water-like flow within it, let alone a water element ability user. This weapon seemed perfectly made for that young lady. At the same time, Qin Yutong reacted. His amazement was no less than Shen Yunshu's. This one for sure will work. Yu Chen took a step forward, first glancing at Shen Yunshu's profile. Seeing she was unharmed, he then looked at the weapon. Shen Yunshu was very excited holding the weapon. She turned to Qin Yutong and asked, "How should I give this weapon to her? Usually, top-tier weaponsmiths have channels to meet her directly, but we want to deliver it straight into her hands. That will be very difficult." Qin Yutong shook his head but quickly looked back at Shen Yunshu. "But according to our information, she will also attend that auction in 2 days." "Another auction?" Shen Yunshu narrowed her eyes and slowly smiled. "Then let everything end at the auction." Song Minghui had been feeling very anxious these days. Her father, for some unknown reason, started forcing her to practice daily, even hiring a master to teach her. Song Minghui always thought her abilities were enough, and since she didn't need to go out fighting zombies or completing missions, she naturally didn't want to endure the hardship of training. But her father was too pushy, so she had to make an excuse. She wanted a weapon. Without a weapon, she wouldn't train even if she died. Now, her father stopped bothering her, but various weaponsmiths began to pester her. After refusing several smiths' offers to make her weapons, the door suddenly rang again. Reluctantly, she went to open it. "Sorry, I don't like it, it doesn't match." Her words suddenly stopped as she realized she was not opening the door to a weaponsmith, but her own father.
Dad.
Song Hongsheng looked angry. "Is this how you usually pick weapons? Don't even look at them?"
Well.
Not exactly. Just as Song Minghui was hesitating to make an excuse, Song Hongsheng waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, forget it. I didn't come here today for that. Then what did you come for?" Song Minghui immediately changed her expression and eagerly moved closer to her father. Song Hongsheng thought for a moment before speaking. "Where is the store where you bought the fruit last time?" Upon hearing this, Song Minghui's face immediately fell. "It's closed. Closed?" Song Hongsheng's eyebrows raised in surprise. How could it be closed? Song Minghui also felt a bit upset when mentioning this. After all, she had been relying on snacks and fruit for many days. Now they were gone again, which was frustrating. They said it was because there were problems with the items in the supermarket, and it even caused someone to die, so it was closed. Honestly, Song Minghui didn't really believe these rumors. She wondered if there was really a problem. At this moment, Song Hongsheng's eyebrows furrowed tightly as he was experienced in managing the base and quickly sensed something was off. Someone died? Did they really die? Song Minghui shrugged. I don't know either. Anyway, that's what people are saying. I think it's just other businesses jealous and spreading rumors. Song Hongsheng just shook his head. He had a gut feeling it wasn't that simple, especially since the business environment in the base was very complicated. He frowned and thought for a while before finally standing up and heading outside. Halfway there, he turned back to remind Song Minghui. Choose your weapons carefully. You have 3 days. If you can't find suitable weapons by then, forget it. Just start practicing martial arts with the master. After saying that, he closed the door without mercy, leaving Song Minghui feeling helpless and lamenting. 2 days later, at the auction site. The auction was held near the mission hall in the center of the base. It was a simple 2-story building, but once inside, the atmosphere was very different. The hall was bright and spacious. Although there were many people, it was very quiet. Everyone was in a hurry, heading to the second floor. Because Qin Yutong only managed to get 2 tickets, only Shen Yunshu and Qin Yutong attended. The others stayed at the branch to keep the scene lively. Shen Yunshu stood in the hall, feeling the various gazes cast upon her. Today, she still wore a mask, remaining calm despite the curious looks. During the 2 days waiting for the auction, Shen Yunshu kept herself busy. First of all, she wanted to make money. In just 2 days, she earned nearly 250,000 yuan. Plus her previous savings, she had about 750,000 yuan. This was a number she never dared to imagine before, but today, it still wasn't enough. One careless move could wipe her out completely. So she went to Haiyang to withdraw some money, barely managing to gather about 1 million yuan, hoping she would still have some left to go home with. Commander Chu from the Lion King faction heard she was going to the auction and generously lent her 200,000 yuan. He told her it was okay to lose everything at the auction. They could come to pick her up afterward. Moved, Shen Yunshu burst into tears. Since the last time she accidentally discovered the use of pink crystal and upgraded the pool to level 3, she kept trying new things. Her upgrade guide now included formulas for synthesizing various weapons. She followed the instructions and surprisingly managed to create several B-grade and A-grade weapons. In her base, a skilled weapon forger can produce an A-grade weapon in a month, which is considered a master-level craft. But Shen Yunshu, in just 2 days, had already made one, which was quite impressive across the entire base and brought her closer to the character she wanted to build. Meanwhile, to see if the creation of S-grade weapons was just a coincidence, she tried again. This time, she used a small piece of corpse gold axe and, as usual, a small piece of pink crystal. To control variables, she didn't add any other materials. Unexpectedly, she succeeded again. The corpse gold axe directly upgraded to mid-level, and now killing a zombie could drop 1,000 purple coins. Shen Yunshu didn't expect this. She knew the pink crystal was powerful, but she didn't realize it was that strong. She couldn't imagine what kind of chaos would erupt if such materials circulated on the market. The power was immense, and the energy was strong. It could be used not only for forging weapons but also absorbed by the human body. Those who absorbed it might become stronger, but there would definitely be serious side effects. If it fully entered circulation, it could lead to a catastrophe for humanity. Shen Yunshu couldn't figure out who might develop such a material and secretly circulate it on the black market. People from Yu Yun had been investigating, but still no results. The person named Luo Sheng hadn't appeared in the black market again, so Shen Yunshu gave up. However, during her investigation into the pink crystal, she unexpectedly obtained a list of attendees for the auction. When she received the list, she noticed the signature at the bottom was from Bai Liao, also known as Old Wei. Although Old Wei is usually very knowledgeable about the end-of-the-world situation, it is truly impressive that he can understand the current circumstances so clearly after resting in bed for several months. She carefully looked through the list from start to finish. Most of the names she didn't recognize, but she did see a few familiar ones. One particularly prominent name was Fu Lin, the leader of the Winter Mercenary Group. Shen Yunshu didn't expect him to attend the auction, since the original story didn't mention him much. But she didn't mind much, because she wasn't there as Shen Yunshu this time. Continuing to look down the list, she saw the daughter of the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned by Qin Yutong, along with some other group leaders. As she looked, her eyes fixed on one spot. The list not only recorded names but also their identities, which were written before each name. Shen Yunshu stopped because she saw a familiar role, the largest medical supplier in the base. This made her think of the medical supplier that Lion King had once stolen from Winter, who, according to Commander Chu, almost controlled most of the base's medical resources. Could they be the same person? Her thoughts quickly raced back to the afternoon she talked with that chubby man. He had told her there were 3 people in total, and one of them was responsible for selling medical supplies. He hadn't clearly stated their strength, but since so many people were spreading rumors around the base and trying to force her behind-the-scenes allies to reveal themselves, it showed they were quite powerful. It was very likely that this person on the list was the same. Her heart skipped a beat. If that was true, everything made sense. This old man probably held a grudge after her supplied Lion King with medical supplies, ruining his price increase plans. Plus, Yunwan Supermarket's growth threatened his dominant position in the base. So, the 3 of them quickly conspired to create a scheme to shut down Yunwan's supermarket and force out the person behind it, taking the profits for themselves. Unfortunately, they never thought she had no real powerful figure backing her. Holding the list, Shen Yunshu suddenly understood everything in that brief moment. Since that was the case, the biggest supplier of materials and food on the list was probably the other 2 people. She carefully remembered their names. If they loved monopolizing so much, then let them have their fill. Did you hear? The young lady who's been searching for weapons but hasn't found any yet has arrived. Of course I heard. She's the daughter of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Song Minghui. All the forging master's weapons have been outdone by her. Why is this young lady so picky? If I had a forging master making weapons just for me, I'd be so happy. Another person shot him a disappointed look. Well, she's a young lady, so you can only serve as a waiter here. But I heard the real forging master hasn't shown up yet. The real forging master? Who is it? The other person's eyes widened with curiosity. He subtly glanced at the VIP box upstairs. Isn't it that Qian family member? The one who once crafted an S-rank weapon that shocked the entire forging base. Is he coming? Of course, to test this young lady. The reward is so generous that even the top forging master can't resist. Hearing this, the listener's eyes lit up with gossip. Then today's going to be quite a show. Just wait. When Shen Yunshu entered, she happened to overhear their whispered conversation, catching all the gossip details. She had seen this forging master in the original story, and her recent glance at the roster confirmed his name. He was indeed talented, but because of that talent, he was very proud and rarely forged weapons unless he liked the person. But this time, he probably bowed for the 5 Do coin reward. No matter what, He was one of her competitors. Shun Yunshu looked up at the VIP box upstairs. The auction setup was quite unique. From the second floor, it felt like entering a different world. The entire second level was connected to the third, supported by a huge central pillar. On both sides were tiered viewing areas, with the top two levels being private boxes covered by curtains, hiding the sellers inside. In the middle was a small auction stage, behind which was a large display platform for various items. This design allowed everyone on each level to see clearly, accommodating more buyers at once. Shun Yunshu moved up from the lowest buyer seats, amazed. Their seats weren't bad either. They were right on the second level with the private boxes. She didn't know where Qin Yutong got the tickets, but, silently, she added a bonus to Qin Yutong's account. No wonder the male lead's mercenary group rose quickly after Qin Yutong joined. Even if the leader was a fool, with Qin Yutong's reliable support, they could be lifted to new heights. There were many seats, and most of the private booths had their curtains drawn tightly. However, Shun Yunshu immediately spotted the booth where Song Manhwa was because that was the only one constantly coming in and out. Everyone who entered was holding a weapon, and they all looked discouraged when they left. It shows that many alchemists who share Shun Yunshu's thoughts couldn't be directly invited to the young lady's home, so they could only try their luck at the auction. But from the situation, the young lady's demands were still as picky as ever. Besides Shun Yunshu, many others were quietly watching this booth. The auction hadn't started yet, and everyone waiting to see the excitement or observe the situation was focused on this side. After all, this matter had caused quite a stir in the base over the past few days, and many people were waiting for the appearance of the top alchemist. Soon, a figure slowly emerged from the same level of the booth. Those who recognized the top alchemist immediately let out a small gasp, drawing others' attention to him. Shun Yunshu naturally looked at him as well. Unexpectedly, he looked much younger than she had imagined. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a proud expression, dressed in fine leather clothes made from the fur of some exotic beast. He had a long sword hanging at his waist. Shun Yunshu couldn't see the sword's shape because it was sheathed carefully, but just the hilt was enough to impress. Indeed, many people also saw the sword and gasped in awe. The hilt was made of rare Xian iron, embedded with a floating dragon stone that emitted energy. Judging by the hilt, it was at least a level A weapon. As the top alchemist, Shun Yunshu was also deeply impressed. However, she frowned slightly. Was this sword really suitable for a young girl? No one answered her question. The alchemist, satisfied with the crowd's gaze, strolled confidently into Song Manhwa's booth. The audience behind could no longer see anything and sighed regretfully, yet they still kept their eyes fixed on the booth, unwilling to give up. They wanted to see if this top alchemist could truly meet the demands of the spoiled young lady. After a while, the private room was calm and peaceful, very different from the brief 5-minute visit earlier. Many people looked away and sighed. No wonder he's the top weapon maker in Huayang. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the curtain of the private room moved slightly. Everyone paying attention suddenly became quiet. Shun Yunshu kept staring intently. Did he succeed or fail?
Soon, she found out the answer.
The curtain first moved a little, then was suddenly pulled open. The top weapon maker stormed out angrily, glancing back at the people inside the room. I see you can't handle fine things. I was just feeling generous and made you a weapon. Many others asked me, but I couldn't give it to them. And you just dismiss me because you don't like it. I think you don't really want a weapon. Your refusals to others earlier are just excuses. People like you, with a wave of your hand, think you can play with carefully crafted weapons made by weapon makers. Bah, Guahanfei spat on the ground fiercely. Let me tell you from now on, if you ask me for help, I won't even look at you. Who do you think will still serve you? After venting these harsh words, the crowd watching was stunned. Hearing what the top weapon maker said, it turned out that this young lady didn't even want to see his crafted weapons. Many people started whispering among themselves. Guahanfei was the top weapon maker in the base, so he dared to speak like this to Song Manhwa with confidence. The people inside the room weren't angry. Instead, a middle-aged man came out to comfort him. But Gua Hanfei refused to back down. He had been humiliated in front of so many people today and wasn't willing to go back quietly. His words made it clear that this young lady was deliberately picky and was playing with the weapon maker. Many people, seeing that even his weapons weren't good enough, began to agree with Gua Hanfei's words. If all their weapons are useless, she must be deliberately finding faults. I really can't think of any other reason. What is her goal in doing this? What's the point? She's just messing with us common folks. They enjoy fine food every day and don't care about our lives or deaths. As soon as this was said, the seriousness of the situation seemed to escalate greatly. The middle-aged man who was comforting Gua Hanfei showed a hint of worry. The curtain of the private room moved again, as if someone wanted to come out, but the middle-aged man held it back. Shen Yunshu looked at the person loudly leading the rhythm. As expected, it was the weapon craftsman who had been rejected before. There was still at least an hour before the auction officially started, but already a commotion had begun here. Many people were drawn by the lively scene, peeking over to see what was happening. Most of them were important figures and didn't openly discuss the matter, but their gossiping eyes couldn't hide their curiosity. "Should we go up?" Qin Yutong asked softly beside Shen Yunshu. "Wait a little longer." Shen Yunshu signaled him to stay calm and kept her eyes focused on the two people arguing at the center of the debate above. That middle-aged man should be the head of the diplomatic department of the base, Song Minghuai's father, Song Hongsheng. So it was him. Shen Yunshu nodded. No wonder she could see a commanding presence in his face that didn't show anger, but exuded authority. Although he was being criticized and scolded, he appeared somewhat anxious, but more often calm and thoughtful, as if he was considering his actions carefully. He looked around at the crowd, raised his hands, and pressed down to signal everyone to quiet down. Since he was a department head, people showed him some respect, and gradually the noise subsided. Only then did Song Hongsheng speak slowly. "Our young lady was careless and made everyone laugh, but this is a private matter. When the bounty was issued, it clearly stated that participation was voluntary. We are all adults, and I believe everyone can weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Master Guo's weapon today I personally like and am satisfied with it, but..." Song Hongsheng smiled awkwardly and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. "The young lady is picky, but she definitely does not mean to deny Master Guo's weapon or mock the weapon craftsman. I hope everyone can understand and forgive us. All of you weapon craftsmen, please be tolerant. If anyone has other opinions, we can discuss privately. It's not good to keep talking about it in front of everyone, right?" With that, he looked at Gua Hanfei with a gentle smile, like an old man without a temper. But everyone present was sharp. Although his words seemed polite, they carried a subtle pressure. Many people turned away, no longer interested in the spectacle. Shen Yunshu was secretly surprised. No wonder he was the head of the diplomatic department. His speech was clever. As long as the other person was reasonable and he kept giving way, he wouldn't push too hard. Everyone thought this way, but strangely, Gua Hanfei himself did not share that opinion. He squinted his eyes and sneered coldly, showing he wouldn't give anyone face. "Sorry, Minister Song, I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's just that your young lady's actions are really unorganized, refusing this and that, and finally not even giving a reasonable explanation. We can't just waste everyone's efforts. I won't make things difficult for you, as long as your young lady comes out and gives us a convincing reason." Song Hongsheng's smile disappeared, and the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Shen Yunshu sensed something was wrong. Even the top refiner in the base shouldn't be so arrogant. Despite the other person's increasingly humble attitude, he still stubbornly refused to let go. This was no longer just a dispute between a refiner and the Minister of the Foreign Affairs Department. Shen Yunshu faintly saw the real behind-the-scenes forces, with their swords and knives. Clearly, many people had noticed this as well. Song Hongsheng also felt it clearly. It seems Master Gu is determined to get an explanation. Gu Hanfei slightly raised his chin. "Of course. As the saying goes, we want to leave with our reputation intact, even in death. Then I'll make sure you die with your reputation intact." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice like a jade bead came from the private room, as if holding back for a long time, filled with hidden anger. Shen Yunshu's eyebrows twitched at the sound. Why did it feel so familiar? Gu Hanfei looked like he had finally succeeded, his eyes shining brightly. Song Hongxing's brow furrowed involuntarily, instinctively wanting to stop Song Minghui from coming out. But in his furious state, Song Minghui was even harder to control than Song Hongxing. She suddenly pulled aside the curtain and stepped out boldly. It was obvious she had dressed carefully for this auction. Her slightly curled hair was tied up high with a butterfly bow, and she wore a pink and white dress, with light makeup, looking like a delicate, beautiful doll. But at this moment, the doll could no longer maintain her ladylike appearance. Her brows furrowed tightly, and she held up her skirt while cursing loudly. I don't care if you're the top refiner or the second top refiner. If your weapons are not good, then they're not good. It's all clearly written on the bounty notice. Yet, the weapons I see are ugly and heavy one after another. And you still tell me this is your style? Weapons can only be made like this? If your strength isn't enough, then it's not enough. Stop making excuses. Your sword. Song Minghui pointed at the sword at Gu Hanfei's waist. You struggled just to wield it yourself, and you want to give it to me? Which part of it meets my requirements? As soon as Song Minghui appeared, Shen Yunshu's heart finally relaxed. It was indeed the same wealthy customer who had spent 100,000 yuan at her shop that day with a wave of his hand. Since he was her important customer, she naturally wouldn't ignore him. Shen Yunshu clenched her fist and was about to speak. Gu Hanfei, after seeing the young lady get angry, became even more confident. In this world, weapons choose their owners. The better the weapon, the more picky the owner. Miss Song refused so many weapons. Does that mean she has no ability to control weapons? Moreover, my sword is a top-tier A-level weapon. Miss Song can't even hold an A-level weapon. She probably won't get a good weapon. It's better to strengthen her skills first and then choose weapons. Hearing this, Song Minghui was so angry her head seemed to smoke, but she didn't know how to argue back. Since the end of the apocalypse, weaponsmiths have always been a rare profession, and high-quality weapons are even scarcer. Most of the time, weapons choose their owners. If you can't adapt to a weapon, it just shows your strength isn't enough. Everyone knew this well. This is also why weaponsmiths hold such a high and proud status in the base. Some people couldn't help but secretly discuss this. Amidst the low whispers, Song Minghui's face alternated between red and white. Behind her, Song Hongxing sighed and realized someone was deliberately causing trouble for them. He usually spoiled his daughter, but now they were using her as a bargaining chip. In the end, it was his fault. Song Hongxing pulled his daughter back and was about to say more when a clear yet slightly hoarse voice came from below. I think what you're saying is nonsense. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Many onlookers immediately shifted their attention, looking down to see which brave warrior had come to stir up trouble. Shen Yunshu leaned leisurely against the railing on the second floor. Half of her face was hidden beneath a silver mask, revealing only a small, delicate, white chin. Her lips were thin, giving her an emotionless look, but now they were slightly curled in a mocking smile. In the art of showing off, Shen Yunshu was quite experienced. Sure enough, the first-ranked weaponsmith's gaze shot towards her like a sword. Who are you? Don't care who I am. Just remember, everything you say is nonsense. You. It seems he never expected this person to be so arrogant, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Countless eyes looked over, as if secretly wondering who this person was. How dare he offend a famous armorer in the base? Shen Yunshu remained calm and steady, lightly opening her lips. According to Master Gua, people should compromise for weapons. In my opinion, this is just an excuse used by an incompetent armorer.
Wow.
Everyone was shocked. Even Song Hongxing and his daughter couldn't help but widen their eyes. This one sentence almost insulted all the armorsmiths in the base. Gu Hanfei looked at her gloomily, and after hearing her words, he suddenly smiled. I thought a formidable peer had a different opinion. Turns out, it's just an ignorant young kid talking nonsense. If you are so skilled, then you must have a higher-level weapon suitable for this young lady. It seemed he was convinced Shen Yunshu was just here to cause trouble, and he immediately set her up, not knowing that this was exactly what Shen Yunshu wanted. Since I dare to speak, I naturally have it.
But
Shen Yunshu looked up directly at Gua Hanfei's disdainful face. If I really produce it, what will you do then? Gua Hanfei's face twitched slightly, and under everyone's watch, he gritted his teeth and spoke. If you can really produce it, then Miss Song's luck is good, and it's none of my business. In the end, he didn't dare to gamble, and a wave of disapproval immediately spread around. Shen Yunshu shook her head and simply smiled. Gua Hanfei clenched his fists tightly. If I really produce it, I'm afraid Master Wei's title as the top armorer will have to give way. Shen Yunshu casually threw out this shocking statement, completely indifferent to everyone's astonished gazes. Just watch. Next to her, Qin Yutong immediately stepped forward and threw his sword out. Shen Yunshu caught it with one hand. Everyone's eyes focused on this short sword. It was wrapped in an ordinary black sheath, plain and dull, without any shine. Even if thrown into a pile of ordinary iron, it would probably be unnoticed. Gua Hanfei, who was originally tense, couldn't help but sneer. The faces of those watching also showed some disappointment. Shen Yunshu gently flipped her hand, holding the sword hilt toward everyone, with her other hand, like a green onion, lightly resting on the black sword hilt. Her lips never left a smile, instead revealing a row of neat teeth, showing her arrogance.
clang.
A sharp sound like a breaking bamboo suddenly rang out as the sword was unsheathed. Shen Yunshu's finger moved slightly, and the sword drew out 2 inches. This sword? Just 2 inches long. It shocked many people into standing up immediately. Gua Hanfei's eyes widened in an instant, because the dazzling, silk-like glow from the sheathed 2-inch sword burst out. The sharp, cold light seemed capable of burning eyes, reflecting intensely into everyone's gaze without restraint.
Swish.
Shen Yunshu firmly grasped the sword handle and suddenly drew it out amid everyone's stunned gazes. In that moment, it was as if countless flashes of sword light flickered before them, then retracted like flowing light, attaching to this uniquely shaped sword. Every inch of the angular sword reflected a mesmerizing glow, like water, like lightning, with a fierce aura of blood emanating from the blade. Shimmering and dazzling, it was breathtaking. "Level S weapon," someone shouted, and everyone was pulled out of the mesmerizing atmosphere, only to be hit by an even greater shock. A level S weapon. It was truly a level S weapon. Higher than the level A weapon Gua Hanfei brought. Everyone's eyes on Shen Yunshu changed. They became passionate. Only Gua Hanfei looked utterly disbelief. He finally understood why she said that once she showed her weapon, his title as the top forging master would have to give way. But why? He had also forged a level S weapon. Gua Hanfei suddenly grabbed the railing, his face flushed red. Before he could shout anything, a fragrant breeze swept past him. "This is the weapon I want," Song Minghuai's excited voice echoed through the auction house. She stared at the piercing sword, her eyes full of amazement. Beautiful, lightweight, powerful, everything she dreamed of in a weapon. Song Minghuai looked at the piercing sword, and a part of her heart seemed to move. A slow surge of hot blood pulsed inside her, and an unprecedented feeling made her eager to get the sword. Shen Yunshu smiled softly, sheathed the sword again, and looked up at Song Minghuai, casually tossing it aside. Countless people's minds immediately focused on her. If their thoughts could speak right now, they would all be shouting the same thing. Oh my goodness! An S-level weapon thrown around so casually. Does she not worry about the little lady, who's so refined and untouched, not catching it? But Song Minghuai was only surprised for a moment. Her whole body immediately leaned forward, one hand gripping the railing tightly, while the other steadily caught the piercing sword. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd and the dazzling lights, the girl in a little western dress caught her beloved weapon. With a forceful tug, it seemed as if the sword was naturally hers, perfectly integrated, as if they were one. At this moment, in the eyes of many envious onlookers, it seemed as if some understanding had suddenly shattered. It turns out that truly skilled weaponsmiths never let weapons choose their owners, but instead create weapons that rightfully belong to them. Just as the crowd witnessing this was about to speak, a heart-wrenching scream came from the railing of the top-tier box. "You're both in cahoots." This was planned long ago. Shin Yunshu looked up and saw Master Gua's face flushed red, eyes nearly popping out, as if he might burst like a pufferfish. Gua Hanfei noticed Shin Yunshu's gaze and immediately looked at her. "You must have rehearsed this in advance to frame me and steal my position. What proof do you have that this weapon was made by you?" Next to him, Song Minghui was so angry he almost laughed. Seeing this, he wanted to mock him but hadn't spoken yet when the weaponsmith calmly opened his mouth. "If that's the case, then let's try it. If that's the case, then let's try it." "How do we try?" Gua Hanfei forced himself to stay calm, but inside he was resigned and sweating coldly. He knew very well, being almost at the top in the weapon-making field, there was hardly a renowned weaponsmith in the entire base he didn't recognize. But in his impression, no one was as mysterious as the current weaponsmith, and she immediately produced an S-grade weapon. Whether it was the weapon or the person, he had never seen anything like it. So, he was 90% sure that she herself had crafted this weapon. It was just that he had shouted those words in a panic to save face, not expecting her to turn the tables and completely embarrass him. No one knew how extremely nervous and anxious Gua Hanfei was inside, except for those present who also knew the base's situation well. They more or less looked at Gua Hanfei with a mix of schadenfreude and curiosity, while also glancing at the mysterious weaponsmith who had suddenly appeared. The atmosphere in the room was tense, like a hidden current flowing beneath the surface. Shen Yunshu tilted her head, seemingly pondering how to try. Seeing this, Gua Hanfei's throat moved as he asked, "May I ask your name, sir or madam?" Today, he was determined to find out the truth, even if it meant dying. Shun Yunshu raised an eyebrow, elegant and poised. "Yun. Yun? A surname Yun?" This simple word, Yun, echoed in everyone's ears. Gua Hanfei was stunned, and those paying attention to the scene were also momentarily taken aback. They all coincidentally thought of the popular weapon shop in the base recently, and faintly heard that the owner of this new store also has the surname Yun. Suddenly, everyone was filled with various guesses. Shun Yunshu seemed to guess what they were thinking, slightly smiling, and straightforwardly admitted, "Yes, I am the owner of Yuyun Weapon Shop." In the astonished gazes of everyone, she calmly promoted herself. "Everyone is welcome to come to Yuyun Weapon Shop to have me customize weapons."
Bang!
Gua Hanfei stepped back several paces, now even lacking the courage to look directly at her. The person they had been investigating was surprisingly someone who looked ordinary and young. What ability could he have to compare or compete with her? His gaze subconsciously shifted toward a private room nearby. Shun Yunshu keenly sensed the shock around her, but she wanted this effect. Seeing Gua Hanfei almost unable to see her anymore, she instinctively wanted to call out this timid person. A gentle, melodious voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Although the voice was as soft as water, it carried a captivating power. Shin Yunshu felt her body tingle, instinctively looking toward the sound. She saw a beautiful woman in a cheongsam slowly walking out from the end of a second-floor private room, with delicate features and charming demeanor. She moved lightly, slightly twisting her waist as she reached the center area and stopped. She smiled softly, leaning slightly forward, greeting everyone. This greeting was like a spring breeze, gently touching everyone's hearts, making them involuntarily quiet down and lose focus. "Sorry to bother you, dear buyers. There is only half an hour left before the event ends. I hope everyone will take their seats quickly and not lose their interest." This was the host stepping in, and everyone understood. They more or less withdrew their gazes, feeling a bit disappointed that there was no more excitement to watch. Gua Hanfei sank to the ground, releasing his hands and breathing a sigh of relief. But some people refused to look away, their eyes fixed on the woman who had just appeared. Shin Yunshu was one of them. She didn't rush back to her private room, but looked openly at the beautiful woman who had come out. Shin Yunshu was glad she was a woman at this moment. Otherwise, she might have seemed creepy. Qin Yutong awkwardly coughed nearby, wanting to remind Shen Yunshu, but she was already immersed in this beautiful scene. A soft laugh sounded. The beauty standing opposite Shen Yunshu couldn't help but lower her head and smile softly. Shen Yunshu momentarily became more distracted. When she was not smiling, she looked like a snow lotus on Mount Tianshan, beautiful but hard to approach. When she smiled, her bright eyes and white teeth made her look even more charming. "Have you looked enough?" "Not at all." Shen Yunshu instinctively denied it, but then realized she had snapped out of her daze. When her eyes refocused, the beautiful woman across from her was already smiling happily. Shen Yunshu felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks turning red. Next to her, Qin Yutong was leisurely admiring Shen Yunshu now. After the beauty finished smiling, she slowly lowered her hand, straightened her slender waist, and returned to her elegant, graceful posture. As she passed by Shen Yunshu, she paused briefly, and her alluring scent drifted close to her. Shen Yunshu instinctively held her breath, feeling the delicate, tempting lips near her ear, moving softly. "After the auction, I invite you to chat backstage." After saying this, she brushed past without looking back, leaving Shen Yunshu standing there, stunned. It took her a full minute to react, then she turned to look at Qin Yutong, who looked puzzled. Qin Yutong asked, "What did she just say to you?" Shen Yunshu took a deep breath. "She invited me to meet her privately." Qin Yutong? Just as the lively event ended, Shen Yunshu was about to return to her box when she heard a soft call from above. She looked up and saw the young lady waving at her. Almost forgot to collect the money. Shen Yunshu's heart tightened. She quickly told Qin Yutong to go ahead into the box while she went to settle the bill. After searching for a while, Shen Yunshu finally found the place. Just as she entered the box and was about to greet everyone, she was caught off guard by an unexpected hug. She took 2 steps back before barely catching Samoa, the sweet, fruity aroma filling her nose, light and pleasant, matching the lively personality of the young lady. "Dream Hua, don't be naughty." Song Fu looked surprised and hurriedly stepped forward to scold his mischievous daughter, worried about offending the skilled craftsman. Although the craftsman looked young, Song Hongsheng didn't dare underestimate her. The stronger her skill, the more eccentric her personality, offending her could be dangerous. But Shen Yunshu just waved her hand, indicating she didn't mind. Instead, she subtly rubbed Song's back, enjoying the sweet, fragrant hug. Song Manhwa naturally felt Shen Yunshu's kindness, and her eyes brightened. "Thanks to you today, or I'd really have been blamed on that Guahanfei." Song Hongsheng quickly stood up and bowed deeply to Shen Yunshu. "Thank you for stepping in today, boss." Shen Yunshu quickly helped the man who could be her father. "You're welcome. This weapon is actually meant to be given to Miss Ling today." Song Manhwa listened and asked, "Really?" "Of course. This weapon was custom-made for you." Song Manhwa was so happy she looked like a butterfly in a flower garden, almost ready to fly away. "Then I must thank you properly. Just tell me what you need." This meant she wanted to give her extra tips. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. Really? Shen Yunshu always knew that this young lady was a big spender, but she was still shocked again by their big spending. Although Song Manhwa was very polite, Shen Yunshu didn't go too far. She only added one more material, mythical beastock's bones. This was a necessary material to unlock the second floor of the supermarket. It wasn't rare, and Shen Yunshu could buy it herself, but since she had the chance, she decided to get it all at once. But as soon as she mentioned this condition, the father and daughter both frowned at the same time. Shen Yunshu thought maybe her request was too much, but surprisingly, they both spoke at the same time. Just that, Shen Yunshu was confused. In the end, Shen Yunshu not only received the generous reward from the bounty notice and the mythical beastock's bones she wanted, but also a large pile of materials, 3 C-grade, 3 B-grade, and 2 A-grade materials. Although there was no S-grade material, it was still enough to shock Shen Yunshu. She carried this huge pile of materials out, still stunned, her mind echoing with Mr. Song's words. "Is it enough, kid? Is it enough?" It was definitely enough. She stored the materials in her system warehouse, and with the purple coins she gained this time, her total assets approached 1.5 million. Sun Yunshu finally felt more confident. She stepped forward and was about to leave when she passed by a private room. Suddenly, the door moved. She paused, sensing something, but acted as if she hadn't noticed and continued walking ahead. The people inside the room seemed anxious and hurriedly called out, "Wait, Boss Yun." Familiar voice. Sun Yunshu understood a little and stopped just in time. The person inside the room also sighed in relief, gently lifting a corner of the curtain, revealing a familiar face. It was the chubby man Sun Yunshu had seen and recognized at a glance last time. Now he looked very flattering, even more so than when they met behind the shop before. Sun Yunshu suspected that this public display had completely eliminated their doubts about her behind-the-scenes identity. "Boss Yun, come in and sit." Wang Tian smiled so stiffly that his face almost froze, worried that the big boss might regret their previous agreement. However, Boss Yun simply turned and nodded slightly, then walked in calmly. Wang Tian's face showed a hint of surprise. He quickly stood up to greet the guest. The two people sitting behind him also stood, all looking serious. Sun Yunshu glanced at them briefly. As she expected, there were exactly 3 people. Her gaze settled on the oldest, most composed-looking person, and she sat down quietly without shaking hands with any of them. Wang Tian awkwardly retracted his hand, his smile stiffening for a moment before quickly changing. Come, Boss Yun, have some tea." A cup of fragrant tea was handed to Sun Yunshu. She had no time to enjoy the tea. She set it aside and glanced at the time in the private room. "Say what you need to say quickly." The 3 exchanged glances. In the end, Wang Tian took a few steps forward. "Boss Yun, about what we agreed on last time at Yun Weapon Shop's backyard. Have you thought about it?" Wang Tian watched Sun Yunshu's face carefully. Seeing no change, he felt a bit more confident. Sun Yunshu was now tasting her tea. Amid the tense looks from the others, she took a slow sip before speaking. "If you're sincere enough, I have no problem." Wang Tian's eyes lit up with joy. The other 2 immediately looked at each other.
So,
"What does Boss Yun mean?" Sun Yunshu put down her teacup and looked at them. Time seemed to pass slowly, and all 3 grew a little nervous, except for the calm old man. Sun Yunshu lowered her eyes, briefly showing a hint of wariness. "I do have a batch of goods here, the last I have." "You're lucky." Wang Tian's eyes showed a hint of happiness, but it was clear there was more to come, so no one spoke. Only Sun Yunshu continued. "However, I wonder if you can handle such a large appetite?" Her words fell lightly, but struck heavily in their hearts. Do they still not trust her? And how much can they really take? Businessmen always consider the greatest benefit. The 3 exchanged glances silently, choosing not to speak first. Seemingly expecting such a scene, Sun Yunshu lowered her head and smirked with a hint of contempt. "Yunwan Supermarket, you know it better than I do." Suddenly, the 4 words Yunwan Supermarket appeared and the 3 people looked at each other with some guilt. Wang Tian was the best at handling people and quickly said, "We are already sending people to clarify the rumors. Believe me, in a few days, Yunwan Supermarket will reopen. When that happens, we 3 will go to apologize, clarify the rumors." A hint of sarcasm flickered in Sun Yunshu's eyes. She had heard some clarifications these days, but spreading rumors was easy, and clearing them up was hard. Plus, the effort behind each was worlds apart. But Sun Yunshu wasn't here to settle scores. She looked up again, and the sarcasm in her eyes was replaced by calm. "I'm not here to settle accounts with you. The store closing only shows she isn't as skilled, and she didn't quite meet my expectations." The 3 of them were surprised and looked instinctively at the oldest among them. As they suspected, Yunwan Supermarket was just a discarded pawn. If the person in front of them truly valued Boss Shen, why would she let the store close so easily? With Boss Yun's strength, clarifying rumors and exposing those behind it should be simple. But she didn't do that. Wang Tian's eyes suddenly sparkled. He didn't hesitate anymore, afraid that any delay might cost him his chance. Business is about taking risks. Fortune favors the bold. He stepped forward immediately. "If you can handle it, then you can. Boss Yun, just tell us how much stock you still have. One person broke the balance, and the other two dared not hesitate anymore. Even the most cautious old man only took a few more minutes to think. They quickly expressed their willingness, just like the chubby man. Their biggest competitor, Yunwan's supermarket, was already struggling to recover. If they didn't take a chance now, when would they? Boss Yun finally seemed somewhat satisfied with them. My stock isn't beyond your reach. It just requires a small challenge. After this, it might be harder to get more. Since you've reached your current position, I believe in your ability. Once you truly get my stock, the three of you can achieve real dominance. Then, money won't be an issue. Even the top management might treat you as VIPs. If outsiders said such words to the three of them, they would surely laugh and dismiss it as a foolish dream. But when spoken by Boss Yun, it carried a weight beyond ordinary, as if this bright future was just within reach, and they could make it happen. Wang Tian felt a surge of pride and confidence in his chest, causing his heart to beat wildly. Shen Yunshu calmly glanced at the three of them, secretly smiling inside. On the surface, she maintained a cold, composed appearance, as if her earlier words were just casual talk. She gently tapped her finger on the table twice. Wang Tian immediately understood her meaning. He softly called out, and a young man with glasses, looking like a scholar, entered. He made a slight gesture, and the young man understood. He nodded and stepped back out. Soon after, the young man returned carrying a contract and a pen. Impressive efficiency. Shen Yunshu's brow moved slightly as she picked up the contract to read. It seemed they had prepared well. The details were clear and organized, and the profit sharing was fair. She carefully read through it and found nothing unreasonable. It was probably because they didn't dare to push too hard. How do you find this contract? Wang Tian asked cautiously, raising his head. Shen Yunshu slowly set down the contract and simply said one word, sign. Wang Tian was stunned. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He had never negotiated such a straightforward deal, with profit sharing agreed upon without any fuss. Just to be safe, they left some room for adjustments, but this initial draft maximized their benefits. Wang Tian felt like he was dreaming, but when he looked at the seemingly indifferent Boss Yun, he suddenly snapped back to reality. To them, this was a huge deal, one that could determine their future. But in Boss Yun's eyes, it might just be a small part of her vast wealth. He suddenly understood. Turning to look at the other two, he saw they shared the same realization. Without hesitation, the three of them took a deep breath and signed their names. As the last stroke of ink dried, Shen Yunshu put down her pen and left quickly, like a gust of wind. Before leaving, she said, "Come to my weapon shop tomorrow to pick up the goods." The three watched her back, stunned and unable to recover for a long time. Shen Yunshu hurried downstairs and only dared to laugh freely once she returned to her private room. Initially feeling some worry, Qin Yutong relaxed when he saw the situation, probably guessing that Shen Yunshu's plan was going well. However, he still had some doubts. Although he was involved from the start, he didn't understand all the details. Shen Yunshu smiled after enough time and looked at Qin Yutong. Seeing his slightly puzzled eyes, she slightly curved her eyebrows. "I just closed a big deal." Qin Yutong nodded, which he could roughly guess since they had been constantly promoting the identity of Boss Yun to deceive certain people. But he didn't understand why Shen Yunshu wanted to cooperate with them. Qin Yutong asked his doubts, but Shen Yunshu shook her head with a sly look in her eyes. "I didn't cooperate with them. I simply sold them the goods at a higher price. Of course, this higher price was still very cheap for them. But if the quantity was large enough, it almost drained their assets. However, they believed they could recover their costs. Shen Yunshu had instilled in them the idea that they would definitely make a profit and even earn big. After all, they had channels and resources, and their biggest rival was no longer a threat according to Boss Yun. Qin Yutong was smart. Almost immediately after Shen Yunshu said that, he understood. "Are you saying you want to make them go bankrupt? Talking to smart people is easier." Shen Yunshu smiled and said, "Don't they like gambling and playing Monopoly? When they received the goods, they would find that Yunwan's supermarket hadn't closed and that the goods in their hands weren't the last batch. Yunwan's supermarket would keep getting new stock, priced lower than theirs, even below their costs from Boss Yun. What would they do then? Just thinking about it made Shen Yunshu eager to speed up and see their miserable faces. At this point, Qin Yutong finally understood the full trap. They wouldn't sell the goods cheaply like Shen Yunshu, but would think they had a monopoly and sell at prices ordinary people couldn't reach. But greed is insatiable. When they really had such plans, the goods would rot in their hands. To recover losses, they would have to sell at a loss. By then, Shen Yunshu would already have made a huge profit. Qin Yutong didn't know how much Shen Yunshu had tricked them this time, but he guessed the amount was definitely not small. He felt a faint worry in his heart. For merchants, money was like their lifeline. Losing it was like losing their parents. If they found out, they might do something even more reckless. However, Shen Yunshu just looked at Qin Yutong and said, "Don't worry. They don't have the courage. Even if they dare to come later, Black Eagle and Lion King are behind us. What's there to be afraid of?" Of course, Shen Yunshu didn't truly believe there were no other forces behind those three. She was ready to face whatever came, prepared to defend herself. If they dared to make a move, she was willing to see who they really were. Shen Yunshu and Qin Yutong exchanged a look, both feeling the other's fearless spirit. It was less a gamble between those three and more a gamble between the two of them. They had always been on the same side. The secret business dispute hidden within the storm passed quietly, unnoticed by anyone. Everyone's eyes now naturally focused on the center of the auction hall. It was the last minute. Suddenly, a huge clock appeared in the middle of the hall, counting down. The room fell silent until the last second ticked, and the big spotlight at the center lit up instantly. A familiar, graceful figure stepped out from the backstage. It was the woman who had just stopped Shen Yunshu and Guo Hanfei's contest. She wore a red qipao that suited her perfectly. Gold silk threads decorated the dress, forming elegant bamboo patterns. Bamboo symbolizes purity and elegance, with a cool, distant aura that made people feel a bit wary. This contrast highlighted her striking eyes and charming appearance. Her conflicting aura fully blossomed. She looked charming but cold, with a distant, captivating gaze like mountain mist. She smiled slightly, softening everyone's surprise at her beauty. "Dear buyers, the auction officially begins." With a clear, strong voice, the first item was brought out. It was an ordinary B-grade weapon. Usually, B-grade weapons were valuable in the base, but after the recent turmoil, everyone was less interested. There were now A-grade and S-grade weapons, so seeing a B-grade weapon didn't excite anyone. The auctioneer on stage seemed to have expected this and continued to introduce the item professionally, finally selling it for 20,000. Next came the second and third items, neither of which interested Shen Yunshu. As she watched, her boredom grew. At this moment, Qin Yutong took out a thin booklet similar to a folded sheet and handed it to Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu took it and realized it was a list of the auction items. There were a total of 15 items, including materials, weapons, and some armor. The final item was unsurprisingly Bingpa Ice Soul. Besides that, Shen Yunshu was most interested in the 10th item, Chunhan Orchid. It sounds like the name of an orchid, but only Shen Yunshu knew that this thing was barely related to orchids. It is actually a very rare plant with natural energy. Most supernatural beings get energy from zombie brains, which contain crystals with some energy inside. But in the natural world since the apocalypse, some plants and even animals have developed energy called natural energy. Natural energy is very rare and tends to be associated with specific elements. For example, Chunhan orchid naturally carries purifying energy. It blooms in the coldest winds and is a rare plant that is hard to see once in 100 years. It can be absorbed by supernatural beings. If the being has a high understanding of energy, it might unexpectedly absorb the purifying element, but the chance is very small. Shen Yunshu's gaze lingered on these 3 words for a long time. She knew so much about Chunhan Orchid because it played a crucial role in the original story. It was because of these 3 words that she suddenly understood why Fu Linshan appeared here. Yi Shaoran was now back with him, and their misunderstanding had been initially cleared up. But according to the original story, Yi Xiaoran had been severely injured during her escape. In the original, her injury was caused to help the villain avoid pursuit, which inflicted irreversible damage on her body. But this time, she didn't encounter the villain. Instead, she was captured by the Joker-like monsters. Shen Yunshu could only think that her injuries were caused by those monsters. Unexpectedly, the plot had twisted and turned 360 degrees, then somehow circled back. Shen Yunshu frowned, feeling something called fate. The rest of the story was quite simple. The severe injuries Yi Xiaoran suffered could only be healed by this plant. She was naturally a healer, and unexpectedly, while healing her body with Chunhan Orchid, she sensed the purifying energy within. By chance, she gained a bit of purifying ability, which opened her path to becoming the savior of the world and the saintess who purifies zombies. If it weren't for the appearance of Chunhan Orchid, she almost forgot an important turning point. Shen Yunshu felt a mix of emotions. Normally, she and Yi Xiaoran and others shouldn't have any conflicts of interest this time. She also had no reason to cause trouble and make them lose the spring cold orchid, since the purified energy that the heroine gained was truly the only way to save the world at that moment. If she changed this key part of the story, it would be no exaggeration to say she would be a sinner for eternity. But she felt uncomfortable seeing them smoothly acquire the spring cold orchid. While she was lost in thought, the auction items in front of her were quickly sold one after another. In the blink of an eye, it reached the 10th item. At this moment, the main event of the auction was just beginning. The last 5 items would only become more valuable and rare, one after another. Please bring out the next item. With the gentle sound of the gavel, the spring cold orchid was slowly brought out. It was covered in a transparent glass case. The originally relaxed atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Everyone held their breath and focused on this small plant. The spring cold orchid's leaves and stems stood upright, long and sharp. They grew tightly around the roots, as if to protect the solitary white flower. The white flower drooped slightly, like a proud beauty lowering her head, but she did not bend her body. She stood tall and elegant, like a crane among orchids, exuding a noble aura. However, no one felt it was difficult to approach or disrespectful. On the contrary, almost everyone felt a refreshing coolness passing through their insides when they saw this spring cold orchid, making them feel clear and close. No wonder it was a plant with natural purification energy. Shen Yunshu secretly sighed inside. If she didn't know how important it was to this world, she might have been tempted to buy it herself. The auctioneer quietly watched as the crowd gradually regained their senses, then slowly smiled. Starting bid at 200,000. Each bid must be at least 10,000 higher. Let's begin. Almost as soon as the words fell, voices sounded from different parts of the auction hall. People in the private boxes also started bidding. 210,000, 220,000. 250,000, 300,000. In just a few exchanges, the price of the spring cold orchid soared to 500,000. After reaching this price, the bidding gradually slowed down. Shen Yunshu kept her ears alert, trying to listen for Fu Lin and the others' bids. But so far, they hadn't bid yet. The price of the spring cold orchid kept rising until 580,000, and only then did the room fall completely silent. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the entire venue, 58,000 once, 58,000 twice. Shen Yunshu focused her breath and concentration. She knew Fu Linshan was about to call out a bid. Sure enough, in the next moment, a deep, magnetic voice sounded. 70,000. The heavy bid of 70,000 silenced the room. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, curious to see which bold bidder was adding 12,000 at once. Shen Yunshu also looked in that direction, and it turned out to be on her floor, just 5 booths away. After everything that had happened, she hadn't noticed at all. She looked somewhat dazed at the hand that had just withdrawn from the booth, listening to the auctioneer's voice. 70,000 once, 70,000 twice, 70,000, 71,000. At the last moment, Shen Yunshu calmly raised her bidding card. Everyone quickly turned their attention back to Shen Yunshu. Even Qin Yutong looked at her first. But Shen Yunshu's face remained calm, as if it wasn't her who just bid 71,000. She simply stared at the nearby booth, happily seeing the curtain of the booth gently move. As the voice of 71,000 rang out through the auction hall, everyone fell silent. Even the faintest whisper stopped. Intentionally waiting until the last moment to raise the bid was clearly a deliberate tactic to push the price higher. What no one expected was that the person raising the bid was the same cloud boss from before. And who was the other bidder? Could they have a grudge against this cloud boss? Everyone was full of guesses, and Fu Linshin also wanted to know.
Bang!
A crisp shattering sound came from inside the small booth. Yi Xiaoran was caught off guard and startled, turning her head quickly. Seeing Fu Linshin covered in blood, she immediately covered her mouth in horror. Linshin, bright red blood beads dripped from his long fingers onto the ground. However, Fu Linshin seemed to ignore it, tilting his head to look in the direction of the sound. Yi Xiaoran was a bit frightened by Fu Linshin's state, but she carefully held his hand. A healing white light appeared, but before the wound could be healed, Fu Linshin decisively pulled his hand back, leaving Yi Xiaoran stunned. Fu Linshin swallowed hard, his face grim, and directly raised his bidding card. 80,000, 80,000? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Although Chunhanlan was very rare, it was just a plant and not worth that much. Their gazes shifted between the two booths. Is this a showdown? Will Boss Yin increase the bid again? Suddenly, everyone's attention focused back on Shen Yunshu's booth. When Shen Yunshu heard Fu Linshin raising the bid, she almost spat out her tea in laughter. He's really willing to go all out. She calmly raised her card again. 810,000. Sure enough, he bid higher. The crowd's mood started to shift towards enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, Su Yi, who hadn't spoken before, suddenly stood up and looked at Fu Linshin. Who is this person? Raising by 10,000 each time, clearly just trying to annoy us. I remember our mercenary group has never dealt with this Boss Yin. What does she want? What does she want? Fu Linshin also wanted to know. As Sui said, they had no grudge against this Boss Yin, and they didn't even know her. Sui looked at Fu Linshin's gloomy face, feeling very anxious. Fu Linshin, if we keep bidding, we might run out of money. Plus, there's only one more item. Yi Xiaoran's eyes also clouded slightly. Linshin, it's okay to give up on this. My body will heal on its own. Fu Linshin clasped his hands under his chin, frowning, with emotions in his eyes that others couldn't understand. No, something's wrong. Where did they go wrong? Clearly, this Boss Yin was deliberately opposing them, but between them. Fu Linshin suddenly froze, his tightly knit brows relaxing. An unexpected possibility entered his mind. No one in the entire base would be so confrontational with them. After all, if someone wanted to oppose the Winter Mercenary Group, they'd have to think carefully first. This Boss Yin might have that strength, but it was unlikely without reason. Unless she had some connection with Shen Yunshu. When the name Shen Yunshu suddenly appeared in Fu Linshin's mind, everything suddenly made sense. He had been investigating the people behind Shen Yunshu, but he didn't expect Yunwan's supermarket to close without him knowing, followed by the appearance of Yu Yun Weapon Shop, whose incredible strength shook the entire base. He checked out Yu Yun Weapon Shop but found nothing unusual at the time. Even with some suspicion, he dismissed it until now. Fu Linshin suddenly stood up, his arms tense, fists clenched until his joints turned white, and his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. It must be that Shen Yunshu, this despicable person, is stirring trouble. Thinking she has a strong hold, she dares to block his way. A surge of uncontrollable anger hits his chest. He takes a step forward and, in front of Yi Xiaoran and Su Yi's surprised eyes, raises the bid again. 900,000, 901,000. But before he can finish speaking, that hopeless voice rings out again, even faster than before, as if it had anticipated his bid to go higher. Everyone gasps in shock. Fu Lin's anger suddenly blocks his throat, stuck between anger and frustration. Su Yi can no longer sit still. He opens the curtain and walks out, bowing first toward Shin Yun-shu. Boss Yun, hello. We haven't met before, and I don't fully understand your intentions today. But Chunhomon is very important to us. We hope you can be generous. If today we can get it, our Winter Soldier group will be very grateful to you. He then raises his bid to 950,000 and nervously looks toward Shin Yun-shu's box. Everyone didn't expect this scene. Soon, there are many whispers. Winter Soldier group. So, if Boss Yun gives it to them, he can get a favor from the Winter Soldier group. Everyone begins to think that this might be a good deal, considering the Winter Soldier group is the second largest mercenary group in the base. Shin Yun-shu, sitting in the box, didn't expect this either. She didn't expect her best brother to be so adaptable. But for the sake of her goddess, he came out to plead. After all, his role is to risk everything for the heroine, follow the main characters to clean up their messes, and finally watch helplessly as they end up together. Shin Yun-shu falls into deep thought. Qin Yutong also looks at her at this moment. He knows some of Shin Yun-shu's past conflicts with the Winter Group, so he doesn't stop her. He just gently asks, still want a bid higher? Even sitting in the box, Shin Yun-shu feels countless eyes on her, especially Su Yi's. But unfortunately, she shakes her head. The real ones who should come out haven't appeared yet, 960,000. Su Yi's face darkens immediately, as if he's been slapped openly in broad daylight, his face burning with pain. However, he didn't have time to say anything before Boss Yun spoke again. Since you want someone to do the job, show your sincerity and let the person who can truly make decisions come out. The person who can truly decide?
Fu Linshin.
So her goal has always been Fu Linshin. Sui froze in place, and Fu Linshin in the private room was also completely stunned. His hand trembling slightly as he held the curtain, veins bulging, eyes filled with deep hatred. Indeed, it was so, exactly as expected, that it was Shin Yun-shu, that despicable woman. Yi Xiaoran was completely panicked. Seeing Fu Linshin like this, her heart was full of pain. She gently reached out her delicate hand to hold Fu Linshin's arm, tears in her eyes, shaking her head. No more, Linshin, no more, no more? How could she possibly give up? Giving up just to please that hateful woman? Fu Linshin felt as if his whole head was being boiled at a high temperature, and a faint red color appeared in his eyes. In his extreme anger, he suddenly became calm. Shin Yun-shu wanted to force him to give up. That was impossible. He wouldn't give up. Instead, he would go against her expectations. Is the so-called big support really as reliable as she imagined? If it were so reliable, could her shop still stay open? Maybe this was a test. The more Fu Linshin thought about it, the clearer his mind became, and he felt it made more sense. Why target him, specifically? It was just Shin Yun-shu's inability to forget. Why did Boss Yun have to name names? It was also a kind of test. After all, their winter mercenary group was a powerful force many envied. If she truly wanted to completely retaliate, there would be no room for negotiation. Having fully understood this, Fu Linshin no longer hesitated. He walked out directly. Sui looked at Fu Linshin as he left, her eyes full of surprise. Fu Linshin ignored everyone's gaze and looked in the same direction as Sui. He took a deep breath, without a hint of hesitation. Boss Yun, I beg you to show mercy. Fu Linshin, will repay you generously. He's really come out. The Winter Mercenary Group is nothing special. You don't understand anything. This is the true momentum of a real mercenary group. Everyone was talking, but the most surprised was Shin Yun-shu. She thought this person would never come out, but unexpectedly, his narrow chest had such a day. Did he take the wrong medicine? Shin Yun-shu wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. She didn't know what this person was imagining in the private room, but her eyes clearly showed something was off. However, for this kind of long-time self-centered adult child, Shin Yun-shu could probably guess what he was thinking. She held back her laughter, trying to hide her amusement, and calmly said 4 words to end the scene. You're welcome. You're welcome? Su Yi's face twisted with frustration. How embarrassing, this Boss Shin. But at this moment, they had fought hard to get this opportunity, and they would swallow the bitter pill no matter what. Both of them silently expressed their thanks and finally secured the item worth up to 650,000 with a bid of 1 million. Everyone was amazed and shocked by Boss Yun's boldness, secretly vowing not to offend him. The auctioneer confidently announced the final bid, smiling warmly and congratulating the Winter Mercenary Group. After the bidding frenzy, everyone's attention returned to the auction. The next few items were just as impressive as the Spring Cold Orchid, with fierce competition, but few exceeded the previous bid of 1 million. Sun Yunshu and the Winter Mercenary Group both silently chose not to bid again. Until the 14th item found a buyer, the auction hall finally fell silent, and an unusual atmosphere began to spread. It was as if everyone was quietly waiting for the last item. The auctioneer smiled knowingly, her eyes suddenly shining with deep anticipation. She looked up at the crowd and spoke gently. Next is the 15th item, Ice Soul. She stepped back slightly, and her delicate high heels clicked on the floor, but no one paid attention. Everyone stared intently at the passage leading to the item. Gurgle, gurgle. Unlike the sounds of previous items, everyone heard faint rolling wheels. Confused, they watched as the sound grew closer, and finally, a shape began to emerge. It was a huge cage. Many people stood up, watching as the cage was slowly pushed out. It was covered by a large black cloth, hiding everything inside. How could it be so big? Everyone stared at the cage, speechless. They thought Ice Soul would be a small crystal-like object, maybe just 2 people could carry it. Why did it need such a large cage? Sun Yunshu was also stunned. She and Qin Yutong didn't speak, only frowning as they looked at the cage in the center of the stage, feeling something was off, until the auctioneer stepped beside the cage and directed people to slowly lift the black cloth. As the cloth fell to the ground, the cage gradually revealed what was inside. In an instant, everyone doubted their eyes. A huge shock overwhelmed Sun Yunshu's emotions because the thing in the cage was not ice spirit material, but a living person. A person with snow-white skin, hair, eyelashes, and even skin that was pure white. His pale, transparent wrists were bound at the top of the cage, forcing his upper body to stand upright. Yet everyone could see that his eyes were closed, whether from fainting or death was unclear. Long, white hair nearly covered his entire upper body, but it couldn't hide his stunning face. His features were hard to tell if male or female, like a delicate porcelain doll carefully carved, each feature perfectly placed yet incredibly captivating. He looked like a naive snow elf sleeping peacefully, with skin so delicate it seemed like a clear pool of water, tempting one to squeeze him gently. Everyone's breathing slowed down because of this. After 5 minutes, someone finally hesitated and asked, "What? What is going on?" The auctioneer was not surprised by everyone's shock. She remained calm, as if introducing any ordinary item, and began describing the item. The S-grade ice spirit material is inside this person. Starting bid at 600,000, with increments of no less than 10,000. Let's begin the auction. However, everyone was still in shock, and for a moment no one bid. Until an old voice came from the top of the box. 80,000. 80,000? The first bid immediately jumped by 200,000. Everyone finally woke up, realizing they probably couldn't even participate in this auction. 1 million. Soon another voice sounded, but this time it was not from the top, but below Sun Yunshu. Sun Yunshu looked down. It was a middle-aged man with a mustache, exuding a flashy, wealthy aura. He stared at the stage without blinking, eyes full of greed and a creepy, lecherous look. Everyone knew what would happen if this bidder won the item. A wave of coldness and regret spread through everyone. Although this wealthy man was not high-ranking, he had a lot of money. It seemed likely that this valuable item would fall into his hands. Seeing the price soar to 1 million, Sun Yunshu felt a sense of being overwhelmed. She had just discussed a partnership with 3 others and received part of the deposit. But all her money combined was only 2 million. This person's bid was half of her total assets. It seemed she had underestimated him. Sun Yunshu's expression suddenly grew silent. Qin Yutong glanced at her and tried to think of comforting words, but in the end, he only managed to say 7 words. We might not necessarily lose. Of course we won't lose. Shen Yunshu was not as anxious as Qin Yutong expected. Instead, she looked at him strangely. She was determined to get Bingba, as it was crucial for upgrading the supermarket. She rolled up her sleeves and said, "Get ready. If we can't beat them on price, we'll just take it by force, Qin Yutong." He looked at Shen Yunshu's slim arms and then at himself, who had no special abilities at all. Why didn't she say earlier that they would take it by force? He could have called more people. After the wealthy newcomer bid 1 million, a few others raised their bids, and the old man initially leading the bid had increased it to 1.5 million. Everyone could tell he was reaching his limit, but the wealthy man stroked his small beard and chuckled confidently, raising the bid to 1.6 million. Even after raising the bid, it wasn't over. He looked up, his small eyes scanning everyone arrogantly. "Don't bother competing with me. I've decided, this person is mine." Hearing this, everyone instinctively wanted to argue or mock, but they couldn't say anything because they all knew very well, this old man was indeed wealthy. Strangely, everyone in the base knew some sources of wealth, but they only knew a little. For example, some suppliers or weapon manufacturers. But this old man was the biggest spender and also the most mysterious. Everyone knew he had money, but no one knew where it came from. Even Qin Yutong was unsure. Anyway, as far as I remember, he's always been rich. Many have looked into his background, but they found no industries under his name. The most likely guess in the base is that his wealth was accumulated earlier. Many investigations revealed that the period before he turned 40 was completely blank, like his whereabouts had been deliberately erased. Qin Yutong whispered to Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu frowned and thought deeply, but her mind was actually recalling the original story. She couldn't remember such small details. The author mainly focused on the epic love story of the main characters. After they saved the world, the story ended. The unresolved plot points and details were left untouched, with no explanations. Now, as Shen Yunshu explored the world of the novel, her mind was full of questions. But her immediate concern was Bingba. As the auctioneer was about to strike the hammer, Shen Yunshu quickly raised her paddle. 1,650,000. In their private box, Shen Yunshu's bid was usually communicated by someone outside holding up a sign at the same time. So, everyone looked toward that familiar spot. Suddenly, many people's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, how could they forget the mysterious Boss Yun? If she was involved, maybe she could compete with this nouveau riche, and perhaps the ice soul wouldn't fall into that crazy person's hands. Seeing the duck about to be plucked, the nouveau riche's face darkened. 1,700,000. Shen Yunshu didn't seem as confident as everyone thought. She wiped sweat from her forehead. 1,710,000. Her bid was exactly the same as before, as if she was deliberately provoking him. Many thought she was annoyed by the nouveau riche's aggressive move. Even the man himself believed that. But only Shen Yunshu knew she wasn't just picking a fight. She was reluctant to spend even 10,000 more, because this time, the bid was real money, unlike before when she was just pretending. The nouveau riche was clearly provoked. He opened his mouth to shout a higher number. 1,800,000. Oh no. Shen Yunshu suddenly understood Fu Lin's feelings and realized what karma meant. She clenched her teeth and continued. 1,810,000. At this point, the nouveau riche didn't rush to bid again. He stared at Shen Yunshu's side, his small eyes turning from sneaky to fierce. All right, you want to fight me, huh? I'll fight to the end. With a loud crash, a teacup shattered. The nouveau riche stood up abruptly. 2 million, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Shen Yunshu's box. But Shen Yunshu was completely silent now. She thought this old man was so reckless, so easily angered. Now that the bid had jumped to 2 million, what was she still playing for? Qin Yutong looked at Shen Yunshu. What should we do now? Shen Yunshu made a serious hand gesture. Qin Yutong, what does that mean? Shen Yunshu looked at him with frustration and said in a strained voice, Plan B. Qin Yutong. Where did this plan B come from? Everyone eagerly waited for Boss Yun to bid again, but to everyone's disappointment, she didn't call out another bid. It's over. They didn't expect even Boss Yun to be no match for this crazy old man. They felt deep regret at the scene. Only the nouveau riche laughed. Fighting me? You're still too young. 2 million, third time. Congratulations. With the final hammer strike, the nouveau riche excitedly stood up, grinning with a mouth full of yellow teeth. He ran straight down from the third floor to the stage. He couldn't wait any longer and reached out to touch the angel's face. Oh, my little darling. Everyone was momentarily stunned, except for the auctioneer standing calmly on the stage. The item now belonged to the buyer, so no one had the right to stop him. Shen Yinshu stood up at this moment, followed closely by Qin Yutong. He looked at Shen Yinshu with a serious face and asked, "What should we do?" Shen Yinshu had already lifted part of the curtain. She looked at the scene at the center of the stage, about to step forward but stopped at the last moment. She blinked, doubting whether she had seen it wrong. It seemed she saw the person's eyelashes flutter. But in the next second, the truth told her she was not mistaken. Just as the nouveau riche's hand was about to touch the pure white face, his eyelashes fluttered more intensely. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The entire scene instantly fell silent. Everyone saw those eyes, transparent like amber, clear and pure. All words that described beauty seemed insufficient for these eyes. They were like a deep lake or the morning sun rising, as if locking onto them would make one unable to resist sinking deeply. If such eyes carried a gentle expression, they would be more sacred than any deity. The dead ice fairy suddenly seemed to come alive at this moment. The nouveau riche's hand froze abruptly. He was lost in these eyes, completely unaware of the faint malice that appeared in the angel's pure gaze. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the wrist of the hand that was about to touch him. His demeanor changed drastically in that moment, as if an angel had suddenly fallen into hell. The once clear and innocent eyes revealed the purest, untainted malice, more direct than any villain's gaze. It was like a pristine ice sword stabbing straight into everyone's heart. Shen Yinshu was startled and took a step back. The nouveau riche was also completely stunned at this moment. He couldn't believe the change before his eyes. But in the next instant, the malicious angel, with a faint smile, leaned close to his ear. Slowly, it uttered 6 words. "Do you remember?" Zheng Wei, the nouveau riche's pupils dilated to their maximum. His short, chubby body suddenly began to struggle wildly. The situation on the stage changed suddenly. Many people still felt sad that the pure angel was about to be defiled, but in the next moment, they saw the wealthy man struggling wildly. His body was pressed tightly against the cage, and one hand seemed to be held firmly by someone inside the cage, unable to escape. The overweight man twisted and turned, and from another angle, it was easy to see the terrified look on his face. From this angle, Shen Yinshu could just catch a glimpse. She saw with her own eyes the moment Bingpa came back to life. It seemed as if Bingpa said something to the wealthy man, which caused his huge reaction. She frowned and took a few steps forward, but she couldn't read lips, only watching his pale lips move slightly up and down. No one knew how shocked the wealthy man was inside. His wrist looked fragile enough to break easily, but at this moment, it was tightly clamped like steel. He was whispering something softly, like a demon murmuring in his ear. "Ask you? Why don't you answer? Do you remember Zheng Wei?" "Zheng Wei from Qingyang Base. What is your relationship with him?" As the questions continued, the wealthy man's eyes widened more and more, even showing faint red veins. He instinctively shook his head but suddenly let out a loud squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone was shocked inside. They finally realized that Bingpa had come back to life and was holding the wealthy man tightly. What was going on? People instinctively looked at the auctioneer standing nearby. However, she still wore her usual polite smile and showed no reaction to what was happening right beside her. But from Shen Yinshu's angle, she could catch a hint of surprise in her eyes.
Yet.
She did not make any move to stop it. Song Chiao Snow's voice grew quieter, but each word carried more weight, filled with strong threats, yet she seemed indifferent, teasingly whispering in his ear. As her grip tightened, the wealthy man broke out in cold sweat. He desperately tried to use his special power but was completely suppressed, unable to activate it even a little. A deep sense of despair flooded him. He finally trembled and shook his head, stammering a few broken words. I don't know anything. In the next second, that ghostly hand suddenly loosened its grip on his wrist and instead grabbed his throat. Fingers dug deep into his neck, and Song Chiao Snow felt the pulsing blood beneath her fingertips, her eyes flashing with strange colors.
Last.
I give you one chance. The wealthy man was so frightened that his eyes nearly rolled back. He frantically shook his head, and his will to survive finally overpowered his fear. I know Zheng Wei, but I haven't done anything about him for a long time. I don't know where he is now. Song Xiaoxue smiled slightly and softly whispered 3 words in his ear. He's dead. Dead?
Dead?
A wave of shock flooded the wealthy man's mind. At that moment, he almost collapsed completely. He looked at the person in front of him with terror. You are. Song Xiaoxue tilted her head, her eyes shining with innocent childlike purity, as if she didn't understand what he was trying to say. Just tell me now, where did you send the people you bought from Zheng Wei back then? The buried memories suddenly resurfaced. The wealthy man couldn't think of anything else. His vision darkened, and he instinctively blurted out, I don't know where they were sent. I was only responsible for transporting those people to the black market. Then someone named Luo Sheng would come to pick them up. After that, I didn't know anything else. Please let me go. I beg you. I only know this much. Tears mixed with saliva dripped onto Song Xiaoxue's hand. She frowned in disgust and softly said, That's so dirty. Suddenly, the wealthy man let out a muffled groan. His eyes widened and became vacant. His mouth gaped open, and his head slowly tilted back before he died. The scene fell silent. Many people looked at the sharp ice spike that suddenly appeared behind the wealthy man's neck. Could it be that this ice soul was stabbed through from the front, pinning the man to death? Oh my! After a moment of silence, chaos erupted, almost overturning the roof. The closest row to the stage all stood up and frantically pushed to escape. Many of the upper-class people also took the quick exit route, leaving this place of chaos. Shen Yunshu remained still among the confused crowd, her eyes fixed on everything happening at the center of the stage. Her heart skipped a beat when the wealthy man died. But what shocked and disturbed her even more was the indifference in the ice soul's eyes. Bright red blood splattered onto his face, one drop landing right at his eye corner, resembling a small red tear mole. The hot blood seemed to freeze at that moment. He blinked lightly, and the blood on his face looked more like strawberry jam. He looked like a child who had just stolen strawberry jam, curiously observing the dispersing crowd until he met Shen Yunshu's gaze. Shen Yunsu felt no malice from him. This strange and conflicting situation left her completely blank in her mind, until he suddenly lowered his eyebrows and smiled slightly, like snow melting in spring. Shen Yunshu quickly grabbed Qin Yutong. She couldn't understand what was happening, but she knew she had to get the ice soul. Let's go. She started pulling Qin Yutong against the crowd toward the center of the stage. However, when they passed near a private room not far from her, they unexpectedly bumped into Fu Linsen and his group. Both sides looked at each other in surprise, then quickly realized they had the same goal. Shen Yunshu's expression darkened. Before they could react, she pulled Qin Yutong and ran down ahead. Fu Linsen finally understood what was happening. His face turned grim, and he waved his hand. Let's go. In the chaotic auction hall, everyone had their own plans. The auctioneer remained calm, watching the disorderly crowd. Her usual gentle smile was gone, replaced by a cold stare that was hard to meet. She casually waved to the backstage, and 2 people immediately came forward to drag away the corpse of the wealthy man. As she passed by, she whispered something. Raid his house, take out all the savings, and fill the 2 million gap. Yes, the auction hall was getting emptier, with only a few brave spectators still watching the show. Shen Yunshu ran even faster because of this. Qin Yutong kept up with her without hesitation, even though he didn't know what 2 powerless people could do. But Xing Lalban had performed too many miracles for him to doubt her now. Qin Yutong didn't realize that he had become very different from the cautious person he used to be. Unfortunately, Shen Yunshu couldn't hear Qin Yutong's thoughts. If she could, she would feel very sorry. Right now, she was acting on impulse, with no real plan. She thought about a few possibilities, but none of them were perfect. She didn't expect there would be such a fight at this auction, so she didn't bring anyone with her, not even clowns or weird characters. She had sent everyone else to check other things, hoping the system wouldn't pretend to be dead. Her mind was full of thoughts, but her steps never stopped. Looking back, she saw Lin Dong still chasing her closely. Shen Yunshu took a deep breath. She was about to reach the stage. The ice soul was getting closer. He watched their running sounds, his eyes seeming curious, or maybe smiling. Shen Yunshu couldn't see clearly. She only knew that this thing looked innocent but was actually very dangerous. Finally, she stopped 2 meters away from the cage, and Qin Yutong also quickly braked behind her. The amber eyes of Ice Soul shimmered slightly, harmlessly watching them. Shen Yunshu dared not get any closer, panting slightly as she considered how to break the cage and take him away. Breaking the cage might not be the problem. The main issue was that inside was a person with their own will. She glanced at the corpse of the wealthy man on the ground. Perhaps if she was careless, they might end up like him. She was about to call out to the system in her mind when suddenly a pure, harmless voice sounded. "Do you want to take me away?" Shen Yunshu looked up sharply and met those water-like eyes, as innocent as a puppy's. A glimmer of hope rose in her heart. "Are you willing to come with us?" Song Qiaoxue smiled, bringing a warm feeling like the first thaw of winter snow. "So, do you want to take me, or take Ice Soul?" Shen Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that beneath the snow was not warmth but a naked test. The teasing in his eyes was too obvious, as if he had long seen through everyone's deepest, dirtiest corners and was forcing them out to be whipped clean. Shen Yunshu felt she was being whipped. Looking to the side, the people from Winter had already caught up. Fu Linshan stood at the front of the team, panting heavily, staring at her. She looked away after a glance. What was he doing standing there like that? Fu Linshan didn't seem interested in having a one-on-one fight with her, but instead walked straight toward the cage. However, Ice Soul appeared uninterested in him, still watching Shen Yunshu's side, as if wanting to get an answer to the previous question. On the surface, Shen Yunshu appeared calm, but inside, she was desperately calling out to the system. "System, give me some strength. 2,000 per minute is fine. The detected item the host wants is of SSS danger level. Insufficient strength warning, insufficient strength warning, beep." The system suddenly crashed. Shen Yunshu, what's going on? Might as well just pretend to be dead. But this person's danger level was so high that even the system couldn't handle it. Shen Yunshu watched Fu Linshan getting closer and felt an instinctive warning. Sure enough, the next second, just as Fu Linshan was about to touch the cage, he was knocked flying by a sudden burst of force. "Linshan!" A loud cry rang out. Shen Yunshu gasped in shock. Such a powerful character. Even the protagonist couldn't beat him. Ice Soul was still watching her, but her impatience in her eyes grew even more. Shen Yunshu immediately realized that she couldn't handle this situation and took a step back decisively. "I give up," she declared firmly. The deep sarcasm in Song Qiaoxue's eyes suddenly froze, turning into a look of disbelief. He watched the woman's determined act of giving up, and his smile finally disappeared completely. His amber eyes gradually darkened with a heavy shadow. "Give up? Why should I give up?" The innocent and harmless appearance was hard to maintain. He struggled hard with his hands, and the chains binding him broke with a loud, strained sound. Yi Shaoran looked over in panic. She helped Fu Linshan, feeling a bit uneasy. "Linshan, what should we do?" Su Yi also saw that this Ice Soul was very powerful from the blow that just knocked Fu Linshan away. He looked serious and glanced at Fu Linshan. Fu Linshan didn't expect this scene at all. He looked at the person inside the cage, puzzled about where this monster came from, but he wouldn't give up. He looked at Su Yi, signaling for them to attack together later. But Su Yi didn't respond. He just stared at the cage with a strange look in his eyes. Fu Lingxian felt a chill in his heart and quickly turned his head. He saw that the monster had completely broken free from the chains and was standing inside the cage. When this person was sitting in the cage before, he looked very weak, and the cage was so tall. But when he stood up, the cage suddenly seemed much smaller. This person was at least 1.85 meters tall, wearing a long white robe with a slender figure. He coldly glanced at them and then turned away, seeming to ignore them completely. Fu Lingxian clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, he saw the person step back a few steps and then kick the cage fiercely. Yi Xiaoran's eyes widened. The kick was powerful, and she felt a slight pressure even from a distance. But instead of breaking, the cage suddenly lit up with a bright red glow, forcing the power of the kickback. Song Qiaoxue suddenly crashed into the back of the cage. He also seemed unable to believe it. His usually cold, mask-like expression broke instantly, and he quickly looked toward the woman who had been silently watching the scene from behind. The auctioneer. The woman seemed to sense his gaze. The upper half of her face was hidden in the darkness, leaving only her sharp chin and red lips visible. She slightly raised her chin, and her red lips slowly curled into a deadly smile. Fu Lingxian watched as the monster couldn't break free from the cage, and his face lit up with hope. At this moment, Su Yi exchanged a silent glance with him. Their footsteps moved, but before they could rush out, they were blocked by someone suddenly rushing out. Yi Xiaoran let out a sharp scream, then quickly covered her mouth. She looked in horror at the people rushing out from all directions. Fu Lingxi and Su Yi were also forced to stop, watching these people cautiously. They took a few steps back, shielding Yi Xiaoran behind them. "What's going on?" Su Yi frowned tightly, hesitant to act rashly. Fu Lingxi, however, keenly looked toward a corner, the same place where the auctioneer had been earlier. Meanwhile, Shen Yunshu and Qin Yutong accidentally entered the backstage while running away. As they hurriedly searched for a direction and an exit, a person dressed in a strong outfit blocked their way. Shen Yunshu suddenly braked, looking at the face of the resolute man in front of her. The man, expressionless, looked at Shen Yunshu. "The boss asked me to tell you not to forget your promise. Please stay back." Lijin Auction House, the largest and most formal auction venue in the entire base, is secretly run by a woman who appears fragile and delicate. Even Shen Yunshu, who has read the original story, isn't aware of the details behind this. They were led by that man to walk further back, winding around several times, finally passing through a very hidden secret door. Suddenly, the scene before them became clear. Flowing water, pavilions, and elegant buildings. This was Shen Yunshu's first impression upon entering. She marveled at the Chinese-style architecture filled with traditional beauty. Under her feet was a large, clear artificial lake, but unfortunately, only a few broken lotus leaves remained on the surface, and no fish swam in the lake. She stepped onto the stone bridge over the lake, and the deeper she went inside, the more her heart was shaken. Although the scene in front of her was not the top-tier Chinese garden she had seen before, she knew this was the post-apocalyptic world. Outside the base, even grass was hard to grow in the wasteland. Shen Yunshu felt a strong sense of internal conflict and gained a very clear understanding of the powerful backing behind this auction house. After about 5 minutes, a pavilion in the lake appeared before them. Shen Yunshu immediately saw the auctioneer standing in the center of the pavilion. Perhaps she shouldn't still be called the auctioneer now. Who would have thought that the auctioneer who stands outside every day exposing herself would actually be the biggest boss behind the auction house? Qin Yutong couldn't help but whisper to Shen Yunshu, his tone filled with admiration, hard to miss. Shen Yunshu nodded as well, thinking that no one would expect the owner of a large auction house to personally come to auction items. This actually helped hide her identity even more, so that after so long, the boss behind the Lijin auction house remains a mystery. As their distance gradually shortened, Shen Yunshu finally saw the second thing inside the pavilion. It was the Ice Soul. He was still here and hadn't been taken away. What about Fu Lin and the others? Shen Yunshu couldn't believe her eyes. And since the ice soul was awake, why didn't he break out of the cage and escape? Shen Yunshu didn't believe that such a fragile cage could hold someone with an SSS danger level. The only possibility was. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but look at the woman who had been quietly watching them. It's terrifying. She can toy with even someone with an SSS danger level. Her heart shivered at the thought, but a glimmer of hope also rose. Since the ice soul is still here, maybe she still has a chance. Qin Yutong also seemed to realize this. The two exchanged a knowing look and stepped into the pavilion together. Sorry for startling you both. That polite remark actually made us more startled. Shen Yunshu was momentarily unsure how to handle the situation, so she looked at Qin Yutong, signaling him to act. Qin Yutong understood her meaning easily. He took a step forward, bowed slightly, and got straight to the point. Hello, may I ask what brings you to invite us here? Qin Yutong's voice was always calm and straightforward, with a touch of gentle elegance. Even direct words didn't feel uncomfortable. The woman in front of them didn't seem bothered at all. Instead, she smiled and suddenly took a step forward, closing the distance between them very quickly. Shen Yunshu clearly saw Qin Yutong's lips tighten for a moment, and he looked at a loss, almost radiating helplessness. Oh no, this aura, it's obvious who's stronger now. Haha, the situation was finally broken by the woman's clear, cheerful laugh. Shen Yunshu saw her beautiful fox-like eyes squinting as if amused by Qin Yutong's reaction. But before she could get enough, her fox eyes suddenly turned toward her. Boss Yun, you're showing your skills at the auction house. I guess you can guess why I invited you today. Does this mean? Shen Yunshu narrowed her eyes, as if she suddenly understood the deep meaning behind those smiling eyes. Are you looking to cooperate? Exactly, the classical beauty smiled and said these two words, as if praising her intelligence. Shen Yunshu found it hard to express her feelings at that moment. She always felt that the person in front of her was very different from the dignified person at the auction. Although she still had natural charm, she looked even more radiant. I really like your idea that weapons should serve people, Boss Yun. So, I very much want to work with you. She slowly moved closer to Shen Yunshu, and a gentle fragrance passed between them. Shen Yunshu looked into the confident and sincere eyes. Trust me, I can sell every weapon of yours at the best price. Shen Yunshu paused for 3 seconds, then suddenly closed her eyes. The close-up gaze of such a stunning beauty was truly impressive. The person opposite was slightly taken aback because of this. Shen Yunshu counted to 3 in her mind before opening her eyes again. Of course, cooperation is no problem. But I have one condition. What is it? Shen Yunshu turned her gaze to a nearby cage. Him. The beauty seemed to have expected this and raised an eyebrow. You want him? Yeah. Shen Yunshu nodded firmly. Of course, but you know his highest auction price was 2 million. Shen Yunshu looked up and met her eyes. In that moment, she sensed a similar aura from her. Shen Yunshu clenched her teeth. 1 million?
Deal.
Shen Yunshu. She felt like there was no room for bargaining. If she didn't negotiate, she'd think she bought at a loss. But there was no turning back now. The beauty immediately took out a card reader. Shen Yunshu gritted her teeth and swiped 1 million. All right, now he's yours. Feel free to do whatever you want to him. But a gentle reminder. This thing is very cunning. These last words were almost spoken through gritted teeth. Shen Yunshu looked at her with some suspicion, noticing a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Could it be that these two had some past conflict? Shen Yunshu wondered inwardly, but her steps already headed toward Ice Soul. At this moment, Ice Soul was inside the cage, completely alert. His expression showed nothing. Shen Yunshu had already seen how unpredictable this person was, so her steps were cautious. But before she could get close, she heard the beauty's voice behind her. Oh, if you want Ice Soul, just getting him isn't enough. The Ice Soul had already merged into his body, but it probably hadn't been fully absorbed yet. If you want to obtain the Ice Soul now, there are 2 ways. The first way is to cut him open and take out the Ice Soul. The beauty said this casually, as if discussing something completely normal. The second way? It's to get his waist. Waist? Shen Yunshu immediately felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but look at the person in the cage. As expected, he also froze in place. Seeing the two people's eyes becoming more difficult to read, the beauty finally couldn't help but gently laugh and shake her head. Shen Yunshu turned around and looked at her calmly. Only then did she realize she had been tricked. The beauty covered her face with her hand and laughed for a while before stopping. I was talking about waste, but not what you think. His tears, or even his blood, should now contain the ice soul. You just need to find a way to take some of it. Tears or blood. That sounds even harder. This person is extremely powerful. Making him bleed or cry doesn't seem easy. It's probably easier to get waste. At least everyone has to go sometime, though it might be a bit gross. The beauty seemed to notice Shen Yunshu's thoughts and couldn't help but slightly raise her eyebrows. I'd like to see this delicate puppet shed a tear. Shen Yunshu thought to herself she also wanted to see, but no matter how she looked at him, crying didn't seem to fit. He was like snow, his outer appearance, and even his inner self, seemed as pure as ice. Now, he had no expression, almost like wearing a thick ice mask. Shen Yunshu took a step forward and gradually approached him. The only thing she was sure of now was that he couldn't escape from this cage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so obediently staying inside. She stopped half a meter away from the cage and looked up at him. He had a face that seemed naturally suited to look pitiful. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, with snowy white eyelashes fluttering, and he tilted his head slightly to look at her. He didn't look like a person, more like an innocent little animal. But Shen Yunshu couldn't be fooled anymore. She kept her expression calm and asked, "What is your name?" Song Xiaoshua's eyes flickered, as if she didn't expect this question, but he quickly masked his surprise. "Does my sister want to know my name? Is she planning to take me away? Sister?" Shen Yunshu almost lost her composure. Damn, he looked like a little male fox spirit, but maybe she had found a breakthrough. The cracked mask barely managed to close again. Shen Yunshu cleared her throat and said, "I can let you go, but you only need to give me a drop of tears." Tears? Song Xiaoxua chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "But I don't cry. Sister, can you teach me?" Any man might seem greasy saying this, but he didn't seem to have that feeling. Still, if someone without strong will heard this, they might be tricked. Shen Yunshu remained calm. "Not crying? Blood works too. Sister, do you want my blood? Come and take it yourself." A fair arm stretched out of the cage, with visible green veins. It looked defenseless. But the best hunters often appear as prey. Shen Yunshu didn't move. Seeing her hesitation, Song Xiaoxua lowered her head and chuckled softly, then looked up with teasing eyes. "Don't trust me, sister? Otherwise, open the cage, and I'll give you my blood immediately. You're clever." A mocking voice came from behind Shen Yunshu. Song Xiaoxua glanced at her briefly, then looked back at Shen Yunshu, who remained silent. His expression gradually turned cold, just bored. Seeing him start to change his face again, Shen Yunshu smiled meaningfully at that moment. "You won't cry, right? Fine, I'll help you." The other three in the pavilion were stunned, but then all focused on her at the same time. Shen Yunshu pretended to reach into her pocket, but secretly opened the system shop and quickly ordered a few onions. "Ha! Let's see if you can resist the power of onions." She pulled out a round, plump onion from her pocket. All three froze. Who carries onions in their pocket outside? Most importantly, in this apocalyptic world, where did the onions come from? The beauty suddenly stood up, but Qin Yutong remained calm, sitting still. Hee. Shen Yunshu kept tossing the onion in her hand, making strange laughter. Song Xiaoshua's eyes fixed on the onion, unable to believe it. To maximize the onion's effect, Shen Yunshu took out her hidden skill and quickly cut the onion in half. The onion was fresh, just bought from the system shop, and she was already coughing from the smell, almost tears in her eyes. She hurriedly lifted the onion and threw it into the cage. Song Xiaoxua took 2 steps back and looked at the onion coming straight at him. Instinctively, he used his supernatural power to crush it, but he had not handled onions for a long time and forgot that cutting onions makes your eyes sting more. In an instant, He turned his head away and closed his eyes tightly. Shen Yunshu took this chance to quickly throw several cut onions into the cage. The scene was quite strange. Shen Yunshu felt like feeding animals at the zoo. The onions thrown in were soon frozen by his powers, but he had thrown too many, and the onions started to release their effect in the air. Even though Song Qiao Shui wisely avoided cutting the onions directly with his powers, it didn't help much. Seeing him get overwhelmed by the fumes and unable to open his eyes, Shen Yunshu quickly exchanged for a large, flat basin in the system shop, just big enough to fit through the bars. Taking this chance, Shen Yunshu pushed the basin inside. With a soft sound, a tear finally fell. The tear landed on the stainless steel basin and quickly turned into a small piece of ice. Shen Yunshu reached out and touched it, then it was absorbed into the system warehouse. Congratulations, the host has obtained Ice Soul 1. Achievement unlocked. Fruit Ninja. Reward, 10 points of market value. Shen Yunshu was pleased, but hadn't had time to celebrate when suddenly, two cautious sounds interrupted her. She froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, but it was already too late.
Clang.
The stainless steel basin fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Shen Yunshu was suddenly struck by a force and was flung backward.
Bang.
With a muffled sound, Shen Yunshu hit the ground hard. Her internal organs ached intensely, causing her to curl up in pain and unable to straighten her back. Damn, I was careless. Boss Shen. She heard someone rushing over faintly. Shen Yunshu opened one eye slightly and saw Qin Yutong rushing over anxiously. Behind him, the beauty looked serious, holding something in her hand, gently pressing it. Shen Yunshu heard the sound of the cage being hit. The sudden electric shock from the cage struck Song Qiao Shui, causing him to grunt several times. A gust of wind blew fiercely, causing the beauty's hair to fly back. She exuded coldness and scolded, "Naughty dog, you stole my ice soul and haven't paid me back, yet you dare to hit my partner in front of me." The pain from the fall gradually faded away. She checked herself and realized she only hurt some muscles, not her bones. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." With Qin Yutong's support, Shen Yunshu managed to stand up, feeling that her most serious injury was probably a strained muscle in her waist. When she stood, using her waist caused sharp pain, making her sweat coldly. She clenched her teeth to hold back a cry of pain and glared at the culprit. The culprit was electrocuted and sat on the ground, his long white hair falling onto a pile of onions. He lowered his head slightly, but kept his eyes fixed on Shen Yunshu, despite his eyes being red and irritated from the electric shock. His gaze was fierce, like a snow wolf ready to pounce. Suddenly, he trembled, his head drooping completely, and he gritted his teeth with a muffled groan. "Still dare to glare," a stern voice shouted. Shen Yunshu looked up and saw the beauty pressing a button on a device in her hand. The cage was actually a trap, likely made from rare, electrically charged materials. Definitely not ordinary. But what caught Shen Yunshu's attention was the last thing the beauty said. She supported her waist and asked, "You just said the ice soul was stolen by him." The beauty withdrew her fierce gaze and looked at her. "Of course. Otherwise, would the ice soul be naturally inside his body? This scoundrel sneaked into our warehouse to steal the ice soul, but we caught him. He directly absorbed it into his body right in front of us." The beauty seemed a little incredulous when she thought about it. She was shocked by the man's decisiveness, but even more by his ability to withstand the ice soul in his body. No matter what, he shouldn't have stolen her things. She immediately captured him. Since she couldn't get the ice soul back, she decided to sell both the man and the ice soul together. With his appearance, she might even get a better price. Shen Yunshu listened carefully and sensed something was off. If he could sneak in silently, why was he so easily caught? Unless he did it on purpose. Shen Yunshu suddenly remembered the scene at the auction house where he killed the wealthy man. Before killing him, he had asked something. Was it just a coincidence? No, perhaps he had anticipated this person, or in other words, this was the person he wanted to lure in. Shen Yunshu looked up at the beauty. When she saw him kill, her eyes showed surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected it either. However, I fear that at that moment, she had already made her decision clearly. The beauty seemed to notice what was in Shen Yunshu's eyes, and she raised an eyebrow with a smile. Very clever. That dog is indeed being deliberately caught. He wants to use me, but I, Cheng Shiwan, am not so naive. When she was capturing someone, she already had doubts. To be safe, she took out her hidden stash, a seemingly ordinary cage, but even a level 7 or higher psychic would find it hard to escape from. At that moment, Shen Yunshu thought of something else. Someone so powerful, who seemed to hide many secrets, didn't seem like an ordinary person. But after thinking carefully, she couldn't remember any character in the original story who appeared so stunningly and had such a distinctive style. The villain does appear later with important roles, but that is much further in the story. He is a person who is neither fully good nor fully evil, acting purely based on his preferences. He doesn't have a clear villain stance, nor a complete hero stance. Everything he does is just for revenge. If his enemies happen to be the same as his targets, he might act, but if not, he would betray, without hesitation. Of course, all of this naturally ended the day he met the female lead, and he ultimately died for her. But this person doesn't have white hair, nor long hair. So, what kind of identity could this person have? Shen Yunshu had a faint intuition that she shouldn't easily let this person go, even if he was a ticking bomb. Just then, Cheng Shiwan looked at her and asked, "So, have you decided? How do you plan to deal with this person?" "I really don't know. I can help you manage him," Shen Yunshu replied. Qin Yutong also looked at her at this moment. Shen Yunshu felt a bit stronger and released her grip on Qin Yutong, then supported herself and walked back to the cage. "I'll give you two choices now." The person in front of her looked up at her. Surprisingly, Shen Yunshu saw a hint of deep vulnerability hidden in those eyes. "First, stay here and remain in this cage forever." He suddenly pushed against the cage, revealing his fierce nature. Shen Yunshu didn't dodge or resist. She calmly raised her second finger. "Second, come with me." A broken lotus leaf suddenly moved slightly on the silent lake surface, causing a barely noticeable ripple. Song Xiaoxue swallowed hard and said, "Take me with you." "Very well." Shen Yunshu smiled and suddenly stepped closer, softly saying, "Remember, your value is worth at least 1 million to me. You must work for me to pay off your debt before you can leave." "Work?" Song Xiaoxue's face flickered with confusion for a moment. Shen Yunshu didn't mind his surprise and turned to Cheng Shiwan. "Boss Cheng, thank you for today. Just call me Shiwan." "No need to thank me. But if Boss Yun insists on taking this person away, I have a suggestion." Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. "What is it?" The cage definitely couldn't be taken back with this person, or else his danger would be the biggest problem. Shen Yunshu hadn't decided what to do yet, but from Cheng Shiwan's tone, it seemed he had a solution. Cheng Shiwan indeed had a plan. She looked at that dog-like thing with ill intent. "Our base is the largest auction house around. Luckily, I have something suitable for this situation." After saying that, she quietly instructed someone nearby. In just 2 minutes, a black golden box was brought over. "What is this?" Cheng Shiwan ordered her servant to open it. As the heavy black golden lid was slowly lifted, a faint aura of intimidation spread out. When they saw what was inside, Shen Yunshu's face changed slightly, and Song Xiaoxue's expression turned dramatically. Inside was a pure black leather collar. The fine leather reflected a dazzling shine, with faint scale-like patterns on it, clearly made from the hide of a strange beast. Several silver stones decorated it, giving off a commanding presence. Cheng Shiwan casually held up the item and smiled. "Dog-like things should be on a dog chain. You..." Suddenly, a collision sound rang out. Shen Yunshu was startled and turned around to see Ice Soul kicking the cage with his foot. One after another, frost appeared on his face as he kept kicking without stopping. "Look at this, when this dog goes crazy, it's not something ordinary people can stop." "Boss Yun, I suggest you use this." Cheng Shiwan placed the collar into Shen Yunshu's hand. Shen Yunshu held it, feeling its heavy weight. "I got this collar by accident. It's made from a material that naturally contains attack energy. Once worn, it can never be taken off unless. Her voice was soft but like a sharp blade hidden in darkness, sending a chill down the spine. The only control over this collar lies in your hands. Once he moves unexpectedly, you can instantly take his life. It's clear that Boss Jung is very ruthless towards the person who stole her ice soul, but I can understand. After all, if someone stole something worth $1 million from Shin Yunshu, she might not be much better than Boss Jung. However, this thing is too treacherous. Once truly put on him, it might cause a deadly feud between them. Seeing Shin Yunshu hesitate, Cheng Shiwan didn't force her. If Boss Yun trusts him, there's no need to force it. There will be other buyers who will take it away. Qin Yutong thought this was just right. Having survived many years in the apocalypse, he understood human nature well. Pure relationships between people are always the cheapest. The only thing that's guaranteed is long-term Li. He softly shared his thoughts with Shin Yunshu. Shin Yunshu stood still, looking at the object in her hand, uncertain whether it was stained with blood or not. She felt confused. Her pride, she realized, in the apocalypse, in front of absolute strength, is worth less than a dog. But if she doesn't use this thing, she might become that unworthy dog without pride. A breeze drifted across the lake, carrying a bit of heat, but Shin Yunshu's palms were very cold. She blinked and quietly said 3 words. "I want it. You dare." Almost instantly, the person in the cage erupted in chaos. Song Chaoshue stared fiercely at the thin figure's back, as if trying to carve it into her memory. Uncontrollable dark memories flooded over her. Her hands trembled with intense anger and fear. Hearing these words, Cheng Shiwan seemed to smile. "Why not dare? You stole my things and thought you could use me. That's why you should have expected today's result." She slowly clenched a stone in her hand. As her grip tightened, the stone's shine grew brighter. Song Chaoshue was suddenly electrocuted, releasing the cage, but this time, the lightning force was several times stronger than before. From all directions, even beneath her feet, every reachable place began to emit electric energy. She clenched her teeth, enduring the pain, trying to use her supernatural power, but her abilities inside the cage had already been suppressed to only 30%. As the energy inside the cage grew fiercer, Song Chaoshue couldn't hold on and fainted. Cheng Shiwan finally released the stone, took a few deep breaths, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. This dog's willpower and strength far exceed her imagination. Without this cage, she wouldn't have been able to recover the loss of Bingpa from him. Cheng Shiwan waited until the energy inside her calmed down before looking at Shin Yunshu. "Boss Yun, go ahead and put it on. He's fainted now." It seemed she could still sense Boss Yun's hesitation. She stared steadily at her. "This is the only chance. If you don't put it on now, with this person's strength, it might be difficult to get another opportunity." Shin Yunshu understood clearly in her heart. She tightened the collar in her hand and finally walked toward the cage. When Shin Yunshu and Qin Yutong were about to leave with their people, Yu Chen and Zhang Yu were waiting outside by the car. This wasn't the same RV Shin Yunshu had gotten before. That one was too flashy. She bought a second-hand one instead. Seeing the person on Qin Yutong's back, Yu Chen's brow twitched slightly. "Who is he?" Before Yu Chen could speak, Zhang Yu spoke first. Shin Yunshu opened the back door of the car, letting Qin Yutong carry the person inside first. After everyone was inside, and the door was closed, she spoke calmly. "Bingpa." "Bingpa?" Even the usually quiet Yu Chen couldn't help but speak. "How can Bingpa be a person?" Zhang Yu asked directly, her hand on the steering wheel, but her eyes kept flicking to the person through the rearview mirror. "Wow, he's really good-looking." Zhang Yu had never seen anyone so handsome before. She couldn't help but keep looking. Shin Yunshu pushed her gently. "Watch the road." Zhang Yu reluctantly withdrew her gaze. "You still haven't answered me. How can Bingpa be a person?" Shin Yunshu was also a bit headache. "Bingpa isn't a person. It's just Bingpa inside him." Zhang Yu's expression changed when she looked at Shin Yunshu, as if she was thinking of something. Shin Yunshu didn't bother to explain further. She leaned heavily against the back of the car seat and sighed. This trip to the auction was truly difficult. She spent 1 million to buy a person, and in the end, another 50,000 to buy something that could restrict this person. Thinking about it now, she still felt pain. Boss Chung looked smiling, but in fact, he was ruthless when it came to dealing with people. When he finally handed her the collar, he smiled and said, "This is the lowest price." Now she believed Cheng's promise that he could sell her weapons at the highest price. But at least everything was about to end. She opened her eyes and looked at the two people in front, asking, "Did everything go smoothly?" Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. "If we go, do you still need to worry?" The clown-like figure replied calmly as usual. Shen Yunshu felt a bit relieved. The main reason she didn't bring the clown along to the auction was to send him to investigate the true cause of the rumor about the old man who died from heatstroke. She was a little worried about him going alone, so she decided to let Zhang Yu go with him. Recently, Zhang Yu had been doing pretty well at Black Eagle. She used her tough law enforcement methods to help Gaoming solve many difficult problems. Because of that, she still had some authority in Black Eagle. When she was sent on this task, that was one of the reasons. Let me tell you, Zhang Yu got excited when talking about this. We not only found the old man's body and figured out the real cause of death, but we also uncovered some interesting things behind it. Interesting things? Shen Yunshu's eyes flickered. What things? Zhang Yu chuckled mysteriously. Don't rush, we'll tell you one by one. We already placed the old man's body in Black Eagle. That damn thing was hidden pretty well, but we still dug it out. You wouldn't believe how rotten the corpse was when we found it, almost like those zombies outside. Shen Yunshu said, "Thanks for your hard work." "What's so hard about that?" Zhang Yu looked back at her. "When we dug into the zombies' brains for crystal cores, their brains were full of goo. Way grosser than this." Shen Yunshu closed her eyes. No need to be so detailed. Zhang Yu chuckled again and continued. Black Eagle has a professional forensic doctor. She checked and found that the true cause of death was actually external injury, unrelated to your herbal medicine. She had expected this long ago, but now it was too late to change the facts. The incident had been brewing for days. If they hadn't come out to clarify during the worst 2 days, many people would have believed it completely. Shen Yunshu's investigation at the time was simply to find out the truth. But those three probably didn't expect her to close the store directly. Although the public opinion was heated during those 2 days, it soon calmed down and was gradually forgotten. In fact, some people started to miss Yunwan's supermarket. During the days it was closed, she took some time to visit. Many people were waiting outside for it to reopen. Shen Yunshu felt a complicated mix of emotions inside. If they couldn't eliminate the problem completely this time, endless troubles would follow. Zhang Yu also had a rough idea in her heart, so after she and Yu Qin found the body, they didn't stop but continued to investigate further. Fortunately, the final results did not disappoint their hard work. We followed the clues from the body all the way back and finally found the 3 people behind this chaos. Zhang Yu threw a piece of paper behind her, which had 3 portraits on it. Shen Yunshu picked it up and looked. It was indeed those 3 people. Anything else? What interesting things did you find? Zhang Yu observed Shen Yunshu's reaction. No. Why aren't you surprised at all? Aren't you curious about who these 3 are? One is the biggest medical supplier, another is the largest weapons material supplier, and the third is probably a nutrient solution provider. Zhang Yu couldn't believe it. You already know all this? Then why did you ask us to investigate? Shen Yunshu smiled. It's mostly guesswork, but the final part depends on you. Zhang Yu felt a bit more at ease. That sounds better. She turned the car and made a turn. Their identities are indeed as you said, but they have committed many dirty deeds behind the scenes. Shen Yunshu became more alert. Her intuition told her this was the biggest discovery from their investigation, even something that could directly lead to their downfall. Stealing their money alone wasn't enough. There was a risk of retaliation. The best way was to completely strip them of their rights in this space. Tell me more. First, the fattest one, who deals with weapons and materials, is named Wang Tian. His main activity is buying rare materials from impoverished people at low prices. Since they have no power or influence and often don't recognize the value of what they have, sometimes he even steals from stubborn ones. After acquiring the rare materials, he sends them to his own smiths. Occasionally, They craft high-level weapons, which he then packages and sells to wealthy newcomers who also don't know much about these things. This way, his profit can multiply dozens of times. Besides that, he often deals in black market weapons and materials. It's important to note that this is strictly forbidden by the base's rules, although the black market can't be completely eradicated and many merchants see it as just a way to make money. Officially, it's banned. Selling is more heavily punished than buying. Shan Yunshu frowned, noticing some suspicious points. Didn't the impoverished people he robbed report it to the authorities? Even if the wealthy don't know much, they wouldn't be so stupid, right? And if they find out later, they wouldn't go after him. Hey, miss, you don't really understand what true poverty is. Those groups of people packed into broken houses, struggling to find enough food every day, they have no time to fight for their rights. Also, Zhang Yu's voice grew quieter here, but her tone carried some anger. Poor people have limited access to officials. Corruption between officials and businessmen is common. If they get caught, they still dare to complain, but Wang Tian can have people beat them to death without any trouble. Who will stand up for them? Who can really help them? In their eyes, they are just like ants that have died. Even the rich newcomers don't dare to provoke him easily, because he almost controls the entire weapons and materials industry in the base. Except for some master craftsmen who live in seclusion, almost all other weapon makers are under Wang Tian's control, doing work for money. The rich have money, but no power. They can only swallow their losses quietly. Shan Yunshu felt a heavy weight in her heart. And what about the other two? Zhang Yu, exhausted, signaled to the person beside her who hadn't spoken yet. Yu Qin paused briefly and simply said, "The other two are similar, using inferior goods to deceive and oppress the common people." That's all. Yes. Zhang Yu looked shocked. Can't you say a few more words? Or will that get you killed? Yu Qin looked out the window, ignoring her, making Zhang Yu so angry she was gasping for breath. Shan Yunshu held back her laughter and comforted her briefly before reluctantly continuing. Although it's not much different overall, there are some details worth mentioning. The worst is this guy selling nutritional drinks. He's watering down the drinks he sells to the poor. Hearing this, Zhang Yu got furious. She had experienced hunger herself and knew how important a single bottle of nutritional drink was for those who couldn't afford proper food. Sometimes it was just one small bottle a day, or even every 2 or 3 days. Watering down? But isn't water more scarce than nutritional drinks? What they mean is pure water resources, but what they add is dirty water. Dirty water? Shan Yunshu's heart also filled with disbelief and anger. Imagine those people holding the hard-earned nutritional drinks, trying to fill their stomachs, only to end up with diarrhea. Because of this, many people have actually died of starvation. Zhang Yu's hands on the steering wheel were so tense that her veins popped out. The person doing medical business didn't have much contact with these lower-class people, mainly because they couldn't afford it. But he still did plenty of wicked things. For example, to intentionally raise prices and cut off supplies to a certain mercenary group, like how the Lion King and his team did before. Thanks to you, they didn't fall into that trap again. Zhang Yu and the Lion King gradually became friends, so she knew a little about her and the Lion King's affairs. Shan Yunshu looked at the tidy street outside and suddenly remembered that besides mercenaries, the people who often came to her supermarket were usually those who looked dirty and unkempt. So now you understand how much they hate what you did. Shan Yunshu turned to look at her, feeling that Zhang Yu still had more to say. Sure enough, Zhang Yu glanced outside before speaking slowly. Your supermarket is very important to them. Very important. Zhang Yu drove the car back to Yuyun Weapon Shop. On the way, they talked thoroughly about what these 3 people had done, collecting all the evidence they could find and giving it all to Shan Yunshu. Actually, it's not hard to find this evidence. Sometimes, these 3 are so arrogant they don't even bother to hide it, especially in how they treat the poor. Many people dislike them, but no one has been able to bring them down. Always said that their behavior actually disrupts the market order. The government doesn't like it and wants to suppress them, but they don't know how to start. The opening of Yunwan's supermarket was a breakthrough, at least ending their monopoly. But in their eyes, you didn't last very long. That's all the information we have. So, what do you plan to do specifically? Zhang Yu parked the car and looked back at Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu looked out the window thoughtfully. It's almost over. Everything will soon be finished. The next day, the three arrived as scheduled to pick up the goods. Shen Yunshu had prepared everything early, loading box after box into their vehicles. It took 5 large trucks to carry all the supplies. The three were shocked by the amount of goods, eyes full of greed and bright hopes for the future. All this, costing nearly 4 million yuan in total. Each of them spent over 130,000 yuan including deposits, aiming to drain their savings. Shen Yunshu was serious. She wasn't joking. Although over 1 million yuan wasn't enough to wipe them out completely, since they still had assets and cash in different places, it was okay. Step by step, they would get there. This was just the first step toward bankruptcy. The three happily took the goods back, while Shen Yunshu happily counted her money in the shop. This big business broke sales records and achieved 2 new titles, Master Swindler and Business Genius. One reward gave her 10 points of market value, and the other gave her 10,000 purple coins. Shen Yunshu unexpectedly discovered that market value is earned only through difficult achievements that are not closely related to purple coins. Achievements like breaking sales records directly reward money. Each time she gains 10 points of market value, and she won't get more than that at once. She now has over 30 points, enough to open 3 high-level mystery boxes. Shen Yunshu isn't in a rush to open them. She prefers to save them. While counting her money, she also calculated her recent income. The trip to the auction house was definitely the biggest expense. She spent a total of 1.5 million, leaving her with only 500,000. This amount includes a loan from the Lion King. But in the end, the Lion King didn't ask for repayment. Instead, he suggested paying next month's supplier bills early. Shen Yunshu almost blurted out a compliment to Commander Chu on the spot. However, the money from Black Eagle still needed to be returned. Although she is officially the leader of Black Eagle, she can't just take a large sum of money without reason. Becoming the leader made her realize how costly it is to run a mercenary group. Expenses for food, clothing, and supplies all add up. The management system within Black Eagle is very disorganized and chaotic. After losing the mercenary competition, they lost a lot of business. She inherited a mess. Fortunately, with Shi Gaoming and Zhang Yu, she delegated a lot of authority to them. Both of them lived up to her expectations. Black Eagle is improving and gradually heading in the right direction, but they're still far from making real money. As a result, she now has 300,000 left. Adding the profit from today's big deal, her total is 2.2 million. Including her current funds, it adds up to exactly 2.5 million. Shen Yunshu looked at this number in silence. She has the money, but she feels like she's been subtly tricked. She used the 2.5 million to buy supplies for Yu Yun's weapon shop. All kinds of cold weapons that she couldn't afford before are now being moved into the shop, as if they were free. The staff in the shop were stunned. Qin Yutong remained calm and directed everyone to clean each weapon thoroughly. The deadly aura of cold weapons instantly filled the entire shop. Shen Yunshu was very satisfied. This finally felt like a real weapon shop. But that wasn't enough. She only filled the first shelf. The first floor was filled with cold weapons bought directly from the system shop. According to the shop's level, these weapons were only rated as C grade. She thought the second floor could display some high-end items, so she started forging weapons. After working all day and night, using 3 C-grade materials, 2 B-grade materials, 1 A-grade material, and 15,000 purple coins, she successfully crafted 2 B-grade weapons and 1 A-grade weapon. An A-grade weapon was enough to run the store. Anyway, Boss Yun's reputation was already established, so she wouldn't worry about losing business. In just these 1 or 2 days, many people had started asking about the shop, but she handed all inquiries over to Qin Yutong. After adding these cold weapons, her balance was down to 2 million. But this was just the beginning. Before leaving Yuyun, she finally solved her long-standing worry, the recycling furnace. The old recycling furnace was tied to her personally. As long as she left, the branch business would fail. However, on the night she upgraded the pool to level 3, she discovered a new feature of the recycling furnace: remote operation. This meant she could control the furnace even when outside the base, at the Yunwan supermarket. The way was that the furnace could produce a physical item to be placed at the Yuyuan weapon shop. This new feature almost immediately eased Shen Yunshu's urgent problem, but producing a physical item required certain conditions. She needed some materials and purple coins. At that time, Shen Yunshu had nothing on hand. She initially planned to find some bargains at the auction house, but unexpectedly, she hit the jackpot. After returning, she immediately started using this feature officially. Using 1 A grade, 1 B grade, 1 C grade material, and 50,000 purple coins, she successfully produced the physical form of the recycling furnace. This physical item also had an anti-theft feature. If it was attacked or moved over a large area, Shen Yunshu could sense it instantly. No matter how far away she was, she could recall it in an instant. It was truly perfect. She brought this item to Qin Yutong and asked him to teach the staff how to use it, so even if she returned to the supermarket, the business could continue smoothly. The appearance of the recycling furnace was an unexpected joy, but what surprised her even more was yet to come. Along with the physical form of the furnace, the system beeped with good news. Detected that Yuyuan Weapon Shop has met the branch requirements. Would you like to bind the branch to the supermarket?
Bind?
What does that mean? Shen Yunshu clicked on the details page and finally understood what binding meant. In simple terms, it's like practicing with a small horn. Eventually, both the big horn and the small horn are linked to the same account, allowing her to manage both easily. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. Congratulations! You have bound a branch store one. A short congratulatory message appeared, then quickly disappeared. However, the system panel, which hadn't changed much before, now showed new updates. In the top left corner, a new line was added, displaying 2 options like a web page: Yunwan Supermarket and Yuyuan Weapon Shop. A simple click could switch between them. Shen Yunshu tried clicking on Yuyuan Weapon Shop, and the system panel quickly switched to that interface. This new interface was much simpler than Yunwan Supermarket. Many functions were missing, but basic features like decoration and sales figures remained. She could also monitor the branch remotely at any time and enable full automatic protection mode for it. Finally, Shen Yunshu felt completely at ease. Even if she returned to Yunwan's supermarket and some people came to cause trouble, she wouldn't have to worry. She left 300,000 purple coins at the branch as a backup and took 1.65 million back to the supermarket. The second floor of the supermarket could now be unlocked. She hadn't decided what to do with it yet, but she knew she'd need money for many things soon. As she looked at her car heading back to the supermarket, she pessimistically thought that although she had a lot of money, it felt like holding onto sand, slippery, and about to slip away. Whoosh, splat. After a sharp scream, there was a dull sound of something piercing flesh. A zombie collapsed suddenly. In the next second, its brain was shattered, and a faintly glowing crystal core flew out, landing in the clown's hand. He casually tossed it onto the back seat of the car. A crisp collision sound rang out, crystal cores hitting each other. Shen Yunshu instinctively looked back and saw that the pile of crystal cores on the back seat was growing into a small mountain, about to cover the unconscious ice soul at her feet. The black stone hanging in front of the car swayed gently. Because of this stone, zombies didn't dare approach their vehicle, only lurking at a distance. This made it easier for the clown to shoot arrows, fire arrows, and he had already killed countless zombies along the way. Generally speaking, Shen Yunshu didn't care whether he killed zombies or not. The more he killed, the more crystal cores she could get. These were all money. But she always felt that today's clown-like figure was very strange. It seemed he wasn't killing zombies for the crystal core, but simply for the thrill of killing, like a madman who kills for fun. Especially after he threw the crystal core, that move was clearly emotional, as if something behind him was trying to hit him. Shen Yunshu thought about it and realized there was a bot, Ice Soul, lying behind him. Could it be that he was afraid someone would steal his position? Shen Yunshu wanted to say, "No, that's unlikely. You're the first unlucky one. Even without credit, you've endured hardships. But before she could speak, the clown-like figure stopped his action first, looked ahead, and calmly said, "We're here." "Here?" "Yes, we're here." Shen Yunshu hit the brakes and stopped, looking at a beautiful building in the yellow sand. She felt a sudden urge to cry. They chose to come back at sunset. The slanting sun shone on the sign of the Cloud Roll supermarket, with dust flying in the sunlight. At that moment, Shen Yunshu felt her chest was full, a long-lost feeling, like finally coming home and standing firm. The clown-like figure beside her also seemed moved. He opened the car door and got out. Shen Yunshu couldn't wait and also got out of the car. She pushed a wheelchair and, together with the clown-like figure, moved the ice soul onto it, then pushed him toward the supermarket. They didn't know what Qing Shiyuan had done, but he had been unconscious for so long and still hadn't woken up. If she couldn't feel his breath, she might even think he was dead. They walked into the supermarket, one step at a time. There was the sound of the rolling shutter opening, and Shen Yunshu kept an eye on the supermarket while at the branch. Before returning, she used her money powers to clear away the dust that had gathered in the long-unused supermarket. Now, with the shutter open, the automatic door sensed her presence and slid open. The wind chime jingled softly, sounding like a welcoming song. While sitting in the car earlier, Shen Yunshu had already turned on the supermarket's power. She stepped into the supermarket, bright, clean, and well-lit. The cold air hit her instantly, filling her lungs with a deep sense of comfort, as if her whole body was being refreshed from inside out. Even though it was already around 6 or 7 in the evening, those few steps from the car to the supermarket felt very difficult. The floor was like a giant steamer, constantly steaming heat upward, making each step burningly hot. Although it is already mid-August and the beginning of autumn, the sun seems to have just started to intensify. Today's highest temperature has even reached 45 degrees Celsius. But Shen Yunshu knows this is not the limit. The real heat and drought are coming soon. She timed her return to the supermarket for this reason. With the hot weather approaching, those greedy merchants will surely try to make a quick profit. They can only take large amounts of goods from Shen Yunshu because they faintly sense what's coming. The world they see and the world the lower class sees are two different things. If the extreme heat arrives and Shen Yunshu's supermarket remains closed, the middle class will be exploited even more, not to mention the lower class. It might be hard for them to survive this year. They expect this, but they don't know that Shen Yunshu has quietly reopened her shop. At a critical moment, they start raising prices wildly because of the bad weather, but Shen Yunshu keeps her prices the same. This forces them into a tough spot. If they want to beat Shen Yunshu's store, they can only lower prices drastically, but even then, they can't go lower than her. After all, her original purchase price was higher than her current selling price. To go lower than Shen Yunshu, they would have to sell at a loss, which is almost like risking their lives. In the end, Shen Yunshu's pressure will push them onto this path, which she had prepared for them long ago. Thinking about their future suffering makes Shen Yunshu very excited. Lost in her excitement, Shen Yunshu didn't notice how time passed until the clown suddenly asked, "Where does he sleep?" Her thoughts snapped back as she looked outside and saw the sun had already set and night was approaching. The he the clown mentioned is the still unconscious Ice Soul. This question reminded Shen Yunshu that, after upgrading and expanding the supermarket, she and the clown each had their own rooms, even with private bathrooms. But the problem was there were only 2 rooms. Where would he sleep? Logically, he could only sleep with the clown, but based on the clown's tone, it seemed he didn't like this Ice Soul. He also behaved strangely today when returning to the base. Shen Yunshu frowned and, not bothering to beat around the bush, asked, "You don't like him?" Yuchen didn't blink and directly admitted, "Yes." Shen Yunshu, why? Wouldn't it be easier if there were one more person in the supermarket to help share the small chores? Shen Yunshu couldn't understand why she suddenly thought, could it be that he doesn't like him? Yao Chen thought for a while and felt that might be the case, but not entirely. From the first moment he saw him beside Shen Yunshu, he didn't like him, but this feeling was complicated and different from before. He couldn't understand where this emotion came from, nor could he explain it clearly. Yao Chen has always been straightforward since he was young. He dislikes things openly, and if he doesn't like someone, he says so directly. He would also be ruthless with those he considers harmful. He had experienced complex feelings before, but this was the first time he felt this way. He placed his hand on his chest and suddenly thought of many things. He remembered how Shen Yunshu saw Yao Chen as a dangerous threat and wanted him to stay away, but he also thought of that person's stunning face, which was covered with scars that couldn't be erased. Deep inside, he peeled back layer after layer of his own feelings, making everything seem clearer, but in reality, it only deepened his confusion. Finally, Yao Chen lowered his hand from his chest and shook his head. No, forget it. Tonight, let him and me. Before he finished speaking, Yao Chen's expression suddenly hardened. He raised his hand, and a fireball shot straight toward the person in the wheelchair. Shen Yunshu only felt a burst of hot air rush past, but before she could react, the intense heat suddenly dissipated, leaving behind swirling steam in front of the wheelchair. As the steam gradually faded, Song Xiaoxue, sitting in the wheelchair, suddenly woke up. He moved his small, fair hands, looking directly at Shen Yunshu and softly saying 2 words, "Sister." Yao Chen froze in place, his face stiff. It was hard to describe the situation in front of her. Shen Yunshu thought that once the ice soul fully woke up, it would be a very difficult situation to handle. But unexpectedly, he just woke up like this and calmly called her sister, just like when they first met. If she hadn't caught the moment he suddenly woke up and reached for his neck, she would have suspected he had lost his memory. In fact, he must have touched that collar, and in that instant, he must have thought of something. But Shen Yunshu couldn't read his emotions because he quickly concealed them. At the same time, she also sensed that the person behind him seemed to be feeling something unusual. Just before the next fireball attack, Shen Yunshu decisively raised her hand and interrupted the battle. "Stop, calm down." Shen Yunshu grabbed the clown's wrist tightly, holding him down. Song Xiaoxue found the scene quite interesting. He slowly stood up and approached Shen Yunshu step by step. When he was about to cross the safe distance, Shen Yunshu took a step back. Song Xiaoxue immediately stopped and tilted his head slightly. "Are you scared, sister? But didn't you buy me back?" Before Shen Yunshu could answer, he suddenly changed his expression and smiled. "So, sister, where will I sleep tonight? Just so you know, I have cleanliness issues and can't sleep with others, especially someone ugly like this." "Shut up." Feeling her wrists suddenly tighten, Shen Yunshu couldn't hold back anymore. She realized he had been pretending to be unconscious all along. He even dared to insult her little clown personality. How much does he matter? What made her angrier was that Song Xiaoxue was still pretending to be innocent. "Oh, I see, I shouldn't say that, but I heard you call him. What she said doesn't concern you. You better watch your words. Since you have cleanliness issues, sleep in the supermarket hall. There's no bedroom for you." I see." Song Xiaoxue frowned, looking troubled, but Shen Yunshu knew it was all fake. This person rarely shows genuine feelings, except for a few moments with Qing Shiyuan. But Shen Yunshu knew he must hate her. She didn't care. "From now on, don't call me sister. Call me Boss Shen." Song Xiaoxue looked up and easily smiled again, but the words he spoke were very firm. "No." Shen Yunshu's previously furrowed brow relaxed. She realized that whatever made her dislike him more, he would do more of. Since that was the case, she might as well ignore him. At least tonight, they both needed to stay calm. Shen Yunshu started leading the clown toward the room behind the supermarket, not forgetting to turn back and give a few instructions. "You better save your wicked plans, and don't try to escape. The supermarket door won't open without me. Even if you manage to open it, the thing around my neck will take my life. Right?" Shen Yunshu suddenly stopped and turned around, just in time to meet a pair of smiling eyes. But deep inside that smile was endless coldness. He watched Shen Yunshu turn back, then suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance to just a few inches between them. This speed was so fast that even Yuchen couldn't react in time. He suddenly appeared beside Shen Yunshu like a gust of wind, his tone turning extremely cold in that moment. "You're better off keeping this collar on me for your whole life. If you slack off even for a day, I will personally kill you, sister. The last two words sounded like a death sentence from the king of hell, filled with deep-seated hatred and cruelty. But just as Yu Chen was about to act, and he was about to withdraw, Shen Yunshu quickly and decisively grabbed his snowy white hair. Song Qiaoxue immediately felt pain and froze in place. Shan Yunshu wondered if she had been too kind to these people before, making them think they could climb onto her head? And now they even wanted to take her life? Foolish things. She could end his life in the next second. Indeed, Cheng Xiuan was right. These dogs should be chained up. I warn you, stop threatening me. Before I die, you'll probably be the one to die first. You're bought with 1,000,000 yuan, so you should stay in the shop and pay off your debt. Maybe one day, if I like you enough, I might even give you some food. But if you keep doing this stupid stuff, Shen Yunshu's voice grew more bitter and fierce. Then just get out and feel the outside weather at 45 degrees. After saying this, Shen Yunshu felt refreshed and finally released Song Qiaoshue's hair. Song Qiaoxue took a few steps back to catch his breath, his eyes filled with shock. His hair. No one had ever dared to touch his hair before. His first reaction was anger, but when he felt the collar around his neck, he quickly calmed down. All right, everyone go back to your rooms and sleep. Shen Yunshu ignored the two and left a final remark. By the way, if you two really want to fight, do it outside. If you damage anything in the supermarket, you pay 10 times the value. Shen Yunshu finally had a very good sleep. She was even prepared for these two to fight fiercely and wake her up. But in reality, nothing happened. The children were still teachable. Shen Yunshu stretched lazily, feeling relaxed and happy. The supermarket was still in a state of disarray, and she knew today would be a busy day. However, when she opened the bedroom door and entered the supermarket, she froze on the spot. She saw two tall, thin people standing inside. When they heard her voice, they both turned around at the same time. One had a face covered in dark circles, looking like a panda. The other was dressed in ragged clothes, with not a single good spot on his body. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but gape in surprise. Is it true? Did you two go tomb raiding last night? Shen Yunshu was amazed that they had a big fight last night without making any noise or damaging anything. She looked at them for a long time, finally deciding she had seen enough and was about to dig into the ground herself. Good job. I'll cover the clothes. Shen Yunshu patted the clown's shoulder. Although the clown looked more disheveled, his face was definitely better than the other person's, who had two dark bruises. His perfect, delicate face was ruined, leaving only a funny, laughable look. With his face covered in black lines from frustration, Shen Yunshu couldn't help but laugh, so hard she almost ran out of breath. Song Qiaoxue flicked his sleeve and walked away. Shen Yunshu didn't bother to stop him. She casually packed some bread for breakfast. Today, she didn't plan to open the store. Instead, she wanted to clean up the supermarket she hadn't visited in a long time. First, she threw away all the spoiled food, especially the fruit, which was the most likely to go bad. Even though she had kept the freezer running after she left, the hot weather made it useless. After clearing out the fruit section, Shen Yunshu suddenly felt stuck about the outside area. The outside of the supermarket mainly served two purposes. The right side was for people who bought fast food here to eat, and the left side was the newly added fruit area. But now, with the hot weather, even the shade covering the area didn't help much. As the temperature kept rising, the shade would become even less effective. Plus, her supermarket was outside the base, a bit far from the main base. Without enough attraction, business would drop sharply in this heat. Shen Yunshu thought hard but couldn't find a good solution. The only idea was to enclose the area with air conditioning, but she didn't have the materials and her current renovations didn't include that. In the end, she installed two large fans on the outside wall of the supermarket to blow continuously toward the dining area. If needed, she could add some ice boxes later to lower the temperature. She also placed two big freezers outside near the self-serve drink machines, filled with ice drinks. She wondered if she could hold some activities, like giving away a bottle of cold drink to every customer who came in. But those plans would come later. After fixing the outside area, she didn't rush to restock the fruit. Instead, She opened the supermarket system panel and clicked on the top right corner to view Main Mission 4. Main Mission 4. Unlock the second floor of the supermarket. The series of red conditions below have now all turned green. Sun Yunshu blinked, almost unable to believe it, and looked down one by one. The green ones should be the ones already achieved. 20,000 purple coins, no need to say more. Alien Beast Cow Bones, obtained. Ice Soul, obtained. Reputation points. Sun Yunshu's finger paused here, and she looked at the number above with disbelief. 12,000. That's an increase of 6,000 from the 6,000 when she closed the shop, but she had been keeping the shop closed. Where did the reputation points come from? She was even worried they might decrease. Until she suddenly had a realization and clicked on the branch store page. The reputation points there clearly showed 6,000. It turns out that after the branch store merged into the supermarket system, the reputation points were combined, which is why her total reached 12,000. This exactly met the requirement to unlock the second floor of the supermarket. A sparkle appeared in Sun Yunshu's eyes. This old shop was originally 2 floors, but after linking to the supermarket system, the second floor was locked. She had tried to go up, but every time she reached the stairs, she was automatically sent back. It wasn't until the main storyline quest for appeared that she finally understood. Now, the first floor was filled with nutrient solution, bread, drinking water, snacks, fast food, and some medical supplies. As soon as she unlocked the second floor, she could put more and better things there. She suppressed her excitement and decisively clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing main quest 4. Unlock the second floor of the supermarket. Reward now granted. 6 basic shelves, 1 rotating light pole. Just 2 items? The system is getting more and more stingy, but even the smallest mosquito is meat. She collected everything and nervously walked up the stairs to the second floor. It used to look dark and empty, but now, there was light ahead. Sun Yunshu walked toward the glow, taking 2 steps at a time, and suddenly the entrance to the second floor appeared before her. But standing at the entrance, she didn't even need to go inside. Her expectations were dashed. She guessed the system would be stingy, but she didn't expect it to be this bad. The entire second floor was still a bare shell, with no plaster on the walls, and 6 lonely shelves standing in the middle, pitiful, like abandoned rich children. System, you really deserve to die. Sun Yunshu squeezed out this sentence through her teeth as she stepped onto the second floor. Although it was still an unfinished space, the only thing that surprised her was that the wall directly facing the supermarket's second floor was a full-length glass window. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window and faintly saw a glowing corner outside the wall. She carefully peeked out and discovered it was a small lamp post embedded in the outer wall on the second floor. This should be the rotating lamp post from the system reward. In Sun Yunshu's imagination, she thought it would be like the 3-colored rotating lamp post at a hair salon, but it wasn't. It wasn't even a cylinder, but a small rectangular box. It looked like a lantern, but much sturdier, with 4 large characters written on it. Cloud Market. The beige light isn't very noticeable during the day, but she could imagine how bright it would be at night. From this high angle, perhaps even a higher spot in the base could see it clearly. This object, along with the floor-to-ceiling window, eased some of Sun Yunshu's dissatisfaction with the unfinished house. After all, it added a large space, and she could just redecorate later if needed. She decided to upgrade, not renovate. The entire supermarket is now level 7, and she has plenty of money to upgrade further. With each upgrade, the second floor could be decorated freely, and maybe the area of both floors would increase. Thinking of this, she immediately started upgrading the supermarket. After unlocking the second floor, she still had
6 million.
She even felt she could upgrade the supermarket to the maximum level. But after spending 145,000 to reach level 10, she couldn't upgrade anymore. A line of words slowly appeared in the system panel. Detected supermarket has reached level 10. Good review mode is now activated. Future upgrades will require an additional 10 positive reviews per level, increasing gradually. Sun Yunshu's finger froze in midair. Seeing this tricky requirement, she couldn't help but wonder deep inside.
Huh.
Shen Yinshu spent about half an hour figuring out this so-called good review mode. The good review mode only appears when the supermarket reaches level 10. It is linked to the supermarket's delivery feature. Customers can call the supermarket and specify their needs, and Shen Yinshu will be responsible for delivering. Afterward, customers will rate their service and decide whether to give a positive review. If it's a good review, it will be recorded in the system. Bad reviews will also be recorded. This means the supermarket is entering a new stage. Shen Yinshu was stunned. Doesn't this mean she now has to hire delivery staff and persuade customers' grandparents and parents to give good reviews? She might also face tricky customers and their difficulties. Once there is a negative review, the payment for that order will be canceled, and it will also offset a positive review. If dealing with difficult customers, demanding multiple times the compensation is not impossible. Although there is a chance to appeal, overall, it is quite troublesome. Most importantly, which supermarket would risk being bitten by zombies to deliver food during the apocalypse? This is the end of the world. The delivery range extends beyond the base to include all areas within a 5-kilometer radius centered on the supermarket. Shen Yinshu felt a wave of frustration rising in her throat, trying to argue with the system. But the system had become smarter and ignored her, repeatedly emphasizing the conditions needed for the supermarket to upgrade further. If she refused to deliver, she wouldn't get positive reviews, and the supermarket would remain at level 10 forever, unable to level up. The system shop's level and other functions would also stagnate. In the end, Shen Yinshu could only swallow her frustration and accept reality. Currently, she needed to find someone who was capable both in words and in action, someone who wouldn't get bitten by zombies and could handle customers easily. After thinking for a while, Shen Yinshu realized she was the only person she could think of herself. Does a boss really have to run around outside all day just to support the supermarket and her staff? What kind of world is this? A wave of unavoidable sadness welled up inside her. Before the strange onlookers noticed something was wrong, she hurriedly composed herself, put on her disguise, and prepared to face the situation. At least she hadn't opened the store yet, so she didn't need to deliver food. She still had time. There would always be a way. The supermarket was upgraded to level 10 in one go. Besides the sudden appearance of a positive review mode, the supermarket had truly undergone a dramatic change. The second floor, as she predicted, no longer looked like an unfinished building. The walls were neatly coated with white plaster, and various shelves and wooden cabinets were installed, matching the style of the first floor. When Shen Yinshu went downstairs, she noticed the stairs from the first floor had become much more advanced. They had turned into an escalator. She happily took the escalator down to the first floor and found that the area had expanded again. The space had increased by about 1 meter in all directions, from 100 square meters to at least 150 square meters. The living area had naturally grown larger as well. Shen Yinshu opened the renovation feature and adjusted the layout of the bedrooms at the back. Originally, there were 2 bedrooms, but she redivided the space into 3 bedrooms. These 3 bedrooms, with increasing size, are now mostly separate from the supermarket outside. Only a long corridor connects them, with 3 bedrooms along one side. Shen Yinshu's place is the closest to the supermarket, followed by the clown monster and the newly built bedroom. The new bedroom was originally a storage room for supplies, but now she moved the storage to the opposite side of the corridor. After making all the adjustments, Shen Yinshu looked at the virtual model of the supermarket and felt the structure was strange, especially the part behind the supermarket where their living area is. It would be better if their living space was also 2 stories, preferably a villa, with a swimming pool on the second floor. Just thinking about it made her very excited. She tried to plan it out, but it would cost a lot of money. She couldn't spend it freely now, so she had to give up with some regret. Still, she had some ideas in mind. She looked at the first floor, which was much emptier now, and decided not to fill it immediately. Instead, she chose to keep it as it looked more comfortable that way. The biggest problem now was, what should she sell on the second floor? She opened the system mall and was surprised to find it had been upgraded to level 4. A large area that was previously locked was now unlocked, mainly the material zone and the high-tech zone. The material zone now offers C-grade materials, and the high-tech zone has a small section of less extraordinary gadgets. Even this small part was enough to dazzle Xinyun Shu. There was a communication bracelet that could be used in places outside the base signal coverage. It could send simple messages over any distance, and it was waterproof and fireproof. It might be very useful in critical moments. In a post-apocalyptic world where basic communication was often broken, it could even save lives. However, the description below made Xinyun Shu feel speechless. Long-distance relationship bracelet. No matter how far apart you are, just touch the bracelet, and the other person can feel your touch. It constantly expresses, I miss you and I love you, love-struck brain, go die. Besides that, there was a cooling patch that could be attached to clothes to lower body temperature, smart glasses that could turn what you see into game-like images, making survival in the apocalypse seem like a fun game, and turning zombie slaying into a simple task like chopping vegetables. This thing is useful, and it's also quite handy. On the other hand, it can be a bit pointless. Even more impressive is the intelligent cloak, which changes its pattern based on the surrounding environment, constantly helping the wearer blend in. It's an essential item for chameleon-like camouflage. There are also some magical edible pills, claiming to improve beauty or boost vitality. Basically, anything you can think of or can't think of, both offensive and defensive tools, are available. But this is only part of the basic features unlocked. The really powerful items, like some large transportation devices, are still unavailable to Xinyun Shu. Still, what she is now is more than enough. She began selecting some practical black technology and bought several batches. She also purchased some C-grade materials. Finally, she set aside a special area filled with daily necessities and cooling devices, things like sanitary pads, towels, cooling patches, cooling sprays, and herbal drinks. Once she filled the second floor with these items, she finally felt satisfied. After buying this batch of black technology and daily supplies, she spent nearly 500,000 yuan, leaving her with just 1 million. But that's okay. Having 1 million is better than losing everything after a single shipment. After finishing the renovations and restocking, time quietly moved to 2 p.m. It was the hottest part of the day, with sunlight slanting through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. Even though the entire supermarket was air-conditioned and cooled by cold air, the outside air looked so hot and distorted that it made her feel a bit restless. Today's temperature probably rose a few more degrees, approaching 48 degrees Celsius, and it might break 50 degrees Celsius in a few days. Looking outside, the scene was desolate, like a desert, with no zombies wandering around, only animals seeking shade under trees or eaves. It hadn't rained for half a month. It seemed that the story's high-temperature drought and the heroine's role as the savior were about to begin. Xinyun Shu couldn't help but think of the well with cold spring water mentioned in the story, said to be near the Qingyang base, close to the Huayang base. Qingyang base has always been the closest large base to Huayang base, and because they are nearby, they often trade and cooperate. But in the original story, after discovering this well, the two bases developed conflicts and even fought over who owned it. In the end, Huayang base took control, and the key players in the fight were the Winter Mercenary Group. In the end, the villain who truly discovered the well was forgotten. As the story approached a critical point, it was clear that not being tempted by the well was impossible. But thinking about how the villain was still missing, once the well was truly found, it would lead to conflicts among various forces. If one wasn't careful, they might end up trapped inside. Considering this, Xinyun Shu dismissed the idea. At least she still had the supermarket. She wouldn't die of heat or thirst. Her immediate goal was to eliminate those 3 people. She calculated that it wasn't far off, though she wasn't sure if the tasks assigned to Yu Yun and others had been completed. Xinyun Shu pondered many things as she walked downstairs. The escalator emitted a faint static noise. She was lost in thought and didn't notice when she reached the first floor. It wasn't until the escalator brought her to the first floor that she finally snapped out of her trance, nearly tripping over the moving stairs. Looking up, she saw that the 2 people were both on the first floor. One was dressed in black, the other in white. one lying down, the other standing. The one lying was on her usual lounge chair, leisurely playing with her long hair. The other, seemingly annoyed, didn't speak but moved to grab his collar, trying to pull him up. The white-haired person looked unshakable, like a mountain, but his calm expression had faded. His relaxed hand had subtly formed a gesture that suggested he might release his special power. It looked like a fight was about to break out again. Suddenly, a surge of anger shot straight to Shin Yunshu's mind. She was already annoyed by a bunch of problems outside, and her family was causing her trouble too. She felt like she was about to explode right there. Her anger sank to her dantian, energy center, and turned into a loud shout. Everyone stop! Her shout echoed through the supermarket, creating a series of reverberations. Both of them stopped their actions at the same time and looked at her. The clownish one still had some guilt in his eyes, but the lying one showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he seemed pleased to see her break down, curling his lips in a careless smile. A blatant challenge. Childish behavior. Her anger had turned into cold calmness. She understood that this person's dissatisfaction, anger, and provocation were normal, but that didn't mean she had to accept everything. On the contrary, she needed to smooth out this troublemaker. A day or two was manageable, but if he became arrogant, her days would never be peaceful again. Moreover, given the current state of the supermarket, turning this troublemaker into an ally was the best solution. Shin Yunshu's thoughts drifted to the new delivery mode at the supermarket, and she began to consider it carefully. She calmly took a few steps forward and stared directly at the person's sarcastic gaze. "I know what you want." Song Xiaoxue seemed to find something amusing and suddenly burst into laughter, collapsing onto a lounge chair, uttering mocking words as if inviting her to keep talking and see what nonsense she would say next. Yu Chen's grip tightened. Shin Yunshu, however, remained expressionless and took another step forward. "I can give it to you." Song Xiaoxue's body visibly froze, her eyes flickering briefly, but she quickly burst into loud laughter again. "Big sister, don't make promises you can't keep. Otherwise I might do something bad to you." This time, before the clown could act, Shin Yunshu took 2 big steps forward and tapped her forehead with her finger, giving her a sharp slap. Wow! All of Song Xiaoxue's expressions instantly turned blank as she opened her mouth in disbelief, staring at the woman above her. "You." Shin Yunshu calmly withdrew her hand. When dealing with a mischievous child, a slap is the best way to surprise them. Seeing the smooth, jade-like forehead gradually develop a red mark, Shin Yunshu felt satisfied. All you do is shout about fighting and killing every day. I give you a chance, but you're useless. Do you really want to wear this dog collar for the rest of your life? Song Xiaoxue was still in shock from being easily hit on the head, her temples pounding. At that moment, she truly wanted to strangle her. But her next words stopped his rising anger, and only his remaining rationality kept him in check. What do you mean? 2 choices. Shin Yunshu extended 2 familiar fingers, and the scene was eerily similar to the one in the cage earlier. First, wear this dog collar for a lifetime. Second, work to pay off your debt. If you pay me back 1 million, I will unlock the collar and let you go. At this moment, Song Xiaoxue suddenly erupted, even breaking free from Yu Chen's restraint. Her iris, like glass, showed several fierce bloodshot streaks. She stared directly at Shin Yunshu face to face. "Are you trying to trick me? Do you think you can unlock this collar? There's only one way. It's in my hands. Choose 1 or 2. All up to you." The setting sun slanted into the supermarket, casting a golden glow on Shin Yunshu, outlining her smooth facial features. Her gaze was firm, her expression serious. She should have looked like a pitiful face, but the determination and coldness between her brows gave her a lazy, carefree aura. Song Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "If you're lying to me, you know what will happen." Shin Yunshu raised an eyebrow. "Since you don't trust me, let's sign an agreement." She then, without knowing where, pulled out a contract and threw it at his face. Song Xiaoxue frowned and dodged, but suddenly realized that this was the agreement, and quickly reached out to firmly grab the papers. The papers rustled as they were flipped through. Song Xiaoxue turned to the cover, which was clearly titled with 4 large characters. Labor contract. Shin Yunshu considers herself a kind-hearted boss and a caring company owner. Having experienced rain herself, she wouldn't tear apart someone else's umbrella. For $1 million, he only needs to work tirelessly for 25 years to be free. Her sense of kindness is so deep that it moves others to tears. Where else in the world could she find such a compassionate and generous boss? Shin Yunshu feels deeply moved by herself, and she doesn't believe she can't move the stubborn child in front of her. Yuchen stands nearby, looking at the papers, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. But the large characters are different. It seems to be a contract of employment. And he hasn't seen his salary yet. Shin Yunshu senses a strange atmosphere approaching her. She looks up and realizes it's the clown-like figure. Oh no, she forgot there was an old employee too. A rare moment of panic arises in Shin Yunshu's heart, and her position as a good boss wavers. But the clown-like figure ultimately says nothing. Instead, Song Xiaoxue flips the papers back and forth. Do you think I'll believe you just based on these few pages? Then you can choose not to sign. Song Xiaoxue pauses, realizing he has no other choice now. He always thought the collar could only be broken by death, so he gave up. But now she says there's another way. Even if he doesn't believe, he has to trust. If he's ultimately deceived, he would fight to the end and pull her into the same hell. Feeling the fierce gaze from the other side, Shin Yunshu smiles faintly and takes the signed contract. Is this how you treat your adoptive parents? At that moment, the other end of the contract was suddenly clenched tightly, but it was only for a moment before he relaxed. Shin Yunshu looked up and saw again that innocent, naive expression. How could that be, sister? He really is flexible and adaptable. Shin Yunshu shivered at the arm and quickly looked down at the contract in her hand. She flipped to the last page and easily found his name in the signature line. Song Qiao. What's wrong? It's nothing serious, just that Shin Yunshu keeps feeling a strange familiarity with these 2 words, but she can't remember where she saw them before. Eventually, she buried this doubt in her mind. She carefully put away the contract and looked seriously at Song Qiao. Comrade Song Qiao, congratulations on officially joining Yunwan's supermarket. I hope you will follow the rules, respect the boss, and be friendly with your colleagues. Do not oppose the boss or fight with colleagues. If I find out once, you will be fined 1,000. More than 3 times in a month. Both of you will lose your wages. Do you understand? Song Xiaoxue, why didn't you say that just now? Shin Yunshu turned to look at him. All of this is clearly written in the contract. If you didn't read it carefully, don't blame the boss. Song Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment. But one more warning. Shin Yunshu stepped closer and interrupted him with a finger. Song Xiaoxue quieted down. Shin Yunshu was very pleased with the scene in front of her. She clapped her hands. Good. From now on, remember our company culture at Yunwan's supermarket, which is, everything depends on the boss's words. Those who oppose will face severe consequences. At this moment, Yu Chun and Song Xiaoxue showed remarkable understanding without speaking. Shin Yunshu glanced at them and smiled mysteriously. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, besides the company culture I just talked about, our supermarket also values unity. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits can outsmart 1 zhuge. The power of unity is beyond what we imagine. So, you must not only avoid fighting but also genuinely unite from the heart. Yu Chen felt a strange sense of unease and tried to slip away quietly. But Shin Yunshu suddenly grabbed his wrist, and he couldn't move at all. He had to turn around and look at Shin Yunshu. She was holding something in her hand, looking at him with a sinister expression. Old employees should set an example. How can you leave now? As soon as she finished speaking, a cold object silently wrapped around his wrist. Yu Chen was startled and instinctively pulled back, but it was too late. A black bracelet appeared on his wrist. What is this? But Shin Yunshu didn't answer him. Instead, she turned to look at the other side, where Song Qiao was watching the scene. Since being forced to wear the collar, Song Xiaoxue had developed a strong dislike for such things. However, Shin Yunshu slowly approached him and asked, Did you forget our company culture? What nonsense about company culture? Trying to put something on him again is impossible. Song Xiaoxue pretended not to cooperate and was about to leave directly. Shen Yunshu didn't stop him, only calmly said, 1 month's salary. Song Xiaoxue didn't turn back. 2 months' salary. His steps paused slightly. 3 months' salary. Shen Yunshu, Song Xiaoxue couldn't bear it anymore. Yes, what's wrong? But instead of answering, Shen Yunshu mimicked his innocent look. For the first time, Song Xiaoxue felt that his expression was so irritating. He had never thought he would bow for a bit of money, but the truth was like that. Seeing the white bracelet about to be put on his wrist, Song Xiaoxue felt a strong sense of humiliation, but he quickly suppressed it. No, he wasn't doing this for money. He was doing it for freedom. The moment the bracelet was put on, he didn't dare move much. Nearby, Yuchen also froze at the same time. Neither of them understood what this meant. Only Shen Yunshu was secretly laughing inside. This was her new high-tech gadget, the so-called Love Brain bracelet. She suddenly realized that this bracelet wasn't just suitable for those with a love obsession, but also perfect for people prone to fighting. Let them irritate each other to death, and then see how they could fight. It was also a good chance to test the new product's effect. But Shen Yunshu didn't expect that this thing worked so well. She saw Song Xiaoxue unable to bear it and moved his bracelet slightly, and the clown-like figure immediately widened his eyes. The hand with the bracelet on it twitched involuntarily. So strange, as if touched by someone. Reacting faster than his brain, Yuchen instinctively wanted to press the bracelet to get rid of this strange feeling. But as he pressed it, Song Xiaoxue also reacted strongly, suddenly raising his hand.
Wow.
The two looked at each other and dared not move. Shen Yunshu was stunned too. She remembered that this gadget had a sensitivity adjustment option, and the initial setting was the highest. She hadn't adjusted it before putting it on them, so the reaction was so intense. But these reactions... Shen Yunshu couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. You guys are really having today, ha ha ha. But in the next moment, she couldn't laugh anymore, because the clown-like figure suddenly approached her and took her hand, passing a bracelet from his own wrist to her. Oh no! She didn't notice when she took it. The two bracelets overlapped and were directly put on the clown-like figure. Who would have thought he would turn the tables on her? By the time Shen Yunshu reacted, she couldn't shake him off. She looked at the clown-like figure in surprise. You... The clown-like figure surprisingly smiled and quickly clenched his fist around the bracelet. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread intensely around her wrist. As expected, Shen Yunshu's arm went numb. Immediately after, Song Xiaoxue instinctively clenched her fist. Both she and the clown-like figure experienced the same numbness at the same time.
No.
In that moment, all three of them exclaimed in unison. Wait, don't move. The sky darkened, and the lights in Yunwan's supermarket gradually turned on. Shen Yunshu sat at a table, looking at the steaming hot pot in front of her, full of delicious smells. She deeply felt the lesson that harming others often harms oneself. She reached out with her chopsticks to pick up some beef tripe. But when she pulled hard with her right hand, it wouldn't move at all. Trying her left hand, it still wouldn't budge. Shen Yunshu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. How long are you going to keep this up? Two voices replied at the same time. Just unlock the bracelet. But how can I do that if you're holding my hands like this? Shen Yunshu couldn't bear it anymore. Her hands were tightly held by two people, preventing her from moving or eating hot pot. It felt like a rebellion. Will you unlock the bracelet if I let go? Song Xiaoxue leaned slightly forward, her long white hair gently swaying with the movement. Shen Yunshu was silent. The topic had become a never-ending cycle. Actually, they had been stuck in this loop for a long time. In theory, the bracelet could be unlocked at any time. But Shen Yunshu had planned this carefully. She didn't lower its sensitivity, but instead set a strict 24-hour lock. This meant they had to wear it for a full 24 hours before removing it, enduring the uncomfortable tingling sensation whenever they touched the bracelet during that time. Shen Yunshu's original idea was to learn a management method from elementary school teachers. If someone kept fighting, make them hold hands all the time to see if they would continue fighting. But things backfired, and the situation spiraled out of control. Now, she was the one being targeted. Thinking of this, Shan Yunshu looked at the main culprit. She didn't expect that the usually honest-looking person would secretly scheme at a critical moment. She had been cautious of everyone, but didn't suspect the clown-like figure. She felt she had betrayed her trust deeply. Her disappointed gaze almost turned into a sharp sword piercing through Yu Chen. Yu Chen felt guilty, lowered his head, but didn't loosen his grip. Thought, maybe you should let go first. I always have a way. No, let's not. Didn't sister say that unity is the most important? Since there are 3 of us in the supermarket, we definitely can't lose anyone. Right, sister? Song Qiao was about to mock her face to face, but Shen Yunshu clenched her teeth. Fine, I won't insist. But you two, let go. Can I at least enjoy the hot pot? Her bracelet isn't locked tightly. As soon as they loosen their grip, she can quickly take it off and escape the torment. But both of them clearly realized this, so they refused to let go, even sitting close on either side during the hot pot, not giving Shen Yunshu a chance. Now, the hot pot was boiling fiercely in front of her, but she couldn't add her favorite ingredients. What's the difference from torture? Does sister really want to eat? Guess what? Shen Yunshu glared angrily, but Song Qiao Shui just smiled softly. Then I'll eat for sister. He began adding ingredients with his free hand, awkwardly, clearly not used to handling hot pot ingredients for a long time. Shen Yunshu's restrained hand moved slightly, then was pressed down hard again. Are you serious? Are you planning to cause chaos? Be careful, I might cut your pay. Clowns, let go quickly. She looked at Yu Chen, trying to awaken his remaining conscience. But Yu Chen just looked at her calmly. It's okay. I haven't seen what my salary looks like anyway. Ha ha. Shen Yunshu turned back and looked at Song Qiao Shui, who was laughing out loud. Is that funny? Do you want to try how it feels? No, so. I'll feed sister, okay? A dark gleam flashed in Song Qiao Shui's amber eyes. She gently picked up the ingredient she just added to the hot pot, beef. Shen Yunshu looked at the beef in her bowl, then at Song Qiao Shui's playful face. It was obvious she wanted to disgust her. But Shen Yunshu frowned in disgust. The beef is overcooked. Song Qiao Shui's brow twitched, and she reached for the beef she just put in the hot pot again. But before she could put it in her bowl, another hand pushed it away. The beef slipped from her chopsticks onto the table. Shen Yunshu's eyes widened instantly. Her favorite beef. Song Qiao Shui's smile quickly faded as she looked at the person who suddenly reached out. Yu Chen met her gaze fearlessly. Neither spoke. The atmosphere gradually turned strange. Song Qiao Shui suddenly seemed to discover something interesting, her eyes lighting up. You like? A muffled sound interrupted her words. Looking down, she saw Shen Yunshu had taken advantage of his distraction, quickly grabbing his wrist and squeezing hard at a specific spot. A sharp, stabbing pain forced him to loosen his grip. Shen Yunshu quickly withdrew her hand. The clown-like figure was already holding him loosely, and she was trying to break free while they exchanged strange glances. Suddenly, a glass window shattered loudly, as if someone was pounding on it. All 3 froze and looked at the transparent glass. Shen Yunshu usually kept her setup double-sided and rarely switched to single-sided. At this moment, looking out into the dark, murky night, the 3 of them tensed up and stared closely at what was making the noise outside. 1 second. 2 seconds. Bang! Another loud crash. This time, they clearly saw it was a person. The figure pressed her hands against the glass, her face close to it, with only the light illuminating her features. Her eyes bulged, cheekbones high, and her face looked gaunt, like a living skeleton. Shen Yunshu's heart skipped a beat, startled by the shock. Zombies wouldn't come near the supermarket, so it must be a person. Who is it? Shen Yunshu called out. She quietly took out her hidden weapon. Yu Chen frowned and took a few steps forward. Shen Yunshu followed toward the door. The person didn't speak, only kept pounding on the window with increasing weakness and dull eyes, as if extremely fragile. Even so, Shen Yunshu didn't dare to open the door recklessly, suspecting it might be a trap. She checked the external surveillance, confirming she was alone, then slowly opened the door and stepped outside. A wave of heat hit like a tide. Shun Yunshu shined her flashlight in that direction. There, a small woman was standing in front of a glass. She no longer had the strength to keep pounding and was slumped on the ground. Shun Yunshu hurried over and turned the woman over. The woman hadn't fully fainted yet, but her pupils were already unfocused, and her cracked lips seemed to be moving slightly, as if saying something. Shun Yunshu leaned in closer and faintly heard a few words.
Help.
Help me. Anil felt like she was going to die. She had seen her mother die from thirst right in front of her, and just before she passed, her mother handed her the last bit of money they had in the base. Money that couldn't buy anything anymore. Run, Xiao Anil, run. Where to? Mom. Anil knelt beside her mother, tears and snot streaming down her face, words hard to say clearly. Go outside the base. Your dad said there's a supermarket outside where you can buy cheap water. Go, quickly. Her mother pushed her down with her last strength, then rolled her eyes and passed away. Anil burst into heart-wrenching tears, but she didn't dare delay. She didn't even have time to bury her mother's body. She hurriedly wrapped her in an old quilt and ran outside the base. She hadn't drunk water for 2 days. Her mother hadn't drunk for 5 days. She ran with all her might, pushing through a crowd of people who were all packed together, just to drink a drop from the rusty water pipe. But there was no water. None at all. They were about to die from heat and thirst. The cheapest water cost 1,000 purple coins per bottle, which they could never earn in a lifetime. They knelt at the feet of others, begging for a little cheaper water, pleading for mercy to spare some for them. But all they got in response was heavier kicks. The fat ones, who were bloated, kicked out the sour water from Anil's stomach. Get out of the way. No money, want water? First, let me have some fun. Anil struggled desperately, but the only thing she drank was urine from that person's groin. She wiped her tears and felt an endless surge of strength in her feet. She wanted to escape this hellhole. She wanted water. She needed water. The gate of the base was wide open, not even blocked. She was like an insignificant speck of dust, drifting past their eyes unnoticed. Her feet bled from the friction, nearly bitten by zombies. One night, she finally saw a glimmer of light. She ran desperately toward it, but in the end, the door was shut. Anil could no longer run. She collapsed on the ground, crawling inch by inch toward the brightest spot. Inside, there were people, each one clean and fair, surrounded by food and water. Her dry throat produced a little saliva. She swallowed hard. A strange, strong aroma wafted out, almost pulling her soul away. In her daze, she thought she had gone to heaven. Anil, run. A piercing scream struck her like thunder. Anil gritted her teeth, using her last strength to start pounding on the window. Please, please, save me, save my mom. It was only after she went out that she realized this girl was at most 16 or 17 years old, yet she was so thin she looked like a skeleton. She easily carried the girl into the supermarket without even needing the clown or a strange helper to assist. After bringing her inside, she quickly offered water and medicine. From what she could tell, there was nothing seriously wrong, just extreme thirst, hunger, and severe malnutrition. Every bone on her body was barely covered by skin and flesh, which was shocking to see. Shin Yunshu couldn't even imagine how this girl had managed to get here. She glanced at the dark night sky outside, which looked like a black hole ready to swallow everything. After nearly 2 hours of rest, the girl finally woke up slowly. Her weak eyes immediately filled with fear when she saw them. She stammered. Don't be afraid. Shin Yunshu quickly comforted her. We found you fainted outside the supermarket, so we brought you in. Of course, I carried you. The girl looked at Shin Yunshu with tears in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Is this the supermarket where I can buy cheap water? A supermarket that sells cheap water? Shin Yunshu and Yuchen looked at each other in surprise. It seemed she had escaped from the base. Had the situation inside become so bad? She hadn't seen it like this when she left the base, or maybe she simply didn't pay attention to such places. A strange feeling of discomfort rose in Shun Yunshu's heart. She stepped forward gently. The water here is very cheap. I can even give you some for free. But first, you need to answer a few questions, okay? Anil nodded immediately. As long as she could get water, she was willing to do anything. Where are you from? Hwyong Base, the girl replied. Shun Yunshu nodded. This matched her guess. How did you get here? I ran. Ran here, the girl said, biting her lip, as if recalling a painful memory. Shun Yunshu's pupils shrank. How could such a weak girl run all this way? It must have taken incredible willpower to support her through the journey. Seeing that her sister was quiet, Anil felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but tell everything she knew. We have no water, so I ran here. My mom said there was a place outside with water. Many people died where I came from. I couldn't stay there anymore. They didn't give us water, and they even took the water others gave us, she said nervously, her words a bit jumbled. But Shun Yunshu quickly caught the main point. People gave you water, the girl nodded. Mom said the government gave us this as charity, but we can't drink it. Can't drink it? How is that possible? Shun Yunshu felt a deep confusion. It was normal for the government to distribute resources, but how could they not drink it? Thinking this, she asked aloud. Mom said it was stolen by those bad people. Anil looked angry. They poured out the water inside and only left us empty bottles. Shun Yunshu was shocked. These people dared to steal even the government's water. Who are they? The girl hesitated for a second and then shook her head. I don't know. Suddenly, Shun Yunshu felt a strong sense of absurdity. They had been pushed into this situation, risking becoming zombies, fighting with all their strength to survive, and in the end, they didn't even know who was truly responsible for putting them here. Anil looked at her sister nervously. She wasn't sure if she had answered the question, and she wondered if she would still have water to drink. But then, she froze. Her beautiful sister gently touched her dry hair.
Good job.
You've done very well. You can sleep here these days. You can take anything you want from the supermarket to eat and drink. The sudden appearance of the little girl interrupted the lively supermarket scene and gave Shun Yunshu a sharp shock. She didn't feel like arguing anymore. She even suspected that maybe her helping them had encouraged their arrogance, making them daring enough to steal even government supplies. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Though they had enough resources to support a mercenary leader for a year, they still wanted to take the last hope from the lowest level. Shun Yunshu didn't know what to say. She just lay stiffly on the bed, unable to close her eyes or sleep. She didn't know how things were going on with Yu Yun's situation, or how far Qin Yutong's task had progressed. She turned over and sat up. It was already late at night, but she couldn't bring herself to leave things for tomorrow. Ding! A long electronic sound broke the silence of the night, sounding especially clear. Within half a minute, a deep, slightly cold voice responded. Hello, are you asleep? No. Qin Yutong looked at the messy papers scattered on the table in front of him. His eyes were clear, but his voice carried a faint tiredness. Shun Yunshu looked out the window at the dark night, unsure of what to say. It's so late, and you're still awake. You must have been busy researching her entrusted matters. What's wrong? Since there was no reply from the other side, she gently put down her pen. Qin Yutong rubbed his nose and asked again. Did something happen? Today, a girl came to the supermarket. She said they have no water to drink, and the water distributed by the government has been stolen. Do you know about this? Qin Yutong paused. Yes. Is it related to them? Qin Yutong was silent for a moment. At that moment, he seemed to understand what Shun Yunshu really wanted to ask. Yes, but it has nothing to do with you. Shun Yunshu was stunned for a few seconds, then couldn't help but smile softly. Got it. Has Yunnan been successful in placing people recently? Everything is going smoothly. They own many shops, mostly in less strict areas, so it's easy to get people in. Have they found out anything? The sound of pages turning came from the other side. Shun Yunshu felt a bit guilty listening. Recently, she had been overwhelmed with work, mostly leaving everything to Qin Yutong. It was late at night, and he was still working overtime. The promise that he would enjoy good food and drinks if he followed her hadn't really come true. She decided she must give him a raise and bonuses soon. Deep in her heart, she made this decision when she heard the voice from the other side. 3 people together manage over 100 shops. The scope is broad and hard to imagine. Our people mainly infiltrate key shops. The overall issues with these three are similar. First, their supply sources are illegitimate. Second, they falsify and shortchange customers. Third, they have dealings with the black market. Fourth, they collude with officials. We've collected a lot of evidence. Some of it has even allowed us to reach key positions within the shops, but we need a way to contact higher management and submit the evidence. Maybe then it will be useful. Shen Yunshu thought for a couple of seconds. Now they're getting bolder. They've even involved the government. The government can't possibly be unaware. The only possibility is that they can't act easily since they pay a lot of taxes every year. Exactly. That's the problem. The government wants to support small individual businesses in the area, but it's very limited and almost ineffective. It doesn't pose any real threat to them. So, what do you think? Shen Yunshu looked down at the dim light. What if I cooperate with the base? There was a long silence on the other side before they finally spoke slowly. There are pros and cons. If the supermarket and the base cooperate, the government won't be limited by their assets. However, the government might also become wary of you. It doesn't matter. They probably don't know me. Sooner or later, even if I don't seek cooperation actively, they will come to me. It's better to take the initiative and control the situation. Qin Yutong thought deeply, but he had to admit that Shen Yunshu was right. Even if her supermarket is outside the base, it won't be long before the base contacts her or tries to bring her over. And for now, this is the fastest and most effective way. Their ideas align again at this moment. Shen Yunshu didn't rush to hang up the phone. Instead, she warned, these three people seem to be working together, but it's only because their interests haven't clashed. It's impossible for them to have no conflicts at all. You should find someone to sow discord between them, create some rumors inside the base, and let them fight among themselves for a while. Got it. By the way, Shen Yunshu paused, Yunwan's supermarket will officially open tomorrow. They will definitely find out first and come looking for Boss Yun. If they come, just refuse them by saying Boss Yun is not here. Delay them for a few days. When they realize something is wrong, they will panic. Then, you can start targeting their idle assets, gradually eating away at their remaining resources. Shen Yunshu has big ambitions. Even if she cooperates with the government later, the government will want to seize their supplies. But Shen Yunshu won't just give away her gains for free. She wants to benefit from this. Buying their assets at a low price is the best plan. Qin Yutong immediately understood Shen Yunshu's meaning. His ambitions were just as big as hers. At this moment, his palm felt slightly warm, and he confidently said, "Okay." Hearing this, "Okay," Shen Yunshu's blood also started to boil, but she quickly calmed herself down. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. If we cut off their financial sources, they will fight desperately to take us down. Boss Yun originally appeared at the Yuyun weapon shop. Once they realize Boss Yun tricked them, they will come looking for you first. Qin Yutong put down the papers in his hand, listening to the crackling sound of electricity and the steady female voice on the other end. So, be careful in everything. Yes. After finishing a call with Qin Yutong, Shen Yunshu finally felt a bit more at ease. She thought she could sleep well tonight, but soon she heard faint, noisy sounds nearby. She was awakened from her sleep by the noise. Instinctively, she glanced at the time. It was only 5 a.m. She quickly reacted and grabbed in her hand. When she went outside, she saw that both of them were awake, and the girl had come out of the room Shen Yunshu had prepared for her. It was clear she hadn't slept well all night, and now she looked frightened by the noisy sounds outside. Shen Yunshu walked over and hugged her. "Don't be afraid. Let's go see what's happening." At 5 a.m., the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the sun hadn't fully risen yet. Shen Yunshu held the girl in her arms, and behind them, 2 others followed as they entered the supermarket. The lights inside the supermarket turned on automatically. But at that moment, everyone froze. Outside, the supermarket was crowded with people. There were young people, old folks, children, women, and strong men. They packed tightly outside, watching the supermarket and seeming to talk among themselves. When the lights came on, they paused briefly, then cheered loudly. "The store is open. The store is open. Finally, it's open." I knew it. A few days ago, I checked the second floor, and there was no sign of this light pole. Now it's here, so they must be reopening the store. Great. Now we can have real food to eat again. Boss, are you opening the store? A tall, thin man immediately saw Shin Yunshu and her group and shouted excitedly. Shin Yunshu finally snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes watering for no clear reason. Yes. Of course, we're opening. With a loud clang, the rolling shutter was pulled up. People outside surged in like a tide. Ah, so cool. It's so cool in here. Wow, there are so many new goods. The water hasn't even increased in price yet. Quick, get me a few bottles. Most people were rushing for water. The big freezers were quickly emptied of water, and Shin Yunshu hurried inside to restock. Yu Chun and the girl also quickly followed. Song Xiaoxue, who had never seen such a scene, was awakened by a playful tap on her head. She endured her embarrassment and went to help carry water. Many people also discovered the second floor and eagerly climbed up, shouting excitedly. One girl, however, didn't go to see the amazing new technology, but stood in front of a shelf for a long time, lost in thought. This shelf was packed full of items, all sorts of sanitary pads. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. There are daily use, night use, and even pads, safety shorts, and extra-long night pads. All kinds are available here. Since the end of the world, supplies have been scarce. She hasn't seen sanitary pads in a long time. Although they are essential for girls, no one produces them anymore for various reasons. They usually have to sew together old cloths to use as pads. When there's nothing else, they just let it flow. Because of this, they are often looked down upon. Some female mutants are also disliked by male mutants just because the blood smell might attract zombies. But this isn't something they can control. Tears fill the girl's eyes. Her mother and grandmother have long stopped having periods because of poor nutrition. Now her father even wants to starve her on purpose to make her menopause early. She feels unfair. Using her special powers, she takes on tasks to earn money. No one wants to team up with her, so she works alone. Now she's finally not starving. But many nights, she hates her female body. It's built for pregnancy, with bones and muscles weaker than men's. It's not suited for survival.
Why?
Why her? Tears run down her face as she stares blankly at the shelf of sanitary pads. She isn't the only one. Almost all women look at the shelf for a long time, unable to focus.
Shenonsku feels sad.
She's always wondered why stories about the end of the world never talk about women's health. It's an important issue. Now she understands. No one cares about women's situation except women themselves. She walks over, takes a pack of sanitary pads from the shelf, and gives them all to the women. The girl is surprised and tries to step back, not because she doesn't want the pads, but because she's worried about money. The women with her also wave their hands. No. I want to keep my money to buy water for my child, she says. But Shin Yunshu just tells them to take the pads. Don't be afraid.
You don't need your money, she says.
The girl immediately stays still.
Why?
The other women also wave their hands.
No.
That's not right. It's okay, Shin Yunshu insists, stuffing the pads into their arms. She looks at them and says, take these. Go back and tell the other women in your base. Any girl who comes to my shop can get a free pack of pads from now on. The girl and women are stunned. They even wonder if they heard wrong.
Free.
For nothing? Yes, it's free. Shin Yunshu nodded confidently. Although sanitary pads are not cheap in the system mall, she wasn't wealthy, but helping a little was always good. Seeing her firm words, the women nearby suddenly started crying. Thank you. You're such a good person, a great person. The women around also gathered and said, thank you so much, really thank you, ma'am. Looking at these pale and thin faces, Shin Yunshu felt like her throat was tight. What does she really have to claim? The girl at the outer edge silently looked at the sanitary pad in her hand, then looked up at the woman in the center of the crowd. Suddenly, she seemed to have made a firm decision, clutching her sanitary pad tightly. She shouldn't feel self-pity or dislike her womanhood. On the contrary, Women have the richest emotions and the most delicate thoughts. This is their natural gift. At this moment, Shu, still surrounded in the middle, heard a familiar electronic voice in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement. Charity Master. Helped 30 people for free. Reward: 30 boxes of sanitary pads. Unlock main task 5. Create a charity foundation. Shu was surprised. A charity foundation? In her name? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration exploded in her mind. The supermarket was growing bigger and bigger. Why not have a charity foundation? Why not? At this moment, Shu felt the extraordinary significance of the supermarket system's unlimited resources. She didn't have grand ambitions, but she didn't want to see her fellow citizens suffering endlessly. She felt a bit excited and started pushing toward the crowd's edge. But before she could get out, she heard a male voice from the high-tech zone. Free distribution of sanitary pads. To be fair, we should also organize some activities for us men, boss. Shu frowned. She turned her head, seeing a laid-back outsider with special abilities looking over. Seeing her turn, he became more enthusiastic. Gender equality, boss. How can we only care for women and ignore us men? Don't you agree? His companions nearby nodded in agreement, 2 or 3 at a time. Yeah, and what's the big deal about menstruation? Just find some old cloth to pad it. Why make such a fuss? You don't understand. It's not about fussing. Before Shu could speak, a girl shouted first. Yeah, what kind of talk is that, young man? The women around Shu also started to argue and rebut. The man seemed to completely disbelieve and shook his head with a look of disdain. All you women do is cause trouble every day. You have no real strength. Why bother coming out? Just stay at the base and serve your husbands. Hey, young man. Seeing the situation escalate, Shu quickly grabbed the woman about to rush forward and calmly looked at the man. Want gender equality? Sure, cut off that thing between your legs. Sanitary pads are also for you. Want gender equality? Sure, cut off that thing between your legs. Sanitary pads are also for you. What are you saying? Is this how you treat your customers? The man suddenly got angry and tried to rush forward, but was stopped by a rational man behind him. Hey, don't argue with women. Shu's face darkened completely. She didn't want to waste words with these brainless people. Just as she was about to kick them out of the supermarket and add them to a permanent blacklist, a slender girl slowly stepped beside her. Her eyes were firm, her ponytail high, with wispy bangs falling on both sides of her forehead. She reached behind her, holding 2 roughly 30-centimeter-long weapons with spikes at the ends, spinning them in her palms. She held them steadily, slightly bent her body, and looked at them. Talking is useless. If you have the guts, come and compare. Let's see who really belongs in the base taking care of you and feeding you. Wow, the crowd fell silent for a second. The leading man immediately sneered. Little girl, you dare compare with me? Are you trying to make me lose or win? If I win, does that mean I beat all your women? The men around him immediately sneered, mocking the girl. The man grew more arrogant with their laughter. He took a few steps toward the girl and sneered lecherously. Otherwise, call me Big Brother, and I might consider letting you keep one hand. Ha ha ha. His piercing laughter made every woman present tense up. They clenched their fists, eager to rush forward and punch him to death. But the girl who stepped forward remained calm. She just looked at him quietly, as if his dirty words were air. Her extremely calm gaze seemed to irritate the man. His smile faded, replaced by a sinister look. He turned and spat on the ground harshly.
Good.
If you won't accept a warning, I'll teach you a lesson right now. After saying this, he suddenly charged forward with his fists. His fists were quickly covered in hard dirt, turning black, like 2 fast-moving big stones. The women behind the girl all changed their expressions. At this moment, Yuchen stepped forward to act, but Shu held him back. She just looked at the girl's amade dagger and softly said, "Trust her." The girl looked at the incoming stones without panic. Her steps shifted smoothly, calm yet agile. She dodged the 2 heavy-looking fists just in time. The man's eyes were fierce. He quickly pulled back and swung with force, using his momentum. The girl, expecting this, crouched down to avoid it. At the same time, she spun her Ame dagger rapidly, then gripped it tightly and stabbed toward the man's armpit. A cold feeling spread from her armpit as she thrust the dagger forward fiercely. Crack! The sound of dirt breaking apart. The man broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used his special power to block, his armpit might have been pierced by now. But the girl didn't give him a chance to breathe. She stabbed sharply at his waist. The man finally reacted, lifting his foot to kick. The girl held her Ame dagger tightly, neither dodging nor retreating. Using her skill, she lightly lifted his leg with a clever move, forcing him to stumble. At the same time, she stabbed her other Ame dagger upward. Puff! Bright blood splashed out, landing on the girl's face. She moved again, shifting her stance to avoid the man's wild, chaotic attacks. Using the dirt splashed by him, she did a flip and circled behind him. Suddenly, she kneeled sharply into the back of his head. The man staggered forward with a loud thud, his vision blurring. Before he could react, the girl's leg quickly tightened around his neck. With a loud bang, the man was thrown heavily to the ground by her. The girl then pushed herself up, the Ame dagger aimed at his neck. Huff, huff. The man gasped heavily, feeling the cold, sharp sensation on his neck. He dared not move at all. He couldn't believe that in just a few minutes, a smaller girl had knocked him down, and now his life was in her hands. The supermarket suddenly fell silent. Everything happened so fast. By the time they reacted, the man was already on the ground. During this whole process, the girl didn't use any special powers at all. She relied entirely on her weapons and agility to make the man helpless. Everyone present was stunned, especially the few men with the man, who looked at each other in shock. Meanwhile, Shen Yunshu burst into cheers. Well done, little sister. Oh, who said you should let the sister have one hand? I think even with one hand she could beat this guy. Yeah, maybe this man isn't qualified to come to the base anymore. I think you should find someone reliable to take care of him and protect you, so you won't embarrass yourself anymore. Ha ha. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but laugh softly. The man lying on the ground looked pale and flushed. The girl loosened her grip on his legs and took away her Ame dagger. She stepped back, clasped her hands in front of her, and said politely, "Thank you for the match." Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. This girl definitely trained in martial arts. She was humble yet confident, strong and virtuous. The man gritted his teeth and stood up, but he didn't look very satisfied. Just as he was about to say more, another man, who couldn't bear to watch anymore, interrupted. Enough. Don't make a scene. If you can't even beat a girl, you should go back and practice more. The boss sent you a sanitary pad, and you still had the nerve to come close. Now look at you. Get out of here. Go away. Don't embarrass us men. Shen Yunshu watched their internal fight with amusement. When the men challenged her, they didn't step forward. Now that they lost, they all jumped out one after another. They seemed to be talking to the girl, but in reality, they looked down on her deep inside. What does it mean to say, even a girl can beat you? Deep down, they didn't believe in women's strength. They just thought the man they sent was too weak and had lost face. But Shen Yunshu saw through their true nature long ago. She directly told them to leave. Sorry, our supermarket prohibits fighting. If you start trouble, leave quickly. I won't call someone to remove you. Also, don't come back in the future. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will beat you. Why should we leave? The man retorted angrily, pointing at the girl. Didn't she say she wanted to fight first? It's a joke. They rely on the cheap items in this supermarket to survive. If they can't come here anymore, they will be finished. The man's friends quickly panicked. We didn't fight. It's none of our business. We don't know him. He insisted on fighting himself. We couldn't stop him. The man stared in shock at those who hurriedly tried to distance themselves from him. They had been so eager when encouraging him, but now, when trouble arose, they started to fall apart. You all, Shen Yunshu mocked him, saying, you guys really are your good brothers, huh? But it's no use. Each of you, don't even think about stepping into my supermarket again. The men were completely defeated. No, is this how you do business, boss? How much money can these women spend on you? And you just chase us out like this. Fine, if you want it that way, don't blame us for talking about you in the base. No wonder your store has been closed for so long. I think it's not just the products that are problematic, but you as a boss too. I doubt any man will dare to come here and spend money anymore. Shin Yun-shu was getting a headache from the noise. They really started to think of themselves as important. She moved her finger, ready to teleport these people outside the supermarket directly. Suddenly, a woman's eyes widened and she shouted, "Watch out!" Shin Yun-shu looked up sharply. She saw that the man who had been defeated by the girl had somehow sneaked around to a position near the girl. At that moment, a sharp earth spike shot straight toward the girl. The girl suddenly realized and turned to block, but the spike's angle was too tricky. Even if she managed to block part of it, she would still get hurt. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Shin Yun-shu felt a gust of wind rise suddenly. In the next second, the earth spike was lightly deflected by a slender spear. It was like a drop of water falling into a calm pond, causing ripples to spread outward instantly. A strong wind also rippled from the moment the spear touched the earth spike. The girl's loose hair fluttered gently, and her eyes moved. The earth spike disintegrated right in front of her. With the power of gentle water, she could resist even the strongest force. Shin Yun-shu looked at the familiar spear, and joy burst from her eyes. The girl holding the spear turned happily and said, "Boss Shin, long time no see." Song Manhwa easily dispelled the earth spike and sheathed the spear. She looked at the sneaky, lecherous man and snorted, "Shameless thing. You lose and still try to sneak attack." The man saw things were going wrong and was about to run away in a panic, but he was grabbed by the collar from behind by a middle-aged man. "Thinking you can run after doing bad things? It's shameful to have such a supernatural in the base. With enemies at the door and supplies scarce, you're still fighting among yourselves." The man struggled hard and angrily shouted back, "Who the hell are you? Do you have the right to tell me what to do?" A middle-aged man with a square face exuded authority without anger. "Forget who I am. As long as you know I am more than capable. Lu Wu, remove these troublemakers for me." Suddenly, a loud voice came from somewhere. The man called Lu Wu stepped forward quickly and decisively subdued the leader of the troublemakers. The man tried to resist, but when he saw a flash of green, he suddenly dared not move. A few men led by Lu Wu quickly restrained the troublemakers. The troublemakers looked like frightened quails, breathing carefully. Because the middle-aged man waved his hand, and out came a group of soldiers dressed in military uniforms. Only the so-called big shots from the core of the base would travel with such security. It was surprising that a small supermarket owner knew such important people. Realizing whom they had offended, the troublemakers broke out in cold sweat. They dared not say another word, and were simply thrown out. Everyone watched the soldiers and was shocked, their mouths opening wide. They looked at Shin Yun-shu with new caution. Shin Yun-shu felt a bit guilty and led the people to the back of the supermarket. To make discussions easier, she even set aside a special space for talks. Song Manhwa plopped onto a soft sofa, excitedly looking at Shin Yun-shu. "Boss Shin, do you remember me?" How could she not remember? They had just met a few days ago, but only in the guise of Yun boss. However, Shin Yun-shu tried to keep her composure and pretended to be fine. "Miss Song left a deep impression on me." "Of course I remember." Song Manhwa was surprised. "How you know my surname is Song?" Oh no, she had forgotten that she probably didn't know who she was right now. Shin Yun-shu secretly panicked, searching for reasons in her mind. But Song Manhwa's eyes suddenly shifted, and she quickly found a reason herself. "I see. Do you know my father? Your father?" Shin Yun-shu was stunned. Yes, this was probably her first time meeting her father. But instinctively, she felt they had met before, so she didn't bother to pretend and didn't look surprised. Her heart tightened. She saw some curiosity in her father's eyes. Fortunately, Song Manhwa had already come up with a reason. Her father held a high position. He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the base. He must be somewhat famous in the base. Many people knew his surname was Song. At this moment, Song Minghui thought she was just one of many ordinary people. Shen Yunshu simply nodded and said, Minister Song is so famous. Of course I know him. Humph. What is he so famous for? Song Minghui, like her father's first critic, said, He's just a big fool who always causes trouble and lets others handle everything. Minghui. Song Hongxing looked like he was strictly scolding his daughter, but everyone could see he was just making a small fuss. At this moment, he slowly stood up, shook hands with Shen Yunshu, and introduced himself. Hello, Boss Shen. I've heard a lot about you. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs at Huayong Base. Just call me Brother Song. Brother? Song Minghui laughed when he heard this. A generation apart, right? Shen Yunshu felt a bit helpless listening to Song Minghui's laughter. She looked up at Song Hongxing's eyes, which showed even more helplessness. The two exchanged a quick, understanding look, and in that brief moment, they bridged the gap between them. Hello, Brother Song. Song Hongxing nodded with a smile and sat down. Shen Yunshu knew that Song Minghui bringing her father here was definitely not simple, so she didn't bother with small talk and asked directly, Brother Song, is there something you came here for? Song Hongxing looked at his daughter and said with a smile, Yes, we came to see Boss Shen because there is indeed something we need. The last time Minghui bought something from you was not ordinary. We held several meetings because of it. This time, we came specifically to understand more about Boss Shen. As expected of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, his words sounded like they were saying one thing but meant another. It sounded like he wanted to understand her products better, but in reality, he was probably suspicious about where her goods came from and wanted to find out more. However, Shen Yunshu didn't mind this at all. On the contrary, at this moment, she needed this bridge to the government. Shen Yunshu had activated the fully automatic supermarket mode. Outside, it was noisy, but inside, it was surprisingly quiet. She poured each of them a cup of tea. Song Minghui took a sip and widened his eyes. This tea smells so good, much better than my dad's. Song Hongxing also took a sip, and his amazement was just as obvious as his daughter's. It was clear that coming here was the right decision. From the moment he stepped into the supermarket, he was genuinely shocked. He couldn't imagine what kind of power could run such a supermarket, with goods that were unheard of and unseen since the end of the world. If he could achieve his goal this time, the whole world might change because of it. He couldn't believe that the long-lost environment would appear again on this desolate land. There will no longer be so many refugees at the base. Song Hongxing suppressed his excitement and put down his teacup. My sudden arrival may seem a bit abrupt, but Mr. Shen, as you can see, the climate and environment are getting worse. Yet, what you have here almost surpasses everything we have studied so far. So, I am here on behalf of the Huayong base to seek your help and cooperation. Shen Yunshu paused while drinking tea. Seeking help? This statement clearly lowered his own status. But Shen Yunshu was not easily fooled. She simply said lightly, Of course, cooperation is no problem. I only run a small supermarket here. If there's business, I definitely won't refuse. It's just helping, I wouldn't say so. Look at my supermarket. It's less than 1% of the Huayong base's area. How could I help? Shen Yunshu's reaction was almost expected by Song Hongxing. He smiled and said calmly, Just your willingness to cooperate already makes us very happy, but treating only the symptoms won't solve the root problem. I believe you also hope that humans can rebuild our beautiful homeland. Of course, I don't mean to pressure you morally. The main reason I came this time is about the fruit that Meng Huai brought back last time. As far as I know, there probably isn't any land elsewhere that can grow such full, sweet fruits. Most importantly, they are rich in natural energy. Song Hongxing's excitement grew as he spoke. Our research team has studied for years how to grow plants on such poor land, but in the end, all we got were some mutated plants that were not edible and couldn't purify the environment. So, we sincerely want to know how these fruits are cultivated. There was a brief silence in the air. Shen Yunshu remained silent. She looked at the passionate hope in the middle-aged man's eyes across from her, unsure of what to say. She was extraordinary, and everything she had might just be a gift from a higher civilization. She couldn't explain her origins, nor did she have any. In the end, she could only honestly answer, I don't know. Now it was Song Hongxing's turn to fall silent. During this quiet time, Shen Yunshu guessed what he might be thinking. Questioning? Not believing? Thinking she simply didn't want to tell them? Matsuhiro Moriya indeed thought this way, but his thoughts were more complex. He knew it wasn't easy to find out the truth. He was just trying. If she truly didn't want to talk, what could he do? Would he use force like some others in management? Matsuhiro Moriya couldn't do that. He could only believe in genuine honesty between people. Maybe she had her reasons, maybe she didn't trust him enough yet, but no matter what, he wouldn't give up on finding this one hope. He would take it step by step, with sincerity and true heart. Shen Yunshu was very surprised to see the calm in his eyes, as if he wasn't surprised by her answer and wouldn't pressure her. She was touched by this rare, sincere heart in the end-of-world situation. She broke the silence first and said, "But if you want to study this fruit, you can take it from me anytime. I will do my best to cooperate." Hearing Shen Yunshu's words, Matsuhiro Moriya felt very satisfied inside, at least knowing she didn't dislike them. He immediately sincerely thanked her, saying, "Then thank you, Boss Shen. No need to thank me. Since Huayang Base wants to cooperate with me, let's talk about the details." Of course. Matsuhiro Moriya seemed prepared. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately handed over a thin stack of papers. He handed the papers to Shen Yunshu and said, "All the cooperation details are written inside. Boss Shen, please take a look. If there's anything you're not happy with, just let me know." Shen Yunshu took the papers and carefully looked through them. Suddenly, the entire meeting room became quiet. Matsuhiro Moriya listened to their conversation for a while and found it quite boring. Seeing Boss Shen's smooth forehead, he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Boss Shen, is it because of the rumors in the base that you closed the shop for so long?" Shen Yunshu paused while reading and nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, but not entirely. If I didn't close the shop, these people would keep causing trouble. Better to close it first, catch them one by one, and solve the problem before reopening." Although not completely resolved, the situation was much better now. Matsuhiro Moriya's eyes brightened. "I knew those rumors in the base were fake. My dad and I ate things from the supermarket, and nothing happened. But, for some reason," Matsuhiro Moriya suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Boss Shen, did you find out who was behind the trouble?" Shen Yunshu's hand paused as she turned the page, and she looked at Matsuhiro Moriya with a hint of amusement, curious. Matsuhiro Mori saw the situation and felt it was a bit inappropriate. He cleared his throat to remind his daughter not to cross the line. However, Shen Yunshu simply put down the contract, looked at Matsuhiro Mori, and did not think she was crossing the line. In fact, this was exactly what she wanted to say next. "We've caught them. I think Brother Matsuhiro should also know these three people, right? They are famous for monopolizing business in the base." Matsuhiro Mori was stunned and frowned tightly. "Them three? Yes." Shen Yunshu nodded confidently. From Matsuhiro Mori's tone, he definitely knew about them, which meant the government had been paying attention to these three. If it's them, then it's not surprising. Matsuhiro Mori's expression became serious. "We've been trying to suppress their power, but we didn't expect them to go beyond the base. If their interests are threatened, they won't let it go." Shen Yunshu sneered, her expression turning cold instantly. "Since Brother Matsuhiro knows about them, do you also know that recently they have even taken water from the poor?" "What?" Matsuhiro Mori stood up in shock. He wasn't responsible for that part, but he knew the government had been distributing supplies to the lower classes recently. He just didn't expect these people to be so bold. Matsuhiro Mori was also shocked. "How dare they? How dare they?" Shen Yunshu raised her eyebrows with a mocking smile. "Of course, someone upstairs is protecting them." Her words were sharp, and anyone sensitive might feel uncomfortable hearing it. But Matsuhiro Mori didn't seem bothered. He looked truly awakened by Shen Yunshu's words and immediately frowned in thought. Shen Yunshu observed his expression and finally confirmed that he could be trusted. "Brother Matsuhiro, do you have any ideas?" Matsuhiro Mori was brought back by her words. He took a deep breath, as if he had thought of something, but didn't say it out loud. "I now know about this. When I go back, I will report it for a thorough investigation." Since he was a government worker, he had to follow the proper procedures. but reporting step by step, layer by layer, might take years. Shen Yunshu smiled. Then it will be hard on you, brother Matsuhiro. But I have a better way to speed things up. Matsuhiro Mori immediately looked up and asked, "What is it?" "It's very simple." Shen Yunshu placed the contract on the table. She had already read through the contents, which mainly involved long-term supply of materials. Although the base could produce some items on its own, it was not enough, especially water. During such times, they could only purchase supplies. Most of these supplies would be used to help the poor. The price offered was quite high, actually higher than Shen Yunshu expected.
But
Shen Yunshu pointed her finger at the contract and stared steadily at Song Hongsheng. "I can offer you a 3% discount on this contract, providing prices lower than any in the market. But I have only one request." Song Hongsheng was impressed by Shen Yunshu's presence and asked instinctively, "What is your request?" "I want my supplies to be genuinely distributed to every poor person, to save their lives. If that can't be done, then there's no need for us to cooperate." When Shen Yunshu finished speaking, Song Hongsheng was stunned in place. "Are you saying you'd rather give up your own profit just to save their lives?" Before Shen Yunshu could reply, Song Hongsheng, visibly emotional, grabbed her hand. "I didn't expect Boss Shen to look so young but to have such a big heart. Caring for the country and the people. Caring for the country and the people? That might be a bit exaggerated." Shen Yunshu instantly got goosebumps. She was about to say it wasn't that serious when she looked up and saw tears in Brother Song's eyes. She immediately swallowed her words. This Minister Song was quite emotional. Shen Yunshu quickly looked at Song Minghui for help. Song Minghui disdainfully rolled his eyes at his father and forcefully pulled him to sit down.
all right, stop dawdling.
Boss Shen is willing to give discounts, but there are conditions. At least, we need to investigate those corrupt officials and overthrow the monopolists. Song Minghui hit the point directly. Shen Yunshu immediately nodded in agreement. Feeling he had lost composure, Song Hongsheng discreetly wiped his tears and looked seriously at Shen Yunshu.
Don't worry.
"I'll report this urgently when I go back. With such huge interests involved, they won't refuse. I will also personally oversee the management to ensure everything reaches the people." Hearing Song Hongsheng's promise, Shen Yunshu felt a bit more at ease. "Of course." Before he finished speaking, Song Hongsheng added, "We will send people to handle the rumors spread by those few in the base. We won't let your supermarket fall into a wave of false accusations. If Boss Shen is willing to offer some concessions, we definitely won't be afraid of those few people anymore. To be honest, we already have a lot of evidence. We're just missing the final step." "Okay." Shen Yunshu felt more confident. They currently have a large stock of supplies, so they dare to act so arrogantly, but that won't last long. Soon, this stock will be the last straw that breaks them. Once the supermarket opens, those people will lose their composure. After they realize I am working with the base, they will probably panic completely. If they can't sell their goods and their assets are seized, their huge losses will lead them down a single path: bankruptcy. The cooperation is almost finalized. Only a few contract revisions are needed before confirmation. Song Hongsheng happily stood up and shook hands with Shen Yunshu. But Shen Yunshu, holding his large hand, didn't rush to say goodbye. Instead, she looked up at Song Hongsheng. "There's one last thing I need to ask Brother Song for help with." Song Hongsheng, now fully convinced by Shen Yunshu's vision, waved his hand. "Whatever I can do, I will try my best." Shen Yunshu smiled, her eyes firm. "I want to establish a charitable foundation in the base under my name." It took half a minute for Song Hongsheng to understand what Shen Yunshu was saying. A charitable foundation?
Yes.
Even the usually calm Song Hongsheng was shocked inside. A charitable foundation might be common in normal times, but in the post-apocalyptic era, they had disappeared. Yet this young girl wanted to establish one in her name. Do you understand what a charitable foundation means?" "Of course I do. That's why I asked Brother Song for help," Shen Yunshu replied confidently. She knew exactly what she was doing. She had researched many details for this. Charitable foundations are usually divided into public and private types. The difference is whether they can raise funds from the public. Public foundations are typically established directly by the government and can raise funds from everyone, like the Red Cross. So, the foundation Shun Yinshu wants to create must be a private charitable foundation. That presents a problem. According to the information she found and the regulations of the base, a private foundation must be affiliated with the government. The actual decision-maker would still be Shin Yun-shu, but she needs this connection. When she first saw Song Hongsheng, she already had this plan in mind. Song Hongsheng clearly understood her meaning. No one knew the base's regulations better than him. The charity foundation is indeed very important in the end-of-the-world scenario. Song Hongsheng nodded seriously at Shin Yun-shu. Leave this to me. I can help you handle it well. Also, because of the end times, the procedures won't be as complicated or strict.
But
You should understand the big environment we will face after establishing it. Song Hongsheng's words were brief, but Shin Yun-shu understood what he meant. In the end times, a charity foundation is similar to a steamed bun caught among starving ghosts, facing far more than she imagined. But Shin Yun-shu just smiled indifferently.
of course I know, but
So what? This cooperation lasted for 3 hours. When Song Hongsheng and Song Minghui left, they bought a large amount of supplies from her again. Especially when Song Hongsheng looked at the big pile of fruit, his eyes practically drooled, and in the end, he bought several tens of thousands worth of fruit before being forcibly pulled away by Song Minghui. Shun Yun-shu watched their departing figures and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What Song Hongsheng said reminded her that she always bought ready-made goods directly from the system mall, without considering where they came from. But the mention of end-of-the-world planting? That sounded quite interesting. During the mercenary group competition, Shun Yun-shu was shocked by the mutated plants of the end times. She even thought about planting a row around the supermarket. Wouldn't it be like playing a real version of Plants vs. Zombies? Thinking about it now, it was a bit far-fetched, but trying might not be a bad idea. There were seeds in the system mall, but they weren't mutated, so they couldn't adapt to the barren, mutated land, especially now with the high temperatures and drought. Besides the system mall, Shin Yun-shu vaguely remembered the word, seeds, from the high-level lottery pool she glimpsed once. She immediately opened the lottery function and found what she was looking for. There were not only mutated plant seeds, but also mutated animal cubs. Was she supposed to start a farm? The idea suddenly seemed possible. However, these items were quite rare, and the difficulty of drawing them was obvious. Shin Yun-shu had only 3 chances for a high-level lottery, and even if she had 30 chances, she might not get them. Her finger hovered over the lottery button for a few seconds before finally hesitating and lowering it. She then began to search for people in the supermarket. There were still many customers in the supermarket. She moved toward the back, where she lived. Sure enough, the two were in their rooms with the doors closed, doing who knows what. I initially thought I hired a new employee, but now it seems I just hired someone who mostly eats and does nothing. Shun Yun-shu sighed and went back to her room. The little girl she saved last night was still there, looking a bit nervous when she entered. Don't be nervous, I just need a little help with something. The girl immediately opened her big, round eyes, seeming happy to be able to help. Shun Yun-shu cleared her throat. She was somewhat superstitious and didn't trust luck anymore, but maybe with a new account, she'd get a fresh start. She sat beside the girl and took her hand seriously. The girl couldn't see the system panel in front of Shin Yun-shu, but that didn't matter to her. Noticing the girl's confusion, Shin Yun-shu softly reassured her. Don't be afraid. It's just a small thing, it'll be quick. Today, Shin Yun-shu decided to use all 3 chances she had. If it didn't work, she'd accept it. Gently pressing her finger on the lottery, she got a B-grade material. Another press, and the supermarket area increased by 10 square meters.
wow.
Shin Yun-shu secretly gasped. The beginner's luck was really useful. This was quite rare. But at the same time, she took a deep breath.
There was only 1 chance left.
The wait for the prize seemed unusually long. When the green seed appeared in front of her, she didn't react immediately. It wasn't until the girl sensed something was wrong and softly called out, "Sister," that Shin Yun-shu snapped back to reality.
Wow.
I actually got it. Shun Yinshu almost wanted to kiss the girl's face, and she did. "You're really my little lucky star." The girl was stunned after being kissed and praised so suddenly. She didn't know what she had done, but being surrounded by such open praise was a first for her. A wave of warmth and blush rose in her heart. Shun Yinshu, still excited about the seed, muttered unconsciously, "You're my second little lucky star." The girl looked curious. "Sister, who's the first little lucky star?" "The first one." Shun Yinshu's mood suddenly paused, recalling what happened after she found the clown monster. She finally shrugged. "It's fallen apart." Just next door and able to hear their conversation clearly, Yuchen said. Although he didn't understand what collapse meant, nor did he think Shun Yinshu's lucky star referred to himself, he had a strange intuition. Shun Yinshu was talking about him. Collapse? Does it mean it's no longer working? Yu Qin briefly frowned but quickly relaxed again. He's always like this, unaffected by anyone. But for some reason, this time he felt an unusually heavy discomfort in his heart.
He should be used to it by now.
He closed his eyes and forcibly shifted his attention. He could sense that the group of government people hadn't gone far yet. Now was the perfect moment to follow. He quietly got out of bed and walked to the door. His footsteps were so light it was as if no one was in the room. But as soon as Yu Qin grasped the door handle and pressed down, his expression changed instantly. Flames shot straight out from his hand, rushing through a crack in the door. The people outside reacted quickly. An ice shield silently appeared to block the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qin tried to close the door, but the people outside clearly didn't agree. They kept pushing into the room. A pale hand blocked the door crack, and as they pushed, long white hair also drifted inside. Yu Chen's face darkened further, but he dared not unleash too much power, afraid of disturbing the people next door. However, the people outside showed no such concern. They exploited Yu Chen's hesitation, using all their strength to force their way in. Yu Chen simply stopped resisting, coldly stepping back a few paces, watching the small white face in front of him. Song Xiaoxue closed the door behind her, her face half smiling, both of them looking at each other with equal indifference, yet sensing each other's true intentions. "Are you trying to sneak into the government with that group of officials?" Yu Chen's pupils shrank, silent. Song Xiaoxue chuckled. He felt the timing was right and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed movement from the door. How could such coincidence happen? Almost instantly, he sensed something was wrong. "What do you want to do by sneaking into the government with them?" Song Xiaoxue said as he took a few steps forward, staring directly at Yu Chen with a strong sense of pressure. "The scar on your face hasn't healed well, right? Did they use some special method to cut it? Apart from your face, are there other places? How did they cut it? Did they tie you to an experiment table? Or did several people press down on you and cut it forcefully?" Song Xiaoxue's voice was deep and slow, like a demon crawling up from hell, pressing forward step by step. Yu Chen's face had gone pale at first, but now he showed no emotion at all. As Song Xiaoxue got closer, he suddenly reached out like lightning, trying to throw him over his shoulder. But Song Xiaoxue seemed to have expected this. When caught, he didn't dodge or resist. Instead, he suddenly burst with all his strength, tightly holding onto one of Yu Chen's hands. With a sharp sound, Yu Chen's long sleeve was pulled up suddenly, revealing a string of black numbers on the inside of his arm. Yu Chen was startled and instinctively tried to pull back. But Song Xiaoxue had already seen what he wanted. He loosened his grip, and Yu Chen took a few steps back quickly. His eyes flashed with fierce anger and fury. "Do you want to die? Do you want to die?" Yu Chen no longer cared about the noise or what was happening. He suddenly lost his temper, forgetting his supernatural powers, and lunged into a fight with Song Xiaoxue. Song Xiaoxue was pushed to the ground. He strained his neck, clearly exhausted and unable to breathe, but still clung tightly to Yu Chen's collar. "Did you also escape from that hellhole?" "Zheng Wei, do you know Zheng Wei?" Song Xiaoxue spoke slowly and painfully, but he refused to look away from Yu Chen's eyes, trying to find any clue. But Yu Chen didn't understand what he was saying at all. He just kept punching downward, one punch after another. He didn't have time to think. He only knew that this person had uncovered his secret and scars he desperately wanted to hide. Song Xiaoshue's eyes gradually showed disappointment. Seeing Yu Chen's frantic behavior, there was even a hint of sympathy in his gaze. His fingers twitched slightly, ready to use his supernatural power to knock him away. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked open. Song Xiaoshue froze, already guessing who was coming. Sure enough, Shen Yunshu was attracted by the noise. Seeing the scene before him, he slowly asked, "Are you two fighting or doing something else?" Yu Chen's fist stopped, and Song Xiaoshue was completely stunned. Shen Yunshu waited until nightfall when the guests had left before taking the seeds to plant. On the way, he took the chance to contact Qin Yutong, informing him of the cooperation with the base. He told him to keep an eye on the base's movements and whether they were truly following the contract. If they were, then their actions should coordinate with the base. Qin Yutong responded with a greeting. Shen Yunshu asked a few more questions about the recent situation at the Yuyan weapon shop, wondering if anyone had started causing trouble. Qin Yutong said yes, but they couldn't cause much trouble. They had been driven away by Ng. Shen Yunshu finally felt relieved but knew they hadn't fully broken through, so she couldn't let her guard down. Qin Yutong understood this well. He guessed that in a few days, those people would come to the supermarket to cause trouble. Shen Yunshu glanced at the two who couldn't finish their work and quietly said, "Don't worry about me." There was no need for others to cause trouble. Their supermarket was already full of problems. When Shen Yunshu left with the seeds, Yu Chen silently followed behind her, and Song Xiaoshue watched from a distance. Shen Yunshu felt uncomfortable being watched and couldn't help but turn around and ask the clown to stay away. Yu Chen nodded at her advice and took a step back. Shen Yunshu. "Hey, do you have something to tell me?" Finally, Shen Yunshu couldn't take it anymore and asked with her hands on her hips. Yu Chen frowned, becoming very serious, as if he had been waiting for her to ask. In the hot, steamy heat, Yu Chen spoke carefully word by word. "I am not romantically involved with him." Shen Yunshu. "All right, I get it. Go play now." But Yu Chen's furrowed brow didn't relax at all. "You don't trust me?" Shen Yunshu's expression suddenly became complicated. Only this big fool would believe him. It was all just to deliberately disgust them. At this moment, Song Xiaoshue couldn't help but laugh behind them. The culprit still smiling? Shen Yunshu's mind quickly turned, and she suddenly showed a mischievous smile. "It's not that I don't trust you, I don't trust him." She elbowed Yu Chen, signaling him to look at Song Xiaoshue not far behind. "Look at him. Does he seem like he's secretly in love with you?" Song Xiaoshue almost fell flat on the ground. Seeing that disgusted look in the clown's eyes, he was completely defeated. Shen Yunshu's heart was already laughing out loud. She couldn't hide her smile no matter what, even though everything was dark and blurry. She took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Just remember to stay away from him." Got it. Yu Chen wasn't a fool. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he didn't want Shen Yunshu to misunderstand their relationship. And if he could also disgust Song Xiaoshue in the process, he wouldn't refuse. He nodded lightly. Got it. Their indifferent attitude almost made Song Xiaoshue furious. Shen Yunshu finally found a chance to plant her seeds. "I don't know what kind of plant this seed is from, but it's always safe to plant it a little deeper, just not too deep, so the young sprout can emerge easily." Shen Yunshu is very worried, carefully instructing Yu Chen to dig a medium-sized hole before gently placing the seed inside. Her caution is as intense as handling a powerful explosive. If this seed could feel human emotions, she would imagine treating it like SpongeBob treats his burger, covering it with a blanket and singing to it. She covers it with soil again, softly. She tentatively waters it, unsure if the plant prefers water or not. In this dry weather, watering more is always a good idea. Not only does Shen Yunshu water it, but she also generously adds nutrient solution to the soil. Her simple idea is, since the soil lacks nutrients, she will give it extra nourishment. Song Xiaoshue watches nearby, shaking her head, annoyed by Shen Yunshu's fussing, and she walks away. However, on the first, second, and third days after planting, the land shows no change at all. Although this is normal for regular plants, this is not an ordinary seed. It's a mutated seed. Shun Yunshu waters it daily, now crouching beside it, worried under the hot sun. To prevent customers from accidentally stepping on it, she even sets up a small fence around the seed. But the land remains silent and still. Until one night, Song Xiaoxue deliberately gets close to the seed, despite Shin Yunshu's disapproval, who always keeps her away because she finds her unlucky. As Shun Yunshu pushes her away, a drop of sweat from Song Xiaoxue's chin falls onto the soil. The sweat silently absorbs into the ground, and suddenly, the land seems to stir. But Shun Yunshu is still busy shooing her away and doesn't notice the change. Until a tiny, green sprout breaks through the soil.
Wait.
Don't move. Shun Yunshu yells to stop Song Xiaoxue from being nosy. She holds her tightly, eyes fixed on the delicate green sprout, like the first flower of spring. It trembles in the wind on the barren land but stubbornly stands tall. Shun Yunshu feels like a mother who has finally given birth after a long pregnancy, almost crying as she hugs and kisses the tiny sprout. Song Xiaoxue, why don't you just pull it out and put it in a block of ice, then keep it in the supermarket as a display? Shun Yunshu immediately looks seriously at Song Xiaoxue. Sho, what are you saying? Little Ya can hear you, Song Xiaoxue. This boring troublemaker unexpectedly made this broken seed really sprout. Song Xiaoxue was about to leave, but Shun Yunshu grabbed his sleeve. Why do you think it suddenly sprouted? Song Xiaoxue paused, looked at Shun Yunshu with a puzzled expression, and shrugged inexplicably. How would I know? Isn't it always you taking care of it? But Shun Yunshu's eyes suddenly became mysterious. I feel like it's because of you. Mine? Song Xiaoxue was amused and quickly shook off Shun Yunshu's hand, stepping closer to her deliberately. Big sister, don't you always say I'm unlucky? Shun Yunshu didn't fall for his tricks at all. She pushed him away slightly and said, Yes, you're pretty unlucky, but the ice spirit in your body isn't unlucky. Ice spirit? Song Xiaoxue suddenly realized. It was too hot outside. He seemed to have just broken out in a few drops of sweat. Suddenly, the two fell into silence. Shun Yunshu had a sudden insight and, seeing Song Xiaoxue's expression, probably understood too. She suddenly smiled mischievously. Hearing the words ice spirit, Song Xiaoxue felt uncomfortable all over, and seeing Shun Yunshu's expression gave him goosebumps. He quickly headed towards the supermarket. I'll go first. Don't. You're not unlucky at all. You're my lucky star. Look at you, sweating all over. Don't waste it. Come on. Give some to Little Ya. Hearing Shun Yunshu's teasing words, Song Xiaoxue's steps quickened. But Shun Yunshu was not planning to let him go. Isn't the value of 1,000,000 shown now? Fine, if you don't want to give it to him, that's okay. From now on, you're not allowed to use the supermarket's toilets. Song Xiaoxue stopped in surprise, turning back to look at Shun Yunshu in disbelief. What do you mean? Shun Yunshu smiled happily. It's nothing special. Don't you know that human waste is a natural fertilizer for plants? Besides, your waste isn't ordinary. Such explosive words could only come from this woman in front of him. For the first time in his life, Song Xiaoxue felt his head buzzing. Shun Yunshu looked at his face, thinking he was shy, and quickly added, If you're shy, I can build a small bathroom for you here, so no one will see you when you go to the bathroom. Song Xiaoxue looked upset, as if he had just swallowed a fly. When he opened his mouth, he finally stopped calling his sister the deliberately disgusting nickname. Shun Yunshu, is this a matter of being shy or not? In the end, Song Xiaoxue left in anger. Shun Yunshu wasn't sure whether he had agreed or not. Before the end of World Era, she often saw men urinating carelessly, like dogs, in inappropriate places. She thought men liked to express themselves freely in this way. And she had already promised to make him a bathroom, after all. How petty! Shun Yunshu walked into the supermarket with a sullen face. When she reached the door, she saw Enlu peeking around outside. Her heart softened instantly. Enlu had been staying with her for a while, and they had become somewhat familiar. She learned about Enlu's tragic past and felt even more pity for the little girl. Seeing Enlu like that, she gently rubbed her head. What are you secretly looking at? Enlu looked eagerly at the spot where the seed had been planted. Sister, has it sprouted? Yes, it has. Do you want to go outside and see? Yes, and Lu almost jumped with excitement. When she saw the small green sprout, she suddenly became quiet, staring at it with shining eyes. Sister, will it grow bigger over time? Yes, maybe someday it will grow as tall as a big tree, several floors high, taller than the supermarket with many branches. Its green leaves will look like clouds, providing shade and coolness. In fact, Shen Yinshu didn't know exactly what this seed would become in the future, or if it would survive at all. But facing the girl's eager and hopeful eyes, she could only imagine the most beautiful scene herself. And Li's eyes indeed sparkled with light. That's great. So, in the future, we can all rest under the big tree. If Mom knew, she would be very happy, Shen Yinshu said softly. As Enlu spoke, her voice grew quieter. Shen Yinshu knew the girl was thinking about something sad. She gently hugged her and patted her head. All right, you're happy now. Your mom will be happy too. And Lu leaned into Shen Yinshu's embrace, looking at the dark night sky, deep and black like ink. Suddenly, she felt pessimistic and thought of many things. Her sister's place was very nice, like a paradise with food, drinks, air conditioning, and a big tree to rest under in the future. But the more she thought about it, the more she imagined other things. Thinking about those nights when she was so hot on the floor that she couldn't sleep, or about begging for food like a dog just to survive, and about her mother's cold body and her desperate efforts to make her run. She ran away and survived, but she had no home. Suddenly, a few tears welled up in her eyes, but they were quickly wiped away silently by Shen Yinshu. Anil finally couldn't hold back and cried loudly in Shen Yinshu's arms, sweat mixing with tears. Shen Yinshu just let her cry until she was done, then gently patted her back to help her feel better. She looked at the girl's slightly yellowed, dry hair and softly asked, "What do you want to do in the future?" Anil's eyes were blurry with tears, but her first reaction to the question was still to clench her fists. "I want to live. I want to avenge my mom." Okay. Shen Yinshu only said one word softly, but it felt like a strong boost to Anil's heart. She looked up in confusion, but saw Shen Yinshu gazing toward the base. "There is a mercenary group called Black Eagle in the base. I can send you there. From now on, you will learn from Sister Zhongyu inside. Whatever you learn will be yours. In the future, if you want to seek revenge, I won't stop you. In fact, someone will help you. Are you willing?" Anil lifted her tear-streaked face, still a little confused. Black Eagle? Is it the same Black Eagle she imagined? Can she go in and become as powerful as those with special abilities someday? Shen Yinshu's expression gave her a clear answer. She finally wiped away her tears, as if making a firm decision. "I am willing." That night, Shen Yinshu and Anil also named the small sprout Anding. She personally pulled out the seed, and in front of this tender sprout, she strengthened her resolve. Anding tree symbolizes a hopeful future and also represents Anil's firm determination. She would never forget that moment. The next morning, Shen Yinshu called Zhongyu over and took her away. Zhongyu was usually blunt but kind-hearted. She found it troublesome to pick up people. She scolded Shen Yinshu, but still helped her by bringing the person over. She thought, this isn't kindergarten. And Shen Yinshu figured, well, I only asked her to do this once. Plus, judging by her expression, she didn't seem to mind the trouble. Zhongyu raised an eyebrow and took the nervous, frightened Anil away. Before leaving, she gently pinched Anil's small arm and leg. This girl is so thin, she probably can't even handle a light knife. Go home and eat well, get stronger. Anil nodded quickly and followed along. Shen Yinshu watched their backs and smiled happily. Song Xiaoxue wandered over to her side and suddenly said sarcastically, "Oh, the kind-hearted person has finished their work?" Shen Yinshu turned to look at him, smiling politely but with no real warmth. "Did you pee today?" Get lost. After sending Anil away, about 2 days later, news came from Qin Yutong's side. They said the government had started distributing supplies, and after their investigation, the supplies had indeed been delivered to everyone. Shen Yinshu thought that Sheng Hongsheng was indeed a reliable person. Then there was Yun Yu's recent situation. They contacted us often a few days ago, even deliberately sent troublemakers, but we drove them all away. Now, suddenly, everything is quiet. I guess they found out about Yunwan's supermarket opening, and maybe they're planning a big move. Shin Yunshu snorted softly. What big move could they have? Just come and try. Unexpectedly, Qin Yutong's words proved true. The very next day, the so-called big move indeed happened. But the move was so big that Shin Yunshu couldn't help but laugh. They didn't even bother to come up with new tricks. It was still the usual plan to frame and cause trouble. Perhaps this old trick was effective for small shops. When there are many troublemakers, you can't chase them all away. Even if customers trust the supermarket, these troublemakers seriously disrupt normal business. Over time, this could even ruin the shop. But they underestimated Shin Yunshu's supermarket. Shin Yunshu directly blacklisted all the troublemakers. Now, they couldn't get close to the supermarket at all. They were forced to stay outside the protected area, isolated with the zombies. The constant attacks from zombies and the hot sun soon made them give up. One by one, they ran away in fear. But Shin Yunshu didn't let them go easily. She sent the clowns and monsters to teach them a lesson. Those who escaped back to the base were also beaten by Shin Yunshu's specially arranged Black Eagle team. After several rounds, the reputation of Yunwan's supermarket as a tough place spread among those who took part in causing trouble. The three troublemakers suddenly found they couldn't find anyone to hire. They wanted to go personally to find troublemakers, but soon they were discouraged by the heat and zombies. At the same time, they discovered that the government had started investigating them, and this time, the investigation was much stricter than before. Exhausted, the three had no energy left to cause more trouble. But what they didn't know was that this was only the beginning. Soon, they realized they could no longer tamper with the supplies they distributed. Even the bribe takers above them became too afraid to act. They all shook their heads, saying the situation had changed. There was no way to stop the supplies from being intercepted, and since the poor were no longer starving, no one was willing to pay money to buy water from them. At this time, Yunwan's supermarket reopened, offering low prices. The wealthy and capable rushed there, and no one bought expensive supplies from them anymore. They thought their wealth and resources, once seen as great, had now turned into useless trash. The three of them could barely stay calm, knowing that aside from these sales channels, most of their income came from wealthy newcomers and high-ranking officials. But they weren't fools. If there was a cheaper option, why pay more? Under this pressure, negative rumors about them started spreading in the base. When they looked into it, they found their pictures were openly posted everywhere, accompanied by provocative slogans. One read, "These three are heartless, stealing supplies from the government to make money at the expense of the common people." Another said, "They kill, plunder, and do all kinds of evil. What's the difference between them and zombies outside the base?" A third claimed, "These men force the poor to drink dirty water, deceive the government, and collude with corrupt officials. Can this world still be saved?" These headlines were shocking, and most importantly, along with the pictures and titles, there were interviews with real people from the lower classes. Their tearful accusations made listeners feel sad, and some even cried. The angry ones clenched their fists in frustration. When Shin Yunshu saw this, she immediately recognized who was behind it. It seemed that Elder Wei, who was in good health, was able to go out and do interviews himself. She sincerely thanked Elder Wei and contacted Zhang Yu to send more people from Black Eagle to protect him. Zhang Yu had already arranged enough security, showing her thoughtfulness. Shin Yunshu finally relaxed. As public opinion spread through the base, these three quickly became hated figures, like rats in streets. For a long time, they dared not show their faces in public. Some of their export routes were completely cut off because of the rumors. Some wealthy newcomers weren't short of money, but valued justice. Hearing these stories, they immediately stopped buying from them. Suddenly, the three found themselves in trouble, with no way out. The government and the Yuyun weapon factory seized the opportunity to target their offline assets. Both sides worked together smoothly, surprisingly succeeding in their efforts. Shin Yunshu took this opportunity to secretly buy up these offline shops. She also made sure to add her voice to the public opinion created by Old Wei. She subtly took credit for the fact that the poor could easily access supplies. Although this was true, She began to promote Yunwan Supermarket's contributions in the current public opinion environment. She claimed that the supplies in their hands all came from Yunwan Supermarket. Yunwan Supermarket lowered prices so that every low-level person could truly get supplies. The public quickly spread the word, and those who had been helped by Yunwan Supermarket also started to speak up for them. The good reputation of Yunwan Supermarket was finally established. At this moment, Shen Yunshu sat in the supermarket, smiling so widely that her mouth nearly closed. Everything went very smoothly according to Shen Yunshu's plan, even better than she had imagined. This group of people couldn't withstand scrutiny. Once exposed, their actions were truly despicable. Their supplies were now firmly in her hands. If they still wanted to sell at their original prices, it was just a dream. The only way was to lower prices again and again, maybe to stop their losses in time. But these profit-driven people refused to cut their losses. As they dragged on, their supplies turned rotten. Now, everyone knew both the good and bad reputations of Yunwan Supermarket. Who would dare buy from them now? At this moment, Shen Yunshu did something even more ruthless. She directly exposed most of these people's offline assets and warned everyone to avoid these shops. She also revealed the hidden rules she uncovered in the shops investigated by Zhang Yu and Qin Yutong. These shops immediately became hated targets. Many people gathered to curse and throw things, just like they had hoped for Shen Yunshu's supermarket, making it impossible to do business. Their last hope was crushed. The three-person group fell into internal conflict. By now, they finally realized that the so-called cloud boss was probably working with Yunwan's supermarket. They had been deceived. After the truth was exposed, the blame turned to Wang Tian, who had been the most impatient from the start. Wang Tian was so angry, he smashed his cup and cursed at them for being ungrateful wolves. You all pushed me out first just so I could scout ahead for you, right? Now it's my fault? I forced you to sign contracts? I forced you to pay? Damn you all. The small group of three naturally fell apart and even turned against each other. But soon, they realized that at this moment, their only choice was to stick together for support. The calmest old man understood that they were truly in deep trouble. At this point, trying to protect their interests was impossible. The only way was to fight to the end. Even if it meant dying, they would take Yunwan's supermarket down with them. The other two heard this and sensed that the old man had some plans in mind. They asked eagerly, "What should we do?" Their hatred for Yunwan's supermarket was just as strong as the old man's. If they could bring Yunwan's supermarket down, they would be content even if they died. The old man's face darkened as he slowly said 5 words. Winter Soldier Corps. The Winter Soldier Corps had been working with him on supplying medical materials. Since the incident, they were one of the few forces still cooperating with him. According to some secret rumors he had heard, the leader of the Winter Soldier Corps, Fu Linshan, seemed to have some disagreements with the owner of Yunwan Supermarket. Without wasting time, the three headed straight to the Winter Soldier Corps. When they arrived, Fu Linshan didn't seem surprised at all. He had heard about the recent chaos outside, but didn't expect the inside story to be so complicated. Wang Tian almost cried out, "You don't know that woman. She teamed up with Boss Yun to cheat us out of all our money." They even lied, saying Yunwan's supermarket wouldn't reopen. But now, the supermarket is still open, and our supplies are stuck in our hands, unable to get out. So, what do you want to do? Fu Linshan ignored their complaints and got straight to the point. Clearly, they came to him because they thought he was on their side. But in truth, Fu Linshan didn't care about their lives. He only wanted to know the current situation of Yunwan's supermarket. Shen Yunshu's influence was growing faster than he expected. If she continued like this, her next target might be him. No, it definitely was him. That woman, driven by love and hatred, might have already started plotting against him. Even if he considered the worst case, attacking the medical suppliers of the Winter Soldier Corps, was it just a coincidence? Or was it a warning to him? Fu Linshan stroked his chin, leaning towards the possibility that this was a warning. The old man saw the indifference in Fu Linshan's eyes but was still willing to listen, which showed that their common enemy was Yunwan's supermarket. The old man's eyes darkened, and he took a step forward, saying, "We are already at our limit now, and can't do much."
But
Captain Fu, have you ever thought about where her endless supplies really come from? Fu Lin frowned deeply, showing some impatience. He had heard this question many times before. In the end, the person behind her was already found, wasn't he? But the old man's point was not that. Suddenly, he smiled, looking like a sinister ghost. Captain Fu, have you considered that she might secretly hide an unknown natural resource channel? Where do all these bottles of mineral water come from? The government's water purification is slower than her supply. She casually pulls out hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of bottles. Captain Fu, haven't you checked? There are no factories behind her. Maybe she's secretly hoarding natural mineral water? Or perhaps she has some advanced technology. These words struck Fu Lin's nerves like thunder. He looked at the old man's wrinkled face and suddenly understood what he was trying to do.
But
We can't find any factories, nor can we find her so-called natural resource channel. The old man grinned, showing yellowed teeth. Who says we must find out? When a piece of glass develops a suspicious crack, it's only a matter of time before it shatters completely. Captain Fu, it's not just us. How many people have guessed this possibility? Almost everyone. Everyone has wondered why Yunwan's supermarket has such abundant supplies. Supplies even the government can't produce. But in these times when people can't even fill their stomachs, they don't think too much. Just having food is enough. However, if someone were to come out and say that Yunwan's supermarket actually hoards natural resources, that she discovered pure natural water but chose to hide it and instead sold bottled mineral water, all doubts and confusion would suddenly clear. If 100 people suspect, then 1,000 will suspect. If 1,000 suspect, then 10,000 will suspect. And this is indeed a very strong possibility. If the suspicion is confirmed, Shen Yinshu will be completely thrust into the spotlight. Fu Lin looked at the scheming old man and finally relaxed his brow, smiling. But do you still have time to spread rumors? The old man simply bowed his head, showing humility. We may not escape this disaster, but before we are completely powerless, we will do everything we can to help Captain Fu. Fu Lin Shin gently pinched his finger joints, the bones clicking crisply, like a decisive sound. He lazily looked into the distance and softly said one word.
okay.
Lin Shen, have you finished talking about the matter? When Fu Lin Shen pushed open the door to the room, Yi Shaoran happened to come out and accidentally bumped into him. They immediately embraced each other. Yi Shaoran let out a small cry, her cheeks slightly reddening. Fu Lin Shen held her and asked, "Why did you come out? Are you feeling better?" Yi Shaoran nodded and said, "Much better." And Lin Shen. She quietly leaned into Fu Lin Shen's ear and whispered mysteriously, "My healing powers have expanded again. I can now heal all the creatures within 3 meters around me at the same time." Fu Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Really? Yi Shaoran loved seeing Fu Lin Shen surprised, so she felt proud and said, "Yes, I tried it. I can't heal those who have fully turned into zombies, but I can heal anyone bitten by a zombie before they fully turn." Before she finished speaking, Fu Lin Shen eagerly kissed her and said softly, "My baby is so amazing." Yi Shaoran felt happy and shy. She couldn't wait and said, "And my healing powers have also improved. I feel sorry for those people. Lin Shen, let's go help them. You're so kind." Shaoran, much kinder than that wicked woman. Fu Lin Shen gently stroked Yi Shaoran's smooth long hair with affection. "But there are so many people, and it's so dangerous. I can't bear to let you go." Yi Shaoran looked up with some confusion. "Wicked woman? Is it Shen Yinshu? What did she do?" Fu Lin Shen's eyes darkened a bit. "She has endless supplies of resources, but refuses to help the base for free. She wants money. Essentially, she's no different from those greedy merchants." "Really?" Yi Shaoran's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she couldn't understand Shen Yinshu's actions. "She has so many supplies. Why doesn't she donate them to help those poor people?" "Because she's not as kind as you." Fu Lin Shen gently kissed her long hair. "If you insist on helping them, I will go with you. Okay?" Yi Shaoran immediately held Fu Lin Shen's hand tightly. "Let's go together. I must persuade Shen Yinshu not to be so selfish. Shen Yinshu has no idea that she is being watched. In fact, she has been eating well and sleeping peacefully these days. only checking each morning to see how far those people have fallen into chaos. The government has traced them back to their own identities and uncovered their tax evasion. The amount involved is shocking. Even though Yunshu is now relatively well off, she is deeply amazed. The government immediately arrested them, confiscated their long-held supplies, and redistributed them to the people. Their various businesses under their names were also affected. 3/4 of these were taken back by the government and managed as state property. A small part of these shops was rented out at low prices to support other merchants in the base. They learned their lesson this time, thoroughly checking backgrounds to ensure only honest merchants could rent these shops at low prices. The remaining quarter was, of course, acquired by Yunshu. While those people tried to mortgage their shops to delay bankruptcy, she secretly bought about 20 shops under a completely new name. She negotiated the prices down to the lowest, spending nearly 1.2 million purple coins. It almost emptied her small savings, but times are different now. Since the reputation of Yunquan's supermarket skyrocketed, more customers have been coming. Daily profits nearly reached 250,000, and the highest day even hit 300,000, breaking all previous records. Yunshu counted her money until her hands were sore. In this period of reopening, she earned nearly 3 million. After spending 1.2 million on the shops, she still has 1.8 million left. This doesn't include profits from the Wu Yun weapon shop or payments from mercenary groups and partner bases. She decided to use this money to establish the Yunshu Charity Foundation, setting aside almost 2 million as the initial fund. Brother Song reported her request, and there were no objections. In fact, they made things easier, and the foundation was successfully established in just a few days. However, Yunshu chose not to locate the charity at the center of the base, but at its edge, where the outskirts meet the center. This placement highlights the stark contrast between two worlds, rich and poor, and shows her ambitions. On the day the foundation officially opened, almost everyone was there. The people from the Lion King, the Black Eagle, and including the Xuanfeng people all sent their blessings. Yuan weapons dared not appear openly, so Qin Yutong disguised himself and arrived at the scene. He was dressed appropriately for the occasion, and Shin Yunshu stood on a specially built platform, ready to speak as the host. Her gaze swept over the familiar and unfamiliar faces below. She had never thought she could reach this point. She just wanted to survive in this end of the world, away from the original story, like a salted fish. But at this moment, she suddenly realized she could no longer be alone or detached, because more and more people she cared about were involved. The sun was shining brightly, and she suddenly smiled like snow melting in the sunlight. Thank you all for coming to celebrate the founding of Yunshu Charity Foundation with me. Its original purpose is hope, a beautiful future imagined. Maybe this path will be very difficult, beyond what I imagined, but that's okay. We have always been walking a tough road. I have thought many times that the end of the world might be like this. It makes hopeful people fall into despair. Honest people bow their heads, scheming people thrive, and everyone can only see one ending, filthy, ugly, and destroyed. At this point, Shin Yunshu paused briefly. She suddenly looked at the blinding sun, so bright it was hard to open her eyes. The sun shone on everyone, as if crowning them with gold. She squinted slightly. But I see many more people fighting against the end of the world. I think if all the disasters threatening humanity are like an unstoppable flood forcing us to surrender, then they will be like steadfast stones, one by one, and Yunshu Charity Foundation is just a small stone among countless others. Is its power small? Maybe. In the flood of disasters, it might not last long. Over time, no one cares. But I want to say, Shun Yunshu finally smiled brightly. This little fish cares, and so does that little fish. Shun Yunshu's Charity Foundation was officially established, and the main storyline Task 5 was successfully completed, earning her 10 electric bikes as a reward. Seeing the 10 bikes, Shun Yunshu couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This was the system hinting for her to quickly activate the takeout mode of Yunwan's supermarket. However, Shun Yunshu had been so busy lately that she couldn't stop moving. Since that speech, Wei Laotu made a big fuss about it and promoted it widely. The promotion was so strong that Shin Yunshu felt ashamed, but when she saw many people's eyes redden below, she suddenly felt like laughing and crying at the same time. She didn't expect her speech to be so effective. The reputation of Yunwan's supermarket started rising rapidly, surpassing 26,000 points. This meant that about 3/5 of the entire base knew about it and had a good impression, except for a few who still didn't understand much. After the charity foundation was established, a series of small problems arose. These included questions about how the foundation would make money, its main focus, and which areas to support first. These were all big questions. The first thing Shan Yunshu decided to do was to figure out how the charity foundation could generate income. In a non-apocalyptic world, charity foundations can make money through methods like bank savings and government bonds, investing the donations they receive. Part of the money would be invested and part used for charity activities. The invested money would grow over time, and some of the profits would be used for charity, creating a continuous and healthy cycle of growth. But in the post-apocalyptic world, this approach is no longer possible. Raising funds was not difficult. After the foundation was set up that day, Lion King and Xuanfeng donated some funds, along with the initial capital, which was enough for now. The most important thing now was to make the money grow. Shen Yunshu divided the funds into two parts, one for investing in 20 stores she acquired. Of course, she didn't plan to invest in all 20 stores herself. She rented out half of them and kept the other half for her own investment. The scale wasn't as big as her other stores, but the focus was on novelty. So, restaurants, clothing stores, hot pot shops, dessert shops, and others began to open in the base. All future rental income from these stores and others would go into the charity fund. The 5/5 of profits from Yuyun Weapon Shop would also be used for the foundation. Plus, Black Eagle was gradually starting to turn a profit. Making the charity foundation sustainable shouldn't be too difficult. After solving the first problem, the next step was to support the foundation. Shen Yunshu wanted to create her own charity projects. After thinking carefully, she decided that her main target group should be women, as the post-apocalyptic world made survival even harder for them. Female mutants could still protect themselves, but they still faced discrimination. Women without any abilities were even more vulnerable. In some serious areas, women are even sold like goods, and their status becomes very low, similar to that of livestock. Thinking of this, Shen Yunshu no longer hesitated. She named this charity project the true primitive power emitted from women's bodies. As for how to carry out this project, Shen Yunshu already had ideas. Out of 20 stores she acquired, 10 were rented out, 5 opened new shops of various kinds, and the remaining 5 were dedicated to this charity project. When she thought of the name, Shen Yunshu had already decided she didn't want to just give them money or supplies, as that wouldn't help those truly oppressed. On the contrary, it might even be exploited by malicious people. She wanted to give them real strength to resist. So, she set up 5 women's schools in these 5 stores. These schools would include strength training, martial arts, outdoor survival skills, learning to use appropriate weapons, and mastering skills for self-defense, among other things. They would also teach feminist theories and provide psychological support. All 5 schools would be free to join and learn. Once someone signed up, no matter how others tried to stop them, including their father, son, or husband, people from the project would help them reach the school. If they had no home, the schools would also offer free food and accommodation. After the first group of students graduated, they could do whatever they wanted or stay on as teachers. Once she had these ideas, Shen Yunshu was so excited she couldn't sleep that night, but she also knew it would be very difficult to make it happen. The biggest challenge was personnel. She needed many staff to teach at the schools and some experienced managers to help run the charity foundation. Her main focus was the supermarket, but Qin Yutong was already busy and couldn't handle more responsibilities. The schools needed careful recruitment, and she wanted reliable staff, preferably women. Plus, the supermarket was planning to start a delivery service, which also required hiring more people. Just thinking about it gave Shen Yunshu a headache. Looking back, she saw 2 women who did nothing but eat and were of no help, which made her even more frustrated. She wished she could just dismiss them with a kick. There was no choice but to spend some money to post job openings at the central task hall of the base. Renovating the stores and finalizing rules and regulations would also take time. In short, she had many ideas but could only proceed step by step. After handling all this, another day had passed. She looked at the dark night outside and suddenly remembered something. She walked out happily. She didn't know how her little sprout was growing. But just as she reached the door, Shin Yunshu's steps suddenly stopped. She saw an unexpected figure, Song Qiao. He was standing in front of the little sprout, doing something unknown. Shin Yunshu held the door frame tightly, worried he might do something to the sprout. She quietly watched from behind the door for a long time, but saw no movement from him, as if he were an ice sculpture. Just as she was about to lose patience and go out directly, she saw Song Qiao's figure finally move. He slowly crouched down and reached out toward the sprout. Shin Yunshu was startled and could no longer watch secretly. She immediately stood up and shouted, "What are you doing?" Song Qiao's hand trembled, and the sprout also shivered, as if trying to pull out weeds. Angrily, Shin Yunshu quickly rushed over and pushed him away. "If you don't love it, please don't hurt it. Understand." Her words suddenly got stuck in her throat because the delicate sprout in front of her, as if it could break with a single rain, suddenly started to grow wildly. The soft stem became thick branches, and the small fan-shaped leaves turned into palm-sized leaves. In just half a minute, it grew rapidly like a storm. The branches became thicker, and the smaller branches stretched out like frantic, slender arms. It grew taller and taller, then even taller than Shin Yunshu. Soon, it surpassed Song Qiao's height. Both of them looked up at it at the same time, watching it grow. Seeing it flourish with leaves and branches, finally stopping at the same height as the supermarket. The dark night sky was full of stars, but now the tall tree blocked some of the stars. Stars peeked out from between the branches, making Shin Yunshu feel like she was back in the non-apocalyptic days. It reminded her of the nights she occasionally stayed in the countryside. The two of them, wide-mouthed and stunned, hadn't reacted yet, overwhelmed by the scene before them. Yao Qin had also come to stand with them, without them noticing when. How long had it been since they last saw green plants? Shin Yunshu couldn't remember. She just watched the leaves sway in the wind and quietly welled up with tears. "What kind of tree is this?" Song Qiao finally reacted, walking forward. His delicate fingers gently touched the rough branches, leaving a faint bloodstain. Shin Yunshu understood now. He wasn't trying to pull out the sprout earlier, but had dropped a few drops of blood onto it, causing it to grow suddenly. Looking at Song Qiaoshue's back, Shin Yunshu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She never expected that she would also have a day of being mistaken. Turns out, she's just a stubborn but kind-hearted person. Shin Yunshu took a few steps forward. It should be a type of tall tree, probably. She looked at the large tree in front of her and pondered for a moment. It resembles a French plane tree, a deciduous tall tree with broad, thin leaves. She didn't know much about plane trees, but she had seen them often. They are usually planted for decoration and can often be seen in gardens or along long roads. In summer, they are lush green and provide shade. In winter, they turn yellow. When the wind blows, the leaves fall softly to the ground, making a crisp sound as they crunch underfoot. She liked this kind of tree very much. She didn't expect her casual remark to Annel to actually come true. "Plain tree." Yuchen stared at the tall crown of the tree, muttering as if recalling something. The three of them fell into silence at the same time. Shin Yunshu looked at this tall tree, estimating it was about 10 meters high, but a plane tree can grow up to 16 meters. This indicated that it wasn't fully grown yet. And since it looked like a plane tree, Shin Yunshu wasn't entirely sure. After all, it was a mutated seedling. It gave off a strong impression of a plane tree, but there were subtle differences. She wasn't very certain, since the tree hadn't fully grown, but it was surprising that it could grow so much overnight. Shin Yunshu walked behind Song Qiaoshue and gave him 2 pats. "You little guy, working silently on big things. Next time, don't hide things. You made a contribution today, so I'll give you a raise." Song Qiaoshue was pushed forward a few steps but didn't turn around. He was never good at accepting praise. Even when he was caught doing good deeds, he felt embarrassed and annoyed. He started to resent himself for listening to Shen Yunshu's words yesterday and impulsively coming to see this little sprout. And even more impulsively, he fed the sprout 2 drops of blood. Honestly, before the drops, he never imagined the little sprout would react so strongly, even attracting both of them out. Yuchen looked at him calmly and said, "Your ears are red." "TSK." Shen Yunshu immediately slapped Yuchen. "Why did you say that?" "You're making her embarrassed." Song Qiao Shui. He clenched his teeth, looked at the ground, and said, I was possessed, okay?" The next day, just after dawn, Shen Yunshu couldn't wait to rush out to see the Yinding tree. Sure enough, the Yinding tree looked even better in the daylight, with its leaves shining brightly in the sun. Shen Yunshu hurried to water the plant and then noticed that quite a few people had gathered around the peaceful tree. Everyone's face showed clear admiration. As the weather gets hotter, many ability users are working early and late. Seeing this crowd, Shen Yunshu suddenly had an idea. When the peaceful tree grows bigger, she plans to add a wish-making feature, similar to a romantic tree, at a scenic spot. People can write their wishes on a red ribbon costing 10 purple coins and hang it on the tree. This could also bring in good income. Shen Yunshu was impressed by her own business mind and happily finished watering the plants before officially opening for business. The crowd was as usual, even more than before, so much so that even after expanding to the second floor of the supermarket, it was still packed. She has now completely given up managing the business herself, leaving everything to the supermarket's fully automatic system. She hid in the back to handle a pile of small chores. After posting the job ads yesterday, she wondered if they had attracted some responses. To prevent a large number of people from coming directly for interviews, she sent some candidates to Black Eagle for interviews, mainly to hire store staff. Worried they might not be reliable, Shen Yunshu asked Qin Yutong to help out. Zhang Yu was given an important task: to find talented, strong-willed women with good personalities at Black Eagle and, if possible, to recruit them all to the school. She personally oversaw the interview process for applicants at the Cloud Roll supermarket. However, Shen Yunshu sat there all morning until noon, feeling sleepy, yet no one came for an interview. She started to doubt whether there was something wrong with her job posting. She stretched lazily, thinking she might as well go back to her room and take a nap. But before she could get up, there was suddenly a loud banging on the door. Shen Yunshu paused. She initially thought it was the clown or Song Qiaoxue. But when she opened the door, she saw a girl with short hair. Almost instantly, Shen Yunshu realized she was here for an interview. The girl with short hair looked calm, showing no particular emotion, just looked up at Shen Yunshu. "Hello, my name is Wu Yang." She was the first to come for an interview. Shen Yunshu suppressed her slight excitement and forced a calm expression. "Hello, I'm Shen Yunshu. You can call me Boss Shen." The girl with short hair followed her inside. Shen Yunshu sat behind the desk. She prepared a standard interview setting for each candidate. The short-haired girl calmly sat across from her. Shen Yunshu finally saw the girl's face clearly. Her mouth moved to ask a question, but suddenly stopped. She looked at the girl, studied her for a moment, and suddenly understood why she felt familiar the moment she entered. Isn't this the girl who used May needles to silence the creepy man in the supermarket on the second floor? Wu Yang didn't understand why the Boss Shen across from her suddenly became quiet and stared at her so intently. Her hand clenched tighter, and she said, "Boss Shen, I am here to apply for a job. You're the girl who helped me chase away that troublesome man that day. I remember your weapon was an May needle." Shen Yunshu no longer pretended to be serious. She quickly ran over from behind the desk and took her hand. Wu Yang was startled and quickly stood up. Though a little nervous, her expression remained calm. She pressed her lips together and said, "Yes, that's me." Shen Yunshu felt happy instantly. After dealing with that troublesome man that day, she wanted to thank her properly. She didn't expect that she would disappear in a flash. It seemed she quietly left after doing a good deed. Luckily, she was here again for the interview now. But Shen Yunshu hesitated. "I remember you had long hair and tied a high ponytail back then. It was because the girl in front suddenly had short hair that she didn't recognize her immediately. And this messy, uneven short hair looked like it was cut casually, reaching just around the chin, with uneven ends and jagged bangs covering her eyes. She looked like a delicate tomboy. Wu Yang casually replied, "It's inconvenient, so I cut it." After so many years in the apocalypse, she just now remembered that it was inconvenient to cut her hair. Shen Yunshu felt something was off but didn't ask. She gently pinched the girl's weak yet firm shoulder muscles. "You said you're here to apply for a job. Which position are you interested in?" The school offers many positions, but the one Shen Yunshu thought best suited Wu Yang was only one. She wasn't sure if Wu Yang shared her understanding. She looked at her expectantly. Wu Yang took a step back under her gaze, clasped her fists, and said, "I am the 189th successor of the Amei Needle, a disciple of Amei Pai. I want to apply for the position of teacher at the school. Amei Pai." Shen Yunshu's eyes widened in shock. She had thought that place only existed in novels, but now it appeared right in front of her. And these titles sound quite impressive. No wonder the girl is so skilled with the Amei Needle. Wu Yang's eyes are firm. "Yes, but since the end of the world, our sect has fallen on hard times, wandering and struggling to survive. Then your other?" Shen Yunshu asks cautiously, but Wu Yang quickly understands what Shen Yunshu means. She lowers her eyes slightly. "Dead ones are gone. Scattered ones are gone." Shen Yunshu takes a deep breath, probably guessing this outcome. She gently pats the girl's shoulder for comfort, but Wu Yang only looks at her calmly, without any emotion. "No need to comfort me. The world is tough. We must do our best to protect everyone." Shen Yunshu is stunned. The word, everyone, sounds so unreal coming from a young girl, but seeing Wu Yang's determined eyes, she feels a sense of broad responsibility. She laughs at herself. "You're right. Then what reason do I have to refuse you?" Before Shen Yunshu can react, Wu Yang is handed a contract. "Congratulations, Wu Yang. You passed the interview and are now officially a teacher at the school." Wu Yang takes the contract. Her calm expression from before finally shows a hint of happiness. Without much hesitation, she signs her name on it, then looks up at Shen Yunshu. "I see there are many positions you're hiring for, right?" "Yes, that's right," Shen Yunshu answers with some confusion, just as Wu Yang suddenly walks out with the contract. Before she can call her back, Wu Yang returns, and behind her, she sees more than 10 women following, without exception, all women. Wu Yang, with her followers, re-enters Shen Yunshu's meeting room. Shen Yunshu is still trying to understand what just happened when she sees a woman with messy hair and simple clothes suddenly rush forward and hug her legs. "Are you Shen boss?" I am, but please don't." Shen Yunshu has never seen such a scene before. She quickly tries to help the woman up, but as soon as the woman hears her answer, she starts crying and wiping her tears. "If you hire me, I can do anything. Sweep the floor, mop, clean, cook. I can do it all. I don't need money. Just give me some food and a place to stay." The woman clings to Shen Yunshu's legs, crying and sniffling, making Shen Yunshu feel overwhelmed. "Please get up first. No need to say so much. As long as you meet the conditions, I will hire you." The woman at this moment seemed to completely ignore Shen Yunshu's words. She turned to slap the ground and said, "I finally escaped that terrible place. I almost got beaten to death by my husband. Thanks to my younger sister Wu Yang, I managed to get out." Shen Yunshu's gaze grew a little more serious. She patted the woman's back and said, "If you keep being so emotional and unstable, I might have to reconsider." Suddenly, the woman seemed to switch a switch inside her and stopped abruptly. Shen Yunshu immediately saw through her. Although her eyes were red and she was loud, she wasn't truly sad. She was probably just trying to impress her. But Shen Yunshu wasn't someone with a kind heart that easily forgave everything. On the contrary, she needed people who were calm and strong inside. It's okay if someone doesn't have that, but at least they need to stay calm. Women in this world suffer countless hardships. If every woman just clings to someone and starts complaining, she will only let others control her emotions and fade again. However, Shen Yunshu didn't blame the woman. After all, during the many years she was oppressed, maybe this was the only way she could feel a little better. She helped the woman up and saw that her emotions had been mostly controlled.
She felt a bit relieved.
As long as she could control her feelings and listen to advice, things could still change. She told the woman to stand back up and raised a finger in front of a nervous group of women. First, this is an interview. You need to show your talents and how you can be useful to the school, not just complain. Only then can I consider whether you pass. Second, I understand that leaving the base is not easy for everyone. Everyone has their own difficulties. But don't be afraid. Once you're inside the school, no one can control you anymore. Third, I only reject those with dishonest intentions. Even if you can't get a position, you can choose to become one of the first students in the school. But I must say, the school is not fully decorated yet, and the rules are not completely set. I can let some dormitories be available for you, but you need to be prepared to stay and grow with the school. Once you're inside, you can't do anything that betrays the school. If I find out, I will personally expel you. Shen Yunshu looked over each dull face. As they listened to her words, one by one, they seemed to regain some light. Finally, I want to say, don't hide your shining qualities. You all have your own strengths. Every woman in the classroom can be either a teacher or a student. Your strengths may not be the same as others, and what others excel at might not be what you are good at. I hope everyone can be like a sponge, soaking up all kinds of skills, rather than just focusing on staying alive. Our goal should be the stars and the vast ocean. After hearing these words, everyone's faces showed different expressions. But Shen Yunshu didn't expect that a single speech would change them all. She just wanted to discourage them from trying to get into the academy by pretending to be pitiful. Although it is a charity project, Shen Yunshu still hopes its core is stronger. Seeing their attitudes improve a bit, Shen Yunshu sat back at her desk and said, "All right, now we will start the official interviews." The interviews lasted until evening and involved 13 people. Shen Yunshu was happy to see that 3 of them were special ability users, and the others also had some skills they were good at. However, they were often oppressed and felt shy about their talents. They didn't dare to speak up. But with Shen Yunshu's encouragement, everyone started to share their strengths. Even the first woman, who was strong and quick, was good at cooking and cleaning. Shen Yunshu immediately signed all of them up. Although each of them had a tough story, most had escaped from their families with Wu Yang's help. Shen Yunshu knew there would be many problems ahead. But she was not afraid of trouble. Their courage to come for the first interview was enough to prove that. In fact, each of them was ready to risk everything. If Shen Yunshu didn't accept them, they might face more hardships. So, after they signed their names, many young girls couldn't help but cry. Remembering Shen Yunshu's words, they quickly wiped their tears. Shen Yunshu looked at them and smiled, saying, "It's getting late today. I will personally take you to the base academy. But the first night there, things might not be perfect because it's not fully prepared yet. It's okay, it's okay." They quickly waved their hands, saying that having a place to stay was good enough, and they didn't expect much better conditions. Moreover, Boss Shin personally sending them was already beyond their expectations. Shen Yunshu took a deep breath. She didn't trust others to take them, as the people at the base were busy making space for them to sleep. She decided to go herself. She appointed Wu Yang as the team leader for this group and went to prepare the vehicle. When she left, she happened to see Clown and Song Xiaoxue, so she called both of them along for extra security. Her vehicle was limited. Only the white camper van could hold so many people at once. She slowly drove out the long-forgotten white camper van, causing everyone to stare in amazement. When they lined up to get in, no one dared to even touch it. Shen Yunshu found it a bit funny, but mostly felt sad. Once everything was ready, the white camper van drove along the setting sun toward the base. The women's excitement faded into nervousness as they approached the base. Wu Yang wasn't good at comforting people, but as the team leader, she had to try the same method Shen Yunshu used, patting each shoulder one by one. The journey into the base was smoother than they expected. When Shen Yunshu reached the school gate, the sun was just a faint curve in the sky. Before she got out of the car, she saw Qin Yutong standing outside the school. Recently, he had been running back and forth probably because the Eagle recruitment just finished, and now he was here again. Shen Yunshu felt a bit worried for him. She wanted to find someone reliable to help him, but besides him, She couldn't find anyone as dependable. Song Xiaoxue wasn't suitable, and Clown might be. In fact, Shen Yunshu had tried to talk to him a few times, but Clown always looked at her with those sharp eyes and finally said, "I don't trust it." Shen Yunshu wondered what there was to worry about. Just then, hearing Song Xiaoxue sarcastically say from nearby, "Maybe you're afraid I'll eat you." Shen Yunshu. In the end, she gave up. It was a tough situation for Qin Yutong. Feeling a bit guilty, Shen Yunshu prepared to let them get out of the car first. But when she called out, no one responded. She looked back and saw they were all gathered around a small window, staring outside with tense eyes. What had they seen? Shen Yunshu peeked through the nearby window to the other side. In that moment, her pupils shrank. Why were so many people gathered at the door? People of all ages and genders are here, almost all with looks of curiosity. However, Shen Yunshu can tell that their curiosity carries a hint of mockery. No wonder they hesitated to come outside at first. Shen Yunshu didn't realize how much her charity foundation had caused a stir at the base, but now she begins to understand. She frowns and glances at Wu Yang. Wu Yang understands immediately and urges everyone to go down. The women hesitate, still finding it hard to accept such criticism. Shen Yunshu looks at Song Xiaoxue and the clown-like figures. Yu Qian nods and goes to protect them, while Song Xiaoxue slowly follows behind. Shen Yunshu feels a bit serious. She came to the base mainly to inspect and see how the school and other shops were progressing. But instead, she was hit with this surprise. Shen Yunshu doesn't mind much, but she's worried that under such criticism, brave people like the first group will become fewer in the future. She slowly walks down. The school's construction is faster than she expected. The sign is already hanging high, with 4 big characters. Yunguang School. That's the name she chose for the school. Shen Yunshu looks at the 4 characters, feeling a little happy, but before she can, she hears the crowd suddenly get louder, perhaps because they saw the people getting off the vehicle. Really, someone is opening this broken school? Probably believing that Shin Boss is nonsense, thinking they can learn some skills? A bunch of women trying to research something. Oh, what a disgrace. Instead of staying home to raise kids, why go out and do this? Shen Yunshu's eyes shift, and she sees an elderly woman. Next to her is a thin woman helping her. When she notices Shen Yunshu looking, she immediately lowers her head, seeming somewhat embarrassed. I thought this charity foundation might be useful. Turns out it's just women going to school. We'd be better off giving that money to us. At least it would be more useful. You don't know what you're talking about. A man nearby laughs and spits. What kind of school only for women? This is a brothel. Haha. Suddenly, the crowd bursts into laughter. The woman getting off Shen Yunshu's vehicle quickly lowers her head to the ground. Wu Yang suddenly stops and looks at the man. Her face shows nothing, but her fists are clenched tightly. Before Shen Yunshu can comfort her, a sharp voice, as if capable of slicing the sky, suddenly shouts out, "You are a mean person. I looked for you everywhere, and it turns out you're here. How dare you run away? Come back with me to raise the children." Along with the voice, a strong, overweight woman suddenly rushed out of the crowd, heading straight toward Shen Yunshu from behind. She grabbed one of the thinnest young girls and started pulling hard. "Come back with me now, you bad girl. I spent 1,000 purple coins to buy you, and you just run away like this?" The strong woman pulled so hard that she dragged the girl to the ground. People nearby gasped and quickly stepped back. The girl fell suddenly and looked terrified, seeing the woman as if she were a monster. She immediately struggled and shook her head, trying to back away. "I don't know you. I don't know you. Let me go." But the girl's slim arms couldn't match the woman's strong, hard-working arms. The woman held her tightly, her eyes like they wanted to take her life. "You don't know me? You ungrateful thing. You ate and drank at our house, and now you run away and leave your son behind? You heartless girl." Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene and looked over. Seeing this, the woman sat down heavily on the ground and shouted, "Everyone tell me, where in the world is such a mother? Her son is only 2 years old, not weaned yet, and she just runs off without a care." What am I supposed to do with my poor grandson? She yelled loudly and pounded the ground, acting like a loud, angry woman. But the more she acted like this, the more the onlookers enjoyed the show. They started pointing and whispering about the girl. She gave birth to her son and just abandoned him. She's no good. I knew the school was unreliable. Even women like her are allowed in. Honestly, she should just go back with us. The elders aren't easy to deal with, and I wonder what this girl is thinking. The girl's head lowered as the pointing grew louder. The women around finally reacted and hurried to help her up from the ground. They frowned and looked at the crowd above, seeming to want to say something but ultimately holding back. Woo-young couldn't stand it anymore and was about to step forward and tell the old woman to shut up. But Sun Yunshu gently held her back and looked at the loudest onlooker with a calm expression, saying softly, "It's all your fault." The short man, who was about to keep pointing and criticizing, suddenly stopped and looked back at Sun Yunshu. His triangular eyes flicked as he said, "What's that got to do with me?" Sun Yunshu looked at him with a half-smile and said, "Yeah, what does it have to do with you?" The short man was stunned, and his face immediately turned very ugly. Sun Yunshu then looked around at the other onlookers and asked, "And what does it have to do with you? Is she your wife or your child? Why do you care so much? Even if she is, you have no right to interfere." The crowd was silenced by Sun Yunshu's words. One person, feeling dissatisfied, stepped forward. "You can't just abandon your 2-year-old son and run away, can you? Is that even human?" Seeing support from someone, the woman immediately started crying loudly again. "Yes, my poor grandson. My son was injured while on a mission and has to stay at home. Why are you abandoning your family? My son was also hurt for this family." The woman cried and exaggerated her story, trying to paint the woman as a heartless traitor. The woman's face was pale. If others hadn't helped support her, she might have collapsed to the ground. She could only weakly shake her head and say, "No. That's not true. That's not true. What is true then?" Everyone's sharp words and contemptuous looks seemed like biting insects trying to devour her completely. Just as despair was about to overwhelm her again, a clear and strong voice suddenly rang out like a loud bell, striking her ears and sparking a golden glow. She suddenly remembered that no one had ever asked for her opinion or cared about her feelings. Yet, in this scene where everyone was pointing at her, Sun Yunshu ignored all their gazes and looked only at her. "Exactly what happened?" Sun Yunshu repeated. Tears burst from her eyes without her realizing it, and her body seemed to be a fragile plant suddenly given strength in a cracked desert. She raised her arm and shouted, "I am not his wife. I was bought here. I never agreed to any of this. The woman took a deep breath. "After I was bought here, that man often beat me. The old woman always pressed on me and forced me to have his child. I have no food, no water. They only throw me some leftovers every day. I was so hungry I ate dirt, chewed grass. I begged them to let me go, but all they did was beat me again." The woman was crying uncontrollably. Her son didn't get hurt on a mission. He went gambling and couldn't pay his debts, so he was beaten up. I finally managed to escape. Now that the child is born, they want to catch me again to exchange for money and pay debts. I'm not heartless. I just want to have a full meal." The woman started crying loudly, even more fiercely than the woman on the ground who was wailing. The woman pretending to cry was clearly faking. Comparing her to the real woman, she quickly lost her composure and looked frightened.
You
shameless thing. How dare you talk nonsense? Just wait, I'll beat you to death." After saying that, she reached out to grab the woman again, trying to slap her. But this time, she didn't succeed. A rough hand tightly grabbed her, and it was the woman who had hugged Sun Yunshu's leg and was crying loudly when they first entered the meeting room. She grinned and said, "Compared to me, you're still far from throwing a proper tantrum." She pushed her hard, causing the woman to sit back suddenly on her and fall to the ground with a thud. Before she could cry out in pain, the other woman sat down on the ground first and shouted, "Oh dear. How come you can't win a fight but resort to hitting people? What a mean old woman. Bullying your daughter-in-law, and now me too." If your son gets beaten up, it's your fault. You deserve to be hit. Seeing the same tactics used on herself, the woman froze in shock. The people behind quickly took the opportunity to protect the thin woman and stand in front of her. Maybe the woman's sudden outburst gave them strength, and they finally stopped holding back, starting to curse loudly. Dead old woman, blaming others for your bad deeds. When you die, no one will bury you. You're so unkind. Next time your son might get beaten to death. A tall girl couldn't stand it anymore and started insulting the onlookers who were judging without knowing the facts. You all gather around just for some excitement. Don't you fear that the people you push around might come back at night to settle the score? How dare you stand on your moral high ground and criticize us? What do you even know? Even if the truth is right in front of you, would you still say sorry? Seeing they might be in trouble, the onlookers quickly waved their hands and backed away, muttering curses and retreating. Sun Yunshu looked at them with a sarcastic smile, but she was more pleased that these girls finally understood the importance of standing up for their rights. If they didn't even have this courage, joining the Yunguang Academy wouldn't help much. The woman saw the situation was turning against her. She glared fiercely at the thin girl and prepared to run away. But before she could stand up, Wu Yang and the strange clown both held her down. Sun Yunshu slowly walked over and said, "Old lady, human trafficking is illegal, you know." The old lady looked at Sun Yunshu with a fierce expression. "If you have the guts, go report me. Who cares at this point? This whole area is ours. I bought it honestly with my money." Seeing that the old lady still refused to admit her mistakes, Sun Yunshu's face darkened. "Maybe I can't control others, but since you're right in front of me, I have to do something." She signaled to the clown-like figure. Yu Chen immediately stepped forward and tied up the old lady tightly. The old lady saw they were serious and started struggling wildly, but it was useless now. Yu Chen quickly finished tying her up and threw her behind the schoolhouse. Sun Yunshu planned to send her to the authorities tomorrow. This area was more chaotic than she expected, so she needed to think of ways to improve the school's security. "Let's go inside," Qin Yutong finally spoke, arranging for someone to bring the women in. Sun Yunshu looked at Qin Yutong. Have they been settled into their new places? Almost. The conditions aren't great yet, but it won't take long. Qin Yutong and Sun Yunshu stood inside the schoolhouse. Sun Yunshu looked around and couldn't help but feel amazed from within. These three women were truly living in luxury. It was clear that this shop used to sell materials, with 2 floors and beautiful decorations. The second floor even had a workshop for refining tools. Because of this, they didn't need to do much renovation, just reassign the purpose of each room and area. Behind the schoolhouse, there was a yard and a few rooms where they could rest tonight. As Sun Yunshu entered, staff members greeted her and occasionally looked at her with curiosity. Most of these employees were former workers of the shop. After Sun Yunshu bought the shop, she didn't fire everyone. She kept those who were useful. This way, they didn't have to find new people for cleaning or cooking. Everyone was just working to make a living, so they didn't care who the real boss was. In fact, they were happier under Sun Yunshu. The previous boss was very strict and often found reasons to dock their wages, but Sun Yunshu seemed to have none of those problems. She followed the same approach with other shops, saving her the trouble of hiring new staff. A group of women walked into the backyard and couldn't help but stare in surprise at the scene before them. Recently, what happened made them fully trust Sun Yunshu and Yunguang Academy. Seeing such a good environment, some of the less steady ones almost jumped up. Sun Yunshu told them to choose their own rooms, and if there weren't enough, they could share. Everyone agreed, without hesitation. The woman who had just been arguing with an old man outside rolled up her sleeves and started tidying up quickly. Seeing this, others also joined in to help clean. The woman glanced at Sun Yunshu, who was still standing there, and smiled freely. "Boss Shin, don't worry about us.
We can handle these chores ourselves.
Not only that, we can also help with other tasks inside the academy later. Right, everyone?" "Yes," Sun Yunshu smiled happily. "All right, I won't interfere then. If you encounter any danger again, just go to the Black Eagle mercenary group nearby for help." "Got it." After settling everything here, Sun Yunshu and the others slowly walked out of the academy. It was already dark. Using the faint light, Shen Yunshu looked at Qin Yutong, noticing he looked visibly more tired, probably from the past few days. Qin Yutong sensed Shen Yunshu's gaze and looked back calmly. Do we need to go somewhere else? Shen Yunshu had planned to visit Black Eagle because they said a few delivery workers had been hired there. She wanted to see for herself, since coming to the base was not easy. But seeing Qin Yutong's current state, she felt a bit reluctant. I'll go to Black Eagle with them again. You should go back and rest first. You've worked hard these days. Qin Yutong frowned. It's okay, I'm not tired. I'll go with you. He's such a workaholic. Shen Yunshu stopped and looked at him seriously. Qin Yutong. Yes? He looked confused, then heard Shen Yunshu's slightly hoarse voice because she spoke softly. Don't push yourself too hard. For some reason, Qin Yutong's heart skipped a beat, and his mood suddenly cleared like the moon breaking through clouds. Yes, go back. I'll be fine here. Qin Yutong paused and looked at the person who had suddenly appeared between him and Shen Yunshu. Yu Chun was wearing a silver mask covering his entire face, with intricate patterns running across it, faintly shining under the moonlight. Whether it was Qin Yutong's illusion or not, he felt that the only visible eyes behind the mask looked at him with some coldness. Qin Yutong frowned, wanting to say more, but then he heard him add casually. You don't have special abilities. If you encounter danger later, I will still need to save you, huh? Song Xiaoxue, who had been watching from behind, finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The moonlight made him look pure white like snow, but his face was full of mockery. Shen Yunshu also finally sensed something was off. How could she see hostility in the clown-like person? After thinking carefully, she realized she might not be wrong. Could it be her illusion? The clown-like person was always stiff as a piece of wood. How could he be hostile toward Qin Yutong, who barely communicated? Qin Yutong's face kept changing, then he looked at Shen Yunshu and nodded. All right, I won't go with you to Black Eagle. I'll leave first. He turned around quickly and walked away. Shen Yunshu didn't even have time to say goodbye, only watching his slim figure disappear into the darkness. She wasn't worried about him encountering danger because Black Shadow would secretly protect him. But she was a little worried about his sudden change in mood. Yu Chen calmly withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Black Eagle was nearby. The RV was too obvious. Shen Yunshu, tired of driving, decided to walk straight there. But as she was walking, she kept feeling something was wrong, especially when Song Xiaoxue suddenly smiled. That was really strange. She looked left and right, finally deciding to ask the clown-like person on her right. Clown-like person? What did you mean just now? Clown-like person. Yu Chen and Shen Yunshu both frowned and looked at Song Xiaoxue, who was suddenly speaking in a strange, mocking tone. Song Xiaoxue lazily looked at Shen Yunshu. Can you stop calling me that? It's really gross. This person was really annoying. Shen Yunshu wanted to hit him again from the bottom of her heart, but was afraid he'd enjoy it, so she kept a straight face and endured. Are you jealous? Or envious? Or should I help you pick one? Little Snow. Shen Yunshu's real intention was to deliberately disgust him, but for some reason, when she said Little Snow, his face suddenly changed. His steps froze abruptly. Song Xiaoxue looked up at Shen Yunshu. What did you call me? Shen Yunshu paused for 2 seconds, then tentatively repeated, Little Snow. In an instant, it was as if the scene in front of him turned into a vast snowfield. He shrank smaller and smaller, becoming about the height of a snowman. He looked up at the blurry face of the girl in front of him. The girl was slightly taller than him, holding his face gently. She said, You look so much like a snowman, so I will call you Little Snow from now on. What happened next? Where did the girl go? And where did Little Snow go? Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed over Song Xiaoxue like a tide, and he froze in place. Song Xiaoxue? Song Xiaoxue. Shen Yunshu called out twice, but there was no response. Just as she was feeling helpless, a clown-like figure walked past her. He looked expressionless as he rolled up his sleeves and turned his wrist. Hey, wait. Shen Yunshu reached out, just about to stop him, when a cold wind suddenly brushed past the back of her neck. In that instant, a sharp, dangerous instinct pierced into Shen Yunshu's mind. She had no time to react and instinctively crouched down. The clown in front of her also suddenly turned around. Everything seemed to slow down in Sun Yunshu's eyes. A fiery dragon soared into the sky and charged straight at her. Sun Yunshu's pupils brightened at the sight of the fierce dragon, and the intense heat rolled over her without hesitation. But just as it was about to reach her, the dragon suddenly turned and darted over her head. Ah! A hoarse, piercing scream suddenly echoed through the deserted street at midnight. Sun Yunshu didn't have time to look back and see what had happened. A force suddenly pulled her, forcing her to crash into a hard, solid object. The familiar smell hit her nose. Sun Yunshu finally realized what was going on and instinctively slapped the chest of the clown-like figure. Wow, he's so big. Yu Chen's breath hitched, but he forced himself to stay silent. Song Xiaoxue finally woke up from the shrill scream. His memories flickered like a film strip, slipping away from his face, replaced by a face covered in oozing wounds, which suddenly enlarged before his eyes. He wanted to curse, but the words got stuck in his throat. Instead, he threw a cold fist, knocking the face with the sore's back. The pus on its face splattered everywhere. Song Xiaoshue's face turned pale, and he hurriedly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the splattering blood and pus. The creature collapsed with a loud thud and didn't get up or scream again. Sun Yunshu didn't have time to see what it looked like. The two of them quickly dealt with it one after the other. At this moment, the clouds slowly covered the moon again. There was not a single breeze in the air, leaving only the three people on the street, still trembling from fear. Sun Yunshu quietly withdrew her hand from the clown's chest muscles and turned to look at the ghostly thing lying on the ground. This creature appeared out of nowhere. Its attack was weak, but it was mainly disgusting. She took out a small flashlight and slowly shined it on the ghost's face. In that moment, all three of them gasped simultaneously. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to see clearly what it looked like. Now, it was clearly in front of them. It had a face covered in sores, with pus flowing from the wounds, and in some places, white, fat maggots crawling. Sun Yunshu's skin instantly crawled with goosebumps. All its features were hidden by the sores, except for a pair of eyes that could barely be seen. Nothing else was clean. She shined the light down its neck, and without exception, all the flesh was rotten and bloody, including its limbs and body. Shocking to see. Sun Yunshu dared not touch it, nor did she let the others. She initially thought this creature might be a zombie, but now it seemed far from that. First, the idea of a zombie sneaking into the base was simply impossible. Second, its features did not match those of a zombie. Normally, zombies are considered truly dead only after their heads are destroyed, but they had not even shot its head. What exactly is this thing? Song Xiaoxue looked serious, with a hint of deep curiosity that others might not notice. Sun Yunshu also didn't know. She was about to find something to poke at the creature when, before she could move, the motionless corpse suddenly twitched, startling all three and causing them to step back quickly. Sun Yunshu stared wide-eyed at its reaction. She saw its body convulse on one side and its head twist and turn. She squinted, seeming to see its mouth move again, as if trying to say something. It still has consciousness. Almost instantly, Sun Yunshu realized this. She wanted to get closer to listen to what it was saying, but the clown grabbed her sleeve. Fortunately, this distance was enough. A hoarse, garbled voice gurgled out from its throat. Sun Yunshu frowned, trying hard to hear clearly but still couldn't catch a single word. The convulsions of the corpse gradually lessened, and Sun Yunshu instinctively felt that it was nearing the end of its life. She glanced at the body, which looked like rotten flesh, and furrowed her brow, about to give up when it suddenly stopped its final convulsion, arching its body high into the air, with its neck tightly stretched into a bow and its eyes wide open to the limit. Help! Help me! Help me! Help! Help me! Help me! Unfortunately, after issuing its last cry, its body exhausted its final strength and fell to the ground with a loud crash, no longer moving. The empty street was left only with the shocked breathing of three people. The sudden scene was so shocking that Shin Yunshu took a while to recover. Even the two of them were stunned for half a minute. What exactly is happening? At this moment, all three had the same question in their minds, but their expressions were different. However, none of them were interested in observing others' reactions anymore. Shen Yunshu stared at the corpse, and a terrifying possibility suddenly arose in his mind. Because all his reactions just now matched the description in the original story of a contagious disease triggered by extreme heat. The original story mentioned that as the heat increased, the number of deaths in the base also rose daily. With so many dead, bodies couldn't be processed in time, and the high temperature caused them to rot quickly. This led to a new type of contagious disease, which spread very fast and had a high death rate. It mainly spread through saliva, blood, and contact, and in enclosed spaces, it could easily spread through the air. Shin Yunshu still remembered the description from the original story. Most of the poor people had nowhere to live, so dozens of them crowded into small rooms. Once one person caught this contagious disease, in less than a day, everyone in the room would be infected. The population density in the slums was very high, and just a short walk outside could infect dozens or even hundreds of people. They huddled together and eventually succumbed to the disease, with almost no one escaping. The story about the plague in the original story took place near the end of the extreme heat when the villains discovered a natural well with drinkable water. The heroine had already used the well water to save many people. When the epidemic first started, she used her purification powers to help others. Because of this disaster, her purification ability was upgraded several times, expanding its range and truly becoming a savior at that time. But Shen Yunshu clearly stopped the greedy merchants from embezzling supplies and ensured that materials reached every affected person. She initially thought that her actions would prevent many deaths and stop the spread of the disease, but unexpectedly, it still happened. Actually, it happened sooner than expected. A deep sense of despair and helplessness suddenly overwhelmed Shin Yunshu. She didn't do all this to stop the heroine from becoming a savior, nor did she want to become a savior herself. She just didn't want to stand by and watch so many people die when she had the power to stop it. She didn't want to see countless lives lost again just before the terrifying disease was about to break out. Maybe in the book, they are just cannon fodder paving the way for the main characters. But in the real world, they are living, breathing lives. Shin Yunshu's hand trembled slightly. She always thought she was the one with the advantage, but now she realizes she is just a tiny ant under the great wheel of fate. She can't change anything. Just as the black whirlpool was about to swallow her completely, the warmth on the back of her hand pulled her back to reality and restored her reason. Are you okay? Shin Yunshu suddenly took a deep breath, realizing she had been sweating coldly. She looked anxiously at the clown-like creature covering her hand and closed her eyes. I'm fine. Yu Chen's gaze shifted downward, then suddenly raised his hand to touch Shin Yunshu's forehead. Cold and warm suddenly collided, and Shin Yunshu stared blankly at the clown-like creature, stunned. Yu Chen held this pose for only 5 seconds before, unable to resist, looked away and coughed to hide the rising heat on his face. I'm glad you're okay. Song Xiaoxue paid no attention to their side. His focus was on the head of the corpse. A small piece of ice subtly shot out from his hand, revealing a tiny strand of hair behind the corpse's ear. It was a rotten sore. Song Xiaoxue frowned, unsure if what he saw behind was what he originally expected. He pursed his lips, intending to get closer to confirm, but suddenly, a pair of hands stopped him. It was Shin Yunshu. Don't go near him. He might be infected with a contagious disease. After regaining her composure, Shin Yunshu could think calmly. Although the features of this person mostly matched those of the infectious disease described in the original story, about 90%, upon closer inspection, there were some differences. She remembered that in the original story, once infected, the disease caused weakness all over the body, starting with a high fever, then gradually rotting the entire body, leading to a painful death. But this person had suddenly appeared, and he still had strength. It seemed like a contagious disease, but not entirely. And now, it is indeed the time when infectious diseases should not appear. If there are already patients with infectious diseases in the base, it is impossible for someone to openly rush onto the street. There must be some news or signs inside the base. What exactly is he? Shin Yun-shu is unsure. At this moment, she realizes that if the decayed bodies caused by high temperatures are the main reason for the outbreak, he shouldn't be here now. If he is here, it means that the decayed bodies are not the main cause, or there might be a deeper, hidden reason. Feeling this, Shun Yun-shu is suddenly frightened. She always relies too much on the known plot from the original story. But in fact, since she crossed over, the original plot has already deviated. The only constant might be the main story of the male and female leads, as it could be the core of the entire world. Shun Yun-shu thinks about the pink crystal, the clown, and even Song Qiao, who never appeared in the original story. So many things have changed, haven't they? Yet, she always subconsciously clings to the sense of security brought by the prophecy. Today's experience was a heavy blow to her. Vaguely, Shun Yun-shu feels she might be uncovering a dark, hidden truth that was never mentioned in the original story. Infectious disease. Song Qiao takes a step back. He has a cleanliness obsession. Such things absolutely cannot grow on him. Just thinking about it makes his scalp tingle. Shun Yun-shu nods and looks at the clown. Burn him. Although everything is still a mystery, no matter what, burning it is always the right choice. Yu Chen's fingertips glow with a pure flame, which seems to have a sense of direction, and it falls onto the corpse. With a loud bang, the entire corpse ignites. Amid the bright flames, Shun Yun-shu finally feels some warmth again. After that incident, she was actually cold all over in this hot weather. The flames consume the corpse quickly, and as the body completely disappears, a faint light appears on the horizon. They ended up spending an entire night here. As dawn breaks, Shun Yun-shu no longer cares about standing out. She directly heads back home and drives the RV to Black Eagle. All three of them chose to hide what happened last night. Shun Yun-shu even nonchalantly comments on Zhang Yu and Shi Gaoming's choices. This one's no good. Looks like his legs are too short, he can't run fast. This also doesn't work, he's too ugly. He might scare the customers. This one isn't quite right either. He's too muscular and might still scare the customers. Zhang Yu was speechless. You woke us up early just to play a joke on us, didn't you? Are you trying to decide whether to deliver takeout or walk the runway? Shun Yun-shu lowered her hand after giving her review, realizing she had been a bit distracted. She shyly waved her hand. Never mind. Never mind. I don't have high standards. Anything close enough is fine, but you must carefully check their backgrounds. No criminal records, no shady pasts, and they must have good personalities, strong skills, and special abilities if possible. After all, the delivery could go anywhere, to anyone. Shun Yun-shu clearly listed these conditions in her job requirements. According to Zhang Yu, many people questioned this rule at the time. What do you mean, it could go to anyone? Could it even go to zombies? Zhang Yu asked Shun Yun-shu the same question, and she just mimicked her own mysterious expression. That's not impossible. A few applicants, frightened, cursed her as crazy and left. Now do you see how hard it is for me to find people for you? Zhang Yu looked at Shun Yun-shu with a hint of humor. You're so picky about their looks. If your salary and benefits weren't so good, they'd probably curse me and include you in the curse too. All right, I get it. I know it's not easy for you, Shun Yun-shu said, supporting Zhang Yu's shoulder and smiling so hard her hand trembled. Zhang Yu couldn't smile. She signaled Shun Yun-shu to look at the 5 people walking in from outside. These are the few who stood out after all kinds of tests. Your standards are a bit strict, so we only picked 5. Shun Yun-shu looked at the 5 nervous individuals, some men, some women, all with decent looks and all possessing special abilities. One of them, dressed in a yellow vest and wearing a yellow helmet, noticed Shun Yun-shu's gaze and excitedly jumped out. He turned his back to Shun Yun-shu and made a thumbs-up gesture with both hands, pointing to 2 large characters behind him. Boss, hiring me won't be a loss. I have 10 years of experience delivering takeout for a certain company. Started at 20, delivered until 30, and even at 40, I'm still in the game. The middle-aged man turned his head with a bright smile, showing his teeth but not his facial features clearly. Shun Yunshu looked at this delivery guy, as dark as a coal block, and nodded, convinced. She looked at Zhang Yu and Shi Gaoming. I trust you to handle things. The rest of the people, you can continue recruiting. Train these 5 first. Shun Yunshu had already arranged for Black Eagle's team to bring over 5 electric bikes, mainly so they could start training the new recruits immediately. Oh, right, Shun Yunshu said as she was about to leave, turning to look at the 2 of them. Be careful recently. If you see anyone acting strangely or with sores on their bodies, stay away and don't get involved. Also, have your team pay attention. If anyone has a fever, isolate them immediately. Zhang Yu was a bit confused and wanted to ask why, but Shi Gaoming nodded without hesitation. Got it. He looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about the reasons behind anything and wasn't interested in finding out. He would handle the arrangements, and he was good at it. Though it was convenient, it was also somewhat unpredictable. Shun Yunshu glanced at him, nodded, and left. Back at the supermarket, Shun Yunshu took a long nap. In her dream, she saw the base falling apart, with patients reaching out with rotten hands, their faces twisted with rage, trying to grab her and make her give them food. She woke up in a cold sweat, sitting up and looking out the window. It was already late afternoon with the sun setting in the west. She didn't feel comfortable at all after that nap. Her whole body ached. The supermarket was still busy with people coming and going, but Shun Yunshu felt like she was carrying something heavy inside her. She stepped outside to look at the growing, sturdy Inding tree. The growth of the Inding tree was unusually fast, and as it grew larger, its extraordinary nature became more apparent. Its branches were lush, thick, and wide, with broad, dense leaves. From the dense branches, she could faintly see green vines winding around the trunk. The vines were a very light green, and it seemed like some substance was flowing through them, radiating a captivating vitality. Maybe it was caused by the hidden ice spirit in Song Qiao's blood, but Shun Yunshu always felt that the flowing substance in the vines brought a refreshing sensation. Standing under the tree, she felt an unusual coolness, so much so that once the tree grew, it became a perfect resting spot for everyone visiting the supermarket. It even lowered the temperature around the entire supermarket by 2 or 3 degrees. Shun Yunshu sat under the tree, feeling much more relaxed, and thought about building a circle of wooden benches around it for everyone to rest and cool off. She also planned to make her wish in advance. Lost in her thoughts, she drifted into a trance, unaware that the clown-like figure had sat beside her long ago. Until a leaf gently taken from above her head, Shun Yunshu suddenly turned around and saw a pair of dark eyes very close to her. Her heart seemed to skip a beat at that moment. When did you arrive? Yuchen looked at her silently. At that moment, Shun Yunshu suddenly felt something strange. It was like the feeling he had when he drove Qin Yutong away that night. I need to go out for a while. Shun Yunshu opened her mouth in surprise. Huh, his gaze, which had been strange, suddenly became a little gentler. I have some things to handle, but I will be back soon. Shun Yunshu thought this sounded like an employee asking for leave from a boss, but the faint sadness and reluctance in the air told her it was not. What's the matter? Just a small thing. Yuchen reached out and caught a breeze. Those troublemakers finally showed their true colors. Once he handles it and takes revenge, he will come back. Shun Yunshu frowned. Are you joking around with me here? Yuchen suddenly lowered his head and couldn't help but laugh. Shun Yunshu also laughed. All right, I'll grant your leave. Go ahead, but don't get into danger again like last time. You two, stay safe and watch out for the white-haired one. He's quite good at giving nicknames. Shun Yunshu nodded. Got it. His life is in my hands. What can I do? Yuchen stood up. Shun Yunshu looked at him, then suddenly grabbed his collar. Are you leaving now? Not bringing any food or some secret tech for survival. Without waiting for his answer, she quickly ran back to the supermarket, grabbed a large backpack, and threw it in front of him. She looked at Yuchen with some doubt, wiping her sweat. Parents worry when their children travel far. Same meaning, you understand. Shun Yunshu clapped her hands and laughed loudly, then forcefully stuffed something into his hands. By the way, I don't think I've ever asked your real name, have I? He's been calling himself the clown all day, but now that she thinks about it, it doesn't seem very appropriate. Yuchen turned around, every strand of hair shining. It's okay. Things are fine as they are now. On a very ordinary afternoon, the clown left. Although she wasn't sure what exactly he was doing, overall, it seemed not simple and possibly somewhat dangerous. The clown was very mysterious, coming and going mysteriously. To this day, Shen Yunshu still couldn't figure out his true identity. She only knew she had no right to stop him from doing anything. After the clown and the strange creatures left, she stayed under the tree for a while before returning to the supermarket. She decided not to think about things she couldn't understand, whether it was the sudden outbreak of the contagious disease or the whereabouts of the strange creatures. All she knew was that as long as she stayed in the supermarket and behaved well, she would never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of her life. Thinking this way, Shen Yunshu went back to her room and told Qin Yutong everything clearly, also asking Yu Yun to investigate further. Qin Yutong's tone was serious. Are you okay? Shen Yunshu answered strangely. How can I contact you now if I had a problem? That's good. Before ending the call, Qin Yutong told Shen Yunshu about nearly 50 weapon customization orders that Yu Yun had received. Clearly, she couldn't handle so many orders. She declined some that were too difficult or didn't suit her taste. Strangely, Shen Yunshu even found an order from Fu Linsen. He wanted to make a sword that could shine with thousands of golden rays. Thinking of that scene, it did fit the character of a powerful hero, but she still refused without hesitation. When Qin Yutong read this order, he paused and seemed a bit unusual. Shen Yunshu immediately caught on and asked him if there was something special about this order. Qin Yutong hesitated but then coldly said, He asked me to tell Boss Yun something. What is it? Shen Yunshu immediately became interested.
He said.
Qin Yutong seemed a little annoyed. He told me not to believe what Shen Yunshu woman says. She's good at flattery and twisting the truth. Shen Yunshu burst out laughing at this fool. Hearing her laugh, Qin Yutong's tone softened a bit. He tentatively asked, Does this person have any relation to you? Oh, it's nothing. Just some old grudges. Next time he comes, just ignore him, and I've also blocked their entire group Winter. Okay, perhaps it was Shen Yunshu's illusion, but she sensed a sense of relief in Qin Yutong's good reply. But maybe anyone who dealt with Fu Linsen, this foolish guy, would feel the same. Shen Yunshu unilaterally blocked Winter and started thinking about the orders she had taken. Out of the 50 orders, she selected 10, each at least a B level or higher, even one S level. She wanted to challenge herself, so she accepted them. However, among these orders, there was one that puzzled her. It required making a weapon exactly, like Song Minghuai's. At that time, the Tsujian was indeed rare and dazzling. However, if someone custom-made it, who would produce an identical sword? Most importantly, for a master craftsman, 2 completely identical weapons do not exist. This should be common sense. That Tsujian was accidentally made using Finjing, and Shen Yunshu didn't want to waste the remaining Finjing, so she refused that order. But Shen Yunshu found it strange and silently remembered the customer, a Mr. Mo. In 10 weapon orders, Shen Yunshu only made 2 in one night and almost exhausted the B and C grade materials in her backpack. Crafting weapons is not an easy job. When she woke up with dark circles under her eyes, she thought about this. After finishing that task, she also used up quite a bit of material. She walked up to Song Chaoxue and held out her hand. Spit out Saming Po, Song Chaoxue. His Adam's apple rolled, as if he was about to spit something out, but Shen Yunshu slapped him back. Shut up. Song Chaoxue showed a faint smile. Can't play it cool, huh? Jia? And that follower always behind you. None of your business. Are you leaving? Shen Yunshu paused, looked back at him. Why? Are you happy? Song Chaoxue's expression was calm, and he said 2 words. Shanmu. Shen Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Then go ahead and Shanmu. She was too lazy to argue with him, and was about to walk outside when Song Chaoxue suddenly grabbed her, wanting to say something more. But before he could speak, a sudden Jing Huo Da dawned him. They looked up toward the source of the sound. It was morning, during the busy hours at the supermarket, with people constantly coming and going outside. Under the increasingly lush Dingsu, Many people were sitting, but now everyone stood up, looking terrified at a child hanging from the tree. The child was still struggling, clutching the thick trunk tightly, kicking wildly with his feet, making the hanging so shake loudly. His Janroi Kusheng could attract zombies from 2 miles away. Shin Su's hand trembled, and she quickly ran outside. Where did this dead kid come from? No one knew when the child had secretly climbed the tree, and his parents were nowhere to be seen. The people sitting under the tree after the initial shock reacted. Those with abilities immediately used their powers to the child. Those without abilities kept shouting, "Whose kid is this?" The scene instantly became chaotic. The crowd started to push and shove. Seung-Yun Suo pushed through the crowd while walking outside, feeling anxious and worried. It's not that I fear children getting hurt, but I worry that her fragile, carefully nurtured sense of stability might be damaged. Just when I finally managed to squeeze out a breath, a sudden loud cry erupted from the scene. I was squeezed so tightly that I gasped, and a bad feeling quickly filled my mind. I hurriedly tiptoed to look outside and saw that the child could no longer hold on and fell, but someone had already prepared a special power to catch him below. However, at this moment, something beyond my understanding suddenly happened. The steady tree, standing still and unmoving, suddenly stretched out a long green vine, wrapping around the child's legs as precisely as human limbs. The child was then upside down in the air, crying loudly in fear. But it didn't stop there. Another vine slowly extended from the tree trunk. Then, it gently tapped the child's bottom. I was stunned, jaw dropping in shock. Oh my goodness, is this tree turning into a spirit? The crowd was silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into various exclamations. Although most plants mutated since the end of the world, I've never seen one as intelligent and human-like as this tree. It looked just like a parent scolding a naughty child. No one paid attention to the crying child anymore. Everyone was watching the waving vine. Only I was sweating cold. I'm not afraid of the sky or the earth, but I fear naughty kids, especially if they have a parent like that. Then it's truly over. I looked at the steady tree and silently thought, stop hitting, put him down first. To my surprise, it seemed like the tree really heard my wish. The vine slowly stopped pulling the child and began lowering him to the ground. The child finally stopped crying loudly, turning into sobs, with tears and snot covering his face. I let out a deep breath, ready to go comfort the child. A familiar scent of cedar brushed past me, causing me to pause and look to the side with a sense of awareness. Song Xiaoxue was lazily watching the steady tree. Suddenly, I understood something. Are you controlling the steady tree? Song Xiaoxue lazily smiled at me. Guess? In that moment, I was sure it was him. Who else could make the steady tree act so mischievously, if not him? Maybe letting go of the child wasn't because he heard my wish, but simply because he was bored with playing. Shun Yunshu thought of that drop of blood and suddenly clenched her teeth, saying, "You little guy is so lucky. Why should the tree I planted listen to you? It drank my blood, so it shouldn't listen to me. Do you want it to listen to you instead?" Shin Yunshu's hands itched to act, but before her palm could land on Song Xiaoxue, she was interrupted by a loud, commanding voice. "Second Dog Wang, what trouble are you causing now?" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the voice. They saw a slightly chubby but agile figure rush out of the supermarket at an incredible speed. The small child, who had been crying like a dirty little dog, looked visibly frightened. He quickly crawled up, ready to run away. Before he could take a step, someone suddenly grabbed the back of his collar. The child, called Second Dog Wang, sensed trouble and pouted, almost about to cry again. A woman raised her eyebrow and slapped the child's, but precisely, with a loud slap. "Don't cry. If you do, you won't eat dinner tonight." The child's half-formed sobs were suddenly suppressed, his face turning red from holding back, and he finally let out a loud burp. Onlookers couldn't help but laugh, and Shun Yunshu also chuckled. It seemed that the fear of unreasonable parents was not justified after all. As she was thinking this, the woman's gaze turned toward Shin Yunshu. Seeing her, the woman immediately looked apologetic and pushed the child to come over. Second dog apologized to boss Shin quickly. Shin Yunshu wanted to wave her hand and say it was unnecessary, but seeing the defiant look on the child's face, she felt a playful urge. She bent down slightly, smiled gently, and looked directly at the child. Little friend, can you tell me why you climbed the tree? Second dog Wang kept his mouth tightly shut, tilted his head, and ignored Shin Yunshu. Song Xiaoxue snorted with amusement beside them. Shin Yunshu was not angry and also blocked the woman who was about to pinch the child's ear. If you don't tell me, if you break sister's tree, you will have to pay for it, you know? Second dog Wang suddenly looked panicked and hurriedly turned to Shin Yunshu to explain. The tree is cool. His words were a bit unclear, so Shin Yunshu leaned in closer and asked, is that all? The child lowered his head, seeming a little shy. Break it. Give it to Mom. Mom will be cool. Both Shin Yunshu and the woman behind him were stunned. Shin Yunshu thought deeply. She hadn't expected such a reason. She had thought the child was just mischievous or curious, perhaps wanted to get closer because it was cool. I never expected this. The woman's eyes suddenly filled with a thin layer of tears. She forcefully pulled the child's head and scolded, "You naughty kid." Her feelings of gratitude and guilt seemed to melt into that one scolding. Shin Yunshu also felt a bit touched. She patted the child's head and said, "All right, I know you meant well, but next time, don't do such dangerous things, okay? Otherwise, Grandpa Tree might give you a little spanking." Wang Ergu immediately looked scared and quickly nodded. Shin Yunshu was so charmed by how cute the little boy looked. She pinched his rosy cheeks and said, "Okay, I forgive you. How about I buy you some ice cream? Go get it yourself." Wang Ergu's eyes lit up. He secretly glanced at his mother behind him, and after getting her permission, he ran over happily. The woman smiled helplessly and looked at Shin Yunshu with a shy expression. "Sorry about that, Miss Shin. Sorry to trouble you." She lowered her head slightly, her hair flowing gently. When she smiled, there seemed to be two faint dimples on her cheeks. Shin Yunshu finally saw that the woman was not very old, probably around 30. But maybe because of years of hard work, she looked tired and a bit weathered beyond her age. She helped the woman up and said, "It's okay." The little boy meant well, but Shin Yunshu was curious about the boy's name. "Why did you name him Wang Ergu?" The woman smiled, her eyes shining like stars. "His father died early. Ergu is a simple name, easy to take care of. I don't expect him to be extraordinary. As long as he can protect himself in this tough world and stay alive, that's enough." Shin Yunshu was surprised. She hadn't thought of that reason before, but seeing the tenderness in the woman's eyes, she understood. Before crossing over, she was an orphan. She had never met her parents since birth. Even her name was given by the director of the orphanage, which she herself chose. Yunshu symbolizes that she hopes her little cloud will be free and comfortable, just like the clouds in the sky. Since then, Shin Yunshu loved clouds and everything related to them. After coming here, no matter what industry she was in, she always included the character Yun, cloud, in her name. It became her obsession. Warm memories flooded her heart. Shin Yunshu felt nostalgic and a little sad. The woman soon took the little boy and left. He was still holding an ice cream and bouncing happily. Shin Yunshu watched them leave, her mind lost in thought. It wasn't until the familiar teasing voice beside her asked, "Why? Are you so reluctant? Or do you want to have one yourself?"
Shin Yunshu.
She waved her hand. "Forget it, just taking care of you is enough." Song Xiaoxue immediately looked like he had just eaten a fly. Skin Yunsu ignored him and walked out directly. Although she didn't blame the child just now, Anding's shoe had indeed suffered some minor damage. She stood under Anding's shoe, wanting to check if its branches were hurt or cracked, considering whether to hang a no-climbing sign. As she was lost in thought, a hard fruit suddenly fell from above, hitting her forehead. Skin Shuo let out a sharp cry of pain, looked down at the ground, and saw a green fruit about the size of 2 thumbs pressed together, seemingly fallen from the tree. She crouched down to pick it up, but at the moment she touched it, her mind suddenly echoed with that familiar mechanical voice. "Beep, important item detected for host, mutated tree fruit, triggering hidden quest, Alien Plant Garden. Do you accept the quest? Alien Plant Garden? Shinyin Suo froze like a statue, standing still for just 2 seconds, then she decisively chose to accept. The subtitles in front of her disappeared, replaced by a small patch of land measuring 3 by 4. Only when the land appeared clearly before her did she fully realize what was happening. Her finger, which was still in the air, trembled with excitement. If there was one thing Chinese people are inherently good at, it must be farming. How is this different from playing QQ Farm on the computer since childhood? Soon Suo's blood started to boil, but when she clicked on the seed slot at the bottom right and saw it was empty, she quickly calmed down. She almost forgot the system's true nature as a scheming merchant. She took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and began to examine the page. Apart from that small piece of land, the other functions were very simple. The top right corner showed her level, currently at level 1, and the top left was the shop. Since there was a shop, everything was easy to understand. Shinyin Shuo, now somewhat wealthy, confidently clicked on the shop. But after thoroughly checking the items inside, her heart immediately cooled by half. The items in the shop were indeed complete, with many varieties, various seeds and fertilizers. Only after entering did Shinyin Suo realize what made this alien plant garden truly alien. Unsurprisingly, all these seeds had been mutated after the apocalypse. Each seed's packaging showed what it would look like when grown. Sun Yunshu looked around and saw a seed that could grow 3 sunflowers on one stalk. She saw a mushroom emitting strange colors all over. She also saw a seed very similar to a carnivorous plant. However, these were just guesses based on their appearance. The real difference when they grow would only be known after planting the seeds. The problem was here. Sun Yunshu looked at the price column below the seeds, where a positive review score was clearly marked. The cheapest pack of seeds required at least 5 positive reviews, but she currently had 0. Sun Yunshu could only sigh and close the shop. Upgrading the alien plant garden was even more difficult. It didn't need fruits, money, or experience. Instead, it required a crystal core from a mid-level zombie. What does a mid-level zombie mean? 1 mid-level zombie crystal core is worth 100 beginner zombie crystal cores. And mid-level zombies are at least 10 times stronger than beginner zombies. They have basic intelligence, a sense of teamwork, and even use tactics like ambushes and lures. Most importantly, mid-level zombies are very rare and hard to find. Usually, even an ability user couldn't defeat one alone. It would take several people to fight and retreat safely. But luckily, Sun Yunshu has money. If necessary, she could buy one. It's just a bit costly. In short, her main priority now was to get the takeout system running. Sun Yunshu reluctantly left the alien plant garden copy and started urging Zhang Yu to speed up hiring and training. She began to prepare in the base by advertising in the mission hall. To generate buzz, she spent a lot of money repeatedly promoting her contact info, so everyone would remember it. The base's contact method depended on the only signal tower there. Sking Yunshu was worried she couldn't handle so many orders alone and that the simple communication device in the base might not support so many people ordering at once. So, she decided to spend a lot of money to buy a high-tech device from the shop. This machine could handle multiple calls at once and record customer orders. She linked this machine to the supermarket's fully automatic system. Once an order was received, the supermarket would automatically pack it. Sun Yunshu spent nearly $500,000 on this fully automated process. The only part she decided to handle herself was the delivery stage, which couldn't be fully automated. In fact, she was interested in a delivery robot from the high-tech section of the system mall. But the most expensive one costs $2 million, which is more expensive than 2 Song Chiao snows. Sun Yunshu decisively chose to give up. In addition, she set special uniform standards for all delivery staff, with the logo of Yunwan's supermarket printed on the clothes. As for the color, naturally it was the beige of clouds. Everything became standardized, just waiting for the delivery staff to complete their training. As for the shadowy figure, they finally recruited 8 people, and with Sun Yunshu herself, there are 9. This means 1 electric bike is now available. To avoid wasting resources, Shun Yunshu turned her attention to Song Chiao Snow. After delivering rice for so long, it was time to do some work. Although Song Chiao Snow resisted in every way, she was eventually forced to join the training, which was conducted solely by Shun Yunshu. These days spent perfecting the delivery process went by quickly. Recently, many things happened at the base, but the most important were two names that gradually became known and discussed: Yi Xiaoran and Winter. Yi Xiaoran, as Shun Yunshu predicted, became a savior in the hearts of a small part of the base, because she awakened a purification-type supernatural ability. According to what Shun Yunshu heard, she personally went to the refugee camp to volunteer and treat those people with her purification power. Later, when her purification ability was discovered, the government valued her highly and began helping some infected but not fully infected base soldiers to purify. Yi Xiaoran's fame spread throughout the base, and many people said she was sent by heaven to save them. But it was pretty much true. Only Yi Xiaoran could reverse zombie infection in the original story. Shun Yunshu calculated the days, guessing that the day they discovered the natural water well was not far off. However, no matter how much Yi Xiaoran was praised, it didn't matter to her now. She had more important things to do. Finally, the delivery mode could officially start. On the day the delivery service officially launched, all the delivery staff gathered at the supermarket entrance at 6 a.m., dressed in uniforms and looking serious. At a glance, they formed a somewhat bright and lively scene. Shun Yunshu was very satisfied. She and Song Chiao Snow also wore the same delivery uniforms. As they walked over, the other 8 people's gazes immediately turned toward them. When they saw the clothes on the two, some looked confused. Shun Yunshu cleared her throat and looked at everyone in the morning light. Today is the first day Yunwan's supermarket officially offers delivery. Our service standards must be fast, accurate, and stable. I believe that after many days of training in the Black Hawk, everyone is very familiar with the overall process. However, I will emphasize it once more. Shun Yunshu pointed to the supermarket counter. Each customer's order and the items to be delivered will appear in order at the front desk. Each delivery person should consider how many orders to deliver at once based on the distance and the number of items. Remember, the number of orders isn't the main point. You must ensure you can deliver each order on time. Moreover, although our pay is based on a more work, more pay system, additional compensation is given based on delivery distance, the value of items, and weight, which increases the original delivery fee. So everyone must not rush. If you're late and receive a bad review or damage the items, you'll be responsible for all the compensation. The basic payment for delivering an order is 200 purple coins. However, if you get a bad review, 100 purple coins will be deducted, which is 50%. I'm sure everyone understands this clearly. As expected, everyone nodded in agreement. Shun Yunshu felt a bit more relaxed, but there was still one very important point she had to repeat. When you personally deliver the items to the seller, make sure to ask for a good review. Besides the cooling patches to prevent heatstroke, Shun Yunshu's delivery uniform also has a system that records positive reviews. Whenever a customer mentions a good review or says something about it, it will be recorded as a positive review. To ensure she gets good reviews smoothly, Shun Yunshu prepared a set of actions and phrases. First, she checks the order with the customer to make sure everything is correct. After confirming, she must show a standard smile with 8 teeth and politely ask for a good review. In short, Shun Yunshu prepared all these efforts for this final step. If she doesn't get a good review, the delivery is basically wasted. She even added a strict condition when hiring: no unattractive people. Seeing beautiful things usually increases tolerance and the chance of receiving a good review. Even a middle-aged man with 10 years of delivery experience, who might look tough like Bao Qing Tian, has a unique, charming uncle vibe, especially when he smiles, showing a rugged, mature attractiveness. At this moment, 8 tall, handsome, and beautiful people stood in front of her, which made Shun Yunshu's eyes feel very comfortable. She even started to imagine a bright future filled with praise. In the sunlight, she looked at everyone and smiled politely. The boss is always with you. Today, our delivery work officially begins. As Shun Yunshu finished her last word, all the automatic delivery functions started working. A few days earlier, Shen Yunshu had repeatedly announced that the delivery service at Yunwan's supermarket would officially start at 7 o'clock today. But when the time actually arrived, Shen Yunshu still felt a little nervous. She was worried that after all her careful preparation, no one would be interested. However, the reality quickly proved her wrong. As soon as 7 o'clock passed, the machine began to announce, "Your delivery order has been delivered. Please handle it promptly." At the same time, the items started to be automatically transported and packed. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. The 8 people also quickly focused on the order, but in the end, it was the uncle with 10 years of delivery experience who got it first. He happily carried a bag of items, ready to leave. Just then, the automatic delivery conveyor suddenly jammed and stopped in place. Shen Yunshu's heart tightened. Could it be just one order? It would be a big joke if she called all the delivery people early in the morning to prepare for nothing. But just as this thought appeared, the conveyor suddenly started moving again, faster than before. Meanwhile, the machine's voice also quickly announced with a very fast pace, "Your delivery order has been delivered. Your delivery order. Your delivery." One after another, the announcements followed rapidly. When one finished, the next immediately started, sometimes even before the previous ended. It turned out that the brief pause was just a buildup of energy. An explosion of orders was happening. The remaining 7 delivery people were stunned for a second. They exchanged glances and suddenly rushed in together. They lined up neatly, disciplined and efficient, each starting to pick up as many orders as they could handle. In less than 5 minutes, everyone had several orders, quickly got on their bikes, and headed toward their destinations, aiming to deliver quickly and avoid wasting time dealing with zombies on the way. To speed up the delivery, Shen Yunshu divided the stones she received during check-in, which could prevent zombies from approaching, into 10 equal parts. She hung a small piece on each electric bike. Although the effectiveness of stones was somewhat reduced, they still ensured that zombies wouldn't block their deliveries. Shen Yunshu watched as they all left and quickly pulled along Song Xiaoxue to pick up supplies. Although she asked Song Xiaoxue to deliver the food, Shen Yunshu didn't dare let him go alone. If he slipped away quietly, it wouldn't be a big deal, but she was most worried that his bad temper might cause him to earn some bad reviews. So, she decided to drive the second-hand car she bought at the base with Song Xiaoxue to deliver the items together. The car was fast and could carry a lot of goods. She packed the entire trunk with 10 orders before stopping. She got in the car, full of energy, started the engine, and then froze when she saw the address of the first order. Order placed by Xuanfeng Mercenary Group. Address: Donglu Forest. Donglu Forest is a nearby woodland not far from Yunwan's supermarket, a place often visited by mutants for missions. It's full of mutated plants and animals, which sometimes leads to rare creatures and materials appearing. It's dangerous, but also full of opportunities. Most importantly, she recognized the name Xuanfeng Mercenary Group. She remembered them from a mercenary competition, where they left a deep impression on her, and they had worked together for a long time afterward. Could it be a business that's taking care of her? Shen Yunshu looked at the order, and found it wasn't that simple. The order mainly included some first aid medicines and aggressive black technology. Could she be in danger? Her expression grew serious. She quickly checked the other orders. If none were closer, she decided to prioritize this one. But when she looked at all the orders in her hands, she was completely stunned. Out of 10 orders, 7 were from Donglu Forest, each for different people. She even saw names like Lion King and Black Eagle, all involving aggressive black technology and first aid medicines. Something was wrong, something had happened. Her face darkened completely. She didn't hesitate anymore and directly started the car, steering toward Donglu Forest. On the way, Shen Yunshu sped along, her mind racing to figure out what might have happened. But soon, she realized something was off. How could so many orders with the same address all be hers? Lost in thought, she muttered softly. Song Xiaoxue, who had been silent beside her, suddenly chuckled. Shen Yunshu quickly turned to look at him.
What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at how silly you are. Song Xiaoxue crossed her arms and lazily watched the baron seen rushing past outside. Those people took their orders first. When they see the Donglu forest, they definitely won't even touch it. Once they've finished, all these orders that no one dares to deliver will be yours. Shen Yunshu swallowed her angry words and remained silent. No wonder 7 out of 10 orders are from the Donglu forest. But soon, she realized and looked at Song Xiaoxue. You noticed that and didn't remind me? Song Xiaoxue leisurely turned her head, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. A hint of interest appeared in her light-colored eyes. Such a lively scene, it's a shame not to join in the fun. Shen Yunshu. Can this person really understand what we're here for? But now that things have come to this, arguing won't help. Moreover, if the Lion King and Black Eagle are involved, even without these orders, she would still come. Thinking this, Shen Yunshu sped up her driving, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Soon, they saw the endless Donglu forest. The trees were numerous, lush green. In such hot weather, it should feel refreshing, but Shen Yunshu only felt a strong sense of gloom and danger. The detailed address on the order was 5 kilometers into the forest, then about 3 kilometers west. Ignoring the trees blocking the way, Shen Yunshu saw a faint path and drove straight in. Wherever she could go, she went. After all, the distance to the exact location was still some way off. Walking there on foot would take at least an hour. Before Song Xiaoxue could close the window, a branch scratched her face. Song Xiaoxue, next time, don't force open paths that aren't open, okay? Shen Yunshu focused intently on steering, driving wildly. You don't understand anything. There are no roads in the world. People make them by walking. Shen Yunshu drove recklessly until she was less than a kilometer from the delivery point and finally stopped because she couldn't go further. Looking back, she saw a path she had made herself. If someone didn't know better, they might think a wild beast had just passed through. Song Xiaoxue looked upset, hurriedly opened the car door, stumbled out, and leaned on a tree to vomit violently. Shen Yunshu looked at her weak frame with disdain and slammed the door shut. Looks like your body isn't much better either. Song Xiaoxue was panting heavily but still managed to retort, this car is cursed just for being with you. Shen Yunshu glanced at the scratched-up car, touched her nose, and was relieved it was just a second-hand vehicle. Enough wasting time, Shen Yunshu said, tossing a bottle of water to Song Xiaoxue, then turned to open the trunk for the order bags. Finish your spit, then come help. Time waits for no one. Song Xiaoxue's brow was filled with anger as she looked at the water in her hand, then quickly drank the entire bottle. Turning around, Shen Yunshu was already holding 4 bags of orders and heading into the forest. He hesitated for a moment in front of the trunk, then picked up the remaining 3 bags and followed. The deeper into the forest they went, the harder the path became. After walking about 500 meters with 4 bags of orders, Shen Yunshu was already sweating heavily. On such a hot day, wearing short sleeves and without any special protection, his arms were covered with scratches from branches and unknown insects. But Shen Yunshu was unaware of his injuries. After walking a bit further, he suddenly stopped, and Song Xiaoxue, behind him, also paused. They exchanged a quick look, almost simultaneously crouched down, hiding themselves. It was because faint sounds of a dispute came from not far away. Shen Yunshu quietly crawled forward a few steps, finding a perfect spot to hide himself while observing the direction of the sounds. The shadows of the trees swayed in front of him. As expected, he saw groups of people from different factions. They were scattered, standing apart but not far from each other. Roughly estimating, there were at least 50 people in his line of sight. Everyone's clothing and positions were clearly divided, tense, but not yet fighting. Shen Yunshu's eyes quickly scanned, trying to recognize familiar faces, but the distance was too great. He could only vaguely see the number of people, not their faces. So he hunched down and quietly moved forward another 100 meters. Finding a better angle, the scene suddenly opened up. Shen Yunshu realized there were not just 50 people but at least 100. His breath slowed, and he dared not move. He swept his gaze across the crowd. As expected, many were familiar. He saw Zhou Sun and Song Yan, saw Zhang Yu and the young man who greeted her at the mercenary group competition. But when he looked at the few people standing opposite them, his pupils shrank instantly. How could the people from Winter be here too? She looked at the order and saw there was no mention of Winter Point, so she thought maybe Fu Linshan wasn't involved in this chaos. But when both the main characters appeared, it showed this was definitely not a simple fight. Shen Yunshu's palms were slightly sweaty. Besides the familiar faces, most of the others were unfamiliar, and she guessed they might belong to other mercenary groups. Some stood with the Lion King Black Eagle, some with Winter, and others didn't choose sides but observed the situation, ready to take advantage if needed. Among these uncertain forces, Shen Yunshu was most puzzled by a group of soldiers in uniform. They had quite a few people. At first, she thought they might be from Huayong Base's army, but upon closer look, she realized she was wrong. Huayong Base's uniform was green, with a silver seven-pointed star on the right chest. These soldiers wore blue-green uniforms with a small sun symbol on the right chest. She searched through the original story for a long time but finally gave up, as she usually skimmed over such details quickly. It was only when she noticed that the person behind them seemed a bit off that she suddenly turned around to look at Song Xiaoxua. "Do you know them?" she asked. Song Xiaoxua frowned, breathing a little heavier. "Qingyang's people are here." "Qingyang?" A flash of insight lit up in Shen Yunshu's mind. Qingyang Base, the second largest after Huayong Base, was only slightly smaller in area, but in other aspects, it was almost on par with Huayong, or even surpassing it. The two bases weren't far apart. The Donglu Forest was between them, so Qingyang Base's appearance wasn't surprising. But seeing soldiers from the base was very strange. Shen Yunshu kept her eyes fixed on the tense group of people. Fortunately, as they approached, she could clearly hear their conversations. The first to speak was Fu Linshan. She wondered if they had already argued with the Lion King and others earlier. Overall, his expression showed some impatience, but also restraint when looking at the Lion King Black Eagle group. In the end, he said nothing and turned his gaze to the Qingyang Base soldiers. "Anyway, this is an internal matter of Huayong Base. It doesn't seem right for Qingyang Base to interfere." The leader of the Qingyang Base soldiers was a relatively young man, probably in his 30s or 40s. He was tall and commanding. It seemed as if her chest was vibrating with her words. "Donglu Forest indeed doesn't belong to Qingyang Base, but as far as I know, it probably doesn't belong to Huayong Base either. If that's the case, how can you say that discovering this well is an internal matter of Huayong Base?" "A well? What well?" She quickly looked up and finally saw the small well hidden among the grass and tree trunks in the center, surrounded by many people. In that moment, Shen Yunshu felt as if she had been struck by lightning and suddenly realized. It turned out that the well, which continuously supplied water, had finally appeared, right in Donglu Forest. No wonder the military from Qingyang Base was here. The ownership of Donglu Forest has always been disputed. Neither side admits it belongs to the other. In the end, it was left as a free zone. If this well appeared in Donglu Forest, it also explained why so many forces were fighting over it, because it was on this land of freedom. Since no one had ownership rights, it all came down to strength. So, when the team leader spoke, the scene instantly became tense and confrontational. But Shen Yunshu looked at this scene and felt something was wrong, very wrong. Where were the villains? Where were the antagonists? Shouldn't they be the ones who first discovered the well, then told the heroine, who would then leak the information? But from the current situation, everyone seemed to be seeing this well for the first time. The surprise and desire to own it were written all over their faces. And judging by their equipment, simple standard gear for missions, with some mercenary groups even smaller, it was clear they had stumbled upon this well unexpectedly. No wonder many of them had activated powerful black technology. But had they thought about it? If they could activate such technology, others could too. Shen Yunshu silently looked at the bags in her hands. It felt like her delivery was about to trigger a world war. When the military commander from Qingyang Base spoke, Fu Linshan's face darkened. The scene suddenly fell silent, but the atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Shen Yunshu watched this, feeling anxious inside. What should she do? Should she send the items? But what if she didn't send them and received bad reviews? With so many negative comments, her business might go bankrupt even before opening. She focused entirely on observing the situation among them, not noticing that Song Xiaoxue behind her was starting to show impatience. Since she heard about the well, Song Xiaoxue had lost interest. It was just another fight over resources, and after all that arguing, no one was fighting. She just wanted to watch the excitement, but couldn't even do that. A soft click escaped from his mouth. But soon, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he quietly gathered a few tiny, sharp ice spikes beside him. With a flick of his finger, the ice spikes shot out quickly. A few faint sounds of breaking the air pierced through the dry branches and leaves, hitting several people. One of the ice spikes even aimed straight at the forehead of the person he disliked most. The ice spikes were not very powerful. They shattered upon touching a person. To Song Xiaoxue, everything looked like a slow-motion movie. When the ice spike touched Fu Linda's skin, Fu Linda suddenly turned his head sharply, reached out, and caught the ice spike. It melted into water in his hand and dripped onto the ground. At this moment, several people simultaneously covered different parts of their bodies, drew weapons instinctively, and swung them around.
Who?
Seeing this, the people around stepped back. Hearing the question, they also quickly revealed their weapons. Suddenly, a chaotic fight broke out unexpectedly. Shen Yunshu hadn't had time to think of a solution before this large group suddenly started fighting. About 100 people hit and kicked each other, with sneak attacks and quick strikes, making the scene very chaotic. Her eyes wandered among the tangled crowd, unable to tell who was on which side. This is bad. She really couldn't deliver the order now. What's going on? Wasn't everything fine just now? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Shen Yunshu hurriedly moved forward a bit. Song Xiaoxue, standing behind her, watched the scene with interest and casually said, "Aren't you worried? Since they're fighting, you don't have to worry anymore." Shen Yunshu paused, turned around to look at him, and asked, "Did you do this?" Faced with Shen Yunshu's shocked gaze, Song Xiaoxue smiled and said, "Just helped a little."
Damn.
Before he finished speaking, Shen Yunshu couldn't help but slap his shoulder. Her strength was always her strongest skill. This slap could leave him bruised for at least 2 days. Now, Song Xiaoxue was shocked, his eyes seeming to shoot fire. "You dare to hit me?" Shen Yunshu gritted her teeth and said, "Not only will I hit you, I want to strangle you." She threw the order onto the ground and pounced on Song Xiaoxue, grabbing his throat with both hands. Caught off guard, Song Xiaoxue was pushed backward. Before he could react, his neck was grabbed, and he saw Shen Yunshu's murderous eyes. "Do you know how expensive these goods are? Because of you, they started fighting. How am I supposed to deliver the goods now? I will leave my words here first. If today's delivery cannot be made and I don't receive good reviews, all the losses and compensation must be borne by you. From now on, do not turn on the air conditioner when you sleep, and do not take a shower every night. Just go outside to sleep. Is that okay?" Shen Yunshu was pinching his neck while shouting angrily in his ear. Song Xiaoxue turned his head away, clenched his teeth, and reached out to grab Shen Yunshu's hair, pulling it back. Shen Yunshu was forced to lean backward, but still held on tightly, refusing to give up. "You think I want to stay with you? If you have the guts, just take off the collar, and I will leave immediately." Seeing that he couldn't hold him anymore, Shen Yunshu quickly shifted his focus and grabbed his long, white hair. Song Xiaoxue grimaced in pain, and the two of them struggled like little kids, not paying attention to what was happening behind them. Suddenly, dirt splashed up beside them, and both froze. Shen Yunshu flipped backward and sat on the ground, just 2 meters away from someone. It was the captain of the military team from the Sunshine Base. He looked stern and serious, pointing a gun directly at them.
Who are you?
Shen Yunshu was still in a daze, but Song Xiaoxue reacted quickly. One hand gathered his powers and swiftly knocked the man's gun away. The man's expression changed, but Shen Yunshu seized the moment and made a bold decision. No matter what, the delivery must go out. Since they had been discovered, it was better to go all out. Shen Yunshu forcefully pulled Song Xiaoxue in front of the man and shouted, "Hold him back! Give me cover. His sudden, strong move almost dragged Song Xiaoxue to the ground. The man was furious and wanted to turn around to settle the score, but before he could, a punch came flying, and he had to defend himself. His accomplices behind him quickly arrived and started attacking Song Xiaoxue. He was forced into the fight. Meanwhile, Shen Yinshu took advantage of their distraction, sneaking away with several bags of items from another hiding spot, circling around the chaos. Shen Yinshu had a personal goal. He wanted to sneak behind the Lion King and Black Eagle and secretly pass the items to them. Unfortunately, the path was rugged, and occasional powers flew by, making Shen Yinshu's journey difficult. Finally, when he saw the Lion King, he felt relieved. Before he could speed up, suddenly, a large patch of bushes in front of him began collapsing and falling toward him. With a loud bang, an unconscious body suddenly fell heavily in front of her, blocking her path. Shen Yinshu initially thought it was a huge stone. She panicked and prepared to call for help, but to her surprise, it was a person. She was so startled by the force of the body hitting the ground that she sat down hard on the ground, staring blankly at the tall, strong man in front of her. Wow, he looks just like a giant obstacle blocking her way. And is he alive or dead? She gently kicked the rock with her foot. No response. She kicked again, using a bit more strength. Still no movement. Shen Yinshu sighed in disappointment, thinking she would have to find another route. In her anger, she kicked the man hard again, then grabbed her things to find another way around. But just as she did, the man's body suddenly jerked. Startled, Shen Yinshu quickly sat back down on the ground. She sensed something was wrong, so she crawled over on her hands and knees, tapped his face gently, and asked softly, "Hey, are you still alive?" The man's name was Li Myud. He felt like he had been knocked down hard and passed out, as if a century had gone by. He thought he was already dead and couldn't even feel pain. But in the endless darkness, a soft, warm touch and a gentle female voice woke him up. He thought it was just a hallucination, but when the pain returned, he slowly opened his eyes and saw a delicate, elegant face looking at him with concern. Tears welled up in Li Myud's eyes. It seemed she still cared about him. "Are you okay? Wake up a bit." Li Myud used all his strength to gently shake his head, and in that moment, the woman's eyes lit up with joy. She was so happy he was alive. Li Myud felt a wave of happiness in his heart. She continued to ask, "Hey, which mercenary group are you from? Are they starting to introduce themselves so quickly?" Li Myud opened his mouth, struggling to say a few words. "Why dash? Wildfire. Wildfire." The woman in front of him looked so happy she almost wanted to jump. Li Myud's face twitched, as if he was smiling. "And you?" Shen Yinshu didn't hear what he said clearly. She was just happily looking at the order in her hand, then finally picked up a bag and joyfully handed it to him. Li Myud paused, wondering, was this a gift? He had never received a gift from a girl before. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his nose started to run. Shen Yinshu looked a bit embarrassed, thinking she might have been too emotional. She patted the man's face to wake him up, then looked at him very seriously. "All right, my delivery has been handed over to you. Are you satisfied with my service?" The man's face was stiff at this moment, but he seemed to realize something was wrong.
You.
Shen Yinshu frowned. "No need to say so much. Just say if you're satisfied or not." Realizing her tone was a bit harsh, Shen Yinshu softened her attitude and moved a little closer. Her soft hair almost brushed the face of the strong man. A pleasant fragrance suddenly wafted into Li Myud's face. He gasped, felt dizzy, and didn't care what he was saying anymore. As satisfied? Yes. Shen Yinshu cheered happily and clapped her hands. The praise collector she wore on her chest immediately lit up. At the same time, a beep sounded in her mind. "Congratulations! You have achieved the milestone, delivered your first order, and received positive feedback. Reward: 10 points of city value." The success of delivering her first order greatly excited Shen Yinshu. She happily patted the strong man. "Thanks, big brother. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving now." Before Li Myud could react, Shun Yunshu slipped away with the remaining orders, leaving Li Myud looking confused.
It was all just a dream.
Li Myud suddenly sniffed and filled with anger. His body seemed to regain strength at that moment. He supported himself and stood up, causing the items in his bag to spill onto the ground. He picked up something that looked like a smoke bomb, and with fury, threw it at the person who had just knocked him flying.
Whoosh!
Fu Linshan sensed the danger flying from behind. He turned his head and used a lightning blade to shoot the object out of the air. But to Fu Linshan's surprise, as the object disintegrated in midair, a large amount of white gas suddenly surged out. Fu Linshan's face changed. He shouted, "Smoke bomb! Run!" But it was already too late. Shun Yunshu's smoke bomb was not just an ordinary one. It was enhanced with a toxic gas buff. It could make people in the smoke unable to open their eyes and breathe easily. When inhaled in high concentration, it could cause unconsciousness. Shun Yunshu didn't expect her customer to use it so quickly. She anxiously looked up and saw it was from Fu Linshan's side, which made her instantly feel relieved. But this also gave her a bit of inspiration. She quickly started delivering along this route. Whenever someone from Winter was knocked away, she would swiftly go over, confirm their identity, and then hand them the item. After receiving praise, he would begin to use the items to seek revenge. It formed a perfect chain of cause and effect. Shun Yunshu praised herself silently for being a genius while diligently continuing her deliveries. She already had 3 good reviews and 4 bags left, 2 of which were for the Lion King and the Black Eagle. She decided to deliver those first. Currently, their rivalry seemed more like observing the situation and testing the waters rather than strong competition, which eased Shun Yunshu's worries. However, things didn't go as planned.
Fu Linshan was not stupid.
He gradually noticed something was wrong. When did the enemy start wielding so many strange weapons? He barely escaped from a smoke and poison gas grenade, dodged arrows with tracking functions, and blocked a barrage of hidden weapons. Finally, he looked over and saw Shun Yunshu moving stealthily through the weeds. His eyes sharpened as he spotted her. He clenched his silver teeth and cursed, "It's you again, Shun Yunshu." He ordered his men to cover him while he charged straight at Shun Yunshu. Yi Shaoren tried to pull him back but failed, accidentally falling to the ground. In the end, he could only watch him rush toward Shun Yunshu. In a daze, Shun Yunshu seemed to hear someone calling her name. Confused, she just peeked out her head and saw Fu Linshan approaching. She was so scared, she almost dropped the remaining orders in her hand. Oh no, she's been discovered. Her first instinct was panic, but when she touched the orders nearby, she suddenly calmed down. Good. This is a good opportunity. She quickly pulled out an energy gun from the orders, clicked it to load, and calmly aimed at Fu Linshan, who was full of anger. Fu Linshan saw her draw the gun but remained calm, even smirking provocatively as he boldly moved toward the gun's muzzle. Shun Yunshu's expression was cold, but a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She softly cursed, "Idiot." She pulled the trigger, and a burst of pure blue energy shot out at lightning speed, heading straight for Fu Linshan's heart. He raised his hand, and suddenly a faint lightning shield appeared in front of him, crackling with dangerous electricity, giving off an intimidating aura. But Shun Yunshu wasn't afraid at all, because she knew these things would eventually turn back and harm him. The energy gun uses energy as its bullets. If the bullet hits you and you do not dodge, block, or avoid it, it won't cause much harm. However, if you try to stop it with your special powers, the energy will absorb and merge with your abilities, growing stronger and eventually turning back to harm you. This weapon is specifically designed to target people with special powers. As expected, when the energy ball touches the Thunder Shield, it quickly grows larger, while the Thunder Shield shrinks smaller. Fu Linshan watches the scene in shock. When he tries to retract the Thunder Shield, it's already too late. The energy ball, now full and satisfied, turns into a huge lightning sphere and crashes toward Fu Linshan. He has no way to dodge and is hit directly in the chest. He groans and is pushed back 2 meters, struggling to stand still. A trace of blood drips from the corner of his mouth. This powerful attack draws everyone's attention on the battlefield. Yi Xiaoran screams loudly and ignores all attacks, rushing toward Fu Linxin with tears in her eyes, quickly using her warm special power to heal him. Shen Yunshu is also exposed to everyone's view because of this blow. Not far away, the Lion King and Black Eagle's people see her. Song Yan happily greets her. "Boss Shen, what are you doing here?" Shen Yunshu has no time to reply to him. While everyone's attention is on her, she quickly collects the remaining food delivery orders. "Xuanfeng, Xianyue, Benlei, your food is here. Come and get it." Everyone present is stunned. Shen Yunshu's shout silences the entire battlefield. But in this dead silence, a few people quietly raise their hands. Shen Yunshu's eyes light up. She hands out the food to them one by one, then reminds them, "Remember to leave a good review. Xuanfeng, Xianyue, Benlei." Okay. Thus, Shen Yunshu earns 3 more good reviews. The first victory is achieved, but it seems difficult to leave the scene completely unscathed now. The 3 mercenary groups, upon receiving their goods, are ready for a world war. Shen Yunshu immediately kneels on the ground, trying to crawl out of the battlefield. Though a bit awkward, survival is the priority. While crawling, she sees the people from the Lion King and Black Eagle rushing toward her, likely wanting to take the goods. Shen Yunshu plans to send a quick message to let Black Eagle withdraw from this chaos. According to the main character's aura, this well will eventually be obtained by the protagonist. Even if they get it, it may not be a good thing, as various forces will fight for it and victims will scramble for it. Only someone with the protagonist's aura can handle this situation. These people will only end up as cannon fodder. However, before the two could run over, they suddenly saw Shen Yunshu look terrified. Shen Yunshu hesitated for a moment, feeling a chilling sensation crawl up her spine, as if a strong evil aura was locking onto her. When she turned her head, she just happened to meet Fu Linda's gaze. Oh no, she was so busy delivering goods that she forgot about him. At this moment, Fu Linda's eyes seemed to burn with rage. He didn't care if Shen Yunshu still had some advanced technology in her hands. He gathered a lightning ball with both hands, and lightning started jumping wildly, looking very powerful. This attack was clearly much stronger than the small fights before. Shen Yunshu was locked onto this attack and almost couldn't move. Long Outyen was not just talking. He knew where the opportunities were, and his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. That previous move had ignited his anger, and he used all his hidden tricks. Shen Yunshu broke out in cold sweat, her hands trembling as she searched her bag for the right tech, but it was probably too late. Zhang Yu, Zhou Sun, and Song Yan were rushing over, but they were still too far away. The huge attack was right in front of her, and Fu Linda was determined to seriously harm her this time. Shen Yunshu clenched her teeth and tried to say, "Tai, bang." Her words were cut off by a loud explosion. Shen Yunshu's pupils shrank suddenly, and she watched in horror as the air in front of her started to twist. The attack was compressed out of thin air, growing more intense and forceful. Under this extreme pressure, Fu Linda's attack suddenly exploded right in front of her eyes, sending a huge shockwave that lifted Shen Yunshu's hair and then threw her into the air. She flew at least 5 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. She felt as if her internal organs were about to shift. She clenched her breath, waiting for the pain to pass, then suddenly exhaled sharply, gasping heavily. Damn, it hurt so much. But luckily, she didn't feel any broken bones. Shen Yunshu couldn't imagine what would happen if that blow had hit her fully. It was really cruel. At this moment, the 3 finally arrived. They watched helplessly as Shen Yunshu was thrown into the air, their faces changing drastically. They changed their course and rushed toward her. Song Yan was the most dramatic, kneeling and sliding to Shen Yunshu's front, shouting desperately, "Boss Shen, are you okay?" Zhou Sun quickly supported Shen Yunshu's trembling body and lightly kicked Song Yan. "Are you okay?" Shen Yunshu, supported by Zhou Sun and Zhang Yu, felt her legs go weak. "I'm fine, but your people might not be in good shape. Please don't give me a bad review." Zhang Yu, Zhou Sun, Song Yan, Zhang Yu was anxious. "What the heck is going on? Are you serious?" She grabbed Zhongyu's hand. It's fine. I don't have any serious injuries. I advise you all not to get involved in this and to retreat quickly. She was giving orders to the Black Eagle team and also advising the Lion King. Both mercenary groups had plenty of supplies. They just happened to be nearby on a mission and came to join the fun. At this moment, Shen Yunshu spoke, and Zhou Sun immediately nodded. All right, no more involvement. After saying that, Zhou Sun made a hand gesture, and some people began to retreat in an orderly way. Zhang Yu helped Shen Yunshu, but looked upset. Are we really just going to let that guy go? Shen Yunshu looked up and saw Fu Linshi fighting with someone else, the captain of the Qingyang base army. He used a special move, which looked like space ability, and she remembered that the person who just saved her was definitely using space powers. Space ability was very rare. Besides him, there was no second person with such powers here. Song Xiaoxue didn't stop him. That was Shen Yunshu's first thought. But her second thought was, why did he save her? She looked at the team of base soldiers he brought. Everyone was well equipped, but they seemed hesitant in battle, so the fight was inconclusive. Was it because of political stance? Shen Yunshu wasn't sure, but she knew that since this captain chose not to kill them after discovering them and even saved her later, he couldn't be a bad person. Right now, their situation wasn't good either. Since the captain just saved her, Fu Linshi shifted his target, and the winter team also changed their focus. The Qingyang base army was fighting while retreating, and their condition was poor. Shen Yunshu shook her head. Of course, I won't let him go, she shouted loudly toward the battlefield center. Qingyang team, retreat. This shout startled Zhang Yu and Zhou Sun. They didn't quite understand Shen Yunshu's intention, but didn't stop her. Hua Bai's ears twitched, and his men calmly prepared for the next move of this furious man. We can discuss the ownership of this well. There's no need to hurt innocent people. Innocent people? Fu Linshi sneered coldly. In the end of the world, are there any innocent people? Hua Bai frowned, clearly disagreeing with his point. In this end of the world, all the people are innocent. Fu Lin's deep gaze fixed, and he stopped talking, speeding up his hand movements. Hua Bai saw that if they continued like this, the situation would only get more chaotic. He decided to listen to Shen Yunshu. Qingyang base army, retreat. With this command, the Qingyang base soldiers quickly withdrew from the battlefield, and Black Hawk followed closely behind. Most of the major mercenary groups retreated, and some others, hoping to benefit, could only protect themselves and reluctantly leave. Soon, only Ling Dong remained at the center of the battlefield. Yi Xiaoran happily looked at the water well. Ling Xin, they've left. This well is ours now. Fu Lin's face showed no sign of happiness. He was just staring intently at Shen Yunshu, muttering softly, What are you really trying to do? Shen Yunshu looked at the last innocent person leaving the battlefield and gave a meaningful smile to Fu Lin. Fu Lin was stunned. In those few seconds, he suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. He quickly turned around and shouted, Retreat! Everyone get out of this area. But it was too late. Many people hadn't even realized what Fu Lin was saying. Shen Yunshu played with a tiny bead in her hand, gently flicked it, and the bead flew out. In midair, it precisely split into several parts and landed around them on the ground. In an instant, thick vines, thicker than a jar, burst out of the ground, tearing through everything and rushing toward the sky. There were 5 of them, forming a tight, impenetrable cage that firmly trapped Ling Dong inside. Everyone around was stunned and felt an unprecedented fear. Only Shen Yunshu smiled calmly. The high-tech device worth 200,000 in the mall was now cheap for you. This piece of high-tech was the most expensive and powerful item Shen Yunshu could buy at her current mall level. Because it was so costly, she hadn't listed it for sale but kept it as her secret life-saving tool. The bead's name was very simple, the Giant Vine Array. It wasn't just a simple trap with large vines blocking people inside. Its real terrifying power lay in its formation. Yes, it's not just a seed, but a bead containing a formation. It looks more like something from a cultivation era, but it doesn't rely on mysticism or spiritual energy. Instead, it operates through machinery, what some call cyber cultivation. Inside the vine trap is a giant deadly formation. Since Fu Lin Shan is ruthless, she has no reason to hold back either. Moreover, the protagonist's lucky aura will prevent them from dying easily inside, though they will definitely suffer some hardships. Shen Yunshu coldly observes the large cage and then turns her gaze away. "Let's go," she says, eager to return and deliver her goods. Zhou Sun and Zhang Yu exchange glances. They are used to Shen Yunshu's abilities. Although they are impressed, they are not stunned like others, who seem to be frozen in place. Zhang Yu reaches out to stop Shen Yunshu from slipping away. "They found a clean water well inside, and you're just going to give it to them?" Shen Yunshu glances at her. "Are you worried you'll miss out on drinking it? The well is very valuable, but greed can be dangerous. Even if Fu Lin Shen gets the well, according to the original story, they would use it for disaster victims during extreme heat. Yi Shaoran may not be very smart, but she is truly kind-hearted." Since that's the case, Shen Yunshu doesn't bother arguing. Zhang Yu pouts and stays silent. Meanwhile, Song Yin looks excitedly at Shen Yunshu. "Boss Shen, what kind of high-level gadget is this?" He then nudges Zhou Sun. "Why doesn't our Lion King have one of these? If everyone had one, we could be unbeatable everywhere. Having one for everyone? It's hard to believe, but Song Yin dares to dream big." Shen Yunshu doesn't bother to correct him. She casually explains that this item can't be bought with money, which she uses as an excuse to dismiss his curiosity. The light in Song Yan's eyes quickly fades. Only Zhou Sun, standing nearby, sees clearly. He frowns at Song Yan's foolishness and pats him on the back, signaling him to behave. Then he turns to Shen Yunshu. "Boss Shen, we have a mission, so we'll retreat now." He glances at Shen Yunshu's muddy clothes and frowns. "Please stay safe, Boss Shen. Good luck with the mission." After sending off the Lion King team, Shen Yunshu takes the opportunity to scold Zhang Yu. "Is this how you usually led? Dare to join every commotion." "Relax, I know what I'm doing," Zhang Yu quickly replies, feeling guilty. He hurriedly puts his arm around Shen Yunshu's shoulders. All right, let's go. Keep delivering the goods. How much more is left?" "I'll escort you." In a hurry to deliver the food, Shen Yunshu doesn't argue further. She lets Zhang Yu muddle through and doesn't notice the strange glint in the eyes of the military leader watching the giant cage from behind. She moved to the most hidden spot and, as expected, saw Song Qiao lying under the tree, sound asleep. Shen Yunshu was furious and kicked the person on the ground. Unexpectedly, Song Qiao was just pretending to sleep. When his eyes opened, he grabbed Shen Yunshu's kicked leg. Shen Yunshu showed a creepy smile. "I've been working hard delivering food on the front line. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to hold those people back and cover for me?" Song Qiao released Shen Yunshu's leg, yawned, and his amber eyes shimmered with a clear, watery glow. "I don't think I agreed to that, did I? And whether to fight or not." He also tried to reason with the person trying to fight him, but halfway through, he went to save someone instead. Song Qiao felt bored and simply stopped fighting. But the lively scene behind him was quite interesting. He supported himself and stood up casually, stretching lazily. Finished fighting? Going back. His expression was so natural that he didn't seem to realize he was the main troublemaker. But expecting him to have that awareness was like expecting a pig to climb a tree. Shen Yunshu increasingly felt that buying him back for 1,000,000 was a mistake. She sighed and, tired of saying more, turned back along the way they came. There were 3 more deliveries. If she didn't finish soon, she would be late. However, before they could walk 10 meters, the sound of neat footsteps suddenly came from behind. Shen Yunshu stopped in her tracks, thinking it was Zhang Yu catching up again. When she looked back, she froze. The commander of Qingyang Base's army stood in front of her, looking serious, glancing at the logo on her clothes. "May I ask where your supermarket is?" Shen Yunshu. "Huh?" Shen Yunshu also couldn't understand why things ended up like this. Since asking that question, the commander of Qingyang Base's army had been following Shen Yunshu unwaveringly. Even when Shen Yunshu said she needed to finish delivering the remaining food first, he just nodded, indicating, "You go ahead, I'll follow my way, no need to worry about me." But it was impossible not to worry. He pushed Shen Yunshu's speed to the limit, quickly finished the last 3 deliveries, received 3 positive reviews, and finally led them to the supermarket. This commander had about 20 people with him. Now, they stood in 2 neat columns in front of Yunwan's supermarket, all with expressions of shock. Huabai couldn't take his eyes off this supermarket. His pupils shrank sharply, and he muttered 3 words involuntarily. Peach Blossom Land. Shen Yunshu never expected her supermarket to receive such high praise from them. Is it a paradise? It seems to fit. Shen Yunshu signaled that they could freely choose items inside the supermarket, but the team led by Captain Qingyang stood still for a long time, unable to move. They all looked up at the Yinding tree together. The Yinding tree had grown a bit more in recent days. Its leaves swayed in the wind, casting dappled sunlight, lush and vibrant. Shen Yunshu faintly heard them murmuring. How can such good trees grow on this land now? What kind of mutated tree is this? It's so comfortable. Standing under the tree already makes me feel cool. Huabai stared at the tree without blinking. His expression was hard to read, but his eyes showed admiration. The Yinding tree had been here for nearly a month. Shen Yunshu almost forgot how much it impacted people living in the end times. Most customers who often visited Yunwan's supermarket had gotten used to it. It seemed that the Qingyang base hadn't yet cultivated such strange plants. Thinking of the exotic plants in her garden, Shen Yunshu thought, this is just the beginning. When I plant exotic plants all around the supermarket, it will become the first green oasis on this barren land. The Qingyang base soldiers, after looking around outside, finally snapped out of their surprise and carefully entered the supermarket, which was clearly rich in resources. As they walked inside, their amazement grew. When they saw the prices, their expressions of shock were impossible to hide. Wow, how is this so cheap? These would cost at least 3 times as much where we are. Not just 3 times. I can't believe Huayang base has been living so well all along. No wonder they didn't lose many people during this extreme heat disaster. If we had such abundant supplies in Qingyang, not a single person would be a disaster victim. Their words sounded reckless. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but look back in surprise, noticing that the soldiers from Qingyang base seemed quite different from those of Huayang base. Although their equipment looked similar, their mental states were very different. The soldiers from Qingyang appeared much more energetic and optimistic, unlike the gloomy and cold attitude of Huayang soldiers. And what did they mean by not many people died? Does it imply that Qingyang base didn't lose many people in this disaster? But they don't have Shen Yunshu's support like Huayang does. How did they manage that? Shen Yunshu suddenly realized that Qingyang might not be so simple. In the original story, Qingyang was not described much, but she vaguely remembered that Qingyang was a well-managed base, even better than Huayang. Since she traveled here, she had been dealing mostly with Huayang and mistakenly thought all bases were like Huayang, chaotic outside the central area. But if what the military officer just said was true, Qingyang's management was far better than Huayang's. This made Shen Yunshu curious. She looked for their team leader but saw him standing still in front of a colorful fruit stall, the one who had saved him at a critical moment. She thought he was impressed again, so she walked over and picked up an apple from in front of him. "Want to try?" Huabai seemed lost in thought. When Shen Yunshu interrupted him suddenly, his eyes moved slightly as he looked at the bright red apple. After a moment, he took it and said, "Thank you." Without hesitation, he bit into the apple. The crisp sound of biting and the juice bursting out made Huabai freeze in place. At this moment, a serious, slightly weathered voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Last time I went to talk about renewing cooperation with Huayang base, I tasted a fruit that tasted exactly like before the apocalypse. People around thought he was bragging, including Huabai himself at the time. They knew Huayang was researching this, but they hadn't yet achieved the level Qingyang had, nor had they tasted fruit exactly like before the disaster. How could Huayang have it?" The middle-aged man looked serious. Listening to their laughter, he couldn't smile at all. Only then did the others start to believe that old Tang's words might be true. The mocking voices were replaced by a chorus of disbelief. How could that be? Old Tang shook his head earnestly. They might have already broken through the technology without us knowing, or perhaps they found natural, uncontaminated seeds, but I lean more towards the first. Because the fruit not only tastes exactly the same, but also contains natural energy. This statement sounded like a dream, even absurd like science fiction. But old Tang had no reason to lie. The entire meeting room suddenly fell into a dead silence, an overwhelming sense of disbelief and confusion, as if their understanding had been completely overturned. Hua Bai would never forget the atmosphere in the meeting room and old Tang's expression, lost in thought. They couldn't figure out where the fruit came from, and Huayang Base never told Zhou Laoming. In the end, they only sent him to Donglu Forest to try to find traces, and also sent someone to gather information at the base. However, no matter how much they thought about it, Huabai never expected to eat the fruit Zhou mentioned at a supermarket fruit stand. There was nothing secret about it, nor was it a protected item. It was just openly displayed outside, and a few thousand purple coins could buy a whole box. Huabai didn't know what kind of expression he should show right now. He was just stunned and unable to react for a long time. Shen Yunshu stood beside him, surprised to see his reaction. Although most people who ate the fruit looked very surprised, they wouldn't be frozen in place like this, as if their points had been pressed. When the base soldiers, who had mostly entered the supermarket, found their captain missing, they immediately came out again. Seeing their captain's strange expression, they immediately drew their guns. Frightened, Shen Yunshu quickly stepped back. It's not my fault. In the urgent moment, Huabai woke up. At this moment, he could only see Shen Yunshu. Hello, can we talk? Shen Yunshu thought it was just about some cooperation or business, so she led the person into the meeting room smoothly. They introduced themselves and shook hands. She waited for him to speak, but didn't expect the first thing he said to be so shocking. Hello. I want to ask if your supermarket belongs to Huayang Base. The formal tone she had prepared in her mind was forcefully swallowed back by Shen Yunshu. The previously friendly atmosphere instantly turned icy. Shen Yunshu sat on the sofa, straightening up and observing the man opposite her. What does this mean? Is it about some issue? Or is it just a matter of how? Could it involve some political stance? Shen Yunshu hesitated and didn't answer for a long time. The man across finally realized how abrupt his question was. He frowned, looking a bit annoyed, but quickly adjusted his mood. Please don't misunderstand. I have no other intention. I just want to understand, and if I don't want to answer, that's fine. It doesn't belong. Shen Yunshu suddenly interrupted his apology, leaning back on the sofa, watching the man's expression turn to shock in an instant. She didn't know why he was asking this, but it seemed it didn't matter to say it out loud. Moreover, she wanted to see what his real purpose was. Bai felt a shameful flicker of triumph in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Even if this supermarket does not belong to Huayang Base, there must be some connection or cooperation between them. Otherwise, Zhou Lao wouldn't have been able to enjoy such fruit inside Huayang. Most of the customers outside also seemed to be from Huayang Base. If that's true, everything makes sense now. No wonder Huayang Base didn't lose many people in this disaster, and they didn't ask for help like before. The suspicious points, including the recent disaster, have been lingering in the minds of Qingyang's leaders. Unexpectedly, everything suddenly became clear. So, are you trying to talk to me about this? Shen Yunshu interrupted Bai, who was deep in thought, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Bai suddenly came back to himself and quickly shook his head. Of course not. What then? Bai closed his eyes briefly, then opened them, controlling his emotions. Well, Shen boss, our Qingyang base wants to discuss cooperation with you. Shen Yunshu looked at him as he changed the subject, smiling slightly. Of course, cooperation is fine, but Captain, he still hasn't explained the question I asked earlier. Bai pondered for a moment, then looked up, no longer hiding anything. Some things shouldn't be said, but if the other person isn't from Huayang Base, it doesn't matter. Moreover, she doesn't seem to know much about Huayang Base, nor the special relationship between Huayang and Qingyang bases. Huayang is. Actually, we've always considered it the most chaotic base to manage, even though it's one of the largest bases in Huagua. Most chaotic. Shen Yunshu recalled something from the original story. Maybe it was mentioned before, but She couldn't see how that related to the initial question. Hwabei nodded. Maybe because of the large population and area. Since Qingyang is the closest base to them, we can be considered neighbors, but our relationship isn't very good. He hesitated before saying the last 4 words. Shen Yunshu seemed to understand, or at least to grasp something. He lowered his head and sighed self-deprecatingly. Disasters caused by extreme weather, Huayang has never handled them well. They often lose many people, but this time, they didn't. Shen Yunshu finally understood. It turns out this was mutual suspicion between the 2 bases, fearing that the other had mastered advanced technology beyond their own. But when Hwabei saw her supermarket, he must have understood everything. No wonder he asked that question, no wonder he was self-deprecating. Perhaps he thought it was ridiculous that humans, facing shared tragic fates, still fought each other in secret. Shen Yunshu also found it quite funny inside, but realizing this was not something she could decide herself, or perhaps not something anyone could decide. She felt a bit sad, but had no solution. Instead, she caught a key point in Hwabei's words. You just said that Huayang always handles such disasters poorly? Yes, Hwabei was also confused about this. They seem to always be short of money. Logically, they shouldn't be. Yes, they shouldn't. Even if the base was very large and short of funds, it shouldn't be unable to provide basic nutrients for ordinary people. At this moment, Shen Yunshu suddenly understood why such a big base couldn't even defeat those 3 dishonest merchants and why they had been allowing them to do as they pleased for so long. Besides corruption at the top and poor management, what else could be the reason? Shen Yunshu even felt that it wasn't really a lack of money, but that the funds were being used elsewhere, unwilling to be spent on disaster management. After all, the buildings at the base center, and some people didn't look like they were short of money at all. She thought for a long time, feeling everything was extremely strange, but she couldn't find a clue, so she finally gave up. They quickly finished discussing Huayang, and then turned to talk about the cooperation with Qingyang. During the discussion, Shen Yunshu realized that Qingyang was truly different. The entire base was united, whether it was internal order or economic management, everything was quite organized. Although there were still some gaps between rich and poor, it was very different from Huayang's internal situation. Shen Yunshu even thought this was what a normal base should look like. Partnering with a normal base meant making big money. Compared to Huayang, Qingyang was definitely not short of money. Huayang only purchased basic food, but Qingyang seemed afraid she might leave, so they wanted everything, especially the basic food, delivered in large quantities. A single cooperation deal easily brought in tens of millions. Since opening her shop, Shen Yunshu had never received such a large order. She was so excited she was trembling with happiness. What she didn't know was that Hwabei was even more excited than she was, because such a cheap deal was truly rare. They seemed very calm while discussing cooperation, but inside, they were both about to burst into laughter. After about 2 hours, the basic terms were drafted. Hwabei handed the contract to his team, telling them to hurry back to the base to review it. If everything was okay, they would sign. If not, they would come personally. The team took the contract and immediately drove off. Shen Yunshu was amazed by their efficiency and seriousness. But soon, another problem arose. Several soldiers left the Sunshine Base, but most of the people still remained. Hwabei seemed worried she might run away, so he stayed put. He didn't want to bother Shen Yunshu and decided to set up camp outside instead. However, sleeping outside in this weather for one night could easily lead to heatstroke. Moreover, Shen Yunshu felt embarrassed to let them sleep outside. Just letting them stay inside the supermarket seemed to have limited space. Unable to find a better solution, she took out about a dozen military cots inside the mall and filled all the available space with them, barely making enough room for everyone to sleep. Hwabei felt very awkward. He repeatedly emphasized that they could set up tents outside, but Shen Yunshu wouldn't allow it. How could she let her important guests sleep outside? She could only let them sleep on the cots, which made her feel a bit guilty. She clapped her hands and said, "I've already set up the beds. If you don't sleep, it would be a waste. Plus, it's so hot outside, if you get heatstroke, that would be worse." Huabai understood and could only nod and lie down to sleep. After finally arranging everything and easing their minds, Shen Yunshu was about to go back to her room to rest. But at that moment, Song Xiaoxue suddenly appeared at the door connecting the supermarket to the bedroom. He crossed his arms, looked at the crowd, and showed a sneering expression. He lightly mocked, "You knew it was troublesome, but still had the nerve to come in and sleep?" Shen Yunshu had sensed from the beginning that Song Xiaoxue harbored an inexplicable hostility toward this group. Since entering the supermarket, his expression had turned completely icy. Shen Yunshu pushed him into the room because she found him annoying, never expecting he would suddenly say such a thing. The temperature inside the supermarket dropped to freezing the moment his words were spoken. An extremely awkward atmosphere began to spread through the supermarket, and everyone stopped what they were doing, including Shen Yunshu. She was so angry, she clenched her teeth. She had never imagined someone could act so recklessly and selfishly. Before Huabai and the others could react, Shen Yunshu appeared beside Song Xiaoxue in a flash and pushed him into the room. "What's your business here? I warn you, this isn't your supermarket. I decide who sleeps here. If you're uncomfortable, just get out and sleep elsewhere." Song Xiaoxue shrugged indifferently, not resisting. He followed Shen Yunshu's push and moved backward, but his mouth kept talking without stopping. "This is not my supermarket, but I kindly advise you to let them sleep here for one night. Be careful with your words."
Boo-hoo.
Shen Yunshu instinctively felt something was wrong and quickly covered this man's mouth, wishing she could punch him to death. However, by the time she reacted, it was too late. The soldiers in the supermarket's base heard her words, and their faces immediately turned very unpleasant. One of the more hot-tempered soldiers stood up and asked him angrily, "What are you talking about? Why are you insulting us?" "Oh no, a fight might break out." Shen Yunshu broke out in a cold sweat, trying to hold him back while also calming the others. Saw the. He's not very smart. Don't mind him, don't mind him." At this moment, Huabai also stood up, walked over to the hot-tempered young man, patted his shoulder to calm him down, then turned to Shen Yunshu, who was holding him, with a very calm face, showing no sign of anger. "Hello, I am the captain of the 13th Company of Qingyang Base Army. May I ask why you are so upset with us?" Shen Yunshu didn't want them to continue talking, as she knew Song Qiao's mouth was unpredictable and she didn't want him to say something shocking again. But Huabai looked so calm, as if he genuinely wanted to communicate, so Shen Yunshu slowly let go of her hand covering his mouth. She was also curious about why Song Qiao had such inexplicable hostility towards them. Could it be related to his past? However, Song Qiao still looked quite provocative, sneering sarcastically, "Aren't you Qingyang people often stealing from your own base?" Suddenly, all the soldiers from Qingyang base stood up, and the atmosphere became very tense. If it weren't for Shen Yunshu being there, and this being her supermarket, they might have already started fighting. Huabai's face flashed with a moment of confusion, but he signaled everyone to calm down, his eyes thoughtful. Shen Yunshu took a deep breath. She couldn't let Song Qiao's mouth get the better of her. Without hesitation, she pushed him back, then turned to apologize to the Qingyang soldiers and hurriedly went back to her room. She was holding back a lot of anger. The door slammed loudly behind her. Shen Yunshu leaned against the door and looked up at Song Qiao. "What do you mean today? Are you a 3-year-old? Do you need someone to teach you how to speak?" Song Qiaoshue's mocking smile disappeared from her face, replaced by complete coldness, even a hint of deathly chill. She lifted her eyelids and looked at her. "It's not interesting. I just don't like them. If you don't like me, I suggest you kill me directly." Song Qiaoshue's slender fingers hooked around the collar on her neck, her eyes full of sarcasm. She stepped 2 steps closer to Shen Yunshu, lowering her gaze to look at her. "That way, we both can be done together. What do you think?" Shen Yunshu looked at her silently, remaining still. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Song Qiao, am I usually too kind to you?" Song Qiaoshue was momentarily stunned, then her eyes showed a huge sense of absurdity. But Shen Yunshu didn't give her a chance to speak. "I know you're revengeful, but you shouldn't be so arrogant and selfish." "Selfish and selfish." Song Xiaoshui looked like she heard the funniest joke in the world. Do you really think the people from Qingyang are good? The world is full of black crows. All of them are just good at pretending behind masks. Shen Yunshu frowned. You know so much. Have you had contact with people from Qingyang? None of your business. In that moment, Song Xiaoshui's expression turned cold, a deep chill that seemed to freeze to the bone, a coldness that no one dared to probe into. But Shen Yunshu was not afraid at all. She stepped closer and pressed on.
What?
Did I hit a nerve? Have you been hurt by someone from Qingyang before? Was it heartbreak or… Bang! Shen Yunshu was suddenly pushed against the door by an angry Song Xiaoshui. He pressed his arm against her throat, his eyes blood-red as if they could bleed. I warn you, don't guess randomly. But Shen Yunshu smiled. She said each word clearly. I also warn you, because being hurt by certain people or things in the past, then killing everyone is the real cowardice. She suddenly delivered a knee strike to Song Xiaoshui. He bent over in pain, loosening his hold. Shen Yunshu seized the chance, opened the door, and walked away confidently. Damn, I hate these nagging, pretentious people. Who hasn't been hurt before? Is his little problem really that big? Is that why he's so rude now? The more Shen Yunshu thought about it, the angrier she got. She knew she couldn't sleep, so she teleported outside the supermarket and lay down under the peaceful tree. Around the peaceful tree, a circle of public benches had been built as she wished. She sat down underneath, sticking a cold patch on her. It wasn't very cool, but it wasn't hot either. But her anger kept rising from her heart. The constant irritation made it impossible for her to feel any relief or coolness. She decided not to lie down anymore and directly opened the alien plant garden. Today's delivery order was quite successful, with a total of 102 packages delivered. She received 100 positive reviews, and the remaining 2 were not negative, but simply no reviews were given. This high success rate was impressive, but Shen Yunshu knew it couldn't stay this way forever. She needed to take advantage of the novelty while it lasted and deliver quickly. She had accumulated 90 positive review points. She looked at the seed prices and finally chose 5 types of alien plants. 2 of them were physical attack types, costing 10 review points per pack. Each pack could grow 5 plants. Shen Yunshu bought 1 pack of each. The remaining 3 types included a highly toxic alien plant, a detoxifying alien plant, and a purely ornamental alien plant. As usual, she bought 1 pack of each, spending a total of 55 review points. Adding the previous 2 packs, she spent 75 points, leaving some for fertilizer. After receiving the seeds, she evenly spread them in front of the supermarket, near the stability tree. Maybe when they grow, they will have some defensive effects. After planting and fertilizing late into the night, Shen Yunshu's anger finally eased a bit. She stepped back toward the supermarket, but suddenly heard a ding sound in her mind. Detected that the number of residents inside the supermarket has reached the required amount. Now opening the supermarket's secondary instance in. Do you accept? Another instance? Shen Yunshu was stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. This time, the requirement was 200,000 purple coins. With a simple click, her money in her pocket decreased. Although 200,000 purple coins was no longer a lot for her, she still felt a sting. It was mainly because the money was spent so quietly. But soon, Shen Yunshu realized this was just the beginning. As the on-screen text slowly disappeared, a virtual map appeared before her. The map showed the supermarket, the residential area behind it, the stability tree, and even scattered plants around the supermarket. Shen Yunshu guessed these were the alien plants she had just planted. Centered on the supermarket, the map mainly used 2 colors, red for existing buildings and green for empty land. She noticed that her available empty land was limited. The zombie shielding range around the supermarket was finite. As the supermarket expanded, the shielding range gradually became insufficient. If she truly wants to build a sizable hotel, its area will definitely exceed this shielding zone. This made Shen Yunshu hesitate when choosing a location. She intended to place it next to the supermarket, but this left little room for future expansion of both the hotel and the supermarket. The only solution is to physically expand the zombie shield around the supermarket. Large bases usually block zombies with high walls and electric fences. Shin Yunshu's supermarket can't use high walls, so the only option is an electric fence. Fortunately, she saw a type of defensive electric fence in her high-tech marketplace. However, this fence is expensive, and upgrading it requires rare materials. But this is the only way. For this troublesome system, being able to solve problems with money is already good. After considering the backup plan, Shin Yunshu decided without hesitation to set the hotel next to the supermarket. A two-story building was then added to the map. Once placed, the system panel immediately showed another instance besides the alien plant garden, the hotel. She clicked to check the initial state of the hotel. It started with only 6 rooms, all on the second floor. The first floor was the hotel lobby. Shin Yunshu wondered if she would need to hire a front desk staff later. But she quickly dismissed this idea because the hotel comes with an intelligent front desk service. Customers can check in and pay on their own without any identity requirements. Of course, Shin Yunshu could set restrictions if she wanted. After some thought, she decided not to restrict anyone. Both base citizens and non-citizens could stay at the hotel. However, if someone had bad intentions or malicious plans, the hotel would detect the danger immediately and teleport them outside. This function is the same as in the supermarket, and Shin Yunshu was very satisfied. She looked at the configuration of each room, which was very basic, a single bed and a private bathroom. Although the conditions were simple, they were very good for a post-apocalyptic world. Especially for mercenaries who often have to stay outside for days and nights on missions, it was like paradise. They usually set up tents and constantly watch out for zombie attacks, needing someone to guard and patrol. After a few days on a mission, people become exhausted and vulnerable to danger. Having a place like this to rest and recover would be worth spending some money on. Thinking this way, Shin Yunshu set the hotel price at 500 purple coins per night. This price is neither too high nor too low. For large mercenary groups, it is affordable. This is just the basic single-room price. Shin Yunshu plans to upgrade some rooms later to better single rooms or double rooms. She also considers expanding the hotel, aiming for a 5-star level in the future. With ambition in mind, Shin Yunshu clicked to upgrade. The upgrade process inside the hotel is different from others. It doesn't upgrade the entire building at once, but upgrades individual rooms. Each room can be upgraded to a double room, a high-level single room, a luxury single room, or a double room. Shin Yunshu can freely choose how to upgrade each room. However, as she looked at the upgrade costs, she became silent. Each upgrade involves changing the structure and size of the hotel, making each upgrade very expensive. For example, upgrading a single room to a double costs 50,000 purple coins, and upgrading to a higher level can cost over 100,000. Shin Yunshu even doubts whether the upgrades will pay off. With this doubt, she cautiously upgraded only 2 of the 6 rooms to high-level single rooms to minimize costs. The number of people remains the same, and the expenses are the lowest. Anyway, she decided to test the waters first, especially since she needs to set up the power grid before freely upgrading the hotel. Thinking of the power grid, Shin Yunshu sighed. It's another big expense. Recently, expenses everywhere have been high. The shops in the base have been renovating, costing a lot, and she still has to pay many workers. If she hadn't recently signed a cooperation deal with Qingyang, she might have gone broke before, even breaking even. Shin Yunshu closed the copy interface, but in real life, the hotel didn't grow out of nowhere like in the virtual map. To avoid frightening others, such expansions usually delay a few days, at least until the current group of people leaves. She yawned, feeling somewhat sleepy after a busy night, and was about to drag herself back to her room to sleep. Suddenly, she stopped in place, her body hairs standing on end. Under the peace tree, there was a motionless figure standing. At that moment, Shin Yunshu's mind raced with many thoughts, yet she seemed to think of nothing at all. She stared blankly at the shadow, her scalp tingling and her body stiff. All the sleepiness was suddenly chased away by fear. Shin Yunshu swallowed hard, about to muster her courage to shout, when the shadow suddenly moved. She almost yelled out loud, but when the shadow turned its head and revealed half a face in the faint light of the supermarket sign, her scream caught in her throat. Captain Hua? Her voice trembled in the dark. Shan Yunshu clearly saw Captain Hua tense up, immediately draw his gun, and turn to aim at her. The whole action took less than 10 seconds, quick and precise. But at that moment, she froze in place, stunned. They just stared at each other in the dark, neither speaking for a moment. Finally, Shen Yunshu tremblingly asked, Hua. Captain Hua, maybe you should put down the gun first. Huabai paused, then quickly lowered his gun. Sorry, I didn't see clearly it was Shen Boss. I thought it was a zombie. His voice was very low, perhaps because of the night, with a slightly hoarse tone, like a hot wind blowing in humid weather. Shen Yunshu nodded to show she understood. This was clearly muscle memory and a conditioned reflex, something developed from years surviving in the apocalypse. But what puzzled her was, why was he outside so late? Could it really be because Song Qiao, that bastard, made her angry? Or was it too narrow a space, making sleep uncomfortable? Either way, it made Shen Yunshu feel quite guilty. She hesitated and finally asked her doubts aloud. Hua Bai seemed to be thinking about something. When he heard her question, he shook his head without hesitation. No, Shen Boss, the conditions you provided are very good, better than any of our previous missions, even better than what we have at the base. Since it's not because the place is too narrow, it must be because of Song Qiao. Indeed, Song Qiao's foul language was enough to upset anyone. It was only Hua Captain's tolerance that kept things from turning worse. At this moment, Shen Yunshu felt very regretful. She shouldn't have loosened her grip on Song Qiao's mouth, even a little.
I'm really sorry. Song Qiao is like that.
Don't take it to heart. He always speaks badly about anyone he sees, including me. But Hua Bai seemed not to hear her apology at all. Instead, he shifted his gaze to somewhere else and asked, Song Qiao? So his name is Song Qiao. Shen Yunshu was stunned. You know him? Hua Bai shook his head. No, I don't know him, but I've seen him before. He only just remembered now. The angry face, the radical words, the white long hair constantly swirling in his mind. Suddenly, he couldn't sleep and decided to come out. In the silent darkness of the night, he suddenly recalled this familiar face. But he was different then from now. Back then, he was as thin as a bamboo stick, with no clean spots on his body, no good flesh, only those pure eyes like holy water in the sky. He was confused and gave him the nutrient solution in his hand. The boy drank the nutrient liquid and looked at him, but at that time, Hu Bai was just the leader of a small team. He had no extra supplies and couldn't stay long because the larger group ahead was already urging him. He gritted his teeth and made a promise. Wait here for me. When I come back, I'll take you to the rescue station. The boy blinked but said nothing. When he returned, the boy was gone.
So,
he escaped from Qingyang? Shen Yunshu couldn't help but frown as she listened to this story. She had never thought that Song Qiao used to belong to Qingyang, or that he might have had a very tragic past. She could never connect that kind of boy with the rebellious, strange person he is now. Escape? Surprisingly, Hu Bai also looked confused and turned to look at her. Shen Yunshu simply told him about how she bought Song Qiao back from the auction, but she left out the beginning and end of the story, hiding the most important details. Hu Bai fell silent after hearing this. He suddenly lowered his head, and something in the darkness flickered with a faint glow. Shen Yunshu realized he was smoking. It's not surprising he thinks people from Qingyang aren't good. If he hadn't found warmth somewhere and was instead tortured, how could he believe there are good people in this place? Shen Yunshu frowned, feeling that the logic didn't quite add up. But when she tried to argue, she found herself at a loss. In his subjective world, it seemed to be like that. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't hold prejudice against places that brought painful memories. What surprised her most was that Hu Bai didn't feel unfair about this prejudice at all. He even accepted the praise for the base he protected without question.
Why?
Shen Yunshu asked suddenly, without warning. Hu Bai seemed to understand her and only looked up at the peaceful tree, taking another puff of his cigarette. I'm just wondering if he ran to Huayang because Qingyang wasn't good enough. No way. Shen Yunshu immediately denied. Huayong Base is in an even worse situation than you can imagine. Hua Bai suddenly lowered his head and chuckled. Actually, isn't every base like this? Only Huayong has completely given up, while Qingyang is still trying to hold on. But how long can this kind of effort last? Resources are limited, and all research and development are making little progress. The so-called zombie vaccine is stuck and can't move forward. At this time, humans are still fighting among themselves. Bases don't trust each other, and cooperation is just superficial. The real core is like being afraid of theft, as if everyone is hiding something. Ha! Hua Bai suddenly sneered. The last oasis for humanity, some are defending it fiercely, while others are eager to share the tiny remaining resources. The only result will be destruction. His heavy words left Shen Yunshu speechless. The hot night suddenly turned into a chilling coldness. This was the first time she truly felt what the end of the world was like since arriving here. It's a deadlock, an unbreakable fog, a maze with no escape, knowing you're stuck in a swamp but only watching yourself sink deeper in despair. So, why not cooperate? Shen Yunshu suddenly asked a foolish question. Hua Bai's cigarette tip flickered, and he suddenly smiled softly, like the cry of some animal in the wind. It's interests and hatred that divide us. Guyu Na stood quietly, her gentle gaze watching Shui Tianyu, who was preparing to leave for the martial spirit palace. She moved gracefully, like a fairy, slowly walking to Shui Tianyu's side. Guyu Na's stunning figure was breathtaking, her long legs hidden beneath a thin white dress that fluttered like wings, faintly visible. Her delicate feet shone with a charming glow. Her dress was exquisite, as if woven from the most colorful clouds in the sky, flowing dreamily in the wind. Guyu Na gently cupped Shui Tianyu's face, as if holding a rare treasure with great care. She tiptoed slightly, her red lips parted, and left a soft, warm kiss on Shui Tianyu's forehead. If not for the two people nearby, this kiss would have been on the lips. Tianyu, I won't go with you to the martial spirit palace, Guyu Na said clearly and sweetly, like a heavenly melody. Snow Sky Feather gazed at the stunning face before him, filled with concern. Training Ayin, will it drain your core soul power? Gaiwina smiled slightly and gently touched Snow Sky Feather's face. Not really. As the master of the soul beasts, staying by my side keeps me nourished. In this case, it shouldn't affect me. Snow Sky Feather asked confusedly, then what about your body? At this moment, Snow Sky Feather finally noticed that Gaiwina's internal soul power was indeed a bit weaker than before. Could it be because of the battle with the illusion of the Shura god? Gaiwina nodded. Yes, that fight did drain a lot of my strength. Now that things have settled for now, I want to go back and rest well. Snow Sky Feather felt distressed and quickly took out many rare spiritual herbs from his bosom, handing them to Gaiwina. These herbs are full of strong energy. They should help you recover your strength. Gaiwina took the herbs, smiled warmly, and looked at Snow Sky Feather with affection. Be careful when you go to the spirit hall. After all, there are likely still hidden allies of Bibi Dong inside the hall. If they are dissatisfied, they might attack secretly. But thinking of Snow Sky Feather's strength, Gaiwina smiled with relief. Right now, few in the entire Dolo continent could threaten him. Snow Sky Feather smiled and said, Don't worry. If they dare to show themselves, I'll deal with them instantly. Yes. Gaiwina smiled slightly and then turned to leave. Snow Sky Feather took a deep breath, then looked at Ayin and Qianren Shue beside him. Let's go. The three of them set out toward the spirit hall. On the way, Snow Sky Feather kept up his brainwashing work on Ayin. Ayin, that Tang Hao is really too hateful, too despicable. Snow Sky Feather said with indignation. He actually teamed up with the spirit hall to deceive you, forcing you to sacrifice. He would do anything to become stronger. Ayin widened her eyes at Snow Sky Feather. Really? Of course. Didn't I tell you? I would never lie to you. Snow Sky Feather smiled gently. Qianren Shue couldn't help but smile at the side when she heard this. But are we just heading to the spirit hall now? Yes, Snow Sky Feather nodded. We just chased away the bad pope from last time, and now we're planning to take back the hall's power. To prevent others from suffering the same pain, this is something we must do. Looking at Xue Tianyu with a righteous expression, Ain leaned his head on his shoulder. Hero, you're really kind. If Tang Hao finds out you're still alive, he will definitely come to find you and try to deceive you with sweet words, Xue Tianyu continued. You need to be careful then. Ain clenched his teeth and nodded. Don't worry, hero. That scoundrel lied to my feelings and even teamed up with the Wuhuan Hall to force me into sacrifice. I will never trust him again, Xue Tianyu added. If I hadn't saved you in time, you might have turned into a seed forever. Think about it. Without me, your life would have been ruined. Ain grew angrier the more he listened, his hatred for Tang Hao deepening. It's all because of Tang Hao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have suffered so much. Seizing the moment, Xue Tianyu stirred the fire. Exactly, so we must not let him go easily. Ain clenched his fists and said hatefully, Humph, I will make him regret everything he did. At this moment, Qian Renxue, who had been holding back her laughter nearby, spoke up to support Xue Tianyu's words. Ain, don't be too angry. Believe me, we will definitely succeed in getting revenge. Xue Tianyu nodded firmly. Yes, Ain, with me here, no one will hurt you again. Ain looked gratefully at Xue Tianyu and secretly vowed to follow this benefactor for the rest of his life. As for Tang Hao, what kind of person is he? Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. At the grand hall entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a huge ancient tree spread its branches like a giant umbrella, casting a cool shade. Ning Fingji sat leisurely on a stone bench beneath the tree, gently holding a cup of fragrant tea, savoring its taste. Suddenly, hurried footsteps broke the peace. A disciple ran over, panting heavily, and knelt on one knee in front of Ning Fingji, looking anxious. Grand Sect Master. Something terrible has happened. Ning Fingji frowned slightly, setting down his tea. Don't panic. What is it? The disciple took a deep breath, steadied himself, and quickly reporting to the sect master, our spies in Wuhuan City have brought back urgent news. Just now, a fierce battle took place in Wuhuan City. The fight was so intense that even the Pope disappeared. Wuhuan Hall? Ning Fingji's eyes sharpened, and a wave of shock crossed his mind. Didn't I tell you to investigate Xue Tianyu's affairs? The young disciple nodded. The most surprising thing in this battle was that Xue Tianyu actually killed the gods.
Boom.
Hearing this news, Ning Fingji suddenly stood up, as if struck by lightning, with an expression of disbelief on his face. His eyes widened, and he spoke with a trembling voice. What? Is this true? How could Xue Tianyu be so powerful? A heavy feeling overwhelmed him, hard to put into words. Ning Fingji forced a bitter smile. Xue Tianyu was so strong that the gap between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile clan and him was too large. They probably couldn't fight evenly. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of despair. If he had already reached a level where he could kill gods, with their current strength, they might not even get a chance to avenge Gu Doloa. There was no other reason. These two names were simply too familiar.
Especially Fu Tianyu.
The surname Fu was rare, and in the original story, as the protagonist's surname, few other characters shared it. Only his father. As for Su Leibua, no need to think much. He was definitely the father of Su Yi, the protagonist's best friend. Their fathers were once good brothers, so they grew up together and fought side by side from a young age. The original story likely described the protagonist's background. But in the original, it was only mentioned that both their fathers died at the hands of zombies, without mentioning a zombie tide or the complicated process that Huobai described. However, when Shen Yunshu heard these two names, some past doubts finally cleared up. In the original story, the protagonist's character was a classic dragon overlord type, with the dream of saving the world and completely eliminating zombies. Shen Yunshu always thought this was just an initial setting. If the protagonist was a robot, then this was the ultimate command given when he was created. It was meaningless, without reason. But now, his stubborn and obsessive behavior seemed to have some explanation. Because his father had died in a zombie tide, he dreamed of completely solving the zombie problem. Forming a mercenary group was just the first step. If Shen Yinshu hadn't interfered with the plot, their current position would probably be even higher, laying the groundwork for later discovering the zombies' weaknesses and developing a vaccine. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. Shen Yinshu, a minor character in the original story, is even smaller than an ant in a world centered on the main male and female leads. But despite that, she begins to see the unseen parts of the story, realize that everyone is just an NPC. Their lives are not truly their own. They are merely stepping stones for the main character's plot. Is that really true? When Shen Yinshu truly lives in this world, those minor characters develop their own flesh and blood, truly living their lives. As long as they are not caught up in the main plot, they have their own personalities and feelings, not just good or evil stereotypes. But in the main character's critical actions, they are crushed like dust. Perhaps their father was too. To nurture their beliefs and hatred, his death was inevitable, but it created an unbridgeable gap between Qingyang and Huayang. There might have been a better way to prevent the end of the world, but because the burden was placed on the main male character, it led to the current situation. At this moment, Shen Yinshu truly understands what it means to be the chosen one, what it means to be the center of the world. She looks at Huabai, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Don't worry, the world won't end. At least, as long as the main characters are alive, it can't be destroyed. Although the story has changed a bit because of her interference, overall, she has never really altered the main plot. So, it is inevitable that the main characters will save the world. Huabai pauses, seeming confused about why she says this, especially in a world full of danger, yet she appears calm and confident, as if she knows what is going to happen. How do you know? He finally asks. Shen Yinshu smiles at him. What you believe in will happen. So, don't give up and never lose faith. You're all doing very well. But in this game, we are all helpless. Huabai, after hearing this motivational speech, doesn't react much. Such speeches are common in the base broadcasts every day, often annoying rather than inspiring. But when spoken by Shen Yinshu, it feels different. She seems genuinely hopeful, free, and unrestrained. Huabai can't help but glance at Shen Yinshu in the dark, then quietly exhales a breath of relief. Maybe. When Shen Yinshu returned to her room, it was already 3 a.m. That night had been a mix of visiting the botanical garden, staying at the inn, and having a deep late-night talk with Captain Hua. Both her mind and body were extremely tired. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already the next afternoon. Shen Yinshu sat up and saw the sun outside. Her first thought was, oh no, Captain Hua and the others were still at the supermarket. She had slept through the entire morning without even arranging breakfast or lunch for them. She felt she had been very rude. Hastily, she rushed outside. When she arrived at the supermarket, she froze. A sudden delicious smell in the air almost immediately made her crave food. Following the scent, she saw Captain Hua and the others. They had set up camp outside again, this time under a tree. There were many customers outside, eating and walking around. Delivery people were busy bringing food back and forth. All the people's eyes looked towards the group in blue-green military uniforms under the tree. As expected of the base soldiers, their combat skills and survival skills were excellent. They were using ingredients bought from Yunwan's supermarket. They built a small stand with 3 sticks, hanging a tiny black iron pot underneath. The pot was steaming hot, and Shen Yinshu saw it was a bowl of instant noodles. But that wasn't all. They also used their special powers to start a small fire on the other side, wrapping it with earth element powers. On top of the fire, they placed a piece of wire mesh, making a simple barbecue grill. Some people were grilling meat on it, making Shen Yinshu almost stumble with hunger. When they saw Shen Yinshu come out, they immediately called her over. Huabai even held up a piece of grilled meat and said, Boss Shen, wanna try? Of course I wanna try. Shen Yinshu's spirit was almost drawn away. As soon as she took a bite of the grilled meat, she felt like she was flying with happiness. There was nothing more joyful than waking up well-fed. While eating, she felt a little guilty. Sorry about today. I overslept, and made you all cook outside. Huobai hadn't said anything yet. A young man busy grilling meat beside him shook his head quickly and said, "It's nothing. Without Boss Shin's ingredients, all our survival skills would be useless." Everyone suddenly started to laugh, laughing along and agreeing. "Yes, yes. Thank you, Boss Shin." The repeated thanks from both sides made Shin Yunshu feel even more guilty, especially since they paid for all the ingredients themselves, yet she was just here eating and freeloading. So Shin Yunshu simply waved her hand and brought out a box of cold drinks from the supermarket. Because she was worried that drinking alcohol might affect them, she didn't bring any wine. Besides drinks, she also brought out lots of fruit. "Everyone, don't be polite, eat together." The base soldiers looked at these precious items and suddenly felt a bit unsure. They all looked at their captain at the same time. In the end, Huobai nodded, and everyone cheered and started eating. They ate for several hours. When everyone was full and satisfied, it was almost evening. Huobai kept checking the time frequently. Shin Yunshu guessed that the person sent to deliver the message was probably coming back. Sure enough, at the far end of their view, under the sunset glow, a dark figure appeared. Huobai looked a bit more relaxed, and Shin Yunshu was ready to greet them. But when they saw what was running toward them, both of them were stunned. It wasn't the sunny base soldiers they were hoping for, but wolf. When Shin Yunshu finally saw clearly and couldn't help but shout in surprise, Huobai beside her also saw it clearly. His face suddenly turned serious. He raised his hand, and everyone around immediately raised their guns, aiming at the wolf. Shin Yunshu quickly signaled for them to hold their fire. Normally, wolves come in packs, but this wolf was running alone, straight toward Shin Yunshu's supermarket. As the wolf got closer, Shin Yunshu finally saw clearly. It was a completely white wolf. Its eyes were firm, and the sunset light shone on it like flames. It ran with fiery energy, its fluffy fur blown up by the wind, but it couldn't hide how handsome it was. Shin Yunshu had to admit that at this moment, she felt struck by it. "Boss Shin, this is a strange beast. It might have been attracted by the smell of our cooking. It's better not to let it get too close." Huobai couldn't help but remind Shin Yunshu from beside her. But Shin Yunshu shook her head and said, "Let's wait a bit longer." Maybe it was her intuition, but she felt that this wolf had no intention of attacking. It didn't have that bloodthirsty look in its eyes. It was simply running toward them. Huobai frowned, clearly not understanding but still chose to respect Shin Yunshu's opinion. The white wolf was getting closer, and at this moment, Shin Yunshu realized it was very large, almost as big as a large Samoyed. Customers in the supermarket finally noticed the strange beast. Some quickly ran into the store in panic, while others hurriedly grabbed weapons. Before Shin Yunshu could stop them, they used their special abilities. However, this wolf was smarter than she thought. It skillfully dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. The woman who used her ability was stunned. She quickly gathered energy again and tried to attack once more, but Shin Yunshu stopped her just in time. Shin Yunshu signaled for everyone to stay calm and then picked up a small gun from her hand. It was a tranquilizer gun she had just taken out from the high-tech section of the system mall. She was reluctant to kill the wolf immediately, so she chose to tranquilize it first. Her scope gradually locked onto the wolf. She held her breath, focused, and silently counted down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. A tiny tranquilizer dart shot out. But at the last second, the wolf, which was supposed to keep running straight, suddenly turned its head and changed its course. It veered to the right and headed toward the peaceful tree, and the tranquilizer dart missed its target. The peaceful tree. Its target was not the flesh, nor the supermarket, nor people, but the peaceful tree. Huobai, standing under the tree, frowned and shouted, "Retreat!" The base soldiers immediately moved swiftly and withdrew from that area. Everyone watched in shock as the wolf ran wildly toward the empty area and then suddenly rolled under the tree. Everyone was stunned, and Shin Yunshu also froze in place, confused. But she reacted faster than others and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She had thought it was a handsome wolf, but it turned out to be a dog. Hearing Shin Yunshu's laughter, everyone slowly regained their senses, and their faces showed expressions of helplessness. The snow wolf was happily frolicking under the peaceful tree, completely ignoring how speechless everyone else was at that moment. Shun Yinshu looked at its huge body rolling among the weeds under the tree and suddenly remembered that the strange plants she planted last night seemed to be right in this area. The strange plants grew very quickly. After fertilizing them last night, most of them had already sprouted small buds. But now, with this pressure, they might all be crushed to death.
No.
Shun Yunshu immediately no longer found this dog-like creature cute and decisively raised the tranquilizer gun again. However, before she could pull the trigger, the wolf suddenly froze and then collapsed to the ground, twitching. Shun Yunshu was stunned. She looked at the tranquilizer gun in her hand, wondering if it had misfired. But the remaining bullets in the gun told her it hadn't. Her face tightened. Damn, this thing still tries to fake injuries? Everyone, including Huabai, thought she had shot the tranquilizer dart, which caused the wolf's reaction, but only Shun Yunshu silently felt a fire ignite inside her. She crossed her arms, wanting to see how long this creature could pretend. Until the wolf started foaming at the mouth. Shun Yunshu thought it was a good act. Maybe it was transforming into a spirit or something. That dog. It wasn't until Huabai reminded her that something seemed off that she suddenly snapped out of it. Wait, the alien plants planted last night might be poisonous. It wasn't faking, it was poisoned. Shun Yunshu suddenly realized and hurried over, with Huabai close behind, worried the wolf might suddenly attack. When she got close, she saw its body was trembling violently, showing signs of difficulty breathing. Its long tongue hung outside its mouth, making it look less like a wolf and more like a dog. This made Shun Yunshu feel pity. She hesitated, then gently reached out and touched the wolf's head. The snow wolf moved its head slightly, as if responding to her. Shun Yunshu was stunned. She thought for a moment and decisively took out an antidote pill. Before putting it into the wolf's mouth, she held her tranquilizer gun, ready to shoot if it suddenly attacked. Huabai also tensed up beside her. The pill dissolved quickly, and Shun Yunshu didn't need to push it in much. She took a few steps back to observe the wolf. The effect was fast. Within 2 or 3 minutes, its breathing gradually stabilized, and it even tried to stand up. Both of them stayed alert, ready for anything. Finally, the snow wolf wobbled to its feet and moved toward Shun Yunshu. She aimed her tranquilizer gun at it, but it was unafraid. It slowly approached her hand and, in a gentle gesture, rubbed against her, even though she was ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, Shun Yunshu's heart melted. This wolf didn't look like a wolf at all. Its fur was ridiculously fluffy, lacking the determined gaze of a running wolf. From behind, it looked like a large Samia dog. She even wanted to press her face against it. Huabai, still rational, stopped her. The wolf's arrival seemed strange, so be careful. Shun Yunshu nodded. Actually, she had guessed the reason when the wolf first darted around the Inding tree. Perhaps the scent from some strange plants she planted last night attracted it. Wolves are not naturally aggressive. Their initial target was these unusual plants. Thinking of this, Shun Yunshu quickly checked the strange plants under the wolf. Fortunately, these plants are sturdier than ordinary seedlings. Even after the wolf rolled around, they remained strong. About 5 minutes later, the wolf's poison was completely gone. It regained its energy, stood up, shook its fur, and almost started rolling around again. Instinctively, Shun Yunshu called out like she was training a dog. Stop. To her surprise, the snow wolf seemed to understand. Its ears twitched, and it sat down heavily facing Shun Yunshu, with wet eyes looking at her. Shun Yunshu couldn't take it anymore. Ignoring Hebai's advice, she began to pet the wolf's head. The wolf's posture visibly straightened at her touch, and its tail wagged happily. Onlookers were amazed. Is this a wolf or a dog? First time seeing such a gentle magical creature. Oh my, it's so cute. I really want to keep one. This made Shun Yunshu think. Since it came from the wild, it probably has no owner. Maybe she could keep it. Thinking this, she couldn't help but scratch its chin. Do you want to come with me? But that wasn't all. To truly win its heart, Shen Yunshu took a string of leftover grilled meat. "Eat this, and you'll belong to me." The wolf tilted its head at her, then happily gobbled up the meat skewer. He Bai's eyes flickered slightly. This wolf seems to understand human speech. Shen Yunshu watched it chew the meat and couldn't help but smile widely. That's smart, full of spirit. Isn't that right, little Snow? In just these few seconds, she had already named it. He Bai was silent. But luckily, it was just a false alarm. He put away his gun and looked into the distance, feeling a bit anxious. According to the drive, they should have already returned. They had just contacted earlier. They had already set out. Why aren't they here yet? He Bai touched the communicator in his pocket, hesitating whether to contact them again. Before he could decide, dust rose again in the distance. This time, the dust was different from when the snow wolf ran over before. It covered a wider area, and the dust cloud was larger and more sweeping. Hua Bai felt a surge of joy. This time, it must be them. The large scale of the gathering indicated that more than just the vehicle they left in was returning. He wondered who might have come, but he never expected that. As the dust cloud grew closer, everyone's faces began to change drastically. At this moment, the snow wolf beside Shen Yunshu suddenly tensed up, like a stretched bow, baring its teeth and glaring at the distant tremors. None of the scenes they had imagined appeared. Instead, they saw something 10 or even 100 times more terrifying. Groups of strange, fierce beasts with sharp teeth charged toward them, some kicking up small dust storms. The desert concealed their frightening forms, but could not hide the roars that came from deep within their bodies. The roars of countless strange beasts seemed to form a powerful wave of sound, shaking everyone's hearts. Their hearts pounded in rhythm with their heavy footsteps. What's happening? Even most of those who had seen zombie hordes before felt fear deep inside now, overwhelmed by the size and fierce momentum of the approaching creatures. They felt almost powerless, unable to resist. Only Hua Bai remained calm amidst the swirling sand and dust. He dared not think about what had happened to his comrades who sent the message, whether they had been swallowed by these creatures. At this moment, he could only do one thing: defend. His firm, fearless voice suddenly cut through the fear clouding the Sunshine Base's soldiers' minds, like a bright light piercing darkness. Almost instinctively, they drew their guns from their waists, formed ranks, and prepared to defend. Others, hearing this, froze for a moment, then shook awake. Everyone capable of leaving the base had some kind of supernatural ability or self-defense skills. In the blink of an eye, everyone pulled out their weapons, gathered together, and aimed at the approaching groups of strange beasts. They weren't thinking of escaping. There was nowhere to go. All they could do was face it. Years of surviving and training in the apocalypse had quickly restored their rationality. Living in the end times, everyone was prepared for death at any moment. Death was so common that they had become used to it. Death itself wasn't terrifying, but giving up before death fully arrived was the real fear. Humph. A burly man spat harshly onto the ground, the sand almost covering his face. He spat out the sand from his mouth. Damn, a bunch of people acting like monsters. Zombies are bad enough. Now even a group of beasts want to step on us.
Come on.
I'll kill one if you send one my way. The strong man shouted this. Almost everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Though there are many strange beasts, there are also quite a few humans. The outcome is uncertain. Meanwhile, the strange beasts are getting closer, including fierce predators. Even in the sky, groups of crows are screaming as they swoop down at them. Everyone immediately looked up to block. In an instant, various supernatural abilities appeared in bright colors, mixing in the air. The crows that were hit let out sharp, painful screams and fell straight to the ground. In a short time, countless crows had fallen, but it was still not enough to stop the attack. The number of crows is too many, almost covering the skies above the supermarket. Everyone is under the shadow, constantly attacking upward. But the number of crows doesn't seem to decrease. Instead, they seem more angry, making sharper calls, staring at the people below with fierce eyes, pecking viciously. A woman holding twin knives tilted her head, and a crow rushed past her face, leaving a deep blood mark near her eye. The person next to her didn't even have time to dodge, only instinctively covering his eyes with his hands. The crow's hard beak forced a bloody hole in his hand. The man let out a sharp scream, trembling and completely unable to fight back. But the crow didn't retreat at all, again aiming straight for his eyes. The man's eyes stayed wide open, almost too overwhelmed by despair to react. The woman beside him threw her twin knives, trying to save him, but it was clearly too late. At the last moment, a huge force suddenly grabbed his clothes and pulled him back fiercely. Then, a powerful strike from the air instantly knocked the attacking crow away. The man fell to the ground, gasping heavily, completely stunned, not understanding what just happened until the person behind him bent down and shouted into his ear. "Hold on, go into the supermarket." "Yes." It's Boss Shun's voice. The man didn't have time to turn his head to look at Shu, but crawled and rolled his way back into the supermarket. Inside, some people were already there, mostly injured or elderly, weak or sick. He leaned against the wall, finally catching his breath. He didn't even have time to bandage his wound, and instinctively looked outside. That single glance almost made him stop breathing. The outside has turned into a mountain of corpses and blood. Piles of crow carcasses fall from the sky, and the falling blood almost creates a rain of blood. Everyone fighting below cannot avoid the blood. They can no longer tell if it is their own or someone else's. The only word in their minds now is kill. Only killing can save their lives. Many strange beasts continue to pour in. Those still fighting outside must constantly watch for birds in the sky and fierce beasts that might attack at any moment. The once peaceful Cloud Roll supermarket has now become a hell on earth. Trees, tables, and fruit stalls outside are all stained with blood. The soldiers from the base are even harder to recognize by their original clothing. Even Boss Shin, who was just rescued, now only holds a dagger, fighting off these strange beasts. The crows in the sky are gradually driven away, revealing some daylight. He looks toward the horizon, where the fiery clouds lit by the sun are as red as blood. A wave of despair suddenly rises in his heart. Fight to the death. He whispers these two words. A relentless fight to the death. Swish, bang. A wild boar's head explodes in front of her, bloody gore splattering her face. Shan Yunshu doesn't even frown. She simply wipes the blood from her eyes. She turns to nod briefly at Huabai, who just saved her life. In this chaos, they have no time to say much. Shan Yunshu's arms are already weak and numb. She can't remember how many strange beasts she has killed, how many people she has saved, or how many she has dragged back to the supermarket. Her eyes are covered in blood, but she knows clearly in her heart that continuing like this is not a solution. At first, she tried to block the beasts with the supermarket's original defenses, but the system told her it could only stop zombies, not strange beasts. She could only watch helplessly as the beasts broke in. She even wanted to pull everyone into the supermarket first and use her special power to teleport the beasts trying to enter out, but it was impossible. There are too many beasts, and the supermarket's energy cannot handle teleporting so many at once. She can only fight alongside these people and quickly send the injured inside the supermarket, which has medical supplies. At this moment, she no longer cares about money or anything else. She just wants to minimize casualties. Even so, some people still die in front of her. It was a kind of anger and fear that deeply shook her heart. She focused all her attention, constantly searching the system store for advanced technology and weapons. However, powerful black technology could not be used lightly because it usually had a very large area of effect. If she used it recklessly, not only would these strange beasts die, but everyone fighting alongside her would also be at risk. Even more dramatically, the carefully cultivated stability tree might cease to exist. She glanced at the stability tree, which had come back to life and was swinging thick vines to fight the strange beasts. No, she told herself. She couldn't do that. All she could do was keep using those powerful but tracking black weapons, taking one out and throwing it toward the Qingyang base army. They had more training with guns, so these weapons could help them show greater strength. As expected, Their first reaction to the weapons was confusion, but thanks to their long-term training experience, they quickly learned how to use them. The base soldiers, who had received the black technology, changed from their slump, aiming at the large, hard-to-handle strange beasts and firing one shot after another.
Bang!
Their flesh exploded in the air. Huabai's eyes flashed with disbelief and amazement. At this moment, all the base soldiers' passion was reignited. Almost one shot, one kill. With those difficult large, strange beasts dealt with, the originally tough situation started to change slightly. The exhausted others seemed to be reinvigorated, as if new energy was flowing into them, filling their drained strength. At the same time, Shen Yunshu hurriedly delivered nutrient solutions to them. The injured who had entered the supermarket were not resting fully, but used their last strength to do logistics work. This battle between strange beasts and humans seemed to be slowly reaching a conclusion, but Shen Yunshu couldn't fully relax her mind. Her intuition told her something was wrong. While fighting, she kept her eyes on the strange beasts, trying to find any signs of abnormality. She always believed that their coordinated attack must have a purpose. Although Yunwan's supermarket was near the Donglu forest, which was home to many strange beasts, the forest was also a shield for them. After all, supernatural beings hunted them year-round, and only inside the forest could they gain some advantage, possibly escaping when hunted. It was rare for them to voluntarily leave the forest, and it was even less likely for them to gather in groups like this. Unless something in the supermarket attracted them, Shen Yunshu couldn't think of anything because their actions showed no purpose. They were just attacking humans blindly. They seemed like they had lost their minds, acting wildly. She drank a bottle of nutritional fluid to calm herself down. The chances of these strange creatures developing intelligence were very small, so there must be something guiding them. Shen Yunshu's mind was racing, but her hands kept moving until a red-eyed rabbit jumped in front of her. Instinctively, she struck it down. As she stared at the lifeless red eye, she suddenly remembered something. Red eyes. It wasn't strange for rabbits to have red eyes, but all the strange creatures she had killed seemed to have red eyes. In that moment, a sudden realization ran from her spine to her brain, a very chilling feeling. She quickly turned around and stared at the eyes of each creature. Red, still red, and always red. Amid the chaos, she thought she had looked into these red eyes before, but at the time, she only thought it was caused by the chaos and didn't think much of it. Only now did she understand. Do red eyes symbolize madness and loss of reason? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a frantic shout came from afar. "Boss Shen, get out of the way." That moment pulled Shen Yunshu's mind back, and at the same time, she fell into another wave of panic. A creepy feeling started from the back of her neck, and her hair stood on end. She widened her eyes and instinctively looked back. A triangular snake head was right in front of her. The snake's mouth suddenly opened wide, almost forming a 180-degree flat angle. Its flesh-colored mouth and sharp teeth looked like they could tear half of Shen Yunshu's face off. She could already smell the foul stench. At that moment, she froze completely, unable to move. Her mind went blank, even forgetting to call for help. Many people watched this scene in horror, and even those already inside the supermarket couldn't help but stare and shout, "Boss Shen!" Energy bullets shot out from Huabai's gun, but he knew it was too late. Was I going to die here today? That was the last thought flashing through Shen Yunshu's mind. In the next moment, the huge snake head suddenly turned into a streak of shadow and vanished in front of her. Before she could even close her mouth, it was cut off by a sharp, knife-like attack that severed her head. The huge, dark snake suddenly struggled and twisted into a ball. Without its head, it looked even stranger and more disgusting. Everything happened so fast that Shen Yunshu only reacted after the fact. She quickly stepped back 2 steps, her legs weak, and knelt on the ground, her heart pounding heavily in her chest. The severed snake head was still twitching and open-mouthed, and at that moment, its 2 sharp teeth turned deep red. Shen Yunshu's face changed in alarm. Before she could do anything, a sharp voice sounded ahead. "Get out of the way." She looked up and saw Song Xiaoxua standing right in front of her. His icy blade was not fully gone, and at the snake's severed part, cold air was clearly emanating. It was him. A flicker of surprise appeared in Shen Yunshu's eyes. She didn't notice Song Qiaoxue frowning or a look of worry flashing in his eyes. How can he be so stiff, unable to call him? The snake seemed about to spit venom again. He turned his hand, launching another attack. But before this attack could completely cover the snake's head, a white figure suddenly leapt into the air, blocking his view. The white figure swiftly passed in front of Shen Yunshu and kicked the venomous snake head away with its paw. Then it suddenly darted forward, standing in front of Shen Yunshu, body tense, face fierce, front limbs slightly bent, an alert and defensive stance. It protected Shen Yunshu behind it. Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. Xiao Shui, Song Qiaoxue instinctively froze for a moment, then his expression darkened. Who was she calling? He was really bored, rushing out to help them fight the beast. He casually waved his hand, and a powerful ice blade swept away a group of monsters. His face lost all smile, turning into a cold-faced demon lord, killing one after another, taking down pairs of enemies. Shen Yunshu, after petting the wolf's head, wanted to thank someone simply, but she realized he was completely immersed in the slaughter. At that moment, she felt so relieved she almost wanted to cry. Finally, she thought, she wasn't really feeding a white-eyed wolf, he still had some conscience. At this time, Huobai also ran over to her side, sweating heavily, clearly frightened by what had just happened. He quickly dealt with a monster rushing toward them and reached out to help Shen Yunshu up. Boss Shen, are you okay? Since they are newly formed partners, if one of them were to die in this accident, their cooperation would be ruined. So many rare resources. Just thinking about it makes Huobai feel distressed for a long time. Most importantly, during this short time together, he has already considered Boss Shen as his friend. Shen Yunshu held his hand and stood up.
Infine.
I just made a deadly mistake a moment ago. Lost focus for a second. Lost focus. In such a tense moment, how could she have time to lose focus? Huobai clearly didn't believe this explanation, glancing back at her while firing at the strange beasts. Shen Yunshu understood his meaning, picked up her gun, and aimed at the monsters, shooting one after another. She also lowered her voice. These monsters act without logic. I observed them just now, they're not coming for anything specific. They seem to have simply gone mad. Huobai's heart skipped a beat. As soon as Shen Yunshu's guess came out, he quickly realized it was probably true. He had more experience fighting in the wild than Shen Yunshu. When a group of monsters suddenly charged, he sensed something was wrong. But everything happened too fast, and he didn't have time to think. Once his thoughts ignited, he understood everything. Why are they going mad? Shen Yunshu shook her head. She didn't know. But once she realized this, she understood that the fight would become very difficult. Faced with a group of mad, irrational monsters, they could only fight to the death for a slim chance of survival. There was no shortcut. She wiped the blood from her face and looked into the distance, where dust was flying and more monsters kept rushing over. Meanwhile, their wounded were increasing. This would be a tough battle. At this moment, both she and Huobai realized this simultaneously. They exchanged a silent understanding, their eyes more determined as they aimed at the monsters. The snow wolf also fiercely charged forward, tearing at the maddened enemies. As dusk fell, Shen Yunshu took a moment to glance towards Song Qiaoxue. He was still using his supernatural powers to fight the monsters. Although he was strong, if this continued, he would eventually run out of energy. She softly whistled to attract his attention. Sure enough, Song Qiaoxue turned to look at her. Shen Yunshu immediately wanted to throw her high-tech energy gun and nutritional supplies to him. But Song Qiaoxue only gave her a faint look and quickly turned his head away. Hey! Shen Yunshu called out anxiously. Her temper was just starting to flare, but suddenly she noticed that Song Qiaoxue's expression and the direction he was looking seemed off. Her heart trembled, and she immediately looked in the same direction. Before the last bit of daylight disappeared completely, more than 10 off-road vehicles suddenly sped over the horizon. They were shining their headlights, like wild beasts in the dim light, But at that moment, Shin Yunshu's eyes filled with tears. They had finally arrived. As soon as she sensed something was wrong, she immediately sent signals to the Black Shadow and Yu Yun weapons groups. Although they arrived a little later than she expected, at this moment, she had to admit that her body was once again filled with strength. Surprisingly, not only the Black Eagle and Yu Yun groups came, but also the Lion King and Xuanfeng groups. A dozen vehicles rushed forward through the wind and dust. Song Xiaoxue glanced at Shin Yunshu's surprised and happy face, but a faint coldness crossed his expression. He slowly stopped attacking the strange beasts and headed straight toward the supermarket. A crow flew toward him, and he expressionlessly caught it. With a gentle squeeze, the crow exploded in his hand, a few drops of blood splattering onto his face. He grimaced in disgust, about to wipe it away, but then he noticed the wet drop at the corner of his mouth. Realizing what it was, his whole body suddenly stiffened. His pupils contracted, and he knelt to the ground uncontrollably. Song Xiaoxue knelt there, one hand gripping the ground tightly, his fingers almost digging into the dirt, bleeding. His face showed an uncontrollable expression. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, eyes now devoid of reason, full of murderous intent. Huh. The intense breathing echoed constantly in Song Xiaoxue's mind. When he realized those were his own breaths, it felt like his exhausted spirit was suddenly drained, hitting him hard. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes gusted across his face. His skin felt like fragile paper that could tear at any moment, tingling painfully. But he couldn't stop. He had to keep running. He had no destination, but stopping even for a moment meant disaster.
Xiaoxue.
Hang on a little longer, we're almost there. Almost where? In a daze, Song Xiaoxue lifted his head. The wind and snow were so strong he could barely open his eyes, and extreme oxygen deprivation made his vision blur into black and white. He saw the red liquid dripping onto the pure white snow as he ran, and finally, he saw the person making the noise. She had long, black hair that swayed with her running. Her small figure was thin, and the hand she held him with looked even more bony. Was that his hand? A sharp, stabbing feeling suddenly pierced his heart. His already pounding heart, struggling to breathe, clenched tightly at that moment. Almost instantly, his vision blurred. He mumbled vaguely, "Sister. Please don't abandon me." The girl called sister seemed not to hear him at all. She held his hand tightly and ran forward with all her strength. But Song Xiaoxue's heart was already torn into pieces. Even though he knew the ending long ago, why did he have to go through it again and again? Tears burst uncontrollably from his eyes. He shouldn't be so weak. He should stop and hold her hand tightly, not letting her run away. Then they could go back to that dangerous place together. But when everything familiar happened again, and terrifying screams came from behind, he still watched helplessly as his sister fearfully let go of his hand and pushed him into the dangerous place himself. His frozen hand curled slightly. He fell onto the snow like a dead body, just like before. The heavy snow quickly covered his small body. The people stepped over him. He saw his sister crawl into that narrow hole, which only one person could pass through, and regain her freedom. Will she come to save me again? Song Xiaoxue almost merged with the snow, except for the red blood slowly flowing beneath him. He stayed still all night, thinking he would freeze to death like those unruly children who stayed outside. But his exhausted energy gradually refilled his limbs, and deep wounds that could see his bones slowly healed. His weak ice-related powers transformed into ice powers overnight. His worthless life had survived once more. Song Xiaoxue wobbled to his feet. His face showed no expression, but it felt like he was about to shatter. His long white hair was dust-covered, and his dirty clothes were stained with blood. He no longer ran away. Instead, he walked step by step toward the place that had kept him trapped for 5 years. The dangerous place was a small, square yard enclosed by walls, holding many children his age or even younger. He watched the snow fall outside the yard all day, imagining it turning blood red. That night, The small courtyard was filled with blood. He killed all the guards, let all the children go, and finally set the place on fire. In the blazing flames, he kicked open the tightly closed wooden door. All the sources of evil, the main culprits that brought him endless pain, lay unconscious on the ground. His hands trembled as he smoked, but when he took the cigarette into his mouth, his hands stopped shaking. Instead, he took a deep breath and smiled at himself. "Are you here?" Song Xiaoshua's hands were almost bleeding from gripping them so tightly. His heart felt as if it was clenched by a giant hand, and the overwhelming sense of suffocation and anger almost drowned him. But all these feelings eventually turned into a meaningless phrase. "What right do you have?" "Haraha." Zheng Wei struggled to sit up against the wall, his body still slack. He seemed to have heard something very funny and burst into laughter. "Because I have big ambitions and sharp eyes. You bunch of pigs. If I hadn't fed you when you were about to die, do you think you'd still be alive now? I gave you a way out, but you ungrateful wolves don't appreciate it." Zheng Wei's gaze gradually turned fierce and even crazed, "But you are indeed different from them. The first time I saw you, I knew you were special. You'll definitely fetch a good price in the future." His greedy eyes started to wander over Song Xiaoshua. "As I guessed, you got the ice-type mutant ability, the one the top leaders love most. I didn't expect you to be so lucky." Soft footsteps, like snow falling, slowly approached Zheng Wei. Song Xiaoshua remained expressionless, with a faint redness at the corner of his eyes that was particularly noticeable. "You deserve to die." Zheng Wei gradually stopped smiling and lay back down to smoke his cigarette, appearing completely indifferent. "This damn world. I don't care if I die. I've already lived enough. Your sister, who depends on you, is also a fool. She left alone, and she can't survive anyway." He softly whistled. "But the biggest fool is you. You actually believed a stranger and even risked your life to escape with her. Wouldn't it be safer to escape alone? How would you feel now?" "Huss, ha." The piercing laughter rang out again, stabbing like sharp swords into Song Xiaoshua's heart, but he no longer felt pain. Because that night, his heart died in the cold, piercing snow. This person's indifferent attitude still seemed to anger him. He stepped hard on his chest, pressing down forcefully, feeling the ribs crack beneath his foot. Seeing his face twisted in pain and endurance, Song Xiaoshua smirked coldly. "Keep talking." Zheng Wei's body trembled slightly, unable to stop coughing, but he dared not use too much force because his broken ribs pained him deeply with every movement. Blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he still smiled, staring fiercely at Song Xiaoshua above him, like a fierce ghost climbing out of hell, determined to die together. "Song Xiaoshua, do you remember? When I brought you back, you were fighting a dog for food. The dog couldn't beat you, and you even smashed its head with a stone. It was so thin, with blood and brain matter. Cough, splattering all over your face. Yet you acted as if nothing had happened, stuffing food into your mouth. Didn't you feel the blood and tissue fluids bursting in your mouth?" Suddenly, Song Xiaoshua's foot pressed down harder. Zheng Wei groaned, almost unable to speak, but he felt a strange pleasure from his reaction. Blood mixed with low laughter burst out of him. "You are a born bad seed. No one raises you, and you kill anyone or any animal just for a bite to eat. To you, they are just moving bodies of flesh. Do you think Yu Jie's appearance saved you? No one truly loves you, and no one really trusts you. She's just using her abilities to protect herself and escape. Only a fool like you believes otherwise." Ha. Flames began licking Zheng Wei's body, but he laughed even more wildly. "After all, no one would be unafraid of a born heartless, profit-driven bad seed like you, right? Admit it, Song Xiaoshua. Did you enjoy the killing process?" Click. A faint cracking sound froze Zheng Wei's smile on his face, marking his death. The flames almost reached Song Xiaoshua, but he stood still, unmoving. For a moment, he felt drained, as if he wanted to be consumed by the scorching fire. He was too cold. The fire burned for nearly a day and night. Song Xiaoshua stayed in the blaze for a whole day and night. He was covered in a layer of ice, moving through the fire like an untroubled spirit, and found the safe where Zheng Wei had hidden. Once something that was impossible to approach is now easily opened by him. That night, he finally understood the true purpose of their group over the years. The truth is more difficult to accept than he imagined, even making him feel sick deep inside. The so-called children who were deemed useless and sent away were not sent to refugee camps at each base, but sold through middlemen to the so-called high-level officials. Even the children rescued by Zheng Wei, no matter how poor their abilities, possessed special powers. These powers became their original sin. Zheng Wei was not selling people, but their abilities. People became mere containers for these powers. Over decades, he continuously exported various containers loaded with different abilities to other bases. The rarity of the abilities affected their price. The earliest children sold were those with ordinary or weak powers. No wonder Zheng Wei was so eager to use food to tempt them into competitions, fights, and even battles against powerful beasts, all to unlock their potential and speed up their ability growth. The best of them would be the containers that could fetch a high price. Buyers, after obtaining these containers, would ruthlessly extract the abilities inside and transplant them into themselves or others. Transferring abilities through surgery is strictly illegal, and Song Xiaoxue even didn't know abilities could be transplanted. Yet, human greed always finds fertile ground for such things. As for the fate of the containers after transplantation, what does it matter to them? They are just containers. Song Xiaoxue held contracts, photos, and descriptions of abilities in his hands. Undoubtedly, he was classified among the high-priced ones. The buyer had not yet decided because he was still waiting for a higher offer. Unfortunately, he didn't get a buyer, but instead faced his own death. A bloody black industry line was laid bare before Song Xiaoxue, with each transaction's evidence weighing more than 1,000 pounds. But just as his eyes grew sore from looking at these, he decisively threw everything into the fire, letting 10 years of evil vanish in the blaze, yet it left a deep root in his heart. He didn't expect that these pieces of evidence would lead to the complete dismantling of this bloody capital industry. On the contrary, it might lead to his own destruction. After all, among the list of sellers Zheng Wei carefully counted, there were quite a few from the Qingyang base. He will personally seek revenge one by one. That year, Song Xiaoxue was 15. He spent 5 years killing everyone on the list at Qingyang base. The power of Qingyang base was greatly reshuffled because of him, but no one ever discovered his true identity. During those 5 years, he also learned how large and complicated the chain of interests behind it was. He wanted to find the main culprit, but in the end, he realized almost everyone was responsible. However, all the evil started from one place, Huayang base. Before he could begin, he was trapped inside a small supermarket. He hated that person, but he couldn't clearly explain why. He felt that this person seemed different from others he had met before. But it didn't matter anymore. When she personally put a collar on him that restricted his freedom, he knew she was doomed to die at his hands, no matter what. The crackling sound of flames burning around grew farther away, but his body felt hotter and hotter. It was as if the flames had broken through his defenses and finally burned his flesh, then his blood vessels, then his internal organs. Suddenly, everything in front of Song Xiaoxue began to blur and collapse, and all the scenes before him turned into shattered fragments, drifting away. He was breathing rapidly, enduring the burning sensation inside his body. At the same time, it felt like 10,000 ants were crawling into his veins, quickly spreading all over his body. His whole body became hot and itchy. He couldn't help scratching himself fiercely, but it did nothing to ease the feeling. He even wished he could tear his skin apart to scratch away all the itching spots. But even with blood streaming down his body, this bone-deep itching pain still wouldn't go away. Finally, Song Xiaoxue couldn't hold back and knelt on the ground, one hand weakly supporting himself. He could feel the ants inside his body starting to crawl toward his brain. He opened his mouth to vomit but couldn't bring up anything. His vision was completely blurred, as if shrouded in fog. Sweat broke out densely on his forehead, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. When all the dreams faded away, he finally woke up. But his mind was no longer clear. All he could see was a sky full of blood and torn flesh and chaos. In a daze, he felt like he was back in the basement that Zhengwei had built just for them. Dark, damp, cramped, besides the smell of blood, he couldn't smell anything else. They had no other thoughts but to survive. So, they could only fight like animals driven by instinct. Fight. Blood covered his face and filled his mouth. Ugh. Thinking of this, Song Xiaoshua's reaction suddenly became much stronger. His face turned pale, as if it were a blank sheet of paper. The drop of blood that accidentally splashed near his lips had already been wiped away, and even that spot was reddened from his wiping, but the rusty taste on his tongue still kept challenging his nerves. Song Xiaoshua barely lifted his head. Everything in front of him turned red. He knew he was about to lose control. Confused crowds, frantic strange beasts, and faintly, it seemed someone was calling his name repeatedly. He shook his head and saw a huge wild boar rushing toward him. His murderous intent could no longer be hidden. He pressed his fingertips hard into the yellow sand beneath him. In the next second, the sand suddenly flew up, confusing the wild boar temporarily, which then charged wildly in all directions. Seizing the moment, Song Xiaoshue quickly clenched his hand, and a large ice ball appeared. He threw it out. As it neared the wild boar, it suddenly transformed into several sharp spikes, piercing straight into its eyes, then quickly emerging from the back of its head. A splash of blood blossomed in the sand, splattering onto Song Xiaoshua's face. This time, he didn't dodge but slowly showed a smile, eyes full of excitement. Shen Yunshu's running footsteps suddenly stopped. Her instinct told her that Song Xiaoshua's state was very abnormal. More than just abnormal, Shen Yunshu felt it was extremely dangerous. She frowned tightly, confused why the person who looked about to faint suddenly became violent, as if pulling out of a trance into an even more extreme state. No matter which state it was very dangerous, especially since he seemed to have lost his mind. One attack after another was launched wildly. At first, he could control the direction and target. But as his face grew paler and his eyes more fierce, his body suddenly started to sway, as if in extreme discomfort, and his attacks began to deviate. Shen Yunshu's brow twitched, and she took a step forward again. But just as she started to run, she felt a tug behind her. Hua Bai had grabbed her arm. In the midst of gunfire and explosions, his voice was faint, but Shen Yunshu still heard it clearly. His current state is very abnormal, possibly a reaction to some kind of PTSD. If you rush over recklessly, he might hurt you by mistake. The sound entered her ears and suddenly faded like a tide, leaving only one word. PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, is a mental condition caused by severe trauma, such as witnessing death, facing danger of death, serious injuries, or threats to physical safety. People with this condition often show various symptoms, but based on the limited information she had from TV dramas or novels, Shen Yunshu only knew that these patients tend to be triggered by similar scenes that remind them of their trauma, leading to intense reactions. They can lose their composure, become emotionally agitated, and experience physical discomfort. So, he has PTSD? Shen Yunshu's thoughts suddenly drifted back to the night she talked with Captain Hua. He mentioned that he had seen Song Qiao, an extremely thin and pitiful Song Qiao. If he truly had PTSD, everything would make sense. Why did he end up in such a situation at Qingyang Base? Why is his personality so harsh and difficult to communicate with? A sudden, subtle feeling of guilt and sadness washed over Shen Yunshu. She rarely felt pity for others' experiences because she knew everyone had to walk their own path in life. Fate was always a mix of good and bad. Her feelings of sadness were actually a quiet apology or guilt. Shen Yunshu's gaze fixed on the black collar around Song Qiao's fair neck. She steadied her mind. No matter what, if he had PTSD, she couldn't ignore him. Hua Bai had already noticed the firm look on Shen Yunshu's face and didn't say anything more. Instead, he patted her shoulder and said, "I'll go with you." After that, the two retreated and moved closer to the range where Song Qiao Shui could be attacked. Now, Song Qiao Shui looked extremely weak. Shun Yunshu tried calling out to him twice, but it was useless. He seemed to hear nothing. His condition looks serious. If there's no other way, we might have to take tough measures, she thought anxiously. Support from the Yuyun weapon shop was almost there, and the beast tide had been reduced significantly thanks to their efforts. Currently, the beast tide was no longer a major threat, but if they let Song Qiao continue like this, the next threat could become him. There was no other choice. She took a deep breath and raised the tranquilizer gun that hadn't fired yet. The tranquilizer gun is not harmful to the body and can help people calm down quickly. However, Shun Yunshu always feels uneasy inside, but there is really no other way. To prevent Song Qiao from losing control and hurting others or accidentally harming himself, Shun Yunshu finally aimed the gun at Song Qiao Shui. His face was instantly magnified in the scope. She moved downward, instinctively looking for the torso to shoot. But in the scope, her white hair slightly moved, and he suddenly turned around, staring directly at Shun Yunshu, who was raising the gun. Shun Yunshu's hand trembled as she raised the gun, and for a moment, she was distracted, captivated by his amber, transparent eyes. Since Song Qiao arrived at the supermarket, most of what she saw in his eyes was mockery, disdain, and indifference. The only time she was truly shocked was during their first meeting at the auction, when she saw that breathtaking glance. After that, she never saw such a look in his eyes again. But at this moment, Shun Yunshu's heart started to tremble, not with the pure, angelic gaze, but with a look that was pretending to be fierce, hiding deep fear and terror. Like a small deer, knowing it is about to be hunted. In raw fear, there was also a hint of longing and acceptance. Shun Yunshu suddenly felt short of breath, as if she herself was the victim judging the criminal, and she was not entirely honest. She was stunned by the emotions in Song Qiao Shui's eyes and didn't notice the sudden change in his expression. It was only when Huabai suddenly called her name that she reacted, instinctively pulling the trigger, but it was already too late. Song Qiao Shui was too fast. Huabai wanted to stop him, but Song Qiao Shui, in his rage, was beyond his control. Huabai was knocked back by a burst of supernatural energy, and the tranquilizer gun in Shun Yunshu's hand was instantly knocked away. In that moment, she was able to look directly into Song Qiao Shui's eyes. Just one glance, and she suddenly realized that the terror in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by a fierce, ruthless expression. Shun Yunshu had no time to react before he knocked her to the ground. When her head hit the back of her skull, she was stunned, but quickly reacted, rolling to the side. Unfortunately, she only managed to roll half a circle before her neck was grabbed. Shun Yunshu tensed up, desperately grabbing onto Song Qiao Shui's hand, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at him.
Song
Qiao, wake up. Song Qiao Shui blinked lightly. Do you think I'm not awake right now? Shun Yunshu's pupils shrank, but she only felt the hand around her neck tightening. She couldn't speak anymore and could only make faint, struggling sounds. A signal of suffocation quickly flashed in her mind. Her frantic calling system seemed to be also choked, making her silent. Shun Yunshu wasn't sure if it was because the system rated Song Qiao's danger level as SSS, so it couldn't fight back. All she knew was that if this continued, she would really die. Her eyes started to blur from lack of air. She tried to tilt her head, barely seeing countless figures rushing toward her. It felt like a layer of film covered her ears, and distant shouts sounded like they came from far away. Boss Shen, but soon, the shouts were replaced by a very soft voice. Long, smooth, white hair fell onto Shun Yunshu's face. Besides her pounding heartbeat, there was another sound, someone speaking softly. I told you, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Shun Yunshu's eyes filled with tears of fear, but Song Qiao Shui felt an overwhelming sense of relief inside. He looked at the struggling person beneath him, his murderous pleasure already consuming him. What did it matter if the caller was deadly? As long as he wasn't afraid of death, he could take her with him before he died. Song Qiao Shui looked up, gazing into a world still bright red in his eyes, and suddenly he smiled. Let's go down together, Shun Yunshu, He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for their final blow to each other. The strength in his hand grew heavier. 1 second, 2 seconds, what felt like a lifetime passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Song Qiao Shui opened his eyes. Most of his people had already stopped struggling, but he suddenly looked at Sun Yunshu. When their eyes met, his question, which had been on his lips, was swallowed back. In that moment, he felt a sudden enlightenment, but his eyes were filled with disbelief. Before he could react, he suddenly loosened his grip on Sun Yunshu's neck and grabbed the collar around his own neck, pulling hard. A faint cracking sound. Song Qiao Shui looked at the broken collar in horror. His blood ran cold in that instant. It was fake. Just before Sun Yunshu was completely suffocated, her mind flashed through many scenes, some from her past life, some from this one. It was like a lantern of fleeting images. She blinked, and a tear rolled down her cheek, bringing a strange sense of relief. Sun Yunshu even took a moment to wonder if, after dying, she could go back to being a corporate worker again. She felt that the world she once lived in had nothing worth remembering. The place she had lived for over 10 years was not as meaningful as the few months she had spent making friends here. Just before she lost her breath, Sun Yunshu fainted. As darkness took over her vision, a warm drop of liquid suddenly fell onto her face. Before completely losing consciousness, she vaguely wondered, is this what crocodile tears look like? When Song Qiaoxue saw his subordinate gradually close his eyes, a huge panic suddenly clenched his heart. He still held the broken collar in his hand, and all the bloody chaos around him seemed to shatter into pieces at that moment. Tears uncontrollably streamed from his cold eyes. He didn't know how to react right now, but he only knew he regretted it. He didn't want her to die. Song Qiaoxue trembled so much that he almost dropped the broken collar. He reached out to touch Sun Yunshu, but at the next moment, he was suddenly pushed away. A powerful wave of energy hit the unprotected Song Qiaoxue, and with a splatter, a mouthful of hot blood sprayed into the air. Since that night he sealed himself off completely. He had hardly suffered such a severe injury, almost breaking his internal organs. But those people didn't even give him a chance to get up. Several of them rushed forward and pressed him firmly to the ground. Song Yan was extremely anxious, but he dared not loosen his grip. He pressed down hard on the monster's head, even pushing it into the ground, ignoring whether he could still breathe. More precisely, even if he died, he didn't care. Dog stuff. Dare to choke our boss Shin. I tell you, if something happens to boss Shin, we'll bury you alive. Song Yan's voice was full of anger, but with his doll-like face, he didn't look particularly fierce. The soldiers from Qingyang base quickly helped him hold down the person's limbs. In the recent battle, they saw how dangerous this person was. Now, they didn't dare to relax even a little. However, this person didn't struggle wildly or fight back like they expected. Instead, he seemed completely dead, motionless. Song Yan glanced at him, sneered, he's quite obedient. Then he anxiously turned his head to look toward Boss Shin's side. A group of people surrounded her, and he couldn't see what was happening. He worried about losing the sweet nutritional liquid and all the snacks that others couldn't get. Song Yan felt a wave of fear and called out loudly, Boss Shin, are you okay? But at this moment, no one had the time to pay attention to him. Hua Bai and Zhou Sun each crouched beside Sun Yunshu. Although they had never met before, they exchanged a look and saw the same worry in each other's eyes, so they didn't ask about identities. Hua Bai immediately checked Sun Yunshu's breathing at the nose, while Zhou Sun pressed on Sun Yunshu's carotid artery. Both of them felt faint signs of life at the same time and relaxed their breath together. Zhou Yao knelt on the ground, holding Sun Yunshu's hand, her face flushed with anxiety, tears almost falling. When she heard her brother say there were still signs of life, she relaxed her body. But having signs of life didn't mean Sun Yunshu was safe now. Sun Yunshu was clearly in a state of shock caused by lack of oxygen, which is very dangerous. Qin Yutong and Zhang Yu looked serious. Qin Yutong even stood up and pushed away all the irrelevant people around to give Sun Yunshu more space to breathe fresh air. But beyond that, they couldn't do much. Zhou Yao had learned some medical skills from her team and the doctor, and now she was so anxious she could hardly speak clearly.
姐姐现在是缺氧休克，通常缺氧休克是无法自己醒来的，需要专业的吸氧治疗。
Everyone around looked worried when they heard this. The situation was already tight with limited medical resources, and the most advanced medical technology was only in the hands of a few. They couldn't do proper oxygen therapy at all. Even if they could, the base was still some distance away, and it might be too late by the time they got Shen Yunshu back. Zhou Sun was still able to stay relatively calm. He held Zhou Yao's hand, giving her a reassuring warmth. Ah Yao, stay calm. I need to know what oxygen treatments we can do right now. Zhou Yao's forehead was covered in sweat, and the chaos around them didn't stop. Sharp sounds of blades cutting flesh echoed occasionally. Fortunately, they had many people, and although the fighting continued, the situation was gradually coming under control. More and more people noticed what was happening here. Zhou Yao took a deep breath, recalling her sister's gentle words in the white coat. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She grabbed Zhou Sun. Brother, adrenaline. I need adrenaline. Zhou Sun paused briefly, then quickly rummaged through his mission bag. Since the end of the world, medical resources have become scarce. However, as some people's psychic abilities awaken, most people's physical strength increases, allowing basic injuries to heal on their own. For injuries that can't be quickly healed, they are usually just bandaged and treated with anti-inflammatory medicine. If they endure, they will pass. If not, it simply means death. But Mr. Shen is just an ordinary person. Zhou Sun's forehead broke out in sweat until his fingers finally touched the cold glass bottle and syringe. He hurriedly took them out and handed everything to Zhou Yao. Adrenaline is a precious resource in the apocalypse, but since the Lion King started cooperating with Shen Yunshu, their supplies are no longer as tight as before. Compared to some other mercenary groups, they are quite luxurious. This can also be seen as a kind of good karma. Zhou Yao was a bit nervous when she received the adrenaline. Qin Yutong and Zhang Yu quickly cleared the area, helping Shen Yunshu lie flat on the ground. Their calm gazes gave Zhou Yao some confidence. She wasn't sure if this would work, but it was the best idea she could think of at the moment. The cold needle slowly pierced Shen Yunshu's blood vessel. Zhou Yao pushed the syringe until all the liquid inside was injected into Shen Yunshu's body. However, no one relaxed their guard. Qin Yutong stood up, looking at the chaotic scene with a cold, icy expression. Despite the situation, he remained extremely calm. Captain Zhou, please transfer Mr. Shen to the store. The zombie tide is no longer a threat. Zhang Yu added casually, leave the cleanup to us, Black Eagle. Mr. Shen is the most important now. It was already completely dark outside. Everyone's heavy breathing became more noticeable. No one spoke. Instead, they silently continued working together. Even those who had been injured and moved to the supermarket after recovering a little rejoined the fight to help finish the task. No one paid attention to the forgotten corners. Song Xiaoxue was tied up tightly and left aside. A gust of wind blew, lifting a few strands of dirty, white hair. It brushed her face and the hollow eyes. Suddenly, she felt the long-lost cold again. Because it was dark, the man who had just stopped him did not see clearly what was being dragged behind him. Plus, he covered the top of the cart with a black cloth, hiding what was inside very well. So, the man didn't care much. But if he had been a little more careful and lifted the cloth to check, he would have seen a shocking scene. It wasn't supplies or trash on the cart, but piles of bodies stacked one after another. They emitted a disgusting, sharp smell, but since the area was already polluted and often had zombie remains, it didn't seem so strange. Under the faint moonlight, he hung his head like an old ox, pulling the cart steadily toward a nearby mass grave. In the refugee camp, people often died from various accidents. To prevent bacteria from growing in the rotting corpses and causing disease, people regularly come to clear these bodies. The bodies are collected and dumped in a place far from the residents. When they pile up enough, they are burned all at once. This is the best way to prevent disease. Tomorrow is the day for the cremation. Yu Chen quietly followed behind the cart, thinking silently. His movements were light, so no one could notice him. Suddenly, he paused for no reason, his heart tightened, and his body involuntarily bent down. Afraid of making noise, he quickly supported himself with his hand. Sharp, tiny stones scratched his palm, and bright blood immediately seeped out like beads breaking a string, but it healed quickly. He stayed on the ground, daring not to make a sound, until he realized the person ahead hadn't noticed anything behind him. Then he let out a small breath of relief. Looking at his hand, the wound was now just a faint pink line. Yu-chin frowned, pressed his hand to his chest, and unconsciously looked toward the supermarket. Today was his 10th day outside. In these 10 days, he returned to the place where the three of them had first encountered the sudden outbreak of the infectious disease. Since that night's accident, he had left some clues that could be traced. He worked quietly, without anyone noticing, not even Shin Shu. Returning to this place again, he followed the clues and found his way back to the black market of Qijian. The last time he accidentally entered the black market, he was deceived by a woman, but he did gain some benefits from it. Initially, Shun Yunshu and the others accidentally entered an area involved in human trafficking and saw many people with a 7-pointed star mark behind their ears, all kept in cages. At that time, Yu-chun remained calm on the surface, but he was actually very familiar with that symbol. For a long time, his nightmares came from that small mark. Whether he was awake or unconscious, whenever he saw someone with that mark on their clothes, he would suffer intense pain. He didn't understand what purpose these people served back then, but just by recognizing the mark, he knew they must be connected to those evil beings. Perhaps they were used as test subjects for some strange human experiments. Later, he found many pieces of evidence that confirmed his suspicions. When he returned to the Red Cliff Black Market, all clues pointed to the human trafficking area they had previously discovered. Maybe because Shun Yunshu had found them last time, they changed locations this time. But Yu-chin still recognized the person who had tried to chase them down. These people usually wore black robes and masks. Yu-chin immediately knocked one out and seamlessly blended in among them. Once truly undercover, he saw how cruel their actions were. The truth was even more brutal than he had imagined. He had overestimated the masterminds behind it. The people in the cages were definitely test subjects, but they were the lowest level, without special abilities, weak physically, and not useful for many experiments. They were forced to ingest a certain cloudy pink crystal substance. After swallowing this cloudy pink crystal, their reactions were extreme. They became frantic, crazy, banging on the cages, losing their minds, and howling. Yu-chin could only stand aside coldly watching, unable to intervene. Through those emotionless eyes, he often thought that perhaps he had once been locked in a laboratory just like this, like a beast, like trash. Each person could only ingest the substance 3 times before their bodies completely failed, and their wills were utterly destroyed, turning them into complete walking corpses. But at this point, their value was just beginning to show. These people were taken to a laboratory for bloodletting. The pink crystals inside them had not been fully absorbed, leaving behind many residues. These residues were what they truly needed. They used the human body as a filter, extracting the pure pink crystals through bloodletting. Once they obtained the initial pure crystals, they started to circulate them slightly in the black market. After impurities were removed from the rose quartz, it became much safer. It could temporarily boost strength and block pain, but it also caused hallucinations, physical harm, irritability, and addiction. These side effects are not deadly, so this drug is in high demand among reckless people. Gradually, some of it started to circulate outside, which is why Shin Yunshu discovered the rose quartz. Yu-chun uncovered this small part of the dark business chain, but didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt more serious because he knew this was just a tiny part of a large, dark profit network. He mingled with the people involved and asked about the effects of the rose quartz, but they had no idea. They only did what they were paid to do, following orders without caring about the dangerous consequences. Yu-chin clenched his fingers, knowing this was their usual way of working. He could only investigate on his own. Since they used the human body as a filter, a batch of corpses appeared regularly. He also found it strange that they couldn't handle the bodies privately. Someone came to exchange the bodies periodically, and they processed them. This gave Yu Chen a chance. He initially wanted to follow this lead further, but then he changed his mind and sneaked into the laboratory where he had been imprisoned and tortured many nights. Strangely, the place that once seemed inescapable now felt open and accessible. However, he felt no joy, only a sense of absurdity and regret. The laboratory was unchanged, except that another person was on the operating table, being worked on with familiar techniques. There was no day or night in the lab, only wakefulness and unconsciousness. He kidnapped a staff member and forced him to open the central database. As soon as it opened, the entire lab flashed red lights and alarms sounded. Yu Chen looked coldly at the frightened technician, then slit his throat. He entered the database and bypassed its highest security level. This was the process he had repeatedly imagined while lying on that operating table. Despite the footsteps outside, his expression remained calm as he continuously searched for all information related to the rose quartz. Since he lacked sufficient authority, he could only see a very superficial part, but that was enough. Everything went as he expected. This was just a game played by the upper class. They unexpectedly extracted this substance from an experimental subject, were amazed by its effects, and began to study it intensely. The black market's crystals were now the lowest grade, but the crystals at the center had been updated many generations ago. Their side effects were smaller, and their true potential was growing greater. However, what they wanted to do with these crystals remained unknown to Yu Chen. Outside, people had already begun forcing their way in. The database issued warning sounds of overload. Yu Chen's fingers moved quickly, scrolling through their many misdeeds over the years. Finally, his finger paused as he quietly watched a file appear at the center of the screen, his mother's death certificate. Yu Chen blinked lightly, as if many emotions surged in his eyes, but were hidden like a tiny stone falling into the sea. Still, an uncontrollable physical reaction betrayed his disguise. His fingers trembled slightly, unable to open the death certificate. All the suspicions he had held were confirmed. It had once been his pillar of support in life. He thought that when this hanging stone was finally shattered, it would mean his own death. He planned to kill everyone responsible for his mother's death, one by one, and then end his own life. But now, while his first idea remained unchanged, his second had subtly shifted over time. He didn't want to destroy everything or himself completely, but the hatred in his heart demanded revenge. Yu Chen clicked on the so-called death certificate, which was a fabricated document created by officials to hide their crimes. The cause of death was written as an accidental death caused by sudden illness, but the details and timing had all been altered. The truth was hidden beneath the writing, and evil was born from the apocalypse. In the end, he rarely even saw his mother's body. The screen of the database silently shattered, and the door to the data vault was slightly opened. Yu Chen glanced at it, then aimed a strike at the window above. A loud explosion followed, an opening just large enough for one person to pass through, created by blowing apart the window and the adjacent wall. However, Yu Chen did not go through that hole. Instead, he stepped onto a shelf holding data and skillfully lifted the vent cover at the top. The person slipped inside like a fish, then quietly closed the lid without making a sound or leaving any trace. As soon as the lid was gently shut, outside, people rushed in with guns, but all they found were a shattered electronic screen and a large hole in the wall that let in the wind. Almost everyone quickly gathered around the big hole, guns ready to check, while the agile ones jumped out to chase after someone. Only one person stood still at the door, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat. Her chestnut hair was gently blown by the breeze from the hole. She quietly looked up and focused on the vent opening on the ceiling. After Yu Chen got what he wanted, he disappeared without a trace, returning to pretend to be a black market merchant selling crystal powder. He timed it perfectly to follow the person who delivered bodies every day. That was when he realized not all the transported items were corpses. Those barely alive, unable to live much longer, were also included and destroyed together. He tracked them all the way, watching helplessly as the bodies were handed over and transported. Fewer and fewer of the half-dead remained, slowly dying on the way. Eventually, they arrived at a place Yu Chen never expected. These bodies, in a sense, could be considered dangerous items. They still had residual crystal powder inside. After a few days of reaction, the bodies would become ragged, leak fluids, and emit a very foul smell. Soon, this reaction, causing the bodies to develop sores all over, would spread to everyone involved. The bodies would turn into a puddle of rotten water. Even more frightening, this reaction could infect healthy people too. Yu Chen thought they would find a place to destroy these infected bodies to eliminate evidence, but unexpectedly, they transported these contagious individuals directly to a refugee camp. He immediately thought of the monster he and Shinyun Shu had accidentally encountered at the street corner that day. Perhaps it wasn't a monster at all, just innocent people infected by accident. Realizing this, Yu Chen felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He suddenly understood that he and those people didn't seem to live in the same world. They didn't see others as humans, but as test subjects for their experiments. The words experiment and test he saw in the database suddenly became real. They wanted to test the power of the crystal powder to discover new reactions. But for ordinary people, this was undoubtedly a disaster. Under the cover of extreme heat and disaster weather, people who died from infectious diseases are said to have died from high fever. Those truly trying to help them have been overcoming many difficulties. If she knew the truth behind this, how would she feel? A surge of intense anger and disgust almost consumed Yu Chen's heart. Once again, he felt the urge to kill all the demons. His strong mind forced him to suppress these feelings. Following the last person's footsteps, he reached the mass grave. Clouds were blown by the wind, gently covering the sky, and the world grew dark. Yu Chen watched helplessly as the person lifted the black cloth, dumping piles of bodies into a pit. There could be hundreds of similar bodies inside. But he didn't rush to destroy them. Instead, he sat quietly beside the cart, leaning his head back and closing his eyes, as if waiting for something. He held his breath and waited. As dawn approached, the smell from the body pit grew more pungent, and a few bleak caws of crows sounded. A flock of mutated crows appeared from nowhere, forming a shadow over the pit. They screeched and began to peck at the bodies. After finishing, they screeched again and flew away. Yu Chen looked at these crows and suddenly noticed that their eyes had turned red after pecking at the bodies. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized something. The surrounding weeds moved. He no longer hid but charged forward directly. Flames shot from his hand and fell into the body pit. A fierce fire quickly rose, and some of the crows that hadn't flown away in time were scorched and screamed as they flew off. Yu Chen waved flames into the sky, but only a few were burned. Most flew away quickly. His expression was serious. He reached out and grabbed the small man, who looked shocked and was trying to run. "Tell me, why did you bring the bodies here to guard?" The small man was startled by the sudden appearance of the person. He widened his eyes in fear, his wrinkled face stretching slightly. He stammered and shook his head, then let out two hoarse cries. Yu Chen frowned. "Mute?" The man immediately nodded, and his large black hood fell off. His sense of security seemed to fall away with the hood. His head was fully exposed, and he became very anxious, begging Yu Chen desperately. He kept waving his hands and shaking his head, indicating he knew nothing and was just doing his job. Even tears seemed to be squeezed out of his eyes as he spoke and acted. Yu Chen moved his fingers, reaching toward his tongue, but as expected, he had no tongue. He withdrew his hand, looking unhappy. As soon as he loosened his grip, the person fell to the ground. The small man quickly bowed his head, then scrambled and ran away on all fours. However, he hadn't gone far before he suddenly fell to the ground and began convulsing. Yu Chen's expression changed, but he didn't rush to help him. The small man clutched his chest tightly, grimacing in pain, making harsh, unpleasant sounds. His body trembled violently, reaching the point of jerking uncontrollably. As his pain worsened, Yu Chen's gaze grew colder. It was clear this was a symptom of infection. Those unaware might be innocent, but eventually, everyone would face consequences for their actions. He was the closest to the corpses. How could he avoid infection? Yu Chen brushed his fingers that had just touched him. During the laboratory tests, his body had undergone various immunity training. This infection was nothing to him. His current body was almost immune. But if it spread further, the results could be disastrous. Yu Chen looked at the empty sky and the few black crow feathers falling slowly, already imagining the worst. The world had become their playground. He reached out and caught a black feather spinning in the air. Beyond the thick black smoke, there was a vast, barren land of brown, lifeless soil. Without vegetation, the earth often experienced strong winds and sandstorms in the apocalypse. The swirling smoke and sand seemed to swallow even the clouds, as if to completely erase them. Unsurprisingly, the feather in his hand was also carried away. The fierce wind whipped his short black hair, and he suddenly turned his head toward a direction outside the base, revealing his handsome features with his hair swept back. Yu Chen remained silent and then started running wildly toward the supermarket. Are you saying I kept muttering about a business empire and changing the global economy while I was unconscious? Song Yan, Zhang Yu, and Zhou Yao all nodded together. Song Yan even pointed to his ear. I swear I didn't miss a single word, Boss Shen. Zhang Yu, standing nearby with a half-smile, added, and that's not all. Do you want us to repeat everything to you perfectly? Shen Yunshu quickly held up her hand in a calming gesture. No, forget it. Xing Yinsu lay on the bed, looking like she was about to cry, but had no tears. She wondered why she had just had a slightly longer dream. In the dream, she seemed to hear the dog system muttering about a business empire, and she somehow said those words herself. And she did it in front of so many people. Just thinking about that scene made her want to dig out a villa with her toes. But this dream felt a little too real. She massaged her temples, about to defend herself, when suddenly a deep, charming voice echoed in her mind. Maybe the host should open the system interface and take a look? Startled, Sun Yinsu nearly fell off the bed in shock. She looked around in panic. Where did that commanding voice come from? Host, it's me, the voice said again. When she heard it again, Xing Yinsu was no longer as panicked as before, but her face still showed shock, slowly turning into a look of utter disbelief. She mentally argued with the system. Stop talking to me with that disgusting voice. The system was silent for a moment, then asked, Isn't it nice to hear? Its voice suddenly lowered, even adding a bubbly sound at the start of the first word, making Xianxue shiver with goosebumps. Without needing to say more, her reaction made everything clear. If the system's expression could be visualized, it would be a cold, dead fish face with a hint of confusion and curiosity in its eyes. Its database clearly stated that this voice was the most popular among young women. It honestly presented the data, but Xianxue scoffed at it. You probably still have the system from 10 years ago, right? And 10 years ago, the bossy CEO trend was already out of fashion. For a machine made purely of code, that was hard to understand. It only caught the keywords. The current system has been upgraded to the latest version following the host's achievements. I am no longer just a supermarket system, but an all-in-one business empire system. The future the host can develop will be broader, and the system's permissions will be higher. Xing Yinsuo was momentarily stunned, then slowly realized that this was not just a dream, but an actual upgrade. Her eyes lit up, but she was afraid to show too much excitement and suppress it. Unknowingly, her dull reaction already looked suspicious. Zhou Yao, worried, gently touched Shen Yunshu's forehead. Sister, are you okay? Zhang Yu frowned directly. Are you crazy? Shen Yunshu's suppressed smile froze. She looked up lazily at Zhang Yu, who raised an indifferent eyebrow. Shen Yunshu originally didn't want to argue with the little kid, but seeing her like this, she couldn't help but cough twice, pressing her hand to her chest. Zhang Yu's expression changed at the sight and reached out to help her, but she didn't know how to do it properly and looked flustered. Seeing this, Shen Yunshu couldn't hold back a snicker and let out a playful whistle. Stubborn but soft-hearted little kid. Zhang Yu's face instantly showed a look of speechlessness, but her ears inexplicably felt warm. She awkwardly turned her head and hummed two words, boring. Song Yin made two strange noises, feeling confused. Shen Yunshu, having teased enough, remembered the main matter. How long have I been asleep? 1 day and 1 night, Zhou Yao answered from beside her. 1 day and 1 night. Shen Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. Had she really slept that long? And outside. Don't worry, everything is taken care of. The monster tide has also receded, but there's a white wolf that didn't leave. We're worried it might be in danger, so we locked it in the back storage. Zhang Yu understood everything Shen Yunshu wanted to ask and answered before she could finish. Shen Yunshu felt relieved. She could directly access the surveillance footage from inside and outside the supermarket in her mind. As Zhang Yu said, most of the damage was dealt with. The supermarket itself has automatic cleaning functions, so it wasn't heavily damaged inside, but outside was a different story. Hundreds of monsters had trampled through. The plants she just planted might not survive, and the peace tree looked bloodstained and a bit withered. The fruit stalls and dining area were already a mess. During this monster attack, she didn't know how much she had lost, and Shen Yunshu felt some pain. But seeing the busy figures cleaning up blood and corpses made her feel more at ease. Hou Bai, Zhou Sun, and Qin Yutong were all there. It seemed they had been helping for the past 2 days. Shen Yunshu was filled with deep gratitude, but unfortunately, her body was still too weak. She had only been awake briefly, and was starting to feel sleepy again. Her right hand was still receiving an 4 drip. Zhou Yao noticed her fatigue and gently adjusted the flow rate, speaking softly. Sleep a little longer, sister. You don't need to worry about things outside. Everything can wait until you're better. Shen Yunshu nodded. Just as her eyes were about to close, she suddenly remembered something. She struggled to say a few words, but ultimately couldn't resist her instincts and fell into deep sleep again. However, Shen Yunshu didn't expect that this time, her deep sleep wouldn't completely make her lose consciousness. Instead, she was taken to another dimension. She stood confused in a familiar pure white space. This time, she was no longer in a semi-conscious, drifting state. Instead, apart from the different surroundings, her current condition was exactly the same as in real life, strong and clear-minded. The more she felt this way, the more amazed she became. She casually took a few steps in one direction, reached out to touch the air, and found it was not much different from real life. But being able to create such a space and pull her into it showed that the system was not simple. Her heart grew more certain that the system was a product of high-dimensional culture. As she silently thought about the system, it suddenly appeared before her eyes. A dazzling blue light flew from somewhere nearby and stopped steadily at a distance, not too close, not too far. Shen Yunshu's eyes widened instantly as she looked at this blue, formless glow, which seemed to be surrounded by constantly passing codes. For the first time, after so long communicating in her mind, the system appeared before her, and she felt an inexplicable disbelief. She reached out her hand to touch it. The blue on the system suddenly stretched out like tentacles in all directions. Then a familiar screen suddenly appeared in front of her. Shen Yunshu looked at the familiar system panel and fell silent. So, the reason you pulled me in while I was just resting is so I can keep working? She asked. The blue light cluster suddenly stretched upward, becoming a little longer, and then nodded at the top. Shen Yunshu. Who is your boss? Can I complain? She asked. The light cluster paused for a second, then started swaying left and right. Shen Yunshu gasped, wanting to kick this disgusting thing away, but she restrained herself on their territory. Taking this opportunity, she decided to check out the new system update. It wouldn't hurt. She looked at the system panel. She hadn't looked closely before, but now, after examining it carefully, she was stunned. The original system panel wasn't simple, it was mainly blue, with all functions complete. But compared to this one, it was extremely basic. A subtle dark gold border was added outside the blue frame, and some details on the screen also changed slightly. The most obvious change was the expansion of the function area, revealing features that Shen Yunshu had not seen before. Originally, the layout of the screen was such that the top right corner displayed sales, reputation, market value, and the backpack. The top left corner showed the supermarket's name and its level. Below these were the mall, upgrade pool, and lottery pool, with their respective levels on the right side of each. Additionally, there were buttons on the left for takeout, alien plant garden, and in. Each feature could be clicked to enter, and the supermarket name in the top right corner was also clickable, allowing a switch to the branch interface. As Shun Yunshu triggered more and more copies, the items on the screen became increasingly rich, and over time, it even started to feel a little chaotic. However, after this update, the chaotic mixture remained, but a new symbol of a business map appeared at the center of the screen. Shun Yunshu clicked on it, and the square screen instantly changed into a map with uneven edges. The map looked like an irregular rectangle divided into sections by lines, resembling a puzzle made of several pieces. Some parts of the map were bright, while others were dark. Shun Yunshu leaned in closer and realized that the bright areas represented industries she had interacted with. The largest and brightest section was the supermarket, followed by the Yuyun weapon store. Unexpectedly, she also saw that Black Eagle was included. These three occupied the central part of the map, with smaller puzzle pieces surrounding them, such as the alien plant garden, inn, charity foundation, and scattered small shops that hadn't officially opened yet. These smaller sections took up much less space on the map and were not as brightly lit. Shun Yunshu frowned, unsure of what purpose these areas served until the system guided her to open another mode of the map. When she clicked, the map suddenly zoomed out countless times. The central bright sections became very small, surrounded by gray puzzle pieces. Every gray piece had a business written on it. She even saw casinos, hospitals, bath centers, and other bizarre places. Looking at these gray areas, she suddenly had some guesses, but also felt a bit hesitant to believe her eyes, staring at the system. "So, you mean, you want me to light them all up?" The blue light orb seemed very excited, and the surrounding halo expanded and contracted quickly as it nodded eagerly. What a ridiculous and exaggerated idea. Others might be shocked by it, but after confirming her plan, Shun Yunshu felt a blazing fire ignite in her heart. Suddenly, she understood what the system meant by the business empire in her hazy dreams. If she could truly achieve this level, why not? Moreover, Shun Yunshu has a very strong collecting obsession. It would be fine if this business map didn't appear, but once it did, if any part didn't light up in the end, she would be so angry she might bite herself at night. She looked at the different mode map and noticed a detail. Each section on the map recorded its status in detail, and Shun Yunshu only then realized that each section had a progress bar, except for the central supermarket. Does this mean that when the progress bar is complete, that will be the day the store is fully successful? Her collecting instinct made Shun Yunshu excited. A small supermarket could no longer hold her ambitions. Her journey, as she said, was naturally to the stars and the sea. Shun Yunshu slept straight through from daytime to night. When she woke up, she felt as if she had experienced a different world. She looked at the dark sky outside and blinked. Her mind, overloaded with information, now felt full and swollen, but not tired, only fulfilled. This sleep had recovered more than half of her severely drained energy. However, waking up at this time was really inconvenient. Shun Yunshu couldn't tell the time, but judging by the quiet outside, it was probably late at night. She sat up, raised her hand, and felt the soft, fuzzy texture. Looking to the side, she realized it was Zhou Yao's hair. It seemed she had been watching over her all along and had fallen asleep from exhaustion. A warm feeling flowed through Shun Yunshu's heart. She gently lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and found a small blanket to cover her. After making sure she hadn't woken her, she let out a long breath. Having been in bed for nearly 2 days, Shun Yunshu simply couldn't lie down anymore. She quietly took a few steps in the bedroom and approached the mirror. She was somewhat prepared before looking into the mirror, but she was still startled to see the disheveled hair and pale, exhausted face reflected back at her. Before losing consciousness, she was at least a healthy person, and since the original owner was strong, she even had some muscle on her arms. Now, don't talk about muscles. Even her face, which was already not very full, has become thinner. Just before she lost consciousness, her clothes fit perfectly, but now they hang loosely on her body. Shun Yunshu feels tears of helplessness. Her current appearance looks like someone who used to stay up all night, had irregular routines, and was malnourished. If she were thrown into a zombie horde, she would be scolded for being nothing but skin and bones. Shen Yunshu sighs softly, her gaze slowly drifting down to her reflection in the mirror. A sudden purple mark appears on her fair neck. From this deep purple mark, it's clear how desperately the person who grabbed her neck wanted to harm her. Shen Yunshu's eyes change slightly, her face becoming more serious. She knows Song Qiao hates her, but she didn't expect the hatred to be this intense. The words and eyes of Qing Shiwan from before still echo faintly in her ears. She was right. She can't buy someone and then pretend to care by putting on a fake collar to feel good about herself. Whether the collar is real or fake, putting it around his neck at that moment denies his dignity as a person. Thinking this way, it's not surprising that he hates her enough to want to kill her. The bedroom's air conditioning is on full blast. Shen Yunshu lowers her head and suddenly feels a chill. She fumbles to find a coat and puts it on. Since it's like this, there's no point in blaming anyone. At most, they are no longer indebted to each other. Shen Yunshu suddenly regrets starting this doomed relationship for her own selfish reasons. With a soft sigh, she walks out of the bedroom. Her original intention was to go out for a walk and check how things are outside now. But as soon as she steps out, she hears strange noises at the end of the corridor. She looks over and finds the sound seems to come from the storage room. The storage room is usually combined with the warehouse, and she recalls Zhou Yao mentioning that the snow wolf is kept inside. A thought crosses her mind, and she heads toward that direction. The supermarket layout has been changed several times. The warehouse and storage room are now at the very back, closed behind a heavy door. When Shen Yunshu pushes it open, she struggles a lot. The door squeals loudly against the concrete, and a faint light slips through a small crack. Before she fully opens the door, she sees a fluffy white thing approaching, squeezing out through the tiny gap. She lowers her head and sees a pair of bright, shiny dog eyes. The dog, excited, sticks out its tongue and presses against the door crack. Her gloomy mood instantly lifts. Shen Yunshu shows a slight smile and steps into the storage room. Snow Wolf became even more excited when she entered, panting and constantly rubbing against her. Shen Yunshu simply crouched down and hugged the big wolf's head into her arms. The comfortable feeling airs kept rubbing against her face, making Shen Yunshu laugh happily. Although Little Snow had been kept in the storage room these past few days, she had plenty to eat and drink, just less time outside. Now, seeing Shen Yunshu, her emotions were completely uncontrollable. While petting the wolf's head and gently calling its name, Shen Yunshu said, "Little Snow, do you want to stay in the supermarket?" Her answer was a wagging tail and a wolf's head eagerly burrowing into her embrace. Happy, Shen Yunshu turned her face to press against it, but her peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of something, and her expression froze. At the same time, Song Qiaoxue, who had been silent in the corner, also stiffened. The two sworn enemies suddenly met eyes in a dusty storage room without warning. For a moment, it felt as if even time had stopped. Shen Yunshu's gaze slowly moved downward, noticing bloodstains and torn clothes on Song Qiao, signs of a struggle. She frowned, asking, "Did Little Snow bite him? Why didn't you? Is it because you see something with white fur and call it Little Snow?" Her abrupt interruption made the air even heavier, tiny dust particles floating slowly between them. Shen Yunshu saw the suddenly lifted face, white with specks of blood and dirt, her long white hair no longer smooth and shiny. He looked like a snow lotus that had been harshly ravaged and abandoned in the mud. Shen Yunshu's mouth moved, but she didn't understand what he meant, and strangely, she didn't want to answer. She looked away and softly said, "Song Qiao, I'm sorry about buying you and putting a collar on you." As she spoke, the atmosphere instantly grew more silent, the only sound in the storage room being Little Snow's heavy breathing. Song Qiaoxue seemed unaffected by Shen Yunshu's words, but her trembling hair revealed her emotions. After a long pause, he finally spoke coldly, "There's nothing to apologize for. In a world where the strong eat the weak, that's just how it is." Then, why did you let go of my neck at the last moment? Shen Yunshu suddenly asked, no longer avoiding Song Qiao's gaze, but staring directly at him. His calm, deep eyes flickered for a moment, and his amber pupils seemed to ripple like water. Shen Yunshu did not wait for his answer, but decisively made her point. Song Qiao, actually, you don't agree with this idea either, do you? Although it was a question, it sounded as if she was already certain. Song Qiao Shui didn't speak again, but Shen Yunshu no longer needed his reply. She reached out and untied the rope that had been binding him. Normally, such ropes shouldn't have been able to hold him. Not sure if they used some special method, but judging by Song Qiao Shui's current state, she probably wasn't much different. The ropes were hard to untie, but Shen Yunshu finally managed to loosen them after a long time. She clapped her hands. No matter what, we've hurt each other enough. The collar that restricted you is gone. From now on, I won't limit your freedom. As the ropes were completely untied, it seemed to also loosen the knot in Shen Yunshu's heart. She let out a relieved sigh and looked seriously at Song Qiaoshui. From now on, you are free. Song Qiaoshui sat there like a lifeless body, with no reaction at all. Shen Yunshu didn't care much anymore. She stood up, put a leash on Xiaoshui, and prepared to take it out for a walk. The heavy warehouse door was pushed open again, and the corridor light shone in, falling just on Song Qiaoshui's face. He tilted his head, closed his eyes briefly, and furrowed his brows deeply. Just as Shen Yunshu's figure was about to disappear through the door crack, he suddenly spoke, his tone full of hostility, yet hiding a faint, almost imperceptible urgency. So, am I just something you can buy whenever you want and throw away whenever you want? Shen Yunshu had been out for nearly an hour, wandering around with the wolf, and she also checked on the Inding tree and the alien plants she had planted. The Inding tree was fine, except for some bloodstains around the trunk. Everything else looked very good, even seeming a bit healthier. She happily patted the trunk, then went to look at the alien plants around it. Unexpectedly, these alien plants weren't damaged at all. In fact, they had grown better than before. They stood tall and resilient, swaying in the wind and sand. At that moment, Shen Yunshu realized that these alien plants were truly different from those before the apocalypse. They weren't afraid of wind and sand, nor of being nourished with flesh and blood. On the contrary, these things only made them stronger. She looked at them with joy, deliberately adding a lot of fertilizer to the alien garden. After the sudden beast tide, Shen Yunshu also realized that relying solely on the supermarket's defense system was not enough. Although it can protect against zombies and some petty people, this is only within the supermarket. This wave of zombies came suddenly, but luckily, the Qingyang-based soldiers were here to help defend against strange beasts and buy time for others to arrive at the base. If it were only her alone, it would be impossible to reduce the damage so much. This experience taught Shen Yunshu that building defenses around the supermarket must be a priority. She slowly walked around the supermarket, thinking quietly as she went. Her idea was to copy the defense system from Huayang Base, using an electric fence to block intruders. She planned to add an extra layer, something like a plant-based defense, not only to defend but also to attack. Shen Yunshu silently remembered this idea and decided to look for good ways to create an electric fence later. She kept planning until late at night, walking until Xiaoshui was exhausted. Then she finally stopped and took a short rest back in bed. The sudden arrival of the strange beast wave interrupted most of her plans, making tomorrow a busy day. The next morning, she got up feeling full of energy, startling Zhou Yao, who was about to tuck her in. Seeing the big dark circles on Zhou Yao's face, Shen Yunshu smiled brightly. I'm fine now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, Yao. She hugged Zhou Yao's neck tightly, almost wanting to kiss her. This obedient child was so adorable. Zhou Yao sniffed the pleasant smell and blushed. She didn't dare to use too much force and struggled to sit up after a while. Lack of oxygen can be dangerous. Do you want to rest a little longer, sister? Before Shen Yunshu could answer, a large group of people suddenly rushed in outside, clearly hearing the noise from inside. Zhang Yu, Song Yan, Qin Yutong, Huabai, and Zhou Sun all stood in a row by her bed. Song Yan looked worried and said exaggeratedly, "Boss Shen, why are you sitting up? Lie down quickly." Qin Yutong also looked serious. "Do you need to rest a bit more?" Huabai and Zhou Sun didn't say much, but their worry was obvious. People who didn't know might think Shen Yunshu had just gone through a serious illness. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes silently. "Why worry so much? Didn't you see her face is even rosier than Ayao's?" Before anyone could reply, Shen Yunshu was the first to smile. "Yes, I went out for a walk with Xiaoxue early yesterday morning." Everyone what? Shen Yunshu has been quietly handling big matters for a long time. After everyone was shocked, they could only feel helpless. They teased her, but Shen Yunshu was very grateful inside. Black Eagle and Yun weapons helped her stay here for so long, which was understandable. After all, in a way, she was their boss. Chiang's people also spoke well of her, since they were waiting to cooperate with her. But the Lion King helped her without any reason, and a Yao had been watching over her these past few days. Shen Yunshu isn't good at expressing herself, so she could only repay them with real actions. Knowing they were busy, she figured they wouldn't stay here much longer after she woke up. She didn't complicate things. She simply used straightforward money to impress them. Song Yan stared blankly at the new contract in his hand, a little unsure. "Are you really going to sell to us at such a big discount?" Shen Yunshu nodded without hesitation. She thought there wasn't much more she could do to thank them, so she started with their cooperation. Although she had already given them the lowest price, she adjusted it downward a bit more. Now it was almost at cost price, so cheap it was shocking. They wouldn't make much profit, but Shen Yunshu didn't care. She and the Lion King and others were no longer just simple partners. Song Yan looked at Shen Yunshu's nod and was so touched he almost cried. "Boss Shen, you're too kind." Zhou Sun was watching with a slight frown. He turned to Shen Yunshu and said seriously, "Boss Shen, this isn't okay." "What's not okay?" Shen Yunshu pretended to look unhappy. "Anyway, whether you join or not, I stick to this price." Zhou Sun still shook his head. "But really?" Shen Yunshu shot him a glance. Zhou Sun didn't speak anymore, but his eyes showed disagreement. Shen Yunshu could only sigh. "But we're already friends." Maybe that hit a nerve with Zhou Sun, because he finally stopped talking. Shen Yunshu then secured the deal with the lowest price in history. After signing the contract, Shen Yunshu felt much more at ease. But she still had a question. When she saw the Lion King come to help, she was more shocked inside. Because before the beast tide arrived, she only contacted Black Eagle and Yu Yun. She thought the aid was called by Zhang Yu or Qin Yutong, but later found out it wasn't. That made it even stranger. Zhou Sun looked into Shen Yunshu's puzzled eyes and explained. "Actually, when we came here, we didn't expect to encounter a monster surge, but we came specifically for that reason." Shen Yunshu didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" Zhou Sun paused for 2 seconds before speaking. "Because before we arrived, the base had already experienced several small monster surges." Shen Yunshu suddenly looked up. "What?" Shen Yunshu imagined many possibilities in her mind, even thinking of ridiculous reasons like intuition, but she never expected the cause to be this. "Are you saying that before the monster surge at Yunwan's supermarket, the base had already faced a few waves?" Zhou Sun nodded confidently. "But," Shen Yunshu frowned. "Normally, if a monster surge was serious, it wouldn't be a small matter. Why hadn't she heard anything about it? Even Qin Yutong hadn't told her this important information unless the monster surges around the base were very small in scale and they mostly couldn't get past the power grid, so most people in the base didn't know about it." That made sense, but Shen Yunshu still found it strange. "How do you know then?" "We just happened to encounter it while on a mission outside returning to the base." At this point, Zhou Sun's expression also grew serious, as if he had some doubts too. "I remember that when we returned to the base, there was also the Xuanfeng mercenary group and some scattered small teams with us. Actually, not many people knew about this matter, and in such a small base, news usually spreads quickly, but when Zhou Sun heard nothing about it the next day at the base, he was overwhelmed with disbelief." Shen Yunshu listened with a furrowed brow. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up at Zhou Sun, who understood her meaning and exchanged a knowing look. Both were smart people, so without words, Zhou Sun immediately understood what Shen Yunshu meant. Are you suggesting that someone might be blocking this information? Shen Yunshu nodded again and added, not just possible, but certain. And this person is very likely the government. Besides the government, who else would have such power? Besides the government, who else would bother to block such a minor piece of information? If they were afraid of causing panic, it wouldn't be necessary. Since the end of the world, the base has suffered attacks much worse than this, and those were never deliberately blocked. Yet, they are blocking such a trivial matter, which seems to suggest they are hiding something. When the word government was spoken by Shen Yunshu, Zhou Sun's expression suddenly became very serious. He had some suspicions about this before, but he didn't dare to think about it deeply. If his guesses were true, he didn't know how to face the home they depended on. But the problem was there. Even if they didn't investigate, it would eventually come to light on its own. Zhou Sun had lived in Huayang for many years and knew some dirty secrets even better than Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu didn't notice Zhou Sun's inner struggle. She was simply analyzing logically. The most likely explanation was that the government was involved. But then, why would they deliberately hide such a small matter? Thinking of this, Shen Yunshu suddenly had a bold idea. Perhaps this incident was caused by their own actions. Only criminals would go to great lengths to hide their crimes. Shen Yunshu looked up at Zhou Sun, hesitant to share her guess, and asked directly, "Did you catch any of the strange beasts during the attack?" Zhou Sun nodded. Yes, Shen Yunshu had originally asked out of hope, not expecting they had actually caught a few alive. The heavy light-blocking cloth was suddenly pulled aside, revealing several cages in the open space before Shen Yunshu. After catching the creatures, they had put them all in cages, moved them to a slightly distant place from the supermarket, and covered them with a large light-blocking cloth. To prevent these strange beasts from going into a frenzy or harming themselves, Zhou Yao had given them sedatives. Now, everyone stood in front of the cages with serious looks. No one was in a rush to leave. Since Shen Yunshu wanted to see the strange beasts, they all stayed to study them. It was rare for strange beasts to attack the human base in a frenzy. Maybe once in a while, it was normal. But after learning from Zhou Sun that the base had also experienced such outbreaks, everyone looked uneasy. Each person stood in the sunlight, looking at the listless beasts in the cages, their minds filled with thoughts. But there was no doubt, if they had thought to catch some alive for research, it meant they had some suspicion. Zhou Yao looked at the half-dead beasts, frowned, and took a few steps forward. Shen Yunshu, scared, quickly grabbed her. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yao just shook her head to signal her not to worry. She took a few more steps forward, stopping at the safe limit. She bent over to observe the strange beasts, and after a long while, she expressed her confusion. "I only gave them anesthesia and fed them a little food just in case they died. Why do they look so weak now, like they are about to die? Maybe it's because of the heat." Zhang Yu furrowed his brow from the sun and casually guessed. Zhou Yao thought for a moment and nodded. That could be possible, but looking at their condition, it doesn't seem purely due to the heat. Shen Yunshu looked at them thoughtfully after hearing Zhou Yao, and the more she looked, the more familiar their current state seemed. Before she could figure out what was going on, Song Yan interrupted. "Could it be rabies?" Everyone immediately showed a speechless expression. Nowadays, there are no more dogs, so where would rabies come from? Moreover, even if it were rabies, in the end-of-the-world scenario, it wouldn't be worth mentioning compared to those strange beasts. Song Yan also felt a bit foolish for his comment. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "I was just talking nonsense." Everyone guessed back and forth, but no one got it right. Zhou Sun, Hua Bai, and Qin Yutong didn't say much the whole time, but their expressions were tense. Hua Bai kept checking his communicator, seemingly asking or confirming something with Qingyang. The group was dizzy from the sun, and Zhou Yao, ignoring the danger, stepped closer again. This time, she noticed something. "Why are their eyes all red?" "Red?" Shen Yunshu shivered and suddenly remembered that during the resistance against the beast tide, she had noticed this issue before, but later forgot due to many distractions. Now, seeing their weak and listless state, Shen Yunshu suddenly had a bold guess. She turned around and looked at everyone. Let's dissect them. No one questioned Shen Yunshu's decision. Everyone quickly and skillfully began dissecting two of the strange beasts. It was called dissection, but in reality, they just used their powers to cut open the bodies without any method or purpose. Even Shen Yunshu wasn't sure if she could find what she was looking for this way. She just instinctively said those three words. The three beasts quickly became bloody, and Song Yin used his water powers to wash away the blood. The sight was disgusting, but for those surviving in the end of the world, it was no different from slaughtering chickens for a festival. Shen Yunshu fought back her nausea and started examining the bodies closely. Her gaze wandered over the internal organs, but she couldn't find what she expected. Others were also looking, but they didn't understand what Shen Yunshu was searching for, so they couldn't figure it out. Shen Yunshu frowned and looked again, then suddenly stood up. Could she have overthought things? Qin Yutong quietly asked beside her, "What are you looking for?" Shen Yunshu didn't hide anything and lowered her voice. "Pink crystal." Qin Yutong had been to the black market with her before and personally investigated the pink crystal. He knew about it almost as well as Shen Yunshu. As soon as she said these two words, he understood what she meant. "Are you suspecting they went rogue because they accidentally ingested pink crystal?" Shen Yunshu turned to look at him silently and said, "That's possible." Since the last black market, the investigation into pink crystal had made little progress, but this monster surge made her think of it again. Especially when the monsters were in a berserk state, with red eyes and no reason. And after their rage, they looked weak and almost unable to survive, just like the people they had seen in cages at the black market. Shen Yunshu didn't understand why these things appeared inside the monsters, but she thought of Zhou Sun's words. If there really were government people involved, then the pink crystal matter was definitely not simple. She even imagined the worst possible outcome. But in the end, she found no trace of pink crystal. Shen Yunshu and Qin Yutong exchanged a glance. She didn't know whether she should feel relieved or upset. However, Qin Yutong only took a small step back, signaling her to look elsewhere. Shen Yunshu followed his gaze and saw the bloodstains that Song Yin had just cleaned. The blood, mixed with water, flowed slowly into the ground, shining brightly under the sunlight, an oddly beautiful sight. But Shen Yunshu quickly sensed something was wrong. Even if blood could reflect light, it shouldn't shine like that. It didn't look like sticky blood. It seemed to hide other substances inside. Realizing this, Shen Yunshu suddenly turned back to Qin Yutong and asked in a low voice meant for just the two of them, "Pink crystal?" Qin Yutong was also unsure. He hadn't paid much attention to the dirty blood over there, but when he heard Shen Yunshu mention pink crystal, he suddenly realized something was off. The two quietly stepped back a few paces and moved closer to the blood. The closer they got, the more obvious the dazzling effect was. This definitely wasn't ordinary blood. Shen Yunshu immediately crouched down despite the strong smell of blood. The foul odor was overwhelming, but she kept her eyes open. In the thick, dark blood, tiny sparkling crystals could be seen. Shen Yunshu's eyes widened and her heartbeat quickened. She didn't even feel sick as she gently touched the bloodstain with her finger. The crystals in the blood had mostly turned into powder. With a light touch, her finger picked up many small crystals. If she weren't so familiar with these crystals, others might think they were just tiny dust particles. She held her breath and suddenly realized something important. If the government was trying so hard to hide this matter, it could only mean it was definitely related to them. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the system beeped loudly. "Congratulations, the main task, investigate the crystals, has reached 40% completion." The system's voice confirmed that Shen Yunshu's suspicion was correct, but from that moment, things became extremely complicated. Someone on the other side had already started noticing something was wrong. Shen Yunshu's expression darkened as she stood up quietly and wiped the blood off her finger. "If there's nothing more to see, let's forget it." Shen Yunshu began to back down, and the others had no choice but to give up since they truly hadn't seen anything. The strange beasts were eventually dealt with and burned to ashes. Shen Yunshu watched the thick smoke, feeling a bit stunned. She didn't mean to hide the secrets inside the beasts deliberately. It was just that this matter involved too many risks, and the dangers and darkness behind it were unimaginable. She didn't want to drag everyone into it. In the end, this matter could only be left unresolved. When Zhou Sun and the others left, Shen Yunshu saw them off at the supermarket entrance. They had been sleeping outside in tents these days. Now that Shen Yunshu had recovered and the Lion King had other matters to attend to, they didn't plan to stay longer. She reluctantly hugged Zhou Yao goodbye. Zhou Sun didn't rush into the car but looked back at Shen Yunshu before leaving. If anything happens, don't hesitate to ask us for help. Shen Yunshu was stunned for a second, instinctively thinking that the crystal's secret might have been exposed. But Zhou Sun just smiled and said, "You said it. We've already become friends." A genuine feeling of guilt arose in Shen Yunshu's heart, but in the end, she watched the off-road vehicle drive away and didn't say another word. Zhang Yu and Qin Yutong stayed here for a while. Shen Yunshu casually asked about the progress of the charity foundation and the shops in the base. Zhang Yu still looked very proud. "Don't worry, I personally oversee the charity foundation. We've already recruited about 200 students, and the school has been built. They are now officially attending classes." Shen Yunshu's eyes brightened. "You're definitely the right person to handle this." Zhang Yu was quite strange. Usually, she acted very arrogant, but when praised, she blushed and became shy, though her face still looked emotionless. That's about it. Shen Yunshu didn't bother to point out her behavior and instead turned to Qin Yutong. "What about the other shops? Everything is normal for now, but..." "But what?" Qin Yutong frowned slightly. "Some shops are not doing very well in sales." Shen Yunshu was surprised. She didn't expect this to be the problem. She tapped her head. "The new shops just opened. It's normal for sales to be low at first, right?" But Qin Yutong only shook his head. "No, it's not normal." Shen Yunshu immediately understood that there was something unusual in Qin Yutong's tone. "What do you mean?" Qin Yutong looked outside the supermarket. After so many days of pressure, he finally spoke. "Generally, sales reflect the average GDP per person in a base. Our prices are already very cheap, but sales are still poor. This can only mean one thing. There might be a problem somewhere inside the base that we're not aware of." Regarding Qin Yutong's words, Shen Yunshu surprisingly felt calm. She no longer had a good impression of Huayang, especially after discovering that the pink crystal might be connected to the Huayang government. But with so many strange things happening lately, she felt uneasy. Suddenly, she remembered the person she saw in the base who seemed to have a contagious disease. "Did you find out anything about that person?" Qin Yutong shook his head. "We couldn't find any information. No clues at all." Lack of clues was the biggest mystery. If he was just an ordinary person living in society, he would leave traces or social connections. If nothing could be found, it meant his identity was not simple, or perhaps someone was deliberately hiding it. Their thoughts drifted back to that night, recalling the person with the oozing sores. Their expressions suddenly became a bit grim. Shen Yunshu looked at him seriously. "Recently, you must be extra careful, especially with the people from Yuan Weapon Shop. Every customer who comes in needs to be carefully checked." Qin Yutong guessed what Shen Yunshu was worried about and nodded. "Weapons are considered luxury items in the end-of-world scenario, and our shop mainly sells high-quality ones. Usually, there aren't many customers, so there's no need to worry too much." Shen Yunshu nodded thoughtfully, but inside she was considering speeding up the defense construction of the supermarket. However, when Qin Yutong mentioned this, he suddenly glanced at Shen Yunshu with no clear meaning. Shen Yunshu looked back confusedly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Qin Yutong turned his head and cleared his throat. "People who want to customize weapons from Yuan Weapon Shop are still coming in non-stop." "You?" Shen Yunshu's face stiffened. She suddenly remembered there was still this matter, but nearly half of her first batch hadn't been made yet. She could only force a smile. "Don't accept any orders for now. Wait until I finish the first batch. I promise it will be soon." Qin Yutong smiled very subtly and quickly said, "All right, then I will cancel this order worth nearly 50,000. Shen Yunshu was silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a sharp, piercing sound. "How much?" He took a few steps forward, standing tall, followed closely by his neatly arranged team, who also moved a few steps ahead and stood in front of the car. When the doors of the two black cars in the middle were opened by people outside, a strong, tanned leg slowly appeared. It had smooth lines, and the calf looked long and powerful. A very beautiful leg. Shen Yunshu was stunned. She finally realized that the important person sent by Qingyang might be someone very influential. But no one had mentioned that this important person would have such beautiful, honey-colored thighs. As she fully stepped down, Shen Yunshu suddenly felt like the dusty, barren wasteland of the end times had become her background. Her long black hair was wild in the wind, flying around. She raised her orange sunglasses, which were caught in her hair, revealing sharp, confident eyebrows. Her deep-set eyes, high nose, and below that, a smiling mouth facing her happily. Wow, who can tell now if she's a supermarket boss or a pervert? Shen Yunshu couldn't take her eyes off this cheerful, beautiful woman. She didn't even notice an elderly man with gray hair coming down from the other side of the car. It wasn't until Hebai nearby suddenly saluted that she snapped back to reality and immediately felt the powerful presence of the well-dressed woman and the man beside her. As Hebai lowered his hand, Shen Yunshu realized that the status of this stunning woman and the man might be even higher than she thought. Soon, the truth proved her right. Although the beautiful woman looked very down-to-earth, showing her 8 teeth as she approached her, she suddenly embraced Shen Yunshu, who was only 1.65 meters tall. Shen Yunshu looked up and found she only reached the woman's shoulders. The woman was at least 1.80 meters tall. Shen Yunshu was as quiet as a chicken, peacefully staying in the woman's arms, not struggling at all, until the woman suddenly started greeting Hebai. Xiaobai, is this the supermarket you mentioned? Where's the boss? Before Hebai could answer, the woman suddenly began to rub Shen Yunshu's head. Where did this little beauty come from? Your girlfriend? Hebai. Shen Yunshu. This was a big misunderstanding. She quickly struggled free, raising her hand high. No, I'm the boss. The boss is here. The woman paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly lowered her head. Oh? Shen Yunshu forced a smile. Hi? In the conference room, the standing air conditioner hummed loudly, making the fake green plants on the table tremble slightly. Shen Yunshu sat on one side of the table, looking at the green plants trembling in the wind. She silently picked up a cup of hot tea. At this moment, her mood surprisingly matched that of the plant. She felt so awkward, she wanted to sway with the breeze. Shen Yunshu never expected Qingyang to send their military commander and the base's diplomat to this meeting. In her mind, these two roles were usually held by the top leaders of a base, especially the military commander. She quietly glanced at the beautiful woman in the sunlight. The woman still sat casually on the sofa opposite her, seeming curious about the room's setup, looking around everywhere. As she watched, it looked like the woman was about to come over to Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu quickly looked down to drink her tea. No wonder this beautiful woman could call Captain Hua Little White, and no wonder Hua Bai saluted the base's military. Feeling a bit timid, Shen Yunshu rarely felt so nervous, especially since she wasn't used to dealing with such important people when talking about cooperation with Huayang. She took another sip of tea, still unsure how to start the conversation, when the old man with gray hair spoke first. He stood up, tidied his suit formally, and looked very serious at Shen Yunshu. Hello, Boss Shen. I am Zhang Chao, the main person responsible for diplomacy at Qingyang Base, he said. Startled, Shen Yunshu quickly stood up and shook his hand. Hello, Minister Zhang. She carefully greeted him, but then she heard a chuckle from the side. Don't be so serious. Just call him Old Zhang, the voice said. Shen Yunshu was surprised. Shen Yunshu suddenly felt like she had traveled from the meeting room straight to her village entrance. Although she knew the beautiful woman was carefree, she didn't expect her to be so wild and free. She looked at Zhang Chao's face and saw he was completely unfazed, as if he was used to this. Hua Bai standing beside them also showed no change in expression. This made Shen Yunshu relax a little. But after this interruption, she felt much more at ease. At first, she was overwhelmed by their presence, but now she was calm. It was just another ordinary cooperation. The beautiful woman clearly wanted this effect. She smiled broadly, showing all her teeth, and looked at Shen Yunshu.
Boss Shen, sorry about that.
I mistook you for Little White's girlfriend just now. I am He Fenglan, the top commander of Qingyang Base.
Just call me He Fenglan.
He Fenglan was less formal than Zhang Chao. She didn't even stand up to shake hands, which made Shen Yunshu feel more relaxed. After a simple self-introduction, the meeting quickly moved to the main topic. The small meeting lasted nearly 3 hours. During this time, He Fenglan yawned at least 50 times and took a break to go to the bathroom. However, Shen Yunshu could see through the internal monitoring system that she was doing a set of military-style exercises in the corridor. Shen Yunshu clenched her teeth to hold back a laugh and continued to listen as Zhang Chao finalized the contract. From this 3-hour meeting, Shen Yunshu truly felt the extraordinary professionalism and seriousness. They even brought a team of lawyers. They carefully reviewed every word of the contract, making sure to protect her interests and fully secure her benefits. Although the meeting lasted a long time, Shen Yunshu felt more relaxed than ever because the lawyers explained each clause to her and added many terms that favored her. She didn't have to worry much during the process. She only needed to provide the list of goods when finalizing the order. In this part, Shen Yunshu saw the shock in their eyes, which was exactly as expected. She was already used to such reactions. They finally agreed on nearly 100 items, each with a significant quantity. Shen Yunshu was amazed at their wealth and thought to herself that the supermarket's defenses were now assured. After the meeting and signing the contract, it was already dusk outside. Shen Yunshu stretched lazily. This encounter with Qingyang and their team truly made her feel the difference in attitude and importance compared to Huayang. It showed that Qingyang's management was more courageous and visionary. This meeting even made her consider opening a store in Qingyang, but that was a matter for the future.
For now, she needed to take things step by step.
She stood up with a smile and shook hands with the two of them. Happy cooperation, she said. Zhang Chao replied, happy cooperation. He Fenglan, however, did not say that. Instead, she winked at her and said, if you need anything in the future, just contact Qingyang. She even handed her her contact number. Feel free to reach out anytime. As long as I'm not on the battlefield or in training, I'll answer your call. He Fenglan was just as energetic and passionate as her name suggested, full of enthusiasm and sincerity. Shen Yunshu politely accepted the contact information. They had only spent 1 night here. They arrived in a hurry and left just as quickly. A dozen or so cars kicked up dust as they left the supermarket, and Huobai finally set off to return to the base. In the blink of an eye, only Shen Yunshu was left in the supermarket. It felt like after celebrating the New Year, all the young people had come back home, and after the holiday, everyone went back to their own lives. Now, only Shen Yunshu remained, feeling lonely and solitary as an elderly person. Standing in the large supermarket, she quickly fell silent, lost in her thoughts. Because she was not truly alone, she still had Xiao Xue. She pushed open the door to the storage room, and Xiao Xue, who had been locked inside for days, happily ran out, immediately pouncing on Shen Yunshu. Shen Yunshu didn't resist at all. She rolled on the ground with Xiao Xue, like a wolf. She had kept Xiao Xue in the storage room for a few days because there were many people around, and she was afraid Xiao Xue might become hostile to strangers, or that strangers might be hostile to Xiao Xue. So, she had to keep him confined for a few days. After playing together for a while, Shen Yunshu looked through the gaps in Xiao Xue's white fur toward the corner of the storage room. There were scattered ropes on the ground, and the person who had been tied there was gone. Since that night, he had quietly left without a trace. Shen Yunshu didn't understand the meaning of his last words, so she didn't reply. Maybe it was for the best to end it like this. After all, it was a doomed relationship. She had already expected that he might seek revenge, and she was prepared for it. But in the end, he did nothing. Shen Yunshu took Xiao Xue outside the supermarket and wandered around for a long time, silently calculating the damage caused by the monster tide. First, the fruit stand and food area outside were completely destroyed, including the fresh fruits she had just bought. The self-service drink machines outside were also wrecked in the chaos. Altogether, the damages were about 300,000 yuan, not counting the blood and rotten flesh splattered on the outer walls of the supermarket, or the nearby and that had also been affected and needed renovation, another significant expense. Fortunately, Shen Yunshu had money now. But she didn't rush to repair everything immediately. Instead, she decided to first reinforce the surrounding power grids and the alien plant defenses, then start repairs. She also planned to upgrade the food and fruit areas during the process. Shen Yunshu opened the alien plant garden and searched inside for a long time before finally finding the plant she needed, something like a vine combined with a climbing plant, similar to a creeping vine or ivy. After growing, the stem becomes very tough, and as long as it has a stick, it can wrap around the entire earth along that stick. Shen Yunshu plans to make a grape trellis like those used by Xinjiang people, then place the dining area underneath it, making it cool and very unique. The same idea applies to the fruit stand. Make the trellis bigger to cover the whole area in front of the supermarket entrance. This way, both the fruit stand and the dining area are below the trellis, saving effort and money. The more Shen Yunshu thought about it, the more she believed it would work, so she immediately decided to buy seeds to plant. But harsh reality soon stopped her. This special plant isn't cheap, and she already can't afford it with her current good reputation points. Even if she could buy it, she found that this plant takes a very long time to grow. If she wants to transform it, she might have to wait a year. Her confidence was instantly halved, but she found a way out. She discovered a growth stimulant in the mall. This stimulant can greatly shorten the plant's growth cycle, but the only downside is it's expensive. Shen Yunshu thought she had already escaped poverty, but in the end, she realized there's always a higher mountain to climb. The wooden door was kicked open with a loud bang, crashing forcefully against the wall behind it, making a harsh, grating sound. Yi Xiaoran was startled and jumped back, trembling. The person beside her immediately cried out in pain. Yi Xiaoran quickly looked away, her face full of concern as she looked at Sui. "Are you okay?" "Sorry I hurt you." Sui clenched his teeth and smiled. "It's okay. It doesn't hurt. Don't worry. Take your time." What seemed like a normal exchange made Fu Linshan feel very uncomfortable. His mood, already bad, grew darker instantly. He pushed the door shut with force again. Yi Xiaoran was so frightened she shivered slightly. Sui shot him a disapproving look, while Fu Linshan stared back coldly. Their gazes crossed, as if there was hidden hostility and sparks flying between them. Sui couldn't hold back anymore. He frowned slightly. "Linshan, we agreed to be fair." "Shut up." Fu Linshan interrupted him directly. He stepped forward and pulled Yi Xiaoran up. With a flick of his hand, he took off her top. Bright bruises appeared on her muscular skin, dense and crisscrossed, old and new. Yi Xiaoran gasped in shock, her attention no longer on Su Yi's arm but on the bruises, her eyes filled with concern. A gentle touch of white fingers lightly pressed, and warm air slowly blew from her mouth onto Fu Linshan's body. "How did you do it?" Fu Linshan looked down, a few stray hairs falling onto his raised eyebrows. His eyes were dark and deep, and he only briefly replied, "Training." Yi Xiaoran nodded, her palm gradually gathering a faint white glow that carried a slight warmth, gently touching the bruises. Fu Linshan swallowed hard, and his shoulders relaxed suddenly. Yi Xiaoran carefully looked at the wounds. Her small, delicate face slowly flushed with a light pink. Sui watched the scene and unconsciously clenched his fists. He softly called out, "Xiaoran, my injury." Lost in her treatment, Yi Xiaoran suddenly snapped out of her focus. She turned around shyly to look at Sui, but she kept working on his wound. Soft, fine hair lightly brushed her shoulders, and her eyes showed innocent moisture. I forgot, sorry brother E, but the bleeding has stopped. You just need to rebandage it." Sui's expression quickly dimmed like the passing of day and night. Yi Xiaoran had already turned away. He glanced at Fu Linshan and clearly saw that his tense lips were no longer tight. Noticing his gaze, Fu Linshan opened his eyes, showing a calm, victorious look. Su-yi, have you found any clues about what I asked you to investigate recently? Su-yi hesitated, then quickly adjusted his mood. I checked. The people involved with Qingyang before probably didn't know each other and had no connection. Fu Linshan looked at him with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. No connection? Then why did you deliberately remind Qingyang and help them? Sui shook his head, recalling the scene at the time, feeling it was absurd. Victory was so close, yet in the end, they watched helplessly as the cage slowly trapped them, plunging into darkness. Initially, both Su-yi and Fu Linshan didn't think much of this so-called cage. No matter how miraculous it seemed, it was just a plant. What if it was mutated? They didn't believe plants wouldn't fear fire. They even thought Shenyun Shu, who could do this, was a fool. This also meant others had given up on this well on their own. But what happened later exceeded their expectations. They tried all kinds of methods, using various abilities to bombard it, causing only tiny damage inside. Soon, the cage would heal itself little by little. Even small wounds disappeared completely. When they discovered this, Su-yi couldn't help but feel a bit panicked, but Fu Linshan still looked confident. He sneered grimly. It's just some fancy tricks and superficial moves. He started attacking more fiercely, while those outside tried to break through from the outside. But even under this two-sided attack, the cage remained as strong as ever. Time slowly passed, and Fu Linshan's face grew darker. At the same time, Yi Shaoran tightly held Fu Linshan's arm. They guessed it was probably already dark outside. If they continued wasting time, their powers would run out, and they might not be able to escape. Inside the cage, everyone fell silent. Only the small ripples from the well occasionally made gentle sounds, as if reminding them that they hadn't reached a dead end. Someone then suggested that all of them gather their powers to bomb the cage and surely break it. Fu Linshan raised an eyebrow and looked at him, mocking. Then all our efforts to get this thing would be for nothing. The person shut up. But as time went on, they tried every possible method, yet none could destroy it. By the third day inside, Yi Shaoran's hair was messy and she was exhausted, leaning on Fu Linshan's shoulder. During these 3 days, their powers had almost been exhausted. Without energy replenishment, they became weak, so weak that they could hardly lift their hands. Most painfully, their willpower was being worn down. Eventually, they no longer had the strength to keep the light shining. In the darkness, they were almost swallowed by fear. Even Fu Linshan felt an unspoken fear. He was afraid he would be trapped here forever until he died. But reason told him it was impossible because they still had one last option to try. This method had at least a 90% chance of success, but it would turn everything they did into a complete joke. In the silent air, heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone knew this deep down. As their mental defenses broke down, this answer lingered in each person's mind, almost spilling out. But they all waited, waiting for one person to speak. Fu Linshan leaned against the cage, and with each passing second, his hatred for that person grew. He slightly opened his eyes, and before him was a well with completely pollution-free water. He deeply understood the significance of this well and what kind of change it could bring to them and even all of humanity. The more he thought about it, the more he hated Shenyun Shu. In his mind, Shenyun Shu had already become the eternal sinner who deserved to be tortured by everyone. But he was unwilling to admit that they wanted to monopolize this well. His dry lips moved, and everyone opened their eyes and stood up. With a loud explosion, the cage that had trapped them for days finally shattered, but along with it, the well they had tried to protect for days also broke apart. The confusion, frustration, and despair in the darkness seemed to linger again with the memories, creating a suffocating feeling. Su-yi closed his eyes tightly. The moment the cage was completely broken, he instinctively protected Yi Shaoran in his arms. Yi Shaoran was unharmed, but his arms and back were covered with tiny wounds. At that time, Yi Shaoran was extremely tired and fainted after being rescued. When he woke up, he seemed to think that the comforting embrace was Fu Linshan's. Their relationship seemed to become even closer after those days. Sui felt a deep bitterness in his heart, but couldn't bring himself to say that it was he who protected her that day. He was afraid of falling out with his brother, and also afraid of Yi Xiaoran's awkward expression. Either way, both would become the sharpest blades stabbing into his chest. The woman he loved most, and his best brother being together like this didn't seem too bad. Sui took a sip of the world's most bitter coffee, feeling extremely sour inside. But at this moment, no one noticed his inner pain. Fu Linshan put his clothes back on and hugged Yi Xiaoran. You just said they had no relationship before, but after this, there should be some connection, right? Sui adjusted his mood and returned to the main topic. It's exactly as you thought. According to my investigation, Qingyang also reached a cooperation with Yunwan's supermarket. I heard that a big figure from Qingyang personally came to discuss the cooperation. Big figure? Fu Linshan's eyes were cold, but his lips curled slightly with a hint of sarcasm. When did Qingyang become so idle? Sending a big shot just to discuss a partnership, Su Yi's eyebrows also showed sarcasm. Their hatred for Qingyang was the same. Hooking up with those cowards from Qingyang? Thinking that with Qingyang's support, her supermarket can be protected, Fu Linshan chuckled. That woman is flirtatious and always trying to get close to someone. I think it's probably to get revenge on me, but she definitely chose the wrong person this time. Sui looked at him with the same emotion in her eyes, and even Yi Xiaoran's usually soft gaze carried a hint of anger. No matter what, Yunshu went too far this time. Doesn't she realize how much help that water well provides to those who can't afford to buy water? Sui shook her head at her. Xiaoran, you don't understand her. You're too kind. Fu Lin gently held Yi Xiaoran's arm a bit tighter, his tone lazy but with a hint of sharpness. This time, the uncontaminated water source was destroyed, and she can't escape responsibility. To put it simply, she even cut off humanity's hope. Sui looked up. What do you mean? The cage was her plan. Everything that happened was caused by her. She is the main culprit, Fu Lin decisively confirmed, his tone firm. Sui seemed to understand something, but quickly shook her head. No, that's not all. She also has another crime, helping Qingyang and betraying the base. She's a traitor and spy for Huayong. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, but inside the house was cool and comfortable. Fu Lin's expression relaxed, confident in victory. Of course, Achu. Shin Yunshu sneezed loudly, wearing a straw hat for shade. She wiped her nose, and then wiped the sweat off her face. She looked at Xiaoxue nearby. Did you curse at me? Xiaoxue also wore a straw hat identical to Shin Yunshu's, looking a bit funny. Seeing Shin Yunshu look over, it immediately shook its fluffy wolf head, sticking out its tongue and panting as if it couldn't understand what Shin Yunshu was saying. Shin Yunshu looked at it with some pity, but held back her frustration about the mud on her hands. She couldn't help but scold. You didn't want to stay in the supermarket, so you came out to dig dirt with me. Staying here is useless. It seemed Xiaoxue understood, as its chubby body turned around, its sturdy front paws stretching out. Suddenly, it started digging and scooping dirt, dust flying everywhere. Shin Yunshu didn't have time to dodge and got a face full of dust. She was at her limit. Xiaoxue, I told you many times, these are our plant friends. You can't just dig them up. Without caring about her dirty hands, she grabbed Xiaoxue's ears and gave 2 gentle pats on its head. Xiaoxue obediently calmed down. Shin Yunshu let out a satisfied hum and stopped worrying about whether Xiaoxue was leaving or not. She was feeling lonely working alone now. Under the blazing sun, Shin Yunshu diligently used a shovel and nutrient-enriched water to loosen the soil and water the exotic plants. A few days ago, she learned that these plants need not only fertilizer from the garden, but also her careful care. Although they can survive without it, she found that by personally loosening the soil and watering, she could save some fertilizer costs. Immediately, she put on a straw hat and a gardener's outfit. After doing so, the plants grew noticeably taller and more lush, making them hard to ignore around the stable tree. Shin Yunshu liked how vibrant they looked. Finally, she finished loosening all the soil. She stood up, supported her waist, leaned back, and looked up at the stable tree, which now towered higher than the supermarket. In just a month, it looked like a tree that had been there for many years, with thick branches and leaves almost covering the entire front of the supermarket. Shen Yunshu was very happy because now her vines wouldn't need to be rushed. She rebuilt the fruit stand and the food area, replacing the usual storage with cooling cabinets. When turned on, these cabinets release a cool mist, creating a fog that keeps the fruit fresh and looks very high-end. Shen Yunshu loved these cabinets and was inspired to set up a fruit salad stall next to the fruit stand. Back in college, she often enjoyed fruit salads, even though they were a bit expensive. The mix of various fruits and yogurt was very refreshing in summer. She even bought a sugar-free yogurt for Xiaoxue to try, and Xiaoxue's face was covered in it. Since then, Xiaoxue often wanders near the fruit salad stall, making Shen Yunshu smile. For the dining area, she replaced the tables and chairs with more elegant and attractive ones and expanded the space to seat more people. The previous visitors who used to rest or nap here now had a better place, the inn. So, the dining area became larger. The inn outside the base didn't do much business, so Shen Yunshu turned it into hourly rooms, starting at just 1 hour. The lowest price was 80 purple coins per hour. Many mercenary groups, focused on maintaining good spirits, bought these rooms without hesitation. Often, a single group would need all 6 rooms. Shen Yunshu thought it was time to expand the inn. Shen Yunshu had been busy outside the supermarket until evening. The huge sunset hung in the west, turning the layered clouds red, and every leaf of the peaceful tree shimmered with golden light. The long, hot weather described in the original story seemed to be coming to an end. Although the midday sun still made people sweat, the mornings and evenings were cooler than noon. Sometimes, a gentle breeze blew, and when she calmed her mind, she could feel a touch of coolness. Shen Yunshu simply sat down on the ground, placing her straw hat on the dirt. Her sweaty hair stuck to her temples, and as the wind blew, it brought a faint, refreshing coolness. Little snow lay beside her, and Shen Yunshu leaned against it, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. To repair the damage caused by the monster tide, she hadn't opened her shop these days. Instead, she focused on strengthening defenses and upgrading her store in various ways. Regarding the supermarket's defenses, she kept searching within the mall, but due to the mall's level restrictions, she hadn't found what she truly wanted. In this situation, she thought of one person, Cheng Xiwan. After collaborating with Cheng Xiwan before, her product speed wasn't fast, but the quality was good. When she crafted those orders, she often produced defective items that didn't meet buyers' requirements. However, these defective items weren't truly failures. They just didn't match the buyer's custom requests. For example, these training weapons she had discarded, she would directly send to Cheng Xiwan's auction house. Over a month, she sent about 5 weapons. They ranged from B grade to S grade. Except for the B grade one, each of the others could become the main highlight in each auction, helping Shen Yunshu's reputation as Boss Yun grow louder across the base. That's also why Qin Yutong mentioned last time that the Yuyun weapon shop's recent custom weapon orders were increasing, and naturally, the prices were rising. Cheng Xiwan and her had a very good partnership, so she quickly agreed to Shen Yunshu's request to help find a high-defense, practical electric grid. Cheng Xiwan's auction house covered almost every field, so she had access to hundreds of different items regularly. Shen Yunshu trusted her completely with this task and also asked her to keep an eye out for some materials. This was part of their initial agreement when they started working together, as Shen Yunshu often needed to craft weapons and was always short of materials. So she simply made a list of the materials she might need each month and gave it to Cheng Xiwan. Cheng Xiwan would then keep an eye on various materials and sell them to Shen Yunshu first. As a result, Shen Yunshu avoided the trouble of always running out of materials. Cheng Xiwan handled all the communication, but just before Shen Yunshu was about to hang up, she unexpectedly said something unrelated to work. "Did that dog thing hurt you?" For some reason, hearing this question made Shen Yunshu feel a bit embarrassed. She instinctively looked away and quietly responded with a, There was a moment of silence on Cheng Xiwan's side. Shen Yunshu thought she might be laughing silently, or trying to find words to comfort herself. It was probably regret or pity for someone who didn't listen, or maybe a hidden sense of pride for having some foresight. In any case, Shen Yunshu was prepared for anything, but Cheng Xiuan's reaction was very calm. She simply asked, "Why?" Shen Yunshu deliberately focused her blurry, distant gaze on a fixed point. She was a little surprised, but also felt it was somewhat expected. She knew exactly what she was asking. Why use a fake collar? Why leave such a big danger nearby? Actually, you're not really that clear, Boss Cheng. There was silence again. Cheng Xiuan's voice was very pleasant, like flowing water or a gentle breeze, always slowly entering the ears. She spoke again, this time with a slight smile. Saving money. Shen Yunshu also smiled. Yes, but Boss Shen, this is the end of the world. I know. I'm not exactly a good person either. The brief conversation ended there. Shen Yunshu withdrew her memories and listened to the rustling of the leaves around her, suddenly feeling a bit lonely. She looked at the distant, empty horizon, lost in thought about what to look at, until a small black appeared in her vision. The duck grew larger and larger until she suddenly snapped out of her trance and stood up. Next to her, Xiao Shui immediately shivered and stood up, baring its teeth as it looked at the distant black. But at that moment, Shen Yunshu patted its head to signal it to relax. Stop baring your teeth. Your future good friend is back. Yu Qin returned on a very ordinary evening, and Shen Yunshu greeted him just as normally. But the red clouds in the sky seemed to also be reflected in their ears. Shen Yunshu smiled happily. Just in time. Tomorrow I'll open the shop, and I'm leaving the early opening task to you. Yu Qin caught his breath and nodded. Neither of them asked what had happened during the days they were apart. Shen Yunshu also didn't ask him what he had been doing, just as she didn't ask much when he decided to leave. This was their silent understanding, a form of trust between them. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Yu Qin indeed got up early to open the shop. The waiting customers outside were surprised and excited, rushing into the store. Yu Qin stepped back to stay out of the way, acting like an invisible person. He looked at the familiar scene before him. It was a long-lost feeling of familiarity and a sense of safety he hadn't felt in a while. Shen Yunshu slept until noon before waking up. Her first action was to check how the exotic plants outside were growing. Maybe they had grown a few centimeters taller, but she couldn't tell for sure because she looked at them so often. To surprise herself, Shen Yunshu decided not to check on them all day. She had more important work today, continuing to deliver food. The food delivery service had only been running for a few days before various issues caused it to stop. The reputation they had built at the base was probably fading again. But it didn't matter. The supermarket's reputation was still there, and it wasn't bad. Although more shops had started copying Shen Yunshu's food delivery model after her shop opened, they couldn't compare to her. The main difference was in the products. What they sold wasn't comparable, and in the delivery range. Their delivery was limited to inside the base, while Shen Yunshu's could reach outside the base as well. Almost anywhere, customers could receive food from Yunwan supermarket, and the prices were affordable. So when Shen Yunshu reopened the delivery contact line, the communicator was silent for a moment before suddenly showing countless orders. The ringing sound kept going, and Shen Yunshu was still stunned. The prepared delivery staff quickly started moving. They picked up orders, collected food, and delivered. Although it had been many days since they last delivered food, the staff was familiar with the process. Within 10 minutes, the first batch of orders was already picked up. Shen Yunshu admired their efficiency. She wasn't idle either, collecting the remaining orders herself. To ensure the safety of the delivery staff, she had upgraded the ordering system to automatically separate orders inside and outside the base. Since there weren't many orders outside the base, she decided to deliver them herself. After grabbing the 3 outside orders, she looked at the clown-like figure and said, "Let's go." A white off-road vehicle sped through the dust, clearly driven with a wild style, drifting and turning sharply at high speed. The tires screeched loudly against the ground, and zombies were constantly pulled under the car, crushed into pieces. Shen Yunshu rolled down her window, excitedly sticking one hand outside while keeping the other on the wheel. She hadn't felt this reckless thrill in a long time, and she almost forgot what it was like. To start fresh with delivering takeout, she used all her savings, 20 city coins, and finally bought the off-road vehicle she had been dreaming of. It was white. She believed this was a good sign. However, when the clown monster heard Shin Yunshu's words, his expression became mysterious. "Maybe there's another reason," he said. "Like what?" she asked. "I've come back," he replied. Shin Yunshu nearly fell over from the sudden reveal. She reached out to touch his face gently and said affectionately, "When did you get so thick-skinned?" Overall, this trip seemed to have changed his personality a bit. He was less silent and more confident, with a bit more bravado. Thinking about this, Shin Yunshu couldn't help but glance at the clown monster. He met her gaze openly, his black eyes steady and unflinching. Now that she had driven enough, Shin Yunshu eased off the accelerator and looked at him thoughtfully. "Can your facial scar be healed?" Yuchen touched his face and shook his head. "I don't know. Would you like to try?" she asked. Her eyes lit up. The shop had advanced technology and medical tools capable of treating facial scars. But she was worried. Was he too concerned about his scar? Would mentioning it hurt his feelings? Her hesitant and conflicted personality didn't seem like her usual self. After all, she had named him the clown monster herself. Yet, seeing his nearly perfect face aside from the scar, she couldn't hold back. Yuchen looked at her, his eyes flickering briefly. "Do you think it looks ugly?" Shin Yunshu hesitated, but finally told the truth. "Not ugly. I've just gotten used to it." Worried he might misunderstand, she quickly added, "Actually, I'm just curious about what you looked like before. Whether you want to treat it is entirely up to you. If you do, I might have some ideas to try." Noticing her nervousness, Yuchen turned his head back to look at the endless yellow sand in front of him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at himself in the rearview mirror. The scar was sealed. Some parts had already grown over, like a centipede crawling on his face. It was indeed unattractive. Since the day it was cut, he never thought about healing it because it constantly reminded him of his hatred and pain. But now, he seemed to no longer need such intense suffering. Yochen looked at Shin Yunshu's side profile and asked, "Are you really curious about what I looked like before?" Shin Yunshu had prepared herself to simply stay silent and pretend this was just a strange joke, and she started to regret bringing up the topic. But she didn't expect such a question. Her mind went blank for a moment, sensing that there might be something else hidden in his words, but she couldn't understand it, so she nodded honestly. "I'm very curious." Chen smiled. "Then I'll show you." Actually, the scars on his face were not hard to treat, and he could fully recover on his own with his healing ability. However, at first, when they applied the medicine to his skin, he had no desire to heal. Only endless hatred filled his heart. He preferred these scars to serve as a constant reminder of his pain. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, he would repeatedly pick at the scabs, letting blood and pain flow on his face. For a long time, he thought he would die like this, a worm in the gutter, until the moment the door was pushed open again. Shin Yunshu was surprised by his answer, and the car's speed increased. Shui, sitting in the back, excitedly stuck his wolf head out the front, barking happily. Shui insisted on coming along, and Shin Yunshu didn't want to leave him behind, so she brought him along too. It was convenient because these deliveries were all for the same person and the same place. When she realized this, she was surprised and checked several times to make sure she wasn't mistaken. This person seemed very wealthy because each order had a purchase limit, and he clearly wasn't satisfied with just one, so he placed 3 orders. Each order reached the purchase limit, and all of them were food. Shin Yunshu suspected it was a group of mercenaries ordering together, but after seeing 3 large bags of snacks, she wasn't so sure. Who would order so many snacks outside of a mercenary group on a mission? Someone unfamiliar might think they were going on a picnic. The delivery location was also very strange. Not the Eastland Forest where the mercenary group often worked, but another place Shin Yunshu had never been to. Based on the map provided by the system, it seems to be an old town. The most surprising thing is that this order even detailed the specific building and unit number of the community. It's exactly the same as the outside orders Shen Yunshu used to place. Surprised, she couldn't help but wonder if it was some sister from a different world who had a home system and was placing takeout orders here. Shen Yunshu was shocked by her own imagination, but it also greatly increased her curiosity. Her car's speed grew faster. After about 10 minutes, the abandoned town gradually appeared in front of Shen Yunshu. It looked empty, and she hardly saw any zombies. She was very surprised but didn't think much and drove straight down the main road. The order's community was in a place called City Manor. She drove directly into the community, slowed down, and started looking for each building one by one. Building 2, Building 3, Building 7, Building 8. Her eyes lit up. Just as she was about to turn to tell the strange creature she found it, a warm hand suddenly covered her mouth. Shen Yunshu was forced to stop speaking, but her eyes couldn't help but look to the right front, where a figure had appeared from nowhere. Her scalp tingled instantly. It looked like a person, dressed properly with a normal posture, but there was something strange about it. Until the figure slowly turned, revealing a face that looked just like a normal person. Shen Yunshu felt as if her breath was suddenly being squeezed out. This wasn't a person. Its face was stiff, and its eyes were eerily dull, staring at them intensely. Yuchen lowered his hand from her mouth and spoke very softly. Intermediate zombie. When the words intermediate zombie came out, Shen Yunshu's mind went blank for a moment. But before she could react, the zombies suddenly started running toward them at a fast pace. Its speed was very fast, at least 10 times faster than normal zombies, and its limbs were agile, not stiff at all. Both of their faces changed at the same time. Xiao Shui, sitting behind, barked wildly at the zombie. Looking at its rushing figure, Shen Yunshu made a quick decision. She released the handbrake, stepped on the gas pedal hard, and drove straight toward it. Hold on tight. The roar of the off-road vehicle echoed loudly. Yuchen grabbed the armrest above his seat, but the expected violent crash didn't happen. Just as they were about to collide, the intermediate zombie leapt lightly into the air, using its running momentum.
Bang!
Inside the car, both people and the wolf trembled as they clearly felt heavy impacts from above. It jumped onto our car. Realizing this, Shen Yunshu clenched her teeth and sharply turned the steering wheel, trying to use inertia to shake off the zombie. But an intermediate zombie was not so easy to handle. Once again, a heavy strike came from above, and a pale, bluish hand pierced through the roof and reached in front of Shen Yunshu. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and she instinctively leaned back, causing the steering wheel to jerk uncontrollably to the right. In a panic, she slammed on the brakes, and the sharp screech of tires echoed throughout the neighborhood. The zombie above was obviously shaken, and its hand reached into the car fiercely, almost causing it to be thrown out. Yuchen took the opportunity to draw his butterfly knife, stabbing quickly and accurately into the zombie's arm. No blood splattered, and the zombie didn't seem to feel pain. Yuchen used the butterfly knife to pin down the zombie, while Xiao Shui's fierce wolf had appeared, growling as it bit into the zombie's arm. With a quick shake, the wolf pulled back, tearing the zombie's arm clean off. Ow! A furious roar suddenly came from above the car. With a loud bang, the glass shattered. Shen Yunshu hurriedly covered her ears, but didn't have time to avoid the flying shards. Until her body was suddenly embraced by a pair of strong arms, and then wrapped in a warm, familiar woody scent. In that moment of the glass explosion, Shen Yunshu's world was silent. She could feel countless glass shards flying toward her, but none landed on her. After the ringing in her ears subsided, a low voice said, "Don't be afraid." Honestly, Shen Yunshu didn't feel very scared, but this feeling was strangely comforting. As the glass shattered, the zombie tried to break into the car through the window. Yuchen protected her in his arms, but still managed to grab a pen and, before anyone could react, directly stabbed it into the zombie's eye socket. The zombie was momentarily stunned, then became even angrier and forced its way inside. Yuchen's hand glowed with a special power, and a pure flame struck the zombie's head. Compared to regular zombies, Intermediate zombies were smarter. They knew their heads were their most vital part. Pushed back by the fire, the zombie abandoned its plan to crawl through the window and instead forcefully tore the entire car door off. Sun Yunshu's eyes widened in shock. Then she burst out in anger. "My car!" After feeling angry, the clown-like creature directly jumped out of the car and kicked the zombie hard. The zombie was knocked back a few steps and then roared as it lunged forward to bite. Although intermediate zombies look more like humans and can disguise themselves, they have simple intelligence and great strength. But in front of the clown-like creature, they all seem insignificant. He didn't even need to use his special powers. Just a butterfly knife was enough to cut the zombie's throat. The zombie's head hung loosely on its neck, wobbling. Little Snow excitedly ran forward, leaping up and biting the zombie's head off. Then, happily, she carried the head over and placed it in front of Sun Yunshu, wagging her tail happily, as if showing off. However, Sun Yunshu felt a chill and said, "Little Snow, don't lick me with your tongue anymore." The pride on Little Snow's face quickly faded, and even her tail drooped a little. Seeing her pitiful look, Sun Yunshu couldn't help but feel sorry and patted her head. All right, Little Snow is the bravest and coolest, okay?" Little Snow immediately became happy again. Before Sun Yunshu could think about how good dogs are at comforting, another figure suddenly appeared in front of her. "How about me?" The head of the intermediate zombie, after being bitten off by Little Snow, rolled into the nearby flower bushes. Sun Yunshu went over and dug out the crystal core from its brain. An intermediate crystal core.
It was exactly what she needed now.
With this crystal core, her mutant plant garden could be upgraded. Sun Yunshu happily flicked the crystal core in her hand and put it in her pocket. She was about to turn around and call the clown-like creature to continue upstairs delivering food. Suddenly, she felt like she was being watched, and she stopped in her tracks. The clown-like creature leaning against the car also immediately sensed something was wrong. They both looked up at the building almost at the same time. The sky was clear, with no clouds. The building was at least 18 stories tall. On the balcony of the 8th floor, a head suddenly appeared, staring at them. This feeling was not much different from when she saw the intermediate zombie earlier. But unlike before, Sun Yunshu didn't feel much discomfort this time. She calmed her mind, thinking that the only living thing in this building should be her delivery customer. As long as it's a human, there's nothing to fear. If it's not human, then it's even less scary. She exchanged a glance with Yu Chun, took the delivery from the car, and prepared to climb the stairs. Climbing 5 floors, Sun Yunshu was already out of breath. The last 3 large bags were all in the clown's hands, and he still managed to free one hand to support Sun Yunshu. Sun Yunshu glanced at him, wanting to say thank you, but couldn't find the words. Finally, they reached the 8th floor. To Sun Yunshu's surprise, they didn't even need to look for the door number because the customer had already opened the door to welcome them. They saw a young girl with a childish face, her hair tied in 2 small braids, standing at the door watching them. The girl's face was as small as a palm, with big, dark eyes that took up about a third of her face. Her eyes were lively and curious, but mixed with an emotion Sun Yunshu couldn't quite understand. It was a hard-to-explain feeling, like she was distant from others, indifferent, yet secretly very interested. She smiled happily, opening her mouth wide. "Hello." Sun Yunshu had been feeling uneasy ever since she delivered the food downstairs and saw the large open door. Now she finally realized what it was. In a post-apocalyptic world, a very dangerous place. A girl who looked no older than 18 was living alone in an empty building. If she was hiding herself, that would be understandable. But she wasn't hiding, she was exposing herself completely, ordering food, leaving her door wide open waiting for the delivery person, even casually greeting them. Any of these actions could make someone surviving in this dangerous world nervous. The only 2 possibilities Sun Yunshu could think of were: 1. She was very powerful and not afraid of any danger in this world, or 2. She was a traveler from another world with special abilities. Looking at the girl's clear yet somewhat naive eyes, Sun Yunshu became more convinced. Maybe she was a college student who had traveled here. She coughed awkwardly, feeling a surge of excitement, and said to the girl, Gongting Yuya wine? The girl's big, round eyes briefly darkened, then filled with confusion. What does that mean? The clown also looked at Shen Yunshu with a puzzled expression. Shen Yunshu quickly wiped away the almost tear of excitement that had almost fallen because she recognized a fellow hometown person. All right, she thought too much. To hide her embarrassment, Shen Yunshu hurriedly told the clown to deliver the food. Hello, this is your order. Please check if anything is missing. If everything is fine, please leave a good review. Shen Yunshu skillfully recited the words with a very flattering smile. The girl seemed to see something interesting, eagerly watching Shen Yunshu finish, then happily took the item. What does good review mean? She asked. Shen Yunshu smiled slightly and recited another set of very familiar lines. The girl listened carefully, nodded to show she understood. Shen Yunshu thought there was hope, as the girl's expression seemed to indicate it too. But in the end, the girl smiled and shook her head. But I can't give you a good review because you just killed my only good friend. What? In an instant, Shen Yunshu doubted whether she heard wrong, then confirmed she hadn't, and looked up at the girl in disbelief. The clown had already acted first, pressing a butterfly knife against the girl's throat. Shen Yunshu's face turned grim, but she didn't stop the clown. Yuchen looked into the girl's eyes and said clearly, the thing we just killed was only a mid-level zombie. The girl frowned in disagreement. He has a name. His name is Xiaohei. He's my only friend. I saw you kill him with my own eyes. Seeing the girl completely unaware of what she was saying, a chill ran down Shen Yunshu's spine. What's going on? Is her mind having problems? Or is she deliberately saying this? If it's deliberate, what is her purpose? Shen Yunshu even began to suspect this might be a trap. But facing the girl's sincere eyes, she couldn't be sure. The clown's butterfly knife remained close, and the girl looked somewhat unhappy. Do you want to kill me like you just killed my friend? She asked. Yu Chen and Shen Yunshu exchanged glances, then suddenly moved forward in perfect coordination. Yu Chen held the girl down, while Shen Yunshu quickly and precisely placed 2 fingers on her carotid artery. A faint but strong pulse restored Shen Yunshu's rationality. She grabbed the clown and released the girl. The girl touched her own neck, where Shen Yunshu's fingers had been, her eyes flickering with strange colors. Feeling sorry, Shen Yunshu didn't notice much. They realized they might have misunderstood the girl. Perhaps she was just experiencing some mental illusion caused by being trapped in the building for too long after the apocalypse. In that case, the girl's image suddenly seemed more pitiful. They looked at each other, both suddenly speechless, unsure of what to say, until Xiao Shui suddenly slipped out from between them. Xiao Shui was playful, climbing stairs and sniffing here and there, which caused her to fall behind and arrive later than them in the evening. But unexpectedly, when the girl saw Xiao Shui, her eyes lit up instantly. Snowball, Xiao Shui flailed her front limbs and jumped onto the girl, who seemed very strong. She picked up Xiao Shui, who was bigger than her, and spun around. It was clear that the girl and the dog had known each other for a long time. Shen Yunshu and Yu Chen exchanged a glance, both feeling completely confused. Meanwhile, the girl and the dog had already forgotten about their presence. The girl even hugged the wolf's head and started talking about how much she missed her. Snowball, I just saw a wolf downstairs that looks just like you. Xiao Shui immediately barked twice and held her head high, looking very proud. The girl's eyes brightened instantly. So that was you. No wonder you're so brave. Shen Yunshu felt embarrassed listening to this. It seemed the girl had just said that the wolf was her best friend, and now her wolf had bitten off her best friend's head, yet she still praised its bravery. The girl's poor mental state was even more obvious to the two of them now. But seeing how close the girl and Xiao Shui were, Shen Yunshu visibly felt disappointed. After all, the wolf they had raised for so long turned out to belong to someone else. That meant they might have to give it back someday. She thought about how she had ordered takeout and ended up bonding with Xiao Shui, feeling more and more sad. She hadn't received any good reviews and Xiao Shui was gone. But her sadness didn't last long. After the girl and Xiao Shui had enough of their closeness, she stood up, smiled happily, and looked at them. Thank you for bringing my snowball back. I can give you a good review. After saying this, she paused for a moment, as if thinking, then suddenly seemed to remember something. She took a few steps into the house, then stepped back to a position where she could see both of them. To thank you, I invite you to come inside and sit. In a post-apocalyptic world, daring to invite someone into your home was brave. Sun Yunshu and the strange creature exchanged glances and, surprisingly, both chose to go in at the same time. Sometimes curiosity really can be dangerous. As soon as Sun Yunshu entered, she was stunned. The house was packed with all kinds of things, leaving only a few small spots to stand. Everywhere she looked, there were pots and pans, old wind chimes, torn slippers, broken toy cars, puzzles, and even Barbie dolls missing arms or legs. There were also many books, scattered randomly on the floor, piled up or open. Each book looked old and yellowed. Sun Yunshu casually picked up a book, which was already full of reading marks. These items were scattered across the wooden floor. Some things that couldn't fit were hung on the wall, and various abstract, impressionist, and realistic paintings were randomly piled up there. Sunlight streamed in, making each object shine with its own glow. The colors were bright and strange, creating a beautiful, chaotic mix. A girl followed inside. Her clothes, made from different colored fabrics stitched together, matched perfectly with the surroundings. Her hair had come loose at some point, soft and resting on her shoulders. She smiled at them, revealing two small, sharp teeth, and introduced herself formally. My name is Sang-yi. Sang-yi seemed very happy that they wanted to come in. She even brought them 2 cups of hot water. Nowadays, even water was hard to come by, yet she managed to serve them 2 cups of hot water. Sun Yunshu was surprised and realized that the girl in front of her was truly extraordinary. The house was small, with 1 living room, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. It was clear she lived alone. After handing them the hot water, Sang-yi sat cross-legged on the floor in front of them, then started eating the snacks they had brought. Watching her serious expression as she opened the snack package made Sun Yunshu feel a little nervous, almost like she was being judged. Sang-yi took a bag of chips, looked at it carefully for a long time, then carefully tore it open. Just when Sun Yunshu thought she was about to put a chip in her mouth, she suddenly tilted her head back, opened her mouth wide, and pinched the bag's opening to match her mouth size. With a gust of wind, she finished the entire bag of chips in one go. Sun Yunshu, you girl, how did you do that? They exchanged surprised glances. They had seen people eat like this before, but the contrast brought by Sang-yi was truly unexpected. Sun Yunshu opened her mouth, wanting to ask how she managed. But Sang-yi seemed to be energized by the bag of chips. After finishing it, her eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented light. She opened the snack bag again, took out a piece of chocolate with her left hand, and picked up a box of milk with her right hand. Once more, she ate with the same speed and boldness as before. Sun Yunshu hadn't even fully seen the brands of the chocolates and milk before Sang-yi threw them aside. Her cheeks were already noticeably puffed up. Sun Yunshu. She had thought this was the limit for a young girl eating nonstop, but it turned out to be just the beginning. What happened next completely changed Sun Yunshu and Yu Chen's understanding of true big eaters. First, Sang-yi finished all the snacks in the 3 large bags that could be opened and eaten immediately. She kept some instant foods that needed soaking or boiling in her hand, and used her powers to cook them quickly. Then she had another round of eating, her cheeks puffing out almost constantly. If Sun Yunshu and Yu Chen were curious about coming in, now they were utterly surprised and couldn't believe what they saw. They even wondered how much more she could eat. Their eyes seemed glued to her constantly opening and closing mouth, surrounded by almost all the snack packages. During her eating spree, she didn't forget her snowball, Xiao Shui. The wolf was circling around her. Sang-yi wasn't stingy either. She took a few bites and then shared some with Xiao Shui. Sun Yunshu wanted to remind her that animals might not be able to eat that much, but she remembered Xiao Shui was a wolf, so she kept quiet. They watched this big eater's live show closely for a full hour. During this time, Sang-yi never stopped eating, not even taking a sip of water. Only after all the food in the 3 bags was gone did she happily lean back, supporting herself with her hands, and let out a loud burp. After burping, she suddenly realized there were guests at home. Her delicate face turned pink, but she still looked at them very excitedly. This is so delicious. I've never had anything this tasty before. Shen Yunshu's mind was numb. She couldn't even react much to her praise of the food from the supermarket. She stared at the girl's flat stomach, puzzled about where all the food from the 3 bags, twice her size, had gone. Could it be that her stomach was actually a black hole? That if you like it, that's good. But eating so much at once, could it be a little too much? Shen Yunshu spoke very carefully. Sang-yi patted her stomach, seeming to think seriously for a moment, then smiled. It's okay, just right. Very full. I haven't felt this full in a long time. Shen Yunshu concealed her shock and nodded casually. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. We'll be leaving now. Although she didn't know exactly what was sacred about the girl's stomach, her curiosity was satisfied after watching a live eating show for free. Shen Yunshu still thought it was better to leave first, since everything in this neighborhood felt strange. Her mysterious words and incredible appetite made her wonder if they had accidentally triggered some important storyline meant for the main characters. In short, once involved, it would only bring more trouble. Shen Yunshu and Yu Qin exchanged a knowing look, ignoring what the girl was saying, and stood up to leave. The only thing Shen Yunshu felt regret and sadness about was Xiao Shui. When she got up, Xiao Shui followed a few steps, but stopped near the door. Shen Yunshu immediately understood what she meant. It was impossible not to feel a little disappointed, but she had expected this reaction. She crouched down, petted Xiao Shui, and said her final goodbye. Xiao Shui thought she was staying and wagged her tail happily. Shen Yunshu smiled softly and said, Silly wolf, you can get lost even in your own home. Don't get lost again. Then she stood up and left with Yu Qin. Xiao Shui was panicked, barked twice, but Shen Yunshu held back from turning around. She only stopped when she heard the girl's clear voice.
Wait.
Shen Yunshu paused and looked back. Both Sang-yi and Xiao Shui looked at her eagerly. Won't you invite me and Snowball to visit your house? They asked. When the 3 of them, along with the wolf, got into the car, Shen Yunshu couldn't figure out how this situation had come about. She thought the girl was strange and should stay away, but her mind kept wandering, especially when she saw Xiao Shui's big, watery eyes and her wagging tail trying to please her. She admitted she was caught off guard. Now, she was sitting in the back seat with the wolf, each occupying a window. Xiao Shui stuck her head out to enjoy the breeze, and if Shen Yunshu hadn't stopped her, her head would also be outside. But after being stopped, she had to stretch her face out the window, open her mouth, and happily feel the wind. Shen Yunshu. She glanced at the silent clown-like figure beside her and quietly whispered, You used to be the most childish in this car. Now it's not you anymore. Are you happy? Yu Qin turned to look at her and easily saw the anxiety hidden in her eyes. He subtly curved his lips and said, Someone else should be happier than me. In a way, the clown's calmness eased her anxiety somewhat, but this trip outside definitely changed the clown. Shen Yunshu cleared her throat, looked away, and focused on driving. By the time they reached the supermarket, it was noon. The delivery person was still coming in and out frequently. Luckily, there weren't many outside orders today, so she had time to show her guest around. Shen Yunshu got out of the car and handed Sang-yi a glass of watermelon juice. Recently, with the hot weather, cold drinks and ice water sold very well. Out of personal preference, Shen Yunshu added a freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Unexpectedly, the watermelon juice sold very well, so she bought a fully automatic juicer in the mall. Just put different fruits in, and it automatically produces juice. She placed the juicer next to the fruit stall, where it could be used for free, greatly increasing fruit sales. When Sang-yi received the chilled watermelon juice, she was surprised and said thank you, then finished it in less than half a minute. Shen Yunshu. Suddenly, she understood why she wanted to come here as a guest. When Xiao Shui returned to the supermarket, she seemed like a fish returning to water. She tugged on Sang-yi's pants and started showing her around proudly. First, She pulled her to the stable tree. The plants under the stable tree had grown as tall as Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue loved lying next to these plants and taking long naps. She pulled Sang-yi over and rolled on the ground, as if introducing her. "Look, this is where I usually sleep." Then she dragged Sang-yi to the fruit salad stand, saying, "The best tasting thing in the world is right here." She led Sang-yi around excitedly, and soon they had explored her usual play area. Sang-yi happily followed along, making Shun Yunshu feel relaxed. She didn't interfere much, and took this time to open the special plant garden. As soon as she opened it, a message popped up, detected the presence of an intermediate crystal core. "Would you like to upgrade?" Without hesitation, Shun Yunshu clicked yes. A flash of white light appeared. She reached into her pocket, and sure enough, the intermediate crystal core was gone. The plant garden successfully upgraded to level 2, unlocking many new exotic plants, including new plant medicines and fertilizers. Excited, Shun Yunshu clicked to view them. After delivering takeout all morning, she now had 50 more positive reviews. The newly unlocked alien plant is indeed more colorful and aggressive than before, with some more beautiful and stronger variants appearing. However, Shun Yunshu immediately focused on a type called fragrant camphor. This plant looks like a type of tall tree, with a relatively short growth cycle. With some growth-promoting liquids, it can grow faster. Shun Yunshu estimated that in about 15 days, it would reach a height suitable for sitting underneath and relaxing. Most importantly, this plant emits a refreshing scent as it grows and can also repel mosquitoes. Although it doesn't have much attack power or ornamental value, it is very practical. Shun Yunshu immediately spent 15 good reviews to buy a seed. She plans to plant this tree in front of the inn, which currently looks quite bare. She chose this tree because she has a bold idea. As the inn's business improves, she plans to expand it and build a man-made pond nearby. The tree will be planted next to the pond. The pond isn't meant for viewing or fish keeping. Her real plan is to use it as a natural swimming pool. In summer, for swimming, and in winter, she will place 2 rare hot mineral stones at the bottom to release heat and turn it into a hot spring. Just thinking about it makes Shun Yunshu feel excited. Of course, this plan is still just in her mind. Detailed planning is needed before it can be implemented. In short, she will first buy the seed. Shun Yunshu happily put the seed into her backpack, exited the alien plant garden, just as Xiaoxue and Sang-yi returned from shopping. They, along with Clown, took Sang-yi into the supermarket and briefly explained its layout. As Sang-yi stepped into the supermarket, her whole state changed. Shun Yunshu couldn't quite describe it, but she felt she had seen this kind of expression before. After thinking carefully, she suddenly remembered. Sang-yi looked just like Sun Wukong when he accidentally entered the peach garden, with her eyes almost glued to the snacks on the shelves. Thinking of Sang-yi's big appetite, Shun Yunshu couldn't help but worry about her supermarket. After walking around with her, she was about to take Sang-yi to the lounge for a rest when Sang-yi suddenly stopped. She looked at the food and suddenly turned to Shun Yunshu with an excited expression. "Can I stay here?" "Huh?" Sang-yi immediately pointed to the inn outside and asked, "It looks like a hotel." "Can I stay there?" "Oh, a hotel. Huh?" Shun Yunshu realized she had misunderstood and suddenly relaxed. She nodded. "Of course, you can stay." "How many nights do you want to sleep here?" Sang-yi frowned and thought for a moment. "I don't know, but I want to stay for a very long time." Shun Yunshu was silent for a while. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. "Aren't you planning to stay just because of the food here? How do you know that?" Shun Yunshu rubbed her forehead. The girl's way of thinking was really quite strange, but she didn't seem to have a reason to refuse. Then she suddenly remembered something very important. "What about your home? Are you not going back?" Sang-yi was stunned by the question. Shun Yunshu thought she had finally hit the point, and she was about to speak again to advise the girl to be cautious. Sang-yi suddenly reacted. "I can move somewhere else. Thanks for reminding me. I'll go move my things right now." She was about to run back. Shun Yunshu took a deep breath, quickly grabbed her, and looked into the girl's confused eyes. Sang-yi suddenly choked up. It was like a fist hitting cotton. She really couldn't understand her with normal thinking. Seeing Shun Yunshu hesitate and knowing she wanted to go back to move her things, Sang Yi had no choice but to ask, "What's wrong?" Shun Yunshu took a deep breath. She had no reason to stop her, nor did she need to. Thinking about it, she sighed softly. "The inn is indeed suitable for long-term stay, but before you move in, I need to understand your basic situation. Also, I want to remind you, if you plan to stay here for a long time, the price might not be cheap." Sang Yi patted her chest. "It's okay, I have money." Shin Yunshu knew that, as she could tell from her ordering takeout. But she needed detailed information about her basic background. She looked at Sang Yi seriously and asked, "How old are you? Do you have parents or other relatives?" In the apocalypse, asking about parents or relatives was very inappropriate. Living was already hard enough, so how could one ask for family completeness? In fact, having a direct family member still alive was considered lucky. But Shun Yunshu had to ask. If Sang Yi really wanted to stay here long-term, she needed to know some basic details. Sang Yi didn't look offended or upset. She just frowned as if she was carefully recalling. "According to your age calculation, I should be exactly 18 years old." Shun Yunshu hadn't yet thought about what it meant to follow their age-based logic when Sang Yi continued speaking. "My parents are gone. I have no other relatives, only many friends, but they all ignore me." Losing both parents was an expected answer, but the part about having many friends seemed strange, especially since the girl lived alone. Shun Yunshu frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered Sang Yi's behavior of befriending intermediate-level zombies. Could she really consider those zombies her friends? She exchanged glances with the clown, and only when she saw the same expression in the other's eyes did she feel certain. No wonder she said those friends ignored her. If she truly believed that, the girl would have been in trouble long ago. Shin Yunshu looked at Sang Yi. The girl still looked at her with hope, as if she really wanted to move into the hotel. But anyone who could consider zombies as friends, besides having some mental issues, Shin Yunshu couldn't find any other reason. Unknowingly, her gaze softened with a hint of pity. The girl lived alone in that building, spending her days rummaging through trash to pass the time. Maybe it was the loss of her parents or some other problem that affected her mental state, leading to these mistaken beliefs. Sang Yi had no idea that her current image in Shin Yunshu's mind had changed so much. She was just anxiously waiting for Shin Yunshu's reply. "Are there any other questions? Do you know about the Huayong base?" Shin Yunshu asked carefully, even though it sounded like a foolish question. "Of course I do. I've even been there," Sang Yi replied happily. "Been there?" Shin Yunshu was surprised by her unexpected answer. She had thought the girl might not know about the Huayong base and was just surviving outside as a wanderer, but now she knew and had visited. That made it even more confusing. Shin Yunshu suddenly had many questions. Normally, a helpless girl who found the base would stay there, as it would be safer than outside. But from her tone, it was like she saw the Huayong base as a shopping mall, just visiting and then leaving. All of this strangely didn't contradict Sang Yi's previous personality, and it even seemed like something she could do. She was very wealthy and capable, probably quite strong, but her behavior and understanding of things were strangely odd, like a girl with a lot of money who was powerful but acted in bizarre ways. After thinking carefully, Shin Yunshu finally agreed. Although she wasn't sure if what Sang Yi said was entirely true, she decided to have Qin Yutong check again just to be safe. Sang Yi received the confirmation happily and almost jumped with joy. "I'll go back and pack my luggage." "Snowball, let's go." Before Shin Yunshu could stop her, the girl ran out like the wind, moving very fast and disappearing in an instant. Her words about giving her a ride back got stuck in her throat, but she swallowed them back. Seeing Sang Yi's speed, she probably didn't need a ride after all. Yuchen looked at Sang Yi's unusual speed and frowned. Shun Yunshu sensed a strange feeling and asked him, "Can you tell her true strength?" Unexpectedly, the clown-like figure shook his head. "I can't tell." Shun Yunshu was surprised. If even he couldn't tell, it meant the girl's strength might be even higher than his. Yu Chen's expression also grew serious. He looked at Shun Yunshu carefully. "I might not be able to beat her, so you should think carefully." Shin Yunshu paused, suddenly realizing that the clown-like figure had always acted like a security guard for her. But his serious look made her feel like he was only there to protect her. She rarely felt such an unnatural emotion and quietly looked away. Don't worry, she had her special abilities. Are you really sure? Shin Yunshu hesitated, then suddenly remembered that the clown-like figure's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. She turned her gaze but didn't meet his eyes. She only saw his lowered eyebrows and trembling eyelashes, which were focused on her neck. She instinctively wanted to cover her neck, but then remembered that the marks had already faded. She silently lowered her hand. Does it hurt? When did you find out? They spoke at the same time, but Shin Yunshu couldn't say the next words. Her neck felt like he could see right through her, and warmth spread along her neck. She wasn't sure if she looked nervous. Suddenly, she felt unusually tense. Yuchin didn't say anything but looked up. Their eyes met, one feeling nervous, the other sad. Seeing his sadness, Shin Yunshu felt her heart ache a little. He now looked just like the cat she used to have at home. When she was lonely or sad, the little cat couldn't speak, but it comforted her with its presence and gentle eyes. I'm sorry. The clown-like figure's throat moved lightly, and his voice was as gentle as the wind. He never crossed boundaries or asked why. He simply silently offered his true feelings to her. Shin Yunshu's heart was stirred like a small lake being gently disturbed. She looked up slightly and asked, "Should I stop calling you the clown-like figure?" That night, Sang Yi and Xiao Shui moved all their belongings into a new place. The girl was very strong and wisely left behind some unimportant things, which helped her move everything in just one night. She chose a luxurious single room that could barely fit her books, paintings, and other miscellaneous items. Shin Yunshu and Yuchin helped her move into the room. They worked until late at night before finishing most of the work. Sang Yi didn't hesitate and paid a year's rent up front. Actually, she originally wanted to pay for 5 years, but after Shin Yunshu's advice, she decided on just 1 year. Since her booking period was long enough, Shin Yunshu also gave her a 10% discount. Sang Yi was so happy that she gave Shin Yunshu a warm hug and then hurried off to the supermarket to shop. Xiao Shui happily followed behind, and as Shin Yunshu watched their figures, one person and one wolf, she suddenly felt that this arrangement was pretty good. Having a new neighbor meant Xiao Shui could stay close to her.
But
Shin Yunshu looked at the small space left after unpacking everything. There was only a tiny corner of the room remaining.
it was time to expand the inn.
Back in her room, Shin Yunshu opened the management system for the inn. Out of 6 rooms, 1 was a long-term residence, leaving only 5 available. The already limited number of rooms was becoming even scarcer. She moved her finger and decided to add another floor to the inn. The new 3-story building now had 8 more rooms, making a total of 13 rooms, including the long-term one. Since mercenary groups often stayed together, Shin Yunshu also added 4-person rooms. Now, among the 12 rooms, there were 6 4-person rooms, 4 double rooms, and 3 single rooms. Each type was further divided into standard and luxury options, with each category having at least 1 luxury room. Thinking about Sang-yi planning to stay long-term and how small her room was, she paused for a minute and decided to upgrade Sang-yi's room to a presidential suite. The price increased, but with a year-long stay, Shin Yunshu could still make a small profit. The inn layout on the system panel instantly changed, especially the room Sang-yi was staying in. The luxury single room wasn't small by itself, but it was still just 1 room. After becoming a presidential suite, there was now a medium-sized living room where Sang-yi's belongings could be stored, making the space less crowded. As for the other rooms, she hadn't upgraded them yet. She planned to have the hotel undergo a big transformation tomorrow during the day, while Sang-yi was out shopping at the supermarket. She didn't know how the system managed it, but every time there was a noticeable change at the supermarket or elsewhere, others seemed to be unaware and silently accepted the changes. Only those who hadn't been there for a long time would notice a slight difference, so Shin Yunshu wasn't worried that the big renovation tomorrow would surprise Sang-yi. After expanding and upgrading Sang-yi's room, Shin Yunshu still wasn't fully satisfied. Since the hotel was next to the Yunwan supermarket, it shouldn't be just an ordinary hotel. It should be a stylish, star-rated hotel. So she began to redesign the hotel's entrance and exterior, aiming for a high-end, simple look. She even set up an outdoor restaurant on the top floor. Guests could pay a little extra to get breakfast or lunch coupons and dine on the rooftop terrace. To make the outdoor restaurant look more upscale, she laid down green grass and added a small musical fountain. After all these improvements, Shen Yunshu's assets decreased by 500,000 purple coins. Although she felt a little regretful, she was pleased when she saw the exquisite model on the system panel. The renovation took her into the early hours of the morning, around 2 or 3 o'clock. Shen Yunshu turned off the system panel, lay in bed, staring into the darkness, feeling a bit restless and unable to sleep. Her thoughts drifted involuntarily to the clown's expression this afternoon. When she said, "Maybe I shouldn't call him the clown anymore," his face visibly stiffened, even appearing a bit lost. Shen Yunshu still didn't know his real name, and he didn't seem to intend to tell her. She thought that after saying that, she might find out, but his lips trembled and he didn't say anything. So she didn't press him further. But that statement wasn't just a sudden impulse. It was something she noticed during their long gaze. She realized that the scars on his face seemed to have faded a bit, revealing small patches of clear skin. The light shining on him made his skin look fair and bright. His face was already handsome and striking despite the scars, and now, with the scars lighter, his beauty was even more undeniable. She wasn't sure if the medicine she took was working, but the effect was truly amazing. Shen Yunshu couldn't imagine how beautiful her face would look once it fully healed. As a beauty enthusiast, Shen Yunshu couldn't help but smile at the thought, lost in such a lovely dream as her mind gradually drifted away. In the room next door, Yu Qin had no idea someone was imagining his completely healed face. He glanced at the time, 4 a.m., and decided he wouldn't sleep much longer. He simply got out of bed. Before sleeping, he had taken a skin-healing medicine that Shen Yunshu gave him. The medicine was quite strong. As soon as he swallowed it, his face felt hot, and the scarred areas itched faintly. Yu Qin knew the medicine was taking effect, so he resisted the urge to scratch. The sensation was hard to bear, but he endured until it gradually faded away. He instinctively touched his face and found that the rough, uneven areas had become much smoother, though not completely even yet. After getting out of bed, he headed straight for the mirror. His room had a mirror, but it was always covered with a cloth. Now, he gently lifted the dark cloth, and a familiar yet strange face appeared in the mirror. He had just washed his hair before bed, so his black hair was neatly resting on his forehead. He reached out and pushed his hair back, revealing his raised eyebrows and a now fairly smooth forehead. His forehead had fewer scars to begin with, and now only faint marks remained. Looking down further, he saw a pair of calm eyes. When his face was covered in scars before, his gaze only lingered on those scars. A quick glance brought more hatred into his heart, but now he seemed able to look at himself calmly. The hatred wasn't gone, but it no longer consumed all his thoughts. Gently, Yu Qin brushed his fingers over the faded scars. Lost in thought, he suddenly smiled softly. He wondered how someone would react if they saw him tomorrow. But soon, his smile disappeared. In the quiet room, he began to listen to his heartbeat, a sense of unease slowly spreading. Outside, the night was deep and silent, too quiet. He seemed to hear that familiar voice whispering softly in his ear. "Maybe I shouldn't have called you a clown or freak. If you ever meet someone named Yu Qin, remember to stay away from him." A wave of panic gradually overwhelmed Yu Qin. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. Yu Qin and his mother look very much alike. Both are stunningly beautiful. This fact has long been known in a small base nearby. The base is small and informal, originally just a refugee camp made of a few tents. It was taken over by some deserters passing through. The camp then grew into a small base. The deserters were originally fighting zombies on the front lines, but before they even started, they fled in fear. A few strong men built the small base, took in locals, and became powerful in their territory. Later, to get more resources, they pretended to run the place democratically and applied to establish a proper base. The base was officially formed and grew bigger, but it was still chaotic inside. There was no real fairness or management. All rules were dictated by a few people. Those who flattered and praised them gained favor and power. As a result, fights, disputes, and bullying were common. People had nowhere else to go and could only live trembling under such management, hoping not to offend those few powerful men. In this small base, Yu Chun and his mother faced a tragic fate. His mother, Lin Shuhui, came to the base pregnant. When she arrived, it was still a refugee camp. Although there were some dishonest people, most were honest and cautious. People still trusted each other and helped one another sometimes. Because Lin Shuhui was beautiful and pregnant, she aroused sympathy from many. During that time, her life was not too hard. But after a group of deserters arrived, her situation worsened. She had just given birth and looked exhausted, with little energy, and avoided their notice. Later, to protect herself and her child, she deliberately disguised herself as ugly. She became very thin, her face yellowish and gaunt, like a refugee who hadn't eaten well in a long time. Those who once liked her gradually ignored her. She started working with her own hands to survive. She took on all kinds of hard and dirty jobs, despite her small size, carrying things many times her weight. She worked hard to live and raised her child healthily. Yu Chen showed his beautiful face, inherited from his mother, and his handsome features from his father, from a very young age. He looked like a small porcelain doll, delicate and cute, like a little girl at first glance. But upon closer look, you could see his eyebrows and eyes were very spirited and strong. He had standard double eyelids, and his eyes often showed maturity and calmness beyond his age. From an early age, he understood that his mother's life was not easy because she had to raise him alone. So, when he grew a little bigger and gained some strength, he started helping her with chores. Lin Shuhui, at that time, got a steady job because she was quick and efficient, mainly helping soldiers at the base wash clothes. Most women at the base did this kind of work. Little Yu Chun helped his mother by washing clothes, easing her burden. During those times, other women would look at him with envy, praising how capable and adorable he was. Lin Shuhui would then show a small smile. Life was hard back then, but mother and son relied on each other and managed to get by. When Yu Chun was 10, he awakened his special abilities, 2 at once, 1 fire type and 1 mental type. Lin Shuhui knew that mental abilities were very rare and that they couldn't be shown openly in their small base. She repeatedly warned him to hide his abilities and never use them. Yu Chun listened carefully to his mother. When told not to use his powers, he truly wouldn't. Instead, he focused on practicing his other ability, fire. His talent for using fire was extraordinary and quickly surpassed some adults at the base. Those who used to come to bother Lin Shuhui out of curiosity or mischief dared not do so anymore. Little Yu Chun felt proud, believing he could finally protect his mother. Lin Shuhui smiled and gently patted his head, softly telling him, having powers beyond ordinary people is to help you protect yourself and those you care about. Don't use this power to bully the weak or innocent. Lin Shuhui was a very educated woman and raised Yu Chun well. He clenched his fists and looked at his mother with determination, nodding in agreement. Lin Shuhui smiled and nodded without saying a word. At that time, Yu Chun thought his mother must be very happy, but for some reason, he always felt that she didn't seem completely happy. It was only much later that he understood his mother had already seen her own future clearly. Lin Shuhui does not seem as relaxed as she appears on the surface. In fact, no matter how much she disguises her appearance, true beauty cannot be hidden. Plus, Xiao Yuchen's growing handsome looks become more noticeable. Someone has taken an interest in them. It seems Lin Shuhui anticipated this. She calmly sacrificed her body, but she had a purpose. She used her body to create a peaceful corner for her and her child. However, this peace did not last long. As the small base's population grew and development expanded, larger bases began to notice this small base. Some of the bigger bases even started to come to select soldiers from the small base. This was a dream for all the mutants. They desperately wanted to be chosen so they could go to the bigger bases, leaving behind the chaos and disorder of their small home. At that time, Yu-chun was exactly 14 years old enough to join the base army, but he didn't think much about it. He just wanted to stay close to his mother and protect her. What truly motivated him to participate in the selection was the unexpected reward for those chosen. Those selected could bring a relative into the big base. Yu-chun was tempted. He signed up for the selection and, thanks to his strength, was naturally chosen. When he heard the news, he couldn't describe how happy he felt. He thought about how his mother wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. They wouldn't have to live so cautiously. He would earn money and support his family. But fate, like an invisible hand, loved to play tricks on hopeful people. Yu-chun was walking home at sunset. The breeze felt warm, and as he looked at his shadow on the ground, he felt he could finally walk openly in the sunlight with his mother. But when he saw their beloved home in front of him, he suddenly stopped. His body felt as if it had been struck hard multiple times. His mind went blank. He ran wildly, pulling apart the people covering his mother. Overwhelmed by intense anger, all his emotions flooded out. He lost his reason completely, drifting in boundless rage. He couldn't remember how those people died. All he knew was that his powers erupted uncontrollably. Using his mental abilities, he attacked their minds directly, destroying their wills and making them die in the most painful way. Yu-chun's hands bulged with veins, trembling uncontrollably until a cold hand gently covered his almost bleeding hands. "Calm down, Xiao-chun." At the moment the weak voice reached his ears, everything around him suddenly disappeared. His heart ached as if it were bleeding, and tears uncontrollably fell like broken beads. He hadn't cried since he was 5 years old, but now he seemed to have returned to that naive child, tightly hugging his mother and crying loudly in her arms. He didn't understand how things had become like this. He had tried his best to grow up. Everything was moving in a good direction, but his mother was still left behind. A great pain threatened to drown the 14-year-old boy. Lin Shui gently and firmly held him. Even though she was the one who should be crying, she barely showed any tears on her face. One hand held Yu-chun, and the other gently covered his fallen coat on the ground. Her delicate skin was hidden, and Lin Shui turned her head coldly to look at the two men in military uniforms standing nearby. "Old Fu, did you see that kid? He has a special mental ability. I saw it." A brief conversation took place between the two men. No one knew that in these two ordinary sentences, Yu-chun's fate was easily decided. After this incident, Yu-chun decided to leave this place with his mother. Lin Shui let him do as he wished. She quietly packed her belongings, but her face showed little excitement. Watching her, Yu-chun couldn't help but feel like crying again. He blamed himself for everything that happened. If he hadn't participated in the selection, if he hadn't been away from his mother, none of this would have happened. Lin Shui saw clearly what was in the boy's heart. She smiled and held him in her arms, just like when he was a child. As he grew up, Yu-chun rarely was held like this. He felt shy and awkward, but at this moment, he didn't move at all. "Xiao-chun, this has nothing to do with you. Never feel guilty because of your kindness." Tears threatened to fall again in Yu-chun's eyes.
"But
"You are my mother." "Yes, but I am also myself." Yu-chun looked up, confused. Lin Shui gently touched his chin. "Xiao-chun, you know you need to protect your mother. I'm happy about that.
but you don't have to be bound by me.
You can do whatever you want. And I can do the same because we are two independent individuals." Yu-chun didn't quite understand, but he instinctively resisted this idea. He buried his head in Lin Shuhui's embrace and mumbled. "No." Lin Shuhui chuckled softly twice. "You must remember, the ones who are always wrong are those people. Feelings of guilt and shame should always belong to them, not us. Never let hatred blind your eyes. Stay alert, Xiao-chun." What Lin Shui didn't know was that these words became a long-lasting nightmare for Yu-chun. During the painful days and nights in the laboratory, he relied on these words to get through, but they also caused him endless suffering. In the end, a silent tear fell from the corner of his eye as he opened and closed his mouth. "Sorry, Mom. I can't do it." That was the last time he cried. After arriving at the main base, it was not the sunny future Yuchin imagined, but a deeper darkness. Almost the moment he stepped into the base, he and his mother were controlled. It was the first time he saw his mother truly lose control because those people completely separated them. He didn't know where his mother was kept, but he was pushed into an operating room. When he came out, his mental abilities were gone, and even his fire-related power had become extremely weak, unable to attack. In his extreme weakness, he opened his eyes and saw the person being pushed out of the operating room with him. It seemed to be someone around his age, but unlike him, he was surrounded by many people, while he was surrounded only by doctors. The following life was a memory so painful that even recalling it was unbearable. Later, he was discarded like trash. Even the group of people, including himself, thought he might have died. But he was picked up again. At that time, hatred was everything to him, but unconsciously, something else seemed to have entered his heart. Suddenly, he remembered that sentence. "Stay alert, Xiao Chun." Mixed with memories and reality, Yuchin suddenly snapped back to himself, looking at his reflection in the mirror. "I don't think I can stay alert anymore, Mom." In the quiet night, these words floated for a long time without anyone responding. When the scar was uncovered and he saw a face very much like his mother's, he couldn't help but recall many things. He got up and left the mirror. The sky was turning a pale white. He simply decided to open the shop. When he opened the door, he was startled because Sang-yi was squatting outside. As soon as she saw the door open, she rushed in and started buying things. After paying and stuffing the items into her mouth, she patted her chest in relief. That was close. "I almost starved myself, Yuchun." He didn't bother with Sang-yi anymore. Instead, he looked at the brighter sky. At that moment, he suddenly understood many things. After discovering a small part of the pink crystal truth, he thought a lot and considered whether to tell Shin Yunshu. But now, he is very clear that he will not tell her. Regarding hatred and everything else, he plans to settle each issue himself. He knows very well that he doesn't care how serious the outbreak of the infectious disease becomes or what severe consequences it causes. What he cares about is only this small supermarket and that one small person. From start to finish, his hatred has only been eased, not gone away. He can clearly see his own darkness deep inside and accept it calmly. When he finally glimpsed a corner of the truth, everything seemed to fall away like dust. He saw in the laboratory database the people who performed surgery with him years ago and another very familiar name, Su Leibua. The father of the person who robbed him of his mental abilities. This name is almost engraved in his bones. Because this name, along with another, Fu Tianyu, once represented hope to him, hope that could help him and his mother leave the small base. They were the leaders sent from the main base to select the base soldiers, but in the end, it was they who personally pushed him into the abyss. At that moment, he realized that all the so-called base soldier selections were fake. They were just choosing gifted abilities that could benefit their own children. Selfishness and greed were the real motives. But when he fully uncovered the truth, what followed was the words, "deceased," after the data. All the searching suddenly felt meaningless because of those two words. At that moment, Lu Chen truly understood what it means that heaven is unfair. They shouldn't have died so easily. They should have felt 100 times, 1,000 times more pain, like him and his mother. His overwhelming emotions were finally suppressed by himself. Since they are gone, then father's debt must be paid by the son. Shen Yunshu slept until noon as expected. When she got up with her messy hair, she felt a rare sense of relief. It was a feeling of finally being well rested. She quickly took a shower and planned to check on the supermarket. As soon as she opened the door, a figure stood right in front of it. Shen Yunshu, who was nearly blind, almost bumped into him directly. She smelled the pleasant soap scent and instinctively looked up. Clown. The rest of her words were abruptly cut off as her eyes fell on that person's face. Facial muscles involuntarily lifted, and he said, "Hi, handsome Yuchen." Seeing the clown-like person's slightly red ears, Shen Yunshu's smile became even more strange. His face was much more stunning than she had imagined, even though he hadn't fully recovered. Shen Yunshu suddenly grabbed the clown's collar and pulled him down, then leaned in close. Their faces were just a breath apart. His breath lightly brushed her face, and Yuchen suddenly held his breath, his whole body stiffening. It felt as if a big hand was grabbing his heart, making it hard to breathe. Shen Yunshu was completely unaware of how anxious the clown was at this moment. She was focused on examining the faded scars. At this distance, she could even see his pores clearly. His skin was indeed much better than before. She didn't expect the medicine to work so well. If she continued like this, maybe after 2 more doses, his skin would be smooth and his face as handsome as a traditional beauty. She released his collar, patted his shoulder, and sincerely said, "Damn, you're really handsome. You should have shown this face earlier." The warmth gradually faded from Yuchen's heart, and at this moment, he became calmer. "Was I really ugly before?" Shen Yunshu keenly sensed some emotion and paused for a moment before smiling. "No, you're very cute." The supermarket was as crowded as ever. Shen Yunshu took a walk outside and received countless greetings from the boss, Shen. Maybe because of the last monster tide, everyone's attitude toward her was warmer, and people in the supermarket were more enthusiastic with each other. It seemed that after fighting together, the barriers and defenses among strangers in the apocalypse had eased a lot, at least in this small supermarket. Shen Yunshu saw several familiar faces as she walked, but her purpose today was not just to browse. She planned to develop the increasingly lush stability tree. A long time ago, she had the idea of turning the stability tree into something like a love tree, but in the apocalypse, very few people asked for romantic wishes. So she decided not to restrict it and instead make it a tree that could carry any wish. In an era where homes and lives were hard to protect, people's faith and hope were slowly fading, leaving only one thought: fight to survive at all costs. But when life became just about survival, what was the difference between them and zombies? Shen Yunshu didn't know how other bases were, but the Huayong base always felt chaotic and gloomy to her, with a huge gap between rich and poor. Contrary to her expectations, the base was not as united as she imagined. Even if the conditions were not perfect, people should at least stick together, especially in difficult times, like tightly holding onto each other like pomegranate seeds. Such situations could only happen due to poor management. Shen Yunshu didn't want to change anything, nor could she, but she could make a small change in front of her supermarket. She gently hung a red cloth strip. A breeze blew by, rustling the leaves and causing the red cloth to sway freely among the green. A customer noticed and looked up, and soon someone saw that there seemed to be writing on it. "Hey, did you see that? Don't move me. I'll look closely. It seems to say, 'May the mountains and rivers be safe.'" Hearing this, another person found it boring and waved with a smile, saying, "May the mountains and rivers be safe? First, I hope I stay safe." At that moment, Shen Yunshu, who was nearby and heard everything clearly, thought to herself, "The phrase, 'May the mountains and rivers be safe,' sounds very empty and grand in a post-apocalyptic world, but with her limited knowledge, she couldn't think of anything else." She also wanted the first message on the tree to be meaningful and grand in its ideals. Holding a bunch of red cloth strips, Shen Yunshu hesitated, but decided to look elsewhere to see if anyone wanted to write something. Before she could take a step, the woman who had spoken earlier, with a slightly mocking tone, approached her. She looked at the red cloth strips in Shen Yunshu's hand, her eyes brightening. "Can this be written on and hung on the tree?" Shen Yunshu was momentarily stunned, and then nodded instinctively. The woman's eyes lit up again, but she hesitated and asked, "Is there a charge?" Originally, Shen Yunshu's idea was to charge for hanging the cloth strips, but she wouldn't really do that. She directly stuffed the red cloth into the woman's arms, along with a beautiful gold pen. "No charge." The woman happily reached out to take it, but then laughter came from behind. "Fonger, what are you doing? Didn't you just say, 'May the mountains and rivers be safe'?" Caught by her friends in front of her boss and called Fonger, the woman looked embarrassed. She turned around and warned her overly curious friends with her eyes. I was just joking. And don't laugh at me. I don't believe you don't want to write something. Hearing this, her friends wanted to argue but suddenly remembered the flying characters on the red cloth strip that said, safe, and they found themselves speechless. They buried deep inside the hope they carried in their hearts because, in this era, thinking about hope repeatedly felt like a slow death. But they seemed to forget. Or perhaps this was the very thing that shouldn't be buried. The woman's words almost forced them to face the deepest, unspoken parts of their hearts, and no one dared to speak again. The woman smiled proudly, saying, "All right, just write something. It won't cost you your life, and look how nice those colorful ribbons look together." She was very tactful and gave them an easy way out. Everyone stopped resisting and came forward to take a red cloth strip and a pen. People watching nearby also lost their hesitation and quickly took cloth strips and pens. Soon, all the items in Sun Yunshu's hands were taken. Things seemed to go even more smoothly than she expected. Sun Yunshu raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit happy inside. She said they could just write anything, but those people didn't just write and leave. Instead, they frowned in thought, pondering carefully. Sun Yunshu didn't bother them. She took out a few cloth strips she kept hidden and handed the first one to the clown. Yu Chen took it, looked up at her, and Sun Yunshu smiled back, saying, "Write something, handsome." Yu Chen lowered his eyes, and warmth rose again in his face. A girl named Sang Yi, who had been watching quietly, also got a cloth strip. When she saw the red cloth, she quickly wiped her hands on her watermelon juice and took it seriously. Without hesitation, she wrote her wish right in front of Sun Yunshu. "I hope to stay in Yunwan's supermarket forever." Sun Yunshu was speechless, hesitating for a moment, then gave the last cloth strip to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui didn't know what it was and bit it for a while. Finally, Sang Yi and Sun Yunshu each rewarded it with a big treat before it calmed down. It lay on the ground, pitifully lifting its colored paw and pressing it onto the cloth strip with a slap. Half of a wolf paw print immediately appeared on the cloth. Seeing the paw print, Xiao Shui seemed to realize something and let out a proud howl. Sun Yunshu smiled, ruffling its head, and praised, "Good Xiao Shui." Soon, many red cloth strips were hung on the plane tree, swaying with the wind and vines. The words peace, happiness, live on, eat well, drink enough, and others could be faintly seen. Many people looked up at the tree, lost in thought for a long time. Sun Yunshu also couldn't look away, her gaze fixed until another red cloth strip was thrown high into the air, flying from her side and hanging steadily on the top of the tree. This cloth strip was hung very high, and Sun Yunshu couldn't see clearly. When she turned her head, she realized it was the clown who threw it up. She suddenly became anxious. "Hey, why don't you let me see it before you hang it up?" Yu Chen looked up at the long strip of cloth and then turned to Sun Yunshu. "It's just something written randomly, no need to look." Sun Yunshu's curiosity was suppressed for a long time, and only much later did she realize what was written on it. "Where the heart finds peace is my hometown." With everyone's effort, Ding Shu quickly achieved the effect Sun Yunshu wanted. She decided to place a shelf nearby, filled with red cloth strips and pens, so that later visitors could write easily. And Ding Shu would grow bigger over time, and the red strips would increase as well. Sun Yunshu was very skilled in cultural feelings. She was satisfied and wanted to check out the exotic plants. Suddenly, her system sounded a mechanical alert.
Ding!
Congratulations! The host has completed the hidden task of collecting people's wishes and receives a reward, an electronic screen. An electronic screen? Sun Yunshu immediately wondered what this thing was for. But she was soon proven wrong because the screen was huge, about 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, like a cinema screen. Most importantly, it didn't need signals or electricity. It only required a small projection stone to display anything she wanted. The only downside was that it had no content of its own, not even movies or shows. It was just a screen capable of projection, and the projection stone was what made images appear. The projection stone could scan any scene and record it, even copying people's memories. Sun Yunshu was amazed by its magic and immediately looked at it. Her curiosity was instantly satisfied. Because this device was extremely expensive, Just a small projection stone cost 10,000 purple coins, and it could only record for half an hour. To record longer, the cost would double. In the end, Shen Yunshu thought this device was somewhat useless. But out of a desire not to waste, she still hung the screen in front of the supermarket. Then she painfully spent 10,000 coins to buy a projection stone, recording all the high-end scenes from before the mall and projecting them onto the screen. In an instant, the screen shone with brilliant, high-end light, making the entire supermarket entrance look much more upscale, even resembling a shopping mall. Shen Yunshu was very happy. However, under the comparison with such a large screen, the supermarket seemed a bit smaller. She thought about opening the supermarket panel and found that, after delivering takeout for several days, she had met the conditions to upgrade the supermarket. Without hesitation, Shen Yunshu upgraded immediately. Her account was instantly deducted 10 good reviews and several 100,000 purple coins. She no longer cared much about purple coins, even finding a normal. But when she saw nearly half of her few good reviews being taken away, her heart felt like it was broken, bleeding heavily. To support the exotic plant garden, Shen Yunshu chose not to upgrade recklessly, but kept the supermarket at level 10. After reaching level 10, as expected, the supermarket entered a new stage. Its area expanded again, now reaching 200 square meters. The space between the first and second floors suddenly became very spacious. Because the items were still based on the previous area, it felt a bit empty. So, Shen Yunshu rearranged the items inside the store and added a few more shelves on the first floor, placing more products. As for the second floor, due to the upgrade, the system shop also unlocked many new products. Shen Yunshu did not change the layout of the second floor but used the larger space to add more new items, just like on the first floor. What surprised Shen Yunshu even more was that the supermarket successfully unlocked a third floor. Originally, this old, dilapidated shop only had 2 floors. She thought there wouldn't be a third, but unexpectedly, the system added another level above the second. This turned Yunwan's supermarket into a small 3-story shopping mall. Feeling excited, Shen Yunshu also felt a bit conflicted inside. The supermarket suddenly expanded so much, and she didn't know what to do at first. The first and second floors already had plenty of daily necessities, snacks, fruits, medicines, and weapons. As for the third floor, she instinctively didn't want to go through the same process of filling the first and second floors again. While thinking, Shen Yunshu unconsciously came up with a bold idea. Most of her supermarket customers were either lone survivors on missions or members of mercenary groups. Few ordinary people without missions came to her supermarket. These mission performers often gained other rewards after completing their tasks, such as exotic beasts or certain materials. Usually they would sell or trade these items with others. Now, there was a new option. They could take these items to the Yun weapon shop for recycling. Essentially, it is a gambling game that depends on luck. Now, Shen Yunshu wants to expand and strengthen this game. She plans to make the third floor a strict trading place for people to exchange items. Of course, this is just the outer shell. Shen Yunshu's real goal is to establish a casino. This casino is not the same as others. Shen Yunshu's aim is not to become a sneaky businessman who tricks others out of their money. Her main goal is for the supermarket and customers to meet their needs and benefit each other. Regarding the ownership of the third floor of the supermarket, Shen Yunshu's earliest inspiration came from Cheng Shiwan's auction house. When she learned that Cheng Shiwan could get at least 100 different materials, weapons, and even strange items every day, she was deeply interested. As she unlocked more functions of the supermarket system, her demand for various materials grew. She often asked Cheng Shiwan to help keep an eye out. She felt a bit shy about it herself, and she also wanted to keep auctions separate from regular trading. If an item isn't auctioned, its price can't reach a new high. In simple terms, it can't be sold at a very high price. Shen Yunshu certainly didn't want Cheng Shiwan to lose money. Usually, she would have them evaluate the item first and then buy it at an inflated price. Although Cheng Shiwan clearly said she didn't need this, Shen Yunshu didn't like owing favors, so she kept doing it this way. Of course, This led to Shin Yinshu spending a lot of money each time she made a weapon or other items. While the Yuyun weapon shop usually helped her find materials, it wasn't big enough or fast enough, so she mostly relied on luck. Since that's the case, why not take things from the source directly? The casino setup is more like a trading place, but Shin Yinshu prefers to have both modes. As mentioned before, the base also has various ways to trade, but either the space isn't big enough or the demand isn't high enough. Since most customers of Yunwan's supermarket are supernatural abilities users, why not build a strict trading place directly? To match the ideas of trading and gambling, Shin Yinshu created a very important item called chips. Chips are the universal currency of the third floor. Whether you want to trade or gamble, you use chips for everything. Getting chips is very easy. Shin Yinshu set up a small front desk on the third floor, where chips can be exchanged automatically. Any item can be used for exchange, whether it's materials, crystal cores, purple coins, or even strange beasts. In short, everything except living creatures can be exchanged. To exchange items, just place your item on the front desk. The desk will automatically accept and evaluate it. Of course, evaluating the value is a challenge. To ensure fairness, Shin Yinshu thought for a while and took out a recycling furnace. This time, she didn't place it outside but hid it behind the front desk window. Since Yuyun Weapon Shop has been using a recycling furnace, it has been upgraded again. The upgraded furnace can now set the items for exchange by itself. Shin Yinshu converted all the exchanged items into purple coins. One purple coin can then be converted into a chip. In other words, the recycling furnace's role is to assess the item's value. The amount of purple coins it outputs is then converted into chips. Once customers receive chips, they can choose to trade or gamble. Shin Yinshu kept the trading process simple but added a large screen on the wall next to the front desk for more advanced features. This screen is different from the one in front of the supermarket. It cannot play videos or other media, nor can it display projections. It's like the scrolling message screens in the mission hall at the base center. Shin Yinshu plans to display items they want to trade directly on this big screen, scrolling continuously so others can see and choose to trade. She knows that many trading areas in the base are unsafe because buyers and sellers meet directly, which easily causes disputes. So, she set up a window at the front desk where items can be submitted. When an item is submitted, its name automatically appears on the screen. The submitter sets a price, which scrolls along with the item name. If someone thinks the price is fair and needs the item, they can go to another trading station to complete the trade. Items submitted by sellers can be stored for free at Shin Yinshu's place for up to 3 days. After 3 days, if they want to keep the item displayed on the big screen, they need to pay a fee. For each successful trade, Shin Yinshu takes a 5% commission. The appearance of this trading platform makes it easier for Shin Yinshu to buy materials and for everyone who wants to trade. Besides that, there is also a casino mode. Shin Yinshu placed a few large tables on the third floor. She didn't want to make the casino too complicated. There are 4 tables in total. One for roulette, which is a classic casino game. The rules are simple. Watch the roulette spin and guess where the ball will land. Before the spin, players place their bets. If the ball lands on their chosen spot, they win chips based on the odds. This game can be played by many people at once. The dealer starts the game, and if a player loses, their chips go to the dealer. Of course, Shin Yinshu takes a small cut from the winnings. However, she doesn't want it to become a real casino, so she set a betting limit to prevent players from losing everything out of greed. She also added a rule that bets can be anything except life or body parts. This means the dealer can use precious materials or crystal cores as chips, or even important information or intelligence, with the dealer's approval. Similarly, players can use any item as a bet, as long as the dealer agrees. The other 2 tables are for simple games, blackjack and a dice game. The last table is left open for any game the players want to play. Once everything was set up, the third floor looked like Shin Yinshu's ideal gaming and trading space. She was very excited. She quickly added high-quality, sound-recording security cameras in every corner. To create a safe and top-quality trading center and casino, good surveillance is very important. Most of her ideas had come true. To make the games on the third floor more diverse, she even moved the system's mystery boxes, one basic and one advanced. What they contain depends on luck. Since she discovered that the recycling furnace could produce physical items, other functions have gradually been upgraded and brought into real life. She had long wanted to set up a lottery machine outside a supermarket, but never had the chance. Now, she found a better place for it. Shun Yinshu looked at the two machines and clapped happily. She wanted everyone to experience the fun of being teased by the system too. It had been 2 days since the third floor was fully renovated and completed. During this time, Shun Yinshu kept coming back to check on it, also making some small adjustments here and there. Sang Yi and the clowns showed little reaction to the appearance of the third floor. Sang Yi was even more excited and ran up to see if there were any new tasty treats. Finally, he pouted and went back down. The clowns weren't very interested either, but someone always was. Shun Yinshu thought for a moment and decided to first run an advertisement on the screen in front of the supermarket entrance. Then, a few days later, she would officially open. She acted quickly. Using a projection stone, she recorded a simple video of the casino and also wrote down the rules. One good thing about the projection stone was that it could record sound, so Shun Yinshu recited the rules herself, combining her voice with the visuals. By the afternoon, the screen was looping the video. That entire afternoon, the supermarket was filled with Shun Yinshu's voice, paired with energetic DJ shouting. Cooking essentials: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea. Today's shout-out: say what you want and we'll say it. Yunwan Casino is open. Fun and good-looking, no cost to play, guaranteed safe transactions. Come and choose freely. Yunwan Casino offers real deals, affordable prices on all items, guaranteed to make you happy. We have goods and info, true information, anything you want, we have it. Come to the supermarket's third floor. Human nature is good at heart. We don't cheat in business. The Great Wall will never fall. Yunwan Casino is the best. Shun's exclusive shout-out was making a comeback. She was very satisfied with her self-created advertising slogans. Simple, memorable, addictive, and brainwashing. Everyone passing by couldn't help but look up, until their whispers faintly reached Shun Yinshu's ears. Is that Shun Boss's voice? Of course. Sounds pretty rhythmic. Naturally.
It's a bit loud, though. Well.
Shun Yinshu's proud little ego suddenly took a tumble. She looked over in disbelief, only to realize her voice was probably a bit too loud. She quickly shut up and walked away. Unwilling to be discouraged, she silently muttered in her mind that people just didn't appreciate her effort. Then she left the supermarket. The sounds outside the supermarket were louder. Just as she started to doubt whether she was really making too much noise, Sang Yi and Xiao Shui suddenly ran over to her. Xiao Shui excitedly spun around in circles. Sang Yi leaned close to Shun Yinshu's ear and said, "Sister, what song is this? It's so lively." Shun Yinshu finally showed a satisfied smile. As the evening sun was not as strong, Shun Yinshu went to fertilize the exotic plants and loosen the soil. This time, she wasn't alone. The clown-like creature silently helped her, and Sang Yi and Xiao Shui, who loved to join in the fun, played around while loosening the soil and applying fertilizer. Shun Yinshu let them play but felt a little uneasy. When they went to fertilize other plants, she secretly looked at the ones they had just loosened. When she saw a plant that looked much healthier and stronger than the others, she paused. Something felt off. It seemed like they should all be in similar condition, but this one suddenly looked more vigorous and lively. They had all received the same fertilizer. She instinctively looked at Sang Yi. She saw that the plant she had fertilized was visibly healthier, standing tall like a small white poplar, unlike hers, which still looked wilted despite being watered. She walked over and squatted down. "Why do I feel like the plants become different when they're in your hands?" she asked. Sang Yi, busy loosening the soil, looked at her and said happily, "Because I've grown up with them. They're my good friends." Shun Yinshu was speechless. Maybe this was the true secret of planting. She wanted to get closer and learn more about the real skills. Suddenly, her communicator vibrated. She quickly stood up and answered the call. It was Chung Shiwan's voice on the other end. Chung rarely contacted her over trivial matters. Whenever she did, it meant she had completed a task Shen Yunshu had asked her to do. Hearing her voice, Shen Yunshu's eyes lit up. "Boss Chung," she greeted. He simply responded with a nod. "I haven't found a strong defensive electric fence yet. Even if I do, it won't cover such a large area." "All right," Shen Yunshu said, not too disappointed. She knew it was difficult to find, and she had already entrusted this task to Chung, knowing it wouldn't be easy. But Chung Shiwan's voice suddenly came again. "I found a type of defensive material that meets your requirements. Do you want it?" Chung Shiwan's voice was clear and cold, transmitted through the communicator, adding a lazy tone. It seemed like she was deliberately teasing Shen Yunshu with a twist, and she even dragged out the ending to ask if she wanted it. Shen Yunshu was so enchanted by the voice that her ears felt warm. She quickly nodded. "Yes, of course I want it. Sorry to trouble you, Boss Chung. How much is it? I'll pay you next time." No rush. Send someone to pick it up." Shen Yunshu usually asked Qin Yutong to pick it up. She also said thank you, and was about to hang up when the voice came lazily again from the other side. "That crazy dog seems to be biting people at the base again." Shen Yunshu paused. Although she didn't mention the name, she immediately understood who it was. "What do you mean? Literally. I don't know what illness he's got now, but he's been doing pretty well, biting and killing a few nerve patients I dislike." Shen Yunshu suddenly felt a bit dazed. After a long pause, she found her voice again. "Why? I don't have time to understand the crazy dog's thoughts, but if you want—" "I don't want to." Shen Yunshu quickly interrupted her, then realized her tone sounded a bit harsh, so she relaxed her tense eyebrows. "I didn't mean it that way. I just haven't had anything to do with him for a long time." It seemed Chung Shiwan smiled on the other end, her voice light and gentle. I don't mean anything else. Just telling you, don't care too much about him, but be careful. The crazy dog might come back for revenge. Yes, you too, be careful." After hanging up the communicator, Shen Yunshu looked at the darkening sky for a long time, feeling distracted. Suddenly, she remembered what Song Qiao said before leaving. She lowered her eyes and found Qin Yutong's name in the communicator. "Hey, help me check what Song Qiao has been doing lately." On the first day of the casino's official opening, no one came. Shen Yunshu sat inside wearing a mask, waiting for a long time, but no one showed up. She sighed and looked outside. Many people at the door immediately looked away when they saw her. Shen Yunshu. There were many onlookers, but that was normal. The word casino gave a bad impression, so everyone was cautious and hesitant to enter. Moreover, in the post-apocalyptic world, those who could enter a casino were either rich or noble, or at least had some money or valuable materials. In turbulent times, no one could afford to lose their wealth. This unspoken rule was deeply ingrained in everyone's mind, leading to the current situation. Sun Shu boredly leaned on the table. She had guessed this kind of situation before, so she even made a rule that everyone must wear masks when entering the casino. The masks were placed at the third door, and people could choose one before entering the changing room to wear. No one could recognize each other, just to give everyone a sense of safety. But their caution was even more than she expected. Originally, she planned to disguise herself and sneak in to have some fun, but now she had become one of their leaders. Many people were trying to figure out something from her. What's going on? Why isn't she moving? Nobody is playing with her. Why would she do anything? Isn't there a lottery machine over there? Why doesn't she try it? Maybe the chance of winning is low. It looks like a plant hired by the boss. They're afraid she'll blow her cover if she plays. Sun Shu heard everything clearly. In a way, they were half right. She would rather sit here bored alone than touch the lottery machine because this broken system always targeted her. Although the system clearly stated that the lottery had probabilities, and the chances of drawing something useless or very rare were about the same, the highest probability was actually to get something in the middle or even make a small profit. In other words, it was all about her luck. She was so angry she wanted to punch her way into her own mind and beat it up. Because of this, she definitely wouldn't touch the lottery machine, especially in front of so many people. Wouldn't that be like ruining her reputation? Since no one came to her, it meant the casino wasn't attractive enough. Suyun Shu stood up, planning to go back and improve her strategy, step by step. But before she could leave, a tall figure came out of the changing room at the door, wearing a half-silver mask. The mask's pattern wasn't complicated, even quite plain, but on his face, it added a noble air. Suyun Shu sat back down, watching a man in black sit opposite her. His sharp, well-fitted clothes outlined a great figure. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, yet the narrow, thin chin and visible eyebrows and eyes, uncovered by the mask, kept his youthful look. At this moment, his smiling eyes looked at her. "Shall we play around?" Suddenly, Suyun Shu felt a tickle in her nose. She guessed right. The guy's face was indeed so handsome that he could rely on his looks to do whatever he wanted, even confusing her a little. She kept her composure and nodded slightly. Sure, they were playing blackjack. As a classic card game, Shin Yunshu had tried it before, but she wasn't really skilled, just able to play. She wasn't sure how good the clown's skills were. Shun Yunshu looked up at the person across the table. Although she was just casually playing, she felt a strange sense of nervousness in her heart. She picked up a deck of cards, removing the jokers. Blackjack, as the name suggests, is about counting the card points. The one with the higher total wins. Cards from 2 to 9 are worth their face value, while 10, J, Q, and K are worth 10 points. The ace can be worth either 1 or 11 points, depending on the player's choice. When counting the final score, the total is the maximum possible without going over 21. The rules seem simple, but card counting skills and psychological tactics are important parts of the game. They constantly influence who wins or loses. As the dealer, Shun Yunshu first dealt 2 cards to each player, with 1 card face up and 1 face down. Since only the clown was playing, she only dealt him 1 card. 2 thin cards were placed in front of Yuchen. He looked at his 2 face-up cards, a 10 and a 5, totaling 15 points. The score was a bit awkward, neither too high nor too low. Taking another card could cause him to go over 21, but not taking one might mean losing. Shen Yunshu looked at those 2 cards and immediately relaxed. When she saw the first 10, her heart fluttered. When she revealed the second card, she almost thought the game was over. Luckily, it was not an ace, just a 5. If it had been an ace and the first card was a 10, they would have hit 21 exactly, blackjack. In that case, unless the dealer also had 21, she would lose. Shun Yunshu let out a breath of relief, but the people around her sighed regretfully. She looked up and realized that, somehow, the area around her had filled with people, all staring intently at the cards on their table. Seeing Shun Yunshu frozen in surprise, they hurriedly urged her, "Dealer, what are you waiting for? Deal your cards quickly." Shun Yunshu. It seemed that humans naturally liked to join in the fun. But this also relieved her urgent worry. She looked up at the clown, and she saw a faint, unbothered smile in his eyes. Shun Yunshu couldn't help but smile too. She no longer kept the others waiting. She dealt herself her first face-down card, and then her face-up card. Everyone eagerly watched, and when they saw her face-up card, they all fell silent. She also had a 10. Shun Yunshu's eyes lit up. Could it be? Is she about to turn her luck around? Could it be that the Joker didn't get the blackjack, but she did? She held her breath and slowly looked at her hidden card, while the people around her grew tense. A small corner of her card was lifted, revealing the number 7. She knew it. Shun Yunshu's expression changed too obviously, and everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Yuchen also couldn't help but smile. According to the rules, if the dealer hits 21 directly and gets a blackjack, they should reveal their hidden card and win immediately. She didn't flip her card, which meant it wasn't a blackjack. Yuchen looked very relaxed the whole time, not showing any signs of nervousness. When Shun Yunshu looked at him with questioning eyes, he simply nodded gently. Yes, the Joker's choice to stay was expected, since her face-up card was 10 points, making it very likely her total exceeded his. At this moment, choosing to stay was both risky and a smart move. Shun Yunshu gently pushed her card forward, about to flip it, when a slender finger pressed down on it. She looked up at him. Their eyes met through the slit of their masks. The Joker's eyes were very dark, something Shin Yunshu had noticed early on, like a deep, mysterious spring, hard to read. But now, those eyes seemed to reveal faint, unknown emotions, and his voice was soft, with a hint of a smile. "Boss Shin, want to place a bet?" The words, "Boss Shin," sounded strangely unfamiliar coming from the Joker's mouth, making their relationship feel distant. It also made Shin Yunshu realize for the first time that he was no longer the cautious, silent boy he used to be. Thinking of this, a strange excitement rose in her heart. She was standing, while the Joker was sitting. This dominant attitude greatly stimulated her adrenaline. She slightly curled her lips and asked, "Sure, what do you want to bet?" Usually, the dealer sets the stakes, but since the Joker brought it up, she decided to let him choose. Yu Chen's gaze never left Shin Yunshu's eyes. Gradually, she sensed a subtle emotion. This was supposed to be just a casual game to attract customers, but his eyes seemed too serious. The lazy, carefree look in his eyes faded, and even his relaxed smile was gone. "If I win, I want a chance to make a wish." The words forgiveness were finally swallowed by Yu Chen, replaced instead with a wish. Although she disliked Yu Chen and wanted to stay away from him, he didn't even have the courage to subtly reveal his identity. As expected, Yu Chen saw a look of confusion in Shin Yunshu's eyes. His hands unconsciously clenched, and his jaw tightened. He still appeared relaxed, sitting comfortably on the bench, but no one knew how nervous he truly was at this moment. He knew he was being mean, using her unguarded game to try to get an unfair promise from her. But he couldn't control himself. Shin Yunshu suddenly tilted her head and smiled. All right. Inside, Yu Chen felt a sudden emptiness and was momentarily stunned. Shin Yunshu's smile grew even brighter. It settled then. Everyone around burst into excitement. Wait, she agrees? What if his wish is to hurt her? Are you really going to give him that? What's the use of hurting someone? If it were me, I'd make her give me all her money. That's too small-minded. If you want money, you want everything, people and money. The speaker was a sleazy man, about to share his opinion again when suddenly a cold, sharp gaze shot at him like a knife. His intimidating presence made him close his mouth immediately. After the noise died down, he slowly regained his composure, sweating coldly behind him. With the appearance of a new card, everyone's excitement grew even more. They held their breath, eager to see whether the card was big or small. But Shin Yunshu's attempt to flip the card was interrupted again by Yu Chen. Just before everyone could start criticizing him, he spoke first. "What if you win?" Shin Yunshu's eyebrows moved in surprise. She hadn't expected this. The people around also seemed caught off guard, but this question pushed everyone's emotions to a new high. Then his wish is cancelled. That's not enough. My suggestion is still that she gives him everything, money and people. The big, sleazy man trembled instinctively at these words, realizing someone else was speaking. But this time, he didn't shoot a sharp glare. Was he showing double standards? The man felt frustrated, realizing that indeed, there was double standards. Hearing the teasing words from the person beside her, Shin Yunshu couldn't help but laugh. But seeing such serious eyes from the clown-like figure, she couldn't bring herself to make a joke. Finally, her expression softened slightly. "If I win, tell me your wish." At the moment the last card was revealed, everyone was stunned. It was exactly a 6, a blackjack. However, this didn't determine the final winner or loser because Shin Yunshu still had the chance to draw another card. If she was lucky enough to reach 21, it would be a tie. Shin Yunshu didn't give up and asked for a card, but with her terrible luck, she naturally busted. Her face-down card was a 7, and her visible card was a 10, an awkward hand even worse than a clown. If the clown didn't hit, she could have won by staying. But unfortunately, he not only hit but also got 21, forcing Shin Yunshu into a situation where she had to draw again. Sadly, luck only favors one person at a time. Everyone saw this and started to laugh, but they quickly realized that whether someone wins or loses, the final bets didn't seem to matter much. And they couldn't shake the feeling that these two might be having an affair. To avoid being recognized, Shen Yunshu had dressed up with some high-tech disguise this time. She not only covered her face, but also changed her figure and voice slightly, making it impossible for others to realize she was Shin Boss, who was always in front of them. She was very glad she had prepared such a disguise. Otherwise, today's gossip would be flying everywhere. Now, even she couldn't help but wonder if there was something going on between them. Everyone's eyes, including Shin Yunshu's, were fixed on the clown. Everyone was curious about his wish. Finally, under everyone's watchful gaze, the clown pursed his lips and said 3 words. "Keep it for now." People around immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "Why keep it? Is there something I shouldn't hear?" "There's probably an affair, I knew it." With regretful looks, the two of them left with their faces flushed. Once outside the casino, the noise faded away, and everything suddenly became very quiet. So quiet that Shin Yunshu felt a bit uncomfortable. She cleared her throat and returned to her normal voice. "Now, do you want to say your wish?" Shin Yunshu thought he was too shy to speak earlier because there were too many people, but in the end, the clown shook his head. "Keep it for now." Shin Yunshu's curiosity was instantly piqued, and she was almost disappointed. She pouted and said, "All right, but you'd better not wait too long. Be careful, I might forget and deny it later." "You won't forget." Shin Yunshu was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at the clown-like figure. In the end, all she saw was the back of his head and ears flushed red. This time, Shin Yunshu's unexpected collaboration with the clown-like figure was very successful, sparking the desire in many people to have some fun. The bets were small, as there were rules in place. Playing with small stakes or exchanging chips for fun was quite acceptable. Soon, the casino became lively, and the trading platform started to slowly circulate, although the traffic was still very low. However, for Shin Yunshu, this marked a very good beginning. Once a place that no one paid attention to gain popularity, it quickly became very busy. Everyone was addicted to the rare entertainment in the post-apocalyptic world, and their tense nerves found a brief relief here. Shin Yunshu often disguised herself to go in and take a look. Of course, she always ended up losing everything she had. Luck was not on her side in this life. But Shin Yunshu maintained a good attitude and quickly focused on building a swimming pool. The trees she planted outside the inn last time were growing well. To help them grow faster, she even stopped using fertilizer for other exotic plants and used all her resources to buy growth liquid. Finally, her efforts paid off. Shin Yunshu stood under the tree, looking at the taller but still not thick enough tree, and was planning the pool's location. It couldn't be too close to the inn, nor could it be too far from the tree. This meant the pool couldn't be too large. However, Shin Yunshu didn't plan to make the pool a profit-making project. She just wanted to enjoy a swim because of the hot weather. If it was only for her own use, that would be enough. She quickly calculated the area in her mind, opened the system panel, and marked out this small piece of land. As for the materials for building the pool, Shin Yunshu didn't want to use classic tiles. For aesthetic reasons, she preferred a natural look, like clear water formed naturally. So, the first step was to dig a hole. In her virtual modeling, Shin Yunshu used cyber tools to dig the hole, stopping when the depth reached about 2.2 meters. Next, she lined the bottom with cement and stones. Luckily, these materials weren't rare, and she could afford them. The bottom was quickly paved. To keep it natural, she added a few large stones so she could rest on them when tired. As for the edges, she used wood, smooth wooden planks surrounding the pool, where she could place some snacks and rest after swimming, or even swim over to grab a bite. Shin Yunshu felt more beautiful the more she thought about it, as if she was already soaking in cool water, with her drink placed beside the pool. When tired from swimming, she would rest by leaning on the wooden deck with her hands, closing her eyes, tilting her head back, and enjoying the sunlight filtering through the leaves onto her face. Thinking of this, Shin Yunshu was inspired again. She placed a few beach chairs and set up some umbrellas by the poolside. Since there was no sea nearby, she created a seaside atmosphere herself. To make changing clothes easier, she even built a small wooden cabin nearby, which she heated with charcoal in winter, turning it into a sauna. Shen Yunshu was almost convinced by her own cleverness. However, as she kept building, she soon found a problem. Although she tried to control the space, as her ideas grew, the trees planted along the edge seemed insufficient. And she realized that it might not be good to swim without something to block the view later on. So she thought about planting a few more trees, but that would greatly increase the cost. Still, for her beautiful vision, Shen Yunshu reluctantly planted a few more trees identical to the previous ones. They probably wouldn't fully grow for several months, and by then, they could just be used as hot springs. The idea of having a swimming pool was temporarily shelved, but hot springs were also nice. Plus, by next summer, the pool could be restored. Anyway, she currently had plenty of time and money. Shen Yunshu comforted herself and suddenly felt much better. After sorting this out, she was about to go back and take a nap when her communicator on her waist rang. Recently, her communicator had been ringing more often, mostly from Boss Chung or Qin Yutong. But this time, it was probably Qin Yutong. She quickly pressed to answer. Hello, is there any news about the investigation? They were so familiar with each other that Shen Yunshu didn't bother with formalities and went straight to the point. There was silence on the other end for a moment before a low hum was heard. We found some clues, but I can't guarantee they're 100% accurate. Most of the information comes from hearsay. Shen Yunshu nodded seriously to show she understood. Then Qin Yutong began to slowly talk about the recent findings. First, he mentioned the case of Song Qiao, which Shen Yunshu had asked him to investigate last time. It was at this moment that she learned that Song Qiao's actions were no longer a secret. The entire base was already talking about it. Because the people Song Qiao killed weren't small figures, but several well-known big shots in the management of the base. Last time, Cheng Shiwan casually insulted those people as crazy. She thought they were just thugs from a base but didn't expect they were people from the higher-ups. Because these matters involve a wide and secretive range of forces, everyone only dares to discuss them secretly, not openly. Even this information was bought by Qin Yutong from the black market, but he didn't tell Shen Yunshu. His tone was calm and normal. How many did he kill?
Who were they?
Do we know why he killed them? Now, Song Qiao was no longer connected to her, so logically, she had no reason to care about these things. But her instincts told her it wasn't that simple. It was a joke. Someone brave enough to take those lives must be very powerful. Shen Yunshu didn't doubt he was an important character from the original story. Even her earlier idea of bringing him back was because she thought he might be related to the plot or know something. But she didn't expect it to end like this. And once she let him go, he started killing people. This made her feel scared and even suspect that she might be the next target. However, Qin Yutong's next words pushed her sense of danger to the limit. According to the latest reports, he has killed 3 people so far. Their identities are unclear, but all of them are high-level officials in Huayang. Why he did it is even less known. Although he acts very boldly, leaving a snowflake mark at each scene, he is very cautious. The entire base has a wanted notice for him, which means he hasn't been caught yet. Snowflake? She could hardly hear the rest of Qin Yutong's words, except for the repeated mention of snowflake ringing in her mind. Why snowflake? Suddenly, she remembered the night she casually gave him a nickname and his strange reaction. Later, he became unusually sensitive about the word snow. Why? Could it be related to his past? Hua Bai once said he saw Song Qiao in Qingyang, suggesting Song Qiao might have come from Qingyang. What exactly happened in Qingyang? All these doubts, like broken fragments, flashed through her mind, each suspicious, yet impossible to connect with a clear reason. She knew she was missing the most important piece. Qin Yutong, yes? Have you investigated his past? Shen Yunshu was already prepared for the other side to deny everything, but she never expected Qin Yutong to calmly say 2 words. Checked. Shen Yunshu paused briefly. Although she knew Qin Yutong was careful and responsible, his thoroughness still deeply shocked her. The other side didn't notice her reaction and continued speaking. He probably grew up in Qingyang, but strangely, we only found information about his life from birth to age 5. After that, it's like everything was erased intentionally. Was something happening when he turned 5? His parents died. Qin Yutong spoke calmly, as if describing an ordinary event, which was quite normal in this chaotic world. Still, Shen Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean by disappeared? There are many possibilities. One is that he truly disappeared, meaning he died. But that's unlikely for him. Another possibility is that, as a 5-year-old, he wouldn't have the ability to erase all traces of himself. So, it's very likely that it was done by someone else. When Qin Yutong said very likely, it meant there was at least an 80% chance he believed it. The fact that he mentioned this meant he had found some clues. Shen Yunshu said nothing and waited quietly for him to continue. Sure enough, he spoke again. I followed this lead and checked if any children went missing in Qingyang during those years. Unfortunately, Qingyang was still developing then and many records had already been lost. But after organizing the information, I found some suspicious points. What? Many children went missing or died unexpectedly during those years. Usually, ordinary children wouldn't attract much attention. However, the number of children with special abilities, like Song Qiao, who went missing, was unusually high. It even caught the attention of higher authorities for a while, but nothing came of it. Shen Yunshu frowned. Are you suggesting that someone might have erased the traces of these children? Qin Yutong hesitated for a moment. It's possible that there's more to it. I suspect there might be a special group kidnapping children with abilities. Most investigations were personally conducted by him. He carefully compared and examined each piece of information night after night, searching for clues. His conclusions gradually revealed themselves through his guesses. He knew much more about the true details than Shen Yunshu. Even if it was just a guess, it was based on repeated testing and verification. No one knew how shocked he was inside when he saw this unbelievable result. On the other end of the communicator, there was a gasp of surprise, followed by a long silence. Qin Yutong didn't know what she was thinking, but he understood that once things reached this point, it wasn't a simple matter, nor something they should get involved in. Although he didn't understand why she was still investigating him, he was just doing his duty as an employee. His personal wish was to prevent her from continuing the investigation. What he didn't realize was that just this one sentence had already sparked many thoughts in Shen Yunshu's mind. She thought about the villain in the original story losing their special power, which was then transferred to the male lead's brother. This meant that in this world, special powers could be transplanted. Qin Yutong's words made her think of a very frightening possibility. If Song Qiao was truly taken away by such an organization, his inexplicable hatred for Qingyang and his twisted mind could be explained. She even remembered the very first time she saw him, just a second before. He looked harmless, like an angel, and the next second, he had directly strangled someone. Before killing that person, he seemed to have said something. Shen Yunshu faintly heard someone calling her name. After listening carefully for a while, she realized it was Qin Yutong's voice from the communicator, and he sounded a bit anxious. Hello? Are you still there? Hello?
Yeah.
I am. Shen Yunshu hurriedly responded, then asked eagerly, Did you find out anything else about what he did in Qingyang afterward? I had seen him before, which meant he must have escaped. There was a pause on the other end as if he was thinking. After a while, a somewhat helpless voice came through. I did find out a little. His style of killing was very showy, and it's not the first time he's done this. It's said he also did similar things in Qingyang for a period. Because his way of killing was very distinctive, many people still remember him. But for some reason, he went quiet for a while afterward. Now we know he's moved to Huayang. Qin Yutong occasionally threw in a dry joke with his cold tone, which often made Shen Yunshu feel a strange sense of amusement. But at this moment, she couldn't smile at all. Qin Yutong, do you think there's a possibility that he is seeking revenge? Whether it was Qingyang or Huayang, both were high-level targets, indicating that he was after these people. If so, then in Shen Yunshu's terrifying suspicion, the situation seems even more bizarre and frightening. What is more shocking is that if everything is true, the world is far worse than she imagined. Qin Yutong, unlike Shen Yunshu, does not have an all-seeing perspective, so he took a long time to react after hearing her words. Unlike Shen Yunshu, he understands people's hearts better, so once he realized, sweat started to cover his entire body layer by layer. I have one last question. Go ahead. After he killed those people, how did the people in the base react? Qin Yutong recalled the atmosphere in the base over the past few days. Almost everyone was discussing this matter, but their faces showed glee, and many believed the killings were justified because the victims were known for their bad reputation. Suddenly, he remembered something very important. Every person he killed was in a terrible state, and most importantly, their past actions were exposed the next day. Unsurprisingly, all of them were bad people, so now, the trust in the high-level officials of the base has greatly decreased, and he is even called the anonymous hero. This conversation lasted a long time. Unknowingly, they seem to have deduced the situation to a terrifying degree. What is even more frightening is that all of this has no evidence, yet it is genuinely alarming. Sun Yinshu asked again about the strange beast tide incident. Although it was kept secret in the base, Zhou Sun eventually found out, indicating that the event had not completely disappeared from the base. Moreover, the Yunjun supermarket also experienced an unprecedented beast tide. Many people were present at the time, and the news spread rapidly. Her incident unexpectedly sparked lively discussions in the base, and some insiders managed to reveal that the base had also suffered similar events. In short, the government's secrecy only left people with more rumors and suspicion. The base can be seen as their safest and most trusted place. The more secure a place is, the more easily small mistakes cause panic and overreaction. Some say many people are now asking the higher authorities to explain why strange beasts suddenly become violent and even attack the base. Could this be a warning sign? Shen Yunshu chuckled softly. In that case, the government people must really hate me now. I'm afraid they already do. As soon as Qin Yutong finished this dark joke, both of them burst into laughter. Everything Shen Yunshu is doing right now definitely earns her some enemies, especially among those bugs who threaten core interests because of her influence. Qin Yutong swallowed hard, suppressing his laughter. But in the end, they haven't given any explanation. Over time, fewer people are talking about it. Does that indirectly suggest that they caused this? At least a 90% chance. Qin Yutong paused before adding, but once these matters involve the upper levels, they become very hard to investigate. So far, I haven't found any clear clues. Hearing this, Shen Yunshu raised an eyebrow. So, you mean there's something subtle going on? Qin Yutong gave a quick, somewhat forced laugh. Shen Yunshu couldn't quite catch it. Yes, there is a bit of that. Temperatures are gradually dropping now. Although not very obvious, it's definitely not as hot as those few peak days. Plus, because of your actions, the government supplies are now mostly reaching them. Logically, the number of disaster victims should be decreasing. Shen Yunshu frowned, instinctively feeling there would be a but coming, and Qin Yutong indeed made a turn in his explanation.
But,
based on my observations, the number of disaster victims hasn't decreased. At this point, Qin Yutong's mind involuntarily recalled scenes from when he personally visited the slums. He thought that despite the poor conditions, everyone had enough to eat and drink, and chaos wouldn't be so bad. But reality far exceeded his expectations. They had proper shelter, tents everywhere, and distribution stalls for supplies, yet the true state of the people was completely different from what he imagined. Everyone was so thin their chests pressed against their backs. Most men, hot from the weather, were shirtless, with ribs clearly visible. Women had yellowed hair, dull eyes, either sitting alone in a daze or holding children while gazing into the distance, humming unknown songs. The oppressive atmosphere made Qin Yutong feel a bit hard to breathe, but what bothered him more were the sick people. Perhaps due to long-term malnutrition or some other illness, almost every tent had someone lying inside. They had their mouths open, covered with white cloth, their chests rising and falling as they struggled to breathe, seeming like they might stop breathing at any moment. Sadly, they refused to seek medical help, either relying on their own strength to get through or just waiting to die. Qin Yutong didn't understand why so many people were sick. It was clear that the infection was spreading. Someone should have been sent to handle it, especially to prevent it from spreading to the base. When he asked someone about it, he learned the real reason. It wasn't that no one cared. They had sent people to manage the situation and provided medicine. But according to those affected, The illness was caused by a stubborn bacteria virus that was hard to cure. They had to be temporarily gathered in one place for quarantine and treatment. The people Qin Yutong saw today hadn't yet been taken for quarantine. Hearing this explanation, Qin Yutong's brow remained furrowed. He asked where they would be taken for quarantine, but almost everyone couldn't answer. In the end, he left full of questions, both coming and going with doubts. Qin Yutong told Shen Yunshu everything he saw, word for word. He thought Shen Yunshu might notice something suspicious. But she paused for a moment and suddenly asked, "Did you wear a mask when you went in?" Qin Yutong was surprised and honestly replied, "I didn't wear one at first, but after seeing the patients, he put one on." Shen Yunshu sighed with frustration, saying, "Next time, remember to wear it all the time." "No, better yet, don't go at all. It's okay, Nothing's okay." Shen Yunshu interrupted him directly. "If you're feeling unwell, you must tell me immediately. I suspect this might not be a simple contagious disease. Oh, and remember to wear a mask at the shop, and make sure everyone else does too." There was a brief silence on the other side. After a moment, a rustling sound came through, and the next second, Qin Yutong's voice sounded muffled. Got it. Also, employees at other shops and people at the academy must wear masks when they go out. As for Black Eagle Lion King, I'll notify them," Shen Yunshu said earnestly and repeatedly. Qin Yutong realized that the seriousness of this matter might be greater than he had thought. "What do you mean by not just a simple infectious disease you just mentioned?" Shen Yunshu was suddenly interrupted, her voice tense. "Do you remember the monster we encountered at the base that night?" Qin Yutong thought for a moment, and instantly felt a chill run through his body. The call ended after Shen Yunshu repeatedly urged him. When the communicator went completely silent, Shen Yunshu looked at the pink clouds in the sky and realized that this conversation had actually lasted from noon until evening. At the end, Qin Yutong still had many questions, but Shen Yunshu couldn't explain, so she had to hurriedly end the call. How could she explain it? She thought that everything in this world was just a book she had read, and that they were all just characters in that story. She had foreseen that a terrible infectious disease might soon appear. She tried to help the victims and stop the spread, but she couldn't change the predetermined plot. Maybe she took the wrong path, or maybe she chose the wrong person, but no matter what, it seemed it was already too late. All she could do now was protect her loved ones and her supermarket. The bigger responsibilities would naturally fall on the main characters. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Once she understood, the gloom in Shen Yunshu's heart was mostly lifted, but she still had to complete the task given by the system. For her own safety, she had to get involved in this mess. Thinking of this, Shen Yunshu began contacting Black Eagle and Lion King, asking them to stock up more, especially masks. She wouldn't run out of supplies here, but she was worried that if the infectious disease suddenly spread, they would be completely unprepared. The people from Lion King and Black Eagle listened without much question and followed her advice to hoard supplies. Maybe being at the base, they also sensed some impending trouble. After taking care of these matters, Shen Yunshu felt half relieved. When she looked up, she saw it was already dark. She returned to the supermarket and instinctively wanted to find the clown monster. Although there was nothing urgent now, for some reason, she really wanted to see him. Unfortunately, she searched all over the first, second, and third floors of the supermarket, as well as his room, but couldn't find him. Now Shen Yunshu realized that he might have gone out again. Lately, he had been going out more and more often. Most of the time, he left a note. Sometimes he didn't leave anything at all. But not leaving a note meant he wouldn't be gone for long. Singin Shol felt unexpectedly down while searching for an empty spot in the supermarket. After returning to her room, washing up, and lying on the bed, she still couldn't sleep. Since there were no phones or entertainment in the apocalypse, she decided to open the system panel and start working overtime. In a way, the system panel was like a building game, which sometimes helped her fall asleep. She looked at the terrain map around the supermarket. Since expanding the inn and supermarket and opening a small natural pool in front of the inn, the safety zone around the supermarket was almost fully developed. Any expansion she made would result in the new structures being fully exposed to zombie attacks. The supermarket's defenses were urgently needed. She took out some materials from her backpack, which she had obtained from Chung Shiwan, quite a few in number. She also took out a regular electric fence from the system shop. She decided to combine these two items, hoping for an unexpected result. But with her luck, it might just turn out to be a small loss instead of a gain. To be safe, she set aside a small piece of material and decided to try upgrading it with a small piece of the electric fence in the upgrade pool. The material was an A-grade material, and the electric fence was a common one. When both were thrown into the pool, they emitted a blue light, indicating the material remained A-grade. A look of joy appeared in Xianshu's eyes. It was already surprising that the electric fence didn't lower the material's grade. The final result exceeded her expectations. This A-grade material was called Leisure Thunderstone. As the name suggested, it had strong lightning attack capabilities, along with a certain hardness and good defense. This material wasn't extremely rare, but its rarity lay in how difficult it was to obtain. Usually, people searching for Leisure would either find none or a whole lot at once. It often hid in very secret and dangerous places, usually in large clusters. Finding it required both luck and strength. This was also why it was classified as A-grade and priced high. At this moment, attaching it to the ordinary electric fence made the otherwise plain fence look dazzling. Blue-purple lightning crackled between the black electric wires, occasionally making crackling sounds that were quite mesmerizing. It was hard to imagine how imposing it would look if such a large electric fence surrounded the supermarket, making it seem formidable and difficult to approach. Even in the dark, the lightning moving like snakes across the wires could light up half the sky, dazzling anyone who tried to get close. It has a very cyber-like feel, so the surprise in Xianshu's eyes couldn't be hidden. Since she wanted to place it around the supermarket, she aimed for a look that was both attractive and strong. Unexpectedly, it turned out perfectly. Xianshu's luck changed. Feeling overwhelmed with joy, Xianshu quickly took action, adding large pieces inside. Although each piece turned out slightly different, most maintained the majestic appearance of a senior. She kept doing this until she was sweating all over. Surprisingly, she didn't make a single mistake and steadily reached the end. All the materials that might have caused trouble suddenly became useless. People who have had bad luck for a long time sometimes feel suspicious when things go smoothly, wondering if disaster is just around the corner. Xianshu forced herself to stop thinking like that, but the more she tried, the more excited she became, making it hard to sleep. She decided to finish installing the electric fence all at once. To calculate the range, she got out of bed again. It was completely dark outside, but Xianshu was not afraid. She used a flashlight to measure the area. Of course, she didn't dare leave the supermarket's protection zone, so she only looked as far as she could from the edge. Although she didn't see any zombies now, stepping outside the range would quickly attract all nearby zombies with her sound and light. Carefully, Xianshu measured in her mind, not noticing a shadow slowly approaching her. When she had nearly completed her circle and was about to turn off the flashlight, a grotesque face suddenly appeared from under the light. The pale face shone brightly, covered in red and white patches. Xianshu couldn't see clearly, only noticing the eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. She was so frightened she trembled all over and didn't even scream. The flashlight slipped from her hand and flew outside the safe zone. She sank to the ground, still trembling from shock. After 10 seconds, her eyes refocused, and she saw what was in front of her.
It was a zombie.
The flashlight had fallen right beside its foot. It clearly saw Xianshu and charged straight at her, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Her safety was assured, and Xianshu finally relaxed. But the zombie looked terrifying. She swallowed hard and was about to quietly disappear from its view when suddenly, a cold hand grabbed her wrist from behind. Xianshu finally couldn't hold back her scream any longer. Her throat trembled violently, and a sharp cry pierced through the quiet night above the supermarket. No matter how careful she was, it was hard to prevent a thief from sneaking in. Xianshu's whole body went limp, her mind was blank. Instinctively, she tried to break free from the restraints on her wrists and crawl back into the supermarket. But before she could start struggling, whatever was holding her wrist suddenly began to speak. "Sister, what are you doing here?" In the dark night sky, a young girl's distant voice sounded, like a cool breeze blowing into Shen Yunshu's ear. She shivered and wanted to call out, but her rational mind firmly stopped her. Why does this voice sound so familiar? In fear, a sudden idea flashed through her mind. She quickly turned her head back. "Sang-yi, it's me, sister." With Sang-yi's confirmation, Shen Yunshu felt a fuzzy sensation at her feet. She looked down and saw Xiaoxue. Her heart sank suddenly, falling into her stomach. She relaxed, but her body was so tense that she couldn't exert any strength. She simply sat down on the ground. "Why are you here so late?" Shen Yunshu couldn't see clearly who was opposite her, only a dark shadow. But Sang-yi's big eyes shone brightly even in the night, staring at her motionlessly. The goosebumps that had faded began to rise again. She knew someone was there, but the scene still felt so strange. The fuzzy feeling at her feet briefly moved away. Shen Yunshu felt a little panicked. Just as she was about to shout, Xiaoxue happily trotted back with a flashlight in its mouth. With a thud, it placed the flashlight in front of Shen Yunshu. She widened her eyes and quickly looked at Xiaoxue. She grabbed its front leg and checked its entire body. "Why did you run out? Do you know it's dangerous outside? Zombies? You didn't get bitten, right?" Xiaoxue looked at her with confusion, then spat out a torn piece of cloth. Carefully examining it, she realized it was the same piece of clothing that had almost scared her to death earlier from the zombie. Suddenly, she understood something. She carefully took the flashlight, which she had just found, and looked back in the original direction. Sure enough, the zombie was already dead there. Its neck was bloodied and torn, almost severed but still attached. Shen Yunshu looked at it, then put the light away. At the same time, Xiaoxue proudly lifted its head.
"That I almost forgot."
Even if Xiaoxue usually acts like a dog, she is actually a real mutant wolf with strong abilities. Biting a zombie is easy for her. Shen Yunshu reached out and patted her wolf's head as a reward. "Good job, Xiaoxue, but don't bite next time." "It's dirty, you know." Xiaoxue didn't understand, only happily wagging her tail. Shen Yunshu sighed with amusement. Tonight, she felt she had lost face. She was surprised that a young girl under 18 couldn't stay calm when facing zombies, and even got scared by Sang-yi. She thought they were just playing around. After calming down, she stood up and dusted herself off. "All right, I'm fine. You two should go back to sleep early. Don't wander outside late at night. And only play in this area, don't go out randomly." Sang-yi did nod. Shen Yunshu took a few steps and then stopped, looking at her strangely. "What's wrong?" Sang-yi blinked. "Do you really think zombies are all dirty?" Shen Yunshu was stunned, not expecting such a question. Most of the ones I've seen so far seem pretty dirty." Although she didn't understand why Sang-yi asked that, Shen Yunshu answered carefully.
"Okay, Sanki no tetov."
"So, what counts as dirty? What's clean?" "Am I clean?" Shen Yunshu paused, meeting the girl's sincere eyes. A strange feeling rose in her heart, but she still chose her words carefully. "Dirty means not clean." As soon as she said it, she realized how obvious her words were. Such simple explanations. Seeing Sang-yi's growing confusion, she quickly added, "For example, if you have mud or stains on you but don't wash them off for a long time, you'll become dirty. As for clean, it's the opposite. Wash often and keep yourself neat and odor-free. That's what makes you clean." "You're definitely clean." Shen Yunshu wasn't sure if her explanation was clear enough. Honestly, asking such questions was already strange for her. Fortunately, Sang-yi nodded, seeming to understand. Shen Yunshu let out a breath. "Good. Go to sleep early." Afraid that Sang-yi might ask more questions she couldn't answer, she quickly walked away. After a few steps, she heard faintly behind her the low words, "So strange." Shen Yunshu hurriedly left, not paying much attention, thinking that Sang-yi was talking to Xiaoxue or muttering to herself. It wasn't until the next morning, when she sat up in bed, that she realized what she had said. Looking at her tired face reflected in the mirror at the foot of the bed, she mumbled sleepily, "That's strange." Then she sank her head back into her pillow and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, inside the base, it was about 7 a.m., a typical time for most people to wake up and start work, but for those in the black market, it was just the end of their shift. Luo 12 yawned and looked at the emaciated people in the cage, casually instructing the person beside him, "Almost done. Drag him inside." Yes. A black cloth was placed over the large cage, and what awaited was the drying out of all the blood, turning the person into a mummified corpse. He showed little reaction to this. In fact, his will had been broken, and he could no longer respond. He was carried onto the operating table, cold shackles fastened around his wrists and ankles. He tilted his head, staring blankly, like a fish on a chopping block. A cold needle pierced his skin, and he showed no reaction, only his eyes trembling slightly. In his line of sight was a person dressed in a black suit, sitting elegantly in a chair, coldly watching him through glass. He couldn't remember that person's face or think about who they were. His face was forcibly turned away, and he could only stare at the blinding incandescent light. Blood slowly flowed out of his body. Gradually, he began to react. His body trembled violently, parts not restrained by the shackles stretched tight like a bow, bouncing high. He let out hoarse, unpleasant screams, saliva and tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, his eyes nearly bulging out, with numerous red blood vessels exploding across them. Minister Wen, this is their usual reaction. Nothing special. The man in the black suit looked indifferent, but his leg muscles tensed involuntarily. Get out. Luo 13 quickly silenced himself, internally cursing this perverted creature, which often came under the guise of supervision for inspections, but was really just there to observe their reactions and satisfy his twisted psychology. This often caused trouble for them, forcing everyone to stay alert and preventing them from sleeping during their rest time. Luo 13 cursed harshly in his mind, but kept a calm exterior. As the reaction of the person in the lab gradually subsided, he finally relaxed, feeling the ordeal was over. He turned to look at Minister Wen. Just as he was about to speak, a splash of hot blood suddenly splattered on his face. His mouth was still open, and before he could close it, his eyes involuntarily looked down and saw a horrifying scene. A thick, fist-sized spike pierced through Minister Wen's chest. His black suit was gradually stained with dark blood, and his facial expression hadn't even changed yet. His mouth was open wide, and his eyes seemed to bulge with shock. What's happening?
Who was that?
When did they come in? Countless questions roared inside Luo Shirson's mind, but he had no time to think. The last thing he saw before dying was that person's black hair and a white mask on their face. He raised his hand, and a flame rose from his palm. He gently blew it out, and the flame landed on the ground, leaving a deep snowflake-shaped mark. Did you hear? This morning, there was a fire in the south part of the base. It seems to have burned for quite a while.
Of course I know.
I heard there's even a black market hidden there. Really? Absolutely. And it's said that a big figure died in that fire. As soon as the words were spoken, the two looked at each other and lowered their voices. A big figure again? Where did you hear that? It's all over the place. Don't you know? Hey, do you think it's that? Again?
Shh.
The other quickly interrupted, making a gesture. Enough, stop talking. Get back to work. The usually silent base was bustling again this morning, with many soldiers running back and forth along the roads. The normally quiet notice board was now crowded with people, all staring at the notices posted there. They couldn't help but point and discuss. Almost everyone saw the thick smoke rising from the southern part of the base this morning. Their tense nerves, long hardened by surviving in the apocalypse, immediately warned them that something had gone wrong again. But what surprised them most was that it was the same anonymous hero who had been causing chaos in the base for days. On the notice board was a familiar evidence of crime. The face of the dead was nailed to the top of the board, seemingly to tell the world his ugly face. Minister Wen, is that the same Minister Wen we know? So disgusting. I knew all crows are the same. This person even went to comfort the poor in the slums, but turns out he's just a hypocritical pervert. What does it say on this paper? Human experiments? Is it the same meaning I know? They actually used living people for experiments. People in the slum are not considered human. What kind of thing is this? We demand an explanation. Otherwise, who knows if the next one will be us? Yes. We need an explanation. Give us an explanation. The crowd suddenly became angry and passionate. Recently, the incident involving the anonymous hero had already shaken their trust in the government. Now, even worse things have happened again, and everyone can no longer bear it. They started protesting right away. The base soldiers forced to tear up these papers were overwhelmed. They were just workers, but they became the first targets for the people's anger. To prevent the crowd from getting even more furious, they had to hold back from fighting back and kept shouting, "Everyone stay calm. The authorities have sent professionals to investigate. We will give you the truth," but their shouts only made things worse, like a firecracker igniting a barrel of gasoline. People no longer cared about the guns the soldiers carried. They cursed loudly, each one more vulgar than the last. The soldiers' throats were about to burn from shouting, but it was useless. Instead, they felt even more frustrated. Their loudspeakers felt heavy in their hands. They wished they could smash them and walk away, but thinking of the strict orders from above, they finally held back and cursed the leaders silently. While they charged forward and faced the people's anger, those behind the scenes sat comfortably in their chairs, angry at the people in front. Suddenly, a pile of torn papers was slammed onto the desk, stirring up dust in the air. The others looked serious, staring at the stack of evidence on the table. No one spoke. Finally, the leader took a sip of tea, then slammed the cup down hard. His sharp gaze swept to someone in the lower right before speaking slowly. "Wenshi, what exactly happened to your father?" The person called Wenshi looked calm, as if the man who died that morning had nothing to do with him. His face, which looked gentle but had sharp eyes, slightly turned to look at him. "I don't know. Old Zhang, you know my relationship with him has always been bad. I don't interfere with what he does." The man called Old Zhang seemed annoyed by Wenshi's indifferent expression. "No matter how bad it is, he's still your father. You should at least control him so he doesn't go out causing trouble." Wenshi lowered his eyes slightly and nodded gently. "But it's too late now, Old Zhang." Old Zhang was so angry that his chest rose and fell. He then looked at the person opposite Wenshi and asked, "And you? You've had so much time, but still haven't caught the person behind this." The person being questioned had a long scar on his face, crossing his eyebrows and eye. He was strong but unusually respectful. He stood up and bowed to Old Zhang. "I have sent people to do their best to catch him, but honestly, the person who killed Minister Wen last night might not be the same as before." Guang Jihong was just speaking the truth, but he didn't expect to make Old Zhang even angrier. A thick stack of papers was thrown firmly onto his head. "Look clearly. Look at these things. They've already written on your face, and you still can't catch the person. I don't care who it is. I'll give you 3 days. If you still don't catch him, you can get out." Guang Jihong's face turned pale instantly. He wanted to say something, but seeing Old Zhang's expression, he finally shut his mouth. The secretary standing beside Old Zhang stepped forward at the right time to calm him down. The office was quiet except for his heavy breathing. Pei Yan stood nearby, quietly glancing at Old Zhang's face. Her chestnut curly hair moved slightly as she gently touched the folder she was holding. Until Old Zhang looked at her, she calmly withdrew her gaze. "Pei Yan, how is the experiment progressing recently?" Old Zhang's tone softened a lot, seeming to look forward to her answer. But Pei Yan just looked back indifferently. "The experiment is currently in a difficult stage. We are still doing repeated tests." This implied that there had been no breakthrough yet. Old Zhang's face darkened instantly, but he didn't lose his temper again. Instead, he held back and said, "Then I'll trouble you to work harder. We don't have much time. This group of lower humans has started to cause trouble. Recently, Wenshi will increase the number of live experiment subjects. Don't worry about running out." Noticing Wenshi's gaze on her, Pei Yan clenched her folder tightly, but kept her expression unchanged. She only nodded slightly to show she understood. She couldn't listen to anything more about what was coming next. She kept her head down, staring at the folder for 5 minutes before finally, unable to bear it, she looked up at Wenshi. Wenshi seemed to have been waiting for her to look up for a long time. When their eyes met, his eyebrows raised slightly, filled with mockery. His very thin lips moved slightly. But Pei Yan saw everything clearly. Don't worry about the experiment. I will personally watch over you. By the time the news reached Shinyunshu, it had already been a day. She was busy thinking about installing the power grid. Since the installation was beyond the supermarket's protected area, she couldn't use the system's decoration feature to install it directly. She had to do it herself. Because of this, Shen Yunshu knew she couldn't do it alone. She called some people from Black Eagle and also brought along some odd characters. Shi Huang had heard some information somewhere and also brought a few people. When 5 cars stopped in front of the supermarket, Shen Yunshu fell silent. She looked at Zhang Yu, who was the first to get out. Wasn't it enough to just bring a few strong people? Why did you call so many? She asked. Zhang Yu looked a bit stronger, with darker skin. Her shoulder-length hair was cut into a messy style, but her decent face kept her from looking like a beggar. She carried her machete and stood in the sun, frowning. Do you think I want this? When they hear it's for you, they all come running. You can't chase them away, she said. Who are you talking about, Zhang Yu? Song Yan, who followed behind, looked like he had caught her. But Zhang Yu pulled her face and made Song Yan angry. Whoever talks, talks, she snapped. Seeing the 2 young kids about to fight, Shen Yunshu quietly backed away and went to greet Zhou Sun and Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao immediately hugged her when she saw her. The girl had grown taller recently and was now taller than Shen Yunshu's chin. She wanted to pat her head and say something, but suddenly the soft feeling slipped out of her arms. Instead, a loud cheer. Is that a dog? Shen Yunshu looked down and saw that Snow had sneaked out. It was clearly very lively and friendly, eager to greet everyone with its tail wagging wildly. She wanted to say it was actually a wolf, but she swallowed her words and only said, its name is Snowball. You can also call it Little Snow. Little Snow attracted many people instantly, except Qin Yutong and Zhang Yu. They stood in front of Shen Yunshu, seeming to want to say something. Shen Yunshu looked at Qin Yutong, blinked, and smiled. Long time no see, she said. Qin Yutong was definitely her best employee. Whatever task she gave him, he completed it very well and very thoroughly. So she didn't ask why Qin Yutong, who had no special abilities, was coming. The boss always favored the best employee. The gold-rimmed glasses sparkled in the sunlight. Qin Yutong seemed to be momentarily dazzled by her smile, then lowered his eyelashes and gave a light smile, saying, Zhang Yu looked at Qin Yutong strangely, feeling that whenever he was near Shen Yunshu, his behavior seemed a bit off. But she usually didn't think too much about it. She simply snapped her fingers between the 2 of them to get their attention. Looking into Shen Yunshu's eyes, Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and gestured toward the car, saying, Look over there. Shen Yunshu turned to see a fairly large car. For some reason, her heart skipped a beat, and she had a premonition. Suddenly, the car door was gently pushed open from inside, and a strand of long black hair floated out. Shen Yunshu quickly turned her head to Zhang Yu and asked, You? Zhang Yu looked at her proudly, with a smile brighter than the sun on his face. They want to come see you. I just let them. It's also a good time to practice what we've learned during training. Shen Yunshu turned again to look at the people coming down. It was really them. Students from Yunguang Academy. When they first got off the car, they looked a bit reserved, but as soon as they saw Shen Yunshu's eyes, their faces lit up, and they waved to greet her. Boss Shen. Shen Yunshu looked closely and seemed to see many familiar faces, yet they also seemed somewhat unfamiliar. What was familiar was their unchanged faces. What felt strange was their completely different aura from just a few months ago. Their worn-out, timid, and weak appearances had vanished, replaced by health, confidence, and strength. When these young women stood before Shen Yunshu like the morning sun, she deeply understood what it meant when your enemies hope you remain weak. She hurried forward and tightly hugged Zhang Yu, unable to hide her happiness as she whispered a thank you in her ear. Zhang Yu froze for a moment, feeling a bit overwhelmed, until Shen Yunshu blurted out the next words. You really are my most caring little quilt. Zhang Yu's face darkened. Get lost. Although the situation was somewhat chaotic, everything ultimately came together. Instead of the quick mental defense Shen Yunshu imagined, it turned into collective effort. But collective effort didn't necessarily mean higher efficiency. In fact, it might have been slower for various reasons. However, Shen Yunshu no longer cared about that. When she heard Zhang Yu's idea of testing their abilities, she immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement. Although these girls have had a tough past, most of their hardships occurred inside the base. They haven't really encountered zombies, let alone fought them. It's good for them to have some exposure now. Most of the people Zhang Yu brought are from the first group to join and have special abilities, which makes their work easier. Shen Yunshu asked them to build a section of the power grid. She thought Zhang Yu would give some instructions, but he just released the task and then took a back seat. Aren't you going to help them? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. Do you think they've been training all this time for nothing? Soon, Shen Yunshu realized Zhang Yu was right. The girls might not have an advantage in natural strength, but they are clever and careful. About 10 girls arranged the entire plan for building the power grid. Those with stronger abilities handled receiving and installing the wires outside, while the others moved supplies. Shen Yunshu observed that they planned quickly, no slower than experienced workers. Once the plan was set, they started moving and installing without delay. To make installing the grid easier, Shen Yunshu had some loudspeakers set up nearby to attract most of the zombies. Now only a few wandered around. When some zombies saw people, they roared and tried to attack. Shen Yunshu's heart briefly tensed, but she quickly relaxed, realizing she had underestimated them. After suffering hardships and understanding that without strength they would surely die in this era, they became tougher than anyone else, even though they were already resilient. Shen Yunshu leaned back against a tree and sighed in relief. Zhang Yu, noticing this, let out a teasing sound. All right, just put your heart into your pelvis and tie a knot. Shen Yunshu was speechless. You're really starting to sound better. Thanks. Shen Yunshu looked at Zhang Yu's carefree smugness, hesitant to speak. But in the end, she didn't say anything. Zhang Yu's ability to train people to this level showed how dedicated he was. She decided to give him a big red envelope when she returned. Even though Zhang Yu seemed relaxed, she didn't dare to leave easily. Shen Yunshu went to check other areas. Building the power grid wasn't very difficult, and with so many people working together, it was even easier. Shen Yunshu spun around and saw that the Lion King had almost finished his work. The electric fence, glowing with purple-blue lightning, looked very intimidating even in the daytime. She built a 6-meter-high electric fence. Once it was fully installed, she planned to add a ring of barbed wire outside it to make it the final layer of protection. Only then could she relax a little. After inspecting for a while, she unknowingly found herself near the clown monster. Since his face was fully healed, he had not shown his face again, always wearing a silver mask. Shen Yunshu often felt quite sorry for him. He had no teammates and was responsible for a whole area alone, yet he worked faster than anyone else. When she arrived, he had just finished installing everything. Seeing her, he stood up directly, brushed off the dust, and came over, not caring where she was headed next, acting like a shadow following her. Shen Yunshu couldn't help but laugh. She had long noticed that he would automatically become shy whenever there were many people around. Although a bit of a lone wolf, there was nothing wrong with that. Everyone chooses their own way of life. So Shen Yunshu said nothing and instead called others to help carry water, ice drinks, and fruit from the supermarket, distributing them one by one. When she reached Zhang Yu, she realized the installation of the electric fence was almost finished. Zhang Yu was lying relaxed under the peace tree, only slightly paying attention to the work. Do you want an ice pop? Yes, Zhang Yu replied lazily. Shen Yunshu threw an ice pop at her, making her shiver from the cold. Ah! Zhang Yu nearly sat up. Revenge, Boss Shen? You said you wanted it yourself, Shen Yunshu replied. Zhang Yu looked at her, then tore open the wrapper and put the ice pop in her mouth, her words becoming muffled, This is how you treat your great contributor. Shen Yunshu immediately smiled. Just as she was about to sit down and wait for that side to finish, she hadn't even sat down when a short, sharp cry suddenly came from that direction. Before she could turn her head, the person beside her suddenly shot up like a cannonball. In her surprise, Shen Yunshu only had time to see her side profile suddenly sink. Since knowing Zhang Yu, she had rarely seen such an expression on her face, serious, yet tinged with a hint of worry. A gust of wind brushed past her ear, and when she turned her head, Zhang Yu's hand was already gripping the Miao Dao, a type of sword, behind her back. The place where everyone shouted in surprise was suddenly disrupted when one person, while connecting the power grid, accidentally stepped on something sharp, causing the heavy electrical wire to become unstable. On the other side, the person helping her hold the wire clearly couldn't lift it alone, and the wire tilted. The person on the other end also lost control, causing the wire to tilt further. Underneath the wire, someone was fixing the foundation. Quick thinking, a person used their special ability to help stabilize the wire, but the real danger was not just the wire itself. A zombie had suddenly appeared nearby. Everyone's attention was focused on the fragile wire, so no one noticed the zombie at first. Shen Yunshu's heart jumped to her throat, but her reaction was slower than the person with special powers. She could only watch helplessly as Zhang Yu rushed away and suddenly swung a small sword from behind. The small sword cut through the air with a loud whooshing sound. At that moment, the girl fixing the foundation calmly looked up. Her ponytail swayed behind her. She saw the small sword rushing toward her from behind and quickly stood up, firmly grabbing the sword in midair. Using the momentum of the sword, she twirled her wrist and swung it back in a beautiful arc. A barely audible sound of something hitting the ground was heard. The zombie's head was severed from its body. The head rolled to the girl's side. She raised her sword and decisively stabbed it into the zombie's eye socket. The zombie stopped struggling completely. Almost everyone was stunned by this scene. Even after witnessing everything with their own eyes, their minds struggled to process it. It wasn't until Zhang Yu looked at the girl, who had taken the small sword and cut off the zombie's head without hesitation, that he suddenly stopped. In the midst of the yellow dust, she and the girl, who seemed very calm but was trembling slightly while holding the sword, looked at each other and suddenly smiled. Well done. At this moment, everyone around finally reacted. They wanted to cheer, but they held back their joy. Zhang Yu's sword was caught by someone else, who cut off the zombie's head. This act symbolized a strong life force passing on, and perhaps it was also a symbol of hope. It represented the torch of life being passed from one to another, a symbol of continuous renewal. Shen Yunshu, sitting under a tree, seemed to feel this strength too. She looked at the girl who caught Zhang Yu's small sword and, in her mind, searched for her name, Wu Yang. She walked over and returned the small sword to Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu took it, he also held her hand, and Wu Yang's hand stopped trembling. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Yu, her face showing a sudden excitement as if she just realized something. Her eyes sparkled like stars. I did it. Neither of them noticed that someone was secretly watching them all the time. At this moment, Shen Yunshu was watching Zhang Yu's ears turn red quietly, deep in thought. A small mistake that almost caused a big problem made everyone suddenly become very alert. The electric fence, which was supposed to take half an hour to finish, was completed in just 10 minutes. After finishing everything, everyone finally relaxed and sat down on the ground. But their faces showed satisfaction, not tiredness. Shen Yunshu handed each of them a bottle of water. Since they had just finished intense activity, they couldn't drink cold water immediately. She told them to rest a bit before going to the supermarket for ice water and fruit. When each person received water, their eyes sparkled with happiness. They knew their performance might not have been perfect, but they still wanted praise naturally. Shen Yunshu, feeling soft-hearted, immediately praised them a lot, making the girls feel proud. But Zhang Yu quickly brought them back down to earth. Because there was a mistake, and it was a significant one, Zhang Yu naturally had to scold them a bit. Seeing Zhang Yu get serious, Shen Yunshu found it a bit interesting. She quietly moved next to Wu Yang and nudged her with her elbow. "He's pretty handsome, don't you think?" Wu Yang, who was listening carefully to the criticism, looked confused. Huh. After fully installing the electric fence and tidying up the environment inside it, it was already evening. As it got darker, Shen Yunshu decided not to rush them to leave. Since so many people were gathered, she clapped her hands and decided to hold a bonfire party. Of course, mainly because she was craving barbecue. Her cooking skills were average, and she couldn't make anything tasty just with ingredients. But among so many people, surely someone knew how to cook. Shen Yunshu still thought their cooking skills were based on the military training at Qingyang Base. Since they often went on outdoor missions and had strong survival skills, she believed Black Eagle and Lion King wouldn't be bad either. When everyone started the fire and prepared the grills and ingredients, they looked at the various meats and vegetables in front of them. Suddenly, no one moved forward. Shen Yunshu thought they were being polite and urged, "Don't be shy, go ahead and grill." But everyone just looked at each other blankly, finally turning to Shen Yunshu and asking, "How do we grill?" She was excited to eat and ready to enjoy, but she was caught off guard. Until later, she realized that this group of people truly had excellent survival skills in the wild. But in the post-apocalyptic wilderness, there wasn't much to eat. Most of the time, they drank nutritional liquids. Only when there was nothing else to eat did they hunt strange beasts. However, the meat of these beasts was tough, sour, and hard to cook. To remove the toxins, people with fire abilities would burn the meat over a big fire for about half an hour. There was no special flavor or cooking technique, just eating what could restore energy was enough. Listening to this, Shen Yunshu suddenly remembered the dried meat of strange beasts that Zhou Yao and the others had given her. She was relieved at first, but then her teeth seemed to start trembling again. She took a deep breath. "What should we do?" At this moment, Zhang Yu came over again. "Of course, we rely on the versatile students of our Yunguang Academy." Before Shen Yunshu could react, they stepped forward quickly and started working efficiently. The sizzling sound of grilling soon filled the air, and before long, the aroma of barbecue wafted out. Shen Yunshu was so drawn in by the smell that she almost lost herself. Seeing the expressions of others, she guessed they felt the same. She hurried to the barbecue grill to help, trying to get the first piece of meat. Sang Yi, who had slept all day, also came out. As soon as she smelled the aroma, her eyes lit up like a snowball. She quietly moved beside Shen Yunshu, staring intently at a piece of pork belly. Suddenly, Shen Yunshu, who now had a strong rival, broke out in cold sweat. She had been eyeing that piece of pork belly for a long time. Grilling pork belly requires skill. If not done right, it becomes too greasy. If overcooked, it's no different from pig fat residue. The ideal state is slightly charred, fatty but not greasy, with a burst of oil in each bite. This piece of pork belly was about to reach its perfect state. Their focused gazes looked a bit funny. The woman grilling the skewers couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, I have plenty of these." She was skilled at grilling, holding the skewers with both hands, grilling 15 at a time. Shen Yunshu shook her head. No, it was different. Based on her many years of experience, she believed her skewers would be the tastiest. The pork belly was nearing the end of grilling. The woman raised her hand for the final step. Cumin powder slipped from her fingers and, in the heat, coated the pork belly layer by layer. The smell of cumin instantly filled Shen Yunshu's mind. The woman then flipped the pork belly with both hands, shook it twice, and handed it to Shen Yunshu. "Boss Shen, you can choose first." Shen Yunshu was almost moved to tears. The woman's every movement seemed to slow down and stretch in her eyes. She saw her favorite skewer, ready to reach out and take it. Suddenly, another hand appeared in her view, precisely taking the long-desired pork skewer. The surprise was so sudden that she couldn't react at all, only watching helplessly as the skewer fell into someone else's hand. Looking up, she saw Zhang Yu already had the skewer in his mouth. He bit into it, making his lips look shiny and oily. Seeing her stunned expression, he shrugged and said, "Oh, I saw you staring at it and not taking it, so I took it first." At that moment, Shen Yunshu couldn't hear anything else. She only saw Zhang Yu moving his mouth, finishing the skewer. Zhang Yu. As the saying goes, if you don't break out in silence, you'll be destroyed by it. Shen Yunshu decisively chose to act. She chased Zhang Yu around the campfire in a full circle. Zhang Yu, still chewing the pork, taunted her playfully. Boss Shen, you should exercise more. Why are you running so slow? Song Yan, still being nosy, shouted. Come on, Boss Shen. Beat her. Zhang Yu suddenly turned a corner and said, I'll beat you first. While running, Shen Yunshu found herself amused. She stopped. The flames reflected dancing shadows on her face, as if shining into her eyes. Someone approached her and handed her a perfectly grilled pork skewer. Eat. She turned around and saw the clown-like figure. For some reason, Shen Yunshu suddenly smiled happily and said, Thank you. She took the skewer and started eating. Not far away, the figure at the barbecue grill was busy, but it wasn't just the girls anymore. Others, after practicing the technique, joined in, grilling whatever they wanted, like a self-service buffet. The girls took a break, eating and chatting on the ground. Shen Yunshu felt very relaxed and decided to sit down too. As soon as she sat, Qin Yutong came over with a bottle of cold soda, opened it for her, and handed it over. Shen Yunshu took a big sip, feeling refreshed and happy. She patted the sand beside her and said, Sit. Qin Yutong sat down and the clown-like figure sat on her other side. She lazily lay on the sand, skewering a piece of meat while gazing at the stars above. The stars in the sky looked like a bright galaxy, dazzling as if they might pull people in. This suggested that tomorrow would be a sunny day. Qin Yutong sat kneeling beside her, drinking something in small sips. Shen Yunshu couldn't tell if he was drinking soda or beer. It wasn't until she smelled a faint alcohol scent in the air that she realized Qin Yutong was drinking alcohol. It was quite uncharacteristic of him. Shen Yunshu shifted her position, resting her hand behind her head. Usually, she and Qin Yutong mostly talked about work. Now, lying here, she suddenly didn't know what to talk about. The odd person next to her was silent, like a background figure, so expecting him to break the silence was impossible. She let out a barely audible sigh, about to speak and find a topic. Suddenly, a cold beer can was handed to her. She was surprised. Through the ice-cold bottle, she saw the person behind her, Qin Yutong. Want some? The cold bottle had tiny water droplets on it. Qin Yutong moved his fingers and realized, a bit belatedly, that his heart seemed to be beating a little faster. Just as he hesitated whether to take it back, Shen Yunshu happily took the beer can from his hand. How did you know I wanted this? Night breeze, campfire, barbecue, beer. Any one of these could make Shen Yunshu happy, and together, they were even better. With a snap, she opened the beer can with one hand and took a sip. The faint alcohol burst in her mouth. At that moment, her mind was filled with one word: refreshing. Noticing that the odd person seemed to glance at her, she nudged him with her leg. Want one? Yu Qin didn't speak, just shook his head. All right then. Shen Yunshu took another sip and she heard him softly say, Don't get too drunk. She suddenly felt challenged. Looking at the 12 degrees alcohol in her hand, she asked, Just this? But soon, she was proven wrong. Maybe because of her changed constitution, after one can, she felt her head slightly swelling. She wasn't exactly drunk, but she felt a bit sleepy, yet also wanted to talk. Qin Yutong. Is someone still cutting people? Who did they cut this time? Qin Yutong. He didn't notice that the other person seemed to stiffen slightly. He simply told her about another recent murder case at the base. Shen Yunshu sat up suddenly, stunned for 2 seconds.
What?
Someone really cut people again? And what crime did the person who did it commit? Qin Yutong directly showed her a poster that was posted everywhere in the base. Shen Yunshu looked at the document carefully. Due to the effect of alcohol, her mind was caught between being alert and feeling sleepy. It took her 4 or 5 seconds to process each word, and the content itself was shocking. Finally, she felt dizzy and pointed at the diagram of the human experiment. Is the Huanzhe substance produced by the experiment the same as Venjing? Not sure, but it's very likely, Qin Yutong said, pointing to the location on the map. It's the black market we visited last time, and I suspect it might be the same area where we accidentally entered the human trafficking zone. Shen Yunshu felt a bit confused. She hadn't realized she was so close to the truth. The so-called seven-pointed star symbol behind those people's ears was just a mark for the living experiments. So many people, all just filters for Fanjing. Then, what is their purpose in making Fanjing and trying to circulate it? Shen Yunshu instinctively looked up and asked Qin Yutong. This is the most important part, but we don't know. The only thing we can say is that the production of Fanjing is connected to the government. In fact, it's very likely that those above are secretly encouraging its circulation. Shen Yunshu felt her whole body go limp. She collapsed, opened another beer, and suddenly realized that Huayang was already a ruined shell, completely eroded by pests. But Qin Yutong suddenly changed the topic. Shen Yunshu looked up at him. According to my internal sources, the investigation by the government is no longer focusing on the unknown hero from before. Shen Yunshu's mind froze for a moment before she understood. You mean the person who killed with the doll isn't Song Chao anymore? Yes. Qin Yutong had worked at the mercenary competition venue for a long time, so he had some contacts and channels. Apparently, at the murder scene, there was a severely injured survivor. According to him, the killer had black hair, not the signature by far. Shen Yunshu's CPU felt like it was about to overheat. Is that survivor still alive? No. He was too badly hurt and couldn't be saved. Suddenly, a strange, tense atmosphere filled the air. Amidst the undercurrents, Yu Chen's hand tightened and then loosened. He sensed someone watching him. He looked up slightly. It was Qin Yutong. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses seemed to see everything. Yu Chen didn't dodge or hide, allowing his gaze to examine him. Unaware, Shen Yunshu sighed softly. Doesn't that mean the clues are broken again? This person can find the place where the pink crystal is made so precisely, and even sneak in. It shows he must know more secrets than we do. Yes, but if he wants to hide intentionally, it's hard for anyone to find him, Qin Yutong said with a hint of meaning, but Shen Yunshu, who had been drinking, was too tired to notice. She only felt that the complex interactions of different forces in the base were much more complicated than she had imagined. How many sins has Dog Huayang committed? Why are so many people eager to kill them? As you can see, this is just the tip of the iceberg, Qin Yutong replied. Shen Yunshu shivered. The surface of the matter seemed confusing, but everything seemed to point in the same direction. They didn't regard ordinary people's lives as important. Experiments on humans, pink crystals, infectious diseases, supernatural abilities. Everything was leading her into deeper darkness. She could only watch helplessly as the darkness approached. Her eyelids grew heavy at that moment. Shen Yunshu really didn't want to sleep, but she couldn't resist her body's instinct and fell into deep sleep. She had no idea what happened afterward. How did she get back to her bed? How did her clothes change? Who wiped her face and took off her shoes? In short, when she woke up, it was already late morning. Her messy hair hung on both sides of her face. She sat on the bed, trying to recall if she did anything embarrassing last night. She only remembered falling asleep directly on the floor. Relieved, Shen Yunshu let out a breath. She was about to get out of bed when she suddenly noticed something on the bedside table. She turned her head and saw a bowl of cooled mung bean porridge. Looking at the bowl, Shen Yunshu's body suddenly stiffened. The clown-like figure who carried her back to bed and took care of everything last night. Could it really be the clown monster? Once she had doubts, her thoughts quickly ran wild, filling her mind with images she hadn't remembered before. The more she thought about it, the hotter her head felt. Her thoughts became more chaotic, and she hurriedly stopped herself. No matter how she thought about it, the clown monster wouldn't be that kind of person. At most, he just carried her back to bed. As for everything afterward, it must have been handled by Zhang Yu or Zhou Yao. After scolding herself for being a pervert, Shen Yunshu got out of bed. She hadn't drunk too much last night, so she didn't have a headache this morning. When she went out, she saw that they had already left, and even the clown monster was gone. Only the supermarket was open and operating alone. Shen Yunshu sometimes feels like an old, lonely person. When no one is around, she feels tired and simply returns to her room. Busy, that's good. She sighs and is about to get into bed for a quick nap when suddenly her system alerts like an alarm. Urgent notice. Someone on the third floor of the supermarket has challenged the casino. Do you accept? The challenge to the supermarket was a rule Shen Yinshu set when she created the casino to attract more players. But the casino has been open for a week, and no one has challenged the supermarket yet. One reason is that winning a challenge doubles the chips, but losing also has high stakes. Few people risk it. Most play small bets for fun. So, when Shen Yunshu hears the system's alert, her first reaction is shock and confusion. Her second reaction is a little excitement. After all this time, someone has finally challenged the supermarket. She quickly gets up, tidies herself, and since she's challenging in the name of the supermarket, she doesn't need to disguise herself. She casually grabs a mask from her room and heads out. When she reaches the third floor, she sees the casino is lively as usual, but today, most people aren't playing alone. They're gathered around one table. As Shen Yinshu walks in, she hears snippets of conversation. Come on, let's see what's happening. Someone challenged the supermarket, really? She moves closer, hearing these voices. To make the game more exciting, the challenge button is openly placed next to each table. When someone presses it, the big screen displaying transaction info immediately shows that someone has challenged the supermarket. It's just a gimmick. By the time she reaches the challenged table, many people recognize her. Here she comes. Boss Shen is personally taking charge. Can she do it? Shen Yinshu smirks internally. Today, she'll show everyone how accurate their guesses are. She calmly sits at the table, looking confident and in control, as if victory is certain. The others start doubting themselves, but only she knows how nervous she really is. There's no special reason, just that the challenge game is roulette, which relies almost entirely on luck, with no skill involved. The only skill is in calculating the odds when betting, but unfortunately, she isn't very good at math either. Shen Yinshu almost laughs at herself out of frustration. When she lifts her head to see who has challenged her, the chair across is empty. Where is the person? She instinctively looks around the crowd. Others understand her meaning and quickly make way, pushing and shoving to clear a path. At the end of this path, a tall man with his back to her is playing with a lottery machine. Countless chips in his hand look like worthless paper, casually stuffed into the machine slot. The lottery machine instantly flashes with colorful lights, accompanied by cheerful music, and the prize dispenser on the other side starts making noise. It takes several minutes just to dispense the prizes. Even Shen Yunshu, who is wealthy, wouldn't dare to play like this. She shifts her position with interest, continuing to watch this man show off. Is he trying to impress? Or giving her a warning? But he doesn't know. Do all the chips he's putting in eventually end up in her pocket? He probably does know, so the only possibility is that he's just showing off. Sure enough, everyone around is stunned by this scene. The man doesn't rush to collect his prizes but slowly turns around, leaning on the lottery machine. His loose black shirt is tucked into black trousers, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. In an instant, Shen Yinshu forgives his show-off behavior. So handsome, pretending a little is understandable. He lifts his chin slightly, his jawline sharp but not overly prominent, lips thin, and a mischievous smile curves on his face. Hello, Boss Shen. Not backing down, Shen Yunshu straightens up and slightly lifts her chin.
Hello.
Are you the one challenging the supermarket? Besides me, can you find anyone else as rich as I am? Shen Yunshu. May I ask what kind of game you choose? Shen Yunshu's rule is to challenge the supermarket. If she wins, she gets double chips. To attract more players, she also added an extra rule where players can set their own bets. As long as Shen Yunshu finds it acceptable, she will agree. This way, it's no longer about chips but about winning or losing in a few rounds. If you win, you can fulfill your bet. If you lose, you must pay a certain amount of chips. The man casually sits across from Shen Yunshu, his eyes seemingly smiling but with a hidden sharpness that feels a bit harsh. This makes Shen Yunshu feel uncomfortable, and her smile unconsciously fades. The man, however, was completely unaware and relaxed, leaning back comfortably in his chair, casually speaking. No need to change, just stick to the original plan. Shen Yunshu slightly furrowed her brow, feeling a bit surprised. This person didn't seem like someone lacking money, yet he chose the first option, doubling the chips. The people around, watching the game, quickly felt a bit disappointed. Everyone's challenging the supermarket, just go big. He's so rich, why bother with double chips? Mind your own business. Maybe he's just bored and wants to play for fun. Hearing this, Shin Yunshu looked up at the person opposite her, her suspicion growing. Could it really be a rich person, just bored and passing time? The man noticed her gaze, yawned indifferently, and seemed to ignore the other's comments completely. Let's start, Boss Shin. Shin Yunshu withdrew her gaze and didn't bother with the chatter. She simply nodded. All right. As the dealer, she was responsible for spinning the roulette. She looked at the black and red wheel in front of her, which had 37 small squares numbered from 0 to 36. She would only spin the wheel after the opponent placed their bet. A small ball would roll around the wheel and eventually land in one of the squares. The game's goal was to predict where the ball would land, on a specific color, number, or a combination of numbers. The fun of roulette is in its many betting options. You can bet on a single number for numbers at once, 6, or even 12. You can also bet on colors or ranges, like red or black, or the dozen groups. Of course, the larger the range of your bet, the higher the chance of winning, but the lower the payout. Betting on a single number and winning offers the highest payout, up to 135. This means Shin Yunshu would pay out 35 times the bet if the player wins. But since it's a challenge supermarket with doubled stakes, the payout becomes 70 times. She silently calculated in her mind and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Fortunately, the chance of betting on just one number and the ball landing on that exact square among 37 options was very slim. Even if she lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Calming her nerves, Shin Yunshu nodded to signal the opponent to place their bet. The man frowned, seeming to think for a moment, then finally placed 10 green chips on number 6. Shin Yunshu watched him confidently put down the chips, but her eyelids suddenly started twitching wildly. The green chips were worth about 1,000 each, so 10 chips totaled 10,000. At the start, she bet 10,000 on a single number. If he actually won the bet, she would have to pay him 70,000. Shin Yunshu looked at the man's relaxed attitude and silently cursed. Damn you. Everyone around was clearly shocked by the man's big gamble, but they only exchanged surprised glances and didn't mock him further. They had already seen his wealth clearly. Still, they couldn't help but think, what a spender. Shin Yunshu seemed calm on the outside, but her palms were already sweaty. According to Murphy's Law, the things you least want to happen tend to happen most. She placed her hand on the roulette wheel, and with a little force, it started spinning clockwise. The small ball rolled inside the wheel, making a gurgling sound. Everyone watched it closely, except for the person who had placed the bet. Shin Yunshu watched the ball pass over the number 6 multiple times. She looked very calm outwardly, but her heart was pounding over 180 beats per minute. 666. Some people nearby started to make small sounds, which gradually grew louder. Shin Yunshu silently kept telling herself, not 6, not 6. The wheel slowed down and the ball gradually stopped. Shin Yunshu watched it roll past 23, 28, and finally settle into the small square marked 6. Wow! A burst of cheers erupted around her. Only Shin Yunshu's face darkened like ink. Damn Murphy's Law. The man smiled calmly, as if he had expected this outcome all along, and casually looked at Shin Yunshu. Pay up, Boss Shin. Shin Yunshu didn't say much. She simply pushed forward the 7 red chips in front of her, each representing 100,000. Thinking about how 70,000 was slipping away from her like that, she felt almost breathless with sadness. But the man only casually glanced at the 7 red chips, picked up one, and pushed the others aside, lazily leaning back in his chair. Everyone gets a share. What does that mean? As soon as he said this, everyone froze. Shin Yunshu immediately looked over. They couldn't believe what they thought he meant, and all eyes stared at the man. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and looked at them.
What?
Don't want it. This sentence was like a spark that instantly ignited the entire casino. Countless hands suddenly reached out wildly onto the betting table to grab those 7 chips. Shen Yunshu barely heard the man's words clearly. In the blink of an eye, the 7 red chips she had just handed out had disappeared, leaving a chaotic scene around the gambling table. Mine first. Give it to me. Shut up. I clearly grabbed it first. Get lost, all of you. Seeing the people who were watching the scene turn into rivals fighting each other, pulling hair, throwing punches, screaming, and grabbing, these sounds pierced Shen Yunshu's ears like needles. If not for the casino's rule against using special abilities, this place might have been destroyed long ago. Even so, they knocked over many objects in their struggle. Shen Yunshu suddenly stood up and shouted with all her strength, "Stop it. Anyone who fights again will never be allowed into the supermarket." Fortunately, her words had some effect. The fighting crowd gradually quieted down, though everyone looked very embarrassed. A few people even sneaked out of the casino secretly, perhaps because they managed to grab chips. Shen Yunshu panted heavily, her face pale, and looked at the man. "What exactly do you want?" The man kept his sitting posture the same as from the start. He crossed his hands calmly and looked at Shen Yunshu. "I just wanted to share my happiness. I didn't expect them to get so excited." Shen Yunshu clenched her teeth. Here he was again, acting superior, as if everyone else was just incredibly stupid. She finally understood why she had disliked him from the beginning, not because of his slightly sharp, narrow phoenix eyes, but because of the indifferent, teasing look in his eyes, as if everyone's actions and reactions were just amusing things to him. She even felt that, at this moment, she might also be seen as just another amusing object in his eyes. But the man suddenly seemed to see through all her thoughts, and his eyes curved into a smile. "You're different from them." In an instant, Shen Yunshu's skin crawled. She felt a chill and instinctively knew she shouldn't continue this game. But her desire to find the truth pushed her to sit down again.
Keep betting.
The man flicked the only remaining red chip in his hand and placed it in the center of the grid where the numbers 17, 18, 20, and 21 intersected. Expanding the betting range meant lower odds, changing from 135 to 1:5, and after doubling, it became 110. Shen Yunshu clenched her fists and spun the wheel again. She didn't believe her luck was so bad, nor did she think this person could win every time. Everyone around was now holding their breath and watching intently, at least 100 times more focused than the man. They had just tasted some success and couldn't help but feel hopeful. What if he won again and happily spent a lot of money? Everyone would share in the excitement. Shen Yunshu stared fixedly at the rolling ball, afraid that the same scene would happen again. But luck was never on her side. The ball precisely landed on 20. At that moment, Shen Yunshu's mind went blank. Even the deafening cheers nearby couldn't bring her back to focus. She looked at the person across from her in disbelief. If it weren't for the casino's facilities being fully controlled by her system to prevent cheating, she might suspect that the other person had rigged the game. Seeing her reaction, the person smiled even more deeply and casually pushed the 1 million winnings back to her. "Sorry about that, Boss Shen." Time seemed to loop again, repeating the same chaotic scene as before. The difference was, during the betting frenzy, everyone was frantic, but once finished, they quickly calmed down and stared intensely at Shen Yunshu and the man. By now, Shen Yunshu was sweating profusely. She felt as if these gazes had nailed her to her chair, unable to move even a little. What exactly does this person want? What is his real goal? Shen Yunshu realized that if she wanted to find out the answer, she had to keep playing this game. More precisely, from the moment she sat down here, this person had planned everything. This was a trap. Her heart pounded fiercely. When she realized she couldn't change the outcome, she calmed down. Their eyes met, and Shen Yunshu tapped the table twice, struggling to say 2 words. "Continue." The situation gradually slipped out of Shen Yunshu's control. They played about 3 more rounds. Afterward, it wasn't always the other person winning. The man lost twice, but only by a small margin. Whenever he won, he would share the money with everyone. The entire casino atmosphere had changed completely from the beginning. Everyone was now staring intently at the ball in Shen Yunshu's hand. It was no longer just for fun, but because of the man's involvement, everyone was fully engaged in the game. Their interests were tightly linked, and Shen Yunshu became the common enemy of everyone present. Her skin had become smooth and delicate from sweat. She moved her throat slightly, spun the wheel again, and another round began. This time, the man won again. By now, Shen Yunshu noticed that the man across was very good at calculating probabilities, so he always won more than he lost, betting on the right outcomes. Cheers erupted around her as the chips on the table were quickly taken. Seeing everyone's greedy expressions, Shen Yunshu's bad feeling grew stronger. When a new round started, he suddenly stopped leaving any chips for himself, and they were all divided among others. Then he leaned back in his chair, looked up at the eager crowd, and asked, "Want to play for fun after watching so long?" The people holding the chips they had snatched looked surprised, and Shen Yunshu was also stunned. She frowned and instinctively wanted to refuse. But the man understood people very well. With just one sentence, he made everyone's faces show crazy excitement. Play boldly. If you win, the chips are yours. During the game, they experienced the thrill of winning and the joy of getting something for nothing. Most of them had already abandoned their reason. They were misled by the man's continuous victories, thinking they might also have this luck. When they heard his words, their blood started to boil. If they could double, 10 times, or even 100 times their money, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of their lives. They could live the luxurious life of the people at the base center. The huge temptation made them go crazy with betting. Since they were betting on behalf of the man, it only represented him, so they could only bet on the same spot. In the end, everyone decided to be cautious and bet on one color, black. The chance of winning was almost the highest, so even if they won, the payout was 1:1. But for Shen Yunshu, doubling the bet meant 1:2. Everyone placed one chip, and with so many people, that was a significant amount. Doubling it made the number even bigger. In the end, they all bet a total of 800,000. Almost everyone bet. Shen Yunshu's face stiffened. She had a gut feeling something was wrong. She wanted to stop everyone, but seeing how completely irrational they had become, she could only grit her teeth and start spinning the wheel. Finally, the ball landed on a black number square, and they had guessed correctly. Shen Yunshu was so stunned, she almost couldn't believe it. She had never realized how unlucky she was until that moment. Amidst the cheers of countless spectators, she looked up at the person across from her, trying to see his true expression. However, all the man responded with was a casual, indifferent smile, as if he had expected everyone's reactions all along. More precisely, it was a proud look, showing that he had everything under control. At that moment, Shen Yunshu finally understood something. But before she could process it, the group, having tasted success, eagerly started betting again with the man's silent approval. This time, everyone's greed grew even bigger. They exchanged glances and agreed on a single number to bet on, the one with the highest odds. Shen Yunshu watched as their betting became bolder. Some even risked everything, leaving only one chip for themselves while betting everything else on that number. Her heart grew colder. Under the temptation of endless profit, everyone seemed to become puppets controlled by greed. Their eyes no longer carried warmth or emotion. It was as if they had completely forgotten how much Yunwan's supermarket had helped them. Now, their looks were just filled with anxious hope. She wondered how much money she might lose, how much Yunwan's supermarket could lose, or even go bankrupt. But they didn't seem to care at all. She looked at the colorful chips and suddenly realized that this might be exactly what the man wanted her to see.
But why?
Everything around her seemed to turn into emptiness, leaving only the betting table and the two sitting opposite each other. Shen Yunshu looked at the man, knowing he could understand her thoughts. "What is your real goal?" The man moved his eyebrows slightly and only said one word: "Turn." That word instantly brought her back to reality. She looked up and saw that the group's eyes were already anxious and restless, with some people beginning to urge others. What are you waiting for? Make your move. Why don't you turn? Can't handle losing? Or just can't play anymore? Their words revealed their greed. Shin Yunshu's face grew cold. She stood up and, in front of everyone, declared coldly that the game was over. As soon as she said that, it was like a bucket of cold water poured into a hot oil pan. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then erupted into loud protests.
Why?
I don't agree. You can't end the game unilaterally. They just can't accept losing, so they set up a challenge at the supermarket with doubled stakes. In the end, they are the ones who can't afford to play anymore. If you can't afford it, then don't set these rules. Since you've set them, you can't just end the game whenever you want. Is this how Cloud Rolling Supermarket operates? With trust? Harsh words were thrown at Shin Yunshu without mercy. However, since she arrived in this world, she has been under scrutiny, and now these words barely affected her. All she knew was that she had to end this farce. Shin Yunshu crossed her arms and spoke with strong confidence. Don't talk to me about rules. You taking his place already broke the rules. I've done enough by letting you play one round. Secondly, the casino clearly states that each bet cannot exceed 1 million. But you have obviously broken this rule. All these rules were signed before entering the casino. If you have any complaints, please give feedback at the designated place. The feedback box was a small mailbox Shin Yunshu created to gather opinions sincerely. People could put any comments about the supermarket inside. Of course, she would consider reasonable suggestions, but discard unreasonable ones. These people were naturally among those she would throw away. Her lofty words were meant to silence them and make them see the truth. Moreover, what Shin Yunshu said earlier was true. They had indeed broken the rules. Everyone's faces turned pale and white. Although they had reached this point, the chance to get rich was still ahead, and they didn't want to give up easily. A few people were still dissatisfied and wanted to argue, but Shin Yunshu shot them a look that shut them up. Her expression was extremely calm, almost cruel, as she spoke word by word. Even if this game continues, are you really sure you can win? A 1 in 37 chance. What gives you the confidence that you will definitely win? Shin Yunshu tried to bring back some reason to them, but clearly, she underestimated the gambler's luck and especially those who had already tasted success. The words, "get rich quickly," seemed like a deadly temptation. Even though they knew there was a chance of failure, they forced themselves to ignore it, or rather, they couldn't stop themselves anymore. This was a whirlpool, and only self-awareness could save them. Ending the game forcibly was like saving them from danger, but these people clearly wouldn't thank her. During their standoff, the man across, who had been calmly watching the scene, finally moved and spoke with a smile. "Boss Shun, are you done playing?" Shin Yunshu looked at him coldly. "It's over. You can leave now. You started breaking the rules first. I could ignore your violation, but if you insist on continuing, I might take back all the chips you've won." After hearing this, the man didn't react much, but the people nearby gasped in surprise. Because the chips the man had won weren't in his hands, they had all been divided among others. Shin Yunshu's words were clearly a warning. Since they couldn't wake them up, she would use what they cared about most to make them back off. Sure enough, some people secretly started taking chips back from the table after hearing her words. Once one person wavered, others couldn't hold back and quickly grabbed their chips back. In their eagerness, some even started fighting. But Shin Yunshu didn't stop them. She just watched coldly as they fought among themselves, silently counting the damage caused by their quarrel on them. When she looked up at the man again, he seemed a bit disappointed, showing a sense of dissatisfaction. "That's a pity, Boss Shin." Shin Yunshu felt disgusted inside. She knew exactly what he was feeling sorry for. That's why she decided to end the game decisively. From start to finish, his goal was only to stir up trouble between her and others, ignoring himself entirely. As for the real reason, Shin Yunshu couldn't understand. Besides satisfying a pure mischievous desire, she couldn't think of any other reason. "Why?" she finally asked. The man looked as if he was glad she asked. "No particular reason. But, Boss Shun, don't you think? It's quite interesting." "Interesting? Where's the fun?" Shin Yunshu frowned, unable to understand this strange man's mind. Do you think it's fun to embarrass others or watch them fight over a little money? Bingo, the man snapped his fingers, openly admitting without hesitation. But honestly, it's not that fun. It's just their nature. A small profit is enough to make them tear off their masks. Basically, they're just inferior humans with bad genes. However, Boss Shun, you seem different from them. The man had somehow stood up and slowly approached Shin Yunshu, his eyes now shining with strange, tempting glints. This group of inferior beings only pollutes Boss Shun's supermarket. Maybe it's time to try a new approach. Shin Yunshu remained calm, her eyes pretending to be curious. A new approach, the man chuckled softly, easily seeing through her disguise. But he didn't seem to mind and simply placed a business card in front of her. If Boss Shun is interested, you can contact me anytime. She looked at the card, which had the man's name, when sure. Her expression stayed neutral. She neither refused nor accepted, remaining very calm. But only she knew how many questions she had inside. What do words like inferior genes, lowly humans, and new approach really mean? From these words, she could guess why the man always acted so superior. He saw others as inferior humans with inferior genes, meaning he divided humans into different ranks in his mind. And he naturally considered himself a higher-ranking human. Thinking about this, Shin Yunshu found it a bit funny, greedy, lustful, and all the dark sides of humans are unavoidable. These traits hide deep inside everyone, shaped by long-term education and social norms. But that doesn't mean they disappear. When these dark sides are deliberately provoked or guided, they grow bigger and can take over reason. In the recent situation, holding on to reason was very difficult. Greed is wrong, but the ones who should be punished are those who intentionally lead others astray. It's even more ridiculous that he used tricks to provoke conflict with her, then blamed everything on them, claiming to be a higher-ranking human. In Shin Yunshu's mind, this was no different from a very childish, rebellious teenager. The only real difference was his pure evil inside. When Sher didn't seem to notice her inner thoughts, or maybe he didn't care. After putting down the card, he stood up, tidied his clothes, and prepared to leave this place of conflict he had caused. Shin Yunshu watched his back and suddenly spoke. If you think they are lowly humans, then you are even lower than them. The man stopped and turned around, seeming interested. What did you say? She kept her face completely calm. Deep down, humans are ugly and savage animals. The people we see are just tied up and tamed. This is called civilization and education. And you, breaking free from the ropes, are a completely wild animal. If you cannot see your deepest desires clearly, are afraid to face them, or even try to remove them to appear noble, then perhaps you have another name. Shin Yunshu looked at the man's increasingly cold face and softly uttered the last two words. Coward. The moment when Sher left completely, Shin Yunshu slumped in her chair and let out a sigh of relief. What seemed like a calm confrontation was actually filled with hidden currents that almost devoured each other. If Shin Yunshu's inner strength hadn't been strong, she might not have dared to speak at all, letting him mock her and then simply walk away. But seeing the man's last, somewhat displeased look, Shin Yunshu understood that her words still had some effect. After resting for a while and catching her breath, Shin Yunshu slowly stood up. The people around her had already run away with the exchanged purple coins, but the supermarket was monitored everywhere. Their faces had been captured clearly. She added each of these people to her blacklist. She didn't bother to say much about the money taken from them. After all, she lost. But she made sure they wouldn't come back to the supermarket again. Once they entered the supermarket, the system would quickly recognize and lock onto them. When that happens, don't blame Shin Yunshu for settling accounts properly. She left the store. The sky wasn't too late, but she had already closed the third floor of the supermarket early. After this incident, Shin Yunshu realized there are still some loopholes in the casino's rules, especially regarding challenging the supermarket. She should make the rules stricter. Thinking as she walked into her room, she reflected that she had been losing for a long time, which was a huge mental and physical toll. Although she knew her luck was bad, realizing this so clearly and brutally was a first for her. Only when she was tucked into the soft bed did she have time to think about everything that happened today. It all seemed premeditated. From the moment the man pressed the challenge button, it was a carefully prepared trap for her. He gradually led her in, even tightly controlling her curiosity, knowing she would follow his steps for the truth. From start to finish, the man showed great intelligence and wisdom, just to involve outsiders who watched the scene and even go crazy, turning against her. At first, Shen Yunshu couldn't understand why, but in the end, when Shi's words seemed to reveal something to her. This person kept talking about being a lesser human or a superior human, as if intentionally trying to pull her into his camp. It was clear that when Shi's camp considered themselves superior humans, he designed this scene specifically so that Shen Yunshu could see the so-called lesser humans as ugly and inferior, hoping to make her want to join their side. Shen Yunshu thought about it and found some parts reasonable, but others seemed off. Wenshir's attitude was very casual from start to finish. Even when he extended the invitation, he left the initiative to her, showing he wasn't in a hurry and didn't seem to care much. The trap he set was childish and didn't affect her at all, almost as if she would automatically join his side just because of it. Since she had known about human nature's evil since opening her supermarket, she knew that Wenshir's ability to find her here and manipulate her thoughts meant he had investigated her. If that was the case, why would he set such a childish trap? Everything that made Shen Yunshu feel confused and conflicted pointed to one answer. Perhaps this wasn't a clever trap at all, but just a test, testing her attitude and stance. At that moment, Shen Yunshu realized clearly that Wenshir definitely didn't act alone. If he was part of a group, then there must be many others like him forming a camp. Moreover, these people probably believed they were superior humans, so Wenshir's idea of a new model might be to make the supermarket reject lesser humans and only serve superior humans. Thinking of this possibility, Shen Yunshu couldn't help but sneer. She didn't understand where these people got their confidence, nor could she see their purpose. To her, they seemed like a bunch of mindless people relying on their imagination to entertain themselves every day. But regardless, the man looked impressive and generous, capable of great wealth and power. This suggested that even if the group behind him wasn't very smart, they were probably not simple people either. Shen Yunshu wondered what kind of extraordinary person would have such beliefs, say such things, and even take an interest in her. However, as she kept thinking, she couldn't figure it out and eventually fell asleep right there. She had been highly tense for at least 2 hours, and she slept deeply. In her dream, she saw a group of people dressed in black robes. Their faces were unclear, but each held a thick book. They seemed like followers of a belief, surrounding Shen Yunshu, chanting words and sounds that she couldn't understand, but which felt as if they came from the sky. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out, loud and constant, making her head and ears buzz. She felt no sense of purification or assimilation, only noise, endless noise. Just as she thought she might get used to the noise, the scene suddenly changed. The black-robed figures transformed into a large crowd of people. They stood in a barren land, with mutated crows circling overhead. Their cries were sharp and loud, like screams, and their eyes were red like blood. From her perspective, she saw everything from above. She noticed a small hill in front of the crowd. The hill was not tall but looked strange. When she looked closer, her heart seemed to fall into a dark void. It wasn't a hill at all, but a pile of dead bodies. Their limbs were tangled, making it hard to tell who was who. Some heads hung outside the limbs, while others were discarded on the halfway up the hill. They pressed against each other, no longer human shapes. A wave of intense fear gripped her chest, but she could do nothing but watch silently as the crowd looked at the mountain of corpses. The scene grew more chaotic and blurry. She saw the crows perched on the corpse mountain, pecking at it with sharp beaks. Her view kept shifting wildly. Sometimes it was the crowd in black robes, sometimes the crows, and then a single corpse among the countless bodies. She watched helplessly as the red-eyed crows swooped down fiercely and bit into her. Suddenly, she woke up with a jolt. Her body shot upright, her eyes slowly focusing. When she finally saw the blue and white blanket and her intact hand, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Though the dream was vague and surreal, it felt incredibly real. She couldn't help but feel grateful that it was just a dream when she woke up. She wiped the cold sweat from her palms, looked at the clock on the wall. Only 2 hours had passed. Yet, in her dream, it felt like a century. In this situation, Shen Yunshu simply couldn't fall back asleep. She stood up unsteadily. Outside, it was not yet fully dark, but it was already close to evening. This time is basically the second busy period of the day at the supermarket and also the second peak for food delivery. These days, due to various small matters, Shen Yunshu has not personally delivered food much. Sometimes, the clown-like delivery person helps out, or the more capable ones do the delivery. Fortunately, there haven't been many orders outside the base recently. At this moment, Shen Yunshu looks at the busy group of delivery workers and suddenly has an idea. She walks out with a heavy mood, needing something to help her escape this feeling. She hasn't delivered food in a while. When she reaches the place to pick up her order, Shen Yunshu sees someone unexpected. San-yi, what are you doing crouching here? San-yi hears her voice and turns to look. Oh, I saw my friend's order. It seems to be urgent. Can I help deliver it for you? Friend? For some reason, when Shen Yunshu hears the word friend, her heart trembles. She can't help but think of the ridiculous story where she considered a mid-level zombie as a friend. Hearing this again, her heart tightens. Unsure of what she's thinking, she quickly looks at the order. Order recipient's name, Sang-a. Seeing the name, Shen Yunshu breathes a small sigh of relief. Then she feels a bit puzzled. What kind of strange name is Sang-a? And it just so happens that the surname is the same as San-yi's. A strange coincidence quickly fills Shen Yunshu's mind. She turns to look at San-yi. Are you just friends with him? She asks casually, but San-yi actually looks up and starts to think, as if recalling something. If I have to say, maybe there's just a tiny bit of blood relation. San-yi's fingers are clenched into a small gap, showing that her connection is indeed very minimal. Still, this surprises Shen Yunshu a little. She only has some suspicion, asking casually, not expecting there to be some unusual relationship, though it might be distant relatives. But if they are relatives, it probably isn't anything supernatural or inhuman. Shen Yunshu forces herself to relax a bit, stands up and says, I'm not comfortable letting you go alone to deliver. I'll go with you. San-yi immediately stands happily. Really? Yes, of course. Shen Yunshu now urgently wants to drive fast and release her emotions. However, Sang-yi's expression suddenly became a bit shy. But my friend might be a little different from ordinary people, a bit mischievous. You won't mind, right? Shen Yunshu had never heard anyone describe their friends or relatives as mischievous before, but it didn't seem unreasonable when it came to Sang-yi. She shrugged. It doesn't matter. It's just delivering food. Once it's done, I'll leave. Sang-yi's eyes lit up. Great. A large bag of items was placed into Shen Yunshu's white SUV. The order was quite big, heavy, and mostly contained weapons, with hardly any food. That was normal, as most people outside the base at this time of day were usually on tricky missions. Many people ordered large amounts of weapons like him. Shen Yunshu dismissed her last doubts and pressed the accelerator hard. It was truly racing. Her speed never slowed down from start to finish. She casually steered through the endless barren land, occasionally showing off her skills when turning. Since the apocalypse, she had mastered drifting techniques on her own, mainly developed to avoid zombies early on. She never thought that someone who failed the driving test 3 times could one day become a racing expert on Mount Chio. Her thoughts raced wildly as the car sped along, sometimes drifting back to the past, sometimes imagining the future. She rolled down the window and stuck her hand out, feeling the rush of freedom. Sang-yi brought out a snowball from the back seat. Shen Yunshu was initially worried that her wild driving might upset the kids, but it was clear they weren't bothered. In fact, they looked more excited than her. She carelessly ate a mouthful of yellow dust from the open window. The white snowball turned into a yellow ball. Unconsciously, Shin Yunshu glanced at the rearview mirror and almost burst out laughing. Her frustrations seemed to have flown away into the clouds. They drove for about half an hour and finally, they were close to the destination. Shin Yunshu looked up again. There was that familiar forest. Fortunately, the delivery point was only at the edge of the forest. She decided to park outside the woods and walk the items over. Sang-yi and Snowball happily followed behind. As Shin Yunshu walked, she felt the scene was somewhat familiar, but back then, it wasn't her and her friends, but Song Qiao who was following behind. Thinking of Song Qiao, Shin Yunshu's eyes darkened a little. Sang-yi keenly noticed her change, but thought Shin Yunshu was having trouble lifting something and quickly offered to help. Shin Yunshu looked at her thin arms and legs and politely declined. Sang-yi frowned, seeming a bit unhappy. "I'm not dirty. I wash my hands." Shin Yunshu was surprised and just about to ask why Sang-yi said that, when suddenly a sharp scream sounded nearby. From the sound, it was not far from them. Shin Yunshu instinctively shivered and crouched down. Seeing the remaining person, a wolf, and their confused, even curious expressions, she quickly reached out and pulled the person down. The two people and the wolf hid behind thick bushes, looking toward the source of the sound. They could vaguely see a few figures, but they were still far away, so it was hard to see clearly. Shin Yunshu slowly moved forward with them, trying not to make any noise. The more they moved, the more Shin Yunshu felt frustrated. Gosh, what's the difference between this and when she and Song Qiao delivered takeout last time? The process and her curious nature were exactly the same. Does she have some strange luck that every time she delivers food, something always happens? Soon, when Shin Yunshu saw the people nearby clearly, she realized that she not only had the unlucky trait of always encountering trouble when delivering but also a tendency to run into bad luck. Looking at those familiar faces, she fell into silence. Besides the main characters Long Outyen and the little white flower heroine, who else could cause such a big commotion? Shin Yunshu looked at the takeout box in her hand and fell silent. The destination was just ahead, almost overlapping with where the main characters were. If she wanted to deliver the food, she would inevitably run into them again. Thinking about how she had tricked them last time, Shin Yunshu felt cold inside. Sending the food over felt like a death sentence. Sang-yi, standing beside her, was completely unaware of Shin Yunshu's complicated feelings. She was even puzzled about why they were hiding. But everything that puzzled her also made her very curious. She looked in the direction Shin Yunshu was gazing and suddenly got excited. "That's my friend." Shin Yunshu was startled by the voice next to her, her heart jumping. She instinctively looked toward where Sang-yi was pointing. The view ahead was partly blocked by dry branches and leaves. Shin Yunshu pushed them aside and found that the people there were exactly the ones opposing the main characters. "Oh my, your friend is no ordinary person. She's actually fighting the main characters alone." Shin Yunshu glanced at Sang-yi with difficulty, feeling unsure how to describe the situation. In the original story, the main characters are always portrayed as symbols of justice. Now, her friend stands on the opposite side of the protagonists. Besides being a minor character or a small villain, Shin Yunshu couldn't think of any other role for him. She lowered her head slightly and quietly asked Sang-yi into his ear, "What does your friend do, my friend?" Sang-yi thought for a moment, struggling to find the right word. A lazy homeless person? A thug? Or a beggar? No, that can't be it. Shin Yunshu. Does your friend know you see him like that? She stopped hoping for help from Sang-yi and instead carefully observed the situation. The main group has 3 people, 2 main characters and a male side character, while the other side only has 1 person. It looks like a very thin, pale young man with slightly long black hair, about to his neck. When the wind blows, his hair flies back, revealing a very white neck and face. Shin Yunshu was stunned. She had never seen someone so white, with veins on his neck clearly visible, transparent and distinct. She sensed something was off and wanted to see his face clearly, but the distance was still too far. She could only see his general outline and the reflective whiteness of his skin. If she had to compare, His skin tone was somewhat similar to Sang Yi's, but he looked even more pale and lacking blood. Shen Yunshu looked back at Sang Yi. No wonder you two could be related. Sang Yi's dark pupils dominated most of his eyes as he stared at her. Sister, how long are we going to stay here? I'm a bit hungry. The snowball beside jumped twice, seemingly urging them along. Having just watched a person and a wolf each bite into a large chicken leg on the car, Shen Yunshu sighed helplessly. Hold on a bit longer. Now. Before she finished speaking, a familiar scream came from the other side. Shen Yunshu quickly looked up. The male side character was flying backward for about 2 miles, while the main character was clutching his chest and stepping back several steps. Yi Xiaoran was nearby, screaming in shock. Although the injuries of the side character looked worse than those of the main character, she immediately ran to Fu Linshan to treat him. Shen Yunshu was too exhausted to complain, and was instead shocked by the opponent's strength. 1 against 3, with one seemingly useless, yet they still managed to hold their own against the main and side characters. This showed how powerful the opponent was. She wanted to see what kind of special ability this person had, but suddenly, he flew into the air beyond Shen Yunshu's understanding. It was called flying, but that wasn't quite accurate. Still, jumping 3 meters high and flying. What's the difference? Shen Yunshu forgot to hide her surprise and directly looked up at the person flying towards the male lead who had just been helped up. The person aimed a powerful punch at his chest. The intense energy from this punch was felt even by Shen Yunshu, who was far away. Surprisingly, he didn't seem to use any special powers. He relied solely on his physical strength to throw this punch. Shen Yunshu's eyes widened. She didn't realize she was feeling a bit hopeful inside, but unfortunately, the male lead was still the male lead. Seeing the punch about to hit him, Yi Xiaoran forcefully pushed him aside, and her fragile body endured the blow. Despite her small frame, she took the punch bravely, making Shen Yunshu feel uncomfortable. She silently thought that this person was probably finished, having dared to offend the male lead's bottom line. But she also knew he was her customer. Shen Yunshu gritted her teeth and decided to risk delivering the food first. She didn't want to bother with what happened next. Although the presence of the male and female leads here meant something important was happening, she no longer cared. She decided to finish her delivery and then run away. However, Fu Lin was furious because Yi Xiaoran was hurt and was fighting another person. She could only crouch down and wait quietly, watching the situation unfold without blinking, secretly hoping the other person could hold his own. But the more she watched, the more she felt something was off. The opponent seemed a bit too strong, especially physically. He hadn't used any special powers at all. Every attack and defense was purely physical, as if he felt no pain at all. She couldn't help but glance at Sang Yi again. Is your friend trained in some kind of ironclad body technique at Shaolin Temple? What's Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth? Never mind. Shen Yunshu silently withdrew her question. However, Sang Yi didn't want to end things like that. She leaned over and asked, Sister, why don't you go deliver it to him now? How long are we going to wait here? Shen Yunshu found it hard to explain the danger posed by these two people, especially the one fighting her friend. She was thinking about speaking when Sang Yi asked again, Is it because it's too dangerous? But they're fighting now. What if he needs these items to win? Shen Yunshu was stunned. That was a good point. During a fight, using these items could be a way to turn the tide. But before she could decide, another hand grabbed the bag from her. Shen Yunshu shivered and turned around to see it was Sang Yi. Sang Yi opened her big, bright eyes and looked at Shen Yunshu. Let me deliver it, sister. She spoke very calmly, as if she was just giving a normal gift, but in this situation, delivering it inside a gunfire storm or hiding a bomb are equally dangerous. Shen Yunshu quickly shook her head. No, I will go. You all stay here. If there's danger, Snowball can protect you. And if we encounter trouble, we must run first. Do you understand? Sang Yi looked at Shen Yunshu with some doubt. But Shen Yunshu knew that waiting wouldn't help. She also agreed that Sang Yi might be right. Maybe the person waiting for her was after the thing in her hand. Whether she could win or not, delaying Fu Linshan was good enough. She glanced at Fu Linshan, clenched her teeth, and took out a high-tech defense device from the system mall that could block a deadly attack. This thing was excellent, but very expensive. Every time she used this unlucky gadget, she spent a lot of money. Shun Yunshu remembered the last time they were trapped by this black technology and felt a sharp pain in her heart. But if it could seriously injure him, it was all worth it. She gave Sang-e one last warning, then hunched over and set out alone. She planned to take a detour behind Sang-e, shout loudly, and throw the item to him. Maybe this way, she could buy herself some time to escape. Her plan went surprisingly smoothly. She smoothly circled behind Sang-e without any trouble. The fight ahead was still intense, now a 2-on-1 situation. The male antagonist looked furious, so much so that no one noticed her. She took a deep breath, swallowed nervously, gathered her energy, and shouted with all her might. Sang-e, your takeaway. Her voice was so loud that she was shocked herself. Her head felt a bit dizzy from shouting, but her heart was pounding faster than ever. She saw everyone's eyes lock onto her, including Sang-e. She felt a little happy and was about to throw her takeaway, but the next second, she froze as if turned to stone. A cold air from her feet crept up her body, because the eyes that looked at her had no white in them, only black pupils. She couldn't move at all now. Her mind went blank in an instant, unable to think. Only her remaining sanity was desperately calling out to her, trying to wake her up. However, Shun Yunshu's fingers only trembled slightly, remaining still, until a fierce attack struck her without mercy, causing her to soar into the air. Everything around her spun and flipped in her vision. Only then did a slow wave of memories pass through her mind. Not afraid of pain, no special powers, her eyes all white. There was only one possible explanation: a high-level zombie. At the moment Shun Yunshu was lifted into the air, many thoughts flooded her mind, mostly about the high-level zombie. High-level zombies are extremely rare, with extraordinary strength, a tough body, very fast speed, intelligence comparable to humans, and almost identical appearance, except for their eyes. This is the only way to tell them apart. It also explains why the main characters and the male supporting character fought it. Although high-level zombies are dangerous, their crystal cores are very rare materials, vital for the upgrade of supernatural abilities, like a nourishing tonic. The main team's encounter with it was definitely a chance for the male lead and also a way to make the female lead hurt, which could strengthen their bond. Finally, Shun Yunshu remembered this part of the story, but unfortunately, it was too late. A single finger of the high-level zombie could kill her easily. With a loud bang, Shun Yunshu fell heavily to the ground. The black technology she had used just now blocked the deadly strike, but now she was unprotected and fell directly onto the ground, crashing down herself. She almost spat blood from the impact. She curled up, furrowing her brows to ease the pain, but it was clear that some people didn't want to give her any time. Fu Linshan, hearing that familiar voice suddenly speak, widened his eyes in shock. Anger surged straight to his forehead, and without thinking, he launched a deadly attack. But Shun Yunshu was not as he expected. She was not pierced in midair but landed safely on the ground, intact. He knew she must have used some trick again. Seeing the pile of weapons dropped on the ground, it was obvious she was deliberately giving their enemies tools, clearly intending to kill them. Fu Linshan, furious with rage, almost lost his reason. He wanted to rush over recklessly and completely eliminate her. However, this only gave Sang-e an opportunity to seize him. Sang-e suddenly grabbed his collar and yanked hard, then threw herself onto his leg. Sang-e's leg bones were as hard as steel. If this hit her spine, it could very well break it. Behind, Yi Shaoren suddenly let out a sharp, piercing scream. Sui Shuang's eyes widened in shock, unable to react at all. Only instinctively, he reached his hand between Fu Linda's back and the zombie's leg to try to stop it. However, clearly under immense force, this was like a drop in the ocean. His arm was struck with a crisp cracking sound of breaking bones, and Sui immediately let out a loud, painful scream. But that was not all. The zombie's strength did not weaken. It was determined to force Fu Linda to fall onto its leg. Under the combined weight of Fu Linda and the zombie's enormous power, Su Yi's arm was directly bent backward. With a snap, the bone completely broke, even piercing through the skin. Su Yi trembled violently, sweating profusely, his vision flickering between black and white. He couldn't control his trembling body, his face pale as paper, unable to speak. Blood dripped onto the ground. At this moment, Fu Linda finally reacted. He saw the situation clearly and shouted hoarsely, Su Yi. Su Yi couldn't say a word. Yi Xiaoran was so frightened by the scene that her face turned pale. After a long moment, she shakily crawled to Su Yi's side, tears streaming down her face as she tried to treat his wounds. But Su Yi's injuries were too severe. He couldn't stop the bleeding no matter what. Fu Linda clenched his teeth, his anger nearly consuming him entirely. Under extreme fury, his body trembled slightly. It was all caused by that damn woman. He wanted her to suffer a fate worse than death. Sangha looked coldly at the blood on the ground. The pungent smell of blood made him even more excited, but at this moment, he chose not to continue attacking. Instead, he turned and ran toward Shen Yunshu. He sensed a familiar call that he couldn't refuse. When he picked up the pile of takeout and reached the place of the call, he stopped and knelt sincerely, looking at the girl in front of him. A flicker of displeasure crossed Sang's face. "Didn't I say not to do this when you see me?" "Sorry." Sangha stood up. Only then did Sang Yunshu smile again. "Long time no see." Sang A. Shin Yunshu's mind was still buzzing, her vision blurry, unable to see clearly. The only thing she could faintly make out was the figure standing in front of her. Sang Yi's. Why are there two figures? Realizing this, Shan Yunshu's mind suddenly responded with a loud buzz. It's that high-level zombie. Faint, broken voices of conversation drifted into her ears. She desperately wanted to hear clearly, but could never quite catch what was being said. Despite this, the scene in front of her had already overturned her understanding. Sang Yi was communicating with a zombie. Even though the advanced zombie had many similarities to humans, objectively speaking, they could communicate. However, they're still two different species, with vastly different thoughts and ideas, and are naturally enemies. Sang Yi could talk to it, and both seemed very calm, and the zombie had no intention of attacking. Unless... Her increasingly clear mind gradually pointed to an impossible reason, but she dismissed at the moment that possibility appeared. Impossible? If Sang Yi were a zombie, she wouldn't be so interested in human things. Her eyes and other features looked just like those of a normal human, except sometimes she spoke or thought in a strange way. But even these could be understood from her perspective, a girl who lost her parents and lives alone in the end of the world, mistaking zombies for friends because of years of loneliness. As for why the zombie didn't attack her, it was likely because the advanced zombie had developed self-awareness and could control itself. They might have had some story in the past. Sang Yi seemed like a very special and overly naive girl. Maybe she even influenced the zombie. Shen Yunshu's thoughts grew more and more absurd, but surprisingly, they seemed somewhat reasonable. Only then did she suddenly realize, could this be a special ability only a saintly heroine would have? Could she have found a treasure? It wasn't until Fu Lin and the others took the opportunity to escape, and the advanced zombie didn't try to infect her, that her suspicions became more certain. But after those people left, she simply couldn't hold on anymore and fainted from dizziness. In her hazy state, she felt a force lift her up and throw her back into the car. Snowball, what should we do? It's already night and sister is still sleeping. Woof. Should we wake her up? But I already tried, and she won't wake. Plus, I'm so hungry now. I really want to eat something. Woof woof. You're hungry too, Snowball. Sang Yi patted Snowball's head, stood up, dusted herself off, and a strange red light flickered in her eyes. Maybe I should find something to eat. But everything outside isn't tasty, not as good as sister's supermarket food. Woof woof, Sang Yi's eyes lit up. You mean we drive back ourselves? Woof woof woof, Snowball happily bounced around, and Sang Yi also happily hugged Snowball. I think the same. I knew we had the best understanding. I read in a book how to drive, and I've seen my sister drive before, so it must not be hard. One person and one wolf excitedly made their plans. Just as Sang-yi was about to start the car, a sudden sharp intuition woke Shin Yunshu up sharply. Seeing Shun Yunshu sit up suddenly, Sang-yi looked surprised. "You're awake." "Sister." Shun Yunshu, in the dark, looked faintly at Sang-yi holding the steering wheel. "What are you going to do?" "Drive." "Oh." Shun Yunshu felt relieved and was about to close her eyes again.
"Wait."
"Drive? You're going to drive?" It was like a loud thunderclap in Shun Yunshu's mind, shocking her awake. She looked pale at Sang-yi. "Can you drive? I read in a book how to drive." Shun Yunshu suddenly let out a sharp cry and grabbed the steering wheel fiercely. Sang-yi didn't stubbornly sit in the passenger seat but looked at Shun Yunshu with concern. "But sister, you just woke up. Are you okay now?" Sang-yi was worried, but Shun Yunshu felt lucky. She was glad she woke up just in time. Otherwise, she might never have woken up again. She patted her chest with lingering fear. "Don't worry, I can drive back even with my eyes closed." Sang-yi looked at her with admiration. Shun Yunshu wiped her sweat, realizing that this person might really believe her. Finally, Shun Yunshu struggled to turn her big words into something believable. Sang-yi finally calmed down. It was already dark outside, with only the headlights illuminating the road ahead. Shun Yunshu didn't expect she had been dizzy for so long. The car moved smoothly forward, but her doubts in her mind didn't disappear because of her fainting. After a while, she slowly asked, "How do you know that Sang-yi?" Sang-yi was silent for a moment, so long that Shun Yunshu started to feel uneasy. Then she spoke. "I don't know. We just suddenly met one day." Sang-yi's tone was very normal, as if she didn't think there was anything wrong with how they met. Shun Yunshu could tell she wasn't lying or joking, but genuinely thought about it before answering. But that made it even more strange. Shun Yunshu fell silent too, but she didn't want to give up. After thinking for a while, she finally asked her doubt. "Do you know that your friend Sang-yi is a zombie?" "Yes, I know." Sang-yi's tone was incredibly calm, so calm that Shun Yunshu's nervous sweat from asking questions seemed almost like a joke. It was like a sudden breeze in a hot summer, soothing despite the heat, making her restless. But this only deepened her confusion. "But you should know the relationship between zombies and humans." Sang-yi suddenly turned to look at her. In the darkness, Shun Yunshu could feel that intense, serious gaze. "But sister, aren't some zombies good and others bad? They are just creatures born on this earth. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. Besides, what is good or bad is just a rule made by humans." Shun Yunshu's mind went blank for a moment. She seemed to understand Sang-yi's point, yet also couldn't. After thinking for a long time, she realized that Sang-yi had never viewed things from a human's perspective, nor from a zombie's. Instead, she saw everything from a divine perspective. She was even more rational than Shun Yunshu, who was outside the story. But why was she so rational? A word gradually became clear in Shun Yunshu's mind. Compared to Yi Xiaoran, she seemed more like a so-called saint, with a touch of divinity. Shun Yunshu took a deep breath and asked her final question. "Do you have some ability to communicate with or even tame zombies?" Sang-yi frowned and thought for a moment. "Something like that?" Shun Yunshu gasped in surprise. She realized there was a bug in this story's world. She had truly found her golden ticket. Now, what crazy villains, overpowered protagonists, or fake saints could do to her? A flattering smile unconsciously appeared on Shun Yunshu's face. "From now on, take care of me, little sister."